In the distant year 2160, due to excessive human exploitation of resources, the environment of the Earth has become increasingly worse. The pollution in human cities is particularly serious, and many people die from pollution in their early teens. Our protagonist, Zhang Yanbin, lives in this harsh environment. He's carrying a large bag of food back to his residence. He's sorting his supplies in his room. He won't need to leave for the next few days. Looking at the helmet in the corner, Zhang Yanbin sighed helplessly. Living in a polluted area, he had no idea what the future would hold. However, he still sat patiently on the sofa, reading the federal report and waiting for the time to come. This helmet is a game called Citizen Lord. According to the Federation, Citizen Lord will officially launch at 8 o'clock tonight, and all adult citizens on Earth must enter the game. Violators will have all their assets frozen by the Federation. Although Zhang Yanbin was extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Finally, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yanbin lay down and put on the helmet. He pressed the start button and felt a flash of white light before his eyes. Then he arrived at a meadow and breathed a breath of fresh air. This was the first breath of air without any pollution in the 20 years since he was born. Ding's system prompt. Congratulations on arriving in the Eastern continent. Please establish your territory here. Zhang Yanbin didn't rush to build a village, but looked around first. Here was a flat grassland. In the distance, there was a river, and on the other side, a high mountain. It looked like a perfect environment for building a village. Establish a territory. Then, a thatched hut rose from the ground. Pick a good name. Ding's system prompt. Attention all players. Each player has only one chance to recruit a hero. After recruiting a hero, refugees will officially begin to spawn, and the game will officially begin. Countdown 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and a button appeared in the air, allowing him to recruit. Recruit. Zhang Yanbin pointed at the air and clicked the recruit button. While Zhang Yanbin was puzzled, the door of the hut opened. A woman emerged from within. Zhang Yanbin had never seen such a beautiful fairy. Her eyes were blazing. The woman bowed slightly and said, "My humble self, Nan Ningxi, is willing to serve the Lord." Ding system notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for recruiting the only God-level support character. Reward. Divine Dragon 9 transformations. Zhang Yanbin was stunned for a moment. The only one. God level. He anxiously clicked on Nan Ningxi's attributes. Nan Ningxi, God level. Faction, Shenlong Village. Loyalty, 60. Intimacy, 60. Skills, Master of all internal affairs. Special bonus. Increases all territory attributes by 100%. Simple, yet powerful. Nan Ningxi, I now appoint you as Deputy Lord. You will be in charge of everything in the territory. Since Zhang Yanbin was proficient in all government affairs, there was no reason for him to do it himself. Everything was left to Nan Ningxi. Yes, my lord. Ding system prompt. Congratulations Zhuge Shenlong. Your subordinate Nan Ningxi's loyalty has increased by +10. Zhang Yanbin thought to himself, if loyalty can be increased, then intimacy can also be increased. Zhang Yanbin quickly shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions. He took a deep breath of fresh air, unavailable from the outside world. Then he said, I'll leave the territory to you. I'll go take a look around. With that, Zhang Yanbin left. As soon as he left, refugees spawned. Nan Ningxi began recruiting these refugees. The river was about 2 or 3 miles away. Zhang Yanbin wanted to investigate. He walked to the river. It's quite wide, probably over 1,000 meters. This is the main stream. I wonder what's upstream and downstream. After exploring the river, he noticed fish occasionally leaping out of the water. In the sky, numerous birds were flying. These were things that, in reality, could only be found deep in the mountains. After looking around, Zhang Yanbin remembered the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, a system reward. 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, a god-level technique that increases endurance and attack power. Currently, you can learn 1 level. Zhang Yanbin explored the river and walked upstream and downstream. It had been a long time since he left, so he headed back to the village. The entire village is on flat ground, and there aren't many resources to be found. Most importantly, there's no strategic location to defend. There's no need to worry about one side of the river. It's so wide, no one should be able to cross it for the time being. What's the situation on the other 3 sides? Zhang Yanbin walked back quickly with worry. Zhang Yanbin returned to the territory. He found that it was still the thatched hut. At this time, Nan Ningxi was talking to a few people and then asked them to leave. Lord, Nan Ningxi said, Lord, while you were away, I recruited 82 residents, 10 of whom were assigned to cut wood. 5 were assigned to explore the surrounding area. The rest go find food. We need to build some houses first, Otherwise, we will get sick easily if we live outside for a long time. Nan Ningxi told Zhang Yanbin about the situation of the territory one by one, and Zhang Yanbin was stunned. No wonder I saw a few people just leaving when I came back. It turned out Nan Ningxi had already made all the arrangements. Good, you did a great job. Zhang Yanbin took another look at Nan Ningxi's attributes, and her loyalty had increased a bit. After a while, the people who had left returned one after another. Zhang Yanbin watched Nan Ningxi deal with the situation. It turned out that some of the newly emerged refugees had brought their own tools. It was gradually getting dark. Those who had left gradually returned. Meanwhile, Nan Ningxi recruited some more people. Now, the entire territory had over 170 people. They had also collected quite a bit of stuff. However, they had only built 10 cabins, which wasn't enough for everyone. So some people had to spend the night outside. Lord, it's all my fault for not being able to fit everyone into the cabin. Nan Ningxi actually blamed herself. No, you've done a great job. Zhang Yanbin also saw that this god-level assistant was truly amazing. The territory was managed in an orderly manner. Zhang Yanbin was completely confused about this game and didn't know how to play it. The thatched cottage at the beginning, which was the administrative center of the territory, was only for Zhang Yanbin and Nan Ningxi to live in. Zhang Yanbin wanted to spend a wonderful night with her. However, he chose to log off. He wanted to check online and see how the players were doing on the first day. He logged off in the administrative center. After logging off, Zhang Yanbin pulled out his tablet and began browsing the internet. There was already a lot of information. He started reading the most popular posts. Watching everyone's complaints, he realized how difficult it was to manage a territory. Zhang Yanbin didn't do anything today. Nan Ningxi was the one helping him. God-level support. Worthy of being called a god-level support. Zhang Yanbin was thankful to have recruited such a hero. On the first day of the game, someone died. Someone actually had evil intentions against an NPC. Although they succeeded, their territory was raised by bandits. Lords can also be killed. Once a lord is killed or their territory is conquered, they can no longer become a lord and can only become a ranger. At present, the entire continent seems very large. Because China has 1.5 billion people, not many people meet each other. At least, this game allows you to breathe fresh air, which is impossible in reality. Zhang Yanbin sighed helplessly and continued browsing the messages. There was a lot of information. Since everyone was new, it would be helpful to have more information. In the late night, Zhang Yanbin fell asleep with his tablet in hand. I woke up, it was already morning. I quickly washed up, ate some dry bread, and jumped straight into the game. Ding system prompt. Bank card information is bound to the game and cannot be changed. Game coins can be directly exchanged for Federation coins. Ding system reminder. Attention, players from the Eastern Continent. The Eastern Continent will open the Continental Forum, and players can check it online by themselves. Zhang Yanbin was stunned by 2 system messages as soon as he came online. What's wrong with the world? Just play the game. Zhang Yanbin had a feeling that this game could change the world, change everyone. After logging into the game, he quickly went to check on the situation in his territory. Inside the territory, a fairy, described as beautiful, elegant, graceful, and with hundreds of other adjectives omitted, took command. Nan Ningxi began arranging their tasks, which were quickly completed. Lord, today I will mainly arrange for them to cut wood and build wooden houses. In addition, food is also very important. Nan Ningxi respects himself very much. Of course, this respect also means a certain degree of estrangement. Zhang Yanbin simply nodded slightly, agreeing with her arrangement. This is it. Zhang Yanbin looked around and saw the small thatched cottages, plus some small wooden houses. Then he said, I heard that there are wild beasts in other places. I plan to take a few young men to explore the surrounding area and see if we can catch some prey. Nan Ningxi immediately said happily, That's great. Yesterday, we sent people to investigate and found wild boars and bison in the north, about 6 kilometers away. No problem, leave it to me, but you have to assign some manpower to me. There was a firm look on Nan Ningxi's face. She nodded and said, Lord, wait a minute, someone should be here soon. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, more than a dozen people showed up, but only 2 were suitable. Zhang Yanbin waited for about 2 hours before finally gathering 10 people. While waiting, he browsed the forums and saw complaints about lack of food and supplies and the need to do everything themselves. Many lords were actually carrying stones themselves. Because their territories had large beasts, they had to build stone fortifications. But this way, they wouldn't have enough food, and everyone would go hungry. Zhang Yanbin decided to focus on developing his territory first and ignore everything else. He closed the forum and set off with 10 teams. Zhang Yanbin, accompanied by 10 strong men, headed north. Along the way, there were only a few bushes. They did find a number of rabbits. but they were too fast to be caught without traps or mere pursuit. 10 people, armed only with sticks and no other weapons, walked separately along the way, observing the ground for any signs of animals. "My lord, there is wild boar feces here. There may be wild boars around." One resident had already spotted the wild boar's tracks. "Now, form teams of 3 and proceed carefully." The other 3 people were in groups, and Zhang Yanbin was with another. The teams were only a few meters apart, so they could always look out for each other. Suddenly, a wild boar was spotted rooting for food in the distance. It looked like it weighed over 200 pounds. I didn't know if this would happen in the game, but in real life, a boar like this could kill someone. Approach slowly. 2 teams will attack the thighs, and the rest will attack the head. Zhang Yanbin walked over. The wild boar seemed to react, but it didn't seem afraid. Its eyes flashed with ferocity. It actually charged towards them. Zhang Yanbin tensed and used all his strength. He raised his head and struck down with the stick. With a loud bang, the wild boar fell to the ground. The stick in Zhang Yanbin's hand instantly shattered. It wasn't just broken into pieces, but the tail itself was shattered into many fragments. The wild boar, lying on the ground, moved a few times before dying. It's dead now, so simple? Did the game reduce the wild boar's aggressiveness? Zhang Yanbin wondered. But when he looked at the forum yesterday, he saw someone get mauled to death by a wild boar. Mighty Lord. Immediately, the others cheered. Zhang Yanbin was also very proud. He had never expected that killing a wild boar would make his people so excited. After killing one, Zhang Yanbin took a stick from someone else and told that person to wait while they continued to search for wild boars. Another one was spotted. This time, Zhang Yanbin didn't rush in. The other residents also gained confidence and rushed forward. However, after a few hits, they failed to kill the wild boar and instead injured 2 people. Zhang Yanbin had originally just been letting them practice so they could fight on their own later, but he hadn't expected this to happen. He quickly rushed forward and struck the wild boar in the head. The end of the stick shattered into pieces. The wild boar could no longer hurt anyone. Everyone looked ashamed. 10 of them were no match for a wild boar. It would be strange if Zhang Yanbin didn't have doubts at this moment. Those who are not injured, take the wild boar back. We will go back to the territory first so that the injured can rest. Zhang Yanbin suspected that it was related to his learning of the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. When Zhang Yanbin returned, the people working on the construction site in the territory were delighted to see the 2 wild boars brought back. Nan Ningxi, upon discovering this, also rushed out. Mighty Lord, you've killed 2 wild boars. If we make the soup, it'll be enough for the 300 people in the territory, and we can even get some meat. More than 300 people in the territory? It's growing so fast. Amidst everyone's admiring gazes, Zhang Yanbin said to Nan Ningxi, 2 of our brothers are injured. Please make arrangements. Yeah. Ningxi nodded seriously, then said, it just so happens that a traveling doctor came to the territory today. Nan Ningxi quickly arranged for the injured and arranged for people to slaughter pigs. At the same time, many stoves were built outside. With the wild boar, they no longer had to rely on wild vegetables and fruits. After Nan Ningxi had arranged everything, Zhang Yanbin mysteriously pulled her into the administrative center. Lord, please respect yourself, Nan Ningxi said shyly. Zhang Yanbin smiled wryly. He really wanted to, but he wouldn't force it. Ningxi, you misunderstood. It's just that I was hunting wild boars today, and something seemed strange. Can you help me analyze it? Nan Ningxi finally relaxed and opened her arms. Lord, your divine dragon 9 transformations is a spiritual skill. You should practice it more. Also, you don't understand the basic stick techniques, so one blow from the stick shattered it into pieces. This divine skill is very important. Lord, you should practice it diligently. Ningxi's analysis helped Zhang Yanbin grasp more. This game wasn't easy. The techniques in this game weren't like other online games, where you could just learn and master them automatically. More practice was required. Okay, it's not too late yet. I'll go out and hunt 2 more wild boars. There are so many people in the territory now. Let's try to make sure they have something good to eat. After all, the territory needs a lot of work and needs everyone's joint efforts. After saying that, Zhang Yanbin opened the door and was about to leave. Wait, there's a blacksmith in our territory, but we haven't found any iron ore yet. I'll take you to him and let him test your height and strength. Once the blacksmith shop is built, I'll make you an iron rod as soon as possible. Okay. Zhang Yanbin followed Nan Ningxi to find a blacksmith. The blacksmith first measured his height. Then, he got some stones for him to lift to see what weight of iron rod would suit Zhang Yanbin. My lord, I understand the general situation. Tomorrow morning, I will be able to forge 3 iron rods for you. You can then take a look and see which one is more suitable. Okay, thank you very much. Of course. The Lord and the Deputy Lord are our great benefactors for taking us in. Zhang Yanbin said nothing more. He said goodbye to Nan Ningxi and set off again with the team. This time, he brought a few more sticks. Because, before, it took several miles to go back and forth, and by the time they arrived, it was already late in the afternoon. They found 3 wild boars, 2 of which Zhang Yanbin killed directly. For the other one, he asked several people to cooperate, and Zhang Yanbin supported them from the side. The last wild boar died a horrible death, beaten to death with clubs. This time, no one was injured, and the people carried the 3 wild boars back to the territory. It was almost dark when they arrived. The territory was bustling with people, with over 400 people already there. Nan Ningxi took care of everything. Since Su Bin could hunt, Nan Ningxi arranged for more people to cut wood and build the cabin. Tonight, most people could stay in the cabin. Lord, wherever Zhang Yanbin passed by, the people in the territory showed him great respect. The food was ready. Zhang Yanbin also received a bowl of pork soup and 2 fruits. The food in the game is actually better than the real thing. In reality, everything is made of synthetic starch. After eating, it was already dark, and everyone went to rest in the wooden house. Zhang Yanbin also went to the administrative center with Nan Ningxi. There were beds inside, and because the place was small, the 2 beds were almost together, but they were separated in the middle by a piece of gauze that Nan Ningxi had used. However, they could still see each other. Ningxi, you're tired after a day? Go to bed early. I need to study the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Ningxi, if she wanted to sleep, she naturally couldn't sleep with her clothes on. In the dim light, it could be seen that Ningxi had a really good figure. Zhang Yanbin was merely admiring the scene, and wouldn't tear open the curtains and do anything beastly. Of course, he wasn't worse than a beast, but he knew how to respect others. The game had already opened a forum, and he wanted to explore it. Chapter 4. Wild Boar Leader. The atmosphere at the forum was unusually heated that evening. Alas, half of my residents have died from hunger. I went out to dig wild vegetables myself, and my back is almost broken. I've been eating wild fruits for 2 days now, and I'm almost having diarrhea. This man was born in a fruit forest, never expecting to have to eat only these wild fruits. You guys are lucky. I was attacked by wolves, and fortunately the hunters were well prepared, but many people still died. Zhang Yanbin read these messages on the forum and felt a surge of emotion. Everyone's life is not easy. Haha, you don't know. I robbed a bandit today and earned 80 copper coins. Guess what? I directly linked my bank card, and I can use this money to buy things in real life. This made Zhang Yanbin excited. It turned out that the gold coins in the game can also be linked to the real world. He hurriedly took note of this information. Despite being so poor in reality, he finally had a chance to make money. Did you know? Another territory is 10 miles away from me. We can exchange resources. Zhang Yanbin knew there were no other territories within 30 miles, as Nan Ningxi had already arranged for a survey. After reading the forum, he gained a lot of useful information and began practicing. He followed the method of the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations, sitting cross-legged and practicing. Although he wasn't sure how effective it would be, it was always good to try. After practicing all night, Zhang Yanbin felt full of energy. Despite not sleeping, he wasn't sleepy at all and was full of energy. When Ningxi woke up in the morning and saw him, she couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you, Lord. Zhang Yanbin was a little confused, not knowing why she was thanking him. But when he checked Ningxi's attributes, he found that her intimacy had increased from 60 to 65, which seemed to be related to their interaction last night. Everything started all over again. Ningxi, what should we do next? Lord, first we need to increase the population and upgrade the territory. In addition to 500 people, we also need some buildings. I'll take care of these, but the food problem is still serious, so? I understand. I'm relieved to have you here. I'm going hunting today. The two set off together, and Nan Ningxi led Zhang Yanbin to the blacksmith shop. Old Li, the blacksmith, had met him yesterday. He was a sturdy man. Old Li, let me take a look at the iron rods. Old Li forged 5 iron rods, and Zhang Yanbin picked the one that suited him best. Give the rest to others. The leftovers couldn't be wasted. They were all weapons. Thank you for your hard work, Old Li. Please follow the Deputy Lord's instructions for the rest. Old Li was filled with gratitude. Ding system notification. Congratulations, Lord. Blacksmith Li Asi's loyalty has risen to 100, making him a die-hard loyalist. Zhang Yanbin nodded gently, and Nan Ningxi arranged for 15 strong young men to set off with him. The 16 men moved quickly, some holding wooden sticks, others iron rods. Soon, they spotted a wild boar. Lord, there's a wild boar over there. One wild boar didn't run away, perhaps because it had confidence in itself. Everyone began to surround it. Zhang Yanbin arrived first, wielding an iron rod and hitting the boar's head with it. The wild boar's head instantly cracked. Hey, am I a little too violent? He hadn't fully mastered his strength, and the wild boar was killed in one blow. After a while, they found several more wild boars. Many of them were killed by Zhang Yanbin with one blow. Lord, it's bad. We are surrounded by wild boars. They killed more than a dozen wild boars, but unexpectedly, they angered them, and hundreds of them began to surround them. Everyone, form a circle and don't panic. Zhang Yanbin was also a little scared, but he couldn't show it, otherwise the others would panic even more. Everyone quickly formed a circle, with Zhang Yanbin standing at the front. Suddenly, a wild boar let out a shrill cry, and all the other boars began charging toward them. Zhang Yanbin swept the charging boars away with his iron rod. He was amazed at how easily he could handle the situation, given his immense strength. The others began to coordinate their defense. Zhang Yanbin swung his club again, severing the legs of several wild boars and killing several on the other side. Suddenly, a pig, much larger than the others, with extremely long tusks, charged toward him. Zhang Yanbin didn't hesitate, charging forward. The two quickly approached, and Zhang Yanbin, gripping the iron rod tightly with both hands, blocked its charge. He was knocked back a few steps, his knuckles slightly aching. However, he quickly reacted and used the iron rod to block the wild boar's legs, preventing it from charging any further. The wild boar bared its tusks and charged at him. Zhang Yanbin blocked it with his iron rod while punching it. The boar, in pain, flinched back, finally gaining some distance. Undeterred, Zhang Yanbin swung the iron rod again, sweeping it across the face and then hitting its head. After a loud bang, the wild boar staggered twice before finally collapsing. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for killing the wild boar leader. Reward: 100 copper coins and 100 territory reputation. Zhang Yanbin breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the fallen wild boar. Is anyone injured? He hurriedly checked his team. Lord, 7 are injured. Not seriously, but let them rest. He looked around and saw over 40 fallen wild boars, over 30 of which he had killed. One person will go back and report the situation. Bring more people and bring all the wild boars back so everyone can have meat tonight. An hour later, dozens of people arrived and began dragging the wild boars back. Zhang Yanbin dragged the king wild boar, which weighed at least 700 kilograms, all by himself. When he returned to the territory, many people looked at him with admiration. Tonight, let's eat meat together, Zhang Yanbin said loudly. Everyone was even more excited. Nan Ningxi had already started to arrange various matters. After she finished her work, she found Zhang Yanbin. Lord, we also need to start production. I asked the blacksmith shop to make some tools, and we are also preparing to open a mine and farm. Also, Nan Ningxi was a very capable manager, and Zhang Yanbin felt reassured listening to her words. Finally, Lord, I'd like to jerky coat a third of this pork and send some skilled watermen to explore the river. Zhang Yanbin agreed, feeling reassured by her arrangement. Chapter 5, Encountering Wolves. At night, the people of the territory gathered together for a sumptuous dinner. They had hunted a lot of wild boars, which greatly alleviated everyone's food problem. Zhang Yanbin didn't rush to log off. He watched Nan Ningxi fall asleep peacefully, taking the opportunity to observe her. He opened the forum and saw a lively discussion, with many people sharing their plights. Some complained about having done nothing physically demanding, yet now had to do everything. Others had tragic stories of poorly managed territories and their disbanding. Some were lucky enough to discover treasures and rare minerals, but their uses were currently unknown. Zhang Yanbin browsed for a while and decided to continue practicing the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. It seemed to be of great help to him. His ability to sweep through the wild boar herd today was also inseparable from its role. In the middle of the night, Zhang Yanbin logged off to rest. Strange, I'm not sleepy at all, he wondered. Was sleep in the game the same as in real life? Even though he wasn't sleepy, he decided to get up and go to the bathroom and get some food. However, since he didn't need to sleep, Zhang Yanbin logged back online. This time, he decided to sleep in the game to see how it differed from reality. He lay down and drifted off to sleep, a sleep even more restful than in reality. When he woke, he felt remarkably well. Unfortunately, Nan Ningxi had already gotten up, so he didn't see her graceful figure. In the morning, the territory was still in good order. The women were cooking, the children were helping with the washing and fetching, and others were also making various preparations. Meat was already available, along with wild vegetables and fruits. Meanwhile, several people were busy making dried meat. Seeing this, Zhang Yanbin was delighted. The territory's smooth operation reassured him. Here, Lord, more meat. Nan Ningxi brought a bowl of broth and personally served it to Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yinbin took it and accidentally touched her hand, which was cold and smooth. Thank you. He took it with a smile and began to eat. Lord, our territory can be upgraded to level 2 today. The population is sufficient. In addition, the blacksmith shop, tailor shop, clinic, and restaurant have all been built. We've also opened a mine, a lumber mill, and reclaimed some farmland. Next, we're planning to build small boats, Nan Ningxi reported to Zhang Yinbin. On the third day of the game, the territory had already reached level 2, which was quite fast. Okay, building a dock would be great. Also, is there anyone skilled in weaving fishnets? We could go fishing in the river, Zhang Yinbin suggested. Well, I'll keep an eye out for talent in this area. Next, we need to collect some stone to fortify our home, which will require a lot of labor. Also, food consumption will increase. Nan Ningxi made her plans while discussing territory affairs with Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin was very confident in her arrangements. Then, Zhang Yinbin set off with his hunting team. When they arrived at the same spot yesterday, they found no trace of wild boars. Perhaps the wild boar king had died, and the remaining wild boars had left. Let's go look somewhere else. Yes, Lord. The team continued on their way, walking more than 10 miles in another direction. Although they saw some prey like rabbits, no one took any action. They continued on their way. Suddenly, Zhang Yinbin spotted a wolf staring intently at them, occasionally opening its mouth to reveal its fangs. Lord, this is bad. There's a wolf here. There must be a pack of wolves around. This place was only a dozen kilometers from the territory, and any wolf pack would be a threat. Let's retreat first. We must find a way to deal with these wolves. Zhang Yinbin ordered a retreat, leaving him to cover the rear. However, the wolf actually took the initiative to pounce on them, letting out a long howl, as if sending a signal to the surrounding wolves. Woo! The sound of the wolves gradually came. Zhang Yinbin was not afraid. He held the iron rod tightly with both hands and rushed towards the wolves. Bang! With a loud bang, the wolf's skull shattered and it fell to the ground motionless. Go, retreat in an orderly manner, and move quickly. Zhang Yinbin heard a rustling in the bushes. Evidently, the wolves were approaching. He hurriedly ordered his team to retreat, but it was too late. Wolves rushed in from all directions, dozens of them quickly surrounding them. Quick, form a circle. With their previous experience dealing with the wild boar, everyone quickly formed a circle. The wolves pounced on them, 3 of them charging at Zhang Yinbin. Kill! Zhang Yinbin shouted, swiping his iron rod across, sending 3 wolves flying. One was struck dead on the spot, while the remaining 2 wolves rolled to the ground, struggling briefly before getting back to their feet. The wolves were incredibly powerful, and besides Zhang Yinbin, several others began to come under attack. To protect his teammates, Zhang Yinbin took a few steps forward, drawing the wolves' attention. Rip! A wolf pounced on Zhang Yinbin. Although he managed to avoid a vital wound, his clothes were torn, leaving him covered in blood. The pain was so real that Zhang Yinbin gritted his teeth. The pain drove him even more frantic. He seized the opportunity and struck the charging wolf hard with his staff. The wolf, struck in the head, instantly fell to the ground. Ding system notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for mastering the basic staff technique, increasing his attack power. As the system notification sounded, Zhang Yinbin's cudgel technique became more flexible, allowing him to more effectively deflect the wolves' attacks. With even greater efficiency, he killed 9 of the dozen or so wolves that were besieging him. Seeing this, the remaining wolves retreated, not daring to approach him again. Zhang Yinbin turned and continued to attack the rest of the pack. Each blow from his club brought down a wolf. After a fierce battle, the pack was finally driven back, leaving over 30 wolves dead on the ground. How are we? We're all injured, Lord. One of them replied, aching. Despite their injuries, everyone understood that nothing was more important than life. Let's go. Don't take the bodies with you. Let's get back quickly. Zhang Yinbin led the injured team members in a rapid retreat. Upon returning to the territory, Nan Ningxi saw everyone's condition and immediately became nervous. Hurry, we've built a clinic today. We don't have enough medicine, but we can always treat the wounds. She was busy comforting the wounded, while Zhang Yinbin directed the others to settle in. He was also seriously injured, with a bloody mess on his back and multiple wounds on his arms and legs. Treat the seriously injured brothers first. Their condition is the most critical. Zhang Yinbin's tone was firm, unwavering. Okay. Ding system notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for gaining +5 favorability and +10 loyalty from the god-level hero Nan Ningxi. Zhang Yinbin hadn't expected such a small thing to actually boost his favorability. Ding system notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong. Your territory has successfully upgraded to level 2, and the trading system has been activated. Ding continent-wide announcement. Player Zhuge Shenlong's Shenlong territory has successfully upgraded to level 2, and the trading system has been activated. Chapter 6. Trading. A system announcement rang out, heard by players across the eastern continent. The name, Zhuge Shenlong, appeared in everyone's view for the first time. This guy is awesome. Upgrading to level 2 requires 500 people. 500 people. How much food does that have to consume in a day? Woo woo woo. I only have 130 people. I can't feed them. I have over 300 people. 200 of them have to go out and find food. I lost a lot of people hunting, but the food is still barely enough. This Zhuge Shenlong must be the system's favorite. As the system's notification chimes sounded, players across the eastern continent were shocked. Zhang Yanbin, meanwhile, had taken off his shirt and was cleaning his wounds. There was only one healer in the territory, so Nan Ningxi stepped in to assist. She took a cloth, dipped it in some medicine, and carefully cleaned Zhang Yanbin's wounds. Does it hurt? Nan Ningxi asked softly. Zhang Yanbin endured the pain, his back bloody and trembling with pain, but he remained silent, trying not to make a sound. Is this just a game? Zhang Yanbin thought to himself, feeling that his experience in this game was becoming more and more real. Nan Ningxi's cold hand touched Zhang Yanbin's shoulder, and then she continued to wipe the wound with her other hand. Strangely, the pain Zhang Yanbin felt seemed to ease, and he let her clean his wound. Taking advantage of the break, Zhang Yanbin opened the trading system, only to find an empty second-level territory, Shenlong Village. I can't trade. Zhang Yanbin sighed. He had originally wanted to make some deals with the outside world, but now it seemed that he had to put it on hold for the time being. Then he checked the forum and saw a wave of praise for him. Some even suggested they try to capture him, while others even joked about having children for him. The forum was filled with so much noise that Zhang Yanbin reluctantly closed the page. After cleaning Zhang Yanbin's wound, Nan Ningxi carefully bandaged it. Have you arranged for the other brothers? Zhang Yanbin asked. Nan Ningxi nodded, a look of worry on her face. I'm fine, Zhang Yanbin smiled. I killed a lot of wild wolves today, but I didn't bring back any food, so I couldn't increase the territory's rations. Lord, don't worry. Nan Ningxi shook her head and said, I arranged some people to go fishing today, and they caught some. Moreover, there is still some wild boar meat. Together with the wild fruits and vegetables collected every day, the food supply for the territory is sufficient. Zhang Yanbin felt much more relieved. Nan Ningxi's arrangements were always so thorough. However, he still frowned. The surrounding wolves must be eliminated, otherwise they will harm the residents sooner or later. We will prepare for the day tomorrow, forge some shields and weapons, and then go and destroy the wolf den the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yanbin's tone was firm. Although he was covered in wounds, he showed no regrets, and his eyes gleamed with determination. Nan Ningxi pondered for a moment before agreeing to the plan and going about making the arrangements. Zhang Yanbin inspected the territory and found several new buildings, including a pig farm and a chicken farm. We need to be self-sufficient in food in the future, Zhang Yanbin thought silently. Although he didn't go out today, he had already started planning for the future of his territory. At night, the small room in the administrative center had expanded considerably, but the two beds were still placed close together. Nan Ningxi showed no intention of moving, and Zhang Yanbin naturally didn't mind. Lord, the territory has been upgraded today, and there will be even more refugees coming tomorrow. I'll select some strong men tomorrow, so there will be more people the day after tomorrow. Nan Ningxi and Zhang Yanbin were discussing territory matters. Zhang Yanbin told her to rest early, while he took the opportunity to carefully observe her figure. Although he was covered in wounds, he still took the opportunity to relax. Zhang Yanbin decided to practice the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, sitting cross-legged on his bed, continuing to strengthen his strength. The next day, Zhang Yanbin woke up to find himself feeling refreshed, and his wounds were no longer painful. Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Zhang Yanbin moved around a bit, and found that his wounds were no longer painful at all. This excited him greatly. He quickly opened the trading market and discovered that there were over a dozen new territories, all offering various goods. Why do you want food? Hey, basic swordsmanship, exchange for 300 units of food. Stone, wood, etc., 10 units for 1 unit of food. Silk can also be exchanged for food. 1 precious sword can be exchanged for 1,000 pieces of food. Zhang Yanbin looked at the precious sword and thought it was just an ordinary item. Furthermore, 10 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 unit of food, and 10 copper coins could actually be exchanged for 10 federal coins. This ratio gave Zhang Yanbin an idea. He contacted Lu Meng and discovered that the other party's territory was also named Lu Meng, the same name as the general from the Three Kingdoms period. Brother Lu, I don't know where you got these copper coins. I don't have any. Lu Ming had just come online and saw the message, and immediately replied, "My respects, sir." "Boss, don't you even know this?" This was seized from the bandits. "By the way, Brother Shenlong, do you have any food? More than 500 of me are almost starving to death." After seeing the news, Zhang Yinbin realized that he really needed food. So he found Ningxi and asked about the territory's food reserves. "We currently have 680 people. According to the reserves, we can last for 2.5 days, Ningxi replied. "But only 1 day's reserves are enough. We are collecting food every day." Zhang Yinbin breathed a sigh of relief. Since he still had enough food on hand, he decided to trade some with Lu Ming. "Brother Lu, let's use the real-world prices as a guide. Fruit is 5 copper coins per unit, and meat is 10 copper coins per unit. If we can trade, we'll do it." Lu Ming readily agreed. "Okay, we are not short of money. I just broke into a bandit's den and seized a large number of copper coins, but we don't have much food." In the end, Zhang Yinbin successfully traded 100 units of fruit, 500 copper coins, and 200 units of meat, 2,000 copper coins. This transaction finally earned Zhang Yinbin his first pot of gold in the game. He then contacted the player, Flying Eagle, offering to trade pork for basic swordsmanship. "Brother Fei Ying, I'd like to trade 100 units of pork for basic swordsmanship." Fei Ying immediately responded, "Trade," without further delay. After the transaction was completed, Zhang Yinbin asked, "Brother Fei Ying, can I ask where did you get this basic swordsmanship?" "It dropped from the bandits. It's not a rare thing. Several of my subordinates have already learned it." These words gave Zhang Yinbin a deeper understanding of the item drop mechanism in the game. Chapter 7. Fighting Wolves Again. Bandits. Zhang Yinbin also wanted to deal with these bandits, but the problem was, he didn't see them at all. There are only some wild boars and wolves dropping equipment and gold coins, which doesn't seem right. It seems that there is no shortage of talents in the game. I have to work harder. Zhang Yinbin made up his mind secretly. Today, he decided not to go out, but to stay in the territory and follow Nan Ningxi to learn about the progress of the territory. Not long after, a few more people arrived. Nan Ningxi chatted with them briefly. "This is the Lord." "Greetings, Lord." 2 of them were sturdy men, though one was missing an arm. "From now on, you're members of Shenlong Village," Zhang Yinbin greeted them. He watched with curiosity as Nan Ningxi brought these 2 people with him, wondering if there was a special reason. "Lord, this is Chen Fong, who used to be a centurion in the army. This is Yang Xiong, who used to be a 1,000-man commander. If you need them, they can help you train your troops. The territory really needs some regular troops. Yang Xiong is disabled and lost an arm." Nan Ningxi added, "All right, talents are hard to come by. Ningxi, make good arrangements for them." Zhang Yinbin nodded. "By the way, I have a book on basic swordsmanship here for you to use." Zhang Yinbin produced a copy and handed it to Chen Fong. "Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. I will die for you." Chen Fong immediately expressed his gratitude, and his loyalty level rose to 100. Zhang Yinbin watched this scene and felt that the addition of these 2 military talents would bring more possibilities to the territory. In the following time, Nan Ningxi arranged for Yang Xiong and Chen Fong to select other suitable members and begin training the army. Meanwhile, the blacksmith shop had also accepted some apprentices, working on forging shields and weapons. Zhang Yinbin didn't leave, but instead toured the territory. He saw facilities like pig farms and chicken farms under construction, and the territory was expanding, gradually becoming self-sufficient. In the afternoon, Zhang Yinbin went to the river to investigate and found several people fishing, some using nets. However, due to the lack of suitable boats, they resorted to small rafts, which were not very effective. By the time he returned to the territory, Yang Xiong had already selected 37 people and began training them. Meanwhile, Nan Ningxi had already established a barracks and a training ground. By evening, the territory's population had reached 878, and by tomorrow it was expected to exceed 1,000. "We must get out as quickly as possible tomorrow and gather some food," Zhang Yinbin thought to himself. The next morning, he waited for Nan Ningxi to wake up, secretly admiring her graceful figure before getting up. Every night, Zhang Yinbin would practice the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, then log off to eat, go to the bathroom, take a shower, and then return to the game to sleep. He woke up around the same time as Nan Ningxi, but he always waited for her to rise, taking the opportunity to admire her beauty. Afterward, Zhang Yinbin went out and greeted the residents of the territory. Everyone showed him great respect. Then, he went straight to the training grounds. Yang Xiong had already arranged the 37 team members in an orderly manner, standing in neat rows. "Respected Lord, the team should have 37 people, and the actual number is 37. Now please give your instructions, Lord," Yang Xiong said respectfully. Zhang Yinbin looked at the team and nodded with satisfaction. Today, we are going to fight the ferocious wolves and defend our homeland. There will be bloodshed and sacrifice. If anyone is afraid, you can withdraw now. No one in the team retreated. Everyone stood firm, their eyes blazing. Okay, Yang Xiong will stay and continue selecting and training the team members. Everyone else, follow me, Zhang Yanbin commanded. 37 warriors, plus Zhang Yanbin, a total of 38 people, marched towards the wolf pack. This time, they brought more than a dozen shields, iron rods, knives, and iron spears. Only Zhang Yanbin still held the iron rod. They soon arrived at the spot they had been in the previous day. There were only traces of blood and bones on the ground. The dead wolf appeared to have been eaten by other wolves. Pay attention, Zhang Yanbin warned everyone. Chun Fang led the team, and the 30 or so men formed a circular formation with shields and continued forward. After marching over 300 meters, they finally spotted the wolf's tracks. Woo, a wolf howled. The pack had also spotted them and began to gather. Zhang Yanbin stood outside the formation, his team's shield formation behind him, preventing the wolves from attacking him from behind. The wolves grew in number, numbering over 60, and quickly surrounded them. Oh, whoa! Another wolf howl echoed as the pack began to pounce on them. Attention, shields! Qin Fang commanded. Strike through the gaps in the formation with your spears, he continued. The wolves lunged forward, 3 of them charging at Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin swung his iron rod, sending the 3 wolves flying. One of the wolves fell to the ground, then quickly lunged again. Zhang Yanbin kicked it away. Then, another wolf pounced, and Zhang Yanbin hit it with a stick, killing the first wolf of the day. The wolves pounced on the shield formation, but they were blocked by the solid shields. The spearmen within the formation also began thrusting, injuring many wolves. However, due to their inexperience, many of their attacks missed vital points. Zhang Yanbin, on the other hand, engaged the wolves head-on, easily dealing with the attacks of 3 or 5 wolves and swiftly dispatching the others. As the battle progressed, Zhang Yanbin's fighting became more and more smooth and his speed increased, gradually suppressing the wolves. Shield bearers, keep your feet steady and maintain formation, Chun Fang commanded loudly. With everyone's tacit cooperation, the wolves were gradually suppressed. Qin Fang's team stabilized their formation and their morale gradually recovered. As time went on, the wolves' attacks became less and less frequent. Zhang Yanbin became more and more excited, chasing the wolves and killing them continuously. Woo! The howl of a wolf broke the silence, and the remaining wolves began to flee. After a fierce battle, the wolves were finally driven back, and the ground was littered with the bodies of more than 30 wolves. Bandage the wounded quickly. One of you, go back quickly and bring some people over. There are about 100 wolves in the pack, and we can't bring them all back, Zhang Yanbin ordered. 100 wild wolves, each weighing at least 200 kilograms, would mean over 20,000 units of food. Although this battle had resulted in many casualties, the results were significant. Chapter 8, Ship Blueprints. Although they successfully repelled the wolves, their lack of experience resulted in several injuries. Fortunately, most of them were minor injuries that could be easily bandaged. Only 2 seriously injured team members required additional medical treatment. After a long wait, reinforcements finally arrived, and everyone brought the hunted wolf back to the territory. Nearing the village entrance, Zhang Yanbin saw Nan Ningxi standing there waiting. Lord, are you okay? Nan Ningxi asked with concern, seeing Zhang Yanbin covered in blood. Zhang Yanbin smiled inwardly, secretly happy, but he still said, It's okay, it's all wolf blood. Seeing that he was safe and sound, Nan Ningxi finally felt relieved and began to arrange for the treatment of the wounded and the distribution of wolf meat. The entire territory suddenly became lively. The Lord is so powerful. I heard that half of the wolves were killed by the Lord himself. Following the Lord is the safest way. The Lord is too strong. Only the deputy Lord is worthy of him. Seeing the people in the Lord so happy, Zhang Yanbin's mood also became happy. He noticed several new buildings within the territory, and he felt a surge of joy. The soldiers went to rest and recuperate, but except for 2 seriously injured, everyone else headed to the parade grounds to listen to Qin Fang explain the details of today's battle. Zhang Yanbin went to change his clothes and take a shower. Just as he was about to take a shower, Nan Ningxi brought him new clothes. She looked at his already taken-off shirt with a bit of embarrassment, her face slightly flushed. Lord, the clothes are ready. She handed over a piece of coarse cloth, the only clothing the territory could make. The original system-gifted clothing had long since been torn apart in the battle with the wolves. She hastily put the clothes down and turned to leave. By the time Zhang Yanbin finished showering, changed his clothes, and emerged, it was already evening. The territory was still bustling with activity, with some people singing and dancing, creating a joyful atmosphere. Zhang Yanbin joined the dance circle, gathering around the bonfire and enjoying the barbecue. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful. Ningxi, come on. Zhang Yanbin took Nan Ningxi's hand and led her to dance. Everyone danced and laughed, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. After about 3 hours, Nan Ningxi asked everyone to disperse because there were still many tasks to be completed tomorrow. Yang Xiong and several others began patrolling. The territory needed someone to guard it day and night, and he also planned to build arrow towers and watchtowers to strengthen the defense. At night, when Zhang Yanbin returned to his room, he found a large wooden barrel in the room. He guessed Nan Ningxi needed a bath, too. Perhaps she hadn't dared to because he was there. A thin curtain surrounded the tub, obscuring most of the view, but even with Zhang Yanbin's keen observation, he could still see a lot of details. Zhang Yanbin immediately checked Nan Ningxi's attributes. Nan Ningxi, God level, faction, Shenlong village loyalty, 82 intimacy, 78 skills, proficient in all internal affairs special bonus. All attributes of the territory increased by 100%. The intimacy level had reached 78, and Zhang Yanbin felt a surge of joy. This might have been because of dancing with her today, or perhaps because of his own struggle for territory. Regardless, Zhang Yanbin felt reassured to have Nan Ningxi around. Sitting on the bed, Zhang Yanbin opened the trading system and discovered that hundreds of territories had already reached level 2, with more items being traded. Why are they all short of food? He browsed around and found that almost all the transactions were for food. Silk cloth. 1 bolt of cloth only costs 10 units of grain. Zhang Yanbin thought Nan Ningxi might need some new clothes, so he decided to buy some cloth. I'll buy some cloth for Ningxi. She seems to only have 1 set of clothes, Zhang Yanbin thought to himself. He bought over 10 bolts of cloth at once. Oh, it's Brother Shenlong. Thank you for taking care of my business. After the transaction, a player named Wanwan sent a private message. Zhang Yanbin ignored her and continued browsing other items. Wanwan waited for a long time without receiving a response and seemed a little angry. I'm a beautiful woman after all, and he's ignoring me. Wanwan felt a little dissatisfied, but her anger quickly subsided. Zhang Yanbin continued to sell grain at the market. In reality, he was in urgent need of cash. He had earned over 2,000 copper coins from this transaction, bringing his total savings to 5,000 copper coins. Finally, he could continue playing the game without worry. Just then, he discovered a new trading item, a ship blueprint. A 500-ton ship blueprint, with dock blueprints, in exchange for 20,000 units of grain. This was exactly what Zhang Yanbin needed. His territory was near a large river, and he desperately needed a ship. Ningxi, I'd like to use 20,000 units of grain to purchase the blueprints for these 500-ton ships and simple docks. Do we have enough grain in our territory? Nan Ningxi, who was showering, suddenly stood up and faced Zhang Yanbin. Although separated by a thin gauze curtain, her reaction still made Zhang Yanbin a little embarrassed. The ship blueprints are great, Nan Ningxi said excitedly. I asked the carpenter to try to make it, but he never succeeded. With the blueprints, we can definitely make it. There's enough food, don't worry. Her tone was full of excitement. It was obvious that the ship blueprints were of vital importance to the territory. Zhang Yanbin didn't hesitate. He traded 10,000 units of wolf meat, 5,000 units of pork, and 5,000 units of wild fruit for the ship blueprints. As the transaction was complete, a message from the shady player surfaced. Clearly, he hadn't expected the 20,000 units of food to be sold. How the ship blueprints actually sold, he exclaimed in shock. Who is so generous that he actually has 20,000 units of food? Who is it? If there is any conspiracy, come to the forum and tell us. Many lords began to pay attention to the forum, guessing which lord had purchased the blueprint. Although there is no clear evidence, everyone generally suspects that it was Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin chose to remain silent and did not intend to publicly admit it. However, he still sent a private message to the shady agent. Friend, please keep this a secret. If you need to trade in the future, we can chat privately first to exchange information. Blackie quickly replied with a simple, okay. Did you buy the ship blueprints? Is your territory by the sea? Wanwan sent another message. But Zhang Yanbin still chose to ignore it, because whether he answered or not, it would reveal some information. He added some players as friends and could communicate with them through private messages, while more speculation and discussion could only be left in the forum. Chapter 9 Game. Reality? After a while, Nan Ningxi came out of the shower. Wrapped in a bath towel, her calves and everything were not covered. Although I was very careful when changing into pajamas, I couldn't resist Zhang Yanbin's sharp eyes. After Nan Ningxi fell asleep, Zhang Yanbin continued to browse some information. Occasionally, there will be some news about the Western continent, Northern continent, and Southern continent on the forum. Zhang Yinbin browses through some of them every night. These messages were sent by middlemen, and it is difficult to tell whether they are true or false. The news is isolated among the 4 continents. Some people got some information through offline means, but it is definitely not comprehensive and may even be false. The 4 continents may have already had spies spreading false information to each other. Fake news is still news, and something can be analyzed out of it. However, no one knows what the 4 continents and the other mysterious continents in between are like. Zhang Yinbin practiced the exercises for a while, and in the second half of the night, he hurriedly logged off. After logging off, I went to the bathroom first. Then prepare some nutritional reagents that can last for the whole day. When Zhang Yinbin picked up the cup, he squeezed it, and it broke into pieces. I didn't use much force. Zhang Yinbin now suspects that there is something wrong with his body. It just so happens that he has a lot of fitness equipment. There are arm exercises. He just took it and broke the arm bar with force. He hasn't been exercising much lately. Even if you exercise, your strength won't increase that quickly. Is it a game? Is it the 9 transformations of the divine dragon? Zhang Yinbin had already realized the problem, so he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to practice. Sure enough, a heat rose in my stomach. Looks like I need to move to a bigger place and get familiar with my power. Zhang Yinbin knew that he could no longer control his power. He hurried to the bathroom, took a shower, put on his helmet, and then played the game and went to bed. After waking up, Zhang Yinbin had completely changed. He treats the people in the game as real people in reality. They also regard the territory as their home. This is no longer a game. This is reality. Ningxi, good morning. Zhang Yinbin greeted her as if she were a family member. Morning, Lord. Ningxi is very smart and also noticed the changes in Zhang Yinbin. Whenever he goes out and meets people, Zhang Yinbin greets them warmly and sincerely. All the way to the training ground. Now, there are more than 50 people. Coach Yang. Zhang Yinbin greeted Yang Xiong first. Oh Lord, I dare not. Just call me Yang Xiong. Well, Master Yang, if someone's strength suddenly increases and they can't control it, what should they do? Yang Xiong was silent for a moment, then said, first, practice in the big direction. For example, the Lord can run and hit a tree with an iron rod. Once you reach a certain level, you need to practice with smaller movements, like bouncing a steel ball, and the force must be just right. Zhang Yinbin understood. So he said, thank you, Coach Yang. You guys continue training, and we'll set off in an hour. Zhang Yinbin turned back again. Ningxi, I bought you some silk to make a few sets of clothes. Remembering the fabrics he bought last night, Zhang Yinbin gave several pieces of fabric to Ningxi. Ningxi blushed immediately, but he still accepted the gift and whispered thank you. There were many people watching nearby, but no one made a fuss. Everyone thinks that this is a natural thing. Well, I'm going out today, and we'll try to deal with the wolves. I'm relying on you at home. Home. At this moment, Ningxi felt a little complicated and secretly happy. Zhang Yinbin took the iron rod and went outside. There were only bushes and grass nearby, and no big trees for him to practice. I practiced some stick techniques against the air, chopping, sweeping, and so on. The effect is not very good. Zhang Yinbin found a few stones to practice. Only by giving your all can you achieve good results. After practicing for half an hour, Zhang Yinbin went back. At this time, the lectures and drills on the training ground had been completed. More than 50 people, led by Yang Xiong and Chen Fang, are ready. Zhang Yinbin didn't waste any words. Set off. Set off. Under the gaze of many residents of the territory, they are going out to fight for the territory. Everyone quickly disappeared from their sight. Came to the place where the battle took place yesterday. It's still a mess here, but they continued to go deeper. We walked for 5 miles and saw traces of wild wolves everywhere, but we didn't see any wolf pack. They continued to move forward. 10 miles further ahead are the mountains. After hesitating for a moment, this hidden danger must be eliminated. Many people sent by Ningxi were unable to explore this area because it was full of wolves. Walk. Continue west and walk about 10 miles. It's already past noon. Everyone rested on the spot and ate something. We walked for a while longer. They arrived at the foot of a mountain range. And under this mountain, they finally found their target. Wolf pack. A group of wild wolves lined up at the foot of the mountain, looking at them. Perhaps, the double anti-fighting knew that this was the decisive battle. This time, Zhang Yinbin and his team had more people. Ouch. Kill. Both sides didn't waste any time and attacked together. Zhang Yinbin is already very proficient in stick techniques. Of course, kill in. This time, he didn't hit the wolf's body, but directly hit its legs. With one blow of the stick, the wolf was killed. More than 100 wolves besieged Chen Fong and his men. However, Chen Fong commanded well, and the formation was not broken. Zhang Yinbin beat Xifang to death. The iron stick swept across, and no matter how hard the wild wolves' heads were, Zhang Yinbin did not hit them, but directly hit their legs. If the legs are broken, the attack power is lost. On Chen Fang's side, some were defending and some were attacking. Many wild wolves were also killed. The wolf pack is gradually decreasing. Ouch! Another roar. The wolves retreated. When they retreated, only a few dozen were left. Ding system prompt. The Wild Wolf King wants to sign a Guardian Beast contract with you. Do you accept? Zhang Yinbin was stunned for a moment, but finally agreed. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for being the first to sign a Territory Guardian Beast contract. Reward: 10,000 copper coins, 500 territory reputation, a random blueprint, and an increase in the Guardian Beast's level by 1. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Guardian Beast ranking system opened. Players, please check it yourself. Big Boss. What is this Guardian Beast? There is this Zhuge Shenlong. Who is he? Brother Zhuge, you're amazing. I'm 18, I have long legs, and I can do all kinds of positions. On the public screen, immediately 999 plus. Of course, Zhang Yinbin didn't have time to watch it. He was now about to understand this Guardian Beast. Can you understand what I'm saying? The Wolf King nodded to show that he understood. Well, from now on, you can't harm anyone who is my subject. Also, patrol the surroundings. If you spot any enemies, surround them immediately and notify me. Of course, if the opponent is too strong and you can't defeat them, don't fight hard. Save your strength and come to notify me. The Wolf King nodded again. He really understood. Zhang Yinbin immediately felt relieved, as the threat to the territory was resolved. The system also rewarded him with 10,000 yuan, which can be used to do a lot of things in reality. Take me to your lair. Leave this place to my people. The ground was covered with the corpses of wild wolves, and it was difficult for the Wolf King and his men to deal with them. The Wolf King nodded and turned away. He growled a few times, and the rest of the wolves scattered. From then on, the wild wolves would no longer harm them. Chapter 10. Zhuling Fruit and Bandits. The Wolf King took him to his lair. He growled a few times before taking Zhang Yinbin in. Inside was a female wolf and 2 young wolf cubs. Only at this time did Zhang Yinbin understand why the Wolf King surrendered. It's all for these 2 little wolf cubs. Zhang Yinbin squatted down, touched the Wolf King, and said, "From now on, we are a family." The Wolf King growled and nodded. Only at this time did Zhang Yinbin have time to look at the ranking system. Guardian Beast, Wolf. Level, King. Affiliation, Shenlong Village. Ability? This is public information and everyone can see it. There is only one lonely one on top. And Zhang Yinbin can see the detailed information of the Wolf King. Guardian Beast, Wolf. Level, King. Affiliation, Shenlong Village. Abilities, summon wolves to fight, patrol territory, and issue early warnings. Very good ability. Good. Protect these 2 wolf cubs well. I'll come see you tomorrow. I also want to go into the mountains to take a look. Zhang Yinbin touched the soft fur on his back again and then left. Don't send it off. Zhang Yinbin and his team must carry the corpses of the wild wolves back, for they are worried that the Wolf King will be sad when seeing them. Zhang Yinbin returned victorious again. Some people who stayed behind, upon hearing the news, came out to welcome them and cheer for them. The Lord is mighty, the Lord is mighty. Zhang Yinbin enjoyed their cheers. This time, we also brought back more than 10,000 units of food. Some wild wolves were not seriously injured. Zhang Yinbin asked them to bandage them and did not bring them back. Ning, she was in front of everyone. Zhang Yinbin walked up to her and whispered, "The crisis is over." Ning, she nodded slightly, smiled, and said, "The Lord is mighty." In fact, Ning, she also received the news of the Wolf King's surrender, so she knew it a long time ago. Ning, she teased him, and Zhang Yinbin just smiled. It wasn't very late yet. Zhang Yinbin asked someone to get him some wooden stakes and other things. He wants to train. Moreover, the wooden stakes must be very thick. At the same time, some stones were brought in for him to practice. In the evening, Zhang Yinbin went running first. After running for a while, he started training with an iron rod. The wooden stake was broken into pieces by him in a short while, and his iron rod was also broken by him. After throwing away the iron rod, Zhang Yinbin was covered in sweat. But it feels very good. Return to the room in the administrative center. Nan Ningxi had just finished taking a shower. "Don't mind, I need to wash too." Nan Ningxi responded, wrapped in a bath towel. Zhang Yinbin is not polite. "Go take a shower too. I just felt a fragrance in the bathtub. This must be the scent of Nan Ningxi." Her changed clothes were placed next to it. Some intimate clothing. But Zhang Yinbin was not a pervert and did not move. After taking a shower, Zhang Yinbin went to sit down again. He starts planning now. The skills in this game can actually be brought into reality. However, in reality, he has not yet been able to master his power. So, he had to find a place. Sit down and practice first. Wait for Ningxi to fall asleep and Zhang Yinbin to log off. After going offline, he was very careful, but despite being very careful, he still broke a lot of things. I checked it on my tablet. Are you kidding me? This villa deep in the mountains only has one room, and it costs 30,000 a month. This is still outside the mountains. After checking some information about the house, Zhang Yinbin was helpless. Because, in the past decade or so, the environment has changed suddenly and urban environmental pollution is very serious. Rich people no longer live in the city. The deeper into the mountains they live, the more classy they are. Throw away the tablet. For the time being, he does not have the ability to rent a house. There is still 15,000 yuan in the account, all earned from playing games. Go to the game, there's everything in the game. After logging into the game, Zhang Yinbin began to check the transaction information again. He is no longer interested in ordinary things. Nameless spiritual fruit, unknown effect, sold for 5,000 units of food. While browsing, Zhang Yinbin found a fruit, although it was red. However, the light that shines is not ordinary. Zhang Yinbin felt that this thing was not simple, so he bought it directly. Afterwards, I added the other person as a friend. The other party's name is Ba Dao. Brother Ba Dao, I wonder where you got this thing. I was just trying out the Ba Dao, but I didn't expect that Zhuge Shenlong actually bought it. Brother Zhuge, I really don't know what this is for. I found it while hunting in the mountains. The transaction was completed, so Zhang Yinbin didn't ask any more questions. Then he browsed some things, but nothing he wanted. So he went to sleep. The next day, wake up. Ningxi, good morning. My lord, good morning too. The two of them greeted each other with a smile. Then we went out to do some work together. Lord, the ship should be completed today. Do you want to go and take a look? Zhang Yinbin shook his head and said, we'll see tomorrow. Today I'm going to the mountains and lead the team to explore and see if there's any danger. Okay, I'll take care of the territory. Ningxi is confident, and she manages the territory very well. By the way, do you know what this thing is and what it's used for? Zhang Yinbin took out the Zhuling fruit. This thing is for wild beasts to eat. It can help them advance. Ningxi knew it at a glance. Ha ha ha, you're such a good wife. You know all this. I didn't make a bad purchase this time. Zhang Yinbin was very happy. Ningxi blushed slightly. These words were a bit ambiguous. But she immediately said, this thing is usually guarded by spirit beasts, so it's not easy to get it. This sentence made Zhang Yinbin feel that this Ba Dao was no simple beast, as it could actually be used to fight spirit beasts. In fact, they really went to fight. Hundreds of people were mobilized to fight. As a result, they failed to kill the spirit beast, and many people were killed or injured. I felt that the trip should not be in vain, so when I saw that the fruit was not simple, I picked it. Okay, I'll give it to the Wolf King. I'm leaving. Zhang Yinbin set out with a team of 30 people, and the rest were to protect the territory. When they arrived at the Wolf King's territory, he gathered the remaining 50 or so wild wolves to welcome Zhang Yinbin and his party. It looks a bit miserable. There were originally more than 200 wild wolves. Wolf King, here's something good. I'll give it to you. When the Wolf King saw the Zhuling fruit, his eyes suddenly lit up. You're welcome. Here you go. The Wolf King rushed over and took away the Zhuling fruit. Then he gave it to a wolf cub nearby. The little wolf cub thought it was delicious and ate it all in just 2 or 3 bites. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for obtaining a king-level guardian spirit beast, the wolf cub. Another guardian spirit beast? Zhang Yinbin quickly opened it and saw that the top 2 on the list belonged to Shenlong village. Good stuff, 5,000 grains, it's worth it. Wolf King, we need to investigate the surrounding situation. The Wolf King immediately turned around and headed in another direction. Everyone followed. Bandits. Zhang Yinbin and his team actually saw a mountain stronghold with bandits inside. Go back first. Chapter 11. Suppressing the bandits. Surprisingly, there are bandits here. The Wolf King signaled that these bandits should go to the other side. This was his territory, and these bandits did not dare to come over. There are bandits here, they must be eliminated. Moreover, Zhang Yinbin also wanted to fight because the bandits had money on them. However, you must not sacrifice too much and must understand the other party's situation. Zhang Yinbin first made some inquiries. They investigated for hours. There are not many people in the entire village. There are about 90 people. However, the stronghold has a gate guarded by 8 people, which is a bit troublesome. You can't rush in right away. After understanding the situation of the bandits, Zhang Yinbin carefully made a plan. Wolf King, Take a few wolf cubs with you to attract their attention and be careful. Chen Fong, lead the others to use shields and directly break the door with violence. And I will rush in immediately. With our preparation, we can completely destroy this stronghold. Zhang Yanbin was determined to destroy these strongholds in order to eliminate all threats to the territory. Okay, Lord, I'll listen to you. Everyone listened to Zhang Yanbin, and after Zhang Yanbin had some conversation with the Wolf King understood. In the afternoon, the action began. Several wild wolves suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village. This made everyone in the village feel strange. So the village chief sent a few people out to investigate. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Zhang Yanbin and his men suddenly launched a sneak attack and killed several people. Superior. After getting rid of a few people, there are only 2 people left at the entrance of the village, so there is no need to worry at this time. Enemy attack. The gatekeeper shouted, and the bandits inside heard it. But it was too late. Zhang Yanbin and Chen Fong each solved one. Afterwards, several people holding shields hit the door together, and the door was directly knocked open. There are only a few houses in the village, with a large open space in the middle. Kill. Zhang Yanbin was hit on the head with a stick and was knocked away. The bandits inside hurried out to fight. At this time, several wild wolves pounced forward. These wild wolves are very scary. Turning around in the venue, they only pounced from behind. Knock the person down and run away. A few wild wolves made it impossible for the bandits to gather together, and they were scared and ran around everywhere. However, Chen Fong was commanding a regular army with shields, so he crushed the enemy directly. No one can stop Zhang Yanbin's iron stick. At the beginning, a fierce man rushed towards Zhang Yanbin with a big knife that was shining. Great force works wonders, kill. Zhang Yanbin only knew basic stick techniques, so he used all his strength and struck down with one stick. The big man, holding the knife with both hands, blocked. The big man fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Zhang Yanbin's stick hit the big knife, breaking it directly, and then hit the bandit's shoulder, causing him to fall unconscious. With the help of the wild wolves, the entire stronghold was quickly wiped out. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for wiping out a level 1 stronghold. Reward: a horse farm, 10,000 copper coins, and 500 territory reputation. Oh my god, it's only been a few days since the server opened, and the copycats have been wiped out. Oh my god, it took several of us a long time to plan and kill a bandit. There are at least 100 people in a mountain stronghold. Given the current strength of the players, it would take down the stronghold without at least 500 people. When the announcement came out, everyone was stunned. The reason is that, right now, the second level territory probably only has about 1,000 people. There are more than 1,000 people, and someone is needed to collect a large amount of basic resources, especially food. There are usually only a few dozen people who can fight, and they kill the bandits one by one. Whoever is like Zhang Yanbin will directly wipe out the entire village. In fact, if Zhang Yanbin himself did not have the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, his power would be extremely powerful, and if he did not have the help of the Wild Wolf. Then there is the regular army-like team, led by Chen Fong. These factors allowed Zhang Yanbin to get the first kill in eliminating the bandits. Clean up the battlefield quickly. Zhang Yanbin said something. He also began to observe the village. The stronghold can choose to occupy, destroy, or not. If you don't select it, it will be refreshed after a while. And Zhang Yanbin chose to destroy it directly. Occupying this place is of no use for the time being, as his territory now only has more than 1,500 people. Refresh. Zhang Yanbin doesn't want any threats around his territory. Besides, he will soon send someone to explore the resources here. Reporting to the Lord, we have seized 30,000 units of grain, 15,630 copper coins, 73 silver coins, and a number of weapons. Weapons, lots of them. There are hundreds of swords, spears, swords and halberds, everything. Zhang Yanbin picked up one of the knives. Ordinary broadsword, plus 10 attack power, durability 99. Chen Fong, this broadsword increases attack power by 10. Why doesn't our spear have it? Zhang Yanbin looked at the big knife and became confused. Lord, our blacksmith is just an ordinary blacksmith, and he doesn't have any weapon blueprints, so the weapons he makes are all ordinary weapons. Zhang Yanbin nodded in understanding. Okay, take everything back. We've got a good harvest today. They only injured a few people, and the entire village was destroyed. There are more than 100 weapons. There were more than 10,000 copper coins and more than 70 silver coins. In the game, 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin, and 100 gold coins equal 1 diamond. This time, Zhang Yanbin earned more than 20,000 yuan. He also has 30,000 yuan in savings. In reality, you can live for several months without having to work and just focus on playing games. The bandits captured more than 20 people, including the bandit leader who fainted. There were many cars in the village, and all the useful things were packed up and taken back. As soon as the announcement came out, several people who had added him as a friend sent private messages to Zhang Yanbin. But Zhang Yanbin didn't care at all. Boss, do you have any strategies? Boss, do you have anything good? Scumbag, why don't you say something back? Wang had sent many messages to Zhang Yanbin before, but Zhang Yanbin never replied. Zhang Yanbin and his team returned victorious, and it was almost evening when the team arrived at the village entrance. At this time, many people were watching there. The Lord has won another victory. The Lord is truly majestic. The Lord is awesome. Many people welcomed Zhang Yanbin at the village entrance. The battle was won. At this time, the forum was very popular, and 1/3 of the topics were about Zhang Yanbin. However, Zhang Yanbin didn't pay any attention at all. After returning to the territory, Zhang Yanbin first handed the supplies to Nan Ningxi and asked her to distribute them. As for weapons, Zhang Yanbin wanted to see if he could sell them. He only planned to keep the spears. At present, it would be better to form a team composed entirely of spearmen. There are too few people. Yang Xiong selected a few more people today. In the evening, returned to the cabin in the administrative center. Nan Ningxi had already made the silk into clothes, but had not had time to put them on. At this time, she went to take a shower. Listening to the sound of showering, Zhang Yanbin said, Ningxi, we got the blueprints for a horse ranch today. Whether there are horses or not, let's build it first. Yeah, okay. Ningxi answered while taking a shower, then said, the boat is already built. Do you want to go and see it tomorrow? Of course, I'll go check it out tomorrow. The two asked and answered each other. Zhang Yanbin started looking at the transaction information. He posted those weapons with attributes. Oh my god, boss, you're selling this weapon too. Boss, how much are you selling weapons? Soon after it was posted, people started talking in the forum. There are still many people who want to add him as a friend. The queue for adding friends was already 99.99 plus, but Zhang Yanbin didn't even look at it and just deleted it with one click. Chapter 12 Fire Cloud Stone. Zhang Yanbin just posted the item, but did not mention the transaction price. He didn't know what it would sell for. Now, many players are still short of food, but Zhang Yanbin has no shortage of it. At this moment, the Eagles, with whom he had traded before, contacted him. At the beginning, he sold the basic knife skills to Zhang Yanbin. I have Fire Cloud Stone here. Take a look at its properties. I want to exchange it with you for weapons. Fire Cloud Stone can be used to make weapons with burning effect. How do I change it? Fire Cloud Stone, it seems to be very good. 1,000 units for 10 knives. Zhang Yanbin submitted the transaction information without hesitation. The two of them completed the transaction quickly. Fire Cloud Stone can be added when making weapons to increase the burning effect. It seems that it is time to explore the resources around the territory. Then, Zhang Yanbin hung up the rest of the weapons. Either a weapon is sold for 1,000 copper coins, or a special item is used to make the deal. At this time, there were still people looking to buy food. Zhang Yanbin just happened to have a lot of them, so he sold some. In this way, he had 60,000 yuan in his hands. It's time to move to a new place. The power of a body, if not mastered, is extremely dangerous. In reality, his power cannot be controlled because it is growing too fast. Often, he would just crush anything he picked up. Last night, he went to the toilet, and when he turned the door, it broke. The transaction was completed and Nan Ningxi had already finished her shower. She changed into her new clothes. Suddenly, Zhang Yanbin was stunned. Nan Ningxi looked like an immortal when she put on the new clothes made of fine silk. Truly, a fairy descended from the sky. It's beautiful. Zhang Yanbin said it without any hesitation. Nan Ningxi's face turned slightly red. I don't know if it was because of the shower or because Zhang Yanbin praised her. After Nan Ningxi finished taking a shower, Zhang Yanbin also went to take a shower. Wash off in a fragrant atmosphere. Afterwards, Zhang Yanbin sat cross-legged and began to practice the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. In the middle of the night, Zhang Yanbin went offline. After logging off, I took some nutrient solution. It has no taste and can last a whole day at a time. Then, in real life, I also drink water, go to the toilet, and take a shower. Afterwards, Zhang Yanbin started looking at the information about the villa in the mountains. Are you kidding me? 5,000 a month, for a room, not a villa. Houses in cities are very cheap now, and the house Zhang Yanbin lives in is his own. However, the deeper the villa is in the mountains, the more expensive it is. Because the environment is good, Zhang Yanbin looked for it. Let's rent something more expensive and go directly into the mountains. Otherwise, how can I practice secretly? There are not many villas in the mountains. Zhang Yinbin found a villa, which required climbing over several hills to get to. The rent for a house is 8,000 yuan a month. Zhang Yinbin decided to rent it. Now, he can afford to rent it. He rented the house online. It is actually a room on the second floor of the villa. The house is not small, only 50 square meters, but it costs 8,000 yuan a month. After paying 3 months' rent, Zhang Yinbin simply packed up his things. Just a suitcase. It was the middle of the night, so he didn't go there right away. He planned to go there tomorrow. After doing this, he went back to the game. I fell asleep for a while during the game, and it was dawn. It is also a pleasure to get up and see the ethereal Nan Ningxi. Morning, Lord. Ningxi, good morning. Let's go to the pier together today. Zhang Yinbin extended an invitation to Nan Ningxi. Okay, to be honest, I've been staying in the territory since I arrived. I haven't been outside much. Well, let's go have breakfast. Now conditions are better and they have dedicated tables. Well, today's food seems to be better than yesterday's. Nan Ningxi smiled and said, Yesterday, we hired 2 new chefs, and their cooking skills are quite good. Zhang Yinbin just nodded. One of the bad things about this game is that you can't see the character's level information. This made Zhang Yinbin feel helpless. They both finished eating. Then, they walked towards the river side by side. On the way, the two briefly discussed the future development of the territory. Lord, I suggest that we don't build a horse ranch for the time being. We haven't found any war horses yet. Once we have them, we can build it somewhere far away from the administrative center. Well, you make the arrangements. The northern part of the territory is safe now. The wolves and bandits there have been eliminated. Send a few more people to explore the resources there. Good. The two chatted and arrived at the river. A simple pier. A ship has docked there. A ship of 500 tons is not considered small. A dozen sailors are also in place. Very good. You guys go fishing first and see if there are many or few fish in the river. Several sailors came aboard. Then the ropes were untied and the boat headed towards the middle of the river. When they reached the middle of the river, a big net was thrown out. Good fellow. From a distance, Zhang Yinbin saw that quite a few fish were pulled up. With one net, there are about 300 kilograms of fish. Lord, that's great. From now on, we can send fewer people to collect wild vegetables and fruits. Nan Ningxi was also excited. This can catch fish, which is very good. Well, how long will it take to build this ship? The wood is from before, and it's not very suitable for shipbuilding. I'm afraid it will need repairs every 2 days. Tomorrow, I will arrange for people to go to the north and cut down some large trees, hardwood suitable for shipbuilding. Nan Ningxi had thought of all these, so Zhang Yinbin didn't have to think too much. Well, the food problem has been solved. Later, assign more people to Yang Xiong. Give him all the suitable ones and train them into an army. Also, build more ships as soon as possible. I want to know what the situation is like upstream and downstream. In the territory, only the northern side is safe now. That was the Wolf King's territory, and there were wolves watching over it for him. Next is the south, which is blocked by a river more than 1,000 meters wide. We just need to send people to operate here. As for the other 2 directions, the east side has only been explored for more than 20 miles and is a flat area. There are quite a few rabbits and other things. No major harm has been found so far. Zhang Yinbin watched the fishing. If you use the network in one place, you will find quite a lot. However, Zhang Yinbin knew that it was impossible for there to always be fish in one place. We cast several nets and caught a total of about 500 kilograms or 500 units. Then we have to go downstream or upstream to take a look. It's only about 5 miles from our territory. We can dig a canal to our territory and build some fish ponds. We can put the leftover fish directly into the ponds instead of drying them. Zhang Yinbin gave some suggestions. Yes, sure. We'll do it in a couple of days when we have more manpower. Zhang Yinbin looked at the other side of the river. He planned to take people there to take a look. The two of them looked at the ship and then walked back. Lord, we expect to be able to upgrade our territory to level 3 tomorrow. 3rd level territory? So fast. Previously, the trading system was opened in the 2nd level territory. What will happen to the 3rd level? Chapter 13 Upgrade Rewards. Today, Zhang Yinbin did not go out all day. There are a lot of new people in the territory. There are now more than 2,800 people. In the early stages of the game, in order to reduce difficulty, the only condition for upgrading is population. Level 3 requires 3,000 people, which can be reached tomorrow. But, in fact, this is very difficult. Because a larger population means that a larger amount of food will be consumed every day. Before solving the food problem, the Lord would not dare to recruit people at will. If we recruit too many people, we won't be able to keep up with the food supply. Therefore, although some territories have refreshed the refugees, they can only refuse entry. In the early stages of the game, this allows players to avoid having to do so much calculation and consider all aspects. It is indeed easier to get started. The only thing to consider is the relationship between population and food. There is also the issue of how to coordinate division of labor. I believe that by the third level, these players will be able to do it. Zhang Yinbin had a hunch that there would be big changes when he reached level 3. A game like this, which can connect martial arts with reality, is definitely not that simple. In the early stages of the game, this is just to allow players to adapt. After returning, Zhang Yinbin went to training. He asked someone to make some iron rods specifically for his training. His strength is constantly growing. In the evening, after taking a shower, Zhang Yinbin logged off directly this time. After logging off, I carried my suitcase and hailed a taxi. Then, we arrived directly at the foot of the mountain. When we reached the foot of the mountain, the car couldn't go up. Carrying the suitcase, Zhang Yinbin walked for about half an hour before reaching the villa halfway up the mountain. When the person approaches, the facial recognition system opens the door for Zhang Yinbin directly. All the procedures have been completed online. The villa has 3 floors and more than 10 rooms. Zhang Yinbin rented the second floor. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling window on the side facing the back mountain, and only glass, but no wall on the side facing the mountain. Of course, the glass of the 1980s has more functions than just glass. It can change color at any time so that it cannot be seen by the outside world. At the same time, it is also a huge display screen that can play videos. After simply arranging the room, it was already late at night. I ate something, went to the bathroom, and went straight to the game without taking a shower. It is very easy to fall asleep in the game. I can lie down as soon as I feel sleepy and fall asleep in less than a minute. Wake. Looking closer, that graceful figure, get up first. Zhang Yinbin just got up. Good morning, Ningxi. Lord, don't go out today. Upgrading to level 3 will bring about major changes. Zhang Yinbin was stunned. Actually, Nan Ningxi is from this continent. Could it be that she knows something? Good. Nan Ningxi did the same as usual. After dinner, she arranged some things. She did it very well and quickly. Then just waiting for refugees to come and seek refuge. It was almost noon when Nan Ningxi finished the procedures for the 3,000th resident. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for being the first to upgrade his territory to level 3. Rewards include an epic hero, 1,000 silver coins, a high-level weapon blueprint, and a warhorse. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. After the territory is upgraded to level 3, the level and attributes of the residents within the territory can be viewed. Ding system prompt. Attention, player Zhuge Shenlong. In 3 days, the territory will face a primary test. Please select the difficulty level, easy, hard, or hell. Simple will cause some damage to the territory, and the rewards are average. Difficulty. The territory may suffer great damage, and passing the test will bring rich rewards. Hell level. The territory may be destroyed, and the player will lose the qualification of Lord. The reward will be doubled when passing the test for the first time. Ding system prompt. Attention, player Zhuge Shenlong. Since you are the first in the entire server to upgrade to a level 3 territory, you will automatically be assigned a regional level mission. Please be prepared. Zhang Yinbin didn't have time to consider which level to choose. The system has already made the choice for him. Regional level. Zhang Yinbin was stunned for a long time before slowly accepting this reality. Ningxi, something big is really going to happen. Zhang Yinbin briefly explained the system's mission to her. Lord, nothing is absolute. We must be prepared for any consequences. The system has helped you choose. What is Zhang Yinbin still doing? Of course, we have to prepare well for the battle. When the system announcement came out, everyone was dumbfounded. It's Zhuge Shenlong again. Zhuge Shenlong, where is your territory? Sell it to me, and I will pay you 5 million federal coins. I'll give you 10 million. Upstairs, don't drive up the price of B. No, drive up the price of the territory. I'll give you 20 million. Zhuge Shenlong, we can work together. In the forum, one person after another was speaking. However, Zhang Yinbin didn't even look at any forum news. At this time, a big man came over. He held a sledgehammer and wore armor. He walked 5 meters away from Zhang Yinbin and knelt on one knee. Your subordinate, Thunderstorm, greets the Lord and his wife. This Thunderstorm really lives up to its name. He was holding a big hammer, was big in build, and had an even louder voice. 2 red clouds appeared on Nan Ningxi's face. Zhang Yinbin naturally knew why. So he said, stand up, this is the deputy lord of our Shenlong territory. This Thunderstorm seems to be a little bit stupid. He simply couldn't tell the difference between the lord's wife and the deputy lord. Now, for the 3rd level territory, you can view the level and attributes. Thunderstorm, epic. Affiliation, Shenlong Village. Skill, Thunder God's Art, epic. Skill, Thunderhammer, epic. Loyalty, 100. After looking at these attributes, Zhang Yinbin saw a lot of things. Kung Fu is not the same as skills. This technique might be something that can be brought into reality. The qualities of characters in the game can be divided into B, A, S, SS, SSS, Epic, Legend, Myth. There are 8 levels in total. And Nan Ningxi is a mythical figure. Soon, a man came in leading a horse. Report to the Lord. This horse appeared directly outside the territory, and I will bring it here. Zhang Yinbin looked at the war horse, which was completely white and extremely majestic, with its eyes full of pride. At this moment, the war horse neighed to the sky, announcing his presence. Lei Bao, standing by, looked at the war horse with envy and said, "What a nice horse, Lord. Is this the one for me? Are you worthy?" Zhang Yinbin rolled his eyes. How could this thunderstorm be so blind? Just a big fool. Lei Bao wanted to go forward and touch it, but the white horse dodged him. Zhang Yinbin walked over, touched its head, and patted it gently. The war horse also rubbed its head against Zhang Yinbin to show affection. Very good. Since we are called Shenlong Village and Shenlong Territory, you will be called Little White Dragon from now on. Little White Dragon, King level. Affiliation, Shenlong Village. Skills, travel 1,000 miles a day, domain deterrence. The system reward has been obtained. 1,000 silver coins is 100,000 yuan, which can solve many problems for Zhang Yinbin. The weapon blueprint fell directly into his backpack. Zhang Yinbin took it out and took a look. Zhuge crossbow, fast attack speed, strong penetration, requires a high-level craftsman. I am worthy of being called Zhuge Shenlong. Even the rewarded weapon is the Zhuge crossbow. Chapter 14 Training. Now, the territory is at level 3. You can view the properties. The first thing Zhang Yinbin had to do was to reorganize the army. He has to train at least 500 people within these 3 days. He selected the right people. Zhang Yinbin requires that the minimum level must be S. What he wants is an elite team. Other things, such as fishing, hunting, and farming, can be done by people of lower levels. After a round of selection, there were only 106 S level, 36 SS level, and 9 SSS level in the entire territory. And above them, there is a thunderstorm and a lemon sunset. Let Yang Xiong train these more than 100 soldiers first. Thunderstorm, let him fight, he will. To train the troops, Yang Xiong and Chen Fong are still needed. The entire territory entered a state of war preparation. However, fishing and hunting must continue. There is no delay in collecting food. The blacksmith shop became busy. Others dug stones and created various obstacles and traps. And where is Zhang Yinbin at this time? Galloping on flat ground. He learned how to ride a horse after a while. Then he started running in his own territory. At this moment, he was full of energy and vigor. In the afternoon, he made an appointment with Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, I haven't mastered my strength yet. You're just the right sparring partner for me, so I can quickly master it. In the open space, the Thunderstorm stood there like an iron tower. Thunderstorm, looking at the sky with an arrogant look, said, "Lord, you can attack with all your strength, but I have the attribute of thunder, so you have to be careful." Zhang Yinbin naturally knew that his current strength did not pose much threat to the Thunderstorm. He wasn't polite either. He took the iron rod and swung it over. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yinbin doesn't have much structure. It's just an expression of his power. Only by releasing all his strength can he quickly master the power. Interesting. When Zhang Yinbin attacked fiercely, he found that the thunder attribute brought by the thunderstorm was transmitted through the weapon. This will gradually paralyze his hands and reduce his combat effectiveness. It really is a perverted attribute. However, Zhang Yinbin also discovered that every time he was paralyzed, as long as he activated the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, the paralysis effect would be lifted. Zhang Yinbin kept attacking fiercely, and the iron rod hit Thunderstorm's hammer firmly. The more it hits, the more surprising the thunderstorm becomes. Because Zhang Yinbin's fighting power has not weakened at all, but has become stronger with each battle. His own thunder power seemed to have no effect on Zhang Yinbin, until Zhang Yinbin broke the iron rod, threw it on the ground, and said, "No more beatings. Let's continue practicing tomorrow. Now I can control the strength." Lei Bao still had an arrogant look on his face, but he no longer dared to underestimate this lord whose strength was not very strong. "Lord, it's still a long time before you catch up with me." Zhang Yinbin ignored him, sweating all over, and said, "Let's go." After returning to the administrative center, I took a shower and changed my clothes. "Then go find Ningxi." "Ningxi, I have to leave for a while. I'll leave this place to you." "Okay, Lord, don't worry." Zhang Yinbin returned to the administrative center and then went offline directly. He wants to familiarize himself with the new environment. He moved to a new place in order to get familiar with the power as quickly as possible. In reality, it was noon. I went to the bathroom first. Then, Zhang Yinbin tiptoed out of the house. Hey, are you new here? As soon as I went out, a girl in pajamas came out from the opposite side. She has a great figure and pretty face. She is a rare beauty. Yeah, I just got here last night. The girl found herself in her pajamas without any underwear, so she hurried in and said dissatisfiedly, "Why is there a man here?" Zhang Yinbin was helpless because when he rented the house online, he didn't know who lived there. He went downstairs and went straight to the back mountain. The air here is indeed much better than in the city, but it still can't compare to the air in the game. There are many big trees and scattered stones in the back mountain. Here, we try our best to maintain the original appearance and not carry out any development. Zhang Yinbin walked very fast, and in about half an hour, he was over the top of the mountain. On the other side, it is a completely virgin forest. The Earth Federation stipulates that in order to protect the environment, even large mountains can only be developed halfway, and the other half must remain in its original state. That's right, I'll try it. There was no iron rod here, so Zhang Yinbin broke off a tree trunk and used it as an iron rod. The tree trunk hit the stone, and after a few hits, the wooden stick broke into pieces. Looks like I need to order some alloy steel for practice. It's not a waste of time to come here, so Zhang Yinbin just uses his fists. Treat the big tree as a sandbag and punch it. The big tree shook violently. After a while, he had made a hole in the tree trunk. Zhang Yinbin took another stone and scratched the hole to prevent it from being seen as being caused by a fist. I can only adapt a little bit and get familiar with the environment here first. Zhang Yinbin began to grope around in the back mountain. He will be coming here at night, so he must get familiar with the place during the day. He is now full of strength and can run fast in the mountains. Sometimes, when you grab a stone, you use too much force and break it. After searching back and forth twice, there was indeed no sign of human activity here. He also tried to find a few alternative locations. Afterwards, he came back another way. There are still a lot of people moving around in the hills behind the villa. There are only 10 villas on the entire mountain, which is not too many. It is estimated that there are no more than 100 people living there. This is a relatively remote place, not where people gather. Zhang Yinbin returned to the villa. But at the door, it was blocked. It's the woman next door to him. You're new here, so you need to understand the rules here. The other party stared at Zhang Yinbin and spoke rudely. Zhang Yinbin just nodded slightly, not because the other person was pretty, but because he didn't want to get involved and the game was more important. First, there are 5 of us here, and you're the only man. This is a public area, so please dress appropriately and don't smoke. Second, no noise is allowed at any time. 3, don't visit. 4, don't bring anyone else. 5. Zhang Yinbin listened patiently. Then he said, well, we can't visit each other. This is a good rule. Zhang Yinbin doesn't want to be disturbed while playing the game. The other party was stunned for a moment. Then he didn't say anything more. My name is Dong Xiaowan. Everyone here plays Lord of the Citizens. Do you want to play? Playing, that's why I moved here. Dong Xiaowan nodded. She was just testing the waters, but she didn't expect that Zhang Yinbin really came here to play games. What's the name of the game? Nobody. Forget it. I'm too lazy to get to know you. Even though we are neighbors, we don't have much of a relationship. However, if there's any game information in the future, we can still trade with each other. Nothing else, that's all. After saying that, Dong Xiaowan returned to her room. Zhang Yinbin was helpless and shook his head. He went back to take a shower, drink nutrient solution, and then prepared to enter the game. Chapter 15. That's it? Back to the game. It was already game night. At this time, Nan Ningxi also came back to rest. Lord, the army has recruited 200 people today and has been strengthening its training. There are still 2 days left before the test. The two chatted for a while. Zhang Yinbin just sat there looking at the transaction information. There are already too many territories that can be traded. At this point, it was too much to watch. Zhang Yinbin saw all kinds of strange props and didn't know what they were used for. At this time, he only wanted to directly improve the combat effectiveness of the territory. I looked around for a while, but didn't buy anything. He turned off the trading system, sat cross-legged, and began to practice his skills. The day passed like this. Second wake up. Zhang Yinbin went to see the army first, and after watching for a while, he asked Lei Bao to go out and fight. Zhang Yinbin started attacking wildly with the iron rod again. That's strange. How come the Lord's strength has increased so quickly in just one day? Thunderstorm was secretly frightened. Zhang Yinbin's strength is growing quite fast. This time, Zhang Yinbin directly broke several iron rods. In the game, his power is considered to be mastered. However, if the growth continues tomorrow, training will have to continue. Zhang Yinbin did not go out that day. He bought some basic resources on the trading system. Stone, wood and iron ore. Wood, used to build arrow towers. Stone, build city walls. Iron ore is naturally used to make weapons. The equipment made by these blacksmiths has no attributes. The entire territory is also developing rapidly. On the third day, Zhang Yanbin made final preparations. Then, wait for the challenge. At this moment, the entire game was watching, wanting to know how Zhang Yanbin would pass the test. I guess Zhuge Shenlong will definitely choose the difficult level. It's still safer at the normal level. It is also possible to choose a regional level. Whoever chooses the hell level is a fool. On the third night, the forum was very lively. The system does not announce what level is selected, so others do not know. A group of people were speculating, and some hoped that Zhang Yanbin would not survive. Zhang Yanbin was not affected. Continue preparing for battle. Finally, another morning arrived. Today, they will be put to the test of the system. And it's hell level. In the morning, Zhang Yanbin and Nan Ningxi went out together. One is wearing armor and looks majestic. One, wearing embroidered clothes, looks like an immortal. Ningxi, believe me, I will protect you and our territory. Zhang Yanbin has already regarded the game as reality. Although today is a hell level test, Zhang Yanbin will do his best. Nan Ningxi's expression didn't change at all. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for gaining +5 favorability and +10 loyalty from the God level hero Nan Ningxi. Nan Ningxi, God level. Power, Shenlong Village. Loyalty, 92. Intimacy, 83. Skills, proficient in all internal affairs. Special bonus. All attributes of the territory increase by 100%. Nan Ningxi's expression didn't change, but the fact that her favorability and loyalty increased together said it all. Zhang Yanbin then led an army of 360 men to the village entrance. At this time, the entire territory was surrounded by stones more than 1 meter high. The time is too short. That's all we can do. White horse, iron stick, and battle robe. At the entrance of the village, Zhang Yanbin said loudly, "Behind is our home and our family. Today, we will fight to the death. Anyone who wants to destroy our homeland will have to walk over our corpses. The Lord is mighty. Long live the Lord. The Lord is mighty." The shouts of the crowd expressed their mood and will. In the distance, an army was coming towards them. Ding system prompt. Attention, player Zhuge Shenlong. The test has begun, a hellish test. You must repel the enemy, otherwise your territory will be destroyed. Simple and difficult will only cause destruction. After a certain degree of destruction, the enemy will retreat. But the hell level ones won't. Only one side was destroyed. The enemy is approaching. There came 100 cavalry and 400 infantry. The leader was holding a big knife. "Ha! Boys, follow me and kill them all, rob them all, and take all the women away." The man arrived at the village entrance and looked down on Zhang Yanbin and others. "Stop struggling. It's futile." The other person was riding on horseback, carrying a knife, and looked at the group of sheep as if they were herds of them. Zhang Yanbin had a blank expression on his face. He didn't know the other party's strength, but if it was hell level, what choice did he have? The only option is to fight to the death. They had conducted tactical drills before. Lei Bao and Zhang Yanbin went to fight against the stronger ones, while Chun Fang commanded the shield formation to block the enemies and prevent them from rushing in. "Go in and kill them." The other party uttered some harsh words and then came to kill us. Kill. Zhang Yanbin had no choice but to lead his men to fight. People from both sides rushed over. "Come down here." Thunderstorms have bad tempers. He had no warhorse. Even an ordinary warhorse couldn't pull him. Thunderstorm swung a hammer at the enemy leader to kill him. "Attack his horse directly." "What?" The leader was shocked. He didn't expect that there was a master hidden in this small third-level territory. Thunderstorm's hammer hit the warhorse directly, knocking the opponent off the horse. No one expected that this war would start like this. At the beginning, something seems wrong. However, the opponent jumped into the air and landed steadily on the ground. Then, he raised his knife and charged towards Thunderstorm angrily. He originally thought it was a group of sheep, but now he was hurt by the sheep, so the leader was naturally furious. Boom. The two men clashed their weapons. Epic. The other party was shocked. They didn't expect that the thunderstorm would be epic. That's right, the third level test, the hell level, is to arrange an epic hero. Currently, epic level is a difficult existence for players to enjoy. Ha 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 ha. That's all, come again. Lei Bao found that the opponent was not strong either. So, he took a sledgehammer and attacked. The two exchanged a few moves. Zhang Yanbin would not miss this good opportunity. Kill them at the same time. He used an iron rod to smash the opponent hard. One stick after another. The other party dared not ignore it. Although Zhang Yanbin is weak, he has fought against thunderstorms for a few days, and his attacks are also very fierce. Chen Fang led his men to block the attacks of the other group. The most powerful one is the leader, the rest of the soldiers are not very strong. If the minions are also strong, then the player has no chance at all. Obviously, the system also gives players some opportunities. Die for me. Thunderstorm, hammer after hammer. The other party's movements gradually slowed down. Zhang Yanbin hit him with the iron rod several times. The properties of the thunderstorm make the opponent's hands inflexible. Obviously, epic-level skills cannot restrain the thunder attribute of thunderstorms. From the beginning, the opponent was suppressed by the two of them. No chance of retaliation. Zhang Yanbin felt relieved. This test was set up by the system in advance, not customized. Zhang Yanbin recruited epic heroes in advance, and they were powerful heroes. So, you can pass it easily. Chapter 16 Niwa Divine Ring. An epic hero was actually suppressed like this. It's humiliating. The power of thunder made him feel very uncomfortable. Zhang Yanbin's attack gradually took effect. Finally, the other party couldn't hold on any longer. Zhang Yanbin seized the opportunity and hit him directly on the neck with a stick. The opponent raised his knife to block, but his hands were paralyzed by the power of thunder, and he failed to block it. Zhang Yanbin's strength was so great that he broke the opponent's neck directly. Kill them. The enemy's leader is dead. Zhang Yanbin changed tactics. Take the initiative. The thunderstorm was so violent that it could knock people flying with one blow of a hammer. Naturally, Zhang Yanbin beat these minions one by one. The other leader is dead. Suddenly, the army's morale was broken and they were dispersed by the attack. Charge and kill for a while. The remaining more than 100 people chose to surrender. Zhang Yanbin looked at the tragic battlefield and felt a little dazed. Originally, it was expected to be a fierce battle. As a result, the other party suffered miserably. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for withstanding the Hell level test. Rewards include 3 Master Craftsmen, an epic technique, an epic skill, a Niwa Divine Ring, 100 gold coins, and plus 100% to all territory attributes. Listening to the announcement, Zhang Yanbin was a little bit unbelieving. I don't know about other things. 100 gold coins equals 10,000 silver coins, which equals 1 million copper coins, which equals 1 million federal coins. In this way, Zhang Yanbin went from having nothing to becoming a millionaire. Of course, Zhang Yanbin knew that these gold coins were the least valuable among these rewards. Fuck. Animal. Zhuge Shenlong actually chose the Hell level. It turns out that the Hell level is not difficult. I will also choose the Hell level. Ha 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 ha. Luckily I'm smart and chose the Hell level. Is the reward good or not? Is there a class representative who can explain it to me? There was another burst of activity in the forum. Everyone is waiting to see what the test will be like when upgrading the first level 3 territory. Zhang Yanbin took a deep breath, then walked to the village entrance and said to his subjects, "We." Victory. A simple sentence set the entire territory into a frenzy. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. Everyone cheered. Zhang Yanbin added, "Tonight, we'll slaughter pigs and sheep and have a revelry. It is very important to share happiness with the people." The crowd cheered again. Then, Zhang Yanbin ordered Chen Fang and others to clean up the battlefield properly. Zhang Yanbin came to find Nan Ningxi. "Ningxi, everyone's having a party tonight. Thank you for making the arrangements." Nan Ningxi smiled slightly and said, "It's my duty." Zhang Yanbin nodded slightly, and Nan Ningxi was busy next. He returned to the administrative center alone to check the rewards. Epic level technique, blazing flame technique. It's definitely not as good as my god level skills, so don't waste it. Epic skill, flaming sword technique. Obviously, the system rewards are a set. What a pity, the skills and techniques are a set, so I can't use them for the time being. Zhang Yanbin then looked at the Niwa Divine Ring. Niwa Divine Ring, an ancient artifact, cannot be traded or dropped after being bound. The Niwa Divine Ring possesses powerful spatial capabilities. As its owner becomes stronger, it can accommodate everything. It turned out to be a space ring. According to the introduction, you just need to drop blood to bind it. Zhang Yanbin bound it immediately. Then, he can see the properties. Niwa Divine Ring, God-level equipment, unique. Current space, 100010001000, which can grow as the owner's strength grows. It is actually a growth-type equipment. Powerful. There's nothing to explain. You can tell that Zhang Yanbin is powerful just by looking at him. At this time, there was already a quarrel in the forum. Zhang Yanbin didn't know that because he passed the Hell level test, many people also chose the Hell level. But the ending will definitely be tragic, and I wonder how many people will hate Zhang Yanbin. Only after seeing the rewards did Zhang Yinbin have time to read the news. Master, let's make a secret deal. Can you tell me what the hell level test is like? This is the message Wanwan sent him. It's a bit ambiguous. A secret transaction. Zhang Yinbin thought about it and decided to send it. Don't choose hell level. No explanation. Others also consulted him. Zhang Yinbin also only sent this sentence. No extra words. Now that he had money, Zhang Yinbin started browsing transaction information. The black jade cypress is as black as jade and as hard as steel. While browsing information, Zhang Yinbin found someone selling a kind of wood. It's called black jade cypress. After seeing her name, Zhang Yinbin took the initiative to add her. The other person's name is Hanyu Koki, and she should be a woman. Yuzuru Xiaokuei was inside the territory, watching the craftsman processing the black jade cypress. Really? The craftsman looked at the broken pieces of wood on the ground and said, Lord, no, it's too hard. We can cut it down, but if we want to make something out of it, we have to carve it. You can carve a lot of things, but if you want to make it into planks or strips, there's nothing you can saw through. This black jade cypress is too hard. If you chop it, it will definitely be chopped into pieces, and it will be useless. It is even worse to use a saw. If it doesn't cut through, the saw will be broken. Hanyu Xiaokuei sighed and said, My mountain is full of treasures, a mountain of black jade cypress trees. I thought they were good materials, but in the end, I can't do anything with them. How can it be so good? It can't even be made into furniture. Engraving. It's slow, and the key is that it's useless in the game. In the game, it can also be used as a decoration. Can it be sold as a work of art? At this moment, Hanyu Koki received a friend request. Hanyu Xiaokuei screamed. Everyone looked at her strangely. It's okay. Since this black jade cypress tree is useless and very difficult to cut down, you should first study it to see if it has any other uses. Hanyu Xiaokuei quickly walked out of the workshop and accepted the friend request. Hello, how much do you sell this black jade cypress tree for? After accepting the friend request, Yuzuru Xiaokuei received a request from Zhang Yinbin. Hanyu Xiaokuei was stunned and didn't know how to answer. She hung it up, just to try it out. Unexpectedly, there was actually someone who wanted to buy it, and it was the #1 gaming player, Zhuge Shenlong. After Zhang Yinbin sent the message, he kept waiting. However, the other party has not responded yet. Zhang Yinbin felt that the black jade cypress was a good material at first sight. Anyway, buy it, and take a look first. No, I'll trade you some news. After waiting for a long time, Zhang Yinbin received a reply from the other party. Zhang Yinbin was not surprised. How can such a good thing be measured by price? You ask, and I'll tell you what I can. I want to know the details of the 3rd level territory test, the hell level. Zhang Yinbin was not surprised that Yuzuru Xiaokuei wanted this thing. He was silent for a moment. Then he asked, how many black jade cypress trees would you like to exchange for it? Although Zhang Yinbin did not tell anyone about this news, he felt that as long as he could get something tangible in return, there was nothing he couldn't say. 10,000 units. For Hanyu Koki, this thing is everywhere in the mountain, and it only takes manpower. Okay, deal. Chapter 17 Senior Craftsman Master. Zhang Yinbin thinks that 10,000 units of black jade cypress are worth it. The hell level is actually very difficult. The enemy is led by an epic hero, who alone is enough to slaughter the entire territory. The reason I was able to win was because I previously obtained items that weakened the enemy's combat power and could temporarily trap them. Even so, my territory has suffered great damage. Of course, Zhang Yinbin didn't tell the truth. This also doesn't tell the truth. However, Zhang Yinbin told the other party the truth about the enemy's situation. By the way, at the difficult level, the territory won't be breached, but it may suffer great damage. However, there is a limit to the hell level. It's either you or me. If the player can't withstand the enemy's attacks, the territory will be destroyed. Suddenly, Hanyu Koki felt that she had made a very wise choice. Because she also wanted to try the hell level. After all, she also had adventures in the game. Plus, Zhang Yinbin's success. So, she decided to give it a try. Fortunately, she still has time to choose. Unlike Zhang Yinbin, who was directly accepted by the system. Soon, Hanyu Koki traded 10,000 units of black jade cypress to her. Zhang Yinbin took the things. He suddenly felt that this news could be sold. Suddenly, he clicked on the person named Wanwan. Before, Zhang Yinbin didn't pay much attention to her. Now, if you use this news to trade, it is also a good choice. I can tell you about the level 3 territory test, but I can't tell you for free. I can exchange it for other valuable or useful information. Zhang Yinbin sent the message to Wanwan. Dong Xiaowan had been complaining before. After all, I am a great beauty. She asked herself, and Zhang Yinbin just told her not to choose. You made the choice yourself and got huge benefits, So why don't you let others make the choice? Dong Xiaowan got angry when she thought about this. Suddenly, she received news from Zhang Yinbin again. Humph, stinky man. Dong Xiaowan cursed. Then I started thinking about what to exchange for it. Money? The other party just rewarded him 1 million yuan through the system. He definitely won't take it. How about you trade this scroll for it? I'm not in a position to do it anyway. Dong Xiaowan shared the information of a mission scroll with Zhang Yinbin. Ice Moon Silk Mission Scroll. Zhang Yinbin looked at the mission scroll. This mission requires an epic hero and a team of 100 people. Okay, deal. Zhang Yinbin told Wanwan the news he had previously told Hanyu Xiaokuei. And Wanwan also gave him the task scroll. Send it to the other people as well. In this way, Zhang Yinbin used this information to exchange for a lot of supplies. After selling it a few times, Zhang Yinbin stopped selling it. Once these people get the news, they will definitely resell it, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, this news will be outdated soon. Because, starting tomorrow, other lords will begin to do this task. By then, as long as one person chooses to do the hell-level thing, the news may be made public in the forum. But today is important. Because, for many people, today is the deadline for selection. If they don't make a choice, the system will randomly choose for them. After Zhang Yinbin sold the news, he came out of the administrative center. When I came out, Ningxi had already made arrangements. Lord, 3 master craftsmen have arrived this time. They will play an important role in our territory. I will take you to meet them. Zhang Yinbin still doesn't know how much of a role these 3 masters will play. Good. Nan Ningxi took him to the craftsman's workshop. This is shabby. The tools are all junk. There's no good material at all. When they arrived at the door, Zhang Yinbin and Nan Ningxi heard 3 master craftsmen complaining. The other craftsmen were only junior or even apprentices, and they didn't dare to say a word. 3 masters. Zhang Yinbin walked in with his hands behind his back. Everyone heard the voice and looked over. The original craftsman immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This is our lord, Zhuge Shenlong. Nan Ningxi, who was standing by, casually introduced them to avoid any misunderstanding. When the 3 saw the lord coming, they immediately felt embarrassed. Meet the lord. Zhang Yinbin just nodded slightly. 3 masters, the conditions here are indeed a bit rudimentary. This territory is newly established, and the conditions are limited. But the 3 masters don't have to worry. I will provide you with advanced workshops and high-quality materials. But you shouldn't have good materials and not know how to use them. All 3 of them are masters and very arrogant. I can't say anything else, but as long as you give me good materials, I can engrave a good formation for the territory. The better the materials, the stronger the formation. I can engrave any formation you want for you. The other masters were not to be outdone. I'm a carpenter. I can build anything you want as long as I have good materials, but I won't make any of the junk here. The other was a blacksmith. He looked at the tools and said, these tools are too poor to make good equipment. Zhang Yinbin nodded, and the 3 of them expressed their opinions. Although, this attitude still shows disgust towards this place. I have some materials here, take a look. Zhang Yinbin took out a piece of black jade cypress from the Nuam magic ring. The black color is like ink, and it emits a faint light. It looks like a piece of charcoal, and also like a piece of black jade. This is... All 3 of them were stunned. Go forward and check it out immediately. The carpenter said, is this wood? The blacksmith said, let's try the material first. After some experimentation, the blacksmith said happily, this is as hard as steel. Perhaps it can be used to make equipment. The formation master also became interested. He stared at the material for a few turns. Using this thing to record the formation is very reliable. The 3 of them were immediately conquered by the material. Zhang Yinbin then said, this thing is called black jade cypress. It's a kind of tree, but it's as hard as iron. You guys study it and see what you can build. The 3 of them had completely forgotten the simple conditions here and began to study. The 3 of them studied it for a while and each had their own opinions. Carpenter, if you cut this into slices, you can make a lot of things. The blacksmith has to try to see if he can melt it. The master of formations had the same idea as the master carpenter. After slicing the wood, he could engrave formations on it. Okay, each of you take a bunch and study them. Whatever you can figure out, do it. Zhang Yinbin took out another pile of wood from the Nuam magic ring. Filled the entire workshop. This left all 3 of them dumbfounded. This is obviously a precious material. How can it come in piles? The 3 were conquered. Who cares about the poor conditions? Having the best materials is the best condition. Everything else is secondary. Seeing that the 3 people no longer despised and were determined to do their job well, Zhang Yinbin came out. Lord, you still have a solution. Nan Ningxi knew that masters were all very arrogant and difficult to subdue. But Zhang Yinbin did it easily. It's just a coincidence. However, It's hard to say whether those pieces of wood are useful or not. The two return to the administrative center together. Chapter 18, Pirates Meet Pirates. In the evening, a grand party was held in the territory. After all, victory was achieved. It is also a good opportunity to win the hearts of the people. Zhang Yanbin pulled Nan Ningxi to dance, dancing with the residents of the territory. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to the player. The people of the territory are in favor, and all resource output will increase by 10%. Sure enough, the party was not in vain. Now, although there are not many resources, they will gradually increase. Now, Nan Ningxi organizes the reclamation of wasteland for farming, diverts water to build fish ponds, and also builds pig farms, ranches, etc. At the same time, herbs and so on are also grown. In short, there will naturally be more and more resources in the future. In addition, this bonus also applies to refreshing refugees. In some territories, resources are insufficient, and even when refugees appear, they dare not recruit them. But Zhang Yanbin is different here. They dare to recruit more refugees. The next morning, Zhang Yanbin got up and went straight to the training ground. Today, he wasn't here for training. Instead, we should go out and explore the situation around the territory. Thunderstorm, Qinfeng, we will take 300 people and go downstream along the river. Yang Xiong, continue selecting and training new recruits. Yesterday, dozens of soldiers were killed. Now, there are barely more than 300 people. Yes. Zhang Yanbin led his troops downstream along the river. Now, there are several boats fishing on the river bank, all of which belong to their own territory. However, the ship is not big. Zhang Yanbin and his companions did not requisition any boats, but instead walked forward. The difference was that Zhang Yanbin rode on the extremely majestic little white dragon. Walk along the river bank. The land on both sides of the river is also very fertile. There are many flowers and plants more than half a meter high. It can be said that this is a sea of flowers, which is very beautiful. Are there any precious things in it, such as flowers or medicinal herbs? Zhang Yanbin didn't understand either. Go down along the river bank. The river is a bit winding, with some rapid and some slow currents. After walking for more than 20 miles, they saw a place with a series of bends. This kind of place is very wide and the water flows very slowly. If you look at it from a high altitude, it must be very beautiful. On both sides of the river, flowers and plants are lush. This air and this beautiful scenery are something you can never see in reality. Everyone continued to move forward. Something's going on. Zhang Yanbin discovered that there was a war going on in front of him and cried out softly. He got off the horse by himself. Because he was the only one riding the horse, he could stand high and see far. Everyone, immediately be on alert. Let's go. There's a fight on the water, on the shore. The situation is unclear. Zhang Yanbin carried the iron rod and led the war horse and continued to move forward. Chun Fong became nervous and gathered his troops into a defensive formation. Lei Bao was so excited that he couldn't wait to rush over and take a look. After walking more than 1,000 meters, you can hear the sound of fighting between two armies. Right next to the waterfront. The army is hiding. Let's go take a look. Zhang Yanbin sneaked over with Thunderstorm. It was discovered that there were ships stranded on the shore and two armies were fighting. Is this a pirate? There are also ships on the water with pirate skulls on them. The flag on the stranded ship, although not a skull, still represents the image of a thief. A gang fights gangs. There are probably still hundreds of people on both sides. Some of the pirates on the ship chased the pirates ashore and started fighting on the shore. There were 3 ships on the water, slowly approaching the shore. The pirates in the water also came up to kill them. This side of the shore can no longer hold on. You actually broke the rules and came to Neu. Ha 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 ha, we are pirates. Wherever there is water, it is our territory. It turned out to be a pirate. Can you beat a thunderstorm? Lord, no problem, none of them can match me. Zhang Yanbin nodded. He also wanted to fight. After the fierce battle, only a few hundred people were left on the other side. Wait for my command. Zhang Yanbin quietly asked Qin Feng and the others to come closer. Finally, all the pirates on the water came ashore. There were more than 600 people on one side, and only more than 300 people left on the other side. The two sides are still fighting. The two sides continued to fight, until there were only more than 100 people left on one side, and the number of people on the other side also decreased significantly. Zhang Yanbin shouted loudly, "Kill them!" Suddenly, a well-organized army rushed out. The leader was even more murderous. Thunderstorm, take out the leaders of both sides. Thunderstorm had already set his sights on 2 of the stronger men. Zhang Yanbin, holding an iron rod, also rushed into the enemy camp. The 2 leaders were unable to withstand Thunderstorm's 3 attacks and were killed by him with hammers. Zhang Yinbin also rushed left and right in the enemy camp, killing many enemies. Chen Fang led his men and attacked head-on. After a while, both sides were defeated. Kneel down and you won't be killed. When there were only about 100 people left, Zhang Yinbin shouted and asked everyone to surrender. The leaders of both sides are dead, and these soldiers are not very powerful, not to mention there is a killing god like Lei Bao, so they can only surrender. Chen Fang, clean up the battlefield. The weapons on the ground are all money. As long as it has an attribute, it is money. Nowadays, most players have weapons with no attributes. If it has attributes, it can be sold for money. Lord, a sea chart was found. Chen Fang, present a sea chart with both hands. Zhang Yinbin opened it. Could it be that this great river is not far from the sea, and our territory is not too far from the sea? Because it has now been confirmed that there are mountains to the north and west, and they are continuous mountain ranges, so Zhang Yinbin always thought that he was inland. I didn't expect that pirates could get here. Separate and interrogate them immediately. Zhang Yinbin was anxious to know the situation. After some inquiries. To the east, about 15 kilometers further, there is a large lake. It's huge, comparable to the real Poyang Lake. 50 miles further east is the sea. Although the territory is about 100 miles away from the sea, there is a big river that leads directly to the sea mouth. On the nautical chart, some places are marked, including pirate nests and resource points. This big lake is also very rich in resources. My territory is also absolutely amazing. This territory has mountains and rivers, and once the resources are developed, the potential is amazing. Take them and sail the boat. We'll go back first. The 3 pirate ships are still usable, but the pirate's ship is not. Pirates, robbing the territory of pirates. This is also amazing. Clean up. Zhang Yinbin got a lot of good things. 5 books of elementary techniques, 6 books of elementary skills. There are 11 more books, basic skills. This is the first time that a skill book has been directly dropped. Not much money. We didn't raid these people's hideouts, so we didn't get much money. Zhang Yinbin should go back first, and then make careful plans. After returning, I met Nan Ningxi. Zhang Yinbin directly took her hand. Come on, come back with me, there's something important. Zhang Yinbin couldn't hide his excitement. However, to outsiders, this action looked like the husband pulling his wife into the room, not knowing what he was going to do. Chapter 19, Pirate's Lair. Lord, Nan Ningxi blushed. She called him in a tender voice. Only then did Zhang Yinbin react. He let go of her hand and said, Today, we encountered pirates and water bandits. I led my troops to eliminate them, and now we know a lot about the situation. Our territory is... Zhang Yinbin told Nan Ningxi the information he had learned. Nan Ningxi nodded solemnly and said, We can use the river to develop the entire lake first, and then use the lake to move towards the sea. Nan Ningxi also has a strategic vision. He is a qualified territory manager. That's right. So next, we will focus on developing industries related to fishermen, shipbuilding, and shipping. People also need to be trained in this area. The two of them quickly and happily reached a consensus. Zhang Yinbin thought for a moment and said, Now, the territory relies on food to maintain stability. To prosper in the future, we need money. Now that supplies are gradually becoming abundant, the operation of the entire territory cannot be separated from money. I'll use the money here in the territory first. As for how to pay the working residents, that's up to you. Now that residents can work, they can get food, and this food is their salary. But there will be no shortage of food in the future. If you want to motivate them, you have to give them money. Zhang Yinbin had a lot of money, and he decided to give it all to Nan Ningxi. Very good. With this money, the territory will be much easier to manage. Now the circulation of some supplies has become a problem, and the residents have begun bartering. Zhang Yinbin didn't keep any money for himself, but if he needed it, he could get some of it back. Most importantly, he has to continue making money. Just when Zhang Yinbin was thinking about how to make money, Chen Fang suddenly rushed in. The two of them were shocked. Sorry, Lord, Madam, I'm sorry to interrupt you. My friend, this statement is ambiguous. Nan Ningxi blushed as red as an apple for a moment. Chen Fang tiptoed out. Return. What's going on? From now on, the administrative center is a key location. No one is allowed to barge in without knocking. Yes, Lord, I won't dare to do it again next time. I won't dare to do it again. Chen Fang quickly apologized. Zhang Yinbin suspected that this guy was led astray by the thunderstorm. Lord, through interrogation, we found out that some of these pirates are still hiding. They have 3 lairs, 2 of which were destroyed by pirates. There's also a hideout on the shore where they hid the loot they've robbed over the years. There aren't many people guarding it now. Zhang Yinbin's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, this is to send him money. Chen Feng, listen to the order. Assemble the troops immediately and prepare to set off. Yes. It's already afternoon, approaching evening. However, Zhang Yinbin still had to go out. The longer the night, the more dreams you have. Who knows, without any news of their leader, these pirates might divide up the supplies and escape. So, Zhang Yinbin immediately led his troops out. The team is led by a pirate who has surrendered. They march quickly. Although marching quickly, they still maintained a defensive posture. After a quick march of dozens of kilometers, they still hadn't arrived by nightfall. Zhang Yinbin let them rest for half an hour. After that, continue your journey. My lord, it's in this little valley, usually very hidden. The pirates who surrendered still couldn't change their ways, and were called King Zhang Yinbin. The king is the king. Although I heard from the pirates that there were only more than 100 people left inside. However, Zhang Yinbin still did not dare to be careless. Chen Feng slowly moved forward with the shield formation. Thunderstorm, be ready to attack at any time, you on the right and I on the left. Who knows if there is an ambush inside? It's better to be cautious. A group of people approached. Suddenly, a group of people came out in a noisy manner. The king is definitely finished. Let's divide our things and go. We can't leave. The king might have escaped. Seeing that they had already started fighting among themselves, Zhang Yinbin did not hesitate and led his men in to attack. The group lost their leader and were attacked again. After several rounds of fighting, dozens of people were killed and the rest knelt down in surrender. Not bad, not bad. Very good, very good. Zhang Yinbin looked at the money scattered on the ground. Most of them are copper coins, and there are some silver coins. There was also a lot of food piled up inside. Ding, Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for breaching the Level 2 water fort. Reward, a high-level technique, 100 silver coins, and 1,000 territory reputation. This is still a second-level territory. Moreover, the system also takes credit for its own achievements. I broke through the last layer by myself, and all the credit goes to me. It was late at night. An announcement that once again made people unbearable. This Zhuge Shenlong is definitely the illegitimate child of the system. Are you a professional in making announcements? Water pirate. It turns out Zhuge Shenlong's territory is in the water. Level 2 pirate. What a level. Zhang Yinbin doesn't care what the announcement is about. He is now commanding the army to clean up the battlefield. Everyone, pay attention and don't miss a penny. Originally, the money was all in the box. But it was scattered by these bandits. But it doesn't matter, just pick them up slowly. It was not until dawn that the supplies were counted. Reporting to the Lord, there are a total of 5.43 million copper coins, 3,000 silver coins, and 20 gold coins. In addition, there are a large amount of weapons and food. 30 books on basic techniques and 50 books on basic skills. What a great harvest. Not to mention the money. There are more than 6 million in total. He just gave all the money to Ning Shi and made another profit. The territory cannot use this money for the time being, so you can use it as your own private money. Well, it's private money. Load them up and take them all back. Fortunately, the bandits also needed cars to transport these supplies, so there were a lot of cars, otherwise they would have been really unlucky. I got a lot of skill books yesterday and today. There are basic exercises, basic skills, and also elementary ones. Zhang Yinbin himself rewarded himself with a book of advanced martial arts. What to do with these books? On the way, Zhang Yinbin sat in the horse-drawn carriage transporting goods and thought about things. Yesterday, he didn't come on horseback because he was too big a target. After returning to the territory, Zhang Yinbin asked Nin Ningxi to take over the supplies and let the army rest. And he went to call Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong, I have a batch of techniques and skill books here. I'd like to hear your opinion on how to arrange them. Yang Xiong pondered for a moment, then said, these techniques and skill books are for generals to use. They can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Lord, isn't it too extravagant to give it to the soldiers? This way, only those with SSS level qualifications can use it. You will arrange them according to their characteristics. As long as there are suitable ones, we will give them the skills and techniques, and at the same time, let them be strict with themselves and strengthen their training. Are generals also trained from soldiers? Yang Xiong didn't say anything more. Zhang Yinbin handed him hundreds of books on basic skills and techniques, and asked him to arrange them. Please give me some free gifts, even though I can only get 10 cents. Money is not important. It just lets me know that people are reading it, and I will update more diligently. The biggest fear when writing a book is that no one reads it, so I'll also like it. Chapter 20 Shock. Nowadays, many players do not have any skills or abilities. Zhang Yinbin gave it directly to the NPC in the game. I wonder what other people would think if they knew about it. Zhang Yinbin went to the craftsman's workshop again to take a look. 3 master craftsmen, I wonder if something will happen. But he worried in vain. The three people were obsessed with their research. Although the techniques are different, we can discuss with each other. I think these wooden boards can be used to engrave a large number of formations, and even spread throughout the ground to protect the entire territory with formations. It can be used to build ships, tall buildings, and all kinds of furniture, etc. It's not bad to use this cypress tree to make weapons. At least a spear is easy to make. The three were arguing about something. Each has a different perspective. Ahem. Zhang Yinbin deliberately coughed twice to attract the attention of the three people. Hey, the Lord is here. Lord, please tell me. The three of them began to express their own opinions. Everyone has different ideas. Zhang Yinbin puffed out his chest and said to them, well, you all have good ideas. I think. Zhang Yinbin deliberately stopped and glanced at the three of them, making them very nervous, not knowing whose opinion Zhang Yinbin would adopt. I think it's a good idea to just do it and have ideas. Those who want to make weapons can make weapons. Those who want to build ships can build ships. Those who want to build houses can build houses. And those who want to record formations can study them. The three of them were stunned. However, the three of them looked at the materials piled up in the corner. Although there were quite a lot, they could barely build a 500-ton ship. Go ahead and get it. I have enough materials. Zhang Yinbin, outside, piled up a large pile of materials all of a sudden. 10,000 units is enough for them to use for a long time. Besides, he can continue to buy. The three were dumbfounded again. How arrogant. If I had known earlier, there would be so much material. Why would they fight over it? Seeing the three people's silly looks, Zhang Yinbin said, but listen, no matter what you do, one person can't do too much. So, we need to select a group of people from within the territory to serve as apprentices and assistants to help you. At the same time, you also have to teach them technology. The three of them nodded hurriedly, fearing that Zhang Yinbin would take the materials back. However, processing these materials really requires a lot of assistance. They studied for a day and a night before they prepared a liquid and soaked the black jade cypress in it. Soak for a few hours, take it out, and then process it. At this point, you can use a saw to cut it open. Although it is still quite difficult, it can be done. Afterwards, wash it with clean water, and after washing and drying, it will return to its original hardness. As for whether there are other methods, they are still studying. By the way, Lord, we heard you like iron rods, so we made you a few from this black jade cypress tree. The three men took out a few iron rods as if they were presenting treasures. The master carpenter said, this has been specially treated to be non-slip. The master blacksmith also said, well, this tree has also been injected with special materials to increase its weight, and it also has other properties. The master of formations naturally also has some credit. This iron rod has been engraved with a formation, which can increase its attack and hardness. It turned out to be the masterpiece of three people. Lord, time is limited, so I only made 2. I'll make a few more someday after I figure out something else. Zhang Yinbin took the iron rod and put it into the magic ring. Then he said, well done. A master is a master. You can make ordinary wood look very special. I'll definitely get you more materials another day. This is exactly what the three of them were waiting for. Zhang Yinbin also left with satisfaction. With 3 master craftsmen here, we will definitely be able to produce excellent works. Last night, after a busy night, Zhang Yinbin was not tired. But the soldiers were tired. So, I won't go out today. Zhang Yinbin planned to log off and go to the back mountain to practice secretly. At the same time, you should also order some alloy steel rods online. I logged off, went to the bathroom first, then took a shower and ate something. Change into sportswear and get ready to go out. When I got to the first floor, I found 3 people sitting there. 3 women. She has a great figure, but I don't know if she's good looking. Because they are applying facial masks. Hey, you're wearing a ring, so you have a partner, right? It's in the rules. You're not allowed to bring outsiders into the villa. If you want to fool around, go outside and fool around. This is Dong Xiaowan's voice. Zhang Yinbin found it strange because he never wore a ring. But he still subconsciously looked at his left hand. On the left hand, on the ring finger. At this time, another girl said, the design is quite good, it's antique. Zhang Yinbin's heart trembled at this moment. Isn't this the Nuwa Divine Ring? He actually brought this Nuwa Divine Ring into reality. Zhang Yinbin took a deep breath and said lightly. Then he walked out the door quickly. After going out, he ran quickly towards the back mountain. He was so shocked. At this moment, the shock in my heart needs to be vented. We quickly climbed over the hill and reached the backside of the mountain. Afterwards, he hid in a bush. I listened carefully again and confirmed that there was no one around. Only then did Zhang Yinbin look at the ring in his hand. That's right, it's the same as the Nuwa Divine Ring in the game. Zhang Yinbin was shocked. Then he tried to take the contents. This. He took out two books. One is an epic martial art, the flame technique, and the other is an epic skill. Zhang Yinbin looked at the things inside again and found two sticks made of black jade cypress. Nothing else. Zhang Yinbin put more than 5 million copper coins in the ring, as well as some food, clothes, tents, and other items. In addition, there is also a book of advanced skills. Could it be that the game is the same as reality? No wonder my god-level skills can be practiced in reality. No wonder the Federation requires all adults to enter the game. This technology may not come from Earth. Perhaps, only epic-level techniques and skills can be brought into reality, while basic, elementary, intermediate, and advanced techniques are not suitable. This is just Zhang Yinbin's guess. He couldn't confirm it. He would bury this kind of thing deep in his heart and not let others know. It seems that no matter in reality or in the game, I must improve my own strength. Zhang Yinbin calmed down, took out the black jade stick, and started practicing here. Practice some basic stick techniques first. Then he hit the big trees and rocks. A huge stone was slowly broken into pieces by him. Only in this way can he use his strength and master his power. I broke out in a sweat. A stone several people tall was smashed into fist-sized pieces. Zhang Yinbin felt a sense of exhilaration. Lord of all people, I want to be the strongest in the game. Being the strongest in the game may also mean being the strongest in reality. Chapter 21 Stardust Sand. Zhang Yinbin came out in the morning. Practiced until noon. When I went back at noon, the three girls were still in the lobby on the first floor. But they are eating now. I haven't eaten in a long time. Today, I quit the game early and made a meal. Zhang Yinbin also drinks nutrient solution on a regular basis. It has no flavor and can be finished in 2 minutes. However, eating has always been a major hobby of human beings. The three young ladies, each of them as beautiful as fairies, were wearing home clothes and eating delicious food in the living room. Zhang Yinbin's heart was calm at this time, and he just wanted to enter the game as soon as possible. The three of them also pretended that Zhang Yinbin didn't exist. By the way, I heard that the people from the Quangfeng Guild offered 30 million to buy Zhuge Shenlong's territory. Actually, it's not just the Wind Guild. Many people want to acquire the company, but we can't contact them. Now, only the Wind Guild is making a high-profile post about wanting to acquire the company. As the three of them were talking, Zhang Yinbin couldn't help but slow down his pace and slowly went upstairs. He actually wants to acquire his own territory. His own territory has now earned 15 million. You want to buy it for 30 million? If you don't know, game items can be brought into reality and can improve your own strength. Perhaps, when someone offers 2 small targets, he will sell it. Now, even if you give him 100 or 1,000 small goals, he will not be able to sell them. I was able to contact Zhuge Shenlong, but he only traded and didn't respond much. This is Dong Xiaowan's voice. There are only a few people who trade with me. Is she one? Zhang Yinbin suddenly felt that the world was so small. He stopped eavesdropping and went straight back to his room and took a shower. Afterwards, I drank some nutrient solution to replenish the energy I had consumed. Straight into the game. After entering the game, he first sat cross-legged and practiced the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon for an hour to restore his condition. Then, Zhang Yinbin opened the in-game forum. The Gale Guild has already raised the price to 50 million. Zhang Yinbin saw the most popular post on the forum, which was that the Wind Guild wanted to acquire Zhang Yinbin's territory. Zhang Yinbin has never appeared in the territory. Now, there are probably tens of millions of people who send him private messages to add him as their friend, but he never reads them. He is the only one who takes the initiative to add others and will not let others add him. The first thing to do when going online is to buy things. If there is anything good, he will buy it. The first person Zhang Yinbin thought of was Hanyu Koki. His black jade cypress is definitely a good thing. Hello Hanyu-chan, I still have some black jade cypress trees. How many do you have? Can we trade? Hanyu Xiaokuei, after seeing the news, was stunned for a long time. The black jade cypress trees she recently cut down are all intended to be used as building materials. Treat it as a beam or pillar. Now, Zhang Yinbin came to her to buy again, and she immediately realized that Zhang Yinbin had a way to use this tree. If you don't sell it for money, you can exchange it for something else. Hanyu Xiaokuei wanted to test the value of this black jade cypress tree. Zhang Yinbin also felt embarrassed. He knew that the other party was testing him. Well, I'll buy a portion, and I'll help you process the other portion into what you need. I'll take 30%. It is indeed so. When Hanyu Xiaokuei saw the news, it was the same as what she expected. Zhang Yinbin has a way to use this wood. But Zhang Yinbin would not tell her how to use it. Can you trade me a skill book? My territory is still relatively weak. Yuzuru Xiaokuei sent a message to Zhang Yinbin. After reading the news, Zhang Yinbin also fell silent. It seems that there must be a lot of information about skill books, especially martial arts skill books, in the forum. I do have a few basic and beginner books, but I still have to buy most of them from you. I need them in bulk. Or other more basic resources in exchange. Hanyu Xiaokuei has no shortage of food now. Most of the players have now overcome the food shortage. Hanyu Xiaokuei was silent for a moment, then said, "Do you have any advanced skills? I'll trade them for 50,000 units of black jade cypress. For the rest, you can help me process it into wooden boards. The terms will be as you stated, and 30% will be yours." Zhang Yanbin has advanced skills, but he also knows that these skills cannot be applied in reality. He immediately said, "Okay, deal. You can tell me the specifications of the wood planks, and we will make them for you. The hardness will be the same as the original black jade cypress." The two reached a consensus happily. Zhang Yanbin also spent money to buy tens of thousands of units. Now, he has 100,000 units of black jade cypress in his hands. And Hanyu Koki also used up all the black jade cypress trees that were cut down. After buying the black jade cypress tree, Zhang Yanbin started looking at other things. "Hey, Stardust Sand. What is this thing?" Zhang Yanbin found some good stuff again. If you look closely, the introduction is very simple, just a kind of precious material. Zhang Yanbin looked at the name and saw it was Ghost Seer. Immediately, he sent a friend request. It didn't take long for the ghost to pass. Zhang Yanbin is not a person who likes to talk nonsense. How do I trade Stardust Sand? He was so stupid that he never expected that millions of people wanted to make friends with Zhang Yanbin, and he never expected that Zhang Yanbin would take the initiative to add him as a friend. "I can give it to you for free, but there's a condition." "Free?" "Free things often require conditions that are more difficult to obtain. You make the conditions first. It would be better for Zhang Yanbin to be more cautious. You add someone as a friend, and he wants to buy your territory. Acquire territory." Zhang Yanbin responded directly. "The transaction is cancelled. I can't sell my territory." Gue Jianshou, after failing in his attempt, immediately said, "You misunderstood. The Stardust Sand is still given to you for free. Just add him as your friend. Whether you sell the territory or not is none of my business." "Okay, tell me who it is, and I'll add him." It was just a matter of adding a friend. Zhang Yanbin just wanted to know what the other party's purpose was. The other party sent a friend's business card. Wild Wind. When Zhang Yanbin thought of this name, he knew that he had threatened in the forum to buy his territory for 50 million. 50 million. Haha. However, for Stardust Sand, Zhang Yanbin still added him as a friend. "Ghost Sea Sorrow, I've already added him. Waiting for him to pass. Can you give me the Stardust Sand?" Giji Anshu didn't waste any time and directly traded his only 1,000 units of Stardust Sand to Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin took the things and didn't care about the wind. "Anyway, there is no way I would sell my territory. No matter how much money you pay, you can't sell it." After collecting the things, Zhang Yanbin browsed through them again, but there was nothing that interested him for the time being. So, he went out and looked at his territory. At this time, Zhang Yanbin saw that a large-scale construction was underway in a certain place. "What is this for? Come closer and take a look." 3 master craftsmen are directing a group of people to work. "Master Mu, what are you doing?" The 3 of them turned around and saw that it was Zhang Yanbin. "Lord, the original workshop is too simple. We want to build a high-end workshop." The blacksmith nodded and said, "Lord, we still want to come up with a name. Why don't you come and do it? Then let's call it the Divine Workshop." The formation master immediately said, "This is a good name. Let's use this name." Chapter 22 Horse Bandits. The Divine Workshop is quite far away from the territory. At this time, it was more than 3 miles away from the territory. We may relocate in the future. After all, the territory is constantly expanding, and the houses around the administrative center have been demolished one after another and built outside. Zhang Yanbin took out the Stardust Sand and said to the 3 people, "Does anyone know what this thing is and what it can be used for?" The master blacksmith immediately widened his eyes and said, "This is Stardust Sand. It has so many uses. No matter what you build, adding something to it will make a huge difference. Stardust Sand. It turns out it has such a big effect." The master blacksmith then said, "For example, when crafting advanced equipment, adding Stardust Sand will greatly increase the success rate and also improve the success rate." There's nothing much to say about the effect. It's already very useful. Here, all for you, use it well. There is no point in Zhang Yanbin keeping this thing. The important thing is to use it as soon as possible. At this moment, Zhang Yanbin's friend request to add Quanfeng was accepted. The other party sent a message directly. "Brother Zhuge, I want to buy your territory for 80 million. This sincerity is enough." On the forum, it has increased from 20 million to 50 million. Now it has directly risen to 80 million. Huang Feng must have learned from Gui Jianshou that he would not sell his territory easily. Sorry, I don't plan to sell my territory. I'm from a wealthy family in real life. I'm just looking for the gaming experience, so I have plenty of money. In the past, Zhang Yanbin was a pauper with an income of more than 3,000 yuan a month, which was only enough to cover his daily life. But now he has more than 5 million on him, not to mention the more than 10 million in the territory. Although he is not a rich kid, there is really no need to sell any territory. This seemed to be what Huang Feng had expected. Huang Feng continued, "Before, I was rewarded with 2 epic books, one for cultivation techniques and one for skills. How about selling these 2 to me? You can ask for any conditions you want." Zhang Yanbin stopped talking. His mind was full of thoughts. He took a deep breath and then said, "It seems that someone already knows that the skills in this game can be brought into reality." The Wind did know. The acquisition of territory is fake. The purchase of these 2 books is real. To do this, he took a big detour. Of course, it would be best if we could acquire territory. Even if the acquisition fails, I must acquire 2 epic martial arts and skill books. Some people in the Western continent have learned epic martial arts books, and in reality, their strength has greatly increased. Although not many people knew about this, Huang Feng already knew about it. He also purchased advanced martial arts books, which could rapidly improve the character's strength in the game. However, in reality, it only improves the system and does not bring the skills into reality. Sorry, I've already learned all the techniques and skills. You're late. There was a strong wind and a sudden sense of loss. But Zhuge Shenlong is the #1 player in the game after all. He didn't want to offend either. Then he said, "Brother Zhuge, next time you have something good, please sell it to me first." Zhang Yanbin replied, "I'm not interested in money. If you want to trade, you can trade items or information." After saying that, Zhang Yanbin hung up the call. He walked around the territory. Then we arrived at the training ground. The soldiers on the training ground only rested for half a day and then began training. Zhang Yanbin called Yang Xiong. "Have the skill books and technique books been arranged?" "Well, there are 12 who have already studied. For others, we haven't found the right fit for them yet. We now have over 30 SSS level soldiers. Only more than 30. Zhang Yanbin wanted to form an elite team. "Okay, I understand. I will tell the Deputy Lord that any young people with SSS qualifications will be assigned to you in the future. You must train them well." It's the Lord. The army has expanded to 500 people. At the same time, more than 100 militiamen were formed. When the militia is not on a mission, they patrol around the territory. At this time, the population in the territory has exceeded 10,000 people. Moreover, it is still growing rapidly every day. This puts a lot of pressure on the fishing industry. Many people go out fishing every day. Although, Zhang Yanbin brought back a large amount of food from the pirates. But it's only enough to last for a few days. Zhang Yanbin is now thinking about where to go to get something. He called Chen Fong. "Chen Fong, we don't know what's happening on the other side of the river. Tomorrow, finish your training early today, bring 500 men with you, and follow me across the river." "Yes, Lord." Walked around the territory. Construction is going on everywhere. Nan Ningxi was also busy running around. I am the only one who has the most free time. When he has free time, Zhang Yanbin goes back to practice his martial arts. There are many secrets hidden in the game, and a small number of people know some of them. At night, inside the administrative center, Nan Ningxi took a shower and changed into pink clothes, looking exceptionally charming. Zhang Yanbin suddenly felt that her temperament was a little different from that of an ordinary fairy. Zhang Yanbin almost lost control of himself and ate Nan Ningxi. However, in the end he did not take action. He won't act impulsively until things are naturally going smoothly. "Ningxi, go find out tomorrow and see if it's difficult to build a bridge across the river that can still allow ships to pass through. We also need to understand the other side of the river." "Good," Ningxi said lightly. Since he had left the matter to Ningxi, he didn't need to pay much attention to it. "I had a good night's sleep." Zhang Yanbin went to the training ground the next day. On the parade ground, the troops have already lined up. 500 men, in neat order. Zhang Yanbin looked around and waved his hand. "Let's go." Like the others, he did not ride a horse. "Because we have to cross the river, and we don't know what the situation will be like afterwards." At the command, the army began to march in an orderly manner. Arrived at the suggested port. The ships that received the notice yesterday are also waiting. People were transported there one after another. This took half an hour. The river is more than 1,000 meters wide, and it doesn't take much time to walk across it. That's why Zhang Yanbin wanted to build a bridge. The team sets off. Along the way, Zhang Yanbin discovered that this place was completely covered with grassland. It's mostly the same kind of grass, with very few wildflowers. The grass was not very tall, just above the knees. The team was not moving fast. There were a few scouts around, and they were only a few miles away from the team. Keep moving forward in one direction. We walked more than 10 miles. Report, Lord. There's a cavalry unit ahead, charging towards them. Formation. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Yanbin hurriedly ordered his troops to form a battle line. By the time they had formed their battle array, the cavalry had surrounded them. There were about 500 cavalrymen. Ha! This king was still feeling bored, but unexpectedly, someone came to my door. It turned out that this was a group of horse bandits. There are more than 500 first-level horse bandits. They came out in full force and surrounded Zhang Yanbin and his men. The horse bandits discovered them very early, but Zhang Yanbin and his men had no cavalry, and the scouts were only on guard a few miles away. When they ran back, the enemy had already arrived. Chapter 23 Siege. Zhang Yanbin and his men were surrounded. Zhang Yanbin was helpless. If I had known earlier, I would have asked the Wolf King to bring a group of his followers here. The reason why the Wolf King and others were not brought along was because they were going to patrol the north. Right now, the number of wolves is still too small. For now, we only need a little over 100. However, they will gain the bonus of the territory after joining it, and I believe they will multiply rapidly. The horse bandits surrounded them and then circled around them. Although they were surrounded, Zhang Yanbin and his men were not afraid. Use the same method you use against wolves. At the same time, Zhuge knew, pay attention. Previously, Zhang Yanbin had rewarded the blueprint of Zhuge crossbow. No one could make it at the time. Now we have 3 master craftsmen, we can start manufacturing. However, the 3 masters were not very interested in making this thing, so they only made 20 Zhuge crossbows for Zhang Yanbin, and then went to study their own favorite things. My men, kill them all. Suddenly, the bandits' momentum changed and they rushed towards them fiercely. The charge of a warhorse is different from the charge of a wild wolf. Rushed over. Many shield bearers, especially novices, could not withstand the attack and were knocked down directly. This fall created a gap. Spearmen can only be used as backup. Damn it! Zhang Yanbin saw that several of his soldiers died at once. Anger erupted. Rushed out. With the iron rod in hand, he swept the horse's legs directly. The horse's legs were broken directly, and the bandit fell off. Zhang Yanbin rushed out without caring about anything. At this time, dozens of people who had learned martial arts and skills also followed Zhang Yanbin and rushed out. Shield bearer, continue defending. Lancers, stab the horse's neck for me. Several people come together. Crossbowmen, attack the riders. Chen Fang continued to command the remaining people to block the attack of the horse bandits. Thunderstorm, dragging his big hammer, rushed into the enemy's encirclement. He had no natural fear of the past. After entering, it's a sweep. Whether it is a war horse or a horse bandit, anyone who touches it will die. The grass was stained red with blood. Horse bandits came from all directions. Zhang Yanbin was also stabbed several times and blood was flowing. But he didn't understand the pain. The iron rod continued to attack. Front side. Come on. If I frown, I'm not a hero. Zhang Yanbin didn't know how many times he was stabbed, but he forgot the pain in his body and continued to charge forward. The horse bandits also fought to the death and refused to retreat. The two sides fought fiercely. Zhang Yanbin killed one with one stick. Killed dozens of people. This battle was not large in scale, but it was extremely tragic. On the other side, Lei Bao was furious. Although he was not injured, he saw that many of his own people were killed or injured. Finally, he saw an opportunity. Saw the bandit leader. Go to hell. Thunderstorm, though without the warhorse. But he has a sledgehammer. From a distance, just throw the sledgehammer over. Bang. The sledgehammer hit the bandit leader directly. Smashed him to pieces directly. That was an epic heroic blow. This leader is at most a junior general. The bandit leader died. The enemy's morale is low. Zhang Yanbin ordered the entire army to take the initiative to attack. He also charged forward. However, these horse bandits did not run away, but continued to fight them to the death. The sun is shining brightly. The grass was covered in blood. The battle is finally over. Zhang Yanbin's eyes were moist. It wasn't because he was stabbed several times. Instead, more than 100 of them died in this battle. There were more than 200 injured people. Out of a team of more than 500 people, more than 300 were killed or wounded. What a brutal battle this was. This is just a first-level horse bandit. Their disadvantage was that they had no cavalry. Cavalry. I want to build an invincible cavalry. An invincible army. An invincible navy. If conditions permit, I will also build an air force. He didn't know whether the air force would appear in the game. However, now, the navy, army, and cavalry are all sufficient. Bandage the wounds and clean up the battlefield. Take the bodies of our brothers, arrange them properly, and bring them all back. Zhang Yanbin's tone was somewhat sad. 500 troops, and so many people were lost in an instant. However, he saw it today. Those who have learned skills and techniques have much higher combat effectiveness. Therefore, we still need to focus on training some high-level soldiers in the future. Zhang Yinbin sent people back to the territory to help transport the wounded and bring back the bodies of his soldiers. He just gave it a simple bandage on the spot to stop the bleeding. When they went back, everyone felt a little sad. At the scene, only more than 100 war horses were seized. The rest of the war horses were either dead or disabled. There are only a few skill books, but there is one on intermediate horseback riding. Zhang Yinbin learned it directly. On the way back, everyone was in a bad mood. "Lord, how are you injured?" Ningxi had already heard about it and was waiting for him at the port early. Zhang Yinbin was in a very low mood and simply shook his head. On the way back, Zhang Yinbin said, "Send someone to the foot of the northern mountains to find a cemetery and bury all the heroes of these territories there. Let the wolves guard them." The injured, including Zhang Yinbin, were taken to the clinic. In the clinic, they all further treated the wounds. After taking off his clothes, Zhang Yinbin's wounds looked quite scary. Several large wounds. It was also very painful when being processed. But Zhang Yinbin held back. This is reality, not a game. People will die in war. Zhang Yinbin accepted this. Treat the game as reality. If we fight a war, many people will die. After bandaging, Zhang Yinbin asked the craftsman to make a batch of coffins and a batch of tombstones. All of these must be transported to the foot of the mountains in the north for burial. After doing all this, Zhang Yinbin returned to the administrative center. In the evening, Ningxi also came back. She also noticed that Zhang Yinbin was in a bad mood. "Lord, don't worry. I will make arrangements for the funeral of the soldiers who died in the battle." Zhang Yinbin nodded. He suddenly said, "I know many people will die in war, but I want fewer people to die. Can you help me?" Zhang Yinbin suddenly grabbed Ningxi's hands, completely because he was too excited, not because he wanted to take advantage of her. Ningxi didn't struggle and asked calmly, "How can I help you?" "Develop the territory, get better equipment, and give them the best training. As for leading the troops to fight, leave it to me." Ningxi nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, Lord. I will do my best to develop our territory." Ding system prompt. Congratulations to the player, God-level assistant Ningxi, for reaching 100% loyalty. The daily refresh of refugees in the territory will double, and the efficiency will double. Loyalty is 100. Zhang Yinbin quickly checked Ningxi's attributes. Ningxi, God level. Power, Shenlong Village. Loyalty, 100. Intimacy, 83. Skills, proficient in all internal affairs. Special bonus. All attributes of the territory increase by 100%. Why hasn't the intimacy increased? Zhang Yinbin felt helpless. He was looking forward to it. If the intimacy reached 100, would he be able to? Chapter 24 Horse Farm. That night, Zhang Yinbin continued to sit cross-legged and practice his martial arts. But, because my body was covered with wounds, I couldn't take a shower. At night, Ningxi changed his medicine. The slightly cool hand touching Zhang Yinbin's body made his wound feel less painful. The next day, early in the morning, Ningxi changed Zhang Yinbin's dressing again. "Lord, your wound is healing so quickly. It's almost starting to scab over. I'm afraid it will be better tomorrow." Ningxi also felt strange. The injuries were so severe, many of them were very deep. But after just one night, 70% of it was healed. I have practiced a god-level technique. I have another epic technique here, but it's the blazing flame technique, which isn't suitable for you. If there is a divine technique suitable for you in the future, I will give it to you. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for gaining Ningxi's favorability +3. Favorability increased again. This time, it's 86, which brings me closer to reaching 100. Early in the morning, Zhang Yinbin went to the training ground. There are more than 100 people gathered this time. They were not injured. Yesterday, we were attacked by horse bandits, resulting in heavy casualties. But our soldiers' deaths will not be in vain. Today, we will continue to cross the river and explore the situation over there. As for burying the fallen soldiers, we have to wait for 2 days. It takes time to prepare, and they had to go to the other side of the river to investigate further. The difference is that this time, Zhang Yinbin brought Xiaobei over. More than 100 people crossed the river, arrived at the place where the fierce battle took place before. The corpses, both human and warhorse, were dealt with by the villagers who came later. However, there were still reddish-brown bloodstains on the ground. It proves the brutality of that battle. All soldiers salute. Salute. Make a fist with your right hand, place it on your heart, and observe a moment of silence. A minute later, Zhang Yinbin shouted, "The ceremony is over." Then, He led everyone across the battle area and continued forward. We walked another 20 miles. Zhang Yanbin and his team discovered the bandits' lair. Left and right, surround them. This time, Zhang Yanbin led his men to charge directly. Kneel down and you won't be killed. Kneel down and you won't be killed. Everyone shouted. There were only a few dozen grooms left, and they didn't have much fighting power. When they saw Zhang Yanbin and his army coming, they knelt down and surrendered. Yesterday, you had a day, why didn't you run? Zhang Yanbin called the person over for questioning. A thief-looking man in his early 30s said, "My lord, we just received the news that the boss was killed last night. Besides, there's nowhere to run here. There are mountains on 3 sides and a river on 1 side. Even though it stretches for hundreds of miles, the king will come back sooner or later. We have nowhere to hide. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. This means that Zhang Yanbin is blocked by mountains in the west, south, and north. To the east is the sea. However, the area surrounded by these 3 mountains is very large. It is at least 300 miles long and wide. It's a very large place." "Very good. How many war horses are there?" Zhang Yanbin took a look and found that there were quite a few horse pens in the horse thieves' lair. Zhang Yanbin also confiscated the rest of the property. There are only more than 30,000 copper coins. There is not much food and fodder. The most expensive ones are probably these war horses. There are more than 300 war horses here, but there is a large grassland here, and there are many wild horses. From here, it is still 100 miles away to the mountains to the north and west. Isn't that just a natural, large horse farm? Zhang Yanbin wants to build a cavalry, and then this place will be able to realize Zhang Yanbin's ideal. At this moment, a war horse neighed. Zhang Yanbin walked over. It turned out to be Xiao Beilong. "Little white dragon, what are you doing?" "My king, your war horse is a stallion. There are several mares here, and they are in heat." Zhang Yanbin was speechless. This little white dragon is so embarrassing for him. "All right, all of you, from now on, you will officially join our Shenlong territory and raise horses here properly. I will send a group of people over soon." Zhang Yanbin took a brief look at it. There are probably tens of thousands of wild horses in this area. Zhang Yanbin will send some people over to establish a base here. Then, capture more wild horses and raise them here. Here, after joining their territory, the attributes will be greatly increased, and there will be more war horses. After confirming that there was no danger in this direction, Zhang Yanbin also planned to go back. "My king, can you please keep this white horse?" Zhang Yanbin wanted to take Xiao Beilong away. The wretched man said quickly, "This horse is exceptionally majestic. The resulting horse will surely be very good. Stay for a while and find some good horses." Zhang Yanbin frowned, thinking that this little white dragon had become a stud. "I don't even have a girlfriend. This is another litter of little white dragons. Okay, stay here for a few days." Zhang Yanbin wanted to take it away, but at that moment Xiao Beilong was being intimate with a group of mares, so he probably couldn't take it away. On the way back, Zhang Yanbin felt much more relaxed. But halfway through, he was no longer happy. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Qingtian for wiping out the level 2 bandits. Reward: 10 intermediate cultivation techniques, 10 intermediate skill books, 1,000 silver coins. The first level bandit was killed by himself. However, the second level one was beaten. First kill. I'm going back to blast the troops. Stimulated, Zhang Yanbin hurried back to his territory. After returning, I found Nan Ningxi. Ningxi, didn't we have the architectural blueprints for a high-end horse ranch before? Now we have a place to build it. On the other side of the river is a natural, large horse farm. Arrange for people to build it immediately. At the same time, send people to capture a batch of war horses. Yes, Lord. After Zhang Yanbin finished his work, he went to the Divine Workshop again. There are 3 master-level people in the Divine Workshop, and they are bound to achieve some results. 3 masters. This Divine Workshop cannot be completed in a few days. I need a batch of ships now. Can you use this black jade cypress to build some? The second-level bandit was beaten, but Zhang Yanbin didn't know the situation. However, there were no more bandits or horse bandits around. It may be due to geographical restrictions that large-scale horse thieves and bandits cannot be generated here, because this is a very closed continent. These horse thieves and mountain bandits have nowhere to rob, even if they want to. Level 1 is refreshed by the system. As for the second level, I'm afraid it won't be refreshed. Then, Zhang Yanbin had no choice but to turn his attention to the sea. Don't worry, Lord. Although we don't have the shipbuilding blueprints, we can definitely build an 800-ton warship based on the 500-ton blueprints we made earlier. The master carpenter said this with confidence. Zhang Yanbin nodded and asked them to make the arrangements. At night, Zhang Yanbin wanted to practice the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. At this moment, His helmet prompted that someone was knocking on the door. Zhang Yinbin entered the administrative center and then went offline. After logging off, he opened the door directly. Sure enough, it was Dong Xiaowan who knocked on the door. What's up? Hey. Although she's average looking, she has a really nice figure. Zhang Yinbin was only wearing shorts and a vest. After training, his body is full of small muscles. What is it? Regular meeting in 5 minutes in the first floor lobby to share game information. Chapter 25 Intelligence Sharing. Zhang Yinbin had no interest at first. However, sharing game information is very necessary. Zhang Yinbin, trapped in a place alone. There are mountains on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side. You can't touch other players either. So, he needed a source of intelligence. Change into more normal clothes. Zhang Yinbin went downstairs. After a while, all 3 girls arrived. Dong Xiaowan, Yang Yingfan, and Qin Xiaoyan. We introduced each other. What's your game name? Dong Xiaowan asked him again. However, Zhang Yinbin refused to say anything. He sat on the sofa, picked up a piece of fruit, and started eating. Tisk, forget it. In fact, Zhang Yinbin didn't know that the 3 of them didn't know each other's game names. Yang Yingfan is a very delicate and beautiful woman. She said quietly, "Let me tell you my information first. I know the people from the Sunny Sky Guild. They were able to defeat the 2nd-level bandits this time because they used a large number of manpower. There are over 1,000 players alone. For various reasons, they gave up being lords and became individual heroes. There are also more than 1,000 troops from the territory, more than 2,000 troops, and a lot of props were used to capture the 2nd-level bandits." This news really interested everyone, including Zhang Yinbin. Qin Xiaoyan quickly asked, "How strong is this level 2 bandit?" That's what they care about. The first kill of the 2nd-level bandit is no longer available. However, if we can take it, we can also seize a lot of supplies. Yang Yingfan paused, took a sip of water, and continued. There are 2 commanders. Preliminary estimates suggest they may be junior generals. They both have skills and techniques, but their levels are unknown. In addition, there are about 200 elite subordinates, who are very difficult to deal with. Zhang Yinbin secretly weighed the situation of the 2nd-level bandits in his mind. It's not difficult to kill them. If I had a hideout of a 2nd-level bandit, I would have wiped it out. However, Yang Yingfan continued. This time, they lost over 600 elite NPCs, and 80% of the players were killed in battle. Only then did they capture the 2nd-level stronghold. Zhang Yinbin was speechless. This is too miserable. However, others can recruit players. Also, you can spend money to buy various resources and train more people into soldiers. In terms of military strength, he far surpassed Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin secretly decided to expand his military forces as quickly as possible. Yang Yingfan finished sharing his information. Then wait for others to share. It's Dong Xiaowan's turn. Dong Xiaowan said, "I know how to use some of the materials in the game, as well as their classification and so on. Also, there's a doctor in my territory who has developed some pretty good medicine using herbs. You can try that as well. Also, I have some information about Zhuge Shenlong. I've traded with him twice. Once it was just some silk. I don't know if it was for his girlfriend or if he had some fetish for himself." Zhang Yinbin was also stunned when he suddenly heard his own name. However, Dong Xiaowan continued. "Also, I've sent people to investigate the various forces around me. Each territory has its own characteristics. Dong Xiaowan, I gave you a brief introduction." Zhang Yinbin did get a lot of information from them. Everyone looked at Qin Xiaoyan. "I know some news about the Gale Guild." Everyone looked at her, and she began to speak. "The Quangfeng Guild has contacted Zhuge Shenlong and wants to acquire his territory. However, in the end, no deal was reached, and word spread from above that Zhuge Shenlong's territory was no longer worth acquiring." Zhang Yinbin understood that what they wanted were epic techniques and skills. "Now that I have learned it myself, it is of course of no value. Also, the people from the Gale Guild have been working on a big mission recently. The details are unknown, but they may be completed soon." Qin Xiaoyan has also finished her analysis. Everyone looked at Zhang Yinbin. Dong Xiaowan spoke first. "The information here cannot be heard for free. You must share it. If you don't have it this time, you'll have to come up with better intelligence next time. If you still don't have it next time, get out." Dong Xiaowan was not polite at all. Zhang Yinbin was silent for a moment, then said, "I have learned intermediate level exercises. I was originally very weak and had asthma. However, after learning the intermediate level exercises and practicing more, my body became stronger and my asthma was cured." Zhang Yinbin finished speaking. Everyone was stunned. This news is only known to the upper class. Dong Xiaowan asked in surprise, "Really?" Zhang Yinbin nodded and said, "Really? If the technique is better, it might be more effective." Zhang Yinbin said this, firstly to raise the price of skill books. Second, it is also to gather more intelligence. This technique can be brought into reality, but this secret cannot be kept. Since many people already know about it, it may be made public soon. Okay, if this news is true, then we'll pass. Dong Xiaowan said. They shared some information and then dispersed. Zhang Yinbin did not return to the room, but walked outside. It's dark outside. Zhang Yinbin reached the back mountain smoothly. After arriving there, he secretly checked around and found that there was no one around. Then he took out the black jade cypress stick and started practicing. After practicing hammering stones for more than an hour, Zhang Yinbin went back. Back to the game. We must speed up. The military strength must also be expanded. 500 people are not enough. We need to get at least 1,000 first. However, they must all be S rank or above, otherwise it will be in vain. The training of a soldier requires a lot of resources. Therefore, we must be elite. Zhang Yinbin plans to buy a gaming console. The game cabin has a life support system, advanced nutrient solution, and can automatically process excrement. So, you can spend more time in the game. However, check it out online. The low end is 500 Mi, the high end is 20 million. Zhang Yinbin immediately gave up the idea of buying it. Make money first, and buy high-end products if you want to buy them. I'm afraid that low-end products will be eliminated by you soon. The entire territory can raise 20 million because some things can be sold, but Zhang Yinbin will not do this. At night, he continued to practice his 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. After dawn, Zhang Yinbin went directly to the training ground. Yang Xiong, I request that the troops be expanded to 1,000 as soon as possible, and the quality must not be low. How long will it take? Lord, we have enough manpower. It only takes 3 days. Now, there is a group of veterans. When new recruits arrive, they can be trained first. During battles, veterans can also lead new recruits. Zhang Yinbin went to Xingongfeng again. He personally supervised the 3 master craftsmen to create the equipment he needed. Ships and Zhuge crossbows are what we need right now. Zhang Yinbin personally supervised and asked them to build 300 Zhuge crossbows. At the same time, the new ship must be launched 3 days later. If 3 master craftsmen don't keep an eye on it themselves, it's no one's fault. Chapter 26 Naval Attack. For 3 days, Zhang Yinbin didn't go anywhere. He ran back and forth between the military camp and the Divine Workshop. Watch the progress of recruiting new soldiers. At the same time, watch the Divine Workshop create weapons. Ordinary craftsmen also make ordinary weapons and armor. Although these have no attributes, they are much better than nothing. After 3 days, Zhang Yinbin finally expanded his military strength to 1,000 men. This is all because the territory's attributes are incredible, although they are all hidden. However, the population refreshed every day is very large, and Zhang Yinbin found that the quality is generally high. The proportion of people at SS and SSS levels is not small. Although he doesn't know the attributes of other territories, Zhang Yinbin feels that with Nanningshi here, this proportion must be much higher than others. In 3 days, the entire game area has undergone great changes. The main reason is that there are tens of millions of individual players. Because their territory was breached, many people choose the Hell level. The result was tragic. So far, only Zhang Yinbin has passed. The rest, none of them have passed the Hell level. There were also those who chose the difficult level, and as a result, their territories were severely damaged, so they simply disbanded their territories and joined the big guilds. Some large guilds began to gather a group of people. These players joined their guild and territory, which greatly accelerated the development of the territory. As for Zhang Yinbin, the population has exceeded 20,000 in these 3 days. The territory and various construction projects are progressing at a fast pace. However, some large guilds have more than 20,000 players alone building in one territory. Therefore, Zhang Yinbin has fallen far behind for the time being. 3 days later, Zhang Yinbin convened a strategic meeting. The members include him and Nan Ningxi. Inside the administrative center, the two sat opposite each other. Nan Ningxi was wearing plain white hanfu today, with only simple patterns on it. But it looks ethereal. If you are not a thick-skinned person, you dare not approach. Ningxi, our territory will definitely encounter development bottlenecks in the future. So, I developed 2 strategies. Yeah. Nan Ningxi just nodded and continued listening to Zhang Yinbin. Nan Ningxi is elegant and quiet at this time. First, it's a strategy to go into the mountains. There must be a lot of resources in the mountains. So, we need to form many expedition teams to go into the mountains to explore for various resources. Second, we will expand into the sea. I will personally lead this strategy and lead the army into battle. Because we are surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and they are endless mountains. And on the other side is the ocean. At this point, we should develop in both directions. Nan Ningxi paused for a moment. Then, he said calmly, when are you leaving? We'll leave tomorrow. Now we have 3 large ships that we built ourselves. And 3 pirate ships that were captured. The 3 pirate ships were probably only around 500 tons. With a displacement of 500 tons, we can already build a ship that is about 50 meters long and 8 meters wide. The ship built by Zhang Yanbin and his team using Black Jade Cypress has a displacement of nearly 800 tons. Build a ship that is 60 meters long, 10 meters wide, and has a draft of about 4 meters. This is enough to carry many people and supplies. 6 ships, one of which is mainly used to transport supplies. Short voyages to many coastal outposts are no problem. Ships made of Black Jade Cypress only require minor maintenance once every 3 months and major maintenance once a year. Well, if you need anything, send a letter back promptly. Also stay safe. Now, Nan Ningxi is completely a qualified wife. Oh no, a qualified deputy lord. After the strategic meeting, the 2 of them took a break. The 2 of them lay side by side, separated by a gauze curtain. By the way, when will the next territory upgrade be? The population is already so large, and it is increasing rapidly every day. Next upgrade? Zhang Yanbin is also looking forward to it. Lord, to upgrade after level 3, you need to reach a population of 50,000, have a sufficient number of territory buildings, and also have 3 high-level buildings. Next, the Lord will take the initiative to accept the trial mission. Trial missions also have 3 levels: easy, difficult, and hellish. Okay, I understand. Go to sleep. There are conditions for upgrading again, and each upgrade requires trials. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin must improve the quantity and quality of the army as soon as possible. The next day, early in the morning, when she got up, Ningxi took out a white silk scarf embroidered with flowers and handed it to Zhang Yanbin. Here, it's been blessed. Keep it with you. Zhang Yanbin took the scarf and placed it solemnly in his arms. I also smell a faint fragrance. Nan Ningxi blushed and said, the pattern embroidered on it was drawn by a master of formations. It can cure seasickness. Although it was drawn by a master of formation, it was embroidered by Nan Ningxi herself. In fact, on several ships, the formation master has engraved formations to strengthen and prevent seasickness. However, anything can happen at sea. Nan Ningxi still prepared one for Zhang Yanbin. Thanks. Zhang Yanbin didn't say much. A thank you is enough. Zhang Yanbin then strode out of the door and headed towards the training ground. Nan Ningxi came out, watched his departing back, and then started her work. By the big river. Simple port. At this time, the army gathered. Zhang Yanbin, the leader, shouted, get on board. The troops began to board the ship in an orderly manner. An 800-ton ship is already several dozen meters long. On the pier, the soldiers went up quickly one by one. When one boat was full, another boat came over and continued to board. Zhang Yanbin saw it and knew that this place would be expanded in the future. Dig out and build a large port where several ships can dock at the same time. However, that's for the future. He also boarded the ship smoothly. On an 800-ton ship, the flag flying on the ship is the commander's flag, which is also the flagship. The boats went down the river. It took less than an hour to walk to the big lake. There is a gentle breeze on the lake. The scenery is beautiful. At this time, this large lake became Zhang Yanbin's alone. This lake is very large, and its fish resources are inexhaustible. Zhang Yanbin's territory is located in a place with unique advantages. We will train here for 3 days, then we will go to sea. The most important thing for naval warfare is the use of bows and crossbows. A total of 6 large crossbows were installed on the ship, at the bow, stern, and hull. Next is the Zhuge crossbow in the hands of the soldiers. They had no experience in water combat. I learned a few things from the captured pirates and thieves, and now I'm starting training. After using some targets, the soldiers began training day and night. They also need to be trained on how to operate a boat, and so on. The soldiers were studying, and Zhang Yanbin went offline after returning to the cabin. This time he didn't go through the first floor hall, but directly opened the window and jumped from the second floor. After that, he ran quickly to the back mountain. After training in the back mountain for more than 2 hours, Zhang Yanbin came back. Chapter 27: Attacking Pirates. In 3 days, a lot of changes have taken place in the game. There were many system announcements in succession. Some people completed large tasks, and some people got some great treasures. Of course, there are other lords who have recruited epic heroes. Zhang Yanbin spends half a day training on the lake and half a day training in reality. Dahu, Nan Ningxi has sent people to establish a stronghold here. Say something. In the game, you can build a base wherever you go. However, the radiation range of the 3rd level territory is only 30 kilometers. Within a radius of 30 kilometers, you will receive attribute bonuses from the territory. Anything beyond that will not be affected by the territory's bonus. This big lake is already 100 miles away and is not affected by the territory bonus. However, as long as the territory continues to upgrade, the entire lake will be named Shenlong Lake by Zhang Yanbin. Shenlong Lake became Zhang Yanbin's inner lake. We trained on Shenlong Lake for 3 days. Zhang Yanbin stood at the bow, facing the breeze, letting the wind blow his hair. Give the order, the fleet will set out to sea. The flag bearer next to them immediately gave orders with flag signals, and the 6 ships set off in the direction of the sea. After leaving the lake, you have to walk another 30 miles along the river to reach your destination. But for the fleet going downstream, it took less than an hour to reach the estuary. After leaving Shenlong Lake, the river is very wide, about 10 kilometers wide. Giant ships of tens of thousands of tons and hundreds of thousands of tons can pass through. Of course, there probably aren't any ships that big in the game right now. After leaving the estuary, they headed north according to the nautical chart. According to the remaining pirates, they were originally first-class pirates. Because I lost the battle for territory with others. That's why they ran to Nehu and fought with the pirates for territory. As a result, they were all wiped out by Zhang Yanbin. The target of Zhang Yanbin's first battle was the pirates' former lair. After all, they know that place better. The sea is very windy. The wind made Zhang Yanbin's clothes rustle. However, Zhang Yanbin likes to stand at the bow and watch. Looking at the vast and boundless ocean, my heart becomes broad. Could it be that the other 7 continents are all connected by the ocean? If my ship is big enough to reach the deep sea, can I also reach other continents? Currently, the game has 8 announced continents. There are 8 continents in each of the 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. Next, there are the same 4 directions in the middle for continents. The 4 continents in the middle are more advanced, and the things you can get, the tasks you can accept, etc., are all 1 level higher than those outside. But now no one knows how to get through. Zhang Yanbin and his fleet can only sail along the coastline and cannot go out to sea. Walk for half a day. By the afternoon, there were still 2 hours until dusk. Lord, the pirates' lair is in that bay. Usually, their ships are in port at this time. Chen Fong has learned the intelligence in detail and is now reporting to Zhang Yanbin. Very good. Our 3 large ships will lead the charge. Thunderstorm, if you get the chance, jump overboard. If they're on shore, jump right on shore and kill them. All right, Lord, watch me. Lei Bao weighed the sledgehammer in his hand and was very excited. Finally, we can fight. Ship, enter the port quickly. Zhang Yanbin gave the order, and the flag bearer immediately took command. The 3 large ships were lined up side by side. Penetration, each with 3 powerful crossbows. The arrows of the crossbow were as thick as arms. A small bay, not very big. There is a group of pirates stationed inside. This group of pirates turned out to be 2nd-level pirates. In the fight for territory, some men and ships were lost. Now, I am recuperating. All the ships are anchored in the port. It would take several days for their injured personnel to go out to sea. But at this time, 3 large ships came in. There were 3 more ships following behind. The soldiers on the watchtower were originally lazy. When I saw the ship, I didn't react for a moment. I stood up and looked at it for a long time. Suddenly realized something was wrong. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The soldiers sounded the alarm. However, at this time, Zhang Yanbin and his 3 large ships had already arrived at the port. Attack, don't let them get close to the crossbows. The bows and crossbows on the ship began to attack. There are also defenses on the shore. There are many bows and crossbows. There is no one next to these bows and crossbows. At this time, some pirates rushed over and attacked with these crossbows. However, Zhang Yanbin and his men attacked first. Several crossbow arrows roared out, making people's scalps tingle. The crossbow attacked the building, making a big hole in it, and causing incredible destructive power. One pirate was unable to dodge and was nailed to the wall. The crossbow arrow pierced through the watchtower and directly broke one of its pillars, causing half of the watchtower to collapse. The ship continued to move forward. The crossbows were firing continuously, preventing the pirates from getting close to the crossbows they had set up on the shore. Some bows and crossbows on the shore were directly destroyed. Quick, fight back, rush out. They only have a few bows and crossbows, don't be afraid. The pirate leader has arrived. At the bow, there were only 9 crossbows on the 3 ships combined. The density of the attack is not strong. However, the crossbow is so powerful that it can directly shoot through several people. If a crossbow flies past your ear, the wind it brings will cause pain. Everyone is afraid of this kind of attack force. However, under the command of the pirate leader, these pirates were forced to seize their bows and crossbows and then fire. Those bows and crossbows were given special attention. Many people who tried to rush forward died. Moreover, it was extremely bloody and frightening to others. One arrow can cut a person in half. Finally, there were sporadic counterattacks. Keep charging, and let those behind you catch up and attack together. The arrows kept flying. A crossbow flew towards Zhang Yinbin from the front. Zhang Yinbin was not at all flustered and swung his black jade stick directly. Bang! There was a loud bang. This crossbow has powerful attack power, and Zhang Yinbin's black jade stick also has powerful attack power. The two sides collided, making a loud noise. The crossbow made of wood was directly shattered into pieces. The ship is almost reaching the shore. At this time, the soldiers on the ship could also attack with the Zhuge crossbows in their hands. Arrows flew from both sides. Zhang Yinbin used an iron rod to deflect the incoming arrows. Just wait until we get close to the shore. All 6 ships have been put into battle. Finally, the boat was not far from the shore. Grandpa left first. The thunderstorm swung the hammer out and hit it on the shore. A crossbow on the shore was smashed to pieces. And the thunderstorm also jumped ashore. On the shore, several pirates were knocked away by him. He even grabbed a person and used him as a weapon, mowing down a large group of people. Then he got his weapon and started killing people again. Zhang Yinbin also jumped onto the shore. He first cleared out the pirates around to make it easier for subsequent soldiers to come up. Thunderstorm, follow me and disperse their crossbow team. On the pirate side, there was a shield formation, and many people behind it were attacking with bows and crossbows. The dense arrows have caused them considerable casualties. Chapter 28. Eliminate the second-level pirates. Okay, follow me. Zhang Yinbin organized several people who had learned martial arts and skills, and rushed forward with Lei Bao. The thunderstorm's hammer came closer, and then swung out again. Directly smashed a big hole in their shield formation. Zhang Yinbin was the first to jump into their battle formation. There were archers inside, and they had no attack power at all when approached. Zhang Yinbin swept across and knocked down a large group of people. The rest of the people followed Zhang Yinbin and rushed in. With the burst of skills, the team of more than 300 people was killed to pieces by dozens of them in a moment. After this largest group of pirates was dispersed, their attack power suddenly weakened. Their bows and crossbows were weaker than those of Zhang Yinbin and his Zhuge Liang. Zhuge crossbow can fire continuously. Moreover, the main components are made of black jade cypress, which makes the attack power even stronger. Soldiers, attack fiercely when you get close. Even a second-level pirate would find it difficult to withstand such huge destructive power. Quick, gather together. Don't run. The pirates showed signs of defeat. At this time, the pirate leader was shouting. He personally rushed up and killed several people on Zhang Yinbin's side. Fight with me. Zhang Yinbin set his sights on this leader. He shouted to Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, take the men and don't let the pirates gather. Whoever gathers, you bring people to disperse them. Thunderstorms are more intimidating than myself. Zhang Yinbin held back their leader, while the thunderstorm could kill and disperse the people they had gathered. Zhang Yinbin swung his iron rod down from the sky. The pirate leader rushed forward with a big sword. I'm going to chop you to death. The pirate leader has gone mad. His own pirate lair was actually attacked. The two men's weapons collided, and neither was stronger. Come again. Zhang Yinbin found that the other party was as strong as himself, but he was not afraid at all. The two men had been hacking and slashing at each other for dozens of moves. Every move is fatal. Use all your strength in every move. Both want to kill the other. The pirate leader tried to escape several times, but was stopped by Zhang Yinbin in time. Your opponent is me. Be careful, don't be distracted. The pirate leader wanted to get rid of Zhang Yinbin and take command of his army, but several attempts failed. Zhang Yinbin fought harder and harder. Give it your all every time. Attack with hundreds of moves. The pirate leader's hands were numb from the shock, and his fighting ability was greatly reduced. His movements obviously slowed down, and his strength was not as strong as before. Besides, he had used several powerful moves before to get rid of Zhang Yinbin. After several big moves, he became even weaker. However, Zhang Yinbin relied on basic stick techniques to keep the opponent entangled, not giving the pirate leader any chance to escape. Bang! A stick hit the pirate leader on the arm. The pirate leader grunted through gritted teeth. You're a distraction, go to hell. The pirate leader was injured and was hit by Zhang Yinbin. Then, Zhang Yinbin attacked even more fiercely. His strength seemed to be endless. The pirate leader was frightened and careless, and was hit directly on the neck by Zhang Yinbin, dying on the spot. Zhang Yinbin was sweating all over and looked around. The thunderstorm was chasing people. These pirates have been dispersed and are no longer a big threat. Sure enough, after a while, some died and some fell to the ground. A pirate hideout was wiped out by them just like that. Clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. Zhang Yinbin held the wooden stick in one hand and watched all this with high spirits. The soldiers went to work. He looked for a while before squatting down and picking up the pirate leader's knife. Hey, it's actually a fine knife. It could fetch tens of thousands of dollars. If there's no one in the territory who would use it, I'll sell it. Zhang Yinbin took another mock exam. Well, elementary skills, elementary techniques, not bad. This pirate leader exploded 2 books. The system also issued rewards. However, the rewards are few and far between. Although they are pirates, they are of the same nature as bandits. The first kill at level 2 is gone. About 1,500 people, the elite team, the one equipped with shields and bows. Recall the battle process. The biggest threat is the group of archers protected by a shield formation. They fired dense arrows, causing heavy casualties to Zhang Yinbin's team. They brought the greatest casualties. However, it didn't last long before Lei Bao and Zhang Yinbin and the others got close to them. After they were killed and dispersed, they no longer posed any threat. The rest were ordinary pirates, whose fighting ability was not as good as their soldiers. All in all, there are nearly 100 people like Zhang Yinbin who have learned basic skills and techniques, and these are better than their elites. A sneak attack, plus, there were Zhang Yinbin and Lei Bao in their team. The second-level pirates were defeated by them. Lord, we suffered over 100 casualties. There were about 100 casualties. For a team of only 1,000 people, the loss was indeed considerable. Well, that's how war works. But we have to summarize this combat experience when we return. After Qin Feng finished the statistics, he came to report to Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin is now in a much better state of mind after experiencing the disastrous defeat on the grassland last time. He was heartbroken by the large number of casualties, but he would not show it. Qin Feng went to count the spoils again. Lord, we have seized over 50 books on basic techniques and skills, but only 2 are elementary. The 2 books reported by Qin Feng do not count as the 2 books in Zhang Yinbin's hands. The money, calculated as copper coins, is over 600,000. Zhang Yinbin frowned and said, so poor. More than 600,000 yuan, but they lost more than 100 people to get that little. This group of pirates has fought a war before, so it probably cost them a lot. Lord, there are 8 ships captured, 2 combat ships, and 2 transport ships. Food, over 300,000 units. There are also weapons, other supplies. Qin Feng reported all the seized items one by one. Zhang Yinbin took a look and said, we will rest here today and retreat to Shenlong Lake tomorrow to rest. After we have repaired and replenished our forces, we will go out to sea again. This time, it's our first battle. After the initial battle, we need to summarize and train our troops. The territory is constantly developing. They have been out for several days. The territory should have trained a new batch of troops. They rested here that day and went back early the next morning. On the way back, they escorted more than 300 prisoners. At the same time, there are many ships. These boats can be taken back and used as fishing boats. It can also be used as a training ship or a transport ship. As for fighting, it is better to use ships built in your own territory, lighter and stronger. After returning to Shenlong Lake, Zhang Yinbin let them rest and started training with 500 new recruits. 2 more ships were built in the territory. Zhang Yinbin hasn't paid attention to the game for several days. Offline, someone called him. Probably it was time to share intelligence again. Zhang Yinbin handed over the army to Lei Bao and Qin Feng for training, and he went offline. Chapter 29, Gale's Mission. Zhang Yinbin went offline, and it was indeed Dong Xiaowan who came to inform him. Come down quickly, there's something important. Zhang Yinbin simply washed up, changed his clothes, and went downstairs. Dong Xiaowan and Yang Yingfan have arrived. After waiting for a while, Qin Xiaoyan also arrived. Everyone is here. Yingfan, you speak. Yang Yingfan nodded solemnly, and with her beautiful face, she said softly, before, the people from the Guangfeng Guild had been working on a large-scale mission. Now, the mission has encountered a huge problem. They have reached the last level and they need someone to help them because the last level is too abnormal. Zhang Yinbin also became interested, but he didn't ask. After a while, Yang Yingfan continued. In the last level, the enemy is a ferocious beast. The beast has reached the peak level of an epic hero. And this mission can only bring 100 people, regardless of whether they are players or NPC heroes. It is indeed difficult for 100 people to deal with an epic beast. Zhang Yinbin secretly thought it was a pity that this mission had nothing to do with him. This time, I told you to log off because I received intelligence that the Gale Guild will be inviting everyone from the entire Eastern continent. As long as you are strong enough, you can participate. We can negotiate the terms, but we need a result and a finalized list within this day. If we fail this time, all their previous investment will be wasted. Zhang Yinbin's mind moved. Doesn't that mean he also has a chance? Chen Xiaoyan seemed to know a lot too. He added, it is said that the management of the Gale Guild has been debating whether to invite Zhuge Shenlong. I heard that Zhuge Shenlong has learned some skills and his level is not low. He is also an epic hero. However, they have been arguing internally about the conditions. The reward for this mission is definitely enormous. If we invite Zhang Yinbin, then Zhang Yinbin will definitely have to set conditions for the price he asks. If the conditions are too high, that's why the management of the Gale Guild is arguing. The three women began to discuss whether they would participate. This made Zhang Yinbin feel strange. Whether he participates now or not really depends entirely on the conditions. Everyone discussed for a while, then looked at Zhang Yinbin. Yang Yingfan said, Zhang Yinbin, do you have any information? My territory is on the seashore, and I encountered pirates. Does that count as intelligence? Pirate? Everyone's eyes lit up. He stared at Zhang Yinbin from head to toe, as if to see him naked. Dong Xiaowan said, I don't have time today. I have to go back to the game and watch how Zhuge Shenlong talks with the people from Quangfeng. Next time when we share intelligence, just give us a detailed account of the situation at the beach. Obviously, the three of them were inland, so they wanted to know how big this game was and what kind of existence it would be. Therefore, they are also very curious about the seaside. After the discussion, everyone dispersed. Zhang Yinbin didn't return to the game immediately, but he tried it and found that his strength increased too much. However, I have mastered most of it now. Took a break before returning to the game. As soon as I entered the game, I received my private message. 1-1. Boss, someone wants to invite you to a fight. Are you going? Boss, you have to charge a high price when the time comes. It turns out that this Quangfeng Guild is actually a multi-billion-dollar group in reality. Boss, what's your current level? If we meet again, you must protect me. Zhang Yinbin was speechless. She already knew that Dong Xiaowan was 1-1. I didn't expect that there would be such a huge gap between the game and reality. Zhang Yinbin first looked at the situation of his own army. Chen Feng, that's right. There are now more than 130 SSS-level soldiers. I will find a way to provide them with skills and techniques. This time, more than 500 people were added from the territory. I heard that Yang Xiong is still training more than 200 people. Every day, suitable refugees will be added. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin also ordered people to screen the pirate captives. Those who have good conditions can join in directly. Zhang Yinbin plans to build an elite force of more than 100 people. All of them have SSS-level qualifications. When Zhang Yinbin was planning where to go next, Quangfeng contacted him. Brother Zhuge, maybe you already know. I want you to help me defeat a boss, regardless of whether I win or lose. How about 3 million federal coins? Zhang Yinbin frowned when he saw the news. His time is precious. He doesn't care about money. You can seize hundreds of thousands of dollars by fighting pirates once. I'm not interested in money. It's this sentence again. On the other side, Quangfeng's side. Sure enough, the strong wind became difficult. He continued, we've invited a lot of people this time, so we can only pay you. Alternatively, we can compensate you with 10 basic cultivation techniques books and 20 basic skill books. What do you think? Zhang Yinbin was not interested at all. With this time, he might as well go exploring and fighting pirates. Immediately, I refused. The wind was rejected again. This time, it took a long time before I contacted Zhang Yinbin again. Brother Zhuge, why don't you make some conditions and we can discuss it? Zhang Yinbin thought for a moment, then said, if this epic beast drops something, I'll choose it first. If it doesn't drop anything, I'll take its corpse. Brother Zhuge, you're going too far. We've invited quite a few people this time, and they're all experts. I can give you a little more money. 5 million federal coins, plus a copy of an intermediate level technique. What do you think? Zhang Yinbin was too lazy to reply. He is not very interested in money or anything that is not epic. Zhang Yinbin did not reply. This made Quangfeng very crazy. Because they are not sure now. We did invite a lot of people. This time, as long as you fill in your name on the mission scroll, it will automatically be teleported to a specific space. Then start doing the task. This time it's a series of tasks with generous rewards. They have already invested a lot before. The last level, if you don't pass. There were also fierce quarrels within the Gale Guild. However, this has nothing to do with Zhang Yinbin. He looked at the chart. Then, he called Lei Bao, Chen Feng, and several SSS-level team leaders. Each ship has several SSS class officers, one of whom is the captain. Zhang Yinbin pointed to the sea chart and said, this time, we will lead 1,500 troops directly north for 300 miles and cover the entire 300 miles. If there are pirates, we will fight them. After that, go south for another 300 miles. Go back and intensify your training. Set off in 3 days. Also, have the territory send supplies as soon as possible. Yes, Lord. They each took their orders and left. At this time, Quang Feng finally accepted Zhang Yanbin's conditions. Because they cannot afford to fail. If they fail, they will suffer heavy losses. Brother Zhuge, we agree to your terms, but you must bring your epic hero with you. Tell me his name, and I will write it on the quest scroll and send it over tomorrow morning. The mission only lasts 1 day. Chapter 30 The Power of Azure Dragon. Quang Feng agreed. He can't afford the gamble. If this mission fails, the loss will be too great. Zhang Yanbin read the message and smiled indifferently. Then the name of the thunderstorm was sent to him. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the mission will officially begin with others. Zhang Yanbin made some simple preparations. He asked a craftsman to make him a mask. This mask is made of leather and is not too uncomfortable to wear. The reason for using a mask is because you are about to meet other players. The characters in the game are not much different from those in real life. However, there are some changes in the service and hairstyle in the game. In addition, because of practicing martial arts, his temperament has become more outstanding. However, these will gradually affect reality. Of course, your skills must be good enough. After practicing at the dock for a night, he was with Lei Bao the next day. Boss, I heard you're joining the tornado mission. I'm so excited. That's an epic beast. Boss, I really want to fight with you. In the morning, Dong Xiaowan got the news from somewhere and immediately sent him a lot of messages. Zhang Yanbin looked at it helplessly and shook his head without replying. 8 o'clock, the time has come. Zhang Yanbin and Lei Bao were suddenly enveloped by a mysterious force. Then there was a mist, and they were flying in the air. It didn't take long before the two landed together. After landing, Zhang Yanbin and his team arrived at an open space. At this time, Zhang Yanbin was already holding a wooden stick, and Lei Bao was also on guard around. Many people appeared around, looking around curiously. This is a special space, not the same world as the outside world. The Talking Wind. Quang Feng, a tall man, holding a big sword and wearing armor, looks quite heroic. Zhang Yanbin didn't know the rest of the people. But Zhuge Shenlong? My name is Zhuge Shenlong, and this is my general, Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm held his head high and ignored the other players. Quang Feng knew most of the people who came. Zhang Yanbin was wearing a mask and looked really different. Okay, everyone, make some simple preparations and divide into groups. We don't know what the enemy is. I originally had a team of 50 people here, and they worked well together, forming a separate group. The 50-man team of Quang Feng has always been a team and works in perfect harmony. They all practiced martial arts and skills, and also had many defensive items. Zhang Yanbin doesn't care. He said, I'll be in a group with my hero. His skills can hurt others. Quang Feng just looked at the two of them and nodded silently. Just divided into groups. Suddenly, there was a dragon roar. Everyone suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Because this dragon roar carried murderous intent and a very dangerous aura. Even the thunderstorm sensed the danger. He immediately said, Lord, this dragon is stronger than me. They are all epic, and there are different levels. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in the distance. Yes, Qinglong. It only had 2 claws, and it was running from a distance. The dragon's roar sounded again. The green dragon was huge, and it swung its tail like a dragon. Everyone was shocked. Quang Feng yelled, block it, use defensive items. Suddenly, someone in their team took out a talisman, and a dirt wall suddenly appeared in front of them. This earth wall was like paper in front of the green dragon, and it was torn to pieces with 1 claw. Even so, it gave others some time. The dragon's tail swept past. Some people avoided it, some used their skills to resist, and some were directly knocked away. Those who were knocked away fell to the ground and died beyond all possibility of death. Lei Bao resisted with his sledgehammer, and Zhang Yanbin, who was next to him, also resisted with a wooden stick, but only retreated a few steps. Quang Feng's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that this task would be so difficult. As soon as they appeared, several people died. However, the Azure Dragon did not give them more chances. With a roar, he swept his tail over again. Thunderstorm, the strongest attack. Zhang Yanbin shouted, using all his strength at the same time. Bang! Thunderstorm used his skills to block Qinglong's attack, and at the same time, the power of thunder also had some effect on Qinglong. Others saw that Thunderstorm could actually block Qinglong's attack. They also launched their own attacks. Quick output. The strong wind saw hope. This thunderstorm was not simple. They also began to attack, using various skills. Although their skills and techniques are low level, there are many of them. It also had a certain impact on Qinglong. However, this also angered Qinglong. After a dragon roar, the Azure Dragon spewed out a breath of dragon's breath from above. hitting the team of 50 people where Quang Feng was. Spread. The wind yelled, but it was too late. More than 20 people died with one breath of dragon's breath. Use all your means and attack. Brother Zhuge, please stop the Azure Dragon. Zhang Yinbin knew that if anyone suffered a loss at this point, everyone would suffer. Therefore, Thunderstorm must block the attack of Azure Dragon. Thunderstorm then blocked Qinglong's 3 attacks. Quangfeng and others threw many porcelain bottles at Qinglong. What kind of medicine are these porcelain bottles for? They come in various colors. Corrosive. Make the Qinglong colorful. Quick, use armor-piercing arrows. Strong wind, and people took out armor-piercing arrows and attacked continuously. Qinglong was entangled in the thunderstorm, giving Quangfeng and the others the opportunity to attack crazily. Zhang Yinbin followed Lei Bao to resist Qinglong. Every time Qinglong attacked, Zhang Yinbin felt his hands shaking violently. After each resistance, he had to quickly practice the divine-level skills, otherwise his arms would be unable to move. Qinglong's attacks were blocked several times, and he became furious. It flew up and circled in the air several times. Await. Ding system prompt. You have been intimidated by the dragon's might. Your spirit has been frustrated, and your combat power has been reduced by 50%. Ding system prompt. Your divine Dragon 9 transformations offset the effects of dragon might. Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm was also in a free state just now, and Zhang Yinbin hurriedly called him. Thunderstorm woke up. He hurriedly practiced his own skills. Damn it, this is Long Wei. After Long Wei, other players were greatly affected. The dragon flew down from the sky. It passed by Thunderstorm and Zhang Yinbin and flew directly to Quangfeng and other players. With one sweep, half of them were killed. Lord, Qinglong has used his ultimate move and is now weak. Cover me and use your maximum damage. Thunderstorm is on the same level as Azure Dragon. He knew that the dragon's might just now was Qinglong's ultimate move. After using it, you will fall into a period of weakness. Good. It takes time for Thunderstorm to unleash its ultimate move. Zhang Yinbin was guarding beside him, and if Qinglong discovered him, Zhang Yinbin could also use his strongest attack. The power of thunder. The thunderstorm brewed for a while, and lightning flashed on his hammer. The arc also made crackling sounds. Go. Thunderstorm, just throw the sledgehammer out. This was the first time Zhang Yinbin saw Lei Bao use his ultimate move. Bang. The sledgehammer hit Qinglong's head and flashed with electric arcs. Chapter 31 True and False Masks. The huge body of Qinglong flew out and fell to the ground. Quangfeng was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the people Zhuge Shunlong brought were so powerful. The Azure Dragon was severely injured. Zhang Yinbin ran over. Just hit him on the head with a stick. The wooden stick hit Qinglong's head hard. The huge rebound force made Zhang Yinbin take several steps back. But Qinglong was obviously in pain and cried out with his head raised. Qinglong was seriously injured, but not dead. Slowly stood up. How could Zhang Yinbin give him another chance? Because he saw that the thunderstorm was also in a weak period. He just used a big move. Come again. Zhang Yinbin ran a few steps and jumped up. A wooden stick fell from the sky. Activate the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Kill. Shout loudly. Chop down from the air. The wooden stick hit Qinglong's head hard again. Qinglong was knocked down again. Quangfeng was overjoyed, thinking that this mission was promising. However, he thought again that this Azure Dragon was so powerful, and the things that would explode later would definitely be extremely precious. Perhaps there will be epic skills. He already knew the effects of the epic martial arts technique and could bring it into reality. In reality, you will also become a master. Who can resist this temptation? No matter how much money you have, it is not as good as having your own skills. Quangfeng understands this truth. Help me kill him. The wind pointed to a thunderstorm. He's just like Qinglong. After using his ultimate move, he's in a weakened state. After returning, the bonus will be doubled. There were still more than 20 people left on the other side of the strong wind. I saw that Lei Bao had no weapons in his hands. Wild wind. Zhang Yinbin, who was in the distance, was furious and roared. Zhuge Shunlong, don't blame me. Blame yourself for being too arrogant. Zhang Yinbin actually refused his offer to recruit him. This time, Zhang Yinbin has to choose something first. Therefore, Quangfeng wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of Zhang Yinbin's biggest trump card, Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, be careful. Thunderstorm was very weak at this time and had no weapons. Kill. Quangfeng took the lead and led his men to rush towards Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin turned on the game camera function. Then throw the stick in your hand towards the thunderstorm. Kill him. Quangfeng took the lead and shouted to encourage his men. Zhang Yinbin was very anxious. Run over to rescue Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm is not his biggest trump card though. but it is also the strongest combat force in their Shanlong territory at present. Also his brother. If an NPC dies, it cannot be resurrected. Zhang Yinbin rushed over to resist Quangfeng and others. But it was obvious that he was too far away and it was too late. Quangfeng and others rushed over. Suddenly, Lei Bao stretched out his hand and caught the wooden stick thrown by Zhang Yinbin. Even if I'm weak. Not really. You bunch of ants, I can deal with you. The thunderstorm suddenly became violent again. The wooden stick swept across, directly knocking several people away. Then, the huge body began to spin. He took the stick and spun it around like a sledgehammer. Under the attack of the thunderstorm, Quangfeng and others flew out one by one like kites with broken strings. The moment it flew out, Quangfeng regretted it. Only then did he remember. This thunderstorm is on the same level as the Azure Dragon. The thunderstorm quickly swept through everyone. Afterwards, Thunderstorm continued to wilt away, half kneeling on the ground with the help of a wooden stick. Lord, I'm just weak, it's okay. That Qinglong is still alive. There were only 3 living creatures left at the scene. Zhang Yinbin and Thunderstorm. And this Azure Dragon. Zhang Yinbin took out another wooden stick from the magic ring. I'll keep coming. Zhang Yinbin jumped up and smashed down hard with the wooden stick. His hands were once again numbed by the hardness of the skull. But it doesn't matter. Activating the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon immediately relieved the paralysis in one of his hands. Hey, just think of it as throwing rocks at the back mountain. It is the same when Zhang Yinbin practices in real life. Hit them one by one with a stick. In the back mountain, people were smashing stones, but now they are smashing the dragon head. He hit it dozens of times in a row. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for killing an epic Azure Dragon. You will be rewarded with an Azure Dragon corpse. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Quangfeng for completing an epic quest. Rewards, an epic technique, an epic skill book, 100 gold coins, 50,000 territory reputation, 1 advanced equipment blueprint, and 1 advanced building blueprint. Zhang Yinbin killed Qinglong, and Quangfeng's mission was completed. Although he died, the mission was accomplished. You insidious thing, I'll fight you till you die. This strong wind was so unkind that it actually wanted to kill them. Ding ding ding. At this time, there was a burst of jingling sounds. Qinglong is dead, but something fell to the ground. These dragons, whether real or fake, all like gold coins. A pile of gold coins fell, and Zhang Yinbin was immediately happy. Hey, what is this? A corner of the gold coin was exposed, and I didn't know what it was. Zhang Yinbin first opened the gold coins and took out a mask. A true and false mask, made of precious dragon hide. Wearing it can change your appearance and identity. God level. This is actually a god level thing. Zhang Yinbin took the mask and then took it off his own face. After putting on this real and fake mask, the mask changes automatically. Directly became another person. In other words, by wearing this mask, Zhang Yinbin can appear in another identity. Ha 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 ha. Quangfeng will probably regret this to death. However, he didn't attack me, so this thing is mine too. Zhang Yinbin took off the real and fake mask again and put it into his magic ring. Now, there were only 2 of them, so there was no need to wear masks. Zhang Yinbin picked up all the gold coins on the ground. A full 20 million. What kind of remarkable task did this Quangfeng accomplish? In fact, this is also part of the reward. The rewards in the announcement are only part of it, and the rewards here are also part of the mission rewards. However, this part was taken away by Zhang Yinbin. The huge dragon corpse was right in front of them. Zhang Yinbin drooled as he looked at the dragon corpse that was hundreds of meters long. This dragon meat should be edible. Zhang Yinbin didn't care about that. He still had a lot of things to deal with. Directly put the dragon corpse into the Nuwa magic ring. This ring is great. Not only can it hold a lot of things, but it also makes time stop. It keeps things fresh better than a refrigerator. The dragon corpse was placed in the Nuwa divine ring and will not rot or change in any way. Thunderstorm, let's go back. When the task is completed, there is an exit button. After Zhang Yinbin withdrew, he appeared directly at the dock next to Shenlong Lake. Thunderstorm, are you okay? It's okay. I'm weak. If I don't practice, I'll need a day to recover. If I practice, I'll be back in 2 hours. Well, you should rest well. I have something important to take care of. Zhang Yinbin went offline immediately. This time, after receiving 20 million yuan, he wanted to immediately order a gaming cabin. From now on, you don't need to log off every day. If you encounter any large-scale tasks in the future that require you to be online for a long time, you must have a game cabin. Chapter 32 Hunting Post. Zhang Yinbin logged off and directly ordered a luxury gaming console worth 20 million yuan online. The address he filled in was where he used to live. He didn't want to reveal his current location. With his current abilities, he can definitely go back and get it himself. It was placed in the Nuam magic ring and brought here, and there is no trace at all. The game cabinet will be delivered tomorrow. Zhang Yinbin sat in the room and took a deep breath. Try to take out the real and fake masks. Sure enough, God-level things can definitely be brought into reality. I don't know what the effect will be. Zhang Yinbin faced the mirror and slowly put on the real and fake masks. As soon as the mask was put on, the man in the mirror automatically turned into another man. It's really powerful. Zhang Yinbin observed and touched it carefully, but there was no trace at all. It seems that Zhang Yinbin has always looked like this. It's too outrageous. This is worse than plastic surgery. Zhang Yinbin took off his mask. He doesn't want to use this thing unless it is necessary. From then on, he had two identities. Now, the world has changed. Who knows what will happen in the future? Therefore, Zhang Yinbin felt that this mask was really useful. Moved around in the room. Zhang Yinbin fell into deep thought. Even though it's a game, this strong wind can kill people. Games in reality. In the future, will there be a group of masters in reality? Maybe some people will kill for the benefits of the game. Zhang Yinbin suddenly felt that he should put his own safety first in the future. Back to the game. Zhang Yinbin is at the port. At this time, the ship has returned. More than a dozen large ships were waiting to dock not far from the port. Boss, what's wrong with you? Boss, the Gale Guild has put a bounty on your life. Boss, did you see this post? If anyone reveals your location, there's a $5 million bonus. Boss, you better hide well. The strong wind is going to kill you. Zhang Yinbin's communicator kept ringing. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Wanwan. Zhang Yinbin went to the forum to take a look again. Sure enough, Quangfeng issued a reward. Reveal your position and you will get a bonus of 5 million. If you kill me or destroy my territory, the reward is 20 million. Oh, you are really rich and powerful. Zhang Yinbin's territory is actually in a closed state now. It is blocked on 3 sides by large mountain ranges. There is the sea on one side. If you have the ability, you can cross the sea and kill us. Zhang Yinbin also wanted to find the members of the Gale Guild and slaughter them. However, he also knew that the Gale Guild would not have just one territory, but many territories and many players. I'm fine, thank you. Zhang Yinbin replied simply. Then delete the storm. There's nothing to talk about later. If Zhang Yinbin encounters this, he will definitely not show mercy. At the same time, the other party is the same. The Quangfeng Guild directly posted on the forum, accusing Zhang Yinbin of breaking the rules and killing them all in order to take their rewards. This is the wicked person filing the complaint first. Zhang Yinbin was too lazy to explain. He has a video of the game, but he doesn't want to show it. No response. No one can find him anyway, and Zhang Yinbin doesn't like to talk big. If there is a chance, just kill the other person. If there is no opportunity, wait for it or create it. At the port, Chen Fong returned from military training. Chen Fong, how is the army? Lord, you can go to battle at any time. Zhang Yinbin believes in his army. Well, wait 3 more days until the next batch of ships arrive. Why wait 3 days? Because Zhang Yinbin planned to complete a mission. It's also an epic quest. This time, the Quangfeng mission gave Zhang Yinbin confidence. That is the mission of Bingyue Silk. This task also requires 100 people. The mission scroll was exchanged from Wanwan. This time, Zhang Yinbin is going to complete this task. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin also has to select talents. Only through fighting can talents grow. Don't be afraid of death. This time, Zhang Yinbin plans to bring all SSS-level soldiers with him. Zhang Yinbin is not afraid of death, because there will be death in war. If he wanted to train his army, he needed to fight. Chen Fong, begin battle preparations. The requirements are as follows. Zhang Yinbin didn't let Chen Fong go, but asked him to make preparations. Chen Fong, in fact, my abilities are no longer up to par. He was just a centurion before. The qualification is only SS level. However, no other talents have grown up yet. Therefore, let Chen Fong continue to command the troops first. To fight a war, you need to prepare a lot of things. Zhang Yinbin asked them to prepare for a day. As soon as the game cabin arrives, he will start his game. At this moment, in reality, someone called him again. No need to think, it must be Dong Xiaowan. First floor meeting. Dong Xiaowan is very concise. I'm wearing something a little cool today, just pajamas, with nothing underneath. When Zhang Yinbin first arrived, they were more careful, but now they are not paying much attention. Zhang Yinbin changed his clothes and went downstairs. After going downstairs, all 4 of them arrived in a short while. The 4 of them were all dressed rather coolly. The 3 girls didn't pay much attention. Zhang Yinbin never thought about enjoying such a good fortune. The game was important, and women would affect the speed of his sword. This meeting marks a major change in the game. First, the number one player in the game, Zhuge Shenlong, has gradually fallen behind and is also being hunted by the Gale Guild. Secondly, there's a trend towards consolidation among large guilds and groups within the game, so we also need to consider which alliance to join. Third, god-level items have appeared in the western, northern, and southern continents. Anyone with clues to large-scale quests or scrolls can sell them for a good price. But these tasks are very difficult to accomplish. Zhang Yinbin suddenly felt that Dong Xiaowan was not simple and seemed to know a lot. Of course, Yang Yingfan and Qin Xiaoyan also knew a lot. It seems that they are all organized people, and I am the only individual. After listening to this, Yang Yingfan nodded and said, anything is possible in this game. Now, mysterious places may appear everywhere and around the territory. Whether it's in the mountains or in the water, as long as the Lord goes to explore, he can find some tasks, big or small. Zhang Yinbin was alone and didn't really take care of the affairs of the territory. Nen Ningxi was in charge of everything. This time, the meeting was simpler. The main purpose is to draw everyone's attention and at the same time, collect more information and then share it with everyone. Zhang Yinbin returned to his room without much feeling. He already felt it. This game map is too big. His territory is so big, but he hasn't seen any other players. I don't know how big the entire eastern continent is. I don't know how many secrets there are. Zhang Yinbin simply sat down and practiced. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, in reality, he practiced the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. I don't know how long it took. There was movement in the next room. You are from the Lioli Guild, right? The one who spoke was Yang Yingfan. That's right, but I'm just a lower middle-level employee. I was promoted because of my good friend Zhuge Shenlong. This is what Dong Xiaowan said. When Zhang Yinbin was practicing the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, he could actually hear clearly what was said next door. Obviously, in addition to the intelligence-sharing meeting on the first floor, they also exchanged some intelligence privately. However, with the decline of Zhuge Shenlong, my position is also in jeopardy. Dong Xiaowan said helplessly. Chapter 33 Fighting the Tiger. Zhang Yinbin didn't mean to eavesdrop. But there is really no other way. I could hear the exercises clearly. Yang Yingfan continued. I'm from the Shadow Chasing Guild, and I'm considered a mid-level leader. Our guild has issued an order to track down Zhuge Shenlong's whereabouts. I'm not targeting Zhuge Shenlong, but I need a special resource from the Gale Guild. If you know the whereabouts of Zhuge Shenlong, I hope you can sell it to me, or if you need something, we can exchange it. Zhang Yinbin listened carefully and found that they were all asking about his whereabouts. Dong Xiaowan shook her head and said, Zhuge Shenlong is a man of few words and very mysterious. Yang Yingfan didn't say much and left the room. Zhang Yinbin couldn't help but smile bitterly. When it was night, he left the villa and went straight down the mountain. Then I found a place where no one was around, changed my clothes, and put on a mask. Became another person. That night, he returned to his original residence and waited for the game cabin to arrive. He then took the game cabin and returned to the villa. During this time, no one could discover anything. The game cabin has a reminder function, and if someone calls him in real life, he can also reply intelligently. Zhang Yinbin installed the game cabin and filled it with high-quality nutrient solution. He took off all his clothes and laid down in the game cabin. Most of the body is covered with nutrient solution. Cover the game compartment, and it is difficult to break it open violently from the outside. Even if you use a bomb, you can't blow it up easily, and you have to try your best to protect the personal safety of the people inside. Of course, it can only prevent accidents. If someone cuts off the power outside, it can only last for 2 hours inside. However, the game cabin will just remind you. Zhang Yinbin entered the game again. Lord, we are fully prepared. Chen Fong, bring the troops over and wait for him. Very good. Zhang Yinbin looked around. They all wore the territory's gear. They are all standardized and have attributes because they are made by master craftsmen. However, its attributes are still inferior to those dropped by monsters. However, standard is standard. Nature has its uses. Zhang Yinbin checked it out. Not bad. This crossbow arrow, after adding stardust sand, has such a good armor-piercing effect. Yes, and there are also poisoned arrows, preferably with a paralyzing effect. Checked it out. Zhang Yinbin took out the scroll. Activate the scroll. It covers 100 people, including Zhang Yinbin and Lei Bao, being transported to a place by a mysterious force. The fog dissipated and Zhang Yinbin saw a mulberry forest. All around. Be prepared for defense. Zhang Yinbin didn't know what his opponent was, so he could only be careful. This time, there were 40 shieldmen, 30 spearmen, and 18 crossbowmen. The remaining 2 are Zhang Yinbin and Lei Bao. 100 people formed a formation and moved forward. Roar. Suddenly, There was a shocking roar. This is the sound of a tiger roaring. Just slayed the dragon. Now we have to kill the tiger? Zhang Yinbin said helplessly. Keep moving forward. Soon, a ferocious beast appeared in the forest, staring at them hungrily. He really is eyeing it covetously. That size is as big as a real tank. This tiger is too big. Thunderstorm, what level? Zhang Yinbin was a little worried. This mission was not that simple. Epic. Zhang Yinbin and his men had massacred people on an epic scale and knew the power of this. Thunderstorm, it's up to you to carry it. The biggest reason why Zhang Yinbin dared to take on this task was Thunderstorm. Don't worry, Lord. Thunderstorms are also imminent. Fighting can make people grow. The team walked towards the tiger. Roar. The tiger roared again. This is a deterrent. However, although this deterrent is very strong, Zhang Yinbin must complete the task. He led the team and continued forward. Roar. There was another earth-shattering roar, and the tiger pounced towards them. Bring it on. Thunderstorm held the hammer in both hands and rushed forward to kill. Bang! The thunderstorm struck the tiger's front paw with a hammer blow. Thunderstorm was knocked back several steps. And the tiger also landed. The tank-sized figure really makes people feel scared when they see it. But this battle must be won. Roar, another roar. The tiger took a run up, then bypassed the thunderstorm and pounced on the shield formation. Withstand. Zhang Yinbin shouted and then rushed over. Bang, bang, bang. After continuous collisions, the tiger directly knocked a group of people away. Zhang Yinbin arrived first and hit him with a stick. The tiger ignored him. It seems that this stick can only scratch the itch. A large gap was opened in the shield formation. However, several spearmen used their skills together. Although it didn't cause much damage to the tiger, it did stop him from causing any more damage within the formation. At this time, the shield bearer next to him immediately rushed forward and closed the shield formation again. And someone rushed to treat the wounded. Lei Bao and Zhang Yinbin rushed forward again. I'll fight. Zhang Yinbin could only hit the tiger's legs with a sweeping move. But it seems that it has little effect on him. At this moment, a volley of arrows was shot out from the formation. Arrows also have attributes. Some are armor-piercing, some are poisonous. But it seems to have little effect and can't even penetrate the skin. It can only interfere with the tiger. Shoot it in the eyes, disrupt it. It was discovered that arrows hitting the fur were useless and could not penetrate the defense, even armor-piercing arrows. Attack his eyes. That's where the armor-piercing arrow should be able to break through the defense. But the tiger will hide. This caused him interference. A thunderstorm is coming. The hammer begins to attack. He fought the tiger head-on for 3 moves. Tiger knew that thunderstorm was his only threat, and he couldn't eliminate the others quickly. So, choose to fight the thunderstorm to the death. Zhang Yinbin, go around to the back. Attack with the wooden stick, hitting it directly on the legs. However, the tiger seemed unaffected and didn't even look back. Others also tried their best to use their skills to attack and pose a threat to the tiger. After several attacks, the tiger ignored him, so Zhang Yinbin thought of a way. Attack only one part of the tiger. Hit him on the joints with sticks. The tiger and the thunderstorm, the two were fighting each other move by move. Roar. Ding system prompt. You are affected by tiger might. Ding system prompt. You have lifted the influence of tiger might. The tiger, like the Azure Dragon, used a powerful move. Thunderstorm, be careful. Zhang Yinbin was also worried about being affected by the thunderstorm, so he immediately used all his strength to practice the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon and roared. Thunderstorms were indeed affected, but the impact was not as severe as Qinglong. After all, the Azure Dragon is at the epic peak, but this tiger is not. Thunderstorm was only confused for a moment before he reacted. I'll come too. Thunderstorm also unleashed a powerful fighting force. The skill blasted out, and lightning followed. The tiger was actually paralyzed by the shock. Zhang Yinbin took advantage of the opportunity and attacked him several times, all hitting the joints of his hind legs. The tiger may have been hurt, and this time it swept its tail towards Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin hurriedly used a wooden stick to block and was swept away. It landed more than 30 meters away. Enduring the severe pain all over his body, Zhang Yinbin quickly stood up. Standing up gives confidence to your own people and relieves them from worrying. Zhang Yinbin took a look and saw that the wooden stick in his hand had cracked into many pieces. Chapter 34, Ice Moon Silkworm. Everyone felt relieved when they saw Zhang Yinbin stand up. Continue the attack. Others, despite their low strength, attacked regardless. This tiger's fighting power has weakened, and other people can still cause harm to it. Zhang Yinbin felt pain all over his body at this moment. Quickly start practicing the exercises. As the exercises started to work, the pain in my body gradually disappeared. It ran for a few minutes. The pain in my body finally subsided. Zhang Yinbin took out another wooden stick. The master is back again. Thunderstorm has been fighting with the tiger for hundreds of rounds. The power of thunder continued to affect the tiger. Therefore, the tiger is getting weaker and weaker. Of course, the thunderstorm wasn't in great shape either. Both he and the tiger exploded twice and fell into a weak state. Zhang Yinbin recovered and returned to attack. Take a stick from me, old Zhang. Using all his strength and the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, he struck the tiger's hind leg joint again. Roar. This time, maybe it hurt. He wanted to turn around and attack Zhang Yinbin. As a result, Thunderstorm shouted, "Your enemy is me, don't be distracted." Thunderstorm came with a hammer and hit the tiger in the face. The tiger roared continuously after feeling the pain. Die. Zhang Yinbin knew that the tiger had reached its final moment. Continuous fierce attack. The tiger was covered with wounds. In some injured areas, armor-piercing arrows were able to penetrate the defense. The archers kept attacking. The spearmen will attack when they find an opportunity. Die. Zhang Yinbin discovered that there was something wrong with the tiger's hind legs, so he used all his strength to hit it again. Crack. Broken leg. The wooden stick in Zhang Yinbin's hand also broke. The tiger fell directly to the ground. Thunderstorm rushed forward and hit it on the head with a hammer. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for killing an epic tiger. Rewards, an epic technique, an epic skill book, 100 gold coins, 50,000 lord reputation, and a high-level architectural blueprint for a soul-suppressing tower. Zhang Yinbin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the announcement. The tiger is dead. Quick, treat the wounded. Zhang Yinbin was not in the mood to check the rewards at this moment. This time, there were quite a few casualties. Sir, 16 brothers are dead, 8 are disabled, and 53 are injured. Those who are injured can return to the team. There is nothing we can do about the dead and disabled. In war, many people will die. Although Zhang Yinbin was heartbroken at this time, he was also resolute and would not be afraid to fight because of casualties. As soon as the system announcement came out, fuck, Zhuge Shenlong is finally back. So he's planning a big move. Zhuge Shenlong, is there an alliance? We can fight epic levels. I heard that even Kuang Feng faced the epic Azure Dragon, and it was Zhuge Shenlong who defeated him. In the entire Eastern Continent, isn't Zhuge Shenlong the only one who can fight at the epic level? Ha 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 ha, Kuang Feng still wants to hunt him down. Is there anyone in your alliance who can defeat the epic one? Zhang Yinbin suddenly felt that epic beasts were more difficult to fight. Lao Lei, are you okay? Zhang Yinbin looked at Lei Bao, who was sitting on the ground in a depressed mood. It's okay, I just suffered some internal injuries and need to rest for 2 days. Lao Lei, are you getting old? You also fought epic bandits in the territory before. How come it was so easy back then? Lei Bao glared at him and said, that guy has just touched the threshold of the epic level, and his skills and techniques are only advanced. His combat power is not on the same level. This tiger and I are both in the middle stage. Zhang Yinbin nodded in understanding. He stood up and looked around. This mission is not as simple as beating a tiger. Come with me, some crossbowmen, and investigate. Zhang Yinbin then placed the tiger's body into the Nuam magic ring. Lead people to explore forward carefully. Walked a few hundred meters. Don't kill me. Qiu, take me away, don't kill me. Suddenly a doll's voice rang out. Zhang Yinbin was stunned and immediately became alert, but the others didn't notice anything. After walking a few steps forward, Zhang Yinbin saw a topaz-colored silkworm, which was very large. It was about 1 meter long and was lying on the ground, looking at Zhang Yinbin with a very aggrieved look. You talking to me? Zhang Yinbin spoke. I can communicate with you through my thoughts. My name is Little Can, I am very useful, and my silk is very useful. Qiu, don't kill me. Ice Moon Silk. So that's how it is. The most important final reward of this quest scroll is the Ice Moon Silk. Okay, I'll take you away. Take my food with you, and some of the mulberry trees here. I can't get used to eating anything else. The mulberry trees here are also different from ordinary mulberry trees. At first, Zhang Yinbin didn't notice it. The color of this leaf is not green, but has some yellow. If you look closely, it is topaz color. Okay, I'll take you away. Zhang Yinbin ordered someone to bring some mulberry trees back, and he wanted to pick up the Ice Moon Silkworm. I have some silk in my nest behind me. I want to give it to you, master. Thank you for not killing me. This Ice Moon Silkworm is very timid and has no fighting ability at all. Therefore, the tiger is its guardian animal. Now, without its guardian beast, it is at the mercy of others. However, this Ice Moon Silkworm is very useful. Zhang Yinbin went to look for it and found a bundle of silk. This silk is also topaz color. After putting the silk into the ring, Zhang Yinbin picked up the Bingyue silkworm. Should I call you Xiaobing or Xiaoya? I'm a girl, so of course I'm called Xiaoya. The voice of the Ice Moon silkworm went straight into Zhang Yinbin's mind. What level are you? How can you talk to me? I'm at the legend level, but I'm very powerful. I'm just a little bit away from the myth level. Just give me something delicious. Zhang Yinbin was shocked. It was actually at the legendary level, second only to the god level. This time, his elite troops were all SSS level and suffered many casualties. But Zhang Yinbin also thinks it's worth it. Gather everyone and take your own bodies. Zhang Yinbin just pressed exit. Everyone immediately exited the mission space and returned to the port. Prepare the boat and return to the territory immediately. The wounded should not be moved. Let them recover first. However, Zhang Yinbin needs to bring Xiaoya and the mulberry tree back to the territory immediately. There were a lot of mulberry leaves grown from the tree, and Zhang Yinbin was worried that Xiaoya wouldn't have enough to eat, so he also stored a lot of fresh leaves in the Nuan magic ring. In the evening, Zhang Yinbin returned to the territory. Ah, what a beautiful sister. When she saw Nan Ningxi, Xiaoya broke free from Zhang Yinbin and let Nan Ningxi hold her. I didn't expect that Xiaoya is such a flatterer. Also know who the key person is. When he saw Nan Ningxi, he hugged her thighs. Ningxi was also very happy to see Zhang Yinbin back. This Xiaoya is very good. You should take good care of her. Also, find a place specifically to plant topaz mulberry trees. Zhang Yinbin briefly introduced the situation of the Bingyue silkworm to Nan Ningxi. Chapter 35 Encounter with Pirates. It's difficult to find a place to stay for now, so I'll stay in the administrative center for now. I will build her a home in the north and plant the entire hilltop with topaz mulberry trees. At the same time, let the wolf tribe guard her, and the tigers guard her from the front and back. I believe the wolf tribe is also willing to protect her. Zhang Yinbin didn't think there was anything wrong with this arrangement. At night, Xiaoya has to sleep with them. It is not appropriate to put it anywhere else. Only the administrative center is the safest place. At night, when sleeping, why don't you two sleep together? Xiaoya asked innocently. Neither Zhang Yinbin nor Nan Ningxi could explain it to him, and even if they did, she might not understand. Xiaoya didn't seem to be sleeping very comfortably. Nan Ningxi asked, Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Well, it's hard to sleep here without the nest made by my silkworms. But it doesn't matter. As long as there is enough food, I will start spinning silk tomorrow. In the end, Xiaoya lay on Nan Ningxi and barely fell asleep. Zhang Yinbin fought a fierce battle with the tiger. Although his body recovered, he was also very tired. Fell asleep early too. In the middle of the night, there was a soft body beside me. Zhang Yinbin didn't open his eyes either, thinking that Xiaoya must have not slept well and was rolling around. There were two beds separated by a gauze curtain, which made it easy to roll over. So, he took the opportunity to hug her. Wake up the next day. Zhang Yinbin trembled all over. The person I hugged last night was not Xiaoya, but Nan Ningxi. Nan Ningxi has been awake for quite a while. I didn't dare to move. She couldn't understand why she came to Zhang Yinbin last night. At this time, Xiaoya lazily said, it's still not as comfortable as my own little nest. Xiaoya has completely occupied Nan Ningxi's bed. It was she who brought Nan Ningxi here. The gauze curtain in the middle had also been torn off. Zhang Yinbin quickly let go of Nan Ningxi. However, the feeling all over my body is so real. Ningxi, your skin is quite elastic. Zhang Yinbin said this for some unknown reason. Nan Ningxi wore the silk clothes given by Zhang Yinbin at night. It's so thin, it's like not wearing anything. I got up first. Nan Ningxi quickly ran away. Zhang Yinbin got up and was about to get busy. Today, they are going out to see and explore. However, Zhang Yinbin has a very important thing to do. His two epic martial arts techniques need to be divided up. Who should it be given to? This time, there are several people with good fighting ability to fight the tiger. It is a good seedling and worth cultivating. Zhang Yinbin has seen that the epic set of skills and techniques used to fight the tiger are Hou Yi's mental method, fake, and the 1,000-mile archery. Of course, a pseudo word is added at the end. If it is the real Hou Yi's mental method, it is probably at the god level. Zhang Yinbin gave the flame divine art and the flame sword technique to his subordinates for use. He picked two people. One is an Iron Wing who is very talented in shooting. One is Yuan Hai, who has a hot temper, dares to fight, and is also quick-witted. Zhang Yinbin planned to teach these two people his epic skills and techniques to practice. Zhang Yinbin, with the scent of Nan Ningxi still on his body, set off on a boat. We arrived at the port at noon. He called two people over. Tiei, Yuan Hai, this time I intend to make use of you two and give each of you a set of skills and techniques. Don't go out to sea this time. Next time you go out to sea, I hope you can play a big role. Zhang Yinbin gave them two sets of epic skills and techniques. Ah, Lord, this is too precious. Both of their hands began to tremble. This is neither beginner nor advanced. It's an epic martial art, but it's completely different. Don't be so pretentious. Learn it and practice well. I'll need you next time. The two immediately knelt on one knee. I will follow the Lord till death. Zhang Yinbin had already seen the attributes of the two people. The loyalty of the two has reached 100, otherwise it would not be given to them. Now I am even more loyal. Well, stay this time, and don't let me down next time. Yes, Lord. The two looked at each other and understood that Zhang Yinbin gave them such a precious thing so that they could practice it and kill the enemy and make meritorious deeds next time. Zhang Yinbin asked them to stay at the port and practice well, and he was going to lead the fleet. This time, the fleet consisted of more than a dozen ships. The crew, including the soldiers, already numbered 2,500 people. Of these, 2,200 were soldiers. It can be said that it is already an elite army. Set off. The army has been trained, and the next step is to be tempered in blood and fire. More than a dozen large ships left the lake and headed straight for the sea. This time, Zhang Yinbin appeared in the system announcement again. Suddenly, many people were speculating. As for Zhang Yinbin, no matter what happens in the outside world, he wants to improve his combat effectiveness as soon as possible. The fleet is sailing alone on the sea. Zhang Yinbin sat in the cabin and practiced. At night, he let others manage the fleet while he went offline. After logging off, open the game cabin. The consumption of nutrient solution is astonishing. Did I use a lot of nutrient solution to replenish my body during my training? This is the only possibility. Zhang Yinbin didn't want to delve into it. Try it on your own body. There's nothing wrong with that. I took a shower, changed my clothes, jumped out of the window, and ran straight to the back mountain. Sure enough, the strength has increased a lot. Zhang Yinbin discovered that by using the nutrient chamber, the consumption of nutrient solution was huge, and his own physical fitness also improved rapidly. After training in the back mountain for more than 2 hours, and basically mastering his current strength, Zhang Yinbin quietly returned. Get out of here, ghost. When I came back, I met Dong Xiaowan. Zhang Yinbin shrugged and said, night run. Dong Xiaowan looked at Zhang Yinbin suspiciously and said nothing. She also went back to her room. Go back to the room and take a good shower. Although there was nutrient solution, Zhang Yinbin still ate something. Then sit cross-legged and train. She could hear the movements in Dong Xiaowan's room. I guess he's practicing yoga or something like that now. It was almost evening when Zhang Yinbin came online. After going online, asked Chen Fang, have you found anything? Lord, I didn't find anything unusual. Zhang Yinbin nodded and walked to the bow of the boat. The morning glow is beautiful. This world has different rules from the real world. Facing the morning glow and the breeze, the fleet moved forward quickly. The ship's speed is much faster than in reality. This may be because the map is too large, so the system changed the parameters. Or maybe it's because their ships are too light. The boat made of black cypress is very light, but of very good quality. By evening, they had traveled more than 500 nautical miles. Lord, something's happening. A soldier shouted from the lookout tower. There's a fleet ahead, flying pirate flags. Coming towards us. Everyone prepare to fight. All positions, get into position. We actually encountered pirates at sea. Chapter 36 Level 3 First Kill. This time, it's different from last time. Last time it was a surprise attack on pirates. This time, they met at sea. The other side only had 9 ships. On Zhang Yinbin's side, there are 16 ships, 14 of which are main combat ships. This encounter will test the Army's response capabilities. All combat positions were quickly taken up. The attacking formation was also deployed. 3 ships as the core, charged directly. Crash into the enemy formation. Zhang Yinbin commanded calmly. He was very clear about his own advantages. That's a boat, it's tough. As long as the other side can't sink them, there is nothing to be afraid of. In close combat, they have Zhuge crossbows. There are also various crossbows. Therefore, Zhang Yinbin's command was also quite decisive. The army and warships attacked head-on. Bow and crossbow attack. The 3 ships in the front had 9 huge crossbows. As soon as you get into range, start attacking. Their bows and crossbows are all made of black jade cypress, with a longer range and greater power. Bang, bang, bang. The thick crossbow hit the enemy's ship directly, and wood chips flew everywhere. The ships of both sides slowly approached each other and began to fight back. The opponent's attack power is also not weak. When the crossbow arrows fly, it is also frightening. However, Zhang Yinbin and his men are very brave. Hit it directly. Zhang Yinbin was directly at the bow, shouting. Behind him, there was a group of people holding shields, guarding a group of people. A thunderstorm was also at the bow of another ship. He dodged the flying crossbow arrows and was eager to try. Zhuge crossbow attack. The two sides moved closer. Bows and crossbows are no longer of much use. The battle began. This is the opportunity Zhang Yanbin has been waiting for. Go, jump off the boat. Zhang Yanbin and his men wanted to jump off the boat and onto the other side's ship. Apparently, the other side had also given such an order. The two sides officially engaged in close combat. There are flashes of swords and shadows of arrows. Both sides fought back and forth. Each team, 10 people, attack. Thunderstorm, kill. Behind the shield, guarding are Zhang Yanbin and his elite troops. A team of 10 people, all of them are SSS level and have practiced martial arts and skills. They jumped overboard together. After jumping onto the enemy ship, they began fighting on the deck. Thunderstorm, find their leader. Zhang Yanbin jumped onto the enemy's ship and killed 3 people in a row. The other side's leader was not found. However, the leader of this ship was found. In just a few strokes, he knocked the opponent into the sea. An elite team of 10 people, working in perfect harmony. Their skills include both offensive and defensive ones. After releasing the attacking skills, immediately step back and let the defenders protect them. Advancement in rounds. The enemies on the deck were either killed or forced to jump into the sea. Ship after ship was captured. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yanbin heard continuous bombardment sounds coming from a large ship nearby. Turning around, I saw Lei Bao fighting with someone. Continuous use of ultimate skills. On the boat, several big holes were smashed in it. The vessel showed signs of tilting. However, the opponent was also suppressed by the thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, another move came, directly knocking the opponent away and falling into the sea. That's the pirate leader. Just like that, he was hit by the thunderstorm and thrown into the sea, and no one knew whether he was dead or not. Quickly take control of the ships. Crossbowmen, attack intensively. Some archers who didn't have the chance to jump up launched intensive attacks, forcing the enemy to be unable to stay on the deck. Then, the ship will be out of control, and other ships can approach and seize the ship. A big battle. The fight lasted for more than an hour. Zhang Yanbin and his men finally defeated this group of pirates. Rescue those who fall into the water, regardless of friend or foe. The person who fell into the water no longer poses a threat. Even enemies can be captured. Zhang Yanbin, they started the rescue. This guy is not dead. Thunderstorm swam back from the sea and sank the ship he had jumped onto. Although the deck is several meters deep from the bottom of the ship. However, the thunderstorm struck the ship several times, causing the bottom of the ship to crack. So, that ship was completely scrapped. When Thunderstorm came back, he saw that the pirate he had knocked into the water was still alive, just unconscious, and had become a prisoner. All ships, clear up and keep the prisoners under centralized custody. Also, all usable boats should be docked and prepared for repairs. They need to bring a lot of craftsmen and materials. Some materials were placed on 2 transport ships, and some were placed in Zhang Yanbin's Nuan magic ring. Zhang Yanbin didn't know if he would leave suddenly for some reason, so he couldn't put everything in his ring. If I suddenly have to log off or leave, the fleet will lose its supplies. Lord, the pirate base is only about 20 miles away from here. Chen Fong obtained key information through interrogation. Very good. Everyone get ready. Just a little repair, simple maintenance on the boat. Crew will take an hour to repair. More than 2,000 people were killed or captured here. This fleet has many elite soldiers, but their best troops were dispersed among the ships. Zhang Yanbin and his men's method of combat was to concentrate their elite forces, jump onto a ship, and kill the enemy's elite forces. At the same time, Zhuge crossbow had extremely high attack intensity and dense firepower, leaving their elite troops with no room to display their abilities. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin judged that there were not many people left in their base. Use the pirate ship for cover, and the rest hide behind it. All elite troops, be in the front, and take control of the enemy base as soon as possible. Zhang Yanbin made some arrangements and then set off. The pirate ship is in front, but all the crew members on it have been replaced. The ships entered their base. There were indeed not many pirates left. Many of them are still logistical maintenance. For example, some craftsmen. This base requires a lot of craftsmen. These craftsmen are responsible for building and maintaining ships. The boat docked safely without being discovered. Rush. Squat down, everyone squat down. Get down or die. A group of people rushed up. There were bows and crossbows pointed at them, and there were spears pointed at them. Before a group of people could understand what was happening, they were controlled. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for annihilating the level 3 pirates. Rewards. 1 advanced martial arts skill book, 2 advanced skill books, 1 advanced building blueprint, 20,000 Lord reputation, and 500 silver coins. First kill. This is a system announcement only for the first kill. Fuck, pirates. No wonder we couldn't find Zhuge Shenlong's territory. It turns out it's by the sea. Are there any brothers on the beach? Hurry and find Zhuge Shenlong's territory. Ah, Zhuge Shenlong, he's back again. Zhuge Shenlong is Zhuge Shenlong. Are you still the best in the game? Brother Zhuge, I'm 18 and I know all kinds of positions. Upstairs, they know all kinds of positions. I'm afraid it's already dark. Get lost, old lady. The forum was shaken again. Sunny Day Guild, Sunny Day suddenly sighed. We were almost there, and we took down the third-level stronghold. Over 4,000 people were killed or wounded, but there was no first kill. The Sunny Day Guild is also actively preparing. Originally, the Gale Guild also wanted to fight. However, we have not yet fully recovered from the previous losses. Chapter 37 Flame Stone. Reward, Zhang Yinbin also heard it. I'm very calm now. He looked down upon the advanced martial arts. However, it can also create a talented person. After returning, you can find someone with good qualifications to learn from. Zhang Yinbin began to look at this pirate base. It is a small port. Behind it is a large area of houses. Chun Fong and Lei Bao have already taken command and control of this place. Chun Fong started looking for supplies. There must be a lot of good things in a base. Lord, plus the spoils from the previous battle. There are 187 books on basic techniques and 312 books on basic skills. Basic skills, 98. Basic skills, 119. Intermediate skills, 21. Intermediate skill book, 21. No advanced ones. Zhang Yinbin's eyes lit up, and then he said, there are so many intermediate ones. This business was profitable. Intermediate skill books, these are extremely precious. Can produce elite troops in large quantities. In addition, Zhang Yinbin will teach these skills and booklets to his subordinates. What about the others? The money, converted into copper coins, is over 2.3 million. However, we have seized supplies from several warehouses, and there are quite a lot of supplies. Among them, there is a lot of wood, and a lot of it is good wood for shipbuilding. Wood is understandable. After all, pirates' ships need maintenance and new ships need to be built. There are also more than 200,000 units of food. In addition, there are a number of rare items that we don't know what they are used for, so they are all packed in boxes. Take me. Zhang Yinbin came to an open space and carried out all the seized items. Zhang Yinbin saw several large boxes. Open it and take a look. Hey, what kind of ore is this? This is a kind of ore. But what it was, he didn't know. Pick it up and take a closer look. Check properties. Flame stone. This is iron ore mined from the crater, and it has special properties. Zhang Yinbin can check attributes. All the boxes were opened, and they were all filled with these things. Call a pirate in charge. After a while, a pirate in charge was brought up. Where did these stones come from? 50 nautical miles from here, there is a volcanic island that produces this kind of stone. The other party did not dare to hide it. More than 400 pirates were captured, but he didn't tell anyone. If others told him, he would be killed. Why are these stones packed in boxes? People come to buy regularly, so we prepare them in advance. Anyone buying it? Is it the NPC force or the player force? Zhang Yinbin suddenly became curious. Who is the other party? I don't know. Only our boss knows. Zhang Yinbin waved his hand and asked people to leave. Then he turned and asked Chen Fong. What about the pirate leader? I don't know. He's still unconscious. He was hit by General Thunderstorm's hammer and thrown into the sea. He's lucky to be alive. We have given him treatment, but it's hard to say whether he can survive. Zhang Yinbin nodded. He collected all these things. As for the mysterious buyer, let's ignore him for now. There are more than 10,000 units of these flame stones. Zhang Yinbin knows that this is not a low level. Then he asked people to find out how much was mined and how often it was transported. He asked Chen Fong to ask more people and verify it from multiple sources. Just wait for the news. After waiting for more than half an hour, Chen Fong arrived. Lord, this stone is very difficult to mine. We can only mine 20,000 units in half a month. It is expected that the other party will conduct the transaction at sea in 3 days. This unit is 1 silver coin. That's not right. Why is this pirate's family so poor? 20,000 units means 20,000 silver coins. That's 20 million. How come the search result is so low? Dig deep underground and ask if there's any place where the treasure is hidden. The money Zhang Yinbin and his team confiscated was only over 2 million, less than 1/10 of it in one transaction. Yes, Lord. Everyone started looking. The houses were demolished. Then, you really have to dig 3 feet deep into the ground. Zhang Yinbin believed that there must be something else. At night, we continued searching with torches. The soldiers found mining shovels and started digging the ground. The first thing to dig was where the leader lived. However, after digging several meters deep, no trace was found. So expand the scope. Zhang Yinbin believed that there shouldn't be only 2 million yuan in this den of thieves. Even with so much money earned from selling or including assets such as warships, the gap is still huge. Find it when it is almost dawn. Lord, we dug out 2 brocade boxes under a big tree 2,000 meters away. We asked other pirates, and their leaders often go there to pee. This is also related to solving the case. You have to run that far to pee. The leader was also smart and knew to bury it farther away. However, he was still worried, so he went to check frequently. This will be discovered. If he wasn't so suspicious, he wouldn't have been found by Chen Fong and his men. Zhang Yinbin directly took out a brocade box. Open. Inside was a scarlet dagger. When Zhang Yinbin saw it, he felt that the dagger looked a bit evil, because it emits a faint black aura. Scarlet blade, authentic, a sharp weapon between good and evil, with terrible corrosive properties. Zhang Yinbin took a look at the properties and found them quite strange. The dagger has a simple shape and looks great when you look at it. It's just a high-level weapon. Weapons are divided into normal, basic, intermediate, advanced, epic, legendary, artifact. These are some ordinary equipment that are generally made by ordinary players themselves or obtained from fighting. Just some attacks included. For weapons with real grades, attack, sharpness, etc. are just ordinary attributes, and they also have other attributes. However, this dagger is merely corrosive. Looking at the material, it should be made of flame stone. Zhang Yinbin felt strange and thought that he could only wait for the pirate leader to wake up before he could get any information from him. He put the dagger and the brocade box into the ring. Then, Zhang Yinbin took the second brocade box. The second brocade box actually contained a scroll, a lost artifact. In the ancient continent, there were once many sacred artifacts that protected various regions. Now, they have all been lost. Warrior, are you willing to retrieve the artifacts and restore them to their former glory? Zhang Yinbin's heart suddenly started pounding. Artifact. I don't know how powerful the artifact will be, but it's definitely the best in the game. The Nuwa Divine Ring in his hand is proof of this. The Nuwa Divine Ring is very useful and can also be brought into reality. This task must be quite difficult. Let's wait until a few generals grow up. Zhang Yinbin then distributed the 2 sets of epic skills and techniques. Next, there are advanced and intermediate skills and skill books. Wait until all these are utilized, then consider doing the tasks. Chapter 38, The Pirate Leader's Secret. Zhang Yinbin took the things. Then I started thinking, this pirate leader exchanged most of his money for these 2 things? The artifact is very tempting and everyone wants to get it. However, the strength of this group of pirates is not enough to obtain the artifact. Is that high-level dagger really that precious? Or, it has some other attributes? Unable to explain, Zhang Yinbin could only wait. He had some houses rebuilt on the original site. I plan to stay here, because the transaction will take place in 3 days. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin also wanted to send people to mine the flame stone on the island. These are iron ores erupted from volcanic magma and have special properties. If we bring them back and give them to the master blacksmith, maybe he can make something good out of them. The army entered a state of rest and recuperation. The next day at noon, Lord, the pirate leader has woken up. Chen Fong came to report. Zhang Yinbin hurried over to take a look. How is he? Zhang Yinbin first asked the doctor who was taking care of him. Lord, once you wake up, you won't die. You will recover slowly. Well, you all should get out. The pirate leader was placed in a tent, and someone was taking care of him. I found your things, a dagger and a scroll. The pirate leader almost fainted when he heard this. I took a breath, hanging on, and gasped for a long time before I recovered. I almost died. Zhang Yinbin doesn't care whether he lives or dies. Revealing his trump card right away was a test to see if this was what the pirate leader cared about most. Sure enough, judging from his reaction, he was almost killed by just one sentence. This pirate leader probably doesn't have anything else hidden. That's all there is to it. Is there anything special about this dagger? Zhang Yinbin took out a dagger and gestured in front of the pirate leader. The pirate leader was immediately frightened, because Zhang Yinbin's posture was to study where to cut and how to stab someone to death. My king, my brother, please don't be like this. This dagger is for you, my brother. The pirate leader no longer had any illusions when he saw the dagger. Zhang Yinbin saw that the other party did not react very much when he saw the dagger, but there was a look of reluctance in his eyes. Zhang Yinbin took out the task scroll again. Divine artifact. When I hear it, it sounds like something amazing. Just now, Zhang Yinbin took out a dagger, and the pirate leader didn't care much. Now, he saw that Zhang Yinbin actually took it out of the ring. This is a space ring. Zhang Yinbin held the scroll and waved it in front of him. Then he said, "But, it seems too difficult. Why not burn it?" "No, no, no." Subconsciously, the pirate leader shouted. But he immediately realized something. "Are you cheating me?" This kind of subconscious reaction is difficult to fake. Zhang Yinbin just wanted to deceive him. Zhang Yinbin nodded, then said, "Can you tell me where this thing came from?" "With you? I'm afraid all the pirates are not strong enough to get the artifact." The pirate leader said sadly, "That's right, I can't get it. I will never get it again. Now that I'm in your hands, there's nothing much to say." Zhang Yinbin saw that the pirate leader already understood his situation. "Yeah, very good. If you cooperate, I can still spare your life. Otherwise, you will suffer 1,000 kinds of pain. This dagger will slowly corrode you." The pirate leader's face changed, and he said nothing more. Zhang Yinbin said, "Come on, do you have any money left to hide?" "No, I just hid 2 brocade boxes." "You've done quite a few transactions, right? Plus, this flame stone is so valuable. How could you possibly only find so little?" Zhang Yinbin calculated and found that the gap was still huge. The pirate leader cried, "It's true that there are no more. When I traded, I asked for a lot of skills books. I wanted to build a powerful force. Then I went to do the artifact mission and ended up running into you, the king. I bought a total of 300 intermediate level techniques and 300 intermediate level skill books, most of which were just distributed a few days ago." Damn the system. Zhang Yinbin was helpless. Although he seized quite a few intermediate level skills and techniques, the number was still far from 300. It turns out that they were all used up. However, the system has also been balanced so that the combat power of the entire third-level pirates does not expand rapidly immediately. It is estimated that if it is not eliminated, it will be promoted to level 4 after a period of time. So many techniques and skill books have been used up. What kind of strength is required to complete this mission? I don't know. I haven't done it either. Where did you get this quest scroll? The pirate leader's eyes flickered. Zhang Yinbin immediately took out a dagger and cut a gash in his hand. No, no, no. I'll tell you. This quest scroll is actually everywhere on the continent. Any force at level 3 or above can obtain it. It's just that many people, like me, hide it secretly. I've only heard of doing this quest, and I heard the lowest level is epic, so I have to work hard to develop it. Ah, save me. Save me. Zhang Yinbin suddenly discovered that the pirate leader's arm began to corrode slowly. It's not serious actually, but it hurt a lot, and the pirate leader had just been seriously injured. Dead. At least finish what you're saying. Zhang Yinbin saw that the pirate leader was frightened to death. This dagger is not very corrosive. However, this was a huge psychological blow to the pirate leader. Zhang Yinbin felt a little regretful. Is this artifact scroll considered a hidden quest? If it weren't for Zhang Yinbin passing through the flame stone, then analysis would have been carried out. He knew that the pirate leader must have hidden something. Otherwise, he would not be able to get the scroll and the information. If you die, you die. Zhang Yinbin continued to waited until the time came. Zhang Yinbin took these firestones and led the team to the designated sea area. Sure enough, the transaction started there. Both sides sent out ships, boarded the other's ship, checked the items, and found nothing a problem. Then each side sailed away. Trade back. Only a small part of it was money, and most of it was martial arts and skill books, both elementary and intermediate. There are more intermediate ones, and some beginner ones. Is this considered a bug in brushing techniques and skill books? On the way back, Zhang Yinbin began to doubt. He decided to train a team of 300 people first. Now, all intermediate levels are issued to those with SSS qualifications. All primary levels are given to those with SS level qualifications. Zhang Yinbin left some people behind, and also planned to transfer people from the territory to the island to mine firestones on a large scale. In addition to trading with that mysterious third party, he also needs to use it himself. On the way back, Zhang Yinbin had to go back to the territory to see how many talented people there were in the territory after he had been away for so long. At the same time, replenish the army. Chapter 39, Lord Upgrade Trial. Along the way, Zhang Yinbin seemed very relaxed. The SSS level soldiers who followed him out all learned the skills book. After some training and integration, we will become a strong team. Now, he still has quite a few skill books in his hands, and he will distribute them all immediately after returning. Return to Shenlong Lake. There have been huge changes here. Many piers have been built to accommodate many ships. There are also many people working on the construction work at the port, aiming to build a huge port. Moreover, many new ships have docked at the port. Not far away, there is a dock. At the same time, there is a port dedicated to fishermen. These were all arranged by Nan Ningxi. She thought very carefully. Lord. Yang Xiong knelt on one knee to welcome Zhang Yinbin and the others back. Yang Xiong, conduct military training directly at the port. This time he brought more than 1,000 new recruits for training. Zhang Yanbin looked around and saw the army standing in an orderly manner behind Yang Xiong. Zhang Yanbin then nodded and asked Yang Xiong to get up. My Shenlong territory is thriving. Thanks to everyone for your help. Zhang Yanbin reviewed the team. Then, he gave a large number of martial arts and skill books to Yang Xiong and asked him to arrange them. At this moment, Zhang Yanbin heard an announcement. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Lioli, the first to pass the ordinary trial and successfully upgrade to level 4 territory. Reward. Someone upgraded. Glaze. This was not the first time Zhang Yanbin had heard this name. Could this Lioli be from the Lioli Guild? Then Dong Xiaowan seems to be from the Lioli Guild. It may not be another system announcement. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Qing Tian for successfully passing the difficult trial and successfully upgrading his territory to level 4. Rewards include an advanced technique, an advanced skill book, 10 gold coins, an advanced blueprint, and another announcement was made within 10 minutes. Sunny Sky Guild, Yang Yingfan's Guild. Zhang Yanbin suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He was an individual player, but these guilds upgraded their territories earlier than him. We must speed up the development. Zhang Yanbin needs to go back to the territory. It only takes half a day by boat. The port affairs were handed over to Yang Xiong and others, and Zhang Yanbin returned directly to the territory. Today, Nan Ningxi, wearing a pink dress, still looks ethereal. Ningxi. Nan Ningxi blushed when she heard Zhang Yanbin's voice. He still remembered that a few days ago, Zhang Yanbin held her in his arms while sleeping. Lord. Nan Ningxi called out softly. Well, let's go back. I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Yanbin directly took Nan Ningxi's hand and returned to the administrative center. Lord, there are so many people watching. Zhang Yanbin doesn't care about that. They can think whatever they want. However, Zhang Yanbin and Nan Ningxi both have very high prestige in the territory. Many residents feel relieved, and their territory feels safer when they see the two of them holding hands. Return to the administrative center. The damaged curtains were not rehung. Ningxi, many territories have now been upgraded to level 4. When can we upgrade? Zhang Yanbin has no mind to think about anything else right now. The territory must be upgraded as soon as possible. Nan Ningxi's face turned serious when she heard that someone was talking about serious matters. He said solemnly, Lord, in fact, as long as you come back and pass the trial, you can upgrade. But, I want to wait for an opportunity. Opportunity? Zhang Yanbin looked at Nan Ningxi in confusion. Nan Ningxi tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then said, I've already made all the necessary preparations. Last time, the Lord left behind a high-level blueprint, which included a shrine to loyal souls. It can be built tomorrow. This loyal soul shrine has a huge impact on the combat effectiveness of the soldiers in the territory. It's only valid within the territory. Once it's built, the Lord will preside over a sacrifice. Then, you can challenge difficult or hell-level trials. Hell-level? Zhang Yanbin was moved. Now, both the simple and difficult challenges have been successfully overcome. Next, there may be many more successful territory challenges. Okay, recall the troops immediately and offer sacrifices to the loyal souls tomorrow. Now, there are more than 3,000 troops in the territory. Zhang Yanbin plans to recall 3,000. Tomorrow we will worship the loyal soul. Then, start accepting hell-level tasks. Ningxi, thank you for your hard work in the territory. As he spoke, Zhang Yanbin held Nan Ningxi's hand again. Ningxi wanted to pull back, but Zhang Yanbin held her tightly. Lord, I want to report to you about the investigation into the mountains to the north. We found many minerals, trees, and tea there. The mountains to the north are mountain ranges, continuous mountains with many things. Zhang Yanbin listened to the report carefully. During the time he was away, the territory developed very rapidly. Lord, our total population now reaches 120,000, and all kinds of buildings have been built. However, in terms of funding, the demand is huge. Now, the funds in the territory are less than 1 million. When Nan Ningxi reported this, Zhang Yanbin was also very surprised. A large sum of money was left at the time. Now, it's less than 1 million. But think about it, the equipment of 3,000 troops, the training of 3,000 troops. There is also the construction of territory. Well, I brought some back this time and left them in the territory. Nan Ningxi reported for more than an hour. Zhang Yanbin needs to know the approximate strength and foundation of the territory so that he can consider how to fight when he goes out. Zhang Yanbin finally let go of Nan Ningxi's hand. I have to leave for a while. I'll have to trouble you with the preparations for tomorrow's sacrifice. Ningxi responded obediently without saying anything else. Zhang Yinbin put all the spoils of this battle and the money he received as rewards in his territory. Then he went offline. He hasn't been offline much lately. Recently, my strength has increased rapidly, so I want to train offline. I logged off and took a shower. Zhang Yinbin discovered that his figure had changed a little. He grew a little taller and more proportionate. Could it be because of the technique? Zhang Yinbin didn't know what was going on. I'm too lazy to think about it. Because, after all, it's not a bad thing. Zhang Yinbin went to the back mountain and trained for more than an hour. When we came back, it was completely dark. Just came in through the gate. Going out fooling around again? I just wanted to have a meeting with you, but you weren't here. When he entered the room, Zhang Yinbin saw 3 girls already sitting there having a meeting. Sorry, I went out for a run. Dong Xiaowan didn't say much. Wait for Zhang Yinbin to sit down. Yang Yingfan then said, today we're mainly going to talk about territory upgrades. All the major guilds have selected several territories to challenge the Hell level, but none of them have succeeded. In the Hell level trial, 300 people are directly teleported to a specific space. The intelligence we received varied. Some dealt with wild beasts, others dealt with barbarians or bandits. Do you have any information here? Everyone looked at Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin had no idea that his territory had not yet been upgraded. In a hurry, he blurted out, according to the news, Zhuge Shenlong will challenge the Hell level trial tomorrow. After these words were spoken, the 3 women looked at Zhang Yinbin curiously. Chapter 40 Breaking News. This news is very valuable. The 3 of them stared at Zhang Yinbin. It's like I want to see through everything about him. However, none of the 3 said much. Okay, that's all for today's intelligence sharing. Next time, don't run around. If you miss any important information, you can't blame others. After saying that, everyone left. Zhang Yinbin was left alone in a daze. Dong Xiaowan, Chen Xiaoyan, and Yang Yingfan hurried back to the game to report to the top management of their guild. Zhang Yinbin slowly went back to take a shower. The cold water hit him, and he could no longer feel any coolness. Now, it is still the end of summer. If it were winter, he probably wouldn't feel the cold. Halfway through my shower, the doorbell rang. Wait. Zhang Yinbin had no choice but to pull off a bath towel to cover his lower body and then open the door. Sister, I'm taking a bath. Go in and talk. Dong Xiaowan just looked at his figure and didn't say much. Sister, this is not very convenient. Zhang Yinbin now only has a bath towel. Stop talking nonsense. Dong Xiaowan pushed him, almost exposed. He was also worried about being seen by others, so he had to let Dong Xiaowan in. Why? So alert, afraid that I'll eat you. Dong Xiaowan also dressed casually in the villa. The 2 of them really looked like an adulterer at this point. Speak. Dong Xiaowan came in very assertively, not caring that Zhang Yinbin was only wearing a bath towel. Zhang Yinbin took a step back, trying to cover himself, and said, what did you say? Do you know Zhuge Shenlong? Why do you know each other? When did you meet? Where is his territory? Dong Xiaowan asked several questions in a row. Zhang Yinbin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Dong Xiaowan was here to find out about my affairs. Zhang Yinbin naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Instead, he said, I've traded with him before. I've placed a trade order for Flamestone on the trading system before. Zhuge Shenlong took the initiative to add me. After that, Zhuge Shenlong bought out all my Flamestones. I was curious, so I asked him what he wanted to do, and he said he was preparing for the upgrade. I was surprised at the time. As the first person in the game, he should have started a long time ago. Under further questioning, he only mentioned that he wanted to challenge the Hell level, but nothing else. Dong Xiaowan obviously didn't completely believe it. She looked Zhang Yinbin up and down. Then he smiled and said, not bad. It turns out that you go out for a run, and your figure is getting better and better. After saying that, Dong Xiaowan left. Zhang Yinbin breathed a sigh of relief. The news about Zhuge Shenlong should not be considered too conspicuous among the tens of millions of lords in the game. Most of the forum is occupied by major guilds. Zhang Yinbin is indeed no longer very conspicuous. But he didn't expect that there was always a group of people staring at him. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, someone rang the doorbell again, and it was quite urgent. I say, miss, is it over? Is it over? Miss Yang, would you like to come in? When I opened the door, I thought it was Dong Xiaowan, but it turned out to be Yang Yingfan. When Yang Yingfan saw Zhang Yinbin like this, she blushed immediately. Well, thank you for your help. Yang Yingfan is petite and gentle. Zhang Yinbin thought he wouldn't come in, but he came in anyway. You. 2 people talking at the same time. There was silence for a moment, and then Yang Yingfan said, do you really know Zhuge Shenlong? Zhang Yinbin could only repeat what he had said to Dong Xiaowan. Yang Yingfan looked at Zhang Yinbin and said seriously, if you need information about Zhuge Shenlong, we can exchange it separately. As long as the information is valuable enough, you can have whatever you want. Whatever you want. At this time, Zhang Yinbin only had a bath towel, and Yang Yingfan was also wearing home clothes, so she might not be wearing anything underneath. After hearing this, Zhang Yinbin immediately started to think about many things. There is even a dragon circling in my mind. The dragon seemed to be about to break out of the body. The dragon was very masculine and had a strong desire for possession. Yang Yingfan looked at Zhang Yinbin, and his breathing became a little rapid. As long as the intelligence is valuable enough, it's fine. Finished. Yang Yingfan quickly slipped away. Is that possible? She knows what I was thinking just now. I had this idea because of the influence of the dragon in my head. Zhang Yinbin does not admit that he is lustful. It was completely influenced by the dragon. Since ancient times, emperors have had no idea how many concubines they have. There were only a few emperors who did not have many concubines. But Zhang Yinbin was practicing 9 dragons, and now a dragon suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that he is only at the first level now? When you reach the 9th level of cultivation, 9 dragons will be added to your body. You know, he is the supreme ruler. Kowloon is already the highest. Hey, go take a shower of cold water to cool down these 2 girls. From now on, they will be asked to dress more conservatively. Even inside the villa, at least they should wear something underneath. Zhang Yinbin was very helpless. He didn't know that practicing the 9 dragons kung fu would have such after effects. After taking a shower, Zhang Yinbin tried hard to clear his mind, and then played the game. It's already nighttime in the game. Inside the administrative center, Zhang Yinbin saw Nan Ningxi again. Nan Ningxi was already dressed very coolly. She had just taken a shower, and her hair was still wet. Hey, there's no escaping it, inside or outside the game. Lord, everything is ready. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the foot of the mountain in the north and offer sacrifices at noon. Fortunately, Nan Ningxi was wearing clothes inside. But she is so beautiful, and she has a fragrance and an ethereal air. This also made Zhang Yinbin a little annoyed. 9 dragons kung fu, what kind of kung fu is that? Why is it always? Okay, tomorrow we will offer sacrifices to the dead souls. Many people died fighting for the territory. Reached more than 300. Zhang Yinbin buried them all at the foot of the mountain in the north. Now, the Temple of Loyal Souls has been built. Well, I'll go take a shower too and have some rest early. I have a busy day tomorrow. Later in the evening, Nan Ningxi's hair was dry. Zhang Yinbin also practiced 2 rounds of 9 dragons divine art. Then prepared to rest. Without the gauze curtain between them, the 2 people were actually very close to each other and could hear each other's breathing. After the last hug, the night has become more. In the middle of the night, Zhang Yinbin felt a soft body beside him again. He hugged her and felt very comfortable. It's dawn. Zhang Yinbin discovered that the person in his arms was Nan Ningxi. Zhang Yinbin originally wanted to apologize. But suddenly I realized that this was my bed. I didn't run to Nan Ningxi on my own. Lord, it's not that I'm a playboy, but it's because of your technique that I was naturally drawn to you in my dreams. Nan Ningxi's face was also red at this time. Zhang Yinbin found Nan Ningxi so tempting. I kissed her for some unknown reason. After a while, he felt something was wrong. Ningxi, you are so beautiful. Nan Ningxi blushed and didn't know what to say. Zhang Yinbin quickly stood up and changed the subject, saying, can this technique affect people? Oh, right, it also affects my world. My world, do you understand? Lord, in your eyes, we are NPCs, and you are players. Those who have reached the god level know this. It turns out Nan Ningxi knew everything, so there was no need for me to explain. Lord, this technique does affect people. You are practicing a very young technique, and sometimes you need to neutralize it. Well, neutralization means. Ahem, I understand this too. Who doesn't understand the balance of yin and yang in the internet age? Lord, your world is like this too. But, Lord, you must not die in battle. Even though your death in battle won't cause the territory to collapse, and even with me in the territory, the impact won't be too great. Every time you players die, it will affect the foundation. Those with ordinary foundations, if they die once, the best they can do is practice advanced techniques. Even those with a good foundation will no longer be able to practice epic level or higher level techniques after dying a few times. Some can only practice basic techniques. Zhang Yinbin's eyes suddenly widened. This amount of information. Too big. This is so important. It can be said that if I post it on the forum, it will cause a huge explosion. But Zhang Yinbin felt that this information could be sold for money. What would happen if the major guilds knew about this? If I were to reveal this information in the forum, the costs of many guilds would probably increase several times. The compensation for dying once could be sky high. In the future, players will be very careful about their lives, And even if large guilds want to rely on human wave tactics, they will have to consider whether they can afford it. Chapter 41 Demons. Now, Zhang Yinbin has no time to sell this information. He will set off soon. Nan Ningxi helped him put on the new armor. This is the armor recently made by the Divine Workshop. It is not only cool, but also has a certain degree of flexibility, and its defensive power is also greatly improved. He looks very handsome in it. The army is already on the parade ground. Zhang Yinbin walked over with dignity. Everyone was solemn. Today, we will be honoring the souls who died fighting for our territory. From now on, if you and I die on the battlefield, we will receive offerings from all the residents. There is no need to say too much. It's enough to arouse the emotions of the soldiers. After saying this, Zhang Yinbin led his army northward. The Temple of Loyal Souls is 3 stories high. Inside are the tablets of soldiers who died in battle. Currently, all those who died in battle are on the 1st floor. To reach the 2nd and 3rd levels, one needs to make great contributions. Nan Ningxi presided over the ceremony. Although she was a woman, in the eyes of all the soldiers, her prestige was second only to Zhang Yinbin. Everyone was solemn in front of the Temple of Loyal Souls. Zhang Yinbin led everyone and completed all the rituals. After the ceremony, everyone seemed to be blessed by a certain power. Immediately, Zhang Yinbin and Nan Ningxi's eyes met. Zhang Yinbin nodded. He was about to begin the trial. Before that, he had to select the troops, gather 300 elite soldiers, and conduct a brief battle. About an hour of running and training. Among these 300 elite soldiers, more than 100 have learned intermediate-level skills and skill books. The rest have all learned the elementary level. All are SSS. In this battle, many people may die, or the entire army may be wiped out. But Zhang Yinbin had to do this. While waiting, Zhang Yinbin turned on the communication system. This devil girl, Wan Wan, also known as Dong Xiaowan. I've sent him more than a dozen messages. Ask why you haven't taken the upgrade trial yet, and whether you want to choose the hell level trial. At the same time, she also sent some information about hell level trials. The major guilds and major territories will have difficulty in choosing. Difficult level, you can try again if you fail. If it fails, at most you will not be able to upgrade temporarily. However, if you choose the hell level, the consequences will be very serious. First of all, whoever chooses to go must die, no matter who it is. Zhang Yinbin shook his head helplessly, but he had to reply. Only by replying can we prove the accuracy of Zhang Yinbin's information in reality. Yes, we are already making final preparations. If nothing unexpected happens, we will choose the hell level territory trial in an hour. Thank you for the news. I have been preparing for a long time, and it is imperative. After replying, Zhang Yinbin turned off the communication system so that he would not be disturbed by the outside world anymore. Wan Wan, I originally thought that Zhang Yinbin's information was false. Just talking nonsense. Because she sent a message to Zhuge Shenlong as soon as she came online last night, and sent some more messages this morning. As a result, there was no response. Now Dong Xiaowan saw the news. Sure enough, Zhuge Shenlong is going to challenge the hell level. I hope he can make it. My current status in the guild is neither up nor down, and I'm becoming less and less valued. The 3,000 troops were all trained by Yang Xiong. However, some of them are fighting at sea, and some are training in the territory and have not experienced actual combat. Now, we need to do some simple running in and grouping. Zhang Yinbin doesn't need to do these things. He walked to Nan Ningxi's side. He secretly held her little hand and said, "When I come back, your man will definitely succeed." Nan Ningxi blushed, broke free from Zhang Yinbin, and said, "Don't talk nonsense outside. I will return to the territory to prepare for your victorious return." Good. You can't talk nonsense outside, but you can talk when you return to the administrative center. Zhang Yinbin looked at Nan Ningxi's departing back. He thought to himself that he was really affected by the Divine Dragon 9 transformations technique. Sometimes, the desires in his mind would appear so suddenly. The army is finally ready. Zhang Yinbin looked around with an awe-inspiring look in his eyes. We will go to fight again. Those who died in battle will lie behind us, and those who are alive will continue to fight for the territory. Now get ready. Long live the Lord is mighty. Keep moving forward. The army shouted in unison, with great power. Zhang Yinbin immediately chose the hell level trial. The trial is not within the territory, but in a specific space. If it is difficult, you can withdraw, but after withdrawing, you will need 10 days to apply again to upgrade. However, at the hell level, it's a fight to the death. Suddenly, a mysterious force enveloped the 300 people. After a while, they arrived at a specific space. There is an open space with grass and stones. It was dark and gloomy. There was complete silence all around. It's like a cursed area. Everyone was ready. Thunderstorm, Yuan Hai, and Tie have all learned epic techniques and skills. There are also 3 who have learned advanced skills and skill books. They were divided into several directions, ready to respond to enemy sneak attacks at any time. They stood in the open space for a long time. Suddenly, a black gas spread out and then slowly dispersed. A group of human-shaped figures came over. The team is not big, just a few dozen people. Human. Finally, fresh humans have walked onto this land. Today we can have a good meal. The leader spoke, but there was a black aura, or devilish aura, around him. Who are you? Where's this place? Since the other party could speak, Zhang Yinbin also wanted to know more information. So he spoke first. Ha ha ha. It's been so long that humans don't even know we exist anymore. We are the demons who survived from ancient times. It is your honor to be able to meet you today. Demons? Zhang Yinbin had never heard of it. Thunderstorm, how strong is the opponent? Zhang Yinbin, the one he trusts the most is Lei Bao. Thunderstorm nodded slightly and said, I don't know. Their aura is different from that of humans. I can't sense their strength. Prepare for battle. Regardless, just be prepared. No matter who the other party is. The army immediately formed a defensive formation. Ha 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 ha. Tiny human, struggling is futile. The leader, about 2 meters tall, rushed over with a stone stick in his hand and laughed loudly. Bow and arrow attack. Immediately, a rain of arrows came down. Puff, puff. The arrows can break through the defense and directly penetrate into the bodies of these demons. However, they didn't seem to be hurt too much. Some black blood oozed out and then continued to rush towards them. Kill. The enemy is already coming to kill us, and we have no choice but to fight back. Zhang Yinbin immediately swept the wooden stick across. Bang. With a loud bang, Zhang Yinbin was knocked back several steps. He used all his strength. Zhang Yinbin had a rough judgment of the opponent's strength. In terms of strength alone, he is probably at the level of a high-level general. Chapter 42, The Unkillable Demons. Although the opponent is a high-level general. However, Zhang Yinbin felt it was even more difficult. They had been pierced by more than a dozen arrows, but were not affected much. Still coming towards them. Arrows kept attacking, but they simply ignored the attacks of the arrows. They attacked directly towards Zhang Yinbin and his group. Bang, bang, bang. These people began to violently smash Zhang Yinbin and his army formation with the stone sticks in their hands. Flame slash. On Yuan Hai's side, the formation was broken and several soldiers were knocked to the ground. Yuan Hai was very anxious and quickly used his skills. The flame slash, with a wave of heat, killed the demon. The knife chopped heavily on the demon's body. Ah! The demon screamed in pain, with a huge wound on his leg. A burning effect occurred at the site of the wound. The wound was in a burning state, and the demon screamed in pain. They're afraid of fire. Yuan Hai cried out when he saw this situation. Archers switched to rockets. An archer equipped with rockets. In fact, it is mainly used in naval battles. To set fire to the enemy's ships. The arrows are specially made and can catch fire at once. They also have armor-piercing effects and can be nailed to the ship and burned for a while. Archers start changing arrows. Arrows carrying fire flew away. Some demons took a few steps back. Some demons waved stone sticks to sweep away the rockets. Some people were not paying attention and were hit by rockets. The burning made them feel pain. He immediately pulled out the rocket with his hands, bringing out a lot of black blood. Watch me. Thundercloud explosion. Thunderstorm began to fight them with all his strength. In terms of strength, they did win, but even after hitting them so many times in a row, they only suffered minor injuries. It seems that these demons are immortal. Thunderstorm uses thunder attribute skills to attack. There is lightning on the hammer. Suddenly, the demon in front of him felt the horror of the lightning and wanted to escape. Thunderstorm, a hammer passed. The demon suddenly began to tremble all over. Behind them, several spearmen took the opportunity to use their skills and pierce them with their spears. Even so, the demon didn't die. Even though he was pierced by several spears, he still had to fight. However, thunderstorms continued to hammer down. It took 6 bombardments, plus the combined attacks of several spearmen, to kill a demon. This hell level is too difficult. What on earth are the people of the demon clan? The other party is not very strong. The highest number is 6, which is equivalent to the level of senior military generals. Thunderstorm, in terms of strength, can completely defeat them. But they can't be killed. Thunderstorm, with such a hammering force, if an ordinary human were to use one hammer, even a high-level general would be killed. But there is nothing we can do about this demon. Zhang Yinbin also attacked again. I don't believe I can't kill you. He faced a demon of high-ranking general level. Despite trying his best, Zhang Yinbin was beaten back every time. With the cooperation of several other soldiers, they also entangled the demon. The demon generals dispersed and began to attack everywhere. Divide into teams. Attack separately. The formation is no longer useful. These demons are so powerful and have such strong vitality that they can break the formation. So, Zhang Yanbin and his men split up, with each team entangled 1 or 2 demons. Among the demons, there are only 6 high-level generals, and the rest are intermediate and elementary. The intermediate ones are still difficult to deal with. However, for the primary ones, as long as the defense is good, the harm is not great. Come again. Zhang Yanbin was beaten back several times in a row. Among the soldiers with him, some were killed in battle and some were injured. Zhang Yanbin attacked again. The wooden stick collided with the stone stick continuously. Crack. Zhang Yanbin. The wooden stick made of black jade cypress was so hard that it was broken at this moment. Interrupt it and pick up the ring again. When he took out the wooden stick, he also took out the dagger. Scarlet Blade. Seeing this dagger, I wonder if the corrosive property will have any effect on them. Zhang Yanbin immediately held the dagger in his hand. Withstand his attack. Zhang Yanbin said to several soldiers. The demons smashed down the heavy stone stick. The 3 men holding shields were also pushed back many steps by him, and their formation was completely dispersed. Everyone was also exposed to the attacks of the demons. Just one sweep would surely result in many casualties. At this time, Zhang Yanbin had already flown up and circled behind the demons. The dagger stabbed in hard, then slashed horizontally. There was a long cut on his back. Black blood immediately spurted out continuously. Roar. The demon seemed to have suffered great harm and pain. He roared to the sky. When he lowered his head, his eyes were already red. Zhang Yanbin looked at the dagger in his hand. This scarlet blade could cause great damage to them. However, at this time, the demon general swept the stone stick and knocked the 2 soldiers away. The 2 soldiers fell heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. Zhang Yanbin was very sad. These are all talented people. Ah! Zhang Yanbin also shouted. Die for me. Zhang Yanbin was very agile. He was only 1.8 meters tall, while the demon was over 2 meters tall and big in size. This time, he chose the legs. Rush forward and thrust hard. Then, cut across. Roar. He roared to the sky again, turned around, and rushed towards Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin quickly rolled to the ground to avoid his attack. This is a high-ranking demon general. If he is hit, he will definitely die. The demon warrior was injured in his leg, and the wound could not heal. Black blood continued to seep out. Is this the power of corrosion? The most important thing about corrosion is not the corrosion itself, but the inability to heal the wound. Bows and arrows are still attacking, but the damage is not great. Iron Wings. Someone who practices epic archery. At this time, he had been cooperating with a team to attack a high-ranking demon general. His archery skills are already quite advanced. Keep attacking one area. He attacked the right arm. Almost every arrow hit the opponent's right arm. At the beginning, the demon generals did not take it seriously. However, after more than a dozen arrows were stuck in his arm, his attack was affected. The demon warrior pulled out all the arrows from his arms without showing any sign of pain. Then continue attacking. Every attack caused huge damage to Zhang Yanbin's soldiers. Some shield bearers had their hands broken by the shock. At this time, Tie took out an arrow made of flame stone. He was running out of arrows. That's why I remembered this arrow. Zhang Yanbin had just taken back the flame stone and had the craftsman make some experimental weapons. There are not many arrows. Aim for the opponent's arm. Call out. An arrow flew by. It hit the joint of the demon general's arm. Ah! Suddenly, the demon general shouted and couldn't hold the stone stick in his hand. Chapter 43 The Function of the Flame Stone. Zhang Yanbin also observed this. Ordinary arrows, even arrows with fire. After the other party pulls out the arrow, the wound will heal quickly. At least, there would be no more bleeding. This incredible regenerative ability is extremely difficult to deal with. Now, I only find that they are afraid of fire and thunder. But rockets are not specially made. After the other party unplugs it, there is not much impact. The rockets are more of a distraction to them. However, at this moment Tie shot a crucial arrow. The arrow pierced his arm joint. The demon general pulled out the arrow. He had a ferocious look on his face, as if he wanted to eat someone. However, the wound would not heal and was still bleeding. Lord, this weapon made of firestone can cause great damage to them. Tie shouted loudly. At this time, Zhang Yanbin was holding the scarlet blade and fighting with the demons. One of the opponent's legs has been disabled. Then, several soldiers launched a series of attacks, and the enemy gradually became weak. What's more, the huge wound on his back was still bleeding. Yuan Hai, this is for you. Yuan Hai, who knows the flame slash, leads his team to resist a high-level demon general alone. This demon general was blocked by him. However, the two sides also fell into a stalemate. Upon hearing it, the Firestone can cause damage. Zhang Yinbin took out a sword made of flame stone from the ring. Aside from a few flaming stone arrows that Tie had, all that was left was a forged sword. Tie caught the sword thrown by Zhang Yinbin. Kill. Suddenly, he rushed forward and cut several wounds on the demon's body with his sword. As expected, the wounds were difficult to heal. Zhang Yinbin also worked together to kill the demon general. At this time, four high-ranking demon generals had been killed. Tie turned to another one. He took the arrow and aimed, thinking about where to attack. Call out. The arrow flew past. The demon general seemed to feel a huge threat. Give up attacking others. Just knock the arrow away. What a pity. Tie secretly felt sorry. Now, all he had left was the last arrow made of firestone. Iron Wing, find a good time. Thunderstorm, follow me. Lei Bao, Zhang Yinbin, and the demon generals they were responsible for were all dead. So, they set their sights on another one. The power of thunder. The thunderstorm bombarded the demon general. The thunder attribute will cause a certain paralysis effect on the opponent. Zhang Yinbin rolled over and landed at its feet. He stabbed the demon general directly in the thigh. Roar. The demon general wanted to hunt down Zhang Yinbin, and Lei Bao shouted loudly. Look at the hammer. Thunderstorm, using a very powerful attack, attracts the demon general and makes him unable to split himself. Another hammer struck down, and the thunder attribute effect slowed down the demon's movements. Tie seized the opportunity and shot an arrow. It hit the heart of the demon general. The demon warrior trembled all over. Then he slowly knelt down and said, if our powers weren't sealed, the Firestone wouldn't be able to hurt us at all. The demon warrior's eyes also dimmed. There is one last demon general. At this time, he had killed more than a dozen soldiers from the Shenlong territory. Thunderstorm, Iron Wing, let's go. There is no big problem over at Yuanhai. With weapons made of Firestone, the opponent can no longer recover and slowly lose their combat effectiveness. Zhang Yinbin and the other two worked together and finally killed the last demon general. Afterwards, he began to clean out other demon generals and soldiers. After another round of fighting, all the demons were finally killed. Clean up the battlefield. Tie and Yuanhai led people to clean up the battlefield. At this time, the system announcement also came. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for passing the Hell-level territory trial. Rewards: a large ship, 2 epic techniques, 2 epic skills, 2 advanced weapon blueprints, 2 advanced building blueprints, a 10% increase in each territory's bonus, 100 gold coins, and a high-level weapon with a genuine attachment. As soon as the system announcement came out, the entire Eastern Continent was in an uproar. Zhuge Shenlong, still the same Zhuge Shenlong. Zhuge Shenlong, looking to purchase epic skills. Fuck, beast. Brother Shenlong, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Abnormal. The entire forum was in an uproar. The wind was extremely furious at this time. He issued a killing order against Zhuge Shenlong. But now it has undoubtedly become a joke. All forces are now trying to find out how Zhang Yinbin passed the Hell-level trial. In addition, the top leaders of all the major guilds knew the effects of epic techniques. But now, there are too few epic-level skills. Now, Zhang Yinbin has got 2 more. He had learned it on his own before, so this time, he should be able to sell it. Dong Xiaowan was immediately ordered to contact Zhuge Shenlong to find out more information. Zhang Yinbin knew nothing about the outside world at this time. He was now listening to the casualty report with a heavy heart. Lord, 63 were killed in battle, 21 were disabled, and most of the rest were injured. The number of those killed in battle or disabled has reached 84. These are equal to 1/3 of their combat power. It just disappeared like that. I didn't expect the demons to be so terrifying. If we didn't have weapons to restrain them, there wouldn't be many of them left this time. It is so difficult for Zhang Yinbin and others. The rest of the territories challenged the Hell level, and undoubtedly, all of them died. Zhang Yinbin only lost 1/3 of his combat power. Lord, there is a discovery. Tie, take people to search the surroundings, and then come back to report. Lord, we found some weapons that were hidden by these demons. Tie placed some weapons on the ground, and Zhang Yinbin will take a closer look. These weapons are not very advanced. However, they all contain the word fusion. Just now, among the system rewards, there are also real weapons. This made Zhang Yinbin very strange. Well, put it away first. Get ready, let's go back. Many people died in the battle and many were injured. Now that he has passed the test, Zhang Yinbin wants to go back and recuperate. Zhang Yinbin exited the mission space. Come back safely. He actually suffered serious internal injuries. However, as long as he practices the Divine Dragon 9 transformations technique, he will recover quickly. After returning to the territory, they appeared directly in the large square in front of the Temple of Loyal Souls. Many soldiers are still waiting for their triumphant return. However, the first thing they had to do was the funeral. Zhang Yanbin and those who participated in the battle went back to rest first. Almost all of them were injured. On the way back, Zhang Yanbin turned on the communicator. Boss 666. The boss is the boss, and he has indeed passed the hell level. Boss, is it so easy to defeat the hell level? Boss, epic skills are very valuable now. Why not consider selling them? These are the messages Wanwan sent to me continuously. Others also sent messages. The key is to purchase epic skills. Chapter 44 Selling Information. Zhang Yanbin read all the messages on the communicator but didn't reply to any of them. He went straight back to the administrative center. Then he started to practice the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Strange, after being injured, my power actually increased. Zhang Yanbin worked for about 2 hours before his injuries healed. Not only that, he felt his strength increase. Is it a life and death battle? Or is it because he uses all his strength every time, which makes his skills improve? At this time, someone called him offline. Without thinking, you know it's Dong Xiaowan. She was probably here to inquire about Zhuge Shenlong's news. Dong Xiaowan sent many messages to Zhang Yanbin online, but received no reply. She has been waiting for a long time in the game. So, now she wants to ask Zhang Yanbin if there is any news. Zhang Yanbin came out of the game cabin reluctantly. When he came out, he simply wiped the nutrient solution off his body. When he brushed against the ring, he subconsciously looked inside. This. Zhang Yanbin saw a lot of weapons inside, including the Scarlet Blade and other weapons with the word fusion on them. Zhang Yanbin took out the worst sword among them. In reality, this sword is extremely cold and sharp. Zhang Yanbin searched for the high-level weapon that was awarded as a reward. It's a short sword. It is longer than a dagger, about 30 centimeters. However, the cold light emitted by the short sword made people feel that it was an unparalleled sword, and its basic ability was to cut hair with a single blow. He didn't know how powerful this sword was. He put the advanced weapon back. At this time, outside the door, Dong Xiaowan was pressing the doorbell very urgently. Zhang Yanbin casually placed the other sword on the table, then covered the important parts with a towel and went to open the door. Miss, you are summoning souls. Dong Xiaowan was not polite at all and didn't care that Zhang Yanbin was only wearing a towel. People come in directly. Then close the door. Zhuge Shenlong passed the hell level trial. I know, everyone in the game knows. The system has announced it. How can Zhang Yanbin still say he didn't know? What do you know? You knew in advance that he would undergo a hell level trial today, so you must have known about the others as well. Zhang Yanbin said helplessly, I don't know. Zhuge Shenlong is a man of few words. If I didn't have something he wanted, he wouldn't waste his time talking to me. Dong Xiaowan thought about it and immediately believed it. Because the Zhuge Shenlong she met was the same. Oh, do you have anything he needs? Maybe we can make a deal? My name in the game is Wanwan. You can add me. How to add Zhang Yanbin? He is Zhuge Shenlong. No need to add me as a friend, Zhuge Shenlong. What I'm trading with is something called a flame stone. I was born on an island. There's a volcanic island nearby where you can mine fire stones. As for how to use this flame stone, I don't know myself. Dong Xiaowan looked Zhang Yanbin up and down suspiciously. Zhang Yanbin was also looking at her, and suddenly found that Dong Xiaowan was exposed. Dong Xiaowan hurriedly quit the game and came out in some casual clothes. Why? Are you interested in me? You seem to have good capital, but unfortunately, this lady doesn't like you. If there's any important news in the game, I wouldn't mind making a deal with you. Dong Xiaowan found out that she was exposed, but she didn't care. Zhang Yanbin lost his temper after hearing what was said. Then he said, I do have 2 pieces of important news, but I wonder if you can afford the price. News about Zhuge Shenlong? Half and half. I got some of the information from him. Zhang Yanbin said casually. Oh, what is it? Zhang Yanbin looked unwilling to speak. Trade. If you have any valuable information or in-game items, I can tell you. However, I can give you a piece of information for free. Zhuge Shenlong wants to sell a big piece of information. He will sell this news to all the major guilds at the same time, and then announce it on the forum 3 days later. Dong Xiaowan was suspicious. Since it's going to be announced on the forum, how can we sell this news? Zhang Yanbin shook his head and said, I really don't know, but Zhuge Shenlong said that this is related to the power structure of the entire game. Why didn't he look for me? Dong Xiaowan was very dissatisfied. Why look for Zhang Yanbin instead of her? Zhang Yanbin shook his head again and said, I think they will find it. He just told me when I was about to trade with him. The content of this transaction is also important news. It's very important. It depends on what you have to trade with me. Preferably in-game. Useful information. Zhang Yinbin's eyes were still fiery. But he won't force it this way. In my mind, the dragon seemed to be about to swallow Dong Xiaowan. Dong Xiaowan didn't notice Zhang Yinbin's eyes. She was also in deep thought. I'll see you later. Zhang Yinbin knew that Dong Xiaowan was going to hurry back to play the game. He also threw away the towel and quickly entered the game. Sure enough, not long after, Dong Xiaowan sent a message. Zhang Yinbin didn't reply in a hurry. He first took out his weapons and equipment and studied them for a while. It can actually be brought into reality. After some study, he replied to Dong Xiaowan. I'm not interested in selling epic martial arts books. I believe you already know that this thing can be practiced in reality. And I have a secret in-game news that can directly change the power structure in the game. I want to find 10 people to sell it to tomorrow, get a high enough price, and then announce it on the forum. This news mainly affects the big guilds. Do you know anyone there? If so, please introduce them to me. Dong Xiaowan, open your mouth wide. Zhuge Shenlong said something similar to Zhang Yinbin. Dong Xiaowan reported the news immediately. Zhang Yinbin also contacted several other people at the same time. There aren't many people he's in contact with, so he doesn't want to reveal too much about this news for the time being. He had just been in the game for a while when someone called him again in real life. Zhang Yinbin had no choice but to download the game again. This time, he just took a towel to cover the main area and opened the door. Take a shower and come with me to the back mountain. I have something to tell you. After Dong Xiaowan finished speaking, she turned her back to him and left. Who do you think you are? Zhang Yinbin cursed secretly from behind. However, Zhang Yinbin also wanted to know what their guild's attitude was. So, I took a shower, changed my clothes, jumped directly from the second floor, and headed to the back mountain. On the way to the back mountain, I met Dong Xiaowan. In the dark, he couldn't see anything clearly, but he could feel that Dong Xiaowan seemed to be worried about something. Keep going, over the mountain. Zhang Yinbin's heart moved. Could it be that the place where I practice martial arts has been discovered? When they reached the dense forest in the back mountain, Dong Xiaowan said, I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 45 100 million. Trade? Zhang Yinbin thought. Could it be that Dong Xiaowan wanted to buy the information about Zhuge Shenlong privately from here and then sell it? Zhang Yinbin is not that stupid. In the game, he is going to sell it to many families. Deal okay. I don't know. What's so valuable about you? The word news has not yet been uttered. Dong Xiaowan actually opened her coat, and it seemed empty inside. Tell me the news you want to sell, and tonight, I'll be yours. Let's trade here, what do you think? Dong Xiaowan's voice was a little trembling, but it seemed like she had made some decision. This left Zhang Yinbin completely confused. What if my information isn't very valuable? I'll accept it then. It's just a deal. You have a nice figure, and maybe you're good at sex, and can serve me well. It won't be a loss for me. Zhang Yinbin reached out his hand tentatively and held. The touch was naturally very good, and Dong Xiaowan began to tremble slightly. But there was no avoidance, no rejection. This is a real deal. At this moment, the dragon in Zhang Yinbin's mind roared wildly. Zhang Yinbin lost his clarity of mind for a moment. When he woke up, he was already hugging Dong Xiaowan. Okay, I'll tell you, and it's definitely worth it. In the dark night, the two were conducting an unknown transaction. You screamed so loudly. No wonder you didn't dare to stay in the villa. You. How come? You are so much better than my ex-boyfriend. Dong Xiaowan was actually a little overwhelmed. As for Zhang Yinbin, the dragon in his mind kept circling. Zhang Yinbin also has endless motivation. After 2 hours, Dong Xiaowan gave up. Zhang Yinbin held her and let her sit down and rest. Now, can you tell me what news you have? Dong Xiaowan said weakly. Well, you can bring items out of the game. Weapons with the word fusion can be brought into reality. There's a sword in my room. I brought it from the game. I also traded it with Zhuge Shenlong. I used 1,000 units of firestone to exchange it with him. Carry me back. Dong Xiaowan can't walk now. Zhang Yinbin picked her up easily and walked very fast in the mountains. I want to see the sword. Entered Zhang Yinbin's room. On the table was the same sword that had been there before. Dong Xiaowan took the sword and immediately believed it. She could feel that this was brought out from the game. This completely overturned her understanding of the game. Zhuge Shenlong also said that epic-level skills can be practiced in reality. I have no doubt about this. I've told you before that the exercises can enhance physical fitness in reality. Look at me. I'm so awesome tonight. Shut up. Dong Xiaowan felt shy when she thought about how she was completely defeated in the back mountain tonight and couldn't even walk. Humph. All men are bad, showing off right now. My ex-boyfriend was the same. The first time I gave it to him, he showed off. I was so angry that I broke up with him. Then I came into this game. Dong Xiaowan didn't know why she said this. She looked at the sword in her hand, then asked, "What other news do you know? And what is the Firestone?" Zhang Yinbin would definitely not tell him about the damage to the Foundation caused by the death of players. These are to be sold to large guilds, and then to subvert some guilds. Zhang Yinbin did not reveal the core information, but there is something to be said for the news on the margins. If you want to buy some information, you can ask Zhuge Shenlong to buy it through me. He seems very interested in my flame stone. As long as he's willing to talk, we can continue the deal. The dragon in my mind, although full this time and not as manic as before, I don't know when it will become manic again. Good. Dong Xiaowan stood up tiredly, put down the sword in her hand, and left. It was already late at night when Dong Xiaowan left. Zhang Yinbin was not in a hurry to enter the game, but practiced the exercises. This technique actually progresses much faster. After pacifying the irritable dragon, my training progress has tripled. As soon as he started practicing the technique, Zhang Yinbin felt the benefits of the transaction. Zhang Yinbin started playing the game when it was almost dawn. He received a lot of messages after logging into the game. Dong Xiaowan also asked about the transaction price on behalf of their guild. 10 million per family, directly through the system guarantee. This news may not have a big impact on small guilds, but for large guilds, it will definitely be a near reshuffle. By the way, the Gale Guild won't sell it. Dong Xiaowan replied quickly. I need to discuss this with the others. Please wait. Waited for about an hour. Dong Xiaowan finally sent a message. Yes, we can go directly through the system guarantee. There will be 10 guilds, each of which will put 10 million into the guarantee system. The boss will post the information, and then the transaction can be carried out. What if Zhang Yinbin's information is not valuable and not as he said? However, these big guilds dare not take the gamble. The guild that Dong Xiaowan belonged to contacted some guilds. If you buy information, it's best if only a few high-ranking officials know about it, and then the information can't spread. If it does, your purchase will be in vain. This is just a friendly reminder. I've put the information on the trading system. The message Zhang Yinbin posted was that every time a player died, their foundation would be damaged. If I die a few more times, I'm afraid I'll become a disabled person. So, big guilds rely on players to use human wave tactics? Are those players still willing to risk their lives? In the past, when major guilds fought against high-level copycats, they had to sacrifice the lives of a large number of players. The guild will only give a small amount of compensation. What's next? These large guilds must make adjustments on a large scale. Once the news is announced, the compensation will be dozens or even hundreds of times higher. Otherwise, no player would be willing to fight for them. The big guild might have to dismiss many people, and it will be even more difficult for some ordinary players. They are not strong, and others will not want them because the compensation for death will not be low. Perhaps, some players with no special skills will only be able to engage in production work in the future. Just like in real life, become a wage earner. One after another, guilds put money into the system's guarantee system. Ding, transaction successful. In the game, at 8 o'clock in the morning, a prompt appeared indicating that the transaction was successful. Sunny Day, Liuli, Detong, Xiaoyao Sect, Qin Palace, Penguin Guild, Ant Guild, Shengting, Pluto Palace, Huiwe Pavilion. These 10 guilds bought it. 10 million is not a big deal for a guild. They dare not gamble. When they got the news, they were also very shocked. The exercises can be brought into reality. However, if you die too many times in the game, you will not be able to practice. Many people think that there is no penalty for death in the game, so large guilds often hope to pile up human lives. As a result, the punishment of death is so severe. Dong Xiaowan, a middle-level manager, made an exception and saw the news this time. She was secretly delighted because Zhuge Shenlong did not even mention the news that the fusion weapon could be brought into reality. In this way, her deal last night would not be in vain. No, she worked so hard last night. As a result, it was obtained by several other guilds today. Zhang Yinbin sighed. 100 million, so easy. Before, I only earned 3,000 federal coins. Zhang Yinbin was filled with emotion at this moment. Chapter 46, Advanced Kung Fu. Zhang Yinbin got 100 million. This is real money. He planned to give all the money to Nan Ningxi so that she could develop her territory well. And those 10 alliances. After buying this news, I was shocked. Internal adjustments are definitely needed. From now on, a life will not be given away lightly. The president of the Liuli Guild, Zi Liuli, saw this information. This Zhuge Shenlong probably doesn't have a huge force behind him, so he wants to announce this news. Once it's announced, some of our major forces will collapse. Even if they don't collapse, we won't be able to rely on the previous human wave tactics. Through Zhang Yinbin's approach, Zi Liuli analyzed a lot of things. We also need to make adjustments quickly before other guilds react. 1-1, you did a great job this time. The information about Fu Zhen is also very important. The guild will reward you with an intermediate martial arts technique and an intermediate skill book, as well as 300,000 copper coins. Dong Xiaowan smiled and said, I will continue to maintain a good relationship with Zhuge Shenlong and get more information. However, the person Dong Xiaowan thought of was Zhang Yanbin. She got the information indirectly from Zhang Yanbin. Moreover, she had that kind of relationship with Zhang Yanbin. Zi Liuli continued the meeting. Other guilds were also holding urgent meetings. After the meeting, the guild will undergo major adjustments. They want elites and spend money to poach elites from other guilds. At the same time, dismiss their own ordinary personnel. In the past, they could recruit as many ordinary members as they could. In some cases, a single territory has hundreds of thousands of people. Now, these members have two options. One is to do auxiliary work, such as being a carpenter in the territory. Some are death warriors, who perform fixed tasks and receive fixed compensation if they die. The guild's resources will only be given to the elite. At the same time, they will also leave more resources for their own NPCs. In the future, wait for the player's life to be valuable. Perhaps the compensation for one death is enough to train 2 NPC soldiers. Therefore, their resources need to undergo major adjustments. Several guilds are making adjustments. At this time, the Gale Guild was about to organize several territories to complete difficult tasks together. Upgrade must. The Gale Guild acquired a lot of territories. Once these territories develop, they can unite with each other and become a powerful force. A large guild requires a large population to operate. Therefore, the Gale Guild now has more than 2 million members. They not only have to do difficult tasks. I also found some third-level copycats. By attacking a level 3 stronghold, you can obtain many intermediate skills and booklets. This time, the Gale Guild wanted to overwhelm all other guilds, so it organized a massive operation. Of course, it's not just the Gale Guild, some other guilds are also doing this. However, only the Gale Guild is the most powerful. And Zhang Yanbin gave the money to Nan Ningxi in the game. Ningxi, be bold and develop. As for the money matters, your man will figure it out. Pooh. Nan Ningxi was shy and said pooh, then went to do her business. And Zhang Yanbin began to plan his next action. He immediately distributed the rewards received from the territory. 2 more sets of epic skills. He handed it over to 2 young men who performed well this time. Zhang Xingting and Wang Xiaowu. Both of them are very qualified. You guys, you already have good fighting ability. I'll give you 2 days to train well. The 2 of them were also very excited to get the epic skills and skill books. Zhang Xingting got a set of swordsmanship, while Wang Xiaowu got a set of boxing skills. Yes, Lord. The 2 took the skills and techniques books and went to practice. Zhang Yanbin also wanted the army to rest and replenish. This time, he plans to do the artifact mission. Artifact, what a fascinating name. Zhang Yanbin himself also needs to prepare. His stick was broken last time. This is also engraved to strengthen the formation. It seems that the wooden sticks made of black jade cypress are no longer able to keep up. He came to the divine workshop. Masters, I haven't been here for a while. It's booming here. Several masters were very satisfied. Because Nan Ningxi is the head of the family and is not stingy at all. A lot of resources have been invested here. There are all kinds of materials that can be found. In addition, dozens of apprentices with SSS level qualifications are also deployed. Masters, please help me beat a few more sticks. Although the black jade cypress is hard, it is too light. The master blacksmith immediately said, no problem. The Lord's wife recently went to the mountains to find a batch of ore. Although the quantity is small, it is enough to supply the Lord alone. We'll study it later and make 3 or 5 for the Lord. Zhang Yanbin nodded and took another look around to find out what could be produced here. At this time, he was rushing to Shenlong Lake. Because the system rewarded him with a ship. He had never seen what the ship looked like. Haven't received it yet. Zhang Yanbin plans to collect the reward at Shenlong Lake. In the afternoon, Zhang Yanbin came to Shenlong Lake. Get your reward. At the port, Zhang Yanbin received the reward. Suddenly, Shenlong Lake was filled with waves. A huge ship appeared on the lake. It is more than 200 meters long and more than 20 meters wide. It's about 10 meters high. This displacement must be about 5,000 tons. Ha! I'm going back to my territory now and calling a few masters to engrave the formation on it and install more crossbows. A huge ship appeared in front of Zhang Yanbin. He also wanted to invite a few masters to come and evaluate how strong the ship was and whether it could be modified. Zhang Yanbin took the boat back and spent the whole day on the road. But he was very happy. Huge ships represent powerful attack power. On the one hand, dozens of crossbows were installed, and some watchtowers were built. Perhaps, if the ship is large enough, it can be equipped with 1 or 2 catapults. Zhang Yanbin, let someone get on board first to familiarize themselves with the ship. And he went straight back to the territory. It was already night when we returned to the territory. Zhang Yanbin notified several master craftsmen that most of the people in the divine workshop would go there early tomorrow morning. In the evening, Zhang Yanbin was practicing and Nan Ningxi came back very late. Ningxi, why are you so late today? Nan Ningxi felt a little tired, so she wanted to take a bath. Today, your money is very timely. Many things that could not be done before can now be arranged. So that's how it is. Nan Ningxi came out of the shower and wore cooler clothes. Suddenly, the dragon in Zhang Yanbin's mind became restless again. Damn it, quiet. Zhang Yanbin had no choice but to keep his mind focused and go to bed early. In the middle of the night, he hugged Nan Ningxi again. The restlessness in my body slowly calmed down. The next morning, the initial awkwardness between the two was no longer there. But at this time, Zhang Yanbin discovered that a little dragon was born in his dantian. No way, this is the advancement of the technique, from now on. Chapter 47, Xinyuan Sword. It is a good thing to advance in martial arts. But he didn't know what side effects the Shenlong Kung Fu would have. Ningxi, I have something to ask you. Zhang Yanbin became a little hesitant. Lord, you and I are still one. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Zhang Yanbin organized the words. Then he said, my divine dragon has undergone the 9th transformation, and a little dragon has been born from my dantian. This is considered advanced. It's just that when I practice this technique, sometimes I feel very agitated, especially when I see a beautiful woman, like you. Nan Ningxi blushed and lowered her head in silence. Ningxi, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just... Suddenly, Nan Ningxi raised her head and kissed Zhang Yanbin. Suddenly, Zhang Yanbin's mouth felt cold. My mind gradually became clearer. About half an hour, anyway, it seems that neither of them will be short of oxygen. Lord, how can you, a mortal with your ability, practice this god-level technique without any side effects? But it's not a big deal. This dragon is masculine. Women can restrain and relieve. If the Lord needs me, as your deputy lord and your subordinate, it is only natural. Zhang Yanbin widened his eyes. There was such a good thing. However, the feeling of kissing myself just now was really extraordinary. Good. Zhang Yanbin held Nan Ningxi's hand and said, thank you for being here. Together, we will strengthen our territory and protect our people. Of course, Zhang Yanbin would not kill Nan Ningxi right now. Gotta do the work first. Today, there are many things to do. In the morning, they both went out late. Zhang Yanbin took more than 100 craftsmen and headed straight to Shenlong Lake. When we arrived at Shenlong Lake, the big ship was still parked there. Zhang Yanbin led everyone on board the boat. The master carpenter inspected the ship and said, Lord, the wood used for this ship is Phoebe Nanmu, which is of a higher grade than black jade cypress. The formation master said, there is no problem in engraving the formation, but you can only engrave a few auxiliary formations to make this ship stronger. After some research, several people found out that this ship can be equipped with 3 catapults. Then, more than 10 crossbows were installed on each side. There are no crossbows installed at the bow and stern. Great. Let's start the renovation right away. Once it's finished, we'll go out to sea. This time, we're going 1,000 miles south. With this big ship as his flagship, Zhang Yanbin's confidence soared. Several masters estimated that the transformation would take about 8 days. It just so happened that Zhang Yanbin went to do the mission of making the artifact. Hand over the ships to these master craftsmen. Zhang Yanbin only asked the master blacksmith to make a stick for him first. This time, it was made of several materials. It's much heavier and more comfortable to hold. Zhang Yanbin gathered his army and prepared to carry out the task of obtaining the artifact. This artifact scroll is still in a specific space. The number of people is 300. Unlike last time, Zhang Yanbin and his team changed some equipment. At the same time, more weapons and equipment were prepared, and the extra ones were placed in Zhang Yanbin's space ring. To prevent something like what happened to the demons last time, only specific things can effectively attack. This time, not counting the thunderstorm, for people learned epic skills and techniques. At the same time, there are several advanced ones. Most of them have learned intermediate techniques and skills. The strength of his team of 300 is increasing bit by bit. Lost artifact, here I come. Zhang Yanbin worried about his team and then chose the mission. Right at the harbor, white light enveloped them. They were teleported into a space in an instant. Lord, this seems to be just a continent, not a specific space. I felt the thunderstorm and found that it did not have the pressure of the space field. On the contrary, it feels the same as they do in their territory. His team has already taken up a defensive stance. This is a wasteland and the weeds around it are very messy. Suddenly, the ground shook. Then, a stone giant stood up. This stone giant, more than 10 meters tall, came suddenly. Please accept my test. Attack me 3 times. The stone giant suddenly spoke. Zhang Yinbin couldn't understand what the other party was doing. So, hold your iron rod tightly. Okay, here I come. Use all your strength to activate the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. Then, he rushed to the stone giant and attacked with all his strength. Both hands, a burst of shaking. The force of the counterattack was too strong. The stone giant dropped a small piece of stone. Forced to retreat, Zhang Yinbin could only practice his martial arts skills frantically, otherwise his hands would be crippled. Come again. The stone man made another dull sound. This time, the mission was a little weird. Zhang Yinbin didn't know what he needed to do. But, stone man, even if he was asked to fight, he wouldn't dare to do that. Took a short break. After Zhang Yinbin's hands recovered, he took a running start. When he was still a few meters away from the stone man, he jumped up. A stick hit the stone man directly on the shoulder. There was a loud bang. Zhang Yinbin was directly bounced back and flew backwards. In the air, Zhang Yinbin's iron rod flew out of his hand. My arms felt like they were not my own. Lord! Everyone called out to him nervously. Bang! It fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yinbin knew that he had to get up. To fight. Even though my whole body felt like it was falling apart. But Zhang Yinbin still struggled to stand up. He stood up. Pain all over the body. I'm fine, don't do anything. 3 moves, not yet finished. Zhang Yinbin also has his stubbornness. Continue to practice the exercises. The little dragon in the Dantian seemed to have grown a little bit bigger. Dragon energy is moving around the body. After a while, he recovered. Pick up his iron rod. Clench your hands. Come again. After Zhang Yinbin was ready, he ran again. The difference was that this time he didn't jump. The iron rod swept across and hit the stone man's calf. Boom. Zhang Yinbin's iron rod flew out of his hand again. His hands were covered in blood. This time, he used all his strength. It was just a little bit short of breaking both arms. Zhang Yinbin flew backwards again, but he still got up. Just as Zhang Yinbin stood up, something the size of a dagger flew out from the stone man's chest. Lord, be careful. Several people saw it and rushed over to rescue Zhang Yinbin. But it was too late. Zhang Yinbin saw only a broken sword, with only the tip of the sword piercing his chest. Strangely, Zhang Yinbin did not feel any severe pain, because the tip of the sword only penetrated a little bit. The 2 dragons on his body actually swam towards the broken sword. Ding system prompt. Player Zhuge Shenlong. You have obtained the Xianyuan sword. The system prompts are very simple. This broken sword is the Xianyuan sword. Dragon, Xianyuan sword. This is in the dark. Zhang Yinbin knew that what had just happened was a test, and also a process of recognizing the master. Perhaps, it cannot be said that it is recognizing the master now. However, a part of the Xianyuan sword did belong to him. I'm fine, don't do anything. Zhang Yinbin stopped all actions of his men in time. Chapter 48 Forum Posting. Xianyuan sword. It turned out to be the Xianyuan sword. Zhang Yinbin didn't expect that this mission would not require a big battle. Maybe it's because of my own martial arts method. Therefore, Xianyuan sword was just testing Zhang Yinbin to see if he was qualified to possess him. The 2 dragons circled around the Xianyuan sword for a while and then returned to their original place. One is in the mind and the other is in the Dantian. Zhang Yinbin also reached out and pulled out the Xianyuan sword. When holding the Xianyuan sword in your hand, a voice told him, if you want me to recognize you as your master, you must find other parts to complete the Xianyuan sword. In other words, the Xianyuan sword has only chosen him now, but has not recognized its master. Zhang Yinbin knew that this short sword, which was only a dozen centimeters long, was a treasure. Don't worry, I will do my best. As soon as the words fell, the stone giant that was more than 10 meters long suddenly disintegrated and the stone fell apart. This stone man was brought together with the help of the Xianyuan sword, and now, the Xianyuan sword has chosen Zhang Yinbin. This mission seems to be relatively simple. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for completing the scroll quest, The Lost Artifact. This announcement is a bit strange. There was no mention of rewards at all. The reward is the Xianyuan sword in your hand. What could be a better reward than this? Lord, there is something there. The stone man collapsed. Some things were dropped as well. Zhang Yinbin put away the Xianyuan sword and placed it in the ring. He picked up a token that was closer. On one side, he wrote the order, and on the other side, he wrote the village. God-level village construction order. This game does not require a village building order. When players come in, everyone can directly build their own territory. Could it be that the territory has been breached, and there is still a chance to rebuild it using the village construction order? Zhang Yinbin looked at the properties. Well, we can establish territories on other continents. The properties are very simple. This thing cannot be used in the eastern continent and can only be built in other continents. Lord, this is a formation blueprint. Zhang Shengting picked up a blueprint and handed it to Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin took the drawing and began to look at it. Teleportation array formation. Teleportation array. This thing finally appeared in the game. This thing is definitely a good thing. Very good. It just so happens that there is a formation master in the territory. Zhang Yinbin thought that from now on, he wouldn't have to take a half-day boat ride from Shenlong Lake back to his territory. Direct transmission would be great. You can even build a teleportation array directly on the ship and then teleport back directly when the time comes. With this beautiful wish, Zhang Yinbin led people to search the area, but found nothing. Let's go back. This time, we can say that we completed the mission of the artifact without any damage. As soon as Zhang Yinbin came back, his address book exploded. Several people who had contact with him came to ask him. In addition, Wanwan also recommended the names of several people. They are the business cards of those big guilds. Zhang Yinbin traded with them, but hasn't added them as a friend yet. After thinking about it, Zhang Yinbin added these people. Zi Liuli, Zhuge Shenlong. What's the mission of this artifact? Can you tell me, or sell it to me? Many people are asking about the artifact. Zhang Yinbin naturally wouldn't tell them. Zhang Yinbin did not respond to any of the messages. He is no longer interested in money. If you want to sell something, you must exchange it for information. At this time, something big happened in the forum. Gas Guild recruitment announcement. Well, the Gale Guild, 5 territories in a row passed the difficult trial. In one day, we swept through 6 third-level strongholds. We will organize a larger-scale operation tomorrow. Now, they are recruiting like crazy. When Zhang Yinbin saw this post, he immediately laughed. It turns out that the Gale Guild had received a huge amount of financing. So, a vigorous action was planned, specifically looking for third-level copycats to fight. However, it is not so easy to defeat a third-level copycat. But, there are many of them. More than 2 million members. Although the branches are in many places. However, a territory can organize tens of thousands of players. Select a group of elites, and then attack the stronghold. This resulted in many casualties. But the Gale Guild doesn't care. Those subordinates don't care either. In the game, if you die, you die. It's just a one-day cooldown period, during which you can't log into the game or post messages on the forum. A day later, I returned to the game. They didn't feel like they had lost anything. Perhaps, advanced people will feel that cultivation is difficult. Many of these cannon fodders have not practiced advanced martial arts, so they don't feel much. You're really courting death. In addition to the Gale Guild, other guilds are also advertising to recruit people. To advertise, you have to have something to show for it. Therefore, many people fight bandits to get martial arts and skill books. Use training methods and skill books as rewards. However, at this time, the 10 guilds that bought the news about Zhang Yinbin were unusually calm. Not only did they not recruit anyone, they also planned to eliminate a group of people. When other guilds saw this, they quickly pulled these people over. Therefore, a lot of people left these guilds. However, their top management has secretly retained some core personnel and elites. Others, if they want to leave, can leave. If you don't leave, they will also lay off employees. At least, there won't be too many resources and subsidies. There are no labor laws in the game. Zhang Yinbin browsed the forum, but he rarely posted any messages on the forum. Now, he decided to create a post to stimulate the Gale Guild. The Gale Guild is big, but not strong. It won't be long before it collapses, without my having to do anything myself. Also, attached is the video of the Gale Guild attacking me in order to break the contract. Zhang Yinbin kept the video of the day when the Gale Guild was trying to kill Lei Bao and himself. Before, he had been silent. He has always been slandered by people from the Gale Guild. They thought that Zhang Yinbin did not record the video. However, Zhang Yinbin recorded the video in order to study and review the battle. Verbal attacks, plus video. Zhang Yinbin's reputation is still quite high. Immediately, the post became very popular. The post instantly became the most popular post. Gale, message received. Suddenly furious. Hateful. This Zhuge Shenlong is really well hidden. He comes out to cause trouble at this time. The wind was raging. Quick, refresh the posts and bring his popularity down. Build momentum for our own posts. Kuangfeng knew that it was indeed he who wanted to kill Zhang Yinbin. As a result, he was killed in return. How could such a shameful thing be exposed at such a critical moment? The strong wind started to make people post. Zhang Yinbin posted the message and then closed the message. He is not in a hurry. But no matter how hard the wind blows, this post will not be deleted. Because the other 10 guilds that bought the news helped Zhang Yinbin to post, so that Zhang Yinbin's post remained the most popular. Zi Liuli smiled and said, Kuangfeng, if you want to make up for what happened today, you have to kill more strongholds, attack more strongholds to build momentum, and kill more people. It can be foreseen that the Gale Guild is about to be cheated. Chapter 49 Teleportation Array. I can't stop scrolling through Zhang Yinbin's posts. Someone helped Zhang Yinbin build momentum. Hours later, the wind was still raging. Waste. Stop brushing. Get everything ready. Tomorrow we'll take down all the confirmed counterfeiters, record a video, and post it on the forum. In order to recover his declining status in the forum, Kuangfeng decided to do a crazy job of copying. Fight more copycats, seize more resources, and get a large number of skills and skill books as rewards. He believed that he would be able to gather more people soon. Kuangfeng announced the locations of many of their own territories and asked people to go to their territories. As soon as you join us, you will receive 300 copper coins. At the same time, you can receive some rewards every day according to your contribution. This time, the Gale Guild invested a lot of money. They are very ambitious. After raising funds, they plan to create the best guild in the world. In the game, there are endless possibilities. Only a strong guild can seize more resources and obtain better skills in the future. Some people in power in the guild, some big bosses in real life. They are older and more experienced in the game themselves, as a general, so they want to invest in a large guild. Then, help them acquire good skills in the game, and in the future there may be many props that can prolong their lives. Zhang Yinbin didn't pay much attention to the Gale Guild because the time had not come yet. When the time comes, action will naturally follow. Zhang Yinbin completed the Lost Artifact mission without any damage. After coming out of the mission space, go directly to find the Formation Master. Master, look at this formation diagram. The Formation Master took the blueprint and looked at it carefully. Good blueprint. With this blueprint, we can build the teleportation array. Master, how far can this teleportation array teleport? Also, can it be built on a ship? I saw the Master of Formation looking very profound. Then he said, Lord, in theory it's possible, but in reality, only very good materials can be used to build a teleportation array in such a small space on the ship. Okay, then how far can this teleportation array teleport? The Formation Master stroked his beard again. Then he said in an enigmatic way, theoretically, it is infinitely far away. It was just a theory again. Zhang Yinbin was smart this time and knew that there must be some restrictions. Now, what kind of teleportation array can be built? The Formation Master didn't dare to keep the secret any longer. Lord, we can only teleport 5 people now, and the distance is 300 miles. 300 miles, you can teleport directly to the territory from the seaside. This is very important. At the same time, some small ones can be built around them. For example, go to the horse farm, or go to the wolf den in the north. We can also build some dozens of kilometers. This way, traveling will be much more convenient. Well, was this difficult to build? How much does it cost? Don't worry, Lord. There is no difficulty. Even if there is difficulty, we will go. The Master of Formations swore solemnly. With the formation diagram, his role becomes apparent. He can lead his disciples to build a teleportation array. What a great thing. Okay, I won't worry about the details. If you need anything, go directly to Ningxi. Yes, Lord, I will make sure that the Lord and his wife are satisfied. Zhang Yinbin shook his head helplessly. The formation and the distance of transmission mainly depend on the materials. At present, this is all we can do with the materials we have collected. Zhang Yinbin didn't force it. After finishing his work, Zhang Yinbin wanted to log off. The main thing is that I completed the artifact mission. Although there was no damage, I was exhausted. Although he only attacked with 3 moves, he used up all his strength. The force rebounded, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. Now, he wants to have a good rest. At the same time, after waking up, you should also get familiar with your increased strength. I logged off, and it was still afternoon. Zhang Yinbin took a shower and went to bed. When he woke up, it was already night time, so he sat cross-legged and practiced some martial arts. The little dragon in the Dantian has grown a little bigger. Xianyuan sword. Zhang Yinbin thought of the Xianyuan sword and wondered if this sword could be brought into reality. Glancing at the ring, the broken Xianyuan sword was floating. Zhang Yinbin moved his mind and took out the Xianyuan sword. Magic. I'm talking about the sword. The sword I got outside looked quite ordinary. But the ancient atmosphere cannot be concealed. How many pieces of the Xianyuan sword are left? Zhang Yinbin read it over and over again and put the Xianyuan sword away again. Dong dong dong. Meeting. Outside the door, Dong Xiaowan's voice was heard at this time. Another meeting? This time, Zhang Yinbin went downstairs directly. After going downstairs, only Dong Xiaowan was left. When she saw Zhang Yanbin, her face blushed. Maybe he remembered the previous transaction in the back mountain. After a while, Chen Xiaoyan and Yang Yingfan also came. Everyone in the house was dressed coolly. The little dragon in Zhang Yanbin's dantian became restless again. Damn it, be quiet. Zhang Yanbin took 2 deep breaths silently, and then calmed the little dragon in his dantian. Xiaoyan, why are you holding this meeting? Dong Xiaoyan asked. She might actually have guessed something. However, there are some things that cannot be said. Chen Xiaoyan looked around before saying, today's game was very unusual. Guilds like the Gale Guild were trying to steal the show. However, I noticed that 3 guilds were unusually quiet. Chen Xiaoyan and her team did not investigate 10 guilds. Only 3 guilds were found, and there has been no activity. This is because the information about the sale is still short. Dong Xiaoyan must know this. But she said nothing. And Yang Yingfan seemed to know something. Indeed, not only the 3 guilds you mentioned, but also some other guilds have suddenly ceased their activities. There are many speculations. Some speculate that they are preparing for a more important mission. Yes, there are internal acquisitions and mergers. There are a lot of rumors right now, but none of them are reliable. Yang Yingfan is not a senior executive and does not know the inside story. Now, only Zhang Yanbin and Dong Xiaoyan know about it. But neither of them could say it. One sells news, and the other buys news. The timing is not right now, so neither Zhang Yanbin nor Dong Xiaoyan can tell anyone. Tonight's meeting was very brief because out of the 4 people, 2 knew something and couldn't say it, and 2 didn't know much. Just exchanged messages. When going upstairs, Zhang Yanbin and Dong Xiaoyan walked together. How many players are there in your territory? Dong Xiaoyan asked Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin said nonchalantly, it's on the beach, deserted, and I'm the only player there. It's quite comfortable, but the development is slower than others. Haha, that's pretty good. Dong Xiaoyan was still struggling over whether she should remind Zhang Yanbin not to organize any large-scale activities in the next 2 days. But, in Zhang Yanbin's territory, there is only 1 player, so he can do whatever he wants. In short, as long as you don't die, there is no problem. However, when players complete tasks, they will consider their own strength, so Dong Xiaoyan doesn't have to worry about this. Zhang Yanbin went to the back mountain to practice for about 2 hours before playing the game. I'm in the game and still at the port. It's a pity that I can't go back and hug Nan Ningxi this time. The teleportation array needs to be built quickly so that we can go back home every night. Zhang Yanbin shook his head and went to check the ships and troops. The ships are always ready and can go to sea at any time. Now, the transformation of the large ship has not been completed. However, the catapults and crossbows have already been installed. These are not technically difficult. The difficult part is the formation. However, Zhang Yanbin wanted to temporarily suspend the formation on the ship. After all, its effect was not very great. It's better to build the teleportation array first. We'll go out to sea tomorrow. Chapter 50 The Confidence of the Storm. The next day, Zhang Yanbin got up very early. After he got up, he gathered his army. The army assembled quickly. I've been recuperating for many days. We should move. Today, we have bigger ships and a larger fleet. I have decided to send 3,000 troops and 15 ships to sea. The fleet set sail again. On the way, Zhang Yanbin started reading the forum. Oh my post is still so popular, it ranks 2nd. Well, the first one is from the Gale Guild. They are going to kill 10 level 3 cottages today. At least tens of thousands of people will die. Zhang Yanbin really didn't expect that the Quangfeng Guild would be so shocked. Bored, Zhang Yanbin wanted to continue posting. Wild Wind Guild. I'm going to challenge your entire guild alone. What's the point of having more people? Tell me the coordinates, and I'll slaughter them one by one. Zhang Yanbin posted the message just to stimulate him and make Quangfeng attack the copycat more crazily. I have trained several epic masters. What masters do you have? Even if there are many intermediate masters, can they pile up against me? Do you have epic techniques and skill books? The Gale Guild has its own way, but there is only one set. The first set belongs to him. The rest will belong to the group of old men behind the capital. These big capital old men are almost 60 years old at the youngest and over 80 years old at the oldest. When they learned that this technique could prolong life, they began to invest madly. The Gale Guild is a representative example. At this time, the storm was ready. Lord, a pirate group has been spotted ahead. They appear to be level 2. Level 2? Zhang Yanbin waved his hand and said, go and take care of them. 2nd level pirate. It's probably less than 200 miles to the south now. Zhang Yanbin has no interest in 2nd level pirates. Everyone got busy, and Zhang Yanbin continued to post. Quangfeng, you want to become the #1 guild in the game? I am your obstacle. From now on, if I come across your Quangfeng Guild's territory, I will slaughter everyone I see. Quangfing is organizing today's event, and a younger brother told him about the forum. The strong wind was furious. If this Zhuge Shenlong is just one player who dares to come, with our 3 million members, we can easily take him down. Ignore him and start building momentum for ourselves. Right now, remember to record the video and release it promptly. At this time, the Gale Guild began to announce that they had recorded the scene of the team's departure. Mighty and powerful. There must be tens of thousands of people. Moreover, it's not even a team. Several territories, taking action at the same time. Come to our Gale Guild. We offer generous benefits and strong support. Every month, there are generous rewards based on contributions. Various advertisements began to appear. Zhang Yinbin was just watching the show. He was browsing the forum and was very happy. He is now watching the Wind Guild build a high-rise building, and after a while, he will also have to watch the Wind Guild's high-rise building collapse. Outside, the attack has begun with a loud bang. First, there's the catapult. Now, there are several catapults on the big ship. Start attacking the pirate fleet from a distance. The pirates were stunned. Why is there a catapult here? They all used bows and crossbows. Sometimes bows and crossbows are not useful, and you need to pick them up on a boat and then jump off the boat to fight. Now, the other party actually uses catapults. There is absolutely no martial ethics. Zhang Yinbin ignored them and told them to go. The person commanding the fleet now is Zhang Shengting, one of the people Zhang Yinbin has focused on training. Several rounds of catapults sank 2 enemy ships. The rest of the ships were also scattered. Zhang Shengting ordered the fleet to attack and surround them. 2 ships surrounded 1 ship. Some ships were also attacked, and the pirates were frightened. In addition, Zhang Yinbin and his team had strong firepower, and the battle was resolved soon. The battle on the sea was resolved. Just go directly to their lair. At the old nest, there was no need to hide, and they directly used catapults to smash the defensive facilities on the shore into pieces. Then, they landed and occupied their lair. Then came the plundering. Lord, all battles have been resolved, and supplies have been seized. Zhang Yinbin reached out to stop Zhang Shengting from continuing. No problem. Let's take a break and continue moving towards our goal. Yes, Lord. The spoils of the second-level pirates were nothing more than some basic skills, elementary skills, and some money. Of course, there were also some prisoners, food, ships, and other supplies. Zhang Yinbin was not interested in any of these. Now, Zhang Yinbin's strength is really not enough for these. None of these captured items were as important as his goal. The purpose of his voyage this time was to travel 1,000 miles south to investigate the situation around his territory. Zhang Yinbin is still reading the forum. Some of the people from the Quangfing Guild started fighting. They put up the battle video. In the forum, there are no posts by Zhang Yinbin in the top 10 posts. All of them are from the Gale Guild. Many people will watch and leave comments on the battle videos of the Gale Guild. The Gale Guild is truly powerful. Tens of thousands of people charging together, using all sorts of skills. It's so cool. It's spectacular. This time, the Gale Guild will definitely be able to recruit a lot of people. It's a 3-level cottage that's being opened together. Only the Wind Guild has the guts to do that. The strong wind is in charge of the nest. Keep watching the post. At the same time, he directed his teams to start recruiting personnel. At this point, he saw that the top 10 posts were all theirs, and all of them were positive. Very happy. Yesterday, the disgusting thing that happened to Zhuge Shenlong was immediately washed away. Now, everyone only saw the powerful side of the Gale Guild. As for the previous little tricks and conspiracies, they were nothing. Ha ha ha, who else but us can compete with our Gale Guild in this game? Announce immediately, in reality, how many large companies and groups have invested in our company. Now, although federal coins cannot be used for recharge, they can compensate for online losses offline. Then, a post was published. It was posted personally by Quangfing's account. It has been edited before. The names of more than a dozen financial oligarchs are listed above. There are the well-known Quantum Fund, Goldman Sachs Group, Sequoia Capital, etc. All of these have been invested heavily in the Gale Guild. This is also why the Gale Guild was able to organize such a powerful offensive this time. This post instantly ranked first. Zhang Yinbin also saw it. Haha, the total is only about 300 billion. How long will this last? Although this is the first round of financing, unfortunately, you don't have the opportunity to conduct a second round of financing. Zhang Yinbin has his nuclear bomb. As long as he announces the news, a large number of players will probably leave. Even if Quangfing is rich and powerful, he cannot organize so many people. From now on, every time a player dies, it won't be just a simple compensation. This will destroy the foundation. Thanks for your tips, I will update more. I've been a bit busy at work these past 2 days, so I'll write more when I get home from get off work in the evening. Free gifts or love. and I hope everyone can give me a 5-star rating. Chapter 51 Transaction with Dong Xiaowan. Zhang Yinbin was in the cabin, looking at the forum, feeling so carefree. The fleet continued its journey. When they encountered second-level pirates, they only stayed there briefly. The fleet continued sailing. Zhang Yinbin looked at the forum. He doesn't just look at the affairs of the Gale Guild. Pay attention to other things too. There are many strange things in the game. Someone discovered the secret realm. However, Zhang Yinbin didn't know much about what the secret realm was like. There is a guardian beast in the secret realm. If you defeat it, you will find many treasures inside. There is no detailed description of what it is. The fleet continued sailing until the afternoon. The Quangfeng Guild has already taken down 7 strongholds of level 3 bandits. There are still 3 copycats fighting. The battle was fierce. Players charge forward without regard for their lives. To create an effect. In order to quickly take down the copycat, the Gale Guild's approach is to pile up human lives. Tell all game players that they can afford to play, they are powerful, and they are very united. The effect is really good. In the game, many people contacted the Gale Guild. They have a dedicated team recruiting people. When recruiting, we want everyone who is willing and able to come. But it also divides people into different classes. Elite, when you come, I will give you 5,000 federal coins directly. In the future, you can also get it based on your contribution every month. The rest, although prices vary, will also be paid for. The spoils can also be distributed based on contributions. Some lords who lost their territories went to seek refuge. For a time, the Quangfeng Guild was on the verge of breaking through 500 members. They have been building momentum on the forum. Zhang Yinbin saw it, but not in a hurry at all. Well, let's announce it tomorrow. Today, let them have a party. Zhang Yinbin did not continue to post anything, but fell silent. The fleet was still sailing at night. However, Zhang Yinbin had nothing to do. He can go offline, and after coming back online, he will still be in the cabin, unless the boat is destroyed and he falls into the sea. Zhang Yinbin went offline directly. Sailing is really boring. Only the sound of water was heard. He went offline and didn't want to practice, nor did he want to go to the back mountain to practice martial arts. It's very tiring to do this every day, mainly because I'm mentally exhausted. He took his clothes and went to the swimming pool in the villa. The swimming pool is at the back of the villa. Climb up more than 30 meters and you will reach the destination. The water here is spring water from the mountain, which is always flowing, so the water is very clean and does not need to be changed. Here, he was alone, surrounded by trees, flowers, and plants. It was actually a very secluded space. This swimming pool is specially used for their villa. No one else will come, unless there are other people in the villa. After swimming in the swimming pool for a while, Zhang Yinbin leaned against the side of the pool, quietly listening to the mountain breeze at night and the sound of insects. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. But there is nothing to be nervous about. With Zhang Yinbin's current strength, he doesn't need to worry about anyone. The person who came was a woman with light footsteps. So you're here. The one who came was Dong Xiaowan. She was worried that her clothes would get wet, so she left them on the shore and jumped down. In the dark night, Zhang Yinbin could only see a little. Afterwards, Dong Xiaowan swam towards him. What do you want to do? The little dragon in Zhang Yinbin's dantian suddenly became restless, as if it had become interested in Dong Xiaowan. Deal with you. Dong Xiaowan immediately came up to him. Zhang Yinbin neither refused nor took the initiative. Instead, he said, let me be clear first. I want a high-level skill book. I've made such great contributions, but the guild only rewarded me with an intermediate skill book. If I don't practice advanced techniques quickly, I might become cannon fodder. Every time I die, my foundation will be damaged. So I want advanced skills. Dong Xiaowan knew very well what she was doing and what she wanted. I don't have any advanced techniques. I used to have them, but I learned them. Dong Xiaowan looked at Zhang Yinbin and said, no wonder you are so powerful. It turns out you are practicing advanced techniques. You hit it very well. The little dragon in the dantian was extremely manic and asked Zhang Yinbin to take action. But Zhang Yinbin is a man of principles. You don't have it, but Zhuge Shenlong does. He even has several epic level techniques, and there should be a lot of advanced techniques. You go trade with Zhuge Shenlong, and I'll trade with you. Dong Xiaowan came up to him, and he was no longer able to refuse. Because the little dragon in his dantian was roaring wildly, and Zhang Yinbin was about to lose his mind. No. 3 times, once every 3 days. Dong Xiaowan has completely entangled him. Make a deal. Once the deal was done, Zhang Yinbin stopped being polite. The two of them completed another transaction in 2.5 hours. Then, holding her, they didn't dare go through the main gate. Zhang Yinbin hugged Dong Xiaowan and jumped directly to the second floor. The advanced technique is surprisingly powerful. You can easily jump to the second floor balcony while holding me. Dong Xiaowan was extremely shocked. The difference between having practiced the exercises and not having practiced them is so huge. The dragon in Zhang Yinbin's dantian has calmed down. Zhang Yinbin didn't say anything and carried Dong Xiaowan back to her room. Don't worry, I will contact Zhuge Shenlong soon. Even if he doesn't have any information now, I will ask him to explain it to you. I will immediately collect the resources that should be given to him. Although I don't know what this flamestone is used for, Zhuge Shenlong is very concerned about it. Zhang Yinbin didn't know whether he made a profit or a loss in this transaction. In short, there are some things he can't control. It's all because of this god-level technique. It has such side effects when a mortal practices it. Well, Zhang Yinbin is definitely innocent. He was forced. Okay, I believe you. I need some sleep. At this time, Dong Xiaowan really wanted to improve her strength. Dong Xiaowan was indeed very tired and had difficulty speaking. My voice is a little hoarse from shouting just now. No one will die, right? It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and they didn't prepare a condom, or maybe there's no such thing in the entire villa. After leaving the house, Zhang Yinbin shook his head and discarded these thoughts. Both parties are willing. Even if someone dies, Zhang Yinbin does not need to intervene. Dong Xiaowan can make her own decision. Return to the room. Zhang Yinbin felt much more relaxed. He looked at the time. It was already late at night, and it was also late at night in the game. He took a shower and then started playing games. I logged into the game and was still in the cabin. He walked out of the cabin and saw Zhang Shengting on duty. Lord, you're back. The terrain here is very strange. I was just about to report, but you weren't here. Oh, tell me about it. Chapter 52, the highlight of the storm. At night, it is difficult to see the surroundings clearly. Ships dare not get too close to the shore for fear of hitting reefs or running aground. The sound of water was somewhat different from the sound of water in the swimming pool when Zhang Yinbin was there. Zhang Shengting began to report. Lord, 2 hours ago, our ship made a big turn in the bay. It seems that this is the end of the continent. This news is not ordinary. The end of the continent. Whether it is or not, this could be a peninsula, the edge of the continent, and it's very important. After daybreak, find a place and send 3 ships to investigate. The fleet continued sailing. Some people moved forward, while others rest. The sky gradually brightened. After dawn, Zhang Yinbin looked around first. This place was a bit far from the land, and he could only see a piece of land in the distance. The small boat will go ashore first to investigate the situation. Also, send out a few ships to investigate the surrounding area. Zhang Yinbin didn't expect that his territory would be in a corner of the continent. This is a disadvantage, but also an advantage. The advantage is that it is close to the sea and can travel to various places by ship. The disadvantages are naturally obvious. There are only so many resources around, and it is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. He suspected that he was the only player around. The ship docked and these tasks were left to others. And Zhang Yinbin started looking at the forum again. However, he thought of Wanwan. Sent her a letter. I don't have any advanced techniques right now. I've given them all to the NPCs, even the epic ones. But I'll find one for you as soon as possible. Dong Xiaowan was secretly happy when she received Zhuge Shenlong's message. She risked her own life to make a deal with Zhang Yinbin. I just see through it. This game, this world, is becoming more and more cruel. Only strength can be relied upon. Her current territory is not developing very well. It mainly produces silk and other daily necessities. She hasn't discovered anything related to the military yet, and she relies on the Alliance, but the Alliance can give her very little support. At most, exchanging resources is more convenient. Sometimes, in order to obtain the protection of the Alliance, some resources need to be handed over to the Alliance. Dong Xiaowan was very disgusted with these things. But she is weak now and has no room for resistance. After sending the message, Zhang Yinbin didn't care about it anymore. He started reading the forum. This Gale Guild is really gaining popularity. Let me let you show off for a while. This time, the Quangfeng Guild invested more than 200 billion yuan of the funds raised. For a large conglomerate, this amount of money is not much. The Quangfeng Guild took down 12 level 3 strongholds in just one day yesterday. A lot of intermediate martial arts books were seized. There are also several advanced martial arts books. There are even more basic and elementary ones. These became the recruitment capital of the Gale Guild. The top 10 guilds that bought information from Zhang Yinbin have not taken any major actions in the past few days. These 3 days have passed, and a lot of people have speculated. But it doesn't matter now. Almost all 10 guilds have introduced policies to expel people. That is, the subsidies were directly lowered, and some people even canceled the subsidies directly. This caused great resistance from members of the guild. The objection is invalid. They could only leave. A large portion of those who left were absorbed by other guilds. Among them, the Gale Guild has attracted the most members. Even some middle-level staff of these 10 guilds who were unaware of the truth were attracted by the huge benefits of the Quangfing Guild. These 10 guilds don't care about these people. Just leave if you want to. Absolutely no retention. Zhang Yinbin was on the beach, sitting on a rock. There are also people exploring on land. At sea, ships were also sent to explore in 3 directions. They were given 5 hours to return. Yesterday, the Gale Guild was very powerful. Today, they are spending even more money. A lot of money was spent. At the same time, they have been publishing membership numbers. Well, it's increased by hundreds of thousands more. Now, there are 3.6 million members. Zhang Yinbin would go and check on it every once in a while. Wow, it's only noon and it's already 4 million. It seems the number is increasing. Zhang Yinbin looked at the quantity and was not in a hurry at all. He was going to announce the news today. But now he waits. He will wait until Quangfing has more members before announcing it. At that time, all the guilds in the game will be reshuffled. And the Gale Guild will be in a mess. Wow, that's 100,000 increase in 1 hour. Hey, the entire minor league is joining as a whole. Explosive news keeps coming out. Zhang Yinbin looked at the news and felt very proud. In the afternoon, he built a fire on the shore. Then he took out the Xianyuan sword, cut a large piece of tiger meat, and prepared to grill it. While grilling, I read the forum. Quangfing made bold statements several times. Those who join them will receive benefits immediately based on their strength, either in reality or in the game. Zhang Yinbin was happy to see this. Zhang Yinbin ate tiger meat and watched the Gale Guild advance by leaps and bounds. Finally, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon during the game, the number of their members exceeded 5 million. The strong wind is full of vigor and vitality at this moment. He prepared a speech to be published on the forum. I'm Quangfing, the leader of the Quangfing Guild. Here, I solemnly declare that my Windy Guild has become the #1 guild in the Eastern Continent, and indeed in the entire gaming area, across the 4 continents. Our guild will continue to be strong and sweep away everything. In this game, there are no rules. The strong are the rules. A speech of more than 10 minutes. Zhang Yinbin finished reading it. He had also finished eating the tiger meat. Then he wiped his mouth and said, "This epic tiger meat is delicious. I guess dragon meat tastes better, but I can't bear to part with the dragon skin and tendons. I have to find a professional dragon slayer to do it. Although it is a blue dragon, a 2-clawed blue dragon, it is not a real dragon. But it's also a dragon." There's something very true about Quangfing. In this game, there are no rules. The strong are the rules. Well now, I am the strong one. I will subvert your rules. Quangfing's post has received over 10 million likes and 1 million comments. Moreover, it is still rising rapidly. Zhang Yinbin was not in a hurry at all. He began to write. I am Zhuge Shenlong. I know many of the game's secrets, and I'm officially announcing them now. First, in the game, there is no penalty for player death. Not only is there a penalty, but the penalty is very severe. Every time you die, your foundation is damaged. This foundation is related to whether one can learn advanced techniques, use high-level spiritual medicines, etc. If you die a few times, you might not be able to practice advanced techniques. If you die more than a few times, you might not even be able to practice intermediate techniques. Secondly, the in-game techniques can improve one's physical condition in reality. If one can cultivate techniques above the epic level in real life, it's not impossible for one to live 100 years in the future. Third, in-game equipment with the word attached to reality can be brought into the real world. In the future, there may be more things that can be brought into the real world. In conclusion, players should cherish their lives. Chapter 53, Building Collapse. Zhang Yinbin finished editing what he wanted to say. He didn't have any explanation either. If you love, you believe it. At the same time, he is in no rush to release it. Watching the video of Quangfing continue to go viral. Very popular. After all, there are over 5 million members. Become the #1 guild in the game. Judging from the current situation, the #1 guild truly deserves its title. However, Zhang Yinbin waited for him to be popular for a while longer. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, those who had gone out came back one after another. I will listen to the report from my subordinates later. So, Zhang Yinbin started to release the news. He posted it. At the same time, he also sent messages to the people in the 10 guilds in Wanwan, telling them that he had posted the message. Zhang Yinbin's post was published. These 10 guilds immediately began to prepare. In the afternoon, they called all the senior managers and some middle managers to a meeting, announced their news. However, no one is allowed to spread the news. Everyone was in an offline video conference, and someone was watching their every move. Therefore, no one had the opportunity to spread the news. President Zhuge Shenlong announced. President, These presidents are not online, but they have specially arranged people to notify them as soon as Zhuge Shenlong has any movements. Alright, we've been working on this announcement for quite some time now. Now everyone should go online and notify everyone to push Zhuge Shenlong's post to the top. The people in these guilds knew that Zhuge Shenlong would make a move. Always preparing. The top management came up with their plan. After the news is announced, personnel will also be integrated. When the news was announced, many people were dumbfounded. I am still full of confidence and want to do something big. Follow the first guild and fight to the death. Anyway, the life of the game is not worth much. If you die once, you can be resurrected as long as you go offline for a day. Now, it concerns my future. Dying once damages the foundation. Who knows what the future will be like? If you want to be a superior person or a useful person, you can't die easily in the game. Some players who have died several times for the Wind Guild are almost crying. They were given books on elementary exercises, but their progress in cultivation was slow, and they originally thought this was normal. Turns out, it was because they died too many times. Quangfeng received this message. He was in the administrative center and had already pushed their guild to the top guild together with several senior executives. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. There was dead silence in the administrative center. The senior executives didn't know what to say. It's fake, it must be fake. This is a rumor spread by Zhuge Shenlong. The wind was raging. Beneath the surface of rage lies fear. If what Zhang Yanbin announced is true, then it is impossible for them to maintain 5 million members. No one wants to die cheaply anymore. No one dares to die easily. If a genius dies too many times, he will become a waste. Every death is a damage to the foundation. If you die too many times, you will become garbage in the game. In reality, it will become garbage. It's already the 2080s. 98% of jobs are done by robots. In reality, they are already living on federal relief. Games are a great opportunity for everyone to turn their lives around. But I can't die. Every time you die, your chances decrease by 1. The players were also dumbfounded. In the past, they really didn't value their lives much. He died, and a day later, he was a hero again. Who dares to die now? Zhuge Shenlong, I cannot coexist with you. Just when Quangfeng was most proud, Zhang Yanbin broke the news. Regardless of whether this news is true or false, Zhang Yanbin is the #1 player in the game. His information is still very credible. This was a major blow to their guild. At this point, the entire guild was in chaos. People are in a panic. A senior official said, President Quangfeng, we must issue an announcement immediately to reassure people. Otherwise, the many members we just recruited might fall apart right away. The most important thing is that the game and real-life bank account information are linked together. Most people receive the red envelopes for joining the club right away. That's a lot of money. We've prepared 200 billion, plus all the in-game items, and we still have money to distribute. If it falls apart, the loss. Everyone knows how much the loss is. Such a big guild, so much money, all given out. Want to take it back? Basically impossible. Okay, let's study the copy right away and calm people down. Now, Zhang Yanbin's post has become the most popular post. This news was really shocking. It's incredible that things in the game can be brought into reality. In fact, 10 years ago, the Earth Federation was established on Earth. Some people speculated that a higher civilization had intervened, and games may just be a channel to enter a higher civilization. The population of the Earth has exceeded 10 billion. Perhaps, only a small number of people can enter advanced civilization. These are all speculations. However, some people can feel that things in the game can be brought into reality. Some people practice the skills in the game and cured many diseases. Even paralyzed people have gradually recovered after practicing martial arts in the game. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin's post is very credible. The Gale Guild is urgently formulating the details of the announcement. There are 2 main points. First, Zhuge Shenlong came to disrupt the morale of the army. Second, they will not abandon any member, and the original promise and system will remain unchanged. Third, they must unite and build the #1 guild in the game. Of course, in Zhang Yanbin's view, the third point is not the key point. The content has been sent out. This post was quickly pushed to second place by them. As soon as this post came out, many people became skeptical. Inside the Gale Guild, at least many people are watching. People from all major alliances are also paying close attention to this matter at this time. This directly affects the development of a guild. Many guilds also recruited a lot of people. Zhang Yanbin smiled. 3 weapons were immediately placed on the trading system. All weapon attributes contain the word fusion. I'm selling 3 weapons, all with the word fusion on them. Each one costs 20 million. First come, first served. If you're not sure, you can go through the system guarantee system. However, The guarantee system will charge a 30% tax on the authenticity of such a guarantee, and the buyer will bear the entire cost. Zhang Yinbin issued an announcement. As soon as the announcement was made, all the major guilds kept their eyes on the guild. Zhi Liuli did not hesitate. He immediately took action and bought a sword. She was basically able to determine whether it was true or not. After buying it, she immediately went offline and then came back online. Zhi Liuli, bought a sword that I can actually take out in reality. Also, my Liuli guild has dismissed 80% of its members in the past 3 days. The remaining resources will only be reserved for the elite. There are elites who come to our Liuli guild to develop, and we welcome them very much. Zhi Liuli's post undoubtedly broke the hearts of everyone in the Quangfeng guild. Zhuge Shenlong's post is true. However, this is not the end yet, and several other guilds will also speak out one after another. I updated 10,000 words today. After get off work, I didn't even dare to eat. I hurried back to update the manuscript. Since it is a new book, I hope everyone will give more 5-star comments and send more gifts to support it. Chapter 54. The Wind Guild is finished. Originally, the Gale Guild had already secured its membership. The 5 million members became unstable again. Immediately afterwards, guilds issued announcements one after another. They use authoritative people and authoritative accounts to post announcements on the forum. The content of the announcements is roughly the same. They have already laid off most of their members. Leave the elites behind. At the same time, by recruiting elites, more resources will be allocated to these elites. Next, it is time to recruit production players, some of whom are tired of fighting, some are worried about death, and want to remain useful. You can come to the territory and become a production player. In each workshop, you can work with NPCs and receive equal pay for equal work. Sunny Day, Liuli, Datong, Xiaoyao Sect, Qin Palace, Penguin Guild, Ant Guild, Shengting, Pluto Palace, Huiwa Pavilion. One after another, famous guilds made announcements. Suddenly, Quangfeng and others knew that the situation was hopeless. It's over, it's over. Quangfeng sat down dejectedly. He has also been following the forum. Now, among the 10 influential ones, 6 are from the top 10 guilds. So, these people knew the news 3 days ago. They began to disperse their troops. What's funny is that many people were poached by the Gale Guild, which reduced the burden on these guilds. Only these 10 guilds knew the news. The rest of the guilds, big and small, are recruiting. This was also driven by the Gale Guild. Within one day, they captured more than a dozen third-level strongholds and seized a large amount of supplies. The other guilds were jealous, so they also started to raise funds and began to attract people with various benefits. Then, he organized a large team to attack the stronghold. In war, there will always be casualties. However, ordinary members think that a single death is not a big loss, so the compensation is very little. Little did they know that they suffered huge losses. Damaged the foundation. Suddenly, many people announced their withdrawal from the Gale Guild. A small alliance that had just merged ended up announcing its dissolution. Some people have already received the benefits and disappeared. It cost a lot of money to acquire their alliance, and the money was spent. As a result, the alliance was disbanded, and the alliance's supplies and territory were suddenly out of control. A large number of members left without saying goodbye. Why keep it? Be cannon fodder? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Gale Guild could no longer maintain such a large membership. Without subsidies, who among these members would stay? If I stay here and become cannon fodder, how much compensation will I get for dying once? Besides, in the short term, the Gale Guild can no longer organize large-scale operations. Without large-scale action, there will be no good things. With such a large membership, there is very little that can be distributed to them. In the past, you could work hard to make contributions and then receive rewards from the alliance. Now, who dares to be cannon fodder? Quangfeng was inside the administrative center, clenching his fists. Unable to bear it any longer, he slammed his fist on the table. This is a conspiracy. Zhuge Shenlong, just waiting for this moment. Zhuge Shenlong, I cannot coexist with you. After saying that, the strong wind blew the table off. Everyone, including the senior executives present, also realized that the situation was urgent. President Quangfeng, now we need to come up with a solution. Otherwise, our Gale Guild would be destroyed. Recruit 5 million members. It hasn't even been 2 hours since they became the world's #1 guild. Now, it is beginning to slowly collapse. Many members have been unable to be contacted. Many of the newly recruited members left directly. A small number returned their belongings, and most of them just left with the benefits they dared to claim. The small guild was acquired at a high price. However, at the moment of transfer, the seller gained a lot of benefits, but the collapse at this time has nothing to do with the original seller. The Gale Guild has invested more than 300 billion yuan, But now all the money has been wasted. In the past few days alone, more than 200 billion yuan has been invested. After the rage, the storm calmed down. He is not incompetent to be able to become the president and be in charge of millions of members. Who wouldn't be angry when faced with something like this? Now, the core personnel are left, and the rest are all dismissed. Tell them to get out right now. Also, those who died many times were considered our core members before. Give them some compensation and let them go. Survive with a broken arm. No matter how much money was spent before, it can only be regarded as a loss. In this regard, Quang Feng is still very rational. He knew that he couldn't get back a single cent of the money he had earned. President, we will offend a lot of people this way. Snort. Quang Feng, who had calmed down, snorted coldly and said, "Don't you understand the way of this world? Strength is king, and with strength comes everything. He, Zhuge Shenlong, is just a player with no power. How dare he play tricks on us? If you have the power, you can do whatever you want in the game. If you don't obey, chop them all up and let them die again. The wind believes in strength. That's not wrong either. However, if they fail to make proper arrangements this time, there will definitely be hidden dangers. However, if he wants to process and digest it slowly, I'm afraid others won't give him the time. Now, everyone is focusing on development and looking for opportunities. Quang Feng had no choice but to use this quick and decisive method to resolve the issue. The order was issued and each senior executive was responsible for managing their part. Most of the newly recruited members are not considered offensive. They took the welfare and then ran away. They still made money. However, for those elites or middle-level personnel recruited from major guilds, these people are in trouble. If they stay, the benefits previously promised to them will definitely be greatly reduced. And those who have died many times for the Gale Guild before will be ruthlessly abandoned this time. For them, it can be said to be the most cruel. At the same time, this group of people also hate Strong Winds the most. He died several times, which damaged his foundation, and he was eventually dismissed. The Strong Wind could not keep them because they had died so many times that they were useless. Now, they are no longer the #1 guild in the world. The guild is about to go downhill and must concentrate its resources. Therefore, these people must be abandoned. Quang Feng's approach can be said to be both right and wrong. However, these are not things Zhang Yanbin should worry about. He is now preparing to listen to the report. Lord. Zhang Shengting bowed respectfully and then said, "We have explored the area within 200 miles around this land, and it's just a wasteland. We haven't found anything special yet. However, it is indeed surrounded by sea on 3 sides. It may be the end of the continent or the edge of the continent. The seaside at the end of the continent is understandable." Zhang Yanbin also didn't expect that their territory might be located on a peninsula. Well, the ships that went out should be coming back soon. Chapter 55, Boundary Wall. Soon, the ship that went out came back. Lord. 3 teams came back from 3 different directions. Report to Zhang Yanbin. Lord, our ship is too small. After going out for more than 300 nautical miles, we encountered strong winds and waves and could not go any further. The situations of the 3 teams are similar. Zhang Yanbin's flagship, the big ship, did not leave. Zhang Yanbin looked at the sky. It's almost evening. We explored here today, and it is very important to find out their location. Leave the small boats here and establish a base. Select 500 men and follow me on the large ship to sail out to sea. Zhang Yanbin and his team planned to head south. Zhang Yanbin has a very high prestige, and no one opposes his decision. In this way, Zhang Yanbin selected hundreds of elites and then boarded a big ship. On board the big ship, Zhang Yanbin no longer paid attention to the forum at this time. The forum has fallen out. No one expected that the largest guild would collapse in just one day. Strong wind. Now it will take some time to clean up the mess. It can also be said that other guilds also need it. However, the guild that cooperated with Zhang Yanbin had 3 more days and took advantage of the information gap to solve many problems. Now, the size of guilds is being streamlined. Those who have lost their territory or whose territory has not developed well are in trouble at this time. At night, Zhang Yanbin sat in the cabin and practiced. And the big ship sails fast. They sailed in one direction. If you still can't see land, it means this is one side of the continent. Zhang Yanbin and his team also need to adjust their strategy. If you discover a new continent, you must develop it quickly and not let others develop and eventually threaten you. Zhang Yanbin practiced until midnight. The ship had traveled more than 500 miles, but still had not seen any land. Zhang Shengting, I leave it to you. Zhang Yanbin made arrangements for someone to be on duty in the second half of the night, and Zhang Shengting was assigned to that job. Don't worry, Lord. Zhang Shengting is young, only 17 years old, but he has excellent aptitude and has learned epic martial arts. It's not because they both have the surname Zhang that Zhang Yanbin trained him, but he must train some young people. After giving the explanation, Zhang Yanbin went offline. After practicing for half a night, the strength of the two dragons in the body has increased. Zhang Yanbin secretly went to the back mountain to practice for another 2 hours. Afterwards, Zhang Yanbin returned to the villa, slept in the villa until morning. When the morning sun shines into his room, Zhang Yanbin opened all the windows on 3 sides and enjoyed the real sunshine. I drank another cup of tea before logging on. After going online, the ship is still sailing on the sea. Lord, we have traveled 800 miles and still haven't seen land. The ships in the game are a bit faster than in reality, but at just over 10 hours and 800 nautical miles, it's not an exaggeration to say they're fast. The map in the game is so large that if we follow the speed of reality, I am afraid many things cannot be done. Okay, go and rest. I'm here. At this time, Wang Xiaowu also started his duty. Zhang Yanbin stood at the bow and watched the crew operate. The sea breeze is a bit strong, even though the weather here is obviously very good. But the wind was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, there was a strange fog from time to time. The fog was thick, and every time I passed by, it completely blocked my view and visibility was only a dozen meters. This made the crew very nervous and they had to slow down. But it usually takes about 10 minutes. At this time, the fog was getting thicker. Now, it happens once every half an hour. Speed up, don't slow down. Seeing the fog again, Zhang Yanbin ordered the ship to speed up. Now he doesn't care what's ahead. It doesn't matter whether the ship will be destroyed or not. Even if the ship is destroyed, people will not die, as Zhang Yanbin has enough supplies prepared in his ring. The ship continues to accelerate. The wind is getting stronger and stronger. However, this did not affect Zhang Yanbin's determination. By 10 o'clock in the morning, they had already traveled more than 1,000 miles. Still no continents in sight. Zhang Yanbin calculated silently. By the afternoon, if he still hadn't found anything, he would withdraw. The sea route is so far away that even if there is land, it cannot threaten him in a short time. He can develop with peace of mind. Then, go around the peninsula and check the situation. Until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lord, our ship can't move. It seems to have hit something. The boat was suddenly stopped, as if it had hit something soft, and then it was completely blocked. Send a few people down to the sea, remember to tie a rope, and see what's going on under the sea. What the hell happened? Yes, Lord. A dozen crew members tied ropes and jumped into the sea. 10 minutes later, they all came up. Lord, based on our investigation around us, there's nothing blocking the ship below. Instead, it seems there's something in front of it. Zhang Yanbin walked quickly to the bow of the boat and stood on the side. In front of me, there is still the sea, no difference. Suddenly, Zhang Yanbin reached out. After stretching out his hand, he seemed to touch a layer of transparent film, completely blocking Zhang Yanbin. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for discovering the continental boundary. You can reach other continents by crossing the continental boundary. The system prompted, and Zhang Yanbin understood everything. This is the boundary between the continents. However, he didn't know whether this was the boundary wall between the 4 continents in the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest with players, or the boundary wall between the 4 unnamed continents in the inner circle. The circle of continents inside is mysterious and has not been opened to players yet. Return and make sure to record the voyage. Now that they know the answer, Zhang Yanbin and his team can return. On the return voyage, we have to stay in the cabin most of the time. It will take a day and a night to go back. At this moment, there was another system announcement. Ding's system-wide announcement. All 4th level territories on each continent have reached 1 million. In 3 days, the endless battlefield will open. Rules will be announced later. After the endless battlefield, the territory ranking will begin. In the first stage, each continent will be ranked based on its comprehensive points. System announcement tells a lot of information. There are not many level 4 territories. Zhang Yanbin and his team have been upgrading for many days. Only now there are more than 1 million per continent. You know, there are billions of players on Earth. In fact, many people did not develop well, their territory management was not enough to make ends meet, so they disbanded early, became free players, and then joined the guild. There are quite a few people who give up their territory management. Endless battlefield. Zhang Yanbin, can we finally meet the other lords face to face? The endless battlefield is held in a special space. Players are not allowed to bring any more characters than epic heroes. The team you lead is 500 people. Both NPCs and players can be resurrected. NPCs and players will receive the same penalty for death, but the penalty will be halved. In the first round, kill the bandits. The higher the level of the kills and the greater the number, the more points you will get. Chapter 56, Endless Battlefield. Endless Battlefield. The first stage is just to kill the bandits. Within a specified time, see who kills more. The number of people is limited, and the upper limit of strength is also restricted. It's a pity that they don't allow epics. Otherwise, with Thunderstorm, one person could hammer down a copycat. As long as the number of people is limited, other territories will never be able to surpass me. Zhang Yinbin directly ordered to return. At the same time, let some people in the fleet concentrate on practicing martial arts, and leave the control of the fleet to others. Zhang Yinbin himself also practiced hard. At night, someone knocked on the door. Zhang Yinbin went offline. First floor meeting. Dong Xiaowan spoke briefly and went downstairs directly after she finished speaking. Zhang Yinbin came out of the game cabin and opened the door directly without even covering himself with a towel, because she recognized it was Dong Xiaowan. Took a shower and changed clothes. When we went downstairs, the girls had just taken a shower and were dressed casually. Everyone knows about the endless war. Yang Yingfan spoke first. Dong Xiaowan nodded and said, "Our guild has already started organizing manpower and is also investigating what preparations other territories have made. The time is too short, there is no news yet." The three girls have similar information. The purpose of today's meeting is to share any follow-up information in a timely manner. Everyone looked at Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin said, "I'm just a player, and the other 499 are NPCs. I plan to use the best equipment and bring more supplies." No one paid any more attention to Zhang Yinbin. This is just a briefing meeting. All major guilds are still in the process of research. Okay, let's end tonight's meeting here. We'll have another meeting tomorrow at 12 noon, and then another at 9 p.m. tomorrow. Qin Xiaoyan suggested this, and no one objected. On the way back, Dong Xiaowan blocked Zhang Yinbin at the door. "Do you have any news about Zhuge Shenlong?" Zhang Yinbin shook his head and said, "No, I was planning to find him and exchange the Flamestone for some weapons and equipment. I wonder if he's willing. I don't know if he has anything good." Dong Xiaowan nodded, and then said, "If there is something of sufficient value, we can continue the transaction." Speaking of the word transaction, Zhang Yinbin would become irritated. It's not that he is irritable, but that his two dragons are agitated. "Okay, I'll keep an eye on it and let you know as soon as there's any news." Zhang Yinbin dodged in a hurry and slipped back. Although Dong Xiaowan still owed him something, they agreed to trade him advanced skills, and the transaction could be done 3 times. But Zhang Yinbin has not yet taught the other party the martial arts skills. I started playing the game, it was still night, and I was still at sea. Zhang Yinbin received a lot of messages at this time. "Boss, do you have any strategies? Boss, do you have any weapons or skills to sell? Brother Zhuge." Some came to gather information. Some of them wanted to buy some things and see if Zhang Yinbin had anything special to sell. Zhang Yinbin does have some real weapons that can be brought into reality, but I don't know how much role this thing plays in the game. In reality, we don't know how big of an impact it will have. Last time, I took the opportunity to sell 3 weapons for 60 million, which was a huge profit. Zhuge Shenlong, if players meet in the later stages, I hope we can cooperate. Zi Liuli sent a message. After a while, such messages came in. The endless battlefield is only the first round, and the competition is about the number of bandits killed. But if there is a first round, there will be a second round. Who knows what will come next? Zhang Yinbin didn't respond. No reply means neither agreement nor rejection. Everything depends on the actual situation. Return voyage. It has been 2 days. In the past 2 days, teams from major guilds have also come out. They are recruiting elites under various banners. The game is pretty clear by now. What we want is the elite. Zhang Yinbin also learned some information about the guild through Dong Xiaowan and others. But these actually have little to do with Zhang Yinbin. He doesn't need to care about other people's configurations at all. Just be yourself. After returning to the territory, Zhang Yinbin hurriedly began to make arrangements. He went back and started selecting 500 people. 500 men, 100 shieldmen, 200 spearmen, and 200 archers. Of course, he is considered a spearman. Now, 500 people, all of you, go practice riding horses for me. Zhang Yinbin also rode on the little white dragon. "You stallion, I'll leave you here. You've seduced so many mares." When Zhang Yinbin arrived at the horse farm, he found out that tens of thousands of wild horses had all been tamed by Xiao Bailong. Among them, there are more than a dozen mares who are pregnant with Xiao Bailong's child. The little white dragon raised his head proudly. Here, he is the king of horses, and all horses have to obey him. This time, Zhang Yinbin will select 1,000 war horses, with each person having 2 horses. Those who participated in this battle were all SSS level. He didn't know about other territories, but the quality of the talents recruited in his territory was very high. This may be related to the fact that Nan Ningxi is a god-level assistant. In short, in this endless battle, Zhang Yinbin wants to win the championship. Among the 500 teams, for have learned epic techniques and skills. Now, they haven't reached epic level yet, so they can be brought over. A large number of weapons and equipment were also produced in the Divine Workshop. Zhang Yinbin also made some extra preparations and brought many things that might be needed. There were more than 200,000 arrows, with various attributes. There are also various medicines. There is a senior pharmacist in the territory who has researched many things. Zhang Yinbin took them all with him without caring what they were used for. Zhang Yinbin was busy until late at night before he went home. After returning home, Nan Ningxi finished taking a shower. Good luck tomorrow. Nan Ningxi doesn't talk much. Zhang Yinbin hugged her naturally. Holding Nan Ningxi, Zhang Yinbin felt inexplicably at peace. At night, there is no need to wait until Nan Ningxi falls asleep before coming over. Zhang Yinbin hugged her directly. The next day, Zhang Yinbin and his troops were outside the administrative center. The administrative center is now an independent courtyard. There are gardens on 3 sides and a square on 1 side. Now, the territory is expanding, and some of the buildings near the administrative center have been demolished and slowly moved outwards. 500 men and 1,000 war horses. For young players, Zhang Shengting, Wang Xiaowu, Tie, and Yuan Hai. Everyone knows that people will die in war. As a soldier, there's no need for me to say anything more. In this battle, show your style. Everyone, get ready. Zhang Yinbin doesn't need much lecture. He is a role model. Whatever battle there was, he would fight with all his might. The army stood still, silently preparing. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Yinbin entered the information about this battle. Soon, a peaceful light enveloped them. Unlike other missions, it is a cloud of white fog that makes people nervous. Ding system prompt. You have arrived at the endless battlefield, and the 3-day countdown begins. Ding system prompt. Endless battlefield, the ranking list is officially open. After the system prompt, Zhang Yinbin looked around. They were in a wilderness with hills and woods in the distance. Of course, there was a group of bandits not far away. Chapter 57, Killing Without Burying. The bandits in front were flying the bandit flag, but there were only about 100 of them. Get on the horse and charge. Zhang Yinbin sat on the little white dragon. Afterwards, all the warriors mounted their horses. Rush. Zhang Yinbin still rushed forward with the iron rod in his hand. Xiao Belong was very excited as he could finally go to the battlefield. The bandits only reacted when they were right in front of them. In a short while, they were all chopped down. There were several hundred copper coins on the ground. However, Zhang Yinbin had no intention of cleaning up the battlefield. Lord, a map was found. Zhang Yinbin took the map from Zhang Shengting and began to look at it. Endless battlefield map. This is a deliberate gift from the system. This wave of bandits are all level 1. It didn't take much effort. This map is probably a must-have. Zhang Yinbin looked at the map and found that this endless battlefield was very large. They are now on the very edge. The further you go in, the higher the level and the greater the number of bandits. In the middle of the mark, there is a level 5 stronghold. Brothers, charge forward. The periphery is full of first-level bandits, which can be regarded as a welcome gift from the system. Zhang Yinbin was not interested at all. He wanted to go inside and attack the more senior bandits. Zhang Yinbin's team rushed forward. They are going to the next place. After walking more than 3 miles, we saw another group of bandits ahead, also level 1. Kill them, don't stop. Zhang Yinbin charged forward and his confidant rushed in. This group of bandits was dispersed and dozens of them were killed. A level 1 soldier only costs 1 point. At this time, Zhang Yinbin looked at his ranking while on horseback. Good plan. The queue has reached over 300,000 people. You know, only lords can participate in this. It sank to the bottom in an instant. However, Zhang Yinbin was not in a hurry at all. Endless battlefield, 3 days, and survival must also be considered. The higher the level of the bandit, the higher the points. Zhang Yinbin is now anxious to get to a more central position to test the second-level bandits. See what kind of bandits are easy to kill. Go ahead, don't stop. He encountered another level 1 bandit and continued to lead his troops to charge directly at them. In an hour and a half, Zhang Yinbin and his team charged and killed 9 times, but they didn't score many points. However, the ranking has been falling and has dropped to 1 millionth place. In each charge, they could kill dozens of bandits at most, or only 20 or 30 at least. After an hour and a half of rapid marching, they did not lose a single person. In an hour and a half, you can cover dozens of miles. All troops dismount and rest for half an hour. Zhang Yinbin discovered that in the endless battlefield, Apart from being able to view the rankings, he could no longer post on the forum or send messages to players. Now, the ranking at the front is not stable, it goes up and down. Most players choose to kill their way in slowly. They also have maps. But they had no cavalry. When they saw the first level bandits, they chose to wipe them out completely. In this way, the points will naturally be higher. As for Zhang Yanbin, he just rushed in to disperse them and killed as many as he could. Zhang Yanbin didn't move for half an hour, and his ranking was even behind millions. At this time, no one paid attention to him. Only the top 100 are concerned. The top 100 is also constantly changing. Although Zhang Yanbin cannot post anything on the forum. However, other players who did not participate can. They can also see the leaderboard. Posts on the forum occasionally include Zhuge Shenlong's name. But not much was mentioned. People just questioned whether he was the best in the game, and why he was not among the top 1,000 or even 10,000. Zhang Yanbin naturally doesn't care what other people think. He continued to lead his men inside to kill. Hey, are there second-level bandits ahead? The second-level bandits are not strong either, with only about 300 people and more than 20 elite monsters. These are also for players to test. Everyone, attack their core battle formation directly. Archers, prepare to sell. In addition to Zhuge crossbows, Zhang Yanbin and his archers were also equipped with bows and arrows. Zhuge crossbow can only shoot horizontally, but the bow and arrow can be thrown. Kill. Punch through their formation. Zhang Yanbin led the army and several people with high combat capabilities in the front. A round of arrow rain arrived first, and a wave of bandits were killed. Then they rushed into the enemy camp. Although Zhang Yanbin's skills only include basic stick techniques, he can kill one enemy with one stick without any ambiguity. He has other skill books, many skill books. However, Zhang Yanbin only chose the iron rod. This thing is heavy, and when attacking, it can exert its full strength. Unlike sword and knife techniques, they also require skills. Zhang Yanbin doesn't need any skills. He just needs to fully unleash his potential and strength. Therefore, I have never planned to switch to other weapons. The army rushed directly to the core of the second-level bandits and faced more than 20 elite monsters. Zhang Yanbin and the others also picked one up each. These people are simply not enough to kill. After a round of killing, more than 20 elite monsters were killed. Contributed more than 60 points. An elite monster costs only 3 cents. On the ground, there were some copper coins and 1 or 2 books on basic techniques and skills. Let's go, next wave. This time, more than 20 elite monsters were killed, and more than 100 other bandits were killed. This score can be considered an increase. The rest were scattered, and it would take some effort to kill them. Zhang Yanbin didn't want to waste time, and continued to rush inside. There are a few bandits on the outskirts. Once inside, it becomes denser. 20 minutes after they left, Zhang Yanbin and his team encountered another wave of level 2 bandits. What else is there to say? They rushed forward and started hacking and killing indiscriminately. Just kill in the central battle formation for a while. After the bandits were killed, Zhang Yanbin and his men only picked up the scattered skill books on the ground and didn't want anything else. There are copper coins all over the ground, and they only add up to a few hundred copper coins. It's pointless to waste time on that. Behind Zhang Yanbin, a tall beauty. The teams she led were all NPC teams. Lord, it seems these bandits have been attacked, but for some reason they haven't been killed off. Ziling, this is the third wave of remaining enemies she has encountered. It's easy to kill these remaining enemies. There are still many copper coins on the ground that can be picked up. Who on earth has such a powerful cavalry? There were horsehoof prints all over the ground, so Ziling naturally knew that the other party was a cavalry team. Let's go faster and see if we can catch up with them. They were all infantrymen, and although the hope was slim, they wanted to give it a try. Zhang Yanbin killed several waves of second-level bandits in a row. Now, we will definitely encounter a wave within half an hour. The system is arranged in this way to test the Lord's comprehensive ability, command ability, attack ability, how to choose, and also the issue of endurance. All kinds of issues need to be taken into consideration. The simpler the rules, the more brains you need to use to get high scores. Or, it requires strength. Zhang Yanbin, what you are using now is your strength. No matter what kind of bandits they are, just charge and kill them. Chapter 58, That Back Figure. Zhang Yanbin killed several waves of bandits in a row. None of his own men were killed, only injured. These second-level bandits are also very weak. Zhang Yanbin's current ranking is around 1 million. He is in no hurry to improve. If he wants to move up the points, he will do it quickly. Based on the strength of the level 2 bandits, out of 500 players, I'm afraid we'll lose a few people. If they fight like this, they can only hold out until tomorrow, then they will be ruined. Zhang Yanbin and his team are now injured, more than a dozen people. The problem is not serious. That is the result of their strong fighting power. 3 days. The system will not let the players fail to hold out for 3 days, so make sure to give them these 3 days. Zhang Yanbin sat and thought while taking a break. He has fought many bandits now, and apart from thinking that they are weak, he doesn't think there is any problem. Could it be that the system wants players to unite? Forming a group is a very good option. Or attack other players? Zhang Yanbin shook his head again, rejecting the idea. It's not out of morality, nor out of fear of offending other players. Zhang Yanbin even dared to offend the Quangfeng Guild to death. Rather, he felt that if both sides fought hard, there would be injuries but no points. If he could rob their points, Zhang Yanbin would definitely hide for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, he would specifically attack the players. Unfortunately, the system does not have this rule. Keep going deeper and take a look. Maybe once we get inside, there will be other changes. Zhang Yanbin rested for a longer time this time, more than 2 hours. He needs to think about how to fight next. At this time, Ziling was rushing over with her team. Hey, wait. Zhang Yanbin was riding on a white horse and just looked back. He wore a mask when he entered the endless battlefield. Of course, it was not a real or fake mask that could change one's appearance, but just an ordinary mask made of iron. After all, the difference between his image in the game and in real life is not very big, so he doesn't want to be recognized. After all, the distance was far, and Zhang Yanbin only saw a tall and beautiful woman shouting something. However, due to the neighing of the war horse and the sound of horse hooves, he didn't hear what the other party said at all. Keep going. Zhang Yanbin waved his hand, and the team slowly started running following him. Ziling only saw a back, a white horse, an iron stick, and black armor. I'm so pissed off. Ziling stomped her feet. She had been chasing after him and even took the initiative to greet Zhang Yanbin, but he ignored her. Zhang Yanbin didn't know that the other party was greeting him. His 1,000 war horses were all white. It's very spectacular when running. But their armor is black. Lord, are those people also a group of aliens like you? Or is this the team sent by our gods? Ziling didn't know and just shook her head. Never mind. Let's continue to follow them to pick up bargains. They don't even want skill books. The copper coins all over the ground are also money. Zhang Yanbin would take away any skill book that he could see directly, even if it was a basic one. However, some were crushed by corpses, and some fell into corners and were not seen. Zhang Yanbin did not clean up the battlefield or search. He didn't even pick up a single copper coin. Zhang Yanbin continued to move towards the center. He wanted to see what a level 3 bandit was like and how many points he had. Now, in the game, some players did meet each other, and then they joined forces to strangle the bandits. In this way, your losses will be smaller. In 3 days, we must consider not only the efficiency of points, but also the ability to survive. Zhang Yanbin continued to move forward. By evening, they had killed more than 20 waves of bandits. Of course, most of the time they were just killed and dispersed, without any encirclement or killing. If we surround and kill them, we will probably suffer a lot of losses. By the evening, their points had ranked over 600,000. The first 100 or 1,000 people are constantly changing. Some people were not paying attention and were killed by the bandits. With so many casualties, their points could not be increased. As for Zhang Yanbin and his group, only the injured ones are left, and no one is dead yet. If you die, you will exit the game space. In the evening, the sky here is gray. Zhang Yanbin looked at the wilderness, and then looked at the map in the last light. They still had 1 day to go before they reached the center. If they traveled overnight, their cavalry would be able to arrive shortly before dawn. This is the speed of their cavalry. If the infantry were to fight their way here, they wouldn't arrive until the morning of the 3rd day. Zhang Yanbin looked at the map and decided, the entire army will rest for an hour, then set out to bypass the bandits. This time, Zhang Yanbin wanted to go inside and take a look first. Points, no rush. 3 days, and not even 1 day has passed. Even if you chase after me, there's still time. An hour later, it was dark. Zhang Yanbin continued to gallop on his horse. Some are flat, and some are mountain roads. The second-level bandits didn't seem to attack actively, so they just went around them. It's dawn. Zhang Yanbin and his men were also exhausted. Approaching the center. Dismount and rest. This time, Zhang Yanbin wants everyone to sleep for 3 hours. A small number of people were on guard, and the rest were sleeping. Zhang Yanbin also needs a rest. 3 hours of sleep is more than enough for them. However, you should still practice the technique for half an hour to fully recover. Zhang Yanbin only slept for more than an hour and then began to practice. The time has come and the soldiers have recovered. Zhang Yanbin looked around with murderous eyes. Get on the horse and keep going. Also, send out scouts in each of the 3 directions ahead to look for bandits. We should also increase our points. Zhang Yinbin and his team continued on their journey. 40 minutes later, a team of scouts returned. Report to the Lord, we have spotted a group of bandits to the left front, approximately 500 in number, but they have defensive measures and many are on patrol, so we dare not get too close. 500. This should be a third-level bandit. Zhang Yinbin knew that he had to confront these third-level bandits. Recall the other two scouts. Let's go meet this group of bandits. More than 10 minutes later, the other two scouts were called back. They would only scout at a distance ahead and would not go far away from the main army. Walk. Zhang Yinbin waved his hand, and the little white dragon understood and ran forward. This is a wasteland, a special space specially created by the system. When they were 3 miles away from the mountain stronghold, Zhang Yinbin and his team stopped. At this time, the stronghold began to actively defend itself. They made a lot of obstacles out of wood. Bandits at level 1 and level 2 will not take the initiative to defend themselves. They only fight back when the enemy attacks. These 3 levels of bandits are completely different in intelligence. There are also 2 simple arrow towers. Zhang Yinbin observed from a distance. Call 4 leading young generals. Yuan Hai, Zhang Shengting, Wang Xiaowu and Tai Yi. They have all learned epic martial arts, and their combat power is much higher than that of others. There are also several team leaders who have learned advanced skills. This time, we have to surround and kill this group of bandits. Only by surrounding and killing them can we understand the rules of the system. Chapter 59 High Reward. Zhang Yinbin carefully observed the bandits' camp. It's very simple. It is surrounded by wood. The wood was bigger than the mouth of a bowl and could not be cut with an ordinary knife. There are also some archers inside. At the same time, many bandits were patrolling around, ready to attack at any time. In the middle, you can vaguely see a small wooden house. Zhang Shengting, Wang Xiaowu. I'm here. You two will take 1/3 of the men and attack from the left. Yuan Hai. I'm here. You lead 1/3 of the men to attack from the right. Yes. Iron Wing. I'm here. Use your sharpshooting skills and attack wherever the threat is greatest. The rest, follow me and charge head-on. Yes. Everyone shouted. This made the bandits on the opposite side very nervous. The arrangement is complete. Zhang Yinbin looked ahead and waved his hand. Kill. The army rushed out and naturally split into 3 groups on the way. Several young generals and Zhang Yinbin rushed past. As they got closer, arrows attacked from the opposite side. Zhang Yinbin used an iron rod to easily deflect the incoming arrows. At the same time, our own archers also took action, riding and shooting arrows to kill the enemy. Zhang Yinbin rushed forward and used the iron rod to directly remove several pieces of wood that were lying across the front. Afterwards, the war horses continued to charge forward without slowing down. Die. A minion is coming up to fight. Zhang Yinbin struck the opponent with a stick. Although the opponent blocked it with a knife, Zhang Yinbin still smashed his head directly. A few more minions rushed up. Zhang Yinbin took a few people with him and killed them fiercely and wiped them out in a short while. The other 2 sides. Yuan Hai practiced the fiery sword technique, which was inherently domineering, and he attacked fiercely all the way. The army led by Zhang Shengting and Wang Xiaowu is also extremely powerful. Zhang Shengting's wave sword technique is stronger than the other, and the sword techniques can be superimposed, and in the end, the power is astonishing. Wang Xiaowu's boxing style, one-on-one, barehanded into hand-to-hand combat. Single damage is very high, but there is no way to attack in groups. But Wang Xiaowu will specifically look for the opponent's masters to kill. The iron wings are the finishing touch. Stand on the periphery. He attacks whoever poses a greater threat. His archery skills are very accurate, and he will attack whoever poses a greater threat. When dealing with these people, almost every arrow hits its target. Zhang Yinbin and his army rushed in and surrounded and killed the bandits. This group of bandits is quite powerful. But they were bandits after all, and they were immediately at a disadvantage when facing the regular army. A large number of people were killed and injured on their periphery. Zhang Yinbin led his men and rushed directly towards their center. At this time, a man with a scar on his face holding a large ring knife stopped Zhang Yinbin. Who is coming? As Zhang Yinbin shouted, a man with an iron rod had already rushed out. This shout is actually a reminder to our side. A blow to the head. There was a loud clang. Zhang Yinbin was so powerful that he actually suppressed the opponent. That was the bandit leader. Let out a loud roar. Come and die. Large ring knife, attack in series. Zhang Yinbin resisted step by step. The opponent must have practiced some powerful martial arts, and he beat Zhang Yinbin so hard that he could only defend himself. However, Zhang Yinbin was extremely strong and was able to completely block the opponent's attack. No need to help me. Quickly surround and kill the rest of the minions. Chief to chief. Zhang Yinbin is not as good as his opponent in terms of moves and techniques. However, he was very powerful, and his strength seemed to be endless. Come. Zhang Yinbin started to fight with the other party. The opponent has great skills. Zhang Yinbin is very strong. Just hit with all your strength using the iron rod. No matter what skills he has or what exquisite knife techniques he has, Zhang Yinbin just kept hitting with one stick after another. The bandit leader was very depressed. Obviously, he has always had the upper hand. However, Zhang Yinbin fought harder and harder. It was so fierce that he couldn't stand it. Because his arm was numb. Zhang Yinbin, you only have a few moves back and forth. I only know basic stick techniques. There's no technique involved, just using your maximum strength. Around them, Zhang Yinbin and his troops took advantage of group combat. They cooperated with each other and surrounded and killed the bandits bit by bit. Among them, Yuan Hai and Zhang Xingting performed outstandingly. Their sword techniques are all about killing in one piece. Kill several people at a time. The Lo Qitie was not ambiguous at all. He had shot and killed more than 30 people and cooperated to kill more than a dozen people. When the battle was coming to an end, Zhang Yinbin turned defeat into victory and now has the upper hand everywhere. However, the bandit leader was retreating step by step. His hands were already shaking. Die. Zhang Yinbin took the lead and struck 3 times. The bandit leaders all raised their swords to block. When the third stick fell, the bandit leader could not hold the knife in his hand and was then beaten to death by Zhang Yinbin's following stick. Lousy, the thing I'm least afraid of is a fight of strength. Zhang Yinbin was sweating all over. However, this time he brought out all his strength and potential. Clean up the battlefield quickly. Treat the wounded. This time, Zhang Yinbin looked and found that there seemed to be quite a lot of things on the battlefield. Zhang Yinbin stood there gasping for breath, covered in sweat. But it was also a very exciting fight. Zhang Yinbin's strength was fully demonstrated. This bandit king died of complete frustration. Zhang Yinbin's skills are no match for his, but Zhang Yinbin relies on brute force. Zhang Yinbin looked at the points. It has increased a lot. Then I looked at the details. Well, this ordinary third-level bandit is worth 5 points, and an elite bandit is worth 10 points. Hey, this bandit leader directly gets 100 points. So, bandits at level 3 or above are the key to overtaking us. Zhang Yinbin carefully looked at the points breakdown and figured out some of the rules of the battlefield. At this moment, Wang Xiaowu ran over excitedly and said, "Lord, I found a brocade box. Over there, found inside the cabin." Wang Xiaowu pointed at the bandit's cabin. Zhang Yinbin opened it directly. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for obtaining the bandit box. You will be rewarded with 1,000 battlefield points and the items in the box. This actually awards bonus points. Doesn't it mean that in the future, as long as you break into the bandit's hut and get the brocade box, you can also get a lot of points? This bandit leader only has 100 points, but this brocade box is worth 1,000 points. However, according to the practices of ordinary players, they would probably have to kill almost all the bandits before they could get the things in the wooden house. Zhang Yinbin began to check what was inside. Yes, it's an advanced technique, the ice sealing technique. Zhang Yinbin was a little surprised that this third-level cottage could have such advanced skills. Then 2 intermediate skills books and 2 intermediate skill books. Finally, there are 10 gold coins. Zhang Yinbin's breathing became heavy. The current value of this reward is probably worth tens of millions. It's mainly because of the advanced skills, which are too rare. Ha 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 ha, it's done. Next time, we'll specifically attack the third-level strongholds. There is no mission or no mission. The real goal is to capture more third-level strongholds and get this huge reward. Chapter 60, Efficient Score. This reward is very good. At this time, the battlefield had been cleaned up and the casualties had been counted. Zhang Xingting came to report. Lord, 23 of our brothers died in battle. More than 20 casualties. If this fight continues, their combat effectiveness will gradually weaken. It's okay. This is the mission space of the gods. They have been resurrected in the territory now. Zhang Xingting nodded and continued to report. Lord, we have seized a lot of basic skills and techniques, but only 2 elementary ones. Also, I found over 30,000 copper coins. Weapons, hundreds of them. Okay, I understand. Zhang Yinbin went to put away all the things with the ring. Then he walked around the village inside and out. The people in this village have the strength of level 3, but they don't have the defense of level 3. It gives us a great opportunity. Zhang Yinbin had other ideas in mind. Now, his points have skyrocketed and reached more than 600,000. Mainly because he was on the road all night. The others fought all night long. Time is limited, and everyone wants to have a good ranking, and there must be better rewards. Many players have united. If they were two teams, they would attack the bandits from both sides and kill each other. This would greatly disperse the bandits' strength and improve their efficiency. If 3 or more groups unite, they will attack from all sides. Whoever is more capable and kills more people will get more points. Finally, the spoils were divided equally. Let's go to the next spot. Zhang Yinbin was guessing on the way. On horseback, Zhang Yinbin turned on the communicator. Contacted Wanwan. Hey, I can send it out. Are you also in the endless battlefield? Zhang Yinbin had sent messages to others before, but he couldn't communicate with people outside the battlefield. You can only read, but not post on the forum. As a result, when I sent it to Wanwan, it actually worked. Boss, you are here on the battlefield too. I brought my territory NPC with me. Boss, where are you? This is so hard to fight. Boss, can we fight together? Wanwan sent several messages in succession. Zhang Yinbin only traded him a copy of the ice sealing technique. The ice sealing technique is an advanced martial art, and Zhang Yinbin's subordinates are all men, so no one is suitable for it. So, give her what you owe her. Wow, an advanced technique. Boss, did you seize it in this endless battlefield? I've been busy. I haven't fought many bandits. The endless battlefield is huge. We'll see if we encounter them. Zhang Yinbin no longer paid attention to Wanwan. Wanwan, holding the ice sealing technique in her hand. I was very excited. This was a skill she had obtained on her own, bypassing the guild. She also didn't want to report it to the guild. Usually, it is the guild that pays to buy this advanced technique and then distributes it to other people. Wanwan was extremely excited and started learning immediately. Advanced skills. She finally has advanced skills. Nowadays, there are not many people in the game who have advanced skills. Zhang Yinbin gave the book to Wanwan and galloped off on his horse to the next place. After more than half an hour, they found another group of bandits. This time, Zhang Yinbin did not rush to attack. He asked someone to investigate and found that the layout was not much different from the previous copycat. Wait until everyone comes back. Zhang Yinbin called several important subordinates to his side. This time, we changed our style of play. Just push forward all the way, kill their leader, break into the cabin, and see if there is a treasure box. I guess this brocade box is available in all third-level cottages. Everyone listened to Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin glanced at the distant stronghold, then said, this time, Zhang Xingting and Yuan Hai, bring the elite troops to protect the left and right. Your skills and techniques are suitable for group attacks. Wang Xiaowu and I will go straight to the bandit leader and kill him as soon as possible. Kie, assist us in killing the bandit leader. With your sharpshooter here, we can kill the bandit leader quickly. After killing the leader, go directly to the wooden house to loot the things, get the brocade box, and retreat immediately. Zhang Yinbin made some more arrangements. Improve efficiency. Just kill the leader and steal the brocade box in the wooden house. Tactical formulation. Then they began to allocate troops. Zhang Yinbin asked Tie to lead the archers first, and also selected a few powerful archers to concentrate firepower to support Zhang Shengting and Yuan Hai. The troops have been allocated. Kill. Zhang Yinbin was still in the front, leading his men to charge forward. As we approached the stronghold, the enemy attacked first. Immediately afterwards, the archers commanded by Tie also began to attack. They only fired one round of arrows. Kill some enemies. Several people attacked head-on together, and the defense of the stronghold was like paper and was directly broken by them. Breaking into the enemy camp, Zhang Xingting and Yuan Hai unleashed their skills one after another. Separate the enemies and then charge towards the center. Zhang Yinbin, one person only attacks with one move. If he is not dead, I will not pursue him even if he is forced to retreat. Their goal is clear. The torrent of cavalry directly destroyed the bandits' stronghold. The leader was just over 30 meters in front of the wooden house. Seeing this situation, they brought their elite troops and charged forward with spears in hand. Good to come. Begin the attack as planned. Zhang Xingting and Yuan Hai led their men to stop those elite troops directly. Both of their attacks were very crazy. Their swordsmanship is powerful in single kills and also quite powerful in group attacks. In this situation, they directly stopped all the elite bandits. A bandit leader was exposed in front of Zhang Yinbin. The other party used a gun. Zhang Yinbin also rushed forward to kill. Wang Xiaowu is agile. When the opponent attacked, Wang Xiaowu punched him directly, knocking the opponent's spear away and preventing it from hitting him. Zhang Yinbin smashed the iron rod down in time. The two of them worked together to put the bandit leader in a very passive position. At this moment, an arrow came from a very tricky angle. It directly hit the bandit's chest. The bandit felt a pain in his chest, and his fighting power dropped sharply. Wang Xiaowu stepped forward quickly and punched the opponent 3 times, knocking the spear out of his hand. After Wang Xiaowu got close to him, the opponent's spear was completely useless. Zhang Yanbin found an opportunity and hit the other party with a stick. One blow from the stick took half of the opponent's life. Then, Wang Xiaowu's punches came one after another. Just a few blows to the head, and the bandit leader died miserably. All troops, charge out. Zhang Yanbin led his men directly towards the cabin. Wang Xiaowu ran ahead, went in, and took the brocade box away. Zhang Yanbin, Zhang Xingting, and Yuan Hai joined together and attacked directly. After a fierce charge, this time the speed was very fast. It took less than 10 minutes to kill the bandit leader. It took only about 20 minutes in total. They rushed out, and their horses galloped away, not stopping until they were 3 miles away. The enemy did not pursue us. Nearly half of the people in the entire village were killed by them, and the brocade box was also taken away by Zhang Yanbin and his men. Chapter 61 points are earned through brushing. One brocade box is worth 1,000 points, which is equivalent to defeating 10 first-level copycats. How can this be compared? If you play level 1, you can only come here to train and participate, but don't even think about getting a good ranking. Right now, it's unknown what the ranking rewards will be, but it definitely won't be too bad. Great, I got over 2,000 points again. Zhang Yanbin looked at the ranking and saw that it had increased again. It reached more than 300,000. Going up, even a few points can make a huge difference. Today, I made it into the top 100. I'm only a few copycats away from the top 100. Zhang Yanbin opened the brocade box. Yeah, there are no advanced martial arts books. Could it be that this is the first time they are available? Inside the brocade box, there were 5 more gold coins and 2 more intermediate-level martial arts and skill books. However, there are no advanced skill books. What a pity. If a small village could produce a book of advanced martial arts, Zhang Yanbin would be able to quickly arm a powerful team. But no, only intermediate ones. However, the mid-level ones are also in high demand at the moment. All troops, take a half-hour break. Scout, go explore the way. Although there are regrets, Zhang Yanbin still wants to continue. The soldiers dismounted to rest. At the same time, the horses were fed some food. Next time, they would ride the spare war horses. Half an hour later, they started to move. After walking for about 10 minutes, the scout came back. They discovered another third-level stronghold. Okay, defeat him. Zhang Yanbin led the army and rushed forward. This time, we must also pay attention to casualties. Last time, 5 of our brothers died in battle. Zhang Yanbin and his men's war horses had a great advantage. The group continued to charge towards the third-level stronghold. When we get to the place, we do some investigation first. The situation is not much different. Brothers, kill. Zhang Yanbin just adjusted his tactics slightly and then charged forward directly. With the previous combat experience, this time it went much more smoothly. Zhang Xingting and Yuan Hai both knew when to unleash their strongest skills. Zhang Yanbin, Wang Xiaowu, and Tie also quickly killed the bandit leader. Afterwards, he went straight to the small wooden house in the village and took away the brocade box inside. As for the weapons and equipment that exploded on the ground, as well as the skill books, Zhang Yanbin and the others didn't want any of them. Those things are of great value at the moment, but for Zhang Yanbin, time is more precious. He could save a few lives and get something more valuable. Another stronghold was captured. Zhang Yanbin's ranking quickly rose to within 100,000. Next, in about an hour and a half, Zhang Yanbin captured a mountain stronghold. The ranking has been improving. Soon, he was ranked within the top 10,000. At this time, there was a sensation in the forum. What medicine did Zhuge Shenlong take? He grew so fast. Before, I couldn't find Zhuge Shenlong, but now he's improving rapidly. Zhuge Shenlong. Maybe he found a loophole to cheat points. Quick, report to the system. There's no place to report. This game seems to have no customer service, no reporting channels. Who knows where Zhuge Shenlong is? Zhang Yanbin conquered several strongholds, but none of them contained advanced books. But the intermediate level books got a bunch. And gold coins. A brocade box contains at least 15 gold coins. 1 gold coin is worth 10,000 yuan. In the past, this could allow Zhang Yanbin to live for 3 months. Now, what he wants more is the martial arts and skill books. Several strongholds were captured in succession. Zhang Yanbin also needs to take people for a rest. This time, take a 3-hour break. Zhang Yanbin is resting here. However, Ziling was shocked. Ziling has been following Zhang Yanbin's team. Their horseshoe prints are so easy to find that you won't lose them. The first third-level stronghold was completely captured by Zhang Yanbin and his men, and all the bandits were killed. Ziling was just shocked. However, when they arrived at the second place, half of the bandits were dead or wounded, and there were still supplies all over the ground. This gave Ziling a great advantage. She led her men to surround and kill the remaining bandits. The leader of these bandits died, and a large number of elites also died. Who is he? Is it Zhuge Shenlong? There's equipment, books, and money all over the floor, and he doesn't want any of it. Only kill half. Ziling wiped out this group of bandits and seized a lot of loot. However, she was also confused. Maybe there was some trouble along the way. Following the horsehoof prints, Ziling and the others caught up. When we arrived at the next bandit hideout, the situation was the same. Half of the bandits, including the elites and leaders, were dead. For her, killing is easy and she gets a lot of points. Could it be that they only kill leaders and elites because they have high points? You don't want anything else, just to save time? Through several bandits, Ziling guessed a lot. However, she could not have guessed that there was also a brocade box. Zhang Yanbin's goal is the brocade box. Although the team led by Ziling had fewer points, but the spoils were very large. Skill books and money are both very good. If there were more of these, it would be enough to take her territory to the next level. Ziling, they didn't dare to rest for too long. He distributed some books on martial arts. Along the way, I would rest for half an hour each time to practice my skills. I don't even dare to sleep. Zhang Yanbin and his men were cavalry, while they were infantry. The only way to catch up is to keep moving forward like this. Ziling, behind, killed several more waves of bandits. She looked carefully at Zhang Yanbin's ranking. It really is him. This Zhuge Shenlong is now ranked over 6,000. Before, Ziling was too busy to know Zhuge Shenlong's ranking. However, as soon as she opened the forum, someone published Zhang Yanbin's ranking in real time. It's terrifying. However, he looked down upon these spoils of war. In fact, they have helped my army to reach a higher level. I believe that in no time, everyone will have basic skills and techniques, and some will even have elementary skills. Even the intermediate ones, Ziling seized several. Most of them were dropped by bandit leaders. However, Zhang Yanbin had no time to pick it up, because once the bandit leader was killed, they began to charge. Rush directly to the cabin, take out the things inside, and then retreat quickly. Ziling was shocked. Zhang Yanbin didn't know that there was a tall and long-legged Ziling following behind him. He continued to attack at his own pace. More than a dozen waves of bandits have been killed in succession. Even though I only killed half of them, I still took away most of the points. My own losses are also very small. In just over half a day, Zhang Yanbin had made up for all the points he had gained from the previous day's journey. Many people see the problem with the rankings. Zhang Yanbin's improvement was too fast. Let's go, bypass the bandits and head towards the center. The Ant Guild has united several territories. They decided not to surround and kill these bandits from the outside, as there must be something more valuable inside. There are only 3 days, so they need to enter the core area faster. Many people have also seen the analysis on the forum. At the same time, combined with the changes in the rankings, the people on the periphery began to give up on besieging and killing the low-level bandits and headed towards the center. Especially at night, the efficiency of killing bandits is low at night. It's already afternoon. Many people made preparations and planned to set off on their journey without sleeping. A lot of people cheered me on, thank you. A lot of people also sent me gifts. This is to encourage me to write more and update more. Free gifts. When you click on the reminder to update, watch a 30-second advertisement, and you can get a free gift. I also ask everyone to give me some encouragement. Tomorrow is the weekend. My girlfriend asked me out, but I didn't go out. I just wrote and updated. Chapter 62, Level 4 Mountain Village. Zhang Yanbin. No matter what the outside world speculates. Slaughtering all the way, breaking through the stronghold, killing the elites and the bandit leaders. He took the brocade box and left. By the evening, Zhang Yanbin's ranking had reached the top 1,000. This efficiency is truly amazing. It's almost nightfall. At night, there was only 1 day and 1 night left. At this time, many people knew the secret of the third-level cottage. The third-level copycat is not easy to kill. Except for Zhang Yanbin, the rest of the people must unite with other territories. They came in slowly from the outside and encountered quite a few players. However, Zhang Yanbin was so fast that no player could catch up with him. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin has always acted alone. He is a cavalryman, and it is not convenient for him to cooperate with others. There are quite a few territories that also have cavalry. However, their attack power was not enough, and they were not as powerful as Zhang Yanbin, who slaughtered one village after another. In the evening, many players began to travel desperately. They wanted to travel overnight to get inside. At this time, Zhang Yanbin was thinking, how do we fight at night? Zhang Yanbin finally stopped. He himself forgot how many brocade boxes he took. A large number of intermediate skills and skill books, as well as a lot of gold coins. He put all these directly into the ring. Now, he still has more than 430 people. In each battle, only a few people are consumed. The team's cooperation and training is becoming more and more tacit, and their combat effectiveness is improving. Zhang Yinbin looked at the rankings and found that he was currently ranked within the top 1,000. For many people, their points increase very slowly at the beginning. Because after fighting for 2 days and 1 night, a lot of troops were consumed. Many people can only form teams. Without a team, they cannot defeat the bandits alone. As the teams slowly moved towards the center, a large team gradually emerged. From thousands to tens of thousands. The further you go inside, the more people you meet. When these people saw the stronghold, they simply divided the work, and then each led their team to surround and kill the enemy. The third-level stronghold was completely wiped out by these people in less than 10 minutes. Of course, some of them will die. Of course, they also have to fight for the spoils. Some teams with better management will cooperate and divide the work. Chief, take turns to kill. The brocade box is divided according to strength and contribution. Some people are also killing third-level copycats faster. Ziling is also an exception. She has enough basic martial arts books for her subordinates to practice. They don't need to sleep. If they are tired, they can practice for half an hour. For people who practice cultivation, there will be no problem if they don't sleep for a few days. It won't work in the long term, but for these 3 days, it will definitely be fine. So she also chased all the way, following Zhang Yinbin's footsteps and picking up spoils along the way. The sky is getting dark. Zhang Yinbin planned to sleep for 3 hours and then continue on his journey. This time, he looked at the map. If we go in further, we'll be facing level 4 bandits. I'm afraid with my strength, I won't be able to defeat even 2 of them, and my forces will suffer heavy losses. Level 3, not very easy to beat. Zhang Yinbin temporarily gave up fighting the level 4 bandits. To deal with the 4th level bandits, many players will definitely need to unite in the end. However, at level 3, Zhang Yinbin can still play more. He planned to go in a circle this time. This way, you won't be too far behind other players. Zhang Yinbin and his entire army can have a good sleep, and the war horses can also rest. Then, at night they set out. Zhang Yinbin had just left when Ziling caught up with him. He slipped away again. Ziling stomped her feet in anger. Just a little bit more, and I saw the backs of Zhang Yinbin and his army. Of course, this time what we saw were torches. Knowing it would take 3 days, how could Zhang Yinbin not prepare torches? Travel overnight. After walking for about an hour, Zhang Yinbin and his team encountered a large group. A team of more than 6,000 people is besieging a third-level bandit stronghold. Although it was night, they were numerous and several people besieged a bandit and fought in a very rhythmic manner. Zhang Yinbin watched from a distance and did not interfere. Continuing forward, we encountered several more waves of people. Everyone also saw Zhang Yinbin's team and were guessing his identity. But Zhang Yinbin never thought of getting close to them. Just playing at level 3, there's no way they can catch up to me. But I don't just want points anymore, I also want rewards. The rewards for the third-level stronghold are very good, and you can get a lot of intermediate skills and skill books at once. If these are used to train soldiers, they can create a very powerful army. So, Zhang Yinbin wanted a better reward. Level 4, or even the middle level 5 stronghold should have better rewards. At least, there is no shortage of books on advanced skills. Zhang Yinbin turned on the communicator. People on the endless battlefield can be contacted. Zhang Yinbin contacted Wanwan first. Where are you now? Have you joined forces with other players? Ah, big man. Wanwan and the others are now attacking the third-level stronghold, but she is fine. As the Lord, she was watching from behind, and she was also very surprised when Zhang Yinbin contacted her. We encountered several teams that have joined forces to attack the stronghold. However, the points earned each time are pitifully small. Even if we take turns getting the brocade box, the points increase very slowly. When there were no brocade boxes, a wave of people would kill and get dozens to 100 or 200 points. Wanwan is pretty good. She has things to sell in the early stage of the territory, and her strength is average. However, the current ranking is really very low. It turned out to be similar to what Zhang Yinbin had guessed. That's all the points. Although they joined forces, they only received very few points. I'll sweep a few more strongholds, then go inside and wait. Tomorrow is a critical day. If they want good rewards, they must attack the 4th level or the 5th level stronghold in the middle. Zhang Yinbin and his friends found a place to rest. When it was almost dawn, Zhang Yinbin swept through many mountain strongholds in succession. All the while, I brought my ranking down to within the top 100. It's dawn. Many players also realized that if they wanted good points, they had to attack more advanced strongholds. So they continued to move towards the center. Zhang Yinbin followed. At this time, they were not far from the center. Finally, a 4th level stronghold appeared. The fourth level stronghold has a large number of people, no longer just 500, but directly 3,000 people. Moreover, most of them are elites. At the same time, they have their own defense and offense systems. Zhang Yinbin followed a team, of course from a distance, following for miles. Their scouts have already discovered the situation of the bandits and the players. Lord, this group of bandits is not simple. The other alien team only has more than 16,000 people. I'm afraid they can't defeat these bandits. There are 3,000 bandits and 16,000 players. Zhang Yinbin guessed that they would definitely attack. He wanted to take a closer look. Chapter 63, Players Swept. Zhang Yinbin and a few others galloped on horseback. They went around and went to the other side of the village first. Zhang Xingting. This group of bandits has done a good job in both offense and defense. If the players, that is, us aliens, rush in all at once, I'm afraid there will be heavy casualties. Zhang Xingting looked into the distance and said, although they only have 2 lines of defense, the wood they use is thicker than a large bowl. The attacking team needs to destroy the first line of defense first. I guess there are quite a few archers in there, and they will suffer heavy casualties. The second line of defense is already being defended by bandits. It will be very difficult to break through all at once. A larger round of fighting will inevitably unfold on the second line of defense. After Zhang Shengting finished his analysis, Zhang Yinbin didn't say anything. He brought a few people here just to test them and let them learn how to observe the battlefield. A large group is coming. Let's stay away and avoid being discovered by them for the time being. Zhang Yinbin led his men to retreat quite far away. Then they watched from horseback. Sure enough, the players of this team became excited when they discovered the 4th level bandits. After a brief discussion and some simple arrangements, they began to attack from 4 directions. More than 10,000 players, charging and attacking together. Inside the mountain stronghold, a sharp rain of arrows caused heavy losses to the players. However, relying on their numbers, they still rushed in. The first one was destroyed. This resulted in the loss of more than 3,000 people. After losing so many talents, they finally reached the second line of defense. Then, the players attacked together. On the bandits' side, use spearmen to attack together and stop the players rushing in front. Then comes the arrow shooting. Each shot clears a small area. These people don't even know how to prepare basic shields. Zhang Yinbin saw that only about a quarter of the people had prepared shields for defense. The rest of the people were directly exposed to the attack of arrows. Of course, there are also archers among the players, and they are constantly attacking inside. However, the players' archers are scattered and cannot form an arrow formation. The bandits had many wooden shields for defense. Players win because they have more people and keep rushing in. To put it nicely, it is bravery. To put it bluntly, it is simply filling the gap with human lives. Zhang Yinbin watched the battle and said, we are still too few to attack the 4th level stronghold. But this player obviously has no other options. I'm afraid they're going to lose. I don't know if they can force the bandits to reveal their hidden cards. The second line of defense is a sturdy wooden fence. Although it is made of wood, the players' weapons cannot cut it open. If we let them chop without interference, it would probably take at least 10 minutes. However, there were constant attacks from inside, and players in front were falling down in large numbers. There were also casualties among the bandits inside. Finally, a player leader discovered the problem. Those with skills, use them to attack the same place. Once you use your skills, retreat immediately. The players began to concentrate their attacks and finally broke through the second line of defense. After breaking through the defense line, the 2 sides began to fight. Bandits are bandits. Once they come out, they become disorganized. The bandits, originally relying on defense, were quite organized. However, when the players broke through the second line of defense, these bandits lost their restraint and rushed out to kill indiscriminately. Both sides fought indiscriminately. At this time, there were still more than 1,000 bandits. The remaining bandits are all elite. The teams of these players are just a ragtag group of troops, put together hastily. The 2 sides fought very fiercely. But, a few players cannot defeat a bandit. On the bandit side, these elites also have skills. For a moment, both sides used their skills randomly and roared continuously. Players, the game is very hard. However, they were no longer allowed to retreat. These bandits were also bloodthirsty. If you want to retreat, they will pursue you. Just give it your all. Every bit of points you earn is a bit of points. Zhang Yinbin was watching from a distance. The number of people on both sides is decreasing. At this moment, 2 big men suddenly rushed out. They all held large ring knives. He rushed forward, unleashed a burst of skills, and directly chopped down more than a dozen people. Is this the bandit leader? The 4th level leader is a double leader. The 2 leaders, each leading a side, charged into the player teams. Wherever they go, the player's team is unstoppable. They can only burst out their skills and consume them. Suddenly, the players lost their composure and were no match for the opponent. Some players even wanted to escape with their team. However, just after calling back his own people, he found that there were very few people who could be called back in the chaos of the battle. There's no point in running away with a few people. Come on, everyone. If you can defeat one of them, you'll get more points. For these players, there is no point in taking a few people away, so they might as well die early and earn more points. Die early, get out early, and you can manage the territory or do other things. Here, wandering around with a few people, the two sides started fighting again. There are fewer and fewer players. Of course, there were few bandits. At this time, there were only more than 300 bandits left. There are actually more than 1,000 players, but they really can't defeat the two bosses. Everyone, charge ahead. Kill as many as you can. There are also smart ones who want to find weapons and equipment, skill books, and so on. However, these bandits became ruthless and killed anyone they saw. Zhang Yanbin believes that players can only last for 5 minutes at most. So he said, let's go back. It's our turn to perform. More than 16,000 people fought against 3,000 bandits, and both sides suffered heavy losses. The players were almost wiped out. Zhang Yanbin rode his warhorse back quickly. Return to the team. You guys have also seen the situation of the bandits. We, the warhorses, will charge twice first. After 2 rounds, we'll dismount and fight. Wang Xiaowu and I will first hold down a bandit leader. You 3, quickly surround and kill one, and then come to support. Zhang Yanbin led the army and charged directly into the battle. When they rushed over, there were only a few dozen players left. There were not many bandits at this time, only about 300 people. Kill. The army just rushed forward savagely, regardless of whether they were players or bandits. Go on, charge. Zhang Yanbin killed 2 people with an iron rod. Afterwards, the cavalry ran half a circle and came back again. A charge. Some bandits were directly knocked away. After 2 rounds of charges, only 100 or so bandits were left. Dismount and fight. Zhang Yanbin gave the order for everyone to dismount. Afterwards, they quickly formed a battle formation and charged towards the bandits. This group of bandits are also proactive and aggressive. Kill Zhang Yanbin and the others. Zhang Xingting, take your men and stop the one on the left. The 2 bandit leaders rushed towards them. Zhang Yanbin took the initiative to pick up a heavy iron stick and rushed towards the bandit leader. Quick, record the video. Whose army is this? There were still a dozen or so players left, and they had already hidden aside. Now, the bandits are rushing towards Zhang Yanbin's army. A group of people were guessing and then recording the video. Zhang Yanbin hit the bandit with his iron stick, but the bandit seemed to have no reaction and directly raised his knife to chop at Zhang Yanbin. Come. Weapons clash. There was a loud bang. Zhang Yanbin was pushed back several steps. The bandit leader came with a knife in hand, ready to kill. Wang Xiaowu rushed forward with a quick step, kicked the bandit in the chest, and then the kick bounced back. It did not cause any harm to the bandits, but it also hindered the bandit leader from hunting down Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin had already stabilized his footing and was practicing his skills to get rid of the discomfort in his hands. Chapter 64, Level 4 Bandit Leader. This bandit leader is much stronger than the 3rd level ones. Zhang Yanbin and Wang Xiaowu are no match at all. But he continued to kill. Iron Rod, attack with all your might. Even if we can't kill the bandit leader, we can at least consume him. This bandit leader had used his ultimate move several times before when hunting down players. When the bandit leader used his ultimate move, it was extremely terrifying. He killed a large group of people at once, and more than 10 or 20 people were directly chopped away by him. At this time, the bandit leader could no longer use his ultimate move. Zhang Yanbin attacked fiercely with the iron stick, while Wang Xiaowu attacked flexibly from all sides. Specialized attack on the weak spot of the bandit leader. Every time Zhang Yanbin attacked, Wang Xiaowu would seize the opportunity, step forward, and punch him hard. Even though the 2 of them cooperated, they were still beaten back step by the bandit leader. There were many soldiers around cooperating and occasionally attacking the bandit leader. Several more soldiers were chopped away by the bandit leader and died in the endless battlefield. On Zhang Xingting's side. At this time, Zhang Xingting and Yuan Hai, with a series of powerful moves and the cooperation of Tie, had already gained the upper hand. Especially Zhang Xingting's C-wave sword technique. At this time, he was able to stack up to 5 layers. The 5th level of the wave sword technique is enough to fight against the bandit leader. The 2 fought hard for a few moves. Yuan Hai's flaming sword technique was also very powerful, and he had practiced it earlier. It has already caused considerable damage to the bandit leader. Tie specifically used arrows to attack his eyes, although the bandit leader avoided him several times. However, he was distracted and was attacked repeatedly by Zhang Xingting and Yuan Hai. At this time, he had already suffered considerable injuries. 7-star continuous shooting. Tie shouted. Shouting it out is not for momentum, but to remind you. Remind the enemy and shock them. Remind your teammates and get them ready. Sure enough, the bandit leader was greatly disturbed when he heard Tie's shout. Because when he was dodging the iron wing arrows before, the arrows passed by his ears, and the sound of the wind showed how powerful they were. At this time, the opponent is about to use a big move. Sure enough, Tie took out a few arrows. They are all armor-piercing arrows. 7 arrows. Quickly shoot at the bandit leader level 4 bandit leader. Arrows hit the bandit leader in several places. The bandit leader did not dare to be careless and used a large ring knife to chop the arrow away. However, he was still a step slow. 7 stars shooting in succession. Among them, the 5th, 6th, and 7th arrows were connected in a line, causing visual obstruction to the bandit leader. After he chopped off 2 arrows, the last arrow hit his eye. See wave slash. Flame slash. The bandit leader dropped the knife in his hand and covered his eyes. At this time, Zhang Shengting and Yuan Hai would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. Both of them used their strongest attacks to directly chop the bandit leader away. The leader had suffered a series of heavy blows and was already in poor condition. After being chopped away, he died. Quick, support the Lord. At this time, Zhang Yanbin could only be beaten. Although, the bandit leader was not in good condition and could not use his ultimate move. However, when the bandits chopped him down with a knife, Zhang Yanbin had to use all his strength to resist them. He relied on defense and was quite organized. In the distance, a dozen or so players were watching in amazement. This is too fierce. Who are these people? It should be Zhuge Shenlong. He led all the cavalry. He wasn't seen on the first day, but on the second day, his points rose rapidly. He must have gone deep into the 3rd-level stronghold. There were many smart people who, after analyzing the current situation, guessed Zhang Yanbin's identity. Zhang Yanbin always wears a mask and doesn't want others to see his image. However, one's identity cannot be hidden. Based on the changes in the rankings, you can always guess his identity. But Zhang Yanbin doesn't care. Lord, we are here. Zhang Yanbin was beaten so hard that his arms were almost numb from the shock. Iron Wing's arrows arrived first. The arrow hit the bandit's knife, making a crisp sound. At the same time, the power coming from the knife made the bandit leader dare not ignore Tie's existence. Tie established his position with just 1 arrow. Zhang Xingting and Yuan Hai also rushed over to kill him. They used their skills as soon as they arrived. Although it is not the strongest skill, it cannot be ignored by the bandit leader. So, Zhang Yanbin and his 5 strongest fighters began to besiege the leader. Attack left and right. Xiaowu, go support the others, lead the army, and clear out all the bandits. Wang Xiaowu, after all, was practicing boxing, which was not very useful at this time. With the support of Tie and the other 3, it will be no problem to deal with these bandits. Here I am, leave it to me. Zhang Yanbin's favorite move is to attack from top to bottom with an iron stick. This would bring out all his strength. At the same time, it can greatly consume the opponent. Blocking Zhang Yanbin's moves is also a very strenuous task. Suddenly, they took the upper hand. The bandit leader's eyes turned red. Go to hell. Gritting his teeth and mustering his last bit of strength, the bandit leader was about to launch a powerful attack. Be careful, defend yourself. Zhang Yanbin gave a reminder, but he rushed forward himself. After rushing forward, Zhang Yanbin waved the iron rod, practiced his martial arts skills, and fought with all his strength. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhang Yanbin was knocked back more than 10 meters. The iron rod was also thrown into the air. Zhang Yanbin could have avoided it, but he chose to go forward and fight hard. The bandit leader was also in a bad situation after the hard fight. He had already used a big move and was then hit by the counterattack force from Zhang Yanbin. Suddenly, he suffered severe internal injuries. Zhang Xingting, Yuan Hai, and Tai Yi reacted. Each of them took out their killer moves. Tie, an arrow pierced his chest. Zhang Xingting and Yuan Hai each slashed at the bandit leader with a sword, sending him flying. This bandit was also chopped away and died a worse death than death. Lord! Several people rushed over to check on Zhang Yanbin. Don't touch me, I won't die. Zhang Yanbin felt pain all over his body. Iron Wings protect me. You 3, quickly surround and kill one, and then come to support. Also, let Xiaowu go look for the brocade box or something else, and don't let anyone else get close. And Zhang Yanbin was lying on the ground. He was also seriously injured. My whole body aches. Zhang Xingting and others led people to surround and kill other bandits. The two leaders were eliminated, and the others were killed quickly. Soon, it was cleaned up. The dozen or so players wanted to come over after seeing all the bandits being killed. Stop! Anyone who comes close will be shot. Zhang Xingting looked at them coldly, with a row of archers behind him. What do you mean? It's all our credit to defeat these bandits. You're just here to pick up the slack. Move aside. Most of the credit belongs to us, and the spoils are ours too. Someone saw Wang Xiaowu running to the center of the village. He must be looking for the brocade box. They have fought against third-level bandits and know this. However, Zhang Xingting looked at them coldly and didn't waste any words with them. These people are helpless. No matter how they argue or dispute, it's useless. It is indeed useless to argue with NPC soldiers, as they only listen to their own lords. Chapter 65. First kill at level 4, reaching the top. This battle has contributed several thousand points to Zhang Yanbin. For others, it is not so easy to increase points now. There are too many people, but it's strange. There will be less to share. A dozen players watched Zhang Yanbin's soldiers cleaning up the battlefield from a distance. They were also jealous and wanted to go up. There are good things all over the floor. These are elite monsters, and there are leaders. There must be a lot of things revealed. They also saw a man running towards the center of the village. These people had also fought at level 3 and knew that there was a brocade box in the cabin. And I don't know what these 4th-level bandits have. Zhang Yanbin lay down and slowly practiced his skills. As the skills started to work, my whole body started to ache again. But after the soreness subsided, I felt much better. Slowly, he was able to sit up. Just now, my whole body felt like it was falling apart, and it hurt every time I moved. Am I the type to take a beating? I always run into these perverts. Not long after he sat up, Wang Xiaowu came running over. Lord, this is what we found inside. Zhang Yanbin's face was blue, but he could move. It was a brocade box and a rather large box. Zhang Yanbin took the brocade box first. Opened the brocade box. His eyes lit up. At first glance, it was an epic martial arts book. His territory was going to have another expert. Next, there are several books on advanced techniques and skills. These are the only books in the brocade box. Zhang Yanbin put it away. Open the box. The box is too big and Zhang Yanbin can't carry it now. Yes, Lord. Wang Xiaowu put the box on the ground and opened it. Fuck, they're all gold coins. Get thousands. 1 gold coin is worth 10,000 yuan, and 1,000 gold coin is worth 10 million yuan. There were indeed gold coins inside. Wang Xiaowu counted them and found that there were 1,500 of them. That's 15 million. In fact, if the battle was won normally, these gold coins would not be enough to make up for the losses. Because if we attack a 4th-level stronghold, no one knows how many people will die. However, if they can take it down, the players won't lose too much. System, all of these have been thought of. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Yanbin got a great bargain. In the 3rd-level stronghold, the first kill has advanced skills. For the 4th-level cottage, the first kill is epic. Level 5, don't even think about it. Players will definitely not be able to beat it. On the map, the center is marked in red, a level 5 stronghold. I don't know why the system came up with this. If we take down other 4th-level strongholds, we will at least find a few advanced martial arts books. Lord, here are 2 books of advanced skills and 2 books of intermediate skills. It was found on the 2 leaders. Yuan Hai, I'm cleaning up the battlefield. If you find something good, come over and report first. Zhang Yanbin sat on the ground, cross-legged. Okay, give me the books so I can distribute them when I get back. You guys continue cleaning up the battlefield. After saying that, Zhang Yanbin closed his eyes and concentrated on practicing his skills. The divine dragon's true energy circulated around his body, relieving his pain bit by bit. At the same time, I feel that my skills will improve a little bit. That's right, Zhang Yanbin has exhausted all his strength, and his skills will improve a lot afterwards. The soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield, and the players were very jealous. But I didn't dare to come over. These NPC soldiers will not show any mercy to them. If they really come over, they will definitely attack. Go straight to the top. A 4th-level cottage will be awarded 10,000 points directly. Get the brocade box and the gold box. Directly gave 10,000 points. Before the injury, Zhang Yanbin was ranked first in points. Those players were also certain that this cavalry belonged to Zhuge Shenlong. Zhang Yanbin topped the list, and the forum immediately exploded. I didn't expect that the second place would be Quangfeng. The strong wind was originally the first, but now it is the second. Zhang Yanbin has recovered 60% and can get up and move around. Zhang Xingting, what are the casualties? Zhang Xingting clasped his hands together and saluted, saying, Lord, more than 60 of our brothers died in this battle. Zhang Yanbin nodded. There are only about 300 of them now. The battlefield is still being cleaned up. There are also many copper and silver coins. There are also some weapons and equipment, as well as quite a few books. There are many books on basic techniques and skills. There are beginner ones and occasionally intermediate ones. These are all huge fortunes. Many of Zhang Yinbin's soldiers were injured, and his 4 important subordinates also suffered heavy losses. There is no way to continue attacking in the short term. Stay where you are and have a good rest. Zhang Yinbin must rest well. For the time being, they have no fighting power. Rested here for more than an hour. At this time, Ziling finally caught up with his troops. When she arrived, she was shocked. What I saw was corpses all over the ground. The battlefield was in a mess. At this time, Zhang Yinbin did not order to stop them. Because the battlefield has been cleaned up. Are you Zhuge Shenlong? Ziling walked up to Zhang Yinbin and asked. Zhang Yinbin just nodded slightly. He was wearing a mask, and no one could see his expression. I called you before. Why did you ignore me? Zhang Yinbin recalled for a moment, then said, Long legs, do we know each other? You? Ziling thought about it carefully and realized that Zhuge Shenlong might not have heard her shout at that time. You're quite good. You managed to make it this far and still keep your army intact. Zhang Yinbin took a look and found that Ziling's army had about 400 people. Ziling's face turned a little red. She always follows behind to get the bargains. Let me ask you, why did you only kill half of the level 3 cottages? Zhang Yinbin did not lie to her and told her his true thoughts. It turns out that there are such good things in the 3rd level village. The leader of the 3rd level stronghold dropped a lot of intermediate skills and skill books, but Zhang Yinbin didn't have time to pick them up. Ziling picked up more than 20 books on martial arts along the way, which was a huge fortune. Ziling is very tall, 1.81 meters. There is nothing wrong with calling her long-legged. This is a 4th level stronghold. Did you also take it down? Zhang Yinbin shook his head and said nothing. My name is Ziling. I'm grateful for taking advantage of you this time. Can I follow you from behind? Zhang Yinbin looked at her army. Her army was pretty good. Your army's armor looks a bit strange. Ziling's army wore red armor. Well, there is a special stone mine in the territory, it's red. Actually, it's just a special color, and it has an additional magic resistance property. This property is completely useless and hasn't played any role so far. Zhang Yinbin's heart moved. He thought of the demons. Add me as a friend. I want to buy your ore. Zhang Yinbin is very direct. Okay, we'll discuss it after the battle. By the way, can you sell your warhorse? Yes, if you need it, you can trade it with your red ore. Let me ask you another question. Do you know what this magic resistance attribute is used for? Ziling still hasn't figured out the function of this ore's special properties. Zhang Yinbin did not answer. If it's difficult, forget it. Ziling saw that Zhang Yinbin seemed unwilling to speak. In the game, there were indeed many valuable secrets, so it was normal for him to be unwilling to speak. There's nothing I can't tell you. I was on a mission before, and I encountered demons in a special space. They were very difficult to deal with. I think your ore is specifically designed to resist demons. Chapter 66. Encountering a strong wind. Zhang Yinbin himself didn't know whether he would encounter the demons again. But it's always a good idea to be prepared. The two of them added each other as friends. Next, they decided to act together. Zhang Yinbin did not ride a horse, but walked together. Although Zhang Yinbin and his men had extra war horses, Ziling and his army did not know how to ride horses. A 4th level stronghold would require more than 20,000 men to successfully capture. From now on, my role won't be that big. Outside, the 3rd level bandits have been wiped out. It would be okay to find 3 or 5 more by daybreak. It is impossible to continue the large-scale and rapid sweep. Zhuge Shenlong, have you ever thought about cooperating with other players? Let's look for them. There must be a lot of large troops there. Ziling, we were chasing all the way, so we didn't run into other players. However, she also learned some information through the forum. The game, Tornado, is a game where a large number of players gather together and then promise to give benefits to others and buy points with money. Talk in the game, then start a live video recording and promise them how much benefits they will get. Therefore, for many 3rd level cottages, most of the points are taken away by Quanfeng. The Wind has always been very capable. He has now gathered more than 30,000 people. At the same time, the spoils of war on the battlefield were divided among them. But the final points must be his. At the same time, they will also provide compensation offline. This was a public speech and was also recorded on video. There are not many other players in the team. Some of them have only 100 or 200 people left. A large number of players gathered together. There must be a capable and prestigious person, and Quanfeng is such a person. So, he recruited many people along the way. Although the loot obtained was not much, the points kept increasing. These people also thought it was best to divide the spoils. Because if someone else leads them, there will definitely be chaos, and each team has its own little ideas. Quangfeng was willing to provide compensation. Their own team was not strong and had not achieved much. By helping Quangfeng, they gained benefits at the same time. This was just right. Quangfeng and his group of more than 30,000 people discovered a 4th-level stronghold at this time. They don't know what's going on with Zhang Yanbin. However, with more than 30,000 people, attacking the 4th-level stronghold was naturally a piece of cake for them. Zhang Yanbin and his team walked for 2 hours, and the scouts discovered the situation on the Quangfeng side. Long legs, you can cooperate with them. My name is Ziling. All the way, Zhang Yanbin called her long legs. Her legs are indeed long. After protesting several times, Zhang Yanbin still called her long legs. I can't do that. With this amount of troops, there's no point in getting a few hundred extra points. My ranking is not going to go up any further. Saving their lives will only damage our foundation if they die. Zhang Yanbin fully agreed with Ziling's idea. By cooperating with tens of thousands of players, you can at most earn a few extra points, but not too much. Since they can no longer influence the overall rankings, it is better to keep them alive. After all, dying once will damage your foundation. Even if you complete the mission, the penalty will be halved. Zhang Yanbin and the others walked over slowly. Arrived at the place. That's the team of the storm. When they reached the outskirts, Ziling recognized Quangfeng. Yeah, I saw him too. After all, they had done a mission together, so Zhang Yanbin still recognized Quangfeng, who was in command. Zhuge, can they take it down? Yes, but at least 20,000 people will die. If someone doesn't cooperate, I'm afraid more people will die. Oh, Ziling, who was originally eager to try, suddenly just wanted to watch the show. Get on your horses and let's watch the show. Even if you don't know how to ride a horse, you can still learn by sitting on its back. Despite her long legs, Zhang Yanbin still helped her ride on a warhorse. After Quangfeng assigned the tasks, he began to attack from all sides. He is still quite smart. Gather all the people in the team who have shields. However, this also caused many teams to break up. The attack began. The fighting methods of Quangfeng and his men are much more methodical than those of the previous group. But a 4th-level copycat is a 4th-level copycat. Very lethal. The archers inside, wave after wave, caused them great trouble. However, they broke through the first obstacle and the casualties were not that heavy. Then, start attacking the second line of defense. The second line of defense is clearly failing. The team has been broken up and their coordination has dropped significantly. Because some types of troops needed to be concentrated, such as shieldmen, spearmen, and archers, the troops of a territory were dispersed. In this way, it will naturally be much more troublesome to cooperate. The intelligence of NPC soldiers in many territories is not very high. For some, this was their first time fighting such a large-scale battle. With no experience or intelligence, command depends entirely on the strong wind. So, a lot of problems arose. Ziling was also scared after seeing it. They might as well just spread out their attacks, attack freely, and play to their respective strengths. Don't worry, once the bandits inside rush out, they will be in chaos and completely out of control. This is what a hastily put-together team looks like. There are many similar teams in the Endless Land. There were many people who did not have enough numbers to attack the 4th-level bandits, and were wiped out. There was also an even larger team that directly and chaotically took down the 4th-level stronghold. Now, players have no choice but to unite. After some effort, Quangfeng's team finally broke through the second line of defense of the mountain stronghold. But the nightmare also began. The bandits inside were not as they imagined and were not fighting a positional battle with them. Instead, he rushed out. They rushed out and started killing indiscriminately. These scattered troops immediately fell into chaos. There were huge losses of personnel. Large numbers of people were killed. It's so tragic. Ziling looked at it and said. Zhang Yanbin's eyes were searching for something on the battlefield. The leader hasn't come out yet. It's still early. They've already lost over 10,000 people. I'm afraid this wave can't be stopped. Despite the large crowd, the wind still made a big mistake. The team was broken up. If the team is not broken up, then the people in each territory can still surround and kill a few bandits. Now, they can't cooperate with each other. There were too many casualties from the random killings by the bandits. Quangfeng also discovered the problem and hurriedly made adjustments. However, the battlefield was too chaotic. The order was not conveyed smoothly at all. Some lords, without caring about others, retreated with their troops. In short, the battlefield is now in chaos. The bandits also dispersed. They are not afraid of being besieged. Not afraid of getting hurt, just killing indiscriminately. Some bandits with large-scale killing skills rushed into the crowd and used their greatest skills. Killed dozens of people in a row. Then, he consumed a lot of energy and was surrounded and killed. There are many such elites. It dealt a heavy blow to the player team. Here I come. Zhang Yinbin had just finished speaking. The two bandit leaders rushed out. The two leaders are incredibly powerful. Kill all the way. There were corpses everywhere and no one could stop them. I have seen all the gifts you sent me. Thank you. Here is a 10,000-word update. Chapter 67, Intercept. Finally it came out. Zhang Yinbin had been waiting for the two bandit leaders to come out. They are the bandit leaders? Two of them. Ziling is not very familiar with the endless battlefield. That's right, both leaders are very strong. This battle will be difficult to win. The two leaders killed everyone. They rush over wherever there are crowds of people. A lot of chopping. Although there are many teams of players, they are slowly disintegrating at this time. Go ahead and stop these two people. Surround and kill together. Quanfeng wanted to command these troops, but he couldn't. Needless to say, the scene was chaotic. Those NPC teams only listened to their own lords and not Quanfeng. Many lords died in the battle, and some were dispersed. Strong winds could only watch their own troops being scattered and then slaughtered. The player was attacked back and forth by two leaders. Zhang Yinbin watched from a distance, indifferent. He didn't want to go up to help, nor should he go up to help. Players still make up the majority. Some lords reacted. Dozens of people surrounded a bandit and tried to kill him. It would be good to kill one more person and earn more points. On the battlefield, the number of people was decreasing rapidly. The number of players is decreasing, and there are only more than 3,000 left. On the other hand, there weren't many bandits left. There were only more than 200 bandits. However, the two bandit leaders were still very fierce. Quanfeng looked at the rankings. It is difficult to increase the points. Rush forward and surround and kill the two leaders. Whoever kills them will be the one to take over. Whoever kills the bandit leader will receive the reward, and I'll also give him 500,000 copper coins. 500,000, that's 500,000 federal coins. A lot of money. With the huge reward, many people went to surround and kill the bandit leader. Quanfeng finally organized hundreds of people and charged towards the bandit leader. Ha ha ha. Good to come. Kill. The bandit leader became even more excited when he saw so many people. Rush forward and immediately unleash a powerful killing move. He chopped more than 20 people flying, then charged into the crowd, slashing wildly with his sword. Anyone who is touched will be either killed or injured. At this time, a leader had been completely entangled by a group of desperate people. Some players saw the opportunity and rushed into the village. At this time, there were not many bandits, and they wanted to get into the brocade box inside. Many players commanded their teams and rushed in together. Suddenly, more than 1,000 people rushed into the mountain stronghold. A bandit leader saw this and became furious. I'm not dead yet. The bandit leader immediately chopped down the two people who were blocking his way and quickly chased after them. After several jumps, the bandit leader appeared in front of everyone. Kill. Kill directly from the inside out. However, the players at this time are fanatical. He's alone. Go in and kill him. Whoever grabs it first gets it. Don't be afraid. Just go in and kill them. The players went crazy too. For a 4th level stronghold, they didn't know what the reward was, but it must be very tempting. The bandit leader went crazy. Holding the knife in both hands, they hacked and killed people. Immediately, dozens of people became his victims. However, these players can be scary when they don't care about their lives. The bandit leader was injured several times. The injured bandit was still crazy, as if he didn't feel any pain. Ha ha, all of you will be buried with me. There was a flash of red light, and the bandit leader used some unknown skill, but he swept his long sword across, killing more than 200 people in an instant. The battlefield was empty. In front, everyone was killed. The bandit leader knelt on one knee, using his long sword to hold himself up. Tai Yi grabbed the head. Wang Xiaowu, find an opportunity to go in and retrieve the things. Zhang Xingting, Yuan Hai is ready to charge into the formation to rescue people. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yinbin knew that the bandit leader was at the end of his strength and was about to die. At this time, the player is afraid of being killed. More than 1,000 people rushed in, and at least 500 were killed. Tiei rode out on his horse, bow and arrow in his hand. Take out a very long arrow. Bend the bow. Shoot an arrow. The arrow flew away at high speed. Puff. The arrow was very accurate and pierced directly through the bandit leader's throat. The bandit had no strength left, not even the strength to dodge. I got the points. Zhang Yinbin was very happy when he saw it. At this time, Wang Xiaowu climbed and jumped. He practiced boxing and leg techniques at the same time, so his movements were agile and quick. Someone went in. Wang Xiaowu ran inside very quickly. At this moment, the player finally woke up. The bandit leader was also dead. Hurry, rush in, don't let anything get stolen. However, they were still slow to react. This was not the first time Wang Xiaowu took something. He went straight to where the thing was. Take the things and run away. He wanted to run out of the back door of the village. Long legs, just wait here. I'm going to pick someone up. Ziling didn't say anything, just nodded silently. She knew what Zhang Yinbin was going to do. To fish in troubled waters. This will offend a lot of players. Zhang Yinbin is not afraid, and neither is she. However, since Zhang Yinbin can get the benefits, but she can't, there is no need for her to go. Walk. Zhang Yinbin rode away on his horse, and the soldiers behind him followed. Zhang Yinbin ran straight to the back of the mountain stronghold. At this time, Wang Xiaowu was being chased by a group of people. Kill them. A group of players were rushing out to intercept Wang Xiaowu, but Zhang Yinbin and the others had already raised their knives. Just kill him directly. The cavalry passed by, and the players fell to the ground one after another. They were originally a group of rabble, and they were killed and dispersed after one round. Then, everyone protected Zhang Yinbin and looked at the few players. Wang Xiaowu stepped forward and handed the brocade box and the box to Zhang Yinbin. Lord, everything is here. Zhang Yinbin nodded. He placed the golden box directly into the ring. There's nothing fancy about gold coins. Open the brocade box. Really? When he opened it, the system prompted that the points had been given to him. However, there are only a few high-level techniques and skill books in it, and no epic ones. Zhang Yinbin put away the brocade box with some disappointment. Who are you? Hiding your head and showing your tail. Hand over the things. Bring the brocade box. A group of people only dared to curse from a distance. Because Zhang Yinbin's army was eyeing them covetously. The archers, now holding crossbows, aimed at them. Come on, follow me and kill Quangfeng. Zhang Yinbin ignored the remaining players and spoke to his men. He walked in front, and the army followed behind. What did he just say? He seemed to be saying he wanted to kill Stormy. Does he have a grudge against Quangfeng? He dared to kill Quangfeng. No wonder they wear masks. At this time, they did not look at the rankings. If they had looked, they would have found that Zhang Yinbin's points had increased a lot. Zhang Yinbin circled again and came to the previous battlefield. The sudden appearance of this cavalry team made everyone feel a little strange. I don't know who the other person is. Quangfeng, I didn't expect to run into you here. I've already taken the things from the village. Thank you very much. Zhang Yinbin shouted at the strong wind in the distance. The sound is loud enough for most players to hear. Zhuge, Shenlong. The strong wind almost roared out. The two of them have a great hatred for each other. Chapter 68, Killing Quangfeng. The strong wind made him tremble a little. Zhang Yinbin actually stole things from the village. Not only do they rob things, they also kill people. If you wanted to kill me that day, you must be prepared to be killed by me today. All troops, prepare. Anyone who dares to take action will be killed. Zhang Yinbin wanted to kill Quangfeng alone. Arrogant. You have epic skills and techniques, and I do too. You are not qualified to kill me alone. Quangfeng. Zhang Yinbin helped him complete the task that time, and he was rewarded. Obtained epic skills and skill books. At that time, big capital had not yet invested, so he learned it on his own. After learning, he also knew that he could apply it to reality. At this time, Zhang Yinbin actually wanted to kill him alone. Zhang Yinbin jumped off his horse, still holding his iron stick in his hand. As for the others, Zhang Yinbin's army, they were eyeing the people around them covetously. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed without mercy. Come on, I want to kill you too. Quangfeng's weapon is a knife. Zhang Yinbin walked over very calmly. Hurry, hurry, record the video. Big news. I recorded it a long time ago. Who looks like you? There's going to be some fun. I bet Quangfeng will win. He's the leader of a large guild, and he has good equipment and skills. It's hard to say. Zhuge Shenlong has been famous for a long time. I think this battle will probably last half an hour. Zhuge Shenlong. His weapon is so unassuming. It looks like just an ordinary broken stick. Those who watch never care about the severity of the matter. It's good to be able to watch the show. Quangfeng held the knife and posed, waiting for Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin took one step at a time, very calmly. When he was more than 10 meters away, he grabbed the iron rod with one hand. Quangfeng, we've been fighting to the death for a long time. If we meet again in the future, there's no need to say anything harsh. Just kill us directly. No matter what method you use to kill me, it's fine. Of course, if I meet you, I will kill you directly. The wind was raging. After all, he is the president of a large guild. Even though it is no longer the #1 guild in the world, it is still considered one of the top 10 guilds in the Eastern continent. Now, Zhang Yinbin calmly made harsh remarks. That means, kill him every time you see him. Arrogant. Die for me. I have more people than you, and I'll pile you up like a pile to death. After saying that, Quang stopped talking nonsense, held the knife in both hands, and rushed over to kill. Zhang Yinbin gently lifted the iron rod and held it with both hands. Then, block it. Come. There was a noise, not too loud. Zhang Yinbin stood still, but Quang took 2 steps back. You know, Zhang Yinbin's movements were so light and airy. Moreover, Quang was the attacking party. Nothing more than that. I'll kill you in 3 moves. After saying that, Zhang Yinbin moved. The movement is very fast. He hit him directly on the head with a stick. Come. With a loud bang, Quang tiger's mouth was cracked and the knife in his hand flew out directly. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yinbin swept the iron stick across and directly blew off the head. Quang had no strength to resist and was killed instantly. Looking at Quang corpse, Zhang Yinbin felt no emotion at all. It's over. Aren't we going to have a big fight? Quang, have you really learned an epic level technique? Quang, it can't be a parallel import. I haven't even taken out the melon yet, and it's already over. Zhang Yinbin didn't even glance at Quang, but turned and walked towards his own camp. He jumped onto his warhorse, waved his hand, and the team turned around and left. The archers also put away their Zhuge crossbows. He arrived at Ziling's formation in the distance. We're done here. Let's go to the next place. The warhorses can carry you. As long as we don't run wildly, it should be fine. Okay, I'll go with you. On the road, Zhang Yinbin walked parallel to Ziling. Quang, you just killed him with 2 moves like that. Didn't he also learn an epic level technique? Do epic level skills also have different strengths? Ziling was watching this scene from a distance. Zhang Yinbin is so neat and efficient. Maybe he really has learned it. I can't test it out. He is too weak. Forehead. There is a black line on Ziling's head. Is this a compliment to yourself? It seems that the exaggeration is not wrong. Zhuge Shenlong, will you still steal monsters next time? It depends on the situation. If it's the enemies, we'll try to take it. If it's not the enemies, we'll cooperate the best. Oh. The two continued to move forward. The war horses trotted all the way. Although Ziling's team did not know how to ride, they had saddles and reins, so they would not fall off. Of course, this is the only way, as they have no fighting power on horseback. The warhorse trotted for more than an hour. At this time, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lord, there's something going on ahead. A large group is moving. Explore again. There are always scouts ahead, and they come to report when they discover something. After a while, another scout came back and said, Lord, there are more than 20,000 people ahead, preparing to attack the 4th level stronghold. Go and take a look. Keep alert on both sides. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Yinbin could see the opponent's large team. At this time, a group of people surrounded the stronghold, but had not yet attacked. Zhang Yinbin and his team are very eye-catching. They are all white war horses. The 2 people in the lead, one was wearing a mask, and the other was a beautiful woman with long legs. Heroes and beauties are always so eye-catching. See, Zhang Yinbin and others are coming. A few people discussed it, and then one person came over. Friends, I'm from the Ant Guild. My name is Ma Fading. I wonder who you 2 are from. Ma Fading is quite interesting. He is in his early 20s, but he actually imitates the ancients and salutes with his hands clasped together. Zhang Yinbin also bowed and said, Zhuge Shenlong, I'm passing by and came to take a look. Ziling, if you meet a big guy on the road, let's go for a companion. The other party was obviously stunned. It turned out to be Zhuge Shenlong. It turns out to be Brother Shenlong. Brother Shenlong, where are you coming from and where are you going? Ma Fading suddenly felt a little stupid. The question asked is a bit silly. This is an endless battlefield. No one has a purpose. Only when you encounter it will you know what to do. Brother Zhuge, how about we attack the stronghold together? This time, Ma Fading finally learned his lesson. I've also seen 2 teams attack a level 4 stronghold, and both were wiped out. Of course, many of Quang teams still survived, but I killed Quang and robbed the things in the village. Ma Fading was stunned for a moment. It was not right for him to invite her, nor was it right for him not to invite her. However, Ma Fading comes from a wealthy family after all. Reacted immediately. Then he said, That's great, Brother Zhuge. You have experience, why don't you take part in the command? Okay, we can negotiate the terms. Zhang Yinbin accepted it very calmly. He followed. Ma Fading introduced himself to everyone. No one expected that Zhuge Shenlong would appear here. I only have some suggestions. If you follow my advice, I will join you. If you don't wanna, that's fine. I won't do anything behind your back. Unless you are all dead, I will take action, otherwise I will not steal anything. Some people's faces suddenly looked unhappy. This Zhuge Shenlong is too arrogant. There are only a few hundred people. Do you really think you are the best in the game? I see some people are dissatisfied. Zhang Yinbin didn't care. He crossed his arms and just looked at the people. These people are the management team they temporarily elected. Chapter 69, Commanding Operations. Everyone fell silent. Zhang Yanbin is here to divide the spoils. Everyone, I believe in Brother Zhuge. The fact that he ranks first in points and is so much higher than the second place is proof of that. Brother Zhuge, he was able to get so many points with so few people. We should trust him. Ma Fading seems to have a very high prestige among everyone. He agreed and then convinced everyone. Brother Zhuge, you make the arrangements, and we'll all listen to you. Zhang Yanbin nodded. Then he said, let me first state my conditions. There are 2 bandit leaders, both of whom have the ability to kill in one go. I can help you deal with one, and no one else needs to intervene. Of course, I won't participate in ordinary attacks. My army cannot be wasted like this. Secondly, there's a brocade box with more than a dozen advanced techniques and skills books inside. I want 1 advanced technique and 1 advanced skill book. There's also a gold chest with 1,500 gold coins in it, but I don't want any of it. The bosses I kill, and the things that drop, belong to me. When everyone heard this, they really didn't know that there were actually 2 leaders inside. Everyone thought about it for a while, and felt that what Zhang Yanbin asked for was a bit too much for one person. But he also left most of his things to them. After a brief discussion, everyone agreed. Brother Zhuge, you make the arrangements. Zhang Yanbin was not polite at this time. After the fight, he planned to try his luck somewhere else. In any case, after the fight, this group of people were useless and had no ability to attack the next stronghold. Okay, the first line of defense is actually very simple and can be taken down relatively easily. The key is the second level. Once you break through the second level, the bandits inside will rush out. They have no order at all. You, from each territory, form several teams. Each team will surround and kill 1 bandit. Zhang Yanbin told them all his plans. He drew on the characteristics of the 2 attacks on the stronghold and arranged them for them. At this time, they only had to trust Zhang Yanbin. According to Zhang Yanbin's arrangement, they sent a small number of people, covering them with shields, followed by a few strong fighters. Break the first line of defense. Not many people died in the first line of defense. The second line of defense was formed by a small team, including shields, spearmen, and those using axes and machetes, who broke through the second line of defense. Of course, there were also archers providing cover and counterattack. And the army, outside, formed into small groups. These small groups have varying numbers of people, and they are all our own people. A lord, with his men, configures his own team according to their combat power, and a team has to deal with a bandit. There aren't many bandits inside. If several of them attack one, the casualties will be minimal. Everything went smoothly according to Zhang Yanbin's plan. Sure enough, once the second line of defense was broken, these bandits lost control and rushed out together. Luckily, we have Brother Zhuge. Otherwise, if these bandits had charged out, our team would have been in chaos. They are too powerful. Everything developed according to Zhang Yanbin's idea. These bandits were cleared out relatively smoothly. Although the player's team has suffered a heavy blow, it will not collapse. Brother Zhuge, is this bandit leader so powerful that he wants me to prepare a team of 1,000 people to fight him? Zhuge Shenlong asked him to prepare 1,000 men, who should have relatively high combat effectiveness. And what about himself? There are more than 300 people. In fact, Zhang Yanbin had no intention of using numbers to deal with a bandit leader. The 2 sides fought fiercely for a while. The bandit leader came out. There were 2 bandit leaders, one armed with a spear and the other with a broadsword. He rushed out and used a big move right away. More than 20 players were swept away. Quick, go stop the bandit leader. The 2 bandit leaders have started killing indiscriminately, causing them great harm. So fierce. Ma Fading was also shocked. He didn't know that the bandit leader would be so powerful. The random charge caused great harm to the originally arranged team. Ma Fading did not dare to ignore it and directly arranged people to intercept the bandit leader with a spear. It's our turn. Zhuge Shenlong, how many people do you plan to go with? Ziling did not participate in the battle, but she was always watching beside Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin brought Zhang Xingting, Wang Xiaowu, Tie, and Yuan Hai with him. That's enough. If there are too many people, the losses will be great. I have also arranged a few crossbowmen. There were indeed a few crossbowmen following behind. However, they were only taking precautions and only disrupting the bandit leader. Walk. A bandit leader with great destructive power. In just a short while, hundreds of people were slaughtered. Zhang Yanbin and others rushed forward. Everyone around here, get out of the way quickly. Zhang Yanbin didn't need to shout. Someone blocked the bandit leader, and they quickly fled for their lives. This bandit leader is so terrifying that no one can withstand a single blow from him. The bandit leader just glanced at Zhang Yanbin and slashed at him with a knife. Snort. With a cold snort, Zhang Yinbin grasped the iron rod in both hands and rushed forward to fight. Clang. Ah! The bandit leader did not expect that Zhang Yinbin actually blocked his attack. Haha, not bad. But you have to die too. The bandit leader attacked again. Zhang Yinbin, Yuan Hai, and Zhang Xingting attacked together. The three of them attacked together and blocked the bandit leader's move. And Wang Xiaowu is good at sneak attacks from all around. His detour also put some pressure on the bandit leader. Tie drew his bow and arrow, aiming at the bandit leader, but never attacked. This also put great pressure on the bandit leader and distracted his attention. However, after aiming for a while, seeing that the bandit leader noticed him, he shot an arrow at him head-on. This arrow was not intended to attack, but to intimidate. Ding! The arrow hit the big knife with incredible power. The bandit leader immediately knew that he would definitely be injured if attacked by Tie. This made him more cautious. At this time, he was unable to attack Zhang Yinbin and others with all his strength. However, Zhang Yinbin and the other four can attack with all their strength. Wang Xiaowu had already attacked him with 2 punches from behind. However, the damage is not very great. However, it also made the bandit leader afraid to use his full strength. He must save some energy to deal with it. First level. Zhang Xingting shouted. At first, the bandit leader didn't know what it meant. Then, double, triple. The bandit leader understood that this was skill stacking and damage stacking. Fourth level. When it came to the 4th level, the bandit leader felt a little pressured and focused most of his attention on Zhang Xingting. 5th level. Kill. The bandit leader did not dare to be careless and immediately burst out with a strong killing force. The long sword swept sideways. The knife, still with a blade light, is obviously very powerful. Bang! Zhang Xingting fought him head-on. He was directly knocked away, flying about 10 meters. There are soldiers. Hurry over and rescue Zhang Xingting. The bandit leader was slightly stunned. This killer move of his was meant to kill several people. As a result, only Zhang Xingting was knocked away, and the rest of the people were fine. Right now, Tie loosened his hand, and the arrow flew out. At this time, the bandit leader had just used a big move, and all his movements slowed down a bit. Chapter 70 Level 5 Bandit Riot. Tie, one arrow, is very powerful. The speed is also extremely fast. When the bandit leader discovered him, he hit in a hurry, but could only avoid the vital parts. Hit the bandit's shoulder. With a shoulder injury, his combat effectiveness naturally decreased. Yuan Hai, who was standing by, was also ready and launched a powerful attack. The bandit leader could only fight passively, and Zhang Yinbin stepped forward quickly. Use the iron rod to attack the bandits on the left side. Because his left arm was injured, attack his left side and the damage to his left arm will be more serious. After several consecutive blows, the bandit leader could only block. Hateful. Go to hell. The bandit leader was angry. Let out a roar. Prepare to use your ultimate move. 7-star continuous shooting. Tie shouted again. The bandit leader just launched a big move. At this time, I don't know who to attack. Attack anyone including Zhang Yinbin, Yuan Hai, or Wang Xiaowu. These iron wings will take his life when he is weak. The arrow flew past quickly. The bandit leader subconsciously raised his hand to attack. At this time, Zhang Yinbin and his men had already left the range of the bandit's attack. The Iron Wing combo and the 7 stars combo were all broken by the bandit leader. In other words, the ultimate move was in vain. Kill him now. Of course, we should kill him while he is ill. Wang Xiaowu attacked from behind. He punched the bandit leader directly on the left shoulder. My left shoulder was already injured, and now it's even more injured. Now, the bandits can only hold the knife with their right hand. Although the power is still considerable, it is no longer comparable to before. Zhang Yinbin and Yuan Hai attacked fiercely. Use the strongest attack. Tie also continued to shoot arrows. But, Tie, the power of your arrows is very weak now. He had already used his ultimate move twice, and it didn't have much power at this point. However, the bandit leader didn't know this, so he didn't dare to be careless and had to be on guard against Tie. In this way, the bandit leader was bound everywhere. It's time to die. When Zhang Yinbin saw the bandit leader, his movements slowed down. My right hand was already trembling slightly. Find the right opportunity and chop his neck hard on the left side. If the bandit leader sees this, he will die. So, the bandit leader took the knife in his right hand and blocked the left side. Come. Blocked. The bandit leader was not killed by Zhang Yinbin. However, Wang Xiaowu, who came later, also practiced epic martial arts and boxing techniques. Someone attacked him from behind and hit his right hand joint. The bandit's knife flew out of his hand. Without weapons, he is no match for the opponent. Yuan Hai knocked him away with one move. Die. The bandit leader was struck and flew away, but he did not die. However, Zhang Yinbin simply accelerated, ran a few steps, and jumped up. While in the air, he swung his stick and knocked the bandit leader heavily to the ground. After a while, he was no longer breathing. The Lord is mighty. The things are in our hands. Wang Xiaowu came up and searched, then took away the spoils. Withdraw. Zhang Yinbin led his men and retreated directly to the periphery. Zhuge Shenlong, you are really amazing. You killed the bandit leader with just a few men. Ziling looked at Zhang Yinbin curiously, but couldn't see his expression. Zhuge Shenlong, over there, that leader is about to slaughter the entire army of 1,000 people. Why don't you go and help? Zhang Yinbin first looked at Zhang Xingting's injuries. The injury is not serious, but not light either. He used the wave sword technique to the 5th level, offsetting most of the bandit leader's power. Long legs, it's not that I don't want to help, but I don't have the ability. We've all used up our ultimate moves and are completely exhausted. We won't be able to help much if we go over now. Even Tie is now no different from an ordinary archer. Oh, Ziling knew the reason and stood quietly by. He observed Zhang Yinbin's team curiously. This team is very strong. This is Ziling's new understanding of them. Far away, still fighting. Of the 1,000 selected teams, only more than 300 people were left. Ma Fading didn't expect that the bandit leader would be so difficult to deal with. Zhuge Shenlong, do you think they can win? Ziling looked towards Ma Fading and the others, pointed at their battle circle with her slender finger, and said, how many times has the leader used his ultimate move? 2 or 3 times. Ziling couldn't be too sure. That will be soon. Once we have almost used up all the 1,000 men, we should be able to kill the leader. Zhang Yinbin and his men were chatting while practicing their martial arts techniques. Zhang Yinbin doesn't need it. He just needs to rest for a while, and he will recover slowly. Of course, running the exercises will be faster. He was just a little exhausted, not injured. So, I watched the battle from horseback. The battle situation was proceeding almost according to Zhang Yinbin's idea. Both sides are fighting hard. More than half of the players' team had already suffered casualties. However, the bandits were already at the end of their strength. The fierce battle continued for about half an hour. Ma Fading and his team were reduced to more than 100 people. The bandit leader was exhausted and was surrounded and killed. Next, it's time to clean. The bandits were slowly wiped out. It's over. The bandits were wiped out. Player team wins. However, the player's team lost 2/3. Ma Fading led everyone to clean up the battlefield. Half an hour later. Brother Zhuge, you choose first. This is a brocade box, and it contains high-quality items. Ma Fading brought the books over. Zhang Yinbin was not polite either. I got a set of gun skills and techniques books. I have to thank Brother Zhuge a lot. Otherwise, we might not be able to win. At the beginning, we were a little too arrogant. Thinking about it now, it's a good thing that Ma Fading chose to believe Zhang Yinbin at that time. Brother Zhuge, add me as a friend first. Also, beautiful Ziling, let's add her as a friend too. Zhang Yinbin did not refuse and added him as a friend. Brother Zhuge, please take us to level 3. I'm afraid we won't be able to fight to level 4. Zhang Yinbin shook his head and said, let's say goodbye. There's not much time left. It will end at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. There shouldn't be much change in points. I'm a cavalryman and won't be joining you guys. Ma Fading nodded and didn't say anything more. Just when Zhang Yinbin was about to ask Ziling what the next arrangements were, a system announcement made them change their previous thoughts. Ding system announcement. In the endless battlefield, the bandits are furious. Dali, the leader of the level 5 stronghold, feels that many of his subordinates have been killed and is determined to seek revenge. Attention, all players. In 2 hours, 100,000 level 5 bandits will attack from all directions. All players are within their attack range. Everyone was dumbfounded. This bandit can still do this. Level 5, directly 100,000. If it is stronger than level 4, there will be more people. How can we play this? Fuck, on the last day, I'm running for my life. No one expected that the system would have this trick up its sleeve. Level 4 is already very difficult to beat. However, most of the 4th level strongholds were still besieged by players. A small number of players were killed and scattered. And level 5. Although there are a lot of players, there may be hundreds of millions of people coming in. However, after 2 days of fighting, there won't be much left. At this point, who can be a match for a level 5 bandit? Chapter 71 Escape. 2 more hours. These 2 hours are for players to escape. Everyone fell into silence for a while. Ziling asked, Zhuge Shenlong, what do you want to do? I don't want to die. Dying once will damage my foundation. Zhang Yinbin really doesn't want to die. He calculated that if there were no cavalry in this level 5 stronghold, he could escape to the outermost area and hold out until the end of the mission. However, if the enemy has cavalry, this will be difficult. The best way is to escape. Flee away. Level 5 bandits should have high scores, but they are also very strong. This is Zhang Yinbin's judgment, but it is almost certainly correct. After thinking about it, everyone decided to escape. Long legs, come together. I can lend you the warhorse for another 2 hours, which is enough time for you to escape to the outer perimeter. Zhang Yinbin will act alone next. His warhorse will gallop very fast. Okay, thank you. Zhang Yinbin and his companions did not stay for long and immediately set off. The rest of the people also planned to leave like this. In the endless battlefield and huge space, 2 days of fighting passed. Now, including NPC soldiers, there are more than 20 million people. They are scattered everywhere. However, the 100,000 bandits in the center were making preparations at this time. Prepare for a massacre. They are well armed, and some of them are cavalry. Zhang Yinbin was not in a hurry. His cavalry team had 2 hours, which was enough time for them to leave. Although, the team with Ziling was not moving very fast. But it doesn't matter, they will separate in 2 hours. Along the way, Ziling was also thinking. It would take 2 days to reach the outermost area. If they kept running, the bandits would not be able to catch up with them. But not everyone ran. Some have already gathered large teams. There are tens of thousands of them. 100,000 bandits is a lot, but they have to scatter in all directions. So they could at least intercept the next part. These bandits are very powerful and must have high points. They might even get some good stuff. There are many people who have this idea. Because the endless battlefield is very large, and the strength of the 100,000 bandits will not be very good after they are separated. Zhuge Shenlong, don't you plan to kill a few bandits? Zhang Yinbin shook his head and said, it's very likely that the other side has cavalry, otherwise they wouldn't be able to catch up. I have enough points. I'm in first place now. I killed Kuangfeng in second place. I'm still a long way from third place. Being alive is better than anything else. After hearing this, Ziling also felt that it made sense. Because she seized a lot this time. Books on techniques, books on skills, and weapons. He seized a lot. As long as we return safely, the strength of the territory will increase significantly. 2 hours later, it was dark. That's how we parted ways. Can you give me the warhorse? I'll trade it with you for resources when I get back, or I can buy it now with money and a skill book. Zhang Yinbin and his men have already lost many men in the battle, and they don't need that many warhorses now. At the same time, Ziling and his group only had more than 300 people. Zhang Yinbin and his group also had more than 300 people. There are more than 800 warhorses. Okay, each of you will have a warhorse. Take care of yourselves. Wait, I want to go with you. Ziling suddenly changed her mind. Zhang Yinbin looked around at their army, then said with a smile, I'm sorry, your army can't keep up with my pace. I'll go with you. Let's split up my army into small groups. This way, at least some of them can be preserved. It's a smart choice, but follow me. Maybe I'll take a risk when I see an opportunity, and you might be in danger. Ziling shook her head and said, I was born in a very peaceful place. I have always been farming and have never experienced any battles. I am a lord. I need to learn these things, even if it's just to escape, even if it's just to lead the troops on a journey. I have to learn them. Okay, then you come along. I'll give you 10 minutes to make the arrangements. It wouldn't be a big problem to bring one more person along. Besides, Zhang Yinbin really wanted to escape this time. The war horses are just galloping. She has learned how to ride and won't slow down. Ziling herself didn't know why she thought this way. 10 minutes later, Ziling divided them into groups of dozens of people and broke out separately. Walk. Seeing that Ziling had made all the arrangements, Zhang Yinbin urged his warhorse and galloped in one direction this time. Soon, the bandits came out. They did have cavalry. Thousands of people rushed out in groups. Of course, there weren't a lot of infantry, but they gathered and fought. There was a team of 100,000 people, temporarily connected and put together. They formed a huge square formation and prepared to meet the arrival of the bandits. However, their 100,000 men encountered 5,000 bandit cavalry. The cavalry had no skills. Go straight through the middle. Break the formation from the middle. There were corpses everywhere along the way. Directly opened a bloody path. However, the story does not end there. After they rushed out, they turned back and continued to charge. These players, the phalanx they formed, were simply unstoppable. 100,000 people were slaughtered in just over an hour. Ha 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 ha. Stupid guy. Keep chasing. The king told us not to let any of them go. These cavalrymen are so powerful. In the 4 directions, there were only 4 cavalry units of 5,000 people, and the rest were infantry. Soon after the infantry came out, they gradually dispersed. Zhang Yinbin ran wildly for 2 hours, and then asked everyone to stop, rest, and practice. He tried to contact other people. Ma Fading could not be contacted. He contacted Wan Wan. The boss is so scary. He has 5,000 cavalrymen, and we have tens of thousands of people. If we can't stop him, the whole army will be wiped out. Zhang Yinbin became serious. The endless battlefield is definitely more familiar to the bandits than they are. There are 5,000 cavalrymen with high combat effectiveness. If you encounter them, you will definitely die. These cavalrymen are responsible for dispersing the players. The infantry behind them dispersed and wiped out everyone. Zhuge Shenlong, what do you think? Zhang Yanbin and his men built a fire and were not afraid of attracting the enemy, as the enemy would not appear so early at this time. He thought about it. Then he said, I'm afraid that if we flee to the periphery, there's a high chance we'll be killed. The only way is to avoid them. Longlegs thought for a moment, then asked, they're probably coming out from inside using a net. How can we hide? If we don't run into the cavalry, we can get out of the way. Run forward for another hour and let the bandits disperse a little more. Then we'll have a chance. Everyone else was practicing martial arts to recover quickly. Half an hour later, they were running again. The warhorse was urged to its fastest speed. Zhang Yanbin and his team arrived at an area with dense vegetation. Zhuge Shenlong, what should we do next? Give away the extra war horses. Wait for the bandits to come up, and have a few people lead their war horses and gallop forward to attract the enemy. Zhang Yinbin began to make arrangements. He arranged a few soldiers and asked them to run later. A few hundred meters away, they lit several fires. Zhang Yanbin and his group hid in the bushes. There are quite a lot of free gifts, and if you are willing to spend 30 seconds watching the advertisement, it must be true love. Needless to say, today is the 10,000th update. Chapter 72, Going the Other Way. They hid for about half an hour, and it was about time. We definitely can't wait for the enemy to come before running away, because then it will be too late. Half an hour, almost. Zhang Yinbin asked a few people to drive the horse team away. Will this bandit be fooled? In the bushes, with long legs, very close to Zhang Yinbin, she asked softly. A campfire is a trace, and so are the hoof prints of war horses. When the bandit cavalry sees them, they will chase them. They won't care if there are people hiding around, because there are people behind them to take care of it. As long as we can shake off the cavalry and let them pass, our chances of survival will be very good. The long-legged man nodded thoughtfully. At this time, the war horses were all muzzled and would not make any noises. There were also soldiers, each taking charge of a horse. Sure enough, more than 10 minutes later, a group of bandit cavalry arrived. They simply checked the traces and then chased forward. At this distance, a cavalry unit consists of about 500 men, and they have already split up again. There won't be any more cavalry coming our way. For safety's sake, wait another 20 minutes, and then we'll leave. The role of cavalry is to disperse people. A large army with 5,000 cavalrymen can be broken up and killed no matter if there are 100,000 or 80,000 of them. After killing the first wave, they divided into 10 teams and pursued forward. At this time, there are rarely any teams of hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of players. 500 is enough to disperse a team of thousands or even tens of thousands of players. Behind them, the bandits' infantry also came up quickly. Waited for 20 minutes. Get on the horse. Everyone, get on your horses. Zhang Yanbin is in front. Walk. Hello. Zhuge Shenlong, are you going in the wrong direction? Zhang Yanbin was heading towards the central area instead of running away. Yes, we will encounter bandit infantry in this direction, but we are cavalry and can bypass them. We can't get around them, and they can't catch up. The cavalry have all run to the periphery. This way we are safe. Ziling nodded and hurried to follow. Zhang Yanbin and his group went straight to the center. There are scouts ahead. They soon encountered the bandits' infantry and went around them. They chased for a while, but when they realized they couldn't catch up, they gave up. Zhuge Shenlong, you are really amazing. It's really fun to play with these bandits. Ziling was very happy that she was not caught up and burst into laughter. Tonight is a nightmare for most players. Some escaped early. However, they were caught up by the cavalry. Some gathered large numbers of people, but were easily dispersed by cavalry. Most people did not escape the fate of being killed. At first, they killed the bandits, and now they are being hunted by the bandits. Zhang Yanbin and his friends turned back and headed towards the center. Zhuge Shenlong, are we just going to keep running away like this? Zhang Yanbin did not answer. He had his own goals. His goal was clear, to explore the bandit stronghold. At this point, I'm afraid not many people can win. You may not win, you may die, but Zhang Yanbin just loves adventure. Run all the way. After running for more than 2 hours, I encountered many bandits. However, their ranks are getting smaller and smaller. These infantrymen have also been dispersed. The players have been dispersed. Now spread out, just right. Lord, We've spotted a bandit group of 10 ahead. Ouch. Zhang Yanbin ordered the entire army to stop. Think for a while. Surround them and kill them to see their strength. Zhuge crossbow, fire a volley, then surround and kill them. They only have 10 men, so we must not be careless. Yes. Orders must be obeyed. The team has strong execution capabilities. Zhang Yanbin and his team quickly made combat arrangements. Hundreds of people dismounted and rushed forward, starting with a round of arrows. These bandits reacted quickly. After one round of arrows, only 4 people were killed. The rest used knives to deflect the arrows. Kill them. Zhang Yanbin rushed to the front. With one blow of the stick, the bandit soldier on the opposite side was able to block it. You know, he is practicing a god-level technique. However, these bandits were quickly killed by many of them. Lord, we found 3 books on basic techniques and 1 book on elementary techniques. Zhang Shengting handed over the seized goods. At the same time, there were more than 300 copper coins. Zhang Yanbin took the things and looked at Ziling and said, "This group of bandits is not simple. Their level and strength are far beyond the ability of current players to deal with. I'm afraid not many people will survive this time. Zhuge Shenlong, you are amazing. If I follow you, I might actually be able to survive." Now, Ziling also understood. Running out is also dangerous. Of course, it is not easy to run to the center. The bandits' infantry were chasing them in a dragnet-like manner. There aren't many people who want to escape in. Zhang Yanbin looked at the corpse on the ground. These bandits are quite powerful. If they were in the inner circle, hunting them would be a good idea. However, the copycat attracted him more. Now, time is running out. It's already midnight. There were only a few hours left until 8 in the morning. He wanted to visit the village, even if he died there. Go, speed up. Zhang Yanbin discovered that there were only 10 people patrolling here, and most of the bandits should have been chased to the outskirts. The further inside you go, the safer it is. Of course, it also depends on how many people are left in the copycat. Zhang Yanbin and his friends ran all the way. At the beginning, we could still encounter small groups of bandits, but after 2 hours, we could hardly see any bandits. When Zhang Yanbin and his team discovered the bandit team, they avoided them. Don't get entangled. Killing a bandit would only earn you a few hundred points, which is not very meaningful. It is expected to arrive soon. Dismount and rest. Zhang Yanbin asked everyone to dismount and practice. This will help you recover quickly. They seem to be in much better shape than me. What level of skills have they learned? Ziling came to Zhang Yanbin and took out a fruit for him to eat. As the two of them ate, Zhang Yanbin said, "Everyone who can bring something must have at least an intermediate level technique. There must be more than 30 people learning advanced techniques." Ziling opened her mouth wide. All along, she felt that something was wrong with this team. "Ziling, swallow the fruit in your mouth." Then he said in shock, "Pervert, do you know that there are not many players who have learned advanced skills now? This high-level martial arts book of yours can be sold for at least 5 million. 5 million, do you understand?" "I understand. It takes more than that to defeat a 3rd-level stronghold." Ziling almost choked to death. "Compare yourself to others," Ziling said helplessly. "Many of my team don't even have basic skills. Do you have many basic skills? If you do, I'll trade some with you if I have something you like." Zhang Yanbin turned his head and looked her up and down. "I was attracted by her long legs. What do you want? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm talking about the things in my territory. I'll send you a list later." Ziling shrank back, wondering what Zhang Yanbin was going to do to her. She is a little girl. If she is really raped in the game, can she win the lawsuit in real life? Can I sue him and put him in jail? I'm not that kind of person. I don't know how many basic skills there are. I'll leave them to my subordinates to arrange. I only arrange advanced and above. The above. Ziling widened her eyes and looked at Zhang Yanbin. The above was epic. He had a lot, so did he still need to make arrangements? Chapter 73 Final Boss. Zhang Yanbin looked at Zhang Shengting and the other 4 and said, "I brought those 4 with the strongest combat power. They all have epic techniques and skills." Ziling was shocked. This is too much of a statement. What he didn't know was that Zhang Yanbin had another set in his ring, which he got from being the first to kill a level 4 copycat. There are even more advanced ones, and he has forgotten how many there are now. You really let the NPC learn it like this? It would be much better to give it to the players. Players can be resurrected after death. Even so, if you sell it, an epic level book would still be worth a fortune, probably tens of millions, and there would be people who would want it. Ziling looked at Zhang Yanbin as if he were a monster. Players will betray, but they, being loyal, can fight and die for me and our territory. Ziling fell silent and thought carefully. She suddenly felt that she needed to change her mind as well. Longlegs, treat this world as the real world. It will be good for you. I never treated them as statistics. but as brothers and family. Ziling nodded. She had always treated it as a game. This game can also make money, a lot of money. Now, it seems that it is time to change my mindset. No wonder you can become the #1 player in the game. Tomorrow, when those dead players are resurrected and can access the forum, there will definitely be a lot of people recording it. If a player dies, he or she will not be able to log into the game or post anything for a whole day. When they are resurrected, the forum will probably be lively again. In particular, Zhang Yanbin killed Kuang Feng swiftly and efficiently, and several other people fought against a bandit leader. Let's go, it's almost time. Seeing that the soldiers had almost recovered, Zhang Yanbin continued to move forward. After walking for another half an hour, they saw a huge fortress. A large number of tents. Zhuge Shenlong. It seems like there's no one here. When they reached the periphery, Zhang Yanbin and the others dismounted and moved forward carefully. However, when they got outside the village, they found that there was no one there. Zhang Yanbin and his team carefully searched several tents and wooden houses, but found nothing. So much food and fodder. Ziling searched a small wooden house full of food and supplies. How about we burn the whole place down and vent our anger? There must be a lot of food and other supplies here. After all, there are 100,000 bandits. Zhang Yanbin rolled his eyes at her, pulled her arm, and asked her to take 2 steps back. Spendthrift woman. Zhang Yanbin stretched out his hand and put all the food and supplies in the room into the ring. Ah, where's the food? Zhang Yanbin didn't say anything, but Ziling quickly guessed it. You have space equipment. A player doesn't have a backpack with only 100 slots. It can't hold anything. Well, I have space equipment. These are my spoils. Zhang Yanbin searched every room. Food, weapons and equipment. There are also ores and wood. Anyway, as long as it is useful material, Zhang Yanbin will not let it go. Ziling followed behind him and started to calculate how much this was worth and how much that was worth, but in the end she couldn't figure it out at all. You know, we should be frugal in our lives. I sold information to 10 guilds for 100 million, but it was all gone in a few days. Every penny counts. Zhang Yanbin has been collecting supplies and is really bored. So he started to educate Ziling. 100 million in just a few days. Ziling now felt that Zhang Yanbin was being Versailles and looked at him with righteous indignation. However, Zhang Yanbin has no time to pay attention to these things. He no longer knew how much he had collected. Even some marching tents were not spared. As long as it is valuable, I will take it all. By the time the harvest was over, daybreak was almost here. It was a little after 4 in the morning, and the sky was already starting to turn pale. Finally, Zhang Yanbin finished collecting. At this time, Zhang Xingting came to report. Lord, we found a small palace in the center. Our people didn't go in to investigate. We have investigated other places, but didn't find anyone. I have almost packed up my things. Something worth 100,000 people. When it comes to value, Zhang Yanbin really doesn't know how to say it. Maybe worth hundreds of millions? Maybe tens of millions? Zhang Yanbin didn't know and didn't care. Anyway, once the things are in his hands, they are his. Let's go and take a look together. Even if there's a monster inside, I'll accept it. Zhang Yanbin led the team towards the small palace in the center. It is said to be a palace, with several better rooms next to it. There is a large hall in the middle. Wang Xiaowu. Take 2 people to investigate. Wang Xiaowu is agile and suitable to be a scout. Ha 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 ha. Come in everyone. If there really is a rat, it dares to run to my place. At this time, a man's voice was so powerful that even Zhang Yanbin and others felt a little pain in their eardrums. Unfortunately, the thunderstorm can't get in. Zhang Yanbin hesitated at the door. There was a thunderstorm, and there would definitely be a fight inside. Let's go. We have to go in and take a look when we come here. See what kind of monsters the other party is. Epic. Zhang Yanbin has killed one. Judging from the sound, the strength should be epic. But, in the past, we had to rely on thunderstorms to withstand it. Now, without a thunderstorm, they didn't know what would happen. Let's go in and take a look at the endless battlefield and the ultimate boss. Zhang Yanbin personally pushed open the door of the hall. The hall is very big. Thousands of square meters. There is a throne in the middle, and a man in golden armor can be seen sitting there from afar. You are a bunch of rats, but you are smart enough to run to the middle. My 10 generals were useless. They actually let you slip away. When they come back, they will be severely punished. There are actually 10 generals here, but I don't know what level they are. And what level is the one on the throne? How dare you leave the city empty? Send out all your men? The man on the throne had no intention of standing up. His eyes were calm. God, I will send you in, but no one of epic level can come in. What do I have to fear? My 100,000 men were able to kill you all, but I never thought that you rats would dare to come to me. One mouse a mouthful. Zhang Yanbin was also angry. He looked around the hall. It was spacious and suitable for fighting. Ziling, go out first and find a place to hide. You'll be able to get out soon. Ziling stepped forward and thrust out her chest. She has long legs and a tall figure, so her breasts are naturally big. I can't escape. I have to learn to fight and kill. Whatever you want, we might all die later. The man on the throne finally stood up slowly. It's really infuriating that you rats have soiled my palace. Leave 50 spearmen behind, and the rest of you must retreat. Even if I die on the spot, you must not come back. If we die in battle, you will leave immediately. This is a military order. No one spoke. Some people went out on their own initiative. They also want to fight alongside Zhang Yanbin. But military orders are military orders. Chapter 74, A Brutal Battle. Ziling glanced at Zhang Yanbin. At this moment, I felt that he was very manly and responsible. His soldiers are absolutely loyal to him. Set up the formation. Zhang Yanbin only needs to talk about setting up the formation without mentioning the formation itself. Those who fought with him naturally understood Zhang Yanbin's thoughts. At this time, Zhang Shengting and Yuan Hai were on both sides of Zhang Yanbin. Tie retreated to the back. The spearmen formed a square formation with the tips of their spears pointed at the enemy. The man on the throne walked down slowly, holding a halberd in his hand. You are very brave. You even dare to fight back. This king will kill all of you stinking rats today. Kill. Zhang Yanbin was already angry and took the lead in attacking. He rushed forward and hit him on the head with a stick. Ding. There was a sound and the weapons collided. The man used his hand to casually block Zhang Yanbin's attack. Hey, you actually have so much strength. It's a pity that you only have basic skills. Cut. Zhang Shengting and Yuan Hai swung their swords at the same time. That man also casually pushed away the knives of the two men. The opponent didn't use any killer moves. It seemed like he was testing their strength. Tie quickly shot an arrow, but he was caught by the man with one hand. Yes, your team is very strong, but it's a pity that you ran into me. Go to hell. The bandit leader's expression suddenly changed, no longer as calm as before. Holding the halberd in both hands, he swept it across. Zhang Yanbin gripped the iron rod tightly with both hands and took the initiative to step forward to block. Dang. This time, there was a loud bang and Zhang Yanbin flew out directly. He only stopped after knocking down 3 of his own soldiers behind him. Zhang Yanbin stood up. Zhang Shengting and Yuan Hai also attacked in time. However, they were all easily repelled by the opponent. Tie also rushed to attack and interfere. But the impact is not significant. At this time, the bandit leader came straight towards them. All of you, die for me. He swung his halberd and charged towards Zhang Yanbin and his team. Zhang Yanbin hurried to respond to the enemy. He was instantly repulsed, and several men of his company were killed. Fuck my father. Zhang Yanbin was also angry. These are all SSS-level soldiers. After being killed once, their qualifications may be equivalent to SS level when they return. Kill. Zhang Yanbin used his strongest attack. Follow the Lord and kill. Kill. In an instant, many people rushed forward together. Many of these soldiers have also learned advanced techniques and skills. Use your strongest skill directly. The bandit leader did not dare to be careless. Waving the spear to fight. One soldier after another was killed in front of Zhang Yanbin. However, they also completed their mission. They all delivered their strongest attack. Either it interferes or causes some harm to the other party. In short, their deaths were not in vain. King, king, king. And the sound of collision was endless. When the bandit leader swings his spear, blood will splash and people will die. Zhang Yanbin has been repelled 3 times. More than 20 of his soldiers also died. But none of them need to die. Use the strongest attack. The bandit leader was furious. Damn it, I got hurt by a bunch of rats like you. The bandit leader had blood marks on his face. There were also many traces of attacks on the golden armor. He doesn't seem to have group attack skills. However, the skill of single kill is terrifying. With one move, he split the man in half. Of course, when he swung his halberd, it also caused damage, but there was no bonus from the skill. Come again. Zhang Yanbin jumped into the air and struck down with a stick. He knew that such an attack would not hurt the opponent. But the bandit leader must raise his halberd and repel him. I must have been knocked away. But at this time, several soldiers will directly launch their strongest skills. Bang! Zhang Yanbin was knocked away again and fell heavily to the ground, cracking the stone floor. Zhang Yanbin felt pain all over his body. After struggling for a while, he couldn't stand up. Ziling on the side was stunned. It's so tragic. The fight between the two sides was so brutal. Zhang Yanbin and his soldiers are all crazy. Even though you know you will die, you must still face death head-on and charge forward. Even if your sacrifice can only cause a little damage to the enemy. I don't know where the courage comes from. Ziling also took out her weapon. What is shocking is that this is a great beauty. What he used was actually a very large axe. Kill. Ziling also rushed forward, used her skills, and chopped with an axe. At this time, the bandit leader was attacking Zhang Xingting. Zhang Xingting's Sea-Wave sword technique has reached the 6th level and is extremely powerful. The bandit leader could only hold the halberd with one hand and then use his arm to block Ziling's axe. With a bang, Ziling was knocked back. In this way, he helped Zhang Xingting. Otherwise, if the bandit leader came with a halberd in both hands, Zhang Xingting's combo would be interrupted and he would be seriously injured. Come again. The 7th level of Ocean Wave sword technique. Flame Slash. Yuan Hai shouted loudly in order to distract the bandit leader's attention, make him pay attention to this side, and create an opportunity for Zhang Xingting. Take my punch. Wang Xiao was not willing to be outdone. A punch came from behind. Wang Xiao's target is the Bandit King's arm. Humph, you want to hurt me? He snorted coldly. The Bandit King, holding a halberd in one hand, faced Zhang Xingting. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked Wang Xiao away. However, he could only use the armor on his arms to deal with Yuan Hai. Yuan Hai, although the previous attack was fierce, but there is no superposition effect. Bang, bang, bang. Several people collided with each other. Zhang Xingting was knocked out. Wang Xiao was also kicked away. However, Yuan Hai's sword hit his arm hard and broke the armor. The bandit leader's arm was bleeding. Obviously, the wound is not small. Damn it, die. The bandit leader activated his skills and rushed towards Yuan Hai. Yuan Hai fought back desperately, but was still struck and flew away. He flew for dozens of meters, fell heavily, and never stood up again. At this time, several soldiers also used their skills to kill. The bandit leader was injured again. However, the bandit leader swept through and killed all 6 of them. However, these 6 people caused him considerable damage. He had just used a series of skills and was feeling weak. Tie quickly shot a few arrows to interfere. Soldiers, there are only a dozen of them left now. They are waiting too. They want to go up, but they can't die. Zhang Yinbin finally struggled to stand up. He practiced his skills to the maximum extent. Let the injuries on your body recover as soon as possible. Complete recovery is impossible. The Bandit King is still killing people. Holding the iron rod tightly, Zhang Yinbin rushed forward again. The bandit leader also discovered Zhang Yinbin. You're not dead yet. Then die. With both hands tightly gripping the halberd, he was ready to launch a powerful attack. Tie was shocked. Lord, be careful. Zhang Yinbin also discovered it, but he did not hesitate. Tie took out an armor-piercing arrow and pulled it to full draw. Prepare to deliver the strongest attack. This thief must be killed. Zhang Yinbin shouted this in the air. He felt that he might die, but he also had to create opportunities for others. Bang! Zhang Yinbin's iron rod was broken directly. The whole person was slapped and flew out. This time, there was no sound when it fell to the ground. No one looked at Zhang Yinbin's condition. They all focused on killing the enemy. Tie, when the opponent launched a big move, he also let go and shot the arrow. The armor-piercing arrow pierced through the golden armor of the Bandit King. Hit him in the chest. The arrow pierced through, causing immense pain. Chapter 75 Kill the Bandit Leader, and the mission ends early. Zhang Yinbin is using his life to injure the Bandit King. He is injured. Zhang Xingting also recovered a little. Wang Xiao also attacked from behind again. Ziling, looking at all this, it is so incredible. Ziling also mustered up her courage again. They attacked together from another direction. Several soldiers thrust their spears again. A group of people rushed over to kill. You all deserve to die. There were too many people, so his ultimate move was useless, so he swept out with his halberd. King, king, king. He blocked some people, but Ziling's axe still hit him. Zhang Xingting's attack missed, and he was repelled again. And Wang Xiaowu, this person who is easily overlooked. But he punched him on the back, and the part he attacked was the place where the iron wing arrow hit. The Bandit King felt the pain. The corner of his mouth actually twitched. Several soldiers died. The remaining soldiers attacked together. Kill. They knew they would die if they went up, but they still went up and killed with their strongest skills. The Bandit King, forced into this state, roared and swept his halberd across again. Zhang Yinbin is not dead. He kept lying on the ground, practicing his skills. However, it seems that several bones are broken and they will not heal in a short time. But he had to get up. The bandit leader is not dead yet. He attacks powerfully. Tie, find the right opportunity and attack again. This time, attack his heart. However, the armor-piercing arrow was bounced off. Obviously, there may be things like breast shields in vital places. Zhang Yinbin struggled to stand up. This time, although he was able to get up, He was in pain all over. You must die. Zhang Yinbin spat out a mouthful of blood, but still insisted on speaking. The bandit king became even angrier. This mouse was repelled by him several times, but it was still alive. Zhang Yinbin has a strong vitality. After all, he is someone who has learned god-level skills, and he practices diligently on weekdays. Zhang Yinbin discovered that he had no weapons. Suddenly, something came to my mind. Holding the Xinyuan sword. It's up to you. Everyone, follow me and kill them. Come on, all of you, let this king die. This is the final desperate moment. Several soldiers rushed forward and were knocked back. Wang Xiaowu attacked from behind and was also kicked away. Zhang Xingting killed him with one move. Ziling was also inspired by this atmosphere, and she used all her strength to chop it with the big axe. All these created opportunities for Zhang Yinbin. He endured the pain and moved forward. At this time, the bandit leader did not list him as a major threat. Let Zhang Yinbin come to the front. Puff. A sword pierces the heart. The bandit king fought off the others, but felt that Zhang Yinbin was not a big threat. He waited for him to get close and then broke his neck himself. Unexpectedly, the broken sword in Zhang Yinbin's hand could actually penetrate his heart protection mirror. The heart was pierced by a sword. The bandit leader's strength was rapidly draining away. Ding! He couldn't hold the halberd in his hand, and it fell to the ground. Soon, Zhang Yinbin pushed the bandit king, and he fell to the ground. Eyes full of resentment. Zhang Yinbin was a little crazy and laughed out loud. I said you must die? Death. Finally, it was shouted out. However, Zhang Yinbin vomited blood after he roared. He was badly injured and couldn't stand, so he sat down. Tiei ran over quickly. He was not injured. Lord, I'm fine. I can recover. Go check on the others. Zhang Yinbin sat on the ground and had no strength to practice his skills. Tiei, quickly take out some medicine and feed it to Zhang Yinbin. These are medicines distributed by the territory. They are not very advanced, but they are effective after all. You killed my brother and still want to live. Zhang Yinbin recovered a little and started cursing again. Lord, there are only 2 soldiers left. Zhang Xingting, Yuan Hai, and Wang Xiaowu are all still breathing. I gave them medicine. After saying that, Tiei hurried out to call others in and take care of a few people. Ziling watched all this stupidly. He had never seen such a crazy group of people. She was also injured. It's an internal injury caused by the shock. But the injury was not very serious. She witnessed Zhang Yinbin's madness. I also witnessed their unity and their bravery. Each and every one of them, knowing that they would die, still went forward without hesitation. Now, Tiei is in charge of the work. He knew that it was necessary to collect the spoils. The entire hall must be searched carefully. Ding system announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for killing the level 5 stronghold leader in the endless battlefield. Reward points, 100,000. The mission ends early. In the endless battlefield, there were countless people being hunted down. When they heard the system's voice, they all thought it was an auditory hallucination. Zhang Yinbin sat there without moving, but smiled. On Tiei's side, a brocade box and a gold chest were found during the search. At the same time, there are some other things. Give it to me, empty the entire hall. No matter if it's useful or not, so many of my brothers have died here. Zhang Yinbin recovered a little and was able to speak. Tiei brought over the brocade box and the golden chest. Both the brocade box and the gold box were much bigger than before. Open the brocade box. Zhang Yinbin did not do it himself. The iron wings opened. Zhang Yinbin's eyes widened. The top one is wrapped in red and yellow cloth. It must be the best. See below. Next are 2 epic martial arts techniques, 2 epic ones. There are also more than a dozen advanced techniques and skill books below. Give her 2 advanced martial arts and skill books. At this time, the long-legged Ziling finally reacted. You struck out with 2 axes at the critical moment. I have 2 epic sets here, but I can't give them to you. Ziling was already very grateful for the advanced skills. She is still practicing at the intermediate level. Good. Thank you very much. Ziling is not pretentious either. She did participate. Moreover, there is merit in that. Tiei didn't pick one and gave it to her from above. Give him another 100 gold coins. The rest are ours. When the gold box was opened, it was indeed full of gold coins. However, there is one more weapon. A very fine dagger. Zhang Yinbin was too lazy to count the gold coins. Then he put everything into the ring. Lord, this halberd is also a very good weapon. Tiei held the halberd and observed it. Oh, we must take it away to commemorate our brothers. Zhang Yinbin also took the halberd. Tear down the throne for me too. It looks like it's made of gold and diamonds. It's the Lord. Now, the entire hall is almost demolished. Take everything else away. When Zhang Yinbin opened the brocade box, The system rewarded him with 300,000 points. It can be said that we are far ahead. Ding system reminder. All players will be teleported back to the territory in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. It's over. It's all over. Zhang Yinbin still felt like he was in a dream at this moment. He had never expected that in the 5th level stronghold, only the bandit leader would be left. In fact, this is not a loophole. Under normal circumstances, no one can come here. Even if they can come, only a few people can come. Even if they come, they won't be able to kill the bandit leader. If other people come, even if the bandit leader really cannot be defeated, it will be easy for him to escape. In fact, if it weren't for the Xinyuan sword, Zhang Yinbin and his men would not be able to kill the bandit leader even if they fought with all their might. Chapter 76. Inventory of Harvest. Zhuge Shenlong, thank you. Zhang Yinbin didn't look up. He was still feeling uncomfortable. Thank me for something. Thank you for letting me know how to be a qualified lord. Zhang Yinbin didn't say anything. He still felt a little uncomfortable. Thank you. If you need anything in the future, you can always contact me. Seeing that Zhang Yinbin was seriously injured, Ziling did not bother him too much. Zhang Yinbin slowly pulled out the Xinyuan sword and put it back. Soon, the time came. They were teleported out. Those who had died had been resurrected, but they looked very weak. There were also several unconscious people brought back. This time, during the 3-day mission, Zhang Yinbin fought too many battles and is now seriously injured. Everyone, take good rest. Zhang Yinbin just said one sentence and sent the person back. He, as well as Zhang Shengting and several others, were carried back to the territory. However, someone first made some medicine for them to treat. Zhang Yinbin and his companions boarded the boat, which slowly sailed back to the territory. It was not until noon that they returned to the territory. Afterwards, Nan Ningxi was busy arranging the wounded soldiers. Those who died this time were likely to have suffered a serious illness and could not recover quickly. Zhang Xingting and others were only injured and unconscious. As long as you wake up and practice the exercises, you will get better faster. Zhang Yinbin returned to the administrative center. His bones have been reconnected. At this time, the exercises were being practiced in the administrative center. After running for more than an hour, it recovered a little. Although I can't fight or use my strength yet, I can move around on my own. At this time, Zhang Yinbin took out the brocade box. Inside this brocade box is a book wrapped in yellow cloth. According to the rules, the first kill can be promoted to a higher level. The first kill at level 4 is already an epic skill book, and this first kill at level 5 should be god level. In the main hall, Zhang Yinbin did not open the door. After all, Ziling was there. Zhang Yinbin carefully opened the brocade box and took out the book. Sure enough, it's god level. After opening it, Zhang Yinbin knew that it was a god-level martial art. Phoenix Crying 9 Heavens Goddess Judgment. Isn't this specially prepared for Nan Ningxi? This name is still god-level. Zhang Yinbin can only give it to Nan Ningxi. Haha, a dragon and a phoenix were a good match. Zhang Yinbin looked at the book and laughed. He took a look at other epic books. Yeah, there's also a skill book for the halberd. It's epic. Keep it for yourself. You might need it later. Now my strength is increasing too fast, so using a stick is the most appropriate. Since there is no stick technique, Zhang Yinbin will continue to use the stick technique. This time, there are dozens of books on advanced skills. There are also about 10 epic books. We will study how to arrange these later. Most of them will definitely be distributed to them as soon as possible so that they can learn. This time, the territory's strength will increase significantly. I don't know how the rewards will be distributed next, or what the next stage of the mission will be. Zhang Yinbin won first place, but the reward has not been given out yet. I don't know whether it will be released at the end or in stages. In short, no matter what, Zhang Yinbin is the biggest winner this time. So many books. Enough for him to train a large number of people. In reality, Guangfeng got the news. I don't know how many things in my house were broken. He's dead and hasn't been in the game yet, but you can check out the forums. It is already known that Zhang Yinbin actually killed the leader of the 5th level stronghold in the end. Moreover, his ranking is far ahead of his. He is now 3rd, and Zhang Yinbin is definitely ahead by hundreds of thousands of points and ranks first. The second one is called Prince Liang. During the game, the forum exploded. The biggest news before was the bandit riot in which a large number of players were slaughtered. Now, the biggest news is that Zhang Yinbin was able to kill the leader of the 5th level bandits. Everyone was also very curious about what reward he got. There are all kinds of speculations. Many guilds also sent messages asking to purchase epic martial arts books. Zhang Yinbin did not respond to any of these. He won't respond either. He would not sell the epic books, but would keep them for his subordinates so that he could train another master. Finally, Zhang Yinbin received the system's reward. This time, The system took a long time to issue the reward, probably because the task was beyond expectations. Ding system notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for achieving first place in the Endless Battlefield. Rewards include 3 Master Craftsmen, 2 Epic Cultivation Books, 2 Epic Skill Books, 2 Enchanted Weapons, 1,000 Gold Coins, 100,000 Lord Reputation, a Scroll of Lost Artifacts, and a Shipbuilding Blueprint. This reward is very generous for the early stages of the game. What's more, Zhang Yanbin seized more than this. This time it's just a reminder, no announcement? Well, since there's no announcement, I'll just keep it as a trump card. Zhang Yanbin first took out the shipbuilding drawings and looked at them. Not bad, not bad. It's actually in the 2,000-ton class. We need to upgrade our weapons again. The 2,000-ton class can already be equipped with a small catapult and can be equipped with one. Give the drawings to Nan Ningxi in the evening. Give him money too. This time, the total amount of spoils and rewards was more than 100 million copper coins. This money can enable the territory to develop rapidly. Zhang Yanbin was calculating the harvest. He also looked at the vast amount of supplies in the ring. The territory does not need these supplies for the time being. Mainly some food, weapons and equipment, etc. All of these are produced in the territories. What Zhang Yanbin held in his hand was different from the weapons and equipment he had obtained. Keep these things for now and sell them when you have the chance. Apart from arranging the books as soon as possible, there is no need to rush anything else. Zhang Yanbin took out the Lost Artifact mission scroll and started reading it again. Hey, this thing, I really don't dare to do it easily now. If I hadn't practiced the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon last time, I would have been able to make the Xianyuan sword follow me. If it were any other artifact fragment, the Stone Man might not be able to defeat it. Zhang Yanbin could only put the scroll away. He decided to improve his strength a little bit before doing it. Zhang Yanbin spent a few days in the game. Go offline once. He logged off, and the nutrient solution in the game cabin dried up. It consumes too much energy. Zhang Yanbin knew that if he kept fighting with all his strength and then practiced his skills, in reality, he would consume more energy. Zhang Yanbin got up, took a shower, and ate something. Then refill the nutrient solution in the game compartment again. I'm not in a hurry to play the game. I just lie down and want to take a nap. During a few days of work, I would only sleep for an hour or two in between. Although he has practiced God-level skills, he is still immortal now. A good night's sleep would do him great good. Fell asleep. Zhang Yanbin doesn't care at all how popular the game is in the forum. There are many topics related to him, and related videos are posted on the forum. Everyone gave quite a lot of gifts, regardless of the amount. No need to say anything more, 10,000 updates are in order. Chapter 77, A Mere Gale. When Zhang Yanbin was sleeping, a video appeared on the forum. Zhang Yanbin led the team, walked towards the strong wind, and then dismounted. After getting off the horse, he calmly uttered harsh words. He is a ruthless man and doesn't talk much. He just says that he will kill everyone he sees. People watching the video were nervous and excited. Zhuge Shenlong has been famous for a long time, and Quangfeng was definitely the most popular person in the recent period of time. The most important thing is that both of them have learned epic techniques and epic skills. Of course, this is just speculation from the players. Zhang Yanbin only has basic stick techniques so far. However, he has rich combat experience and practices God-level skills. His strength is beyond the reach of ordinary players. I'll kill you in 3 moves. When seeing Zhang Yanbin say this, a large number of players said that Zhang Yanbin was arrogant. Everyone thinks that Zhang Yanbin has become arrogant because some players say he is the best player in the game. He was floating. Really floating. Quangfeng has also learned epic techniques and skills, so why? As a result, this group of keyboard warriors were too fast. With the speed he had acquired over the years, he quickly sprayed Zhang Yanbin. As a result, I just posted what I wrote. Zhang Yanbin defeated Quangfeng in 2 moves. I was saying, Zhuge Shenlong, what are you talking about? He said he would kill you in 3 moves, but he only used 2. The upstairs person is shameless. Zhuge Shenlong is too powerful. It must be the strong wind playing tricks. The wind is strong and the water is too strong. What level is this Zhuge Shenlong? The forum went crazy. People started talking about it. Soon, another video was posted. He killed the bandit leader together with Ma Fading and others. On Ma Fading's side, 1,000 men surrounded a bandit. On Zhang Yanbin's side, there are only a few people. A few people want to take on the bandit leader? I guess Zhuge Shenlong and the others won't last more than a minute. This bandit leader, wasn't it revealed by a player earlier? Thousands of people couldn't stop him. Zhuge Shenlong was too arrogant. He didn't die. Zhang Yanbin finally killed the ultimate boss, and he definitely didn't die here. I guess Zhuge Shenlong must have used some powerful props. Yes, he must have a secret killer move. See what his trump card is. Fuck, Zhuge Xinlong. These men are too powerful. What level are these subordinates? As the video played, people's opinions kept changing. When Zhang Yanbin led a few people, they killed the bandit leader. On the other hand, Ma Fading's team of 1,000 people was almost wiped out before they killed the bandit leader. This comparison, everyone was speechless. All doubts dissipated. Zhuge Xinlong is just awesome. Just a few people can kill the bandit leader. It all depends on their skills. Everyone was also curious about the level of the people under Zhang Yanbin. It's definitely not epic level, because epic level players cannot enter this mission. This battle also established Zhang Yanbin's status in the game. In the past, many people doubted his status as the best gamer. However, Quangfeng was killed instantly with 2 moves. Several more people killed the bandit leader and compared them with the team of 1,000 people led by Ma Fading. In this way, no one doubts that Zhang Yanbin is the best gamer. Zhang Yanbin had been sleeping and had no idea so many things were happening in the game. Now, many soldiers in the territory are injured and need to recuperate. At the same time, Zhang Yanbin has to wait for the next mission. So, there is no need to go out for the time being. He is not in a hurry. Slept until night. It was a little after 8 in the evening, and Zhang Yanbin was planning to get something to eat. Finally, someone knocked on the door. Let's go to the back mountain later. It was Dong Xiaowan's voice. Back mountain? Why go to the difficult place? What? Zhang Yanbin tidied himself up, jumped directly from the 2nd floor, and then quickly reached the back mountain. At this time, Dong Xiaowan was already waiting there. I am a man of my word. I have already obtained the advanced martial arts book. Now, to complete our deal, this time for the 2nd time. After saying that, Dong Xiaowan took the initiative without any pretense. Why are you so cold? Don't talk, come. 2.5 hours later, Dong Xiaowan did not collapse this time. However, the two did not continue. You are very different today. Although a little cold, you are very enthusiastic. Zhang Yanbin said that Dong Xiaowan was very different tonight. Dong Xiaowan's face was still red. She said, I don't know. It feels so good to be close to you. I practiced the ice sealing technique, so my skin is so cold, but it's very hot inside. Zhang Yanbin figured it out. Then he said, I understand. This is the after effect of our mortal bodies practicing the techniques. I also have after effects. So, come to the back mountain often, smash rocks, and use all your strength. You will feel much better afterwards. And you practice the ice sealing technique, so you can neutralize what I did to you. Zhang Yanbin did not lie to her. What he said was almost the truth. At the beginning, he couldn't control himself, and Nan Ningxi told him the reason. Yeah, I see. The two of them tidied themselves up and went back together. No one spoke on the way. Dong Xiaowan walked in through the main gate, and Zhang Yanbin jumped directly from the 1st floor. Zhang Yanbin returned to his room, feeling relaxed all over. After a nap, I played with Dong Xiaowan in the back mountain. The fatigue from days of intense battles in the game has been removed. At this time, he tidied himself up and started playing the game. After logging into the game, he discovered that the forum had exploded. The forum is very popular. Zhang Yanbin's strength is there. Zhang Yanbin read a few posts. The most popular videos are of him killing Quangfeng and the bandit leader. He thought about it and posted a message. It's just a whirlwind, nothing much to say. Can you please turn down the heat and let's talk about something else? I, Zhuge Xinlong, have advanced and epic techniques, as well as a large number of intermediate and elementary techniques and skill books. I want to exchange them for something valuable. For example, materials, quest scrolls, etc. Don't bother with ordinary things. Only exchange them for high-value items. If you're interested, please list it on the trading platform and exchange it for epic-level martial arts books. This will make it easier for me to search and browse. If you like it, I'll add you as my friend. Finally, I want to say that Quangfeng, a mere gust of wind, should stop dominating the forum headlines. It's more important to change things and improve your strength. Zhang Yanbin posted a not-so-short post. His current fame as the #1 player in the game is not an exaggeration at all. The post he made became popular instantly. Just a strong wind. This Zhuge Xinlong is really getting carried away. Ha ha ha. Only Zhuge Xinlong would dare to say that. Brother Zhuge, I'm 18. Can I trade with you? Brother Zhuge, I'm 1.80 meters tall, have a good figure, and can do all kinds of poses. I have a quest scroll here, and I want to exchange it with you for an epic technique. Ha ha. Upstairs, wake up. What quest scroll, epic value, can be exchanged with you for an intermediate level technique, and you're laughing secretly. Chapter 78 Teleportation Array Variant. Zhang Yanbin's post is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. What is a mere gale? Don't interfere with business. The popularity of the post that was instantly killed by Quangfeng has dropped. However, his damage did not decrease, but increased. Zhang Yinbin's humiliation of him can be said to be very strong. Zhang Yinbin's post was immediately pushed to the top. It quickly became the hottest. Quangfeng was killed by Zhang Yinbin a long time ago, so now a day has passed, and I can play the game normally. In the administrative center, Quangfeng originally wanted to arrange things for tomorrow. Finally saw the post. He suddenly became furious and smashed all the furnishings and furniture in the administrative center to pieces. It's so infuriating. Is there anything so humiliating? Killing people is heartbreaking. Just a strong wind. It may become a word that others laugh at him with. Zhang Yinbin has always been the one who is responsible for killing but not burying. He posted and then stopped paying attention. At this time, it was already midnight. However, Nan Ningxi had been waiting for him. Lord, a lot of things have happened recently, and I need to tell you. What Ningxi specifically wanted to tell him must be something important. Okay, go ahead. Zhang Yinbin sat opposite Nan Ningxi, admiring her beauty. First, our fleet, led by Lei Bao and others, continued its exploration, heading south, around the peninsula, and finally reaching the westernmost part of our territory. After that, the mountain range ends 1,000 miles north. In other words, the mountains around us stretch for 1,000 miles. There must be a lot of treasures in this mountain. I will let people explore it bit by bit. What I'm saying is that after 1,000 miles, we discovered the territories of some other aliens. Zhang Yinbin breathed a sigh of relief, then said, finally, we know the whereabouts of other people's territories. If there weren't forums, I would have thought I was playing solo. In the future, I will definitely lead the Invincible Fleet to visit. Nan Ningxi continued. Also, the Formation Master has developed a new formation. Oh, Zhang Yinbin was puzzled. What formation? A variation of the teleportation array that doesn't teleport people, but rather transmits energy. Transmit energy? What's the use? A millstone-sized array disk, with energy stored at the back. Through the teleportation array, the array can be teleported out. If this array is installed on a ship, it will be of great use. Engine. Zhang Yinbin opened his mouth wide. Teleporters can teleport. Then, in theory, energy can also be transmitted. Installed under the ship, it transmits energy, which is equivalent to pushing the ship forward, just like an engine. Ha ha ha. With these things, my invincible fleet will roam the 9 states. Zhang Yinbin was really excited, very excited. Their ships are still all sailing, if sails are not needed. This ship can adapt to more situations. At the same time, the mast is not needed and can be completely removed and replaced with a catapult. His ships will now be invincible. Ningxi, that's great, that's great. Zhang Yinbin hugged Nan Ningxi excitedly. Ningxi had just finished taking a shower and was in the administrative center, so she was already wearing very little. Zhang Yinbin hugged her directly, making her blush immediately. Zhang Yinbin held her for a while before he felt that something was not right. So he let go of Nan Ningxi and said, Ningxi, I'm just too excited. Nan Ningxi's face was still red, and then she said, I understand. By the way, I have a gift for you too. Zhang Yinbin took out the book of Fengming Jiutian Goddess. Here, you're busy with so many things every day. Practicing this divine technique will help you feel less tired. Nan Ningxi took the technique, took a look at it, and was immediately shocked. Lord, this is a god-level technique. If you practice it to the extreme, you can become a god. Why did you give it to me? Zhang Yinbin took her hand and said seriously, you are the most important person in my Shenlong territory and the most important person to me. If I don't give it to you, who should I give it to? Besides, you are extremely talented. This technique was created specifically for you. Nan Ningxi nodded, holding the book solemnly, and said, thank you for your kindness, Lord. I will learn it right away. Okay, I've learned it. Nan Ningxi closed her eyes and held the book in both hands. After a while, the book turned into golden light and flew into her forehead little by little. It's so ceremonial. Why didn't I have it in the beginning? Zhang Yinbin didn't dare to disturb them and watched quietly from the side. About half an hour later, Nan Ningxi opened her eyes. However, no one knew that in these thousands of miles of mountains, hundreds of birds were singing and wind and clouds were surging in the night sky. Lord, I have learned it. From now on, I just need to practice well. Zhang Yinbin was also happy to see this. Nan Ningxi doesn't know what achievements she will make in the future. She is a god-level support. In the future, maybe, he will even have god-level combat power. Thanks to Ningxi, the territory has developed so quickly, and I can fight outside with peace of mind. This made Ningxi blush again. She continued, by the way, Lord, our territory is developing very well, and more people are coming to us for refuge. At this point, the population has exceeded 300,000, and the army has 10,000. The daily consumption is huge, but we have Shenlong Lake and we fish, so we have enough food to guarantee it. But if we want rapid development, we should invest more people in construction, which requires money and food. The population is 300,000? That's quite a lot. The army has 10,000 soldiers. It doesn't matter. We have plenty of money and food. The newcomers can be assigned to other places for construction and to train more craftsmen and soldiers. Zhang Yinbin's ring contained the supplies of 100,000 bandits. Now he has no shortage of money and food, and he also has some basic supplies. Well, Lord, I want Wang Xiaowu to come back and not go out with you anymore. Wang Xiaowu. He practices boxing and kicking on an epic level. Well, what's the purpose? We are surrounded by mountains thousands of miles long, and there are countless treasures in the mountains. Someone has to explore them. Wang Xiaowu, you are very agile and can lead the team and protect the safety of the expedition team. Zhang Yinbin understood. Okay, next time we go on an expedition, we won't take him with us. Let him focus on exploring the Shirwan Mountains. Also, I have many epic and advanced techniques here, and I'll leave some for you. Whoever you think is suitable, let them learn, and then go explore the mountains together. The two of them resolve the issues concerning the territory. Zhang Yinbin has been away for so long, and although Nan Ningxi is in charge, she can also make the territory develop rapidly. However, there are some things that Zhang Yinbin still needs to know and let him decide. Nan Ningxi didn't sleep at night. Instead, he sat down to practice martial arts, which made Zhang Yinbin a little disappointed. Holding her makes me feel at peace. Could it be that this god-level assistance can also help with sleep? Zhang Yinbin didn't think about anything else. He was in the game and still needed more rest. Chapter 79, The Unreliable Master of Formation. The territory is developing rapidly. This is a good thing. The next morning, Zhang Yinbin woke up and prepared to go out. Hey, Ningxi, you seem even more beautiful today. Nan Ningxi has a more extraordinary temperament. It seems that the exercises have changed her more. Nan Ningxi blushed slightly, then said, Thank you, Lord. Zhang Yinbin said nothing more. Come on, I'll fill up the warehouses and give you another 100 million copper coins. Go ahead and recruit refugees and develop your business. There are now many farmlands in the territory, but growing food is not that fast. Now we mainly rely on fishing. Shenlong Lake is rich in fishery resources, and now they have many boats. At the same time, territory construction requires a large amount of basic resources. For example, the floors of the territory are all paved with stone, and a large amount of wood is required. Someone has to do all of this. If more is allocated to fishing, there will be fewer people to do these things. The entire territory also needs to be transformed. If these were handled personally by Lord Zhang Yinbin, well, that's enough to just be busy with this all day. Zhang Yinbin left behind a large amount of food and grass resources. Unfortunately, there weren't enough in the warehouse, and many were still in his ring. But it doesn't matter. As long as it's inside the ring, it's still theirs. On Nan Ningxi's side, if new people come, they can be arranged to other areas. Then, Zhang Yinbin went to find the formation master. Master Zhun, long time no see. Zhang Yinbin didn't know the formation master's name. But the master carpenter, Zhang Yinbin, is called Master Carpenter. The blacksmith is called Iron Master. This formation master, it's not wrong to call him the formation master. Hey, it's the Lord, why are you here? In the divine workshop, the master of formation was acting very strangely. This is my territory. If I'm not here, where should I be? Oh, that's right. You are the Lord, and the deputy Lord is just the Lord's wife. Zhang Yinbin rolled his eyes at him, disrespectful to the elderly. However, everyone in the territory regarded Zhang Yinbin as a god, a mysterious figure that was hard to find. Nan Ningxi, on the other hand, is very approachable. Old Zhun, I heard you've developed something that can transmit energy. This is a good thing. How did you come up with it? Well, I know a lot of formations, but I don't know how to use teleportation formations. With the formation diagram the Lord gave me, I thought, when it's hot, I can transmit the cool air from outside in. When it's cold, I can light a fire outside and transmit the heat in. I started researching it by transferring energy. The Lord's wife saw it and said it would be very useful, so she asked me to continue researching it. Emotion. This master of formations developed the engine in order to study air conditioning. Ha ha ha. This is a good thing, but can it be controlled at will? If it is installed under the ship, can it be controlled from the ship? Yes, but most people can't do it. This sentence can. Zhang Yinbin felt relieved. What are the requirements? Only an intermediate-level formation master can manipulate this formation at will. Someone come. Zhang Yinbin shouted. Outside the door, a guard came in. Lord, immediately mobilize 300 men from the military with SSS-level qualifications. The formation master panicked. He stood up. Then he said, "My lord, what do you want to do? Do you want to demolish my divine workshop?" No, no. I just think that SSS level students have stronger learning abilities. You must teach them all to become intermediate formation masters. Why the military selection? First, most of the qualified people in the territory were transferred to the army. Second, to control this formation, you need to go to war. I'm not a soldier, and I've never seen blood. When the fight started, I became scared and confused. What if the boat goes around in circles? Third, when it comes to fighting, they are extremely important talents, and they also need to be able to protect themselves. Oh, my lord, this formation is not so easy to learn. Besides, I am asked to teach 300 people. Zhang Yinbin knew that a master craftsman could directly accept apprentices and train them to become senior craftsmen. Old Jun, please teach me well. You should stay single. I will ask Ning Shi to find you a companion someday. The old man immediately said with a stern face, "Am I that kind of person? The Lord only needs 300 men, right? I promise that within 10 days, I will teach you 30 people first, and I will teach the rest slowly as well. By the way, Lord, I heard that among the 3 new masters, the tailor master is called Su Yunyang. She is alone and a woman, so she must not be bullied." The master of formation, this righteous and stern words made Zhang Yinbin feel that if a person has no shame, he will be invincible. However, Zhang Yinbin achieved his goal. Originally, I wanted to use materials to attract him. Unexpectedly, he was also an LSP and had long had his eyes on the master tailor. Only then did Zhang Yinbin realize that among the 3 new masters, there was a master tailor. Well, I will make arrangements now. This divine workshop is going to expand again, but when the time comes, the tailoring place will be arranged next to you. I'm often away from the territory, so you should help look after it. Don't worry, Lord. I will definitely take good care of it. The 2 of them, tacitly understanding each other, completed an unspeakable deal. The deal is done, and now it's time to get down to business. Old Jun, how long can this formation plate be used? The formation master stroked his beard and said, "I've tried it. I used the worst kind of topaz as an energy source. Even if it was fully filled, it could only last for half an hour. If we make a special container on the ship that can store large amounts of topaz, it will last longer. Half an hour, what's the use? Is there anything that can be used all day? There's enough for a month. That's what you need, Lord. 1 month. Get nuclear power? Master, if you need anything, just tell me. The best way is to use spirit stones. They contain huge amounts of energy and can be used frequently when setting up formations. It's just that we don't have it yet." Spirit stone. Zhang Yinbin nodded. Generally, where does this kind of thing appear? Deep in the mountains and old forests, where spiritual energy gathers, it has been accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. There are also fairy islands overseas. They are called fairy islands, but in fact they are places with rich spiritual energy. It's easy if you know the conditions. Okay, I will immediately set up 2 teams. One team will go into the Shawandishan Mountains to search, and the other team will go to the overseas islands to search. You must continue your research and maximize the effectiveness of the formation. Also, immediately manufacture a batch and have people test them first, and build a few experimental ships. Spirit stone. Zhang Yinbin took it to heart. Since the formation master knows about this thing, he will definitely be able to find it given the vast size of the game area. Maybe there are quite a lot of these things, but players just don't know how to use them. After coming out from the formation master, Zhang Yinbin wanted to find a place to search the things in the trading system first. Chapter 80 News about the Spirit Stone. Zhang Yinbin walked towards the administrative center. There was a table and chairs under a transplanted tree, and Zhang Yinbin sat down. Then he began searching for a trading system. Hey, there really is a spirit stone. First grade spirit stones, 100 units, in exchange for a book on basic cultivation techniques. What are you waiting for? Zhang Yinbin. Just trade with the other party first. It's just a basic exercise. 100 first grade spirit stones are in hand. Zhang Yinbin was not in a hurry. He looked at the other person's name and added him. Big Onion Head. What kind of a name is that? Zhang Yinbin added the other party. Big Onion Head, whose territory is deep in the mountains. Life is quite comfortable, because there are abundant resources here. Various fruit trees grew very well, so he had no shortage of food in the early days. There is a lack of mineral resources. Many spirit stones were dug up. In the entire territory, no one knows how to use this spirit stone. I searched in the forum, but couldn't figure out how to use it. Moreover, this thing is very hard and difficult to mine. He didn't know what it could be used for, so he just tried it out by hooking it up to the trading system. It had been several days since he'd been down, and he'd almost forgotten about it. At this point, The system prompts that the transaction is completed. Moreover, at first glance, the person who bought his spirit stones was the #1 player in the game, Zhuge Shenlong. The Big Onion became a little excited. Ah, the boss wants to add me as a friend. Scallion excitedly clicked to confirm. Hello, boss. Hello, Onion Head. Boss, you want to buy spirit stones? Do you know how to use this thing? Scallion is not a fool either. Why should he let Zhang Yinbin add him as a friend? It's all because of this spirit stone. This thing is somewhat useful. There is a feng shui master in my territory who can change the feng shui of the territory. I need some spirit stones to pave the floor. Do you have any more? I need a little more. Yes, but it's very difficult to mine. It's too hard and buried very deep underground. Scallion is a smart guy. Immediately start thinking about raising prices. Is that so? Well, if the quantity is insufficient, I can only use other stones as substitutes. Scallion was stunned. Ah, that's not what I meant. Yes. I'll definitely dig out as much as you want. Still 100 units, one basic technique book. Of course, a basic skill book is also fine. It's best to go directly with it. When Dekanta heard this, he realized that Zhang Yinbin still needed a lot of transactions. How could we let this sucker, this big buyer, go? If you miss Zhang Yinbin, no one else will want him. Zhang Yinbin smiled coldly. He still wants to play the price-raising trick on himself. Now, no one else can use it. This spirit stone is waste. At this time, he will not raise the price. Just like people in ancient times knew about oil, but it had little value. Well, how much do you have? Trade it to me, and then if possible, go mine some. This thing is more stylish when laying the floor. Scallion Head's mouth twitched. Is this boss so willful? Isn't this the same as using martial arts books to pave the floor? For example, it is normal to use gold to pave the floor in a villa. However, paving even the roads outside with gold is excessive. However, a sucker came to the door. How can I miss this Big Onion? I still have over 1,200 units here, so count them as 1,000 units. Don't worry, sir. I'll organize some people right away to start mining so you can have enough. Yeah, we don't need too much. We're going to build a swimming pool later. When the time comes, we can pave the pool as well. I think that will be enough. Zhang Yinbin deliberately misled the other party. At the same time, give him a limit. If you want unlimited. The other party also knows that this thing is probably very valuable and will not be willing to sell it when the time comes. The other end. The corner of Scallion's mouth twitched. What a bully. It's so capricious to have money. However, Scallion Head quickly replied, no problem, sir. I will definitely satisfy you. More than 1,000 units of spirit stones were traded. Zhang Yinbin breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that there must be a lot of this thing in the game. However, players don't know how to use it and haven't looked for it. Now that Zhang Yinbin knew about it, he had to find it. Originally, he wanted to contact the 10 alliance presidents with whom he had traded and ask them to mobilize more people to help find it. But at that time, finding a spirit stone would also bring a sky-high price. So, Zhang Yinbin decided to look for it slowly on his own. Anyway, now we have green onions, who can supply people. When the swimming pool is finished, we will find a reason to pave the pig pen as well. Anyway, there are plenty of reasons. I bought it from him little by little until this thing was discovered and known to others. Bought spirit stones. Zhang Yinbin went to find the formation master again. The formation master is teaching his apprentice. The people he was teaching were his former apprentices. Obviously, he wanted these people to teach the 300 people sent by Zhang Yinbin first. Lord, why are you here again? Hurry up and take a seat. Make tea for the Lord and bring over the best deep mountain dragon bird. The formation master is very enthusiastic. The tailor Su Yonyang still has to rely on him. Old Jun, how long can this spirit stone last? After Zhang Yinbin sat down, he took out some spirit stones and handed them to the formation master. The formation master took a look. He knocked it carefully again and looked at it against the light. First grade spirit stone. That's it. 30 units can supply one array plate, which can be used for 5 hours. Much better than the previous half hour. Energy is replaced every 5 hours. This is totally acceptable. One ship requires 4 formation plates. 2 in front and 2 in back. The advantage of doing this is that when turning around, you only need to start the engine on the other side. Only 2 engines are used at a time. There is one on each side at the back, and the direction can be adjusted. This places very high demands on the person operating the formation. Some backup personnel are also needed. Once killed, the ship cannot lose control. Zhang Yinbin considered the pros and cons. Master, this first-grade spirit stone can be used for 5 hours. Will there be mid-grade and high-grade ones next? Well, there are also top-grade ones, but I've lived for so long and have only seen high-grade ones. A high-grade formation plate can be used for 3 months without any problem. 3 months. Although it is not as good as nuclear power, it is much better than oil-fired power. Old Jun, I'm counting on you. Study this formation and continue to improve it. Energy saving, power output, etc. all need to be improved. Don't worry about Su Yuanyang's matter. I will definitely arrange for her to stay next to you. I will also ask Ningxi to help. Rest assured, Lord. I have devoted all my energy to research and develop a better formation as soon as possible. Zhang Yanbin handed all the spirit stones to the formation master and asked him to study them. He asked to make and train a group of people as soon as possible. From now on, Zhang Yanbin will travel the oceans. While others were still using sails and attacking with bows and crossbows, he had already removed the sails and installed catapults. The enemy was sunk from a distance. Just crush them, it will be as enjoyable as you want. Wow, so sad. From yesterday morning till now, I have only received 11 gifts. I don't even look at the amount. The lowest one is a dime for free. I am happy. I feel that if someone reads it, it will motivate me to write. Chapter 81. The knockout round begins. Zhang Yanbin is actually quite busy. Arrange various things. However, all the trivial matters in the territory are arranged by Nan Ningxi. He was the one who arranged almost all the affairs in the army. There are so many books that need to be dealt with. Zhang Yanbin returned to the tree, sat down, and began to browse the transaction information again. Hey, Advanced Prospector's book, isn't this what I need? How come I keep neglecting career books? Are there any books on formations? Zhang Yanbin has been fighting and has not done any other tasks. Some people specialize in professional tasks and are rewarded with professional books. But Zhang Yanbin didn't. Senior Prospector, the bid is 100,000 copper coins. Money is easy to talk about, so Zhang Yanbin bought it directly. Really? A junior formation master. When Zhang Yanbin saw 3 books on entry-level formation masters, he bought them without hesitation. After learning, you can directly become a junior formation master and follow the formation master to learn to the intermediate level, which will be faster. Zhang Yanbin found some others. There are books on every type of career. The prices were not expensive, so Zhang Yanbin bought them all. The population in the territory is constantly increasing, and I believe there will be a shortage of people in various professions. Leave all these to Nan Ningxi. She will definitely arrange them well. While Zhang Yanbin was browsing, a system announcement came out. Ding system announcement. The first phase of the large-scale mission has concluded. This will test the Lord's abilities in all aspects. That's right, the Endless Battlefield does test all aspects. Next, we will have individual player competitions. Non-Lord players can also participate. There are 3 elimination matches. You can freely choose the difficulty. There is no penalty for death. Defeat wooden men of various levels. If you win 3 matches, you can enter the semifinals. There are no rewards for the preliminary round, but the difficulty and time are counted towards the semi-final rewards. The competition will officially begin at 8 o'clock tomorrow. The game is about to continue. This time, it is the second game, and only players can play individually. Zhang Yanbin doesn't need to prepare anything. So, he continued to browse the trading system. Hey, intermediate stick skills, change to intermediate knife skills or sword skills. There are really too few people who use sticks. An absolute upset among upsets. Zhang Yanbin immediately switched to intermediate swordsmanship. It's not that Zhang Yanbin can't learn other things. Advanced skills, knife skills, gun skills, sword skills, axe skills, etc. He has them all. But he didn't learn. Now his strength was growing rapidly, and he wanted to adapt quickly. Every time, I use my greatest strength and exert all my energy. It doesn't require much skill. Sword techniques, halberd techniques, etc. all require relatively high skills. Zhang Yanbin only wants to use violence. Zhang Yanbin went to find Nan Ningxi and gave her a bunch of professional skills books. Then he went to the wild and practiced intermediate stick techniques. It's a pity that Thunderstorm is not in the territory. That guy is the perfect sitting duck. The intermediate stick technique has stronger power and can use my strength to a greater extent. Zhang Yanbin practiced for more than an hour and took his stick skills to a higher level. At night, Zhang Yanbin returned to the administrative center. Now, there is no one living around the administrative center, but there are gardens, ponds, etc. I heard that the formation master wants to set up another formation, but he doesn't have the right materials. Nan Ningxi is still busy and hasn't come back yet. Zhang Yanbin took a shower first. Then he sat cross-legged and practiced the exercises. 2 dragons are wandering around. Zhang Yanbin is a mortal after all. The stronger the dragon is, the more affected his character will be. When practicing, I feel very irritable. Nan Ningxi is back. When she came back, Zhang Yanbin's irritability gradually calmed down. Ningxi, thank you. Nan Ningxi seemed to know something, and smiled faintly and said, now, Our destinies are connected, and we are bound to each other all the way. There is no need to thank me. Nan Ningxi took a bath, leaned against him, and said, Shenlong, Feng Huang, when I practice my skills, we can no longer be separated. I can help you, and you can help me. Lord, sleep peacefully. You still have a mission tomorrow. Zhang Yinbin calmed down and fell asleep naturally while hugging Nan Ningxi. Wake. Zhang Yinbin and Nan Ningxi just smiled at each other and started their busy day. Zhang Yinbin is waiting. 8 o'clock in the morning. The system announced again. Ding system announcement. Players will now have easy, hard, extremely hard, and hell levels to choose from. The system will rank players based on difficulty and clearance time. The top 1 million players will advance to the semifinals. Player death is immediate elimination. The rules are simple and clear. Fight against the system's wooden man. Ranking is based on difficulty and time. Ding, 10 minutes left. If you don't select a difficulty level after 10 minutes, you'll be considered giving up the game. Zhang Yinbin took a look. At this time, Longleg sent him a message. Zhuge Shenlong, what do you choose? I've learned both advanced techniques and advanced skills. Which one should I choose? Ziling has changed a lot since the last battle. After returning, he personally led the team and charged into battle, breaking through the 3rd level stronghold, which also served as a training exercise for the troops. Zhang Yinbin got busy as soon as he came back. There was never any time to trade war horses with her. Advanced technique, advanced difficulty. You have 3 chances. Start with the difficult one. I'll start with the extremely difficult level. I don't attach much importance to the results of the match. This is a good sparring match. There is no penalty for death. Zhang Yinbin and Ziling are friends. As for other people, including Wan, they are just transactional relationships. So, Zhang Yinbin answered Ziling's question very seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you and challenge myself. After the difficulties, if it goes smoothly, I will also challenge the most difficult ones. At present, there are not many people who practice advanced skills. Ziling now should be considered a master. It's just that she lacks practical experience. Zhang Yinbin directly chose extremely difficult. Direct challenges are extremely difficult. With 3 chances, many people choose the difficult level. There are relatively few people who choose the simple level. However, the difficult level can also stop many players. In the Eastern continent, there are countless millions of players. Some of them have only learned the basic techniques and skills, and they are destined to be eliminated. The game has begun. Zhang Yinbin has adjusted his state and started the task directly. A large hall, very empty. The floor was made of stone, and there was nothing else extra. In front of me is a 2-meter, 5-meter tall wooden man. Big arms, big legs. The other person doesn't speak, or doesn't know how to speak. He walked over and swept Zhang Yinbin with his long arms. Zhang Yinbin took a step back, stood firmly on his feet, and fought back with the iron stick. Bang! Some wood chips flew out. Extremely difficult, but not difficult either. With one correct move, Zhang Yinbin's intermediate stick technique was able to reduce some of the recoil force, so his hands were not very numb. Zhang Yinbin roared, took advantage of the momentum to jump up, and hit the wooden man in the chest with a stick. This made the wooden man take a step back. Come again. Zhang Yinbin becomes more and more courageous as the battle goes on. After landing, he swept across and hit the wooden man's leg. The wooden man also began to fight back. With both arms, like Liu Chan in the King of Glory, he came over with hammers. Zhang Yinbin could have avoided it, but he chose to confront it head-on. Hit one arm with a stick and kicked the other arm with another foot. Zhang Yinbin was knocked back, but was not seriously injured. Wooden man dropped some sawdust. Chapter 82. Challenging Hell Level. Go a little crazy. After practicing a few moves, Zhang Yinbin felt that this was neither extremely difficult nor difficult. Take the initiative to step forward and practice the skills. Jump up and hit with one stick. The wooden man blocked with both arms, repelling Zhang Yinbin and kicking out with his long legs at the same time. Zhang Yinbin kicked in the air, using the momentum to escape the opponent's attack range. As soon as he landed, Zhang Yinbin adjusted his posture and rushed forward again. Come. He rushed forward and hit him with several sticks. Wood chips flew everywhere. 2 people, 1 arm comes, and I use a stick to hit. The wood chips flew everywhere. Zhang Yinbin was knocked back once, and then took another run up. Jump high. Take a stick from me, old Zhang. Bang. The iron rod hit the wooden man's shoulder, breaking his right arm and causing it to fall to the ground. The wooden man naturally does not feel pain, and he still has his left arm and feet to attack. After Zhang Yinbin landed, he launched a few more fierce attacks. The wooden man gradually showed signs of falling apart. Go to hell. Zhang Yinbin found an opportunity and attacked his chest directly. One blow from the stick and his chest split open. but it hasn't completely cracked yet. The wooden man's attack slowed down. Zhang Yinbin launched a few more fierce attacks. Finally, the iron rod attacked the body under the wooden man's arms from bottom to top with all its strength. Crack! The wooden man finally fell apart. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for passing the extremely difficult test. The next game will start in half an hour. You can also choose to keep this record and not compete. Zhang Yinbin withdrew. At this time, the system announced the rankings. Zhang Yinbin achieved an extremely difficult time of 5 minutes and 21 seconds, ranking first. Some simple options have also come out. However, simplicity only exists for a moment. Within the realm of 10,000 names, there is no simplicity anymore. The system only automatically ranks 10,000. Zhang Yinbin topped the list. Even if he doesn't continue the game, he will still be able to proceed to the rematch steadily. Many people withdrew. Zhuge Shenlong, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You can do extremely difficult things so quickly. It was difficult, and I played for 8 minutes. Ziling came out and saw that the #1 ranked person was Zhuge Shenlong. She was not surprised at all. Try to fight a difficult one again. This is a rare opportunity to train your troops. I'm going to challenge the hell level. I accept being beaten to death. Zhang Yinbin sent his true thoughts. Okay, I'll fight another difficult one, also extremely challenging. If I die, I die. Ziling was at the other end, carrying a large axe on her shoulder and holding a small fist in one hand. If this picture is seen, a beautiful girl carrying a big axe. There's a wild side, that little fist, but there's also a cute side. Zhang Yinbin sat on a chair under the tree, slowly savoring the battle that had just taken place. Neither he nor the wooden man has any skills. It means using the power in your body to the maximum extent. If it happens again, I can finish it in 3 minutes. Zhang Yinbin carefully recalled the battle and also carefully considered the technique of exerting force. Rankings are constantly changing. Hey, this Gale is quite strong. I killed it once, and its foundation was damaged. It's actually very difficult for it to challenge it. Gale ranked 5th, extremely difficult, 18 minutes. There are a few more that are extremely difficult. It was extremely difficult. Only Zhang Yinbin finished within 10 minutes, while the rest were beyond 10 minutes. The second place, which Zhang Yinbin had heard of for the first time, was called Lei Xin. The third one, whom Zhang Yinbin had seen before, was called Young Master Liang. After browsing the others, Zhang Yinbin didn't recognize most of the top 100. The presidents of some guilds are not the most powerful. Zhang Yinbin didn't continue to pay attention. He adjusted his state again and began to challenge the hell level. It would be hell level if Zhang Yinbin died in battle. Then, his ranking will be directly reset to 0, and he will lose the qualification to compete. However, Zhang Yinbin doesn't care about the competition, but about improving himself. After adjusting, Zhang Yinbin entered the competition space. It's still a big hall. Still a wooden man. But the color of the wooden man changed. Turned golden. Fuck, is this made of gold? Isn't it a wooden man? After Zhang Yinbin finished complaining, the wooden man actually started talking. It's made of wood, golden cypress. Let's get started. As soon as the wooden man said start, he punched out. This time, Zhang Yinbin did not fight back, but dodged. With a punch on the ground, the stone slabs on the ground were smashed directly. Ox. Come on, I'm willing to die in battle. Zhang Yinbin did not avoid the fight and went straight for the kill. Hit him with a stick. There was a loud bang, as if hitting the golden bell. The system is shameless. It's like a wooden man. Last time, I was able to produce some sawdust. However, this time Zhang Yinbin doesn't have that ability. Dong dong dong. The weapon collided with the wooden golden man, making a loud noise. Every time Zhang Yinbin attacks, the recoil force is extremely strong. If he hadn't practiced intermediate stick techniques, the recoil force would probably have broken his bones. This wooden golden man is more powerful and has stronger defense than the previous wooden man. But there is one thing, which is that the movements are not that flexible. This is also the reason why Zhang Yinbin was able to persevere. This solid wood is probably harder than real gold. Zhang Yinbin attacked repeatedly, and the counterattack damage was huge. Attack with dozens of moves. The Jin people didn't seem to be affected much. And Zhang Yinbin now has to hide. He ached all over. You have to hide first and relieve yourself. He dodged several attacks in succession. Zhang Yinbin felt a little relieved. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed. Zhang Yinbin realized that fighting like this was not a solution. This metal and wood man has strong defense and attack. I'm only going to hit you in one place. After observation, Zhang Yinbin only attacked the knee joints of the golden wooden man. A sweep. There was a loud bang. At the same time, the arms of the Jinmu man will also be snapped down. It hit the ground, shattering the stone slabs and sending rocks flying. There were tiny bloodstains on Zhang Yinbin's face, all caused by these scratches. He was badly injured and hit in many places by the shattered rocks. Even if you are made of gold, I will smash you to pieces today. Zhang Yinbin became furious. He rushed forward and started beating him with sticks one after another. Two people were chasing each other in the hall. The entire hall was in a mess. The floor was smashed to pieces. Zhang Yinbin had already replaced his iron rod with the fifth one. The intensity was too great, and it broke. Another 20 minutes passed. Zhang Yinbin discovered that cracks finally appeared in the opponent's knee joint. I hit you 100 times and finally cracked your knee. Zhang Yinbin was covered in blood and sweat. Stones were flying everywhere, but Zhang Yinbin didn't care about them. The two sides exchanged blows. Crack. Attack the knees again. Finally heard a nice voice. That snapping sound meant that Zhang Yinbin was about to win. He attacked dozens more times. The golden man finally couldn't hold on any longer. Fell down. Zhang Yinbin also felt uncomfortable all over. The recoil force was too strong. Win. Standing in the shattered hall, Zhang Yinbin said calmly. Chapter 83 Demonic Mission Scroll. Zhang Yinbin withdrew from the mission. Suddenly, there was an uproar on the forum. Zhang Yinbin challenged the hell level successfully. It took 47 minutes. Undoubtedly, Zhang Yinbin once again topped the list. Others, on the other hand, repeatedly challenged extremely difficult levels. Several people refreshed the time to less than 10 minutes. However, compared to Zhang Yinbin, he is so inferior. The only person who has ever been to hell level. Although it took 47 minutes. Ziling was preparing for the third challenge. She saw Zhang Yinbin coming out and asked hurriedly, Zhuge Shenlong, you are awesome. What kind of existence is this hell level? Zhang Yinbin briefly described the hell level situation. That's too perverted. That golden man is perverted, and you are perverted too. The hell level tests more than just endurance. That powerful defensive ability and offensive power. What is tested is willpower. There is also a powerful recoil force, which also tests the technique. This test is not easy for Zhang Yinbin. He is now covered in blood and sweat. Some weakness and dehydration. Slowly walked back to the administrative center. Fortunately, Nen Ningxi was not there, otherwise she would have been scared too. Zhang Yinbin went back, took a good bath and relaxed. He definitely didn't have the endurance and willpower to challenge it again the third time. The system is weird. Put the endless battlefield in the first game, and the competition of players' personal strength in the second game. I don't know what the system means. Zhang Yinbin didn't think about these things. He took a bath. The wounds on his body were just minor scratches and could be recovered by practicing. After taking a shower, I went straight to bed. He didn't care what the system would do next. Zhang Yinbin's ranking has always been first, and no one can shake it. At this moment, a strange post appeared in the game. It is suspected that Quangfing was killed by Zhuge Shenlong using the elementary stick technique. This person is the one who traded intermediate-level stick techniques with Zhang Yinbin. Why did Zhang Yinbin buy this skill? Or he could exchange it with him for a more popular sword technique. No one will change it. So why did Zhang Yinbin change? Because he wanted to learn, because he had not learned the intermediate stick technique. Therefore, it is very likely that Quangfing was killed by Zhang Yinbin using basic stick techniques. Above are screenshots of Zhang Yinbin's transaction with him. This cannot be faked. The strong wind was pulled out and whipped again. Many people are discussing this game. Can Zhang Yinbin really pass the hell level with his intermediate stick skills? In any case, this strong wind has traumatized my heart again. Zhang Yinbin didn't know all this because he was sleeping. This time, he really didn't intend to hammer Quangfing. He really needed a book on intermediate stick techniques. At this time, Quangfing was preparing for the third challenge. Finally saw this post. Zhuge Shenlong, I will kill you. While he was sleeping, Zhang Yinbin didn't know that he had another grudge against Quangfing. Wake up at noon. The elimination round is over. Ding system announcement. Attention participating players. In 1 hour, you will enter the live action competition. There is no limit on the number of rounds, and each round will last 5 minutes. The top 100 will receive a fixed reward. Players, after a match, your status will automatically recover and your skills will be on cooldown. The system begins to let players fight against each other. Ding system prompt. Player Zhuge Shenlong. You are the only player who has passed the hell level. No need to participate. The reward will be automatically issued. Zhang Yinbin wanted to prepare more, but in the end, he passed automatically. The reward is a scroll. Eliminate the remaining demons. The demons recently broke the seal, and a few escaped, contaminating some humans and turning them into demon minions. Players, please eliminate them. You can lead any number of troops. The system will automatically transport you to the location. The mission is valid for 1 month and the duration is 1 day. Demon Clan. It's the Demon Clan again. Last time, Zhang Yanbin fought against the demons. This mission is quite interesting. The first 100 are all this quest scroll. It seems that the system wants to select a group of people to familiarize themselves with the demon race in advance. Will we fight against the demons in the future? This is what Zhang Yanbin is thinking at the moment. The rewards for this personal battle are not as good as before. The previous rewards were good. Even Zhang Yanbin killed the ultimate boss at a higher level, so the reward was also higher. Perhaps the reward for killing the demons is even higher. Zhang Yanbin took it seriously. He has a month to prepare before he can start. Now, Zhang Yanbin wants to go overseas. Once the formation master has built the engine, he will go out to sea. The master of formations already had several apprentices to help him with his work. Now, they are working overtime day and night to build an engine for Zhang Yanbin. On the other side of Shenlong Lake, ships were also being built day and night. New ships, 5 at a time. At the same time, Zhang Yanbin also sent a message, asking Lei Bao to bring the fleet back. This takes 3 days. And during these 3 days, Zhang Yanbin cannot do nothing. He plans to go to the mountains. Take people on an exploration trip. There are hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains stretching from north to south and from east to west. There must be many treasures hidden in them. Zhang Yanbin made some arrangements and set off with a team of 200 people. Among them, 150 were guards, and 50 were of various professions. Some are looking for minerals, some are looking for spiritual beasts, and some are looking for various fruits and herbs. Zhang Yanbin's target this time is deep in the mountains. So, they used the teleportation array to teleport to the foot of the mountain, and then they walked deeper into the mountains. We walked for a whole day and a night. Zhang Yanbin then ordered people to start searching and exploring. Lord, there are actually many herbs along the way. What would a senior pharmacist say to Zhang Yanbin? Zhang Yanbin reached out to stop him from speaking. My time is limited. I brought the team out this time because I wanted to see the 100,000 mountains with my own eyes. So we have to move fast. Rest here for 5 hours, then let you explore for another 2 hours, and then we'll continue on. When the time is up, I will leave on my own. Then you can explore slowly. The people Zhang Yanbin brought this time were from the investigation team, formed by Nan Ningxi. He has experts protecting him, so he doesn't have to worry too much. Yes, Lord. After resting, Zhang Yanbin and his team continued on their journey. Another day of walking. It seems like there's a lot of spiritual energy here. Maybe there really are spiritual stones underground. Despite this, Zhang Yanbin did not allow anyone to dig him out. The road is difficult to walk in this deep mountain. Along the way, Zhang Yanbin also discovered a lot of things. Various woods, various flowers and plants, various animals, various fruits. These are all resources. It just depends on whether there are people who understand how to use them. At the same time, Zhang Yanbin also carefully observed the mountain. Zhang Yanbin also has to ensure the safety of his rear and that his territory will not be attacked. So, he observed the terrain of the mountain to see if there was anything that needed to be defended. At night, we rested on a mountaintop. Suddenly, Ziling came looking for him. Zhuge Shenlong. Do you know that several people from the territories took people on demonic missions, but ended up returning with their entire army annihilated? You should also have a quest scroll. Don't do it lightly. Is anyone going to do the demon mission? Zhang Yanbin didn't expect this. Chapter 84 Acquisition Mission Scroll. Do you have a scroll? Zhang Yanbin asked Ziling. Ziling blushed, but Zhang Yanbin couldn't see it. I'm ranked over 5,000, no. I might be able to pass that mission if I do it now, but I want to be more prepared. I've killed demons before, I know how to kill them. Ziling didn't expect that Zhang Yanbin actually knew about the demons and had killed them. All I know is that they all failed to return. I don't know anything else. Zhang Yanbin wanted to know the size of the demon clan. I'm afraid only the big guilds know about this. Zhang Yanbin, ask Wanwan directly. Zhang Yanbin has the contact information of Zi Liuli and others. But he insisted on contacting Wanwan. The higher Wanwan's status becomes by living with her, the more information she will get in the future. At the same time, she can also be used to spread some news to the outside world. Zhang Yanbin asked Wanwan. Soon, Wanwan compiled some information for him. Zhuge Shenlong. There are many demons here, and the scale is unknown, possibly tens of thousands, or even more. However, they are relatively scattered and not very strong, but they are impossible to kill. Even if you were pierced by thousands of arrows, it would be difficult to kill you. This is what makes the demons so scary. Many people in the territories could no longer hold back and took people on missions. After all, it was won in the competition. So many people think that there must be a lot of rewards. Do you know what the reward is for killing the demon clan? Zhang Yanbin can kill the demons. Rewards are key. The rewards are quite diverse. There's everything, including authentic weapons, blueprints, spirit stones, money, and even manuals on martial arts techniques, etc. However, even though the rewards are plentiful, not much can be given away because the player's backpack is limited. You have to hold out for a day before the system will teleport you back. Most people can't last 3 hours. Zhang Yinbin sat and thought for a long time. Wanwan was a little nervous. After a while, Zhang Yinbin sent her a message. Can this scroll be transferred? Yes, the system doesn't stipulate who can go. Well, if you help me collect a few, I'll tell you how to kill the demons. 5 for 1 piece of news. Anyone else who went in was wiped out. What will happen if I go in by myself? It's not easy to persist for a day, since the rewards are generous. Zhang Yinbin doesn't need to think too much. No need to wait a month. If there were many scrolls, he would wait a few days until his army had digested that batch of martial arts books, and then he would take action. Waited for about 20 minutes. Wanwan directly traded 5 scrolls to her. This time, among the top 100 players, there are actually many who are not Lord players. They started selling this thing at a high price a long time ago. But, these past 2 days, this scroll is worthless. A big guild has a lot of news. Not like myself, just alone. Zhang Yinbin thought for a moment, then said, weapons made of flame stone can corrode and kill demons. Wanwan was stunned. Flame stone? That was not what Zhang Yinbin sold to Zhuge Shenlong. At the beginning, Zhang Yinbin told her that this thing was very difficult to mine, but no one knew what it was used for. Only Zhuge Shenlong was willing to take it. Wanwan felt like logging off immediately and going to find Zhang Yinbin to make a deal. Any deal is possible, as long as she is used to make the deal. But Wanwan didn't do that. She doesn't want to do this. She didn't want to go through Zhang Yinbin, but wanted to go through Zhuge Shenlong. Because of this, the entire guild paid more attention to her. Who is Zhang Yinbin? Just a nobody. Will Zhuge Shenlong ask for a higher price? Yes, but does it matter? It doesn't matter. The guild provides the money and resources. She is only the one to be rewarded, and she is not required to provide these resources. Smart Dong Xiaowan immediately figured out the key points. Therefore, Dong Xiaowan resisted the urge to log off and go find Zhang Yinbin. Flame stone. Where can I get this? Zhang Yinbin was also stunned. I thought she would log off and come find me. Zhang Yinbin also thought of a way to deal with it. As a result, Dong Xiaowan pretended to be stupid. My territory can be mined, so I know. On the other side, Dong Xiaowan cursed in her heart. You clearly bought it, but you're trying to trick me. You want to use it to make a deal. Dong Xiaowan knew it well, but she also had her own ulterior motives. So it was not revealed. Our guild definitely wants it. What are the conditions? 1 scroll, 2,000 units, can create 1,000 weapons. Weapons, just add fire stones. Zhang Yinbin already has 5 scrolls in his hand. Now I still want it. Wait a minute. This is a serious matter, and we don't know how many scrolls we can collect. Zhang Yinbin certainly cannot collect it himself. He can only do it through others. Once he makes a move, the scroll will become a hot commodity. By then, the price will definitely rise to a sky-high level. That's why Zhang Yinbin entrusted Wanwan. Wanwan is having an emergency meeting with Zi Lioli and others. Out of the 100 scrolls, about 6 or 7 have already been used. There should be dozens more on the market. Let's collect 5 more and trade with Zhuge Shenlong. 5 pieces mean 5,000 weapons. We can form a team of 5,000 people to carry out a mission. After we come back, we can decide whether to continue the trade. Zi Lioli gave some analysis. No matter what, next, we must make every effort to collect the scrolls. As for whether to hand over the scroll to Zhang Yinbin, the initiative lies with them. Zi Lioli immediately gave orders to collect all the scrolls that could be bought and collected. According to her estimation, she changed the person and identity to acquire the goods secretly. Should be able to collect more than half. After all, many individual players and certain lords knew that this thing would expire, and those who went in to complete the mission were wiped out and suffered heavy losses. The things won in this competition are of no value. Now if someone wants to buy it, just sell it. Zhang Yinbin also guessed that they would think so. But, fighting will consume resources. Every time you go in, you will consume resources. If you want the Fire Stone, you have to come to him. By then, most of the scrolls will still be his. Haha, I also have the potential to be an old Yin coin. Zhang Yinbin didn't feel cold at all despite the mountain breeze, and he laughed at himself. As the mountain breeze blew, Zhang Yinbin practiced his martial arts. Some guards were also practicing. People of various professions hid in tents. It's dawn. Zhang Yinbin watched the sunrise carefully. The sunrise in the game is more beautiful than in reality. Wait until everyone gets up. Zhang Yinbin led the team out again. This time, go down the mountain. Lord, that's a falcon. It can deliver messages over 1,000 miles. Falcon. Shouldn't it be carrier pigeons? A hunter pointed to a falcon on a big tree and said, "The falcon is very large." Zhang Yinbin estimated that when its wings are spread, it is about 3 or 4 meters long. Lord, birds of prey like these are not easily preyed upon. They fly high and fast, unlike carrier pigeons, which can only fly 100 miles. Zhang Yinbin understood that there is also a food chain in this game. This carrier pigeon can also deliver messages, but it has too many natural enemies. How do you catch it? It should be a falcon's nest. If there are eggs, you can take them back and give them to my subordinates to raise. They will surely play an important role in the territory. Chapter 85 Trapped in the Ice Lake. Zhang Yinbin was moved, delivering a message over 1,000 miles. This is a very important matter. Zhang Yinbin was alone and couldn't use the chat room like other players. So, this falcon is very important to him. This tree is very tall, nearly 100 meters. The falcon above was watching them warily. Is there an egg on it? Zhang Yinbin asked. Even if there are no eggs, there are still eaglets. Otherwise, the falcon wouldn't be looking at us so warily, nor would it have murderous intent in its eyes. Zhang Yinbin nodded. He took out a pair of gloves. Then he said, I will go up, and the archers will prepare below. Now, he didn't dare shoot the falcon for fear of hurting the eggs or the eaglets in the nest. In this case, the only option is to go up and drive away the big one first. Zhang Yinbin moved quickly and climbed more than 20 meters in one go. Lord, be careful. Suddenly, the falcon above took off. After rushing up, he rushed straight down to deal with Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin looked up. He immediately took out a dagger from the ring. A dagger is not for attacking. Instead, he inserted it directly into the tree trunk, then grabbed the dagger and had a support point. The hawk came flying. Several guards below immediately shot arrows. Arrows shot towards the falcon. At this time, it is not above the nest, so there is no need to worry about hurting the eggs or the eaglets. However, the falcon flapped its wings and knocked the arrow down. But he didn't dive down either. I can only use my claws to catch Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin took the dagger in his hand and jumped. He also grabbed the falcon's claws and tried to use his weight to pull him to the ground. Who knew that this falcon was so powerful? Take him directly into the sky. Lord! 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 The people below shouted. I have nothing to do, so I can go back by myself. You take the eaglet or the bird's eggs and return immediately. Later, Zhang Yinbin couldn't shout anymore. The falcon began to throw him off the ground and kill him. But Zhang Yinbin caught it very close. Suddenly, the falcon accelerated and a breath of wind blew into his mouth. Zhang Yinbin could only close his eyes and mouth. However, his hands did not loosen. You'll get tired of flying eventually. Zhang Yinbin thought to himself. The falcon swooped down left and right, trying to throw itself off. Zhang Yinbin swayed back and forth, but never let go of his hands. He began to practice his skills and held on tighter with both hands. At the same time, move the exercises to the eyes. Allow your eyes to protect against the high-speed wind. Opening his eyes, Zhang Yinbin discovered that the falcon was flying very fast. One hill after another was crossed. Eagle! Just as Zhang Yinbin shouted, a gust of wind blew in, causing his martial arts to stop for a while, and he almost fell down. So, he concentrated on practicing his skills and didn't dare to speak again. This falcon is also stubborn, flying left and right, or flying forward at an accelerated speed. Both of them were competing in endurance. Let's see who can't hold on first. Below, mountains flew by. Zhang Yinbin practiced his skills and refused to let go. I don't know how far I've leaped. The falcon finally showed signs of fatigue. But he still insisted on flying. This thing has to fly 100 miles away. How am I going to get back then? Zhang Yinbin couldn't calculate the distance. I just counted how many hills I passed in a short while. The straight line distance is 100 miles, but walking in the mountains may take several times longer, and it may take 1,000 miles to walk back. The falcon no longer swings left and right, as this also consumes a lot of energy. Suddenly, a large lake appeared in front of Zhang Yinbin. Very big. You can't see the whole picture from the air. The falcon suddenly swooped down. Throw me into the lake. Zhang Yinbin thought to himself that it would be better to drag himself into the tree. Throwing it into the lake, will it work? Zhang Yinbin is not afraid of hitting a tree. At that time, he could catch the falcon with a golden hook on his feet. Perhaps the falcon also knew that this would be the outcome. But why did he bring him to the lake? A long cry. The eagle's long cry made Zhang Yinbin's eardrum unable to hear any other sounds for a moment. He only saw that the lake was unusually calm, without even a ripple. The falcon took him into the lake. As soon as his feet touched the water, Zhang Yinbin was frozen by a chill. This turned out to be a curling stone. It was as if all the strength in his body was frozen. When the water reached his chest, His skills slowed down, and he could no longer hold onto the falcon's claws, so he fell into the lake. The whole person is immersed in water and floats in the middle of the water. Zhang Yinbin could no longer breathe, and his heartbeat seemed to be frozen. At this time, two divine dragons began to roam around him. Very quickly, it moves around the body. The falcon broke free from Zhang Yinbin, let out a long cry, and flew into the sky. The falcon brought Zhang Yinbin here to freeze him in the lake water and kill him. Zhang Yinbin didn't expect that there was such a lake in the deep mountains. Zhang Yinbin was completely frozen and unable to move. Just soak in the water. But he knew he was not dead. He can still think. Time passes by little. He still couldn't move. After an unknown number of hours, Zhang Yinbin tried to practice the exercises and was able to do it slowly. The dragon protects me. Two divine dragons were walking around him. Zhang Yinbin was lucky enough to use the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. Several hours passed, and Zhang Yinbin remained in the water. The water is so still, it seems as if it doesn't need to flow. Zhang Yinbin also kept his limbs naturally spread out in the middle of the lake. Suddenly, another dragon appeared at the heart meridian. Zhang Yinbin felt warm again from the heart. Speed up the operation of the exercises. I, Zhang Yinbin, cannot die. Zhang Yinbin slowly warmed up from the heart. Spread out. When the water spread to his limbs, Zhang Yinbin moved and swam upwards. Breaking through the water, it was quiet all around. Zhang Yinbin felt the surface of the lake and found that there should be no living creatures in the water. This is the ice lake, very icy. Zhang Yinbin swam to the shore. At this time, it was already evening. This falcon is truly formidable, capable of covering thousands of miles in a single day. If you can subdue it, it will be of great use. This falcon is so powerful. I just don't know how many. I don't know whether the one just now is male or female. And this magical lake, hidden among the 100,000 mountains, actually helped me reach another level. Zhang Yinbin was very curious about this lake. He walked to the lake and put his arm in without practicing any skills. Suddenly, my arm lost feeling. Quickly practice the exercises, and then slowly restore sensation to your arm. I have to go back and ask Ningxi. If she doesn't know either, then we won't be able to know the secret of this lake for the time being. It's getting late. Zhang Yinbin didn't want to leave. The surrounding mountains and rivers are beautiful, but there is no life at all. There is no living thing in the water, and not even a single ripple can be created. He decided to stay by the lake for one night and explore the icy lake tomorrow. One is my business. Whether to give gifts or not is your business. Chapter 86. The Falcon Surrenders. The next day, Zhang Yinbin started exploring the lake early in the morning. He picked up the stone and examined it, and found it was just an ordinary stone. It takes more than 3 hours to walk around the lake. It's really big. Didn't find anything special. Only this water is extremely cold. Zhang Yinbin knew that it would take at least 8 days to go back now. Even if we travel day and night at full speed without stopping, it will probably take 5 days. He doesn't have that much time and can't waste it. At noon, he ran back in the direction he came from. Even if it was a mountain road, he would run all the way. However, there were already a lot of messages in his communicator at this time, and he had to deal with them first. One sent him another message. Give him 5 quest scrolls. Zhang Yinbin had enough firestones in his ring, so he traded with him. Then, Zhang Yinbin started running wildly again. Running wildly on the mountain road. I ran for 2 days and 2 nights, and had no time to see any scenery. Stop in the middle and rest for only half an hour, sitting cross-legged to practice the exercises. Or, quickly log off and replenish the nutrient solution. When he was at the bottom of the lake, a dragon appeared, and his nutrient solution was almost exhausted. Then he continued running. Finally, after 5 days and 5 nights, Zhang Yinbin ran back. Arrived at the teleportation array at the foot of the mountain. I wanted to teleport back immediately, but I saw 2 falcons, huge falcons, circling in the sky, and there was a sense of tension below. Zhang Yinbin hurried forward. What's going on? Lord, you are back. These 2 falcons have been chasing us and confronting us for many days. The falcon threw Zhang Yinbin into the lake and flew back. As a result, the 3 little eagles inside were taken away by Zhang Yinbin's men. These 2 falcons kept chasing us. After Zhang Yinbin knew about it, he walked up to the crowd. He looked up at the sky and said loudly, "You too. Why don't you just live in our territory and become our guardian beasts? We will treat you well." The 2 falcons let out a long cry. A falcon flew down and circled about 10 meters above Zhang Yinbin. Confirmed that it is Zhang Yinbin. The other party may be wondering why Zhang Yinbin didn't die. Yes, it's me. I came out of the icy lake, and I didn't die. Zhang Yinbin is sure. The other party is very smart and psychic. Maybe he can understand. Zhang Yinbin activated the Divine Dragon 9 transformations and shouted, "Falcon, I need someone to deliver a message. Your child must be raised in our territory. If you are worried, you can stay. Otherwise, both sides will suffer losses." The two falcons continued to circle in the sky. At this time, a falcon took another falcon and flew away. "Lord, what's going on?" Zhang Yinbin had a feeling that the falcon would stay. "Wait, where are the three little eagles?" The hunter saluted Zhang Yinbin and said, "I'm hiding. There are people taking care of them, and Zhang Yinbin believes that his people will treat these three falcons well." Waited about half an hour. The two falcons flew back again. Then it landed beside Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin walked over, reached out, and touched its head. Ding system prompt. Epic level falcon, willing to become the guardian beast of the dragon territory. Awesome, it's actually epic. No wonder it can easily carry me so far. Don't worry, I just need your help in delivering the letter. Choose a place around here and build a new nest. I'll leave the eaglet to you to raise. The falcon rubbed Zhang Yinbin's hand, with a stubborn look in its eyes, and then spread its wings and flew away. Take good care of the eaglets. The two eagles are already part of our territory. They'll be back later. Zhang Yinbin disbanded the team and asked the hunters to take good care of the little eagle. At the same time, he instructed the inspection team to report to Nan Ningxi instead of to himself. "I am about to go to war." Zhang Yinbin hurried back to his territory. "Lord," in front of a construction site, Zhang Yinbin took Nan Ningxi's hand and walked towards the administrative center. Those who don't know would think that Zhang Yinbin was very anxious and wanted to pull Nan Ningxi back into the room and do something like that. Zhang Yinbin had been missing for a few days, but nothing had happened in the territory. All this is thanks to Nan Ningxi. Now, Zhang Yinbin had something urgent to do and time was running out, so he took Nan Ningxi's hand and left in front of everyone. "Ningxi, there are some urgent matters. Let's go back and talk." Nan Ningxi could only let Zhang Yinbin hold her hand and return to the administrative center. This time out, Zhang Yinbin recounted the events of the inspection. That lake is truly so magical. Fortunately, the Lord possesses divine-level skills, otherwise he would have frozen to death. "Lord, you said that the surrounding trees are lush. I'm afraid that the trees that can survive in this environment, even within a radius of dozens of miles, are not ordinary and may be high-quality materials. I will immediately arrange for someone to conduct further investigations. Also, the falcon will surrender. First, the little eagle is in our hands. Second, it can sense the subtle dragon power in you because of your Divine Dragon 9 transformations. The dragon's might can suppress all living things. That's why you can subdue it." Zhang Yinbin slapped his leg and said, "I still have long way in those trees by the lake. I never thought that the trunks are so huge that it takes 5 or 6 people to hug them. That's strange. There are so many big trees along the way. There's nothing special. My attention is all on the lake." Zhang Yinbin hurried back to complete the task. "Okay, let's move on to the second thing. This time, I'm leading an army of 10,000 men. Lei Bao and the others should have returned. Each mission takes 1 day, and I'm afraid we'll have to do it for many days straight. During this period, you will focus on building ships. Build as many ships as you have docks, and all of them will be powered by spirit stones. Once I complete the demon mission, I will officially contact other territories. Zhang Yinbin, we must go out and take the fleet with us." "Yes, Lord." Zhang Yinbin explained several things to Nan Ningxi one after another. At the same time, let him build a new batch of warehouses. There are still a lot of supplies in Zhang Yinbin's ring, so keep more for the time being. After finishing his instructions, Zhang Yinbin went to see his army. "Ha ha ha, Lord, finally there's something to fight. I've been exploring overseas lately. It's so boring." Lei Bao smiled proudly. The last mission was restricted to epic level, so he couldn't take action. "We can only take the fleet to explore overseas. I have explored a lot of things. Some islands have resources." Zhang Yinbin didn't care about these things and left them all to Nan Ningxi. Zhang Yinbin left 2 epic-level talents to Nan Ningxi and asked them to lead the team into the mountains to explore. Now, Zhang Yinbin has 3 more people who are learning epic level at his disposal. Respectively, the one who learned how to use an axe is Li Qiulin. The swordsman, Chu Feixiong. Chen Asi's knife skills. 10,000 people gathered. Zhang Yinbin reviewed 10,000 people. In addition, 2 sets of weapons were prepared. A batch of weapons and equipment were made using firestones. His weapons and equipment, 1 weapon, not just used 2 units of firestones, but 5 units. Only arrows are used less frequently. Only the arrowheads are needed a little bit. Tomorrow morning, at 8 o'clock, we will go to battle. The Lord is mighty. The Lord is mighty. After the review, Zhang Yinbin's confidence soared. Facing the demons again, he was more confident. Chapter 87 Demonic Army. After a night's rest, Zhang Yinbin felt that his strength had increased rapidly. Because there is a little dragon in the heart. This divine dragon did not move around, but stayed there all the time. Zhang Yinbin practiced for half the night before falling asleep, holding Nan Ningxi. Wake up. The two went out hand in hand. Nan Ningxi went to handle government affairs, and Zhang Yinbin was going to lead his troops into battle. Now, there are dozens of soldiers who have learned advanced skills, and 6 of them, not counting Thunderstorm, have learned epic skills and are ready to fight. Zhang Xingting, Yuan Hai, Tai Yi, Li Qiulin, Chu Feixiong, and Chenei Ci. 10,000 soldiers, lined up in neat rows. Zhang Yinbin doesn't need much encouragement. He is the benchmark. He is the soul. As long as he stands in front of the soldiers, their morale will not fall. Get ready, go. Zhang Yinbin activated the scroll, and it rose into the air, enveloping them in light. After a while, they were teleported directly to the outside of an abandoned city. Part of the city wall has collapsed, and the part that hasn't collapsed also looks dilapidated. There was no sign of human habitation around. Let's go, defensive formation. When you come, you have to explore. Zhang Yinbin and Lei Bao were at the front of the team. Entered the city. The city was also in ruins. Suddenly, some people came out of the house. Or, some people from the demon clan. They are easy to recognize, with a faint black aura on their bodies and red eyes. Kill. Zhang Yinbin led his men to attack directly. His own iron rod had also been replaced with one made of many firestones. There were not many demons on the street, only a few dozen. After going up, I found that their fighting ability was very weak. They were all killed in a short while. Could it be that they were just ordinary people before and were corrupted by the demons? Zhang Yinbin remembered the words on the scroll. If this is the case, then there will be no shortage of people in this city. They are all demons, no longer human. Zhang Yinbin kills them without any mercy. The demon clan, indeed, drops a lot of things. The things that fell were very mixed. I have money, skill books, and various materials. Zhang Yinbin and his men rushed down the entire street. There wasn't much resistance. Weapons made of firestone can burn and corrode them, so they die quickly. Unlike other players' armies, these demons can never be killed. Exit from another city gate. It took less than an hour. Zhang Yinbin mobilized 10,000 people and killed a bunch of shrimps. Obviously, he was not reconciled. Although a scroll is nothing, Zhang Yinbin hopes to get a better reward. Inside the city, there are probably only these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Send out scouts to patrol everywhere to see if there are other demons gathering. Zhang Yinbin and his men also brought some cavalry scouts. Divide into several groups and search in several directions outside the city. Half an hour later. Lord, there is a group that has lost contact. Generally, in a team with many people, one person will come back to report after a period of time. As a result, one team member did not come to report. That direction. East. Let's go, the whole army is moving out. It will take time to send someone to investigate further. Now, what Zhang Yinbin and his team lack is time. So, just go there with a large team. It took about 20 minutes to walk. You can see traces of fighting. After walking for another 10 minutes, they saw the body of their own scout. Be alert and keep moving forward. Humble humans, I will turn you all into puppets. Suddenly, a low and bewitching voice came from the woods ahead. Zhang Yinbin knew that he had found the real culprit. Thunderstorm, follow me and charge in. Each team, lead the team well. Zhang Yinbin and Lei Bao were walking in the front. As soon as I entered the forest, I saw a group of demons slowly coming out. Their movements were somewhat stiff and slow. Zhang Yinbin discovered that the demonic energy on their bodies was obviously heavier. Humble humans have sent me so many slaves again. A tall demon who was carried in a sedan chair spoke. This person, with demonic energy overflowing from his body, is obviously not an ordinary character. Thunderstorm, Iron Wing, the 3 of us will hold this man back, and the rest of you will lead the team to wipe out the demons. The other party is the big boss. Zhang Yinbin loves killing bosses the most. Yes, Lord. Tie was the first to start the battle. An arrow made entirely of flame stone flew away. For others, only the arrowheads used the fire stone, but Tie was different. He is practicing at the epic level, so the configuration given to him is better. The demon boss was horrified and fell off his seat. Arrow formation, kill. Zhang Yinbin gave the order, and the arrow formation attacked. The archers in the rear immediately began a round of arrows. Zhang Yinbin and Lei Bao also rushed over. The demon boss saw the threat of their weapons. After a burst of arrows, many demons were injured. These demons used to be afraid of nothing. Not afraid of injury, not afraid of death. However, Now the flame stone is constantly corroding and burning them. The roaring sound continued. Zhang Yinbin attacked with a thunderbolt. Several soldiers who tried to stop them were knocked away by them. The troops behind Zhang Yinbin also followed suit. The archers replaced their bows and arrows with crossbows and began looking for opportunities to attack. Zhang Yinbin soon discovered that these ordinary demons did not have high combat effectiveness. It's just harder to kill. Zhang Yinbin and his men had weapons specifically designed to deal with them, so it wasn't difficult to kill them. Damn humans. The demon leader went crazy. Shouting, he rushed towards Zhang Yinbin and Lei Baobao. Ha 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 ha. I haven't had an opponent for a long time. Thunderstorm was very excited and attacked quickly. Bang! The two men collided with each other, and the demon leader was just knocked back and was not hurt at all. Of course, thunderstorms are nothing to worry about. It's not like they haven't killed demon leaders before, so they have experience. At this time, Zhang Yinbin also arrived. Although his iron rod was made of flame stone, it was not like a sword that could directly draw blood and injure the opponent. Zhang Yinbin and Lei Bao's main purpose was to entangle this boss and clear out the others first. Zhang Xingting, Yuan Hai and other young generals are very brave. He led a large army and slew the demons, leaving them in disarray. Archers also kept attacking. The demon leader was also feeling bad at this time. He couldn't hurt the thunderstorm, and the thunderstorm couldn't hurt him. But Iron Wing can. Iron Wing's arrows are all made of flame stone. Tie had attacked several times in a row, and although he didn't hit the target, the demon leader was very afraid of him, unable to concentrate on fighting the enemy. So, Zhang Yinbin and Lei Bao attacked him one move after another. At first, nothing. However, thunderstorms have thunder attributes. His movements began to slow down. The two sides fought fiercely for half an hour. The demon leader has noticed something is wrong and wants to run away. It's too late to run. Zhang Yinbin put away his iron rod. He found the right opportunity, took out a dagger and stabbed him directly in the leg. Roar! The corrosiveness of the dagger made the demon leader scream in pain. The power of thunder. Thunderstorm also launched a big move at this time. Chapter 88 Foundation Repair Fluid. Thunderstorm, a big move. It has a paralyzing effect. Tie, experienced. Send an arrow in time. The arrow hit the demon directly in the chest. Black smoke began to come out of his chest. The huge corrosiveness caused the demon leader's power to slowly disappear. He wanted to raise his weapon, but he had no strength, and the knife slipped from his hand. Then, he slowly knelt on the ground. Zhang Yinbin looked around at this time and found that the demon soldiers had almost been wiped out. There are a lot of spoils on the ground. Zhang Yinbin did not interfere much in the matter of clearing out the soldiers. Sure enough, this task from the system is not difficult at all. Of course, that's relative to me. For other players, I'm afraid those half-demons in the city can't beat them. Those people in the city were simply contaminated by the demons and turned into half-demons. And these are completely people from the demon clan. Ordinary weapons do little or no damage to them, and other players cannot deal with them. But for Zhang Yinbin, it was very easy. After the killing, they began to clean up the battlefield. The rewards received are much more than usual. Zhang Yinbin doesn't care much about rewards. The soldiers will give him the money, and he will give it to Nan Ningxi. And some books on skills and techniques can already be distributed to several young generals. Lord, look, this is what we found. Zhang Shengting handed him 3 bottles excitedly. Zhang Yinbin took it and took a look. Root repair fluid. It can repair damaged foundations. Grip. Zhang Yinbin wanted to curse the system, but he couldn't say it. At this moment, he was too excited. With this thing, dying once in a while isn't a big deal. The most important thing is that this thing is valuable. If this thing were put up for auction, it would probably fetch a sky-high price. In the game, the punishment for player death is very terrible. On the surface, there is no punishment. But, free is the most expensive. The game is very cruel. Once you die, I'm afraid that many good things will have nothing to do with you in the future. Moreover, the guild will not train people who have lost their potential. If the bottle in Zhang Yinbin's hand were to be auctioned now, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. However, Zhang Yinbin didn't know when he would die in battle. So, this thing must be kept for yourself. What's more, his own subordinates might need it too. This mission is worth it just for this bottle. The demon leader didn't seem to be very high-ranking either. Only 2 advanced martial arts books were revealed. There are many intermediate and beginner techniques and skills. Zhang Yinbin only accepted the high-quality ones and left the rest to his subordinates to distribute. Zhang Yinbin ordered another search. Nothing of value was found. There was no sign of the demons either. At this time, only half a day had passed. Zhang Yinbin and his team suffered very few casualties. More than 100 people were killed or injured. It's time to go back. Prepare well tomorrow, and play 2 games in one day. This foundation repair fluid is so important. Zhang Yinbin led his men out of the mission space. Returned to the territory. The subsequent military affairs were left to a few young generals to arrange. Zhang Yinbin withdrew from the mission and wanted to contact Wanwan. I found that I can't get in touch with you now. I can't get in touch with you in this specific space. I guess he went to do a demon mission. Zhang Yinbin came back early. Just arranged the shipbuilding. Now, more than a dozen ships are being built simultaneously. In addition, he also kept an eye on the Divine Workshop and asked the Formation Master to produce a large number of engines. Then, he was fine. Go offline and go to the back mountain to smash rocks. Zhang Yinbin only came online in the evening. When I went online, I not only contacted Wanwan. Moreover, she was the one who sent the message on her own initiative. Zhuge Shenlong, our president, wants more firestones. We only have 3 scrolls left, but we can exchange them for other items. The Liuli Guild did go on a mission. The main personnel did not go. Moreover, one of the subordinates was asked to lead the people, so that even if there were losses, they could bear it. Since it was Wanwan who contacted them this time, in order to convince the territories below, Wanwan had to go as well. In the end, they won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. This weapon made of flamestone can indeed have a burning effect and can cause huge damage to the demons. But the demon leader is very powerful. It has high vitality and is difficult to kill. They only managed to get through after sacrificing half of their troops. Come back and analyze it. They found out that they had been deceived by Zhang Yinbin. Adding 2 units of firestone can indeed kill these demons. However, if more are added, the effect will be better and the loss will be smaller. In other words, Zhang Yinbin misled them. In order to save the firestone, they had to pay the price of their lives. Zhang Yinbin directly traded 3 scrolls with Wanwan. Then he said, "You've played once, and you know this scroll is incredibly valuable. The rewards for this kind of competition created by the system can't be bad. Now that you know, if you want the firestone, don't exchange it with money. If you don't want the scroll, you can use something else of value. Or, I can cooperate with other guilds and ask them to help with the acquisition. In fact, it is unlikely that other guilds will acquire it." The ability of Purple Glass. She immediately bought all the scrolls she could. "I'll make a list for you and see what you like." Wanwan had no choice. She had fought against demons and knew about the foundation repair fluid. This thing is extremely precious and she knows its value. Therefore, try to keep the scroll in your hand as much as possible. At the same time, we must start taking action as soon as possible. Zhang Yinbin is not in a hurry. He still had 8 scrolls left in his hand, enough for him to fight for 4 days. Okay, let's contact each other tomorrow night. Zhang Yinbin will play 2 games tomorrow. I'm not free tomorrow, so let's contact each other tomorrow night. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin also needs to give the other party some time to make a list. After contacting Wanwan, Zhang Yinbin was waiting for Nan Ningxi to come back. When she came back to take a shower, the gauze curtain was gone and she could see more. After Nan Ningxi finished taking a shower, she also began to practice. However, Nan Ningxi's progress was faster than his. "Ningxi, you are so amazing. I've only given you this technique for a few days, and it feels like you're almost catching up with me." Nan Ningxi finished her training, opened her eyes, and said, "Lord, you are immortal. Training has side effects, and your progress is slow. I have a pure body, so I don't have any sequelae." Zhang Yinbin could only shut up. "Ningxi, look, this is the foundation repair liquid. Will it be of great use to us extraordinary people? If I use it, can it speed up my cultivation progress?" Nan Ningxi took it and examined it carefully. Then he shook his head and said, "Lord, if you were practicing an ordinary technique, it would be fine. But you are practicing a god-level technique. This repair fluid is too low-grade and not suitable for you. There are many better things in the world." Zhang Yinbin took the foundation repair liquid and suddenly felt that it was not fragrant anymore. Find an opportunity and sell it for a high price. On second thought, since this thing is not very valuable, I might as well sell it first and make some money, or rather, make some money later. Chapter 89 by Xiaosheng. Sleep, sleep. Zhang Yinbin took back the foundation repair fluid and pulled Nan Ningxi over. Zhang Yinbin just wanted to fall asleep holding Ningxi in his arms, and he had no other thoughts, really. The next day, Zhang Yinbin assembled his troops again. Set out again. The morning went smoothly. Directly find the real army of the demons. The 3 of them are still holding back the big boss of the demon clan. Then, other young generals led the army and killed a lot of people. A fierce fight. The battle was over in 3 hours. It will take another hour to clean up the battlefield. Afterwards, exit the task space. In less than half a day, Zhang Yinbin came back. After returning, the army rested. Another game in the afternoon. There are still no twists and turns. However, The spoils were still a lot. Several advanced techniques and skill books. Then, a bunch of other miscellaneous supplies. There were a lot of supplies, and Zhang Yinbin brought them all back using his ring. However, after returning, many of them were placed directly in the warehouse and sorted and organized by his subordinates. A day passed. Wanwan finally came up with a not-so-long list. Because there are really not many things that Zhang Yinbin likes. Zhuling fruit, there are still 4. Well, I'll give you 2,000 units of firestone. Zhang Yinbin saw the Zhuling fruit. This thing is for spiritual beasts to eat. He now has 3 little eaglets. And the little wolf had eaten one before. It works very well. When it grows up a little, it will surpass its parents. On Wanwan's side, Zi Lioli and other senior executives were all there, and they approved it directly. Zi Lioli also didn't understand why Zhang Yinbin didn't contact her directly through her. Instead, you have to contact Wanwan first. Zhang Yinbin wouldn't tell her the reason either. The lost artifact, you all took out this thing to exchange. This is a divine artifact. Zhang Yinbin saw the scroll of the lost artifact. Change, I don't know Zhuge Shenlong. Are you going to change or not? I have one too. I don't dare to take on this mission lightly. I'm afraid of death. I have to stock up on some root repair fluid before I dare to do it. How about changing it to 3,000 units? Wanwan also passed. Zhang Yinbin gave the other party another 3,000 units. I don't want any real weapons. I have a bunch here. If you want any, I can sell you some. There are real weapons, and there are more than 100 of them in Zhang Yinbin's ring. When he saw Fusion's weapons on the list, he said to Wanwan, "How did you put this thing up there?" On the other side, Wanwan was stunned. Now, the genuine weapons are extremely valuable. I don't know how many people want it. Doesn't Zhuge Shenlong know that real-life weapons cannot withstand the skills practiced in the game? Some people conduct experiments specifically using real weapons and martial arts techniques, but they can't withstand the pressure for long and break easily. However, weapons with real qualities can be brought into reality and can withstand the power of martial arts. Of course, Zhang Yinbin didn't know. He was too busy and had no time, and besides, he had never used the weapons in the game in real life. He was mainly trying to adapt to the power, mostly hitting rocks. Wanwan didn't know how to answer, so she passed Zhang Yinbin's words to Zi Lioli and other senior executives. Enchanted weapons, doesn't Zhuge Shenlong, the #1 player in the game, know the effects? Tell him how these weapons work in real life and test his reaction. Wanwan told Zhang Yinbin the real-life role of weapons. Zhang Yinbin muttered to himself, "Hey, so that's how it is. No wonder the system created a real weapon. It seems that this weapon is truly invaluable. Don't I still have a bunch of treasures in my hands?" Zhang Yinbin figured this out, and then said, "Of course I know. I have my own set. I'm the only player in my territory, so what's the point of having so many authentic weapons? I've been busy with missions. I have to choose a time to talk to you. I don't have time to deal with these weapons. Do you know of anyone who could handle this more conveniently?" What Zhang Yinbin said seems to be very reasonable. Wanwan was also shocked. Where did Zhang Yinbin get so many real weapons? We don't need that. You can tell him that Bai Shaoxing specializes in gaming props. Zi Lioli said to Wanwan. Wanwan was stunned for a moment, then continued. Then by then, Zhuge Shenlong might have bypassed us. If we help dispose of these weapons, he might think we're acting as middlemen and profiting from the price difference. Let him contact Bai Shaoxing directly, and we'll be doing a favor for both sides. Our cooperation with Zhuge Shenlong covers many more areas. Wanwan understood and told him that there was a person named Bai Shaoxing in the game who was well informed. He formed a small guild himself. Although it was small, the number of members was not large. But you can find out all kinds of information. It can help players in the game handle many props and so on. Thank you very much. For this information, I will give you 500 units of Firestone for free. Bai Shaoxing. Wanwan pushed Bai Shaoxing's business card over. Zhang Yinbin added. As for the other Zhang Yinbin, he just changed some other props. The Lioli Guild can equip a team of about 10,000 people, and all weapons can be made of firestones. Yeah, you can only complete one scroll mission a day. The rest will definitely expire. When the time comes, you still have to give it to me. With an army of 10,000 and their strength, it would be too late to fight several battles in one day. One fight a day? This scroll only lasts for 1 month, not to mention that several days have already passed. The transaction was completed and Zhang Yinbin was very happy. Then he contacted Bai Shaoxing. Zhuge Shenlong, the #1 player in the game. It's an honor for me to be able to contact you. Bai Shaoxing sent a message immediately. Well, I heard from a friend that you're well informed and can handle in-game items. I have over 100 pieces of authentic equipment here. I wonder how much they're worth. Zhang Yinbin doesn't waste words. Ask directly. I don't know. I need to see the specific attributes, but I can give you a reference. A low-level weapon with a true power is about 1 million. Help me process a batch. I can charge you 10% of the commission, or I can waive the commission for your task. Free ones are more expensive, so I'd better pay for it. The two exchanged messages. Bai Xiaoxing is not a simple person. In reality, he is the head of the Huaxia District Government Intelligence Agency. Therefore, in the game, he mainly deals with intelligence news. Of course, in order to better gather intelligence, he needs to have good relationships with all kinds of people and also have the ability to help handle some things. No, it's free. We can use each other. There's an opportunity to use each other right here. Bai Xiaoxing already understood Zhang Yanbin's character and spoke directly. Don't play tricks, and both of you will be happier. Chapter 90 Bai Xiaoxing's Intelligence. Zhang Yanbin suddenly felt that this Bai Xiaoxing was quite interesting. So he said, "Tell me, I like trading. Trading means each party gets what they need, and it benefits both parties." Bai Xiaoxing was silent for a while. Then he said, "Each continent has planted many spies on the other side. In our eastern continent, there are now more than 40 territories that have emerged that are controlled by other continents. The eastern continent is full of people from the Huaxia region, and they are our biggest threat. I think it would be beneficial for Brother Shenlong to hand over these lists to you and destroy them, seize their resources and population. You are alone and powerful, but population will be your disadvantage in the future." Zhang Yanbin didn't expect Bai Xiaoxing to tell him this. "Aren't you afraid that I'll leak the secret?" "Haha. It's okay as long as I don't tell you about the spies we have planted in other continents on our eastern continent. It doesn't matter that the spy from the eastern continent has been exposed. So what if Zhang Yanbin leaked it? What can they do now that they are exposed? Can the territory be moved? You have a good plan. Let me help you clean up these spies." On the other hand, Bai Xiaoxing is already in his 40s. At this age, if it weren't for this game, he would have great power but wouldn't be able to accomplish much in real life. Because now is the era of the Earth Federation. Although each district has spies deployed against each other, once a spy is discovered, they can only be driven away, and sometimes they have to pretend not to see it. But it's different in the game. It's hard to do it in real life, but in the game, you're alone, so you won't leak secrets. You're very capable, and you don't have as many concerns as a large guild. Even if the big guilds knew about this, they wouldn't dare take on this kind of job. Who knows whether the other party's intelligence agency will target you and send some spies in as undercover. Okay, I promise you. I'm on a mission right now and don't have time. Also, my troops need to be able to reach it. Don't worry, there are several territories along the coast. I can mark them out. Although I don't know your location, I do know that your territory is by the sea." Zhang Yanbin was also secretly shocked. It seemed that Bai Xiaoxing had been paying attention to him for a long time. It's an old Yin coin. Okay. Then, Zhang Yanbin directly traded more than 20 real weapons to the other party. Zhang Yanbin felt that this Bai Xiaoxing club would digest it internally. After all, intelligence agencies and real people now need to be armed. After the Federation era, Earth has changed a lot. It seems as if there is an advanced civilization that controls everything. Eliminate all nuclear weapons. But there will not be a world war yet. Decades ago, various crises were rampant. If there were no nuclear weapons, World War III would have broken out decades ago. Zhang Yanbin became a little worried. Bai Xiaoxing, you understand me so thoroughly and know my weaknesses. He gave me a list. Based on the timing and range of my attacks, I'm afraid he'll be able to calculate my approximate location soon. However, in order to speed up development, I had no choice but to cooperate with him and expose my position. I, Zhang Yanbin, am not afraid of any challenge. Give me a little more time. What can I do alone? My military strength is stronger than that of all guilds. Population is indeed Zhang Yanbin's weak point. Now, the Grand Guild has reduced its membership. However, they controlled many territories at the same time. That means controlling many NPCs at the same time. As the number of players decreases, the number of NPCs will continue to rise. After all, Zhang Yanbin only has one territory. If we don't attract more people, the town will eventually become an isolated one. Bai Xiaoxing, that's quite interesting. Knowing this, Zhang Yanbin wants to speed up the progress of the task. He plans to play 3 games a day. Complete the demon mission scroll as soon as possible. He has to develop explosively. Otherwise, crisis is imminent. After the conversation, Zhang Yanbin waited for Nan Ningxi to finish her work. "Ningxi, I have something very important to tell you." Zhang Yanbin held Nan Ningxi's hand. He has gotten used to it. If he doesn't take advantage of others during a conversation, how can he be considered an LSP? Nan Ningxi's eyes were clear and shining, and she looked at Zhang Yanbin very naturally. "I never planned to build a city around the territory because it's not easy to be attacked from all 4 directions. But now, We need to arrange some defensive measures so that we can eliminate foreign enemies if they invade. So, I plan to deploy some in an area surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and also at the mouth of the sea, in Shunlong Lake. Ningxi, our position may be exposed soon. We must prepare in advance. Nan Ningxi has her own opinions. She thought for a moment. Since the territory will not be discovered and attacked in the short term, there's no rush. I plan to wait until the formation master is free, and then slowly arrange it. Also, bring back some more good materials. Zhang Yinbin thought for a while, then said, okay, but the time is set for 1 month later. In a month, we must begin making arrangements and, at the same time, train a team to defend the territory. A month later, Zhang Yinbin's territory was almost exposed. However, if the enemy wants to launch a large-scale attack, it can only be done from the sea. However, his advantage is at sea, and he can destroy as many enemies as possible. Therefore, it is still in time to make arrangements a month later. The other party needs to know your location and find out information, and at the same time, you also need to make some preparations. Besides, how many people dare to hit him? Considering all the conditions, it is better to arrange it 1 month later when all the conditions are more mature and the cost is relatively low. The two finished talking, then rest. The next day, Zhang Yinbin played 3 games directly, completed 3 scroll tasks, and obtained a large amount of supplies. It was a lot of money. Zhang Yinbin gave Nan Ningxi all the hundreds of millions of copper coins he had earned from previous missions and let her spend them as she pleased. If you want to develop your territory quickly, you have to spend a lot of money. Zhang Yinbin also purchased some basic supplies through the trading system. Now, the population is about 400,000. However, he only has 1 territory and is currently equipped with 10,000 armed forces. There are also more than 1,000 territory garrison troops. If Zhang Yinbin wants to speed up development, population is his bottleneck. In the evening, Zhang Yinbin only had a brief conversation with Wan Wan and asked Bai Shaosheng. Bai Shaosheng, the price has been given over there. More than 20 pieces, 28 million copper coins. You can also exchange it for other supplies. Zhang Yinbin asked for supplies directly. Zhang Yinbin was quite satisfied with this price. Another 20 items were handed over to Bai Shaosheng for processing. There are 2 high-end ones among them. Zhang Yinbin had a lot of these things, and they could also be seized on the battlefield of the Demon Clan, but Zhang Yinbin could not completely trust Bai Shaosheng and never gave them to him. Giving gifts makes me feel loved by fans, and it makes writing so exciting. 10,000 more chapters to come. Chapter 91, Obsessed? Zhang Yinbin took another 2 days. Completed all the Demon Clan's tasks. There is no mission scroll in my hand for the time being. However, Zhang Yinbin believed that the Liuli Guild would soon exchange the scroll with him. Although they have many territories, they can only make 1 scroll at a time, because the weapons made of Firestone are only enough for them to equip an army of 10,000. They are not as strong as Zhang Yinbin. Even though there were 10,000 troops, it would still take them a day and they would suffer losses of 20% to 30%. After completing the task, Zhang Yinbin went to the Divine Workshop. Old Jun, how many formation masters have you trained now? The Lord is here, please sit down. Bring tea. These masters are treated very well in the territory. The Master of Formation has a special lounge and reception room. Zhang Yinbin was in his reception room at this time. I've trained you all to become junior formation masters. These people are quite capable, training for more than 10 hours a day. I want an intermediate formation master who can control the ship. The formation master held up 2 fingers and said, we already have more than 20 of them, enough for the Lord's fleet to go out to sea. There are more than 20 of them, barely enough, and there is no backup. If one of them dies in the battle, there will be no one to drive the ship. Lord, there are actually a few more who are about to break through. We have taught them everything we need to. You can bring more junior formation masters with you, and they will learn slowly. Also, all the ships won't be ready until the day after tomorrow. By then, there will definitely be a few more breakthroughs. Right now, there are 2 trial boats, and they have been practicing on board. Zhang Yinbin nodded. This was the minimum limit. The Divine Workshop was built early and is relatively simple in construction. But, with the planning of the territory, in the future, it will be built further out and on a very large scale. Zhang Yinbin looked at the formation master sitting with his legs crossed and drinking the good tea brought by his men, feeling very comfortable. I have been fighting outside all the time and it is very hard, but this formation master really knows how to enjoy himself. Maybe, I will visit the master tailor from time to time. Zhang Yinbin got angry when he thought of this. How much of the formation has been made? Are there any improvements? Zhang Yinbin spoke with a little anger. The formation master was shocked. Lord, I have worked very hard and have made many improvements to this formation. Transmission efficiency has improved significantly. It used to take 5 hours, but now it takes an extra half an hour. Zhang Yinbin also picked up the tea, took a sip with enjoyment, and responded lightly. The formation master couldn't figure out what Zhang Yinbin meant. He said carefully, "Don't worry, Lord. I will lead the team to continue research and development, and strive to make the formation more efficient. Well, now that I've done as much as I can, I'm going to take it away. Tomorrow I will give the Lord 100 array plates, not counting those installed on the ship. Master of formation, all future matters will depend on Zhang Yinbin, so don't dare to offend him." Zhang Yinbin nodded in satisfaction, then said earnestly, "It's not easy for me to be a lord. Everything depends on me. Lao Zhen, you are the backbone of the territory. You can't just run to Taylor Su every day. Don't worry, Lord. I will take care of my own affairs first." Zhang Yinbin didn't say anything else, stood up, and left with a swagger. The fleet has been improved, and Zhang Yinbin is also looking forward to its first voyage. After visiting some other places, Zhang Yinbin found that he was not familiar with them. The territory develops quickly and changes quickly. Many roads are paved with stone slabs. At the same time, several artificial lakes were built. There is a big river next to it, so it is very convenient to bring in water. After a walk around, Zhang Yinbin had nothing to do today. At noon, he went offline. After taking a shower, I cleaned the game room thoroughly. Just when I was about to do something, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yinbin knew it was Dong Xiaowan, so he opened the door. "Xiaowan, what's wrong with you? Hold me." Dong Xiaowan was shivering. "Why are you so cold?" I've been practicing too aggressively. Lately, whenever I have nothing to do, I practice, often spending the entire night practicing. Just now, I suddenly felt cold all over. Hold me, hold me." Zhang Yinbin could only hold her in his arms, and then slammed the door shut. Holding Dong Xiaowan, she seemed to be feeling better. Not cold all over. But after a while, she felt it was not enough. "Hey, you want to be a gangster?" Dong Xiaowan felt that it was not enough. So he pushed Zhang Yinbin onto the sofa. You can imagine what happens next. The woman started to act like a hooligan. Zhang Yinbin could only accept the attack passively. Dong Xiaowan seemed to feel relieved only by having more contact with Zhang Yinbin. So, she is very radical. She did it to Zhang Yinbin right on the sofa. "Female hooligan, are you okay? Do you want to do it again?" "I'm still okay." Dong Xiaowan blushed. Her clothes were torn to pieces. "Thank you for that. I was really cold." Zhang Yinbin took a bath towel and covered her with it. In fact, it's the same if you don't put it on, no one knows who else. But chatting this way will be less awkward. As mortals, we should not be too radical in our cultivation. Zhang Yinbin spoke in a lecturing tone, but he himself was also very scared. I also encountered some problems. Fortunately, it was resolved in time. Dong Xiaowan is too strong. If she wanted a higher position, she also understood that strength was the key to her reliance. That's why she didn't hesitate to, sacrifice her body. Hey, this technique is very suitable for women to practice, and it suits me too. The progress was very fast at the beginning, but I didn't expect that this time. Speaking of this, thinking about the more than 2 hours spent on the sofa, Dong Xiaowan blushed. "It's okay, we'll make progress together." "Bah, you are greedy, my." Zhang Yinbin is also a mortal. When practicing, you never know when problems might arise. "I'm going back." "Okay, don't be so aggressive in your training next time." Dong Xiaowan went to the door stealthily and stuck her head out to take a look. Seeing that there was no one around, he quickly ran back to his room. In fact, no one can see it at this time. That is, Dong Xiaowan herself was guilty. We are just mortals after all. Zhang Yinbin sighed. He is also ready to go online. I went online in the afternoon, close to evening. In the evening, Zhang Yinbin saw Nan Ningxi start practicing again. "Ningxi, you have to practice in moderation, otherwise you'll easily go astray. Do you know what it means to be possessed by a demon?" Nan Ningxi adjusted her posture and prepared to start practicing. She said, "That's your mortal body." I said, "I have a pure body, so I won't have the same after effects as you." Zhang Yinbin was helpless. He didn't want to practice today, so he just went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Nan Ningxi laid down by herself. It's dawn. At this time, Bai Xiaoxing contacted him. "Zhuge Shenlong, the total is 56 million. I don't have time to prepare at this time, so I'll just give you the money directly. Next time, I'll help you get some supplies. Also, I've selected 3 territories for you. If you conquer them, all their resources and population will be yours." Bai Xiaoxing sent Zhang Yinbin information about the 3 territories. It seems that Bai Xiaoxing has already guessed the approximate location of my territory. Chapter 92, Going Out to Sea Again. Bai Xiaoxing's intelligence network is very large. There are hundreds of core members. There are also many peripheral personnel. He has been mapping out the entire game. I can roughly guess where Zhang Yinbin is. He couldn't determine the exact location. Zhang Yinbin's territory is too secretive. Zhang Yinbin looked at the information and thought carefully. Fuck, no matter who he is, as long as I give him time, I'll reveal my position. As long as you have enough strength, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Zhang Yinbin carefully studied the information sent by Xiaosheng. The 3 territories above are all on the seaside, in their direction. The specific location still needs to be found. It's time to officially appear in front of the players. Zhang Yinbin decided to attack. Being timid, development is very slow. If Zhang Yinbin wants to develop rapidly, he must do this. He went to arrange the army, and this time 10,000 troops went into battle. Hundreds of people died in the battle in the past few days, and they were all replaced by reserve troops. Ships, and several transport ships must also be prepared. The transport ship does not need to transport supplies. The supplies include Zhang Yinbin's ring. Now the ring has become larger as his strength grows. What Zhang Yinbin wants to transport is people. After staying in the army for half a day, Zhang Yinbin returned to his residence. After carefully analyzing the intelligence, Zhang Yinbin drew a map and determined the approximate location. Go out to sea, first head south, then round the cape, and then head north. In this way, you can reach your destination by walking about 1,000 nautical miles. Zhang Yinbin only knew the approximate location. 2 territories are in this direction. The other territory is located out of the estuary and goes north. Zhang Yinbin planned to fight the 2 together first. Make a plan and then start preparing. Zhang Yinbin waited for another day and then set off. This time, going out to sea is divided into 2 parts. As for one part, he led more than 20 warships and 10,000 soldiers. The other part is the transport ship at the back. The transport ship was guarded by 2 large ships, with a total of more than 60 ships. They come in different sizes, all with sails. There is no way, now only new ships are equipped with array disc engines. Zhang Yinbin set off with the fleet. Lord, wait. When we were about to set off, Nan Ningxi arrived. What's wrong? Wait a minute. Nan Ningxi asked him to wait, so he waited. Nan Ningxi is wearing a new dress today. She looks very beautiful. Zhang Yinbin put on his battle robe, which complemented the look very well. After a while, a long cry was heard in the air. That's a falcon. Well, I sent it out to deliver the message before, but I was worried it wouldn't make it back. Now that it's back, it can go with the Lord. Is it willing to pass on the message to us? Zhang Yinbin asked Nan Ningxi with some confusion. The day before yesterday, you gave me the Zhu Ling fruit. I went to find the falcon and gave the Zhu Ling fruit to its child. 2 falcons delivered the message to us that day. News from the ice lake. The trees around here are much higher in level than the black jade cypress. Also, this lake water will have better properties when used to forge weapons. It's excellent cooling water. That makes sense. Zhang Yinbin doesn't care much about the affairs of the territory. Fortunately, he has Nan Ningxi, otherwise he would not be able to lead his troops to fight. Territory, there are too many things going on right now. Nan Ningxi waved in the air. The falcon flew down. Follow the Lord and deliver messages for him. The falcon called out twice quietly to show that it understood. It's very intelligent and can understand. The 2 fleets are quite far apart, so we can rely on it to transmit messages. Nan Ningxi touched its wings and said to Zhang Yinbin, Brother Jiao, I'm counting on you. Zhang Yinbin felt like he had become the hero of the Condor heroes. Nan Ningxi next to her is definitely not inferior to Zilong Nu. Walk. Zhang Yinbin stopped being pretentious, squeezed Nan Ningxi's hand, and then left. As soon as Zhang Yinbin left, the falcon flew onto the boat by itself. The fleet set off from Shenlong Lake. Nan Ningxi also walked towards the teleportation array. She still had a lot of things to do. The fleet set out, equipped with engines, but without sails, and moved faster. Now, there are enough formation masters who can drive the formation and continuously output power. The fleet was moving very fast. After going out to sea, Zhang Yinbin had nothing to do for the time being. Although you can practice on the boat. But the ship is not quiet after all. With Dong Xiaowan's obsession, Zhang Yinbin didn't want to practice on the boat. So I logged off. He logged off during the day. It's very quiet inside the villa. Zhang Yinbin went out through the main gate and arrived at the back mountain. Shot a pheasant and roasted it outside the villa. You seem to be enjoying yourself, actually barbecuing here. Judging from the voice, it was Yang Yingfan. Shouldn't you be in the game right now? Yang Yingfan stretched her body, and it seemed that she had not moved for a long time. Then he walked to the opposite side of Zhang Yinbin and sat down cross-legged. Come out and get some fresh air occasionally. Zhang Yinbin's roast chicken is almost ready, and there is a dagger next to it. He brought this dagger out of the game. Put it aside when you cut it. Zhang Yinbin picked up the dagger and cut a chicken leg for Yang Yingfan. Yang Yingfan stared at the dagger, then the roast chicken. After taking a bite, he said, "It tastes okay. I haven't eaten in a long time, so my taste has become bland." Yang Yingfan also has a gaming cabin, so he doesn't need to eat much. But after all, humans have been eating for so many years, and they still like to eat something. Why did you go to catch pheasants and barbecue them? Zhang Yinbin also cut a chicken leg for himself. My game character was on a boat, and I was so bored that I quit the game. Yang Yingfan is a very careful person. When she saw the dagger, she knew that Zhang Yinbin must be no simple person in the game. But she would not associate it with Zhuge Shenlong. She also didn't ask for any specific information about Zhang Yinbin. The two of them shared the roast chicken, and then Yang Yingfan said, "I'm going to the swimming pool. You don't have to come up. It's inconvenient." Good. Yang Yingfan has a great figure, but Zhang Yinbin wouldn't go and peek at her. The two separated. Zhang Yinbin walked into the villa. He held a dagger in his hand. It was exposed after all. Although Yang Yingfan didn't say anything, she looked at the dagger 5 times in total, so she should have guessed it. This dagger is a high-level weapon, which Zhang Yinbin kept for himself. This time, when it was taken out and the chicken was killed, it was exposed. Zhang Yinbin returned to his room indifferently. Start practicing in the room. Strange, Dong Xiaowan said there were 5 people in the villa, including me, but the other one never showed up. Other people never seemed to mention it either. Zhang Yinbin had never been to the other side of the villa, where Yang Yingfan and Chun Xiaoyan lived. Zhang Yinbin was too lazy to think about it. It's good like this now. After a day and a night, Zhang Yinbin finally started playing the game. When he enters the game, he checks the message first. One sent him several messages. Request to continue trading stones. In addition, Ziling also sent a transaction request. She wants to buy a war horse. The two had promised each other before. At this time, Zhang Yinbin was not in the territory and could not trade with Ziling. However, I told her some information about the scroll and other things. Next, Bai Shaoxing sent more detailed information to help Zhang Yinbin determine his location. Chapter 93, 1,000 Miles Away Sneak Attack. One day and one night. At this time, the fleet had traveled more than 1,600 miles. It's about half a day away from the destination. Zhang Yinbin walked out of the cabin. Zhang Xingting stepped forward to report. "Lord, the Falcon flew back an hour ago. Our transport fleet is safe and about 400 miles behind us." Zhang Yinbin nodded. Then he said, "Can this Falcon perform reconnaissance?" "Yes, tell it some basic things, like where a lot of people gather, so he can find them. We tried to have him look for it before, and he did find a spot with second-level pirates, but we didn't move. Falcons are very smart. However, I cannot help Zhang Yinbin and the others confirm their target, but it can be searched over a large area. Well, when we get close to the target location, I'll have Falcon take me to scout. If you want to fly with a Falcon, no one else can do it. It is not easy to catch a Falcon's feet when it is flying at high speed. Others will become exhausted and fall down. Only Zhang Yinbin's god-level skills can keep running and maintain strength. Vessels, carry on." This time, Zhang Yinbin sat at the bow of the boat to enjoy the scenery. At the same time, observe the soldiers' operations. This time, he brought out dozens of junior formation masters. At the same time, there are several intermediate formation masters who can be on standby and take over shifts. They have no masts, so there is much less resistance when sailing against the wind. In the game, the speed is a little faster than in reality. After all, the map in the game is too large. After walking for several hundred miles, it was already noon. Zhang Yinbin felt that the distance would not be too far. "Falcon, take me up into the air for reconnaissance." Others, when they go up and fly at high speed, can't even open their eyes, but Zhang Yinbin has had this experience once and can do it. The Falcon carried him into the air. Zhang Yinbin flew along the coastline. Because, according to intelligence, this territory is only a few miles away from the sea and has a dock. Therefore, it would not be difficult for Zhang Yinbin to find it as long as he searches along the coastline. After flying 100 miles, Zhang Yinbin clenched the eagle's legs with his right hand several times, signaling him to return. Because he saw the port and the territory in the distance. The Falcon flew back. "Fly back to the ship. Keep going, it's about 100 miles away. After 80 miles, we'll stop and prepare to attack from ashore." The fleet continued to set sail. "Walk about 30 miles. Lord, there is a small boat ahead. It seems to belong to the enemy's territory." Yuan Hai, who had been observing the distance from the high platform of the flagship, discovered a small boat. Although it is called a small boat, it is over 800 tons. However, the ships that Zhang Yinbin and his crew have are at least 2,000 tons in size. Sink him, spread out the fleet, and attack with all your might. Don't give him a chance to send a message. Players can communicate using the communicator. This is a loophole, but there is no way around it. It is the player's privilege. Zhang Yinbin guessed that the other party had not discovered them yet. After all, ships vary greatly in size. Command began on the flagship. The rest of the ships took quick action. The boat started to face the opposite side sideways. This way, there will be more catapults to attack. While the ships were adjusting, the other side finally discovered this huge fleet. There were many players on it, and they thought it was an NPC fleet. After all, at that moment, there were no players with such large ships. They haven't reported to the territory yet. They plan to report back after further confirming the news. However, at this time, many black spots appeared in the sky. The black spot is getting closer. Enemy attack. Finally, someone up there discovered that those black spots were large flying rocks. There were more than 20 warships, each with 3 catapults. There will be more flagships. Dozens of catapults attacked at the same time. The dense rain of bullets makes people feel cold. Bang, bang, bang. First start, 3 stones hit. Put. On the flagship, the young general shouted release. At the same time, the soldiers standing on the high ground waved the 2 flags in their hands downwards. The second round of attacks followed. The other ship is very small. After the first 3 hits, the ship was severely damaged. The boat began to tilt. In the second attack, 5 stone bullets hit the enemy ship and directly sank it. All this happened too suddenly. They didn't even have time to send a message. Because the 2 rounds of attacks were very compact. By the time they edited the message and sent it out, it was already too late. The Lord, who was discussing things outside, suddenly received, attacked by Zhuge Shenlong. When a territory is attacked, all players in the territory will receive a system prompt. However, outside the territory, only the Lord can receive the message. He was wondering, so he sent a few messages to the territory's administrators, asking for information. As a result, no signs of fighting were found. The Lord just asked them to investigate thoroughly. Because it's just a system prompt. It can be confirmed that people from Zhuge Shenlong's territory appeared around. However, they did not know why they were attacked, where they were attacked, or what happened. If you don't know the situation, you can't make a decision. This Lord is confident. There are many arrangements around the territory, so it will not be easy to be killed inside the territory. So, he just ordered to be careful and vigilant. However, the people below, not having received any combat alerts, became slack. Because they had also explored the surrounding area of hundreds of miles, and they knew very well how many territories there were. The game map is very large. There are only a dozen or so territories within hundreds of miles around them. They have a clear understanding of these territories. After sinking the enemy ship, Zhang Yinbin and his men quickly continued sailing. The player on the other ship fell into the water but did not die. However, there were speedboats that were already prepared, which were small boats hanging from the flagship. They immediately rushed over and destroyed them with arrows and spears, so that they cannot pass on any specific information. Zhang Yinbin and his team quickly turned the boat around. Then, continue sailing. When we reach the destination and dock, we quickly get off the boat. Yuan Hai, continue to lead the fleet. Set off in half an hour and directly occupy their dock. Zhang Yinbin and his men only sent down 8,000 men, and the remaining 2,000 men were ready to seize the port. Yes, Lord. Act quickly. After Zhang Yinbin and his men got off the boat, they immediately formed battle formation and prepared for a forced march. The straight line distance from the territory is less than 30 miles. In the game, the soldiers have all practiced martial arts and skills, so this distance is nothing. After a quick march, they soon entered the enemy's territory. Once you enter the territory, as long as there is no war, the Lord will receive the news. This time, the Lord became nervous. Send a message to the person below immediately. But it was too late. Because the information they received was about exploration and preparation for defense. The people below will carry out the exploration mission first. After the task was assigned, a few minutes passed. By the time they received the news, Zhang Yinbin had already killed his way several miles away. At this moment, there was no time to organize a defense in a hurry. Brothers, kill them. Kill the men. Yeah, kill women too. As long as they are strangers, they will be destroyed. The rest who refuse to surrender will also be destroyed. This is war. In war, there is only life and death, no gender. Chapter 94, Conquering the Territory. Zhang Yinbin led his army directly into their territory. Several players rushed over, but they had dazed expressions on their faces. I just subconsciously wanted to rush over, but I didn't know why. Kill. Zhang Yinbin, wearing a mask, swept the iron rod across, knocking the 3 people away. Zhang Xingting and several other people killed the man directly. The first wave of players who rushed up were quickly killed. Then, Zhang Yinbin and his troops rushed into the interior and split into several groups. Don't kill those who squat. and don't care about anyone else. Crossbowmen, attack. Zhang Yanbin looked at the outskirts of the territory. The arrow tower was empty, and no one was guarding it. It was obvious how lazy these people were. Arrows were flying everywhere, and people were falling in rows. Zhang Yanbin and others shouted, "Get down, and we won't kill you." Zhang Yanbin did not ask anyone to kneel down, and showed basic respect to both NPCs and players. However, Zhang Yanbin and his men attacked indiscriminately anyone who was standing, whether they were civilians or soldiers. In the territory, there was no major resistance, only sporadic resistance. The enemy's forces were not assembled, scattered everywhere. Zhang Yanbin and his men had powerful attack capabilities. After they came in, they immediately took control of the main streets and killed their way along the streets. Left, right, and charge. Target, the administrative center. The team was divided into 3 teams, led by Zhang Yanbin and several young generals, to launch an assault. At this time, some combat forces gathered outside the administrative center. Crossbowmen, cover the attack. Zhang Yanbin and his men rushed to the outside of the administrative center and launched an intensive attack. The arrow attack was very sudden. The enemy also has certain defenses. Many players are equipped with shields to block attacks. However, Zhang Yanbin and his team's attack will not end like this. Thunderstorm, break through their defenses directly. Here I come. Thunderstorm swung his big hammer directly over. Bang, bang, bang. I don't know how many people were knocked down in a row. The shield was like paper in front of his hammer. There is a big gap in the team. Go in and kill them. Zhang Yanbin shouted, and Zhang Xingting, Chen Aci, and others rushed in. Zhuge Shenlong, why are you attacking our territory? Zhuge Shenlong, you are too overbearing. Zhuge Shenlong, we don't have any hatred. Zhang Yanbin didn't answer and rushed in with an iron rod. He hit them one by one with a stick and sent them flying, not knowing whether they were dead or not. What Zhang Yanbin wants is to destroy the territory and occupy the territory. Zhuge, you're talking so much nonsense. It's already this late, and you're still talking nonsense. When a player tried to argue with Zhang Yanbin, he just hit him with a stick and sent him flying. Outside the administrative center, the enemy's forces were divided into 3 groups. Some people squatted down, while others stood up and were attacked fiercely. Several young players launched a very fierce attack. And all the way, thunderstorms are more negative. Because there are no powerful enemies. He would only charge in if he saw a large crowd of people. If thunderstorm charges in, the others will have no intention of resisting at all. After a fierce battle, the enemies outside the administrative center were quickly cleared out. Several territory managers were also killed. Zhang Yanbin is not polite at all. Led people directly into the administrative center. The furnishings inside are more like a conference room. Unlike Zhang Yanbin's administrative center is a residence. Thunderstorm, shattering the foundation. The administrative center has a cornerstone with the name of the territory engraved on it. It emits a faint yellow light. Smash him, and the entire territory will be destroyed. Zhang Xingting, lead the troops immediately, seize control of the warehouses, and control the population. Kill those who resist. Dashi territory, the first territory I destroyed. At this time, a man squatting outside shouted, Zhuge Shenlong, you know, we are from the 7-Star Alliance. If you destroy us, you must know the consequences. Zhang Yanbin frowned and walked out. You, a player, didn't die in battle, but instead squatted down and surrendered like an NPC. Most of the players were too embarrassed to squat, or hesitated for a moment, and were wiped out by Zhang Yanbin's army. 7-Star Alliance, what the hell is that? Don't play dumb. The 7-Star Alliance is recognized as one of the top 100 guild alliances in the Eastern continent. Zhang Yanbin really didn't know. He is alone, so where does he have the time to understand these things? If you surrender, I won't kill you. Where is your lord? Did he die, escape, or surrender? Zhang Yanbin cursed in his heart. This by Xiaoxing did not mention the 7-Star Alliance at all in his intelligence. He must have known that the other party's territory was a member of a major alliance and deliberately didn't tell him. Ding system prompt. Player Zhuge Shenlong destroyed Dashi's territory. System prompts are coming. The thunderstorm has shattered the foundation stone. At this time, young generals such as Zhang Shengting led the army and controlled other places. At the same time, the armed personnel in the territory were disarmed and placed under centralized custody. Some strangers also surrendered. Zhang Yanbin did not kill them all. However, they were required to hand over all their equipment and the contents of their backpacks. Lord Oishi. He had been rushing back before. He was a spy and often went out to win over others. He is also quite active in the alliance. Therefore, he is often not in the territory. However, the territory is developing quite well. It is close to the sea, so you can go fishing. In the early days, the food crisis was not serious. When he heard that the territory was destroyed, his heart sank. He did not rush back, but first began to tearfully accuse Zhang Yanbin in the forum. Next, contact the people in the alliance, and then contact his organization. Zhang Yanbin was preparing to empty the warehouse. He wanted to drive away all the aliens first. Otherwise, it would expose the fact that he has a space ring, which is a very big secret. At this time, Bai Shaoxing contacted him. Zhuge Shenlong, you are so powerful. You have conquered the Dashi territory right away. Are you hiding something from me and setting me up on purpose? It's just a 7-star alliance, brother Zhuge. You shouldn't take it seriously. Bai Shaoxing on the other side gave a sly smile. He did deliberately let Zhang Yanbin offend the 7-star alliance. At the same time, we cannot allow enemy spies to exist in an alliance on the eastern continent. He was also worried that Zhang Yanbin was afraid of the other party and would not dare to fight. Therefore, there was not a single word about the 7-star alliance in the intelligence. Brother Zhuge, you're not at a loss either. This territory is definitely fertile. The other organization has provided this territory with a lot of development funds. This territory must have a lot of good things. Don't play tricks on me in the future, otherwise it will be difficult to cooperate with me. Bai Shaoxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was not sure whether Zhang Yanbin would turn against him. As a result, Zhang Yanbin did not react much. He didn't even take the former Gale Guild seriously. Naturally, they would not be afraid of a 7-star alliance at this time. After Zhang Yanbin replied, he went to see the warehouse. Grain, harvested. Still food. There's still plenty of food. We collected supplies from several warehouses in succession, all of which were food. Or not bad. Why are there so many pieces of wood? How can we order weapons? We are so poor. Hey, there's quite a bit of money. Put it in the territory warehouse. Count it. I won't count anymore. It's less than 10 million. Zhang Yanbin walked from warehouse to warehouse. There are quite a lot of supplies. A nice territory. Chapter 95, a large number of senior craftsmen. Zhang Yanbin collected them in one warehouse after another. There are indeed a lot of supplies. These basic supplies are also very important to a territory. With these basic supplies, there is no need to arrange so many people for production, and more people can be arranged to do other things. Lord, a batch of books was discovered. At this time, Zhang Shengting brought over several boxes with his soldiers. Zhang Yanbin took a look. It turned out to be a book of martial arts and skills. There are no advanced ones and no intermediate ones. They are all elementary and basic. There are hundreds of copies. Is this Lord Dashi a fool? He doesn't want to learn these things and save them for me. If Zhang Yanbin had hundreds of books, he would distribute them immediately unless he had no other place to use them. You, ask a few people what's going on. Zhang Yanbin casually pointed at a young general and said. Then, pointing at Zhang Shengting, he said, take these and arrange for them. Also, take all the soldiers aboard our warships. Zhang Yanbin is referring to NPC soldiers. More than 3,000 people were captured this time. Zhang Yanbin does not need to use transport ships to transport these. Instead, he planned to let them board the warship directly. The warships are very large, and 2 of them can be used to keep these people under guard. Zhang Yanbin then went to look for something. The entire territory is rich in supplies. There is a lot of firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. At the same time, basic materials for territory development. Hey, we found a batch of high-grade minerals. Advanced some mines. Since Dashi territory couldn't process it, it was stockpiled. It's a good deal for Zhang Yanbin. This territory is indeed very fertile. This allows Zhang Yanbin's territory to survive even without production for 2 months. But it wasn't as fat as he imagined. However, the population is large, and there are still more than 100,000 NPCs alive. These hundreds of thousands of dollars are exactly what Zhang Yanbin wants. Lord, we have captured dozens of high-level shipbuilders. Yuan Hai, once you have control of the port, come and report to Zhang Yanbin. So many. Then why are the ships in their territory so bad? Dozens of senior shipbuilders. There are not so many people in Zhang Yanbin's territory. Also, dozens of senior carpenters. There's a batch of high-quality wood at the port, but it's a bit inferior to the black jade cypress. Yuan Hai reported again. I understand. This Dashi territory has invested all its resources in the maritime industry, carpenters, and shipbuilders. Although there are no master craftsmen, this group of high-level craftsmen can be said to be the most valuable wealth of their territory. Oishi is very ambitious. His territory is by the sea. Behind the scenes, there is a spy organization and the support of the 7-Star Alliance. Originally, this territory was to be developed into an important territory for the 7-Star Alliance to go out to sea. Now, it has been broken by Zhang Yanbin. All the hard work I put in over the years has been ruined. The lord of the Oishi territory, his real name is General Nakamura Oishi, lurking in very early. He has a special passion for the Navy. But so many years of lurking. Also joined the Seven-Star Alliance. At the same time, the spy organization behind him also gave him a lot of money to win people's hearts, buy books, etc. All of these are gone now. Yuan Hai, imprison these senior craftsmen alone in the flagship's cabin and take them back. They are the treasures of our territory. The warships in our territory will definitely reach a higher level. Ships built by high-level craftsmen will be faster and stronger. At the same time, a certain degree of transformation can be carried out. Yes, Lord. At the forum, people denounced and accused Zhang Yanbin. At the same time, the Seven-Star Alliance also issued an article of condemnation. Zhang Yanbin just took a quick look and didn't pay much attention. What he needs to focus on now is how to transport these people back. The transport team behind will arrive soon. Zhang Yanbin also has the mood to pay attention to other things. Lord, I have asked many people. This batch of books was distributed publicly on a large scale by Lord Dashi every once in a while in order to motivate his subordinates. There are also some intermediate-level books that Lord Dashi personally manages. After receiving the report from his subordinates, Zhang Yanbin was stunned for a moment. How could this be possible? This Lord Dashi is quite capable. He's a talented manager. Zhang Yanbin also praised Lord Dashi. But I don't know how he would feel if he heard Zhang Yanbin praising him. At this time, it was already night. Zhang Yanbin's army took control of everyone. Then, start heading towards the port. The damage to the port was not serious, and after some emergency repairs, it is now barely usable. There are also some ships in their territory, and Zhang Yanbin also wants to take them away. Although their ships are only of 800 tons, their quality is quite good. Take it back and use it as a fishing boat. At the same time, some things need to be transported. You have to do it for people to see. He couldn't let anyone guess that he had a space ring in his hand, and even if they guessed it, he couldn't let anyone know too much. In the game, a lot of space equipment has appeared. However, many of them can only hold valuable items. The player's backpack will randomly drop items when he dies in battle. After killing a group of players, Zhang Yanbin also picked up several intermediate books. Robbery is still faster. With a population of over 100,000, if the territory is flooded with refugees, how long will it take to recruit them? Besides, there are so many senior craftsmen. There was a lot of material, and Zhang Yanbin didn't read it carefully. In the middle of the night, Zhang Yanbin was still at the port, watching groups of people board their transport ships. Ziling sent him a message. Zhuge Shenlong, you are really amazing. You directly snatched the Dashi territory. Now, the Seven-Star Alliance and the Gale Guild will unite together to form a dragon hunting team to hunt you down. They have united with several allied guilds. Ziling guessed that Zhang Yanbin didn't know this, so she told him about it. That's a good thing. I have enough reasons to attack the Dashi territory, but I don't have any reasons to attack the other territories. Zhang Yanbin doesn't care. Ziling asked curiously, what's the reason for this Dashi territory? His real name is General Nakamura Oishi. He's a spy. Eliminate him, and we'll have less worries for the Eastern continent. Ah, it's a spy. Then you won't make this public? Forget it. I have no evidence. I don't care about the dragon hunting team. I will kill as many as they come. In the forum, some people created momentum and slandered Zhang Yanbin. And they say he is domineering. Many people attacked him on the forum. However, Zhang Yanbin doesn't care at all about these people who only know how to talk big. Zhang Yanbin intentionally revealed Nakamura Oishi's identity as a spy to Ziling. This by Xiaoxing deliberately tricked him, so he had to fight back. If Wan asked, Zhang Yanbin would also tell her. By then, Bai Xiaoxing's identity will gradually be exposed. But for the head of an intelligence agency, it's really no big deal if his identity is exposed. The most important thing is that the people under him cannot be exposed. Officially, his identity was originally semi-public. Chapter 96 Dragon Hunting Team. At this time, the port of Dashi territory was brightly lit. People boarded the ship in batches. Warships were guarding the periphery. Zhang Yanbin attracted a falcon, wrote a letter, and tied it to its leg. Go back and leave it to Ningxi. The falcon let out a long cry, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the night sky. There are more than 160,000 people in this group, and Nan Ningxi must make arrangements in advance. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle with so many people. At daybreak, everyone was on board. Zhang Yanbin doesn't plan to attack the other territory this time. Because, after capturing so many people, the territory needs to digest them. We have to transport the people back first, and then make arrangements. At dawn, Zhang Yanbin led the fleet back. This time, The movement was slow because the warships had to escort the transport ships. Zhang Yanbin went offline to rest for a while and came back online at noon. Zhuge Shenlong, you've caused so much trouble to the players. As soon as I came online, Ziliuli sent me a message. It can even make the president of a big guild complain. What happened? What? I broke into a spy's territory. Who could I harm? I just cleared a hidden danger for the eastern continent. You don't know yet? Zhang Yanbin, of course, didn't know. Just woke up. Zhang Yanbin's answer was also very perfect, which made Ziliuli lose her temper. You know, because of your battle yesterday, the prices of wood and stone have skyrocketed. For guilds like us, the cost of acquiring and developing them is enormous. We can only assign more people to mine. It's incomprehensible. What does this have to do with me? This is the era of free economy. Zhang Yanbin really didn't understand the relationship between them. He didn't pay attention to so many things. Before, players' territories expanded so quickly that they didn't plan to build city walls. After your attack, many people realized that it was time to build a city wall. As a result, very few people are selling stones on the trading system now. They are all preparing to build the city wall. For example, the Liuli Guild would not arrange too many people to collect basic stones. If you have money, buy some. Use more manpower in other areas. But now, others do not sell the stones, and even those who do sell them are selling them at very high prices. Building city walls requires a large amount of stone. So, now, the price of stone has skyrocketed. If you want to buy, come to me. I sell in bulk and at a discounted price. You shameless. Ziliuli complained unhappily. How can it be shameless in the era of free economy? Zhang Yanbin has always been the one who is responsible for killing, but not burying. The sudden increase in the stone size had no effect on him. His territory does not need a large amount of stone to build city walls for the time being. Even if he needed to, he still stole a lot of things from his ring. Then why has the price of lumber increased? Zhang Yanbin sent the message with an innocent look on his face. Snort. Ziliuli sat in the administrative center and snorted coldly. The dissatisfied reply said, because many lords on the coast or in other waters are buying timber for shipbuilding. It's my fault. Zhang Yanbin is innocent. The price increase of these two basic materials has indeed caused some troubles for large guilds like Ziliuli. The deployment of territory personnel must be adjusted. To a certain extent, it has affected their development. Zhang Yanbin looked at the prices of stone and wood. It has indeed increased a lot. The key is the stone, which is rarely sold. Zhang Yanbin put up a price of 100,000 units, which was 3 times higher than before. Many people saw it and cursed it as shameless. However, some people still bought it one after another. It seems like I can make a small profit of a few million. I only want high-quality stones. In the future, when I really need to build a city wall, I can't use basic stones. The fleet returned. Bai Shaoxing sent another message. Congratulations to Zhuge Shenlong. He has become famous and made a fortune at the same time. This time, if you sell those resources alone, you will definitely get hundreds of millions of dollars, especially since there is a lot of timber in their territory. Bai Shaoxing must have arranged undercover agents a long time ago to thoroughly investigate the situation in this territory. You make it sound easy. This time, we traveled thousands of miles, and I suffered huge casualties. How could a territory be so easy to conquer? As for the loss of personnel, it's actually not that big. Zhang Yanbin and his men's sneak attack was too sudden. If a few hundred people die, the entire territory will be taken. Gao Zhan's men suffered little losses. But he has to pretend to be Bai Shaoxing. Bai Shaoxing really doesn't know the details. He replied, next time, if there's any good news, I'll definitely take care of you. Another day, you have to eradicate the other territories as soon as possible. We can't let them develop these territories. I need to rest for a while first. The loss is really not small. Zhang Yanbin can certainly afford to launch the next one. However, now the surprise has been lost, and we have to launch a fierce attack. Losses will naturally rise. However, the loss is worth it. At once, more than 160,000 people were captured. From them, a group can be selected and trained into an army. Since we have already conquered the first territory, Zhang Yanbin will naturally continue to attack other territories. Only in this way can we develop rapidly. The territory and stable development are definitely not as good as those of other large guilds and alliances. They have the manpower and the resources. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin needs to speed up development. Plunder. Undoubtedly, it is a good idea. On the way back, Zhang Yanbin was planning to get more troops. In the future, the army must be able to fight continuously. As long as you can fight 3 battles at the same time. This requires more troops. The boat sailed into the night. Zhang Yanbin contacted Wanwan again. Wanwan already knew that Zhang Yanbin was away fighting and didn't know when he would be back. She discussed with Zi Lioli and others and decided to trade more scrolls with Zhang Yinbin. Next time, Zhang Yinbin goes out again, because the scroll has a time limit. By then, he won't want it anymore. So, all of a sudden, Zi Lioli decided to take out 10 scrolls, and at the same time, asked Zhang Yinbin to sell him more firestones. Zhang Yinbin naturally agreed. Finally, the Lioli Guild can equip an army of 20,000. Can allow 2 territories to complete scroll tasks at the same time. 10 scrolls. After returning, finish them in 2 days. Come out and rob again. Without robbery, there is no way to get rich quickly. Zhang Yinbin lamented that he was too poor. The whole family in the territory needs to be supported. I can only go out and grab some things. Zhang Yinbin sighed and led the fleet into the territory. In the game, someone plotted against Zhang Yinbin. The 7-Star Alliance has contacted Quangfeng. The leader of the 7-Star Alliance is called Meteor. He found the storm. President Quangfeng, I have a way to make Zhuge Shenlong disappear forever, but I need your cooperation. I wonder if you are interested? The leader of the Meteor Alliance, Zhuge Shenlong, is simply a cancer to the game and must be killed by everyone. The two of them reached a consensus immediately after a simple exchange. Chapter 97 Locking the target again. The 7-Star Alliance was not the first territory to be attacked. It's not the first territory to be destroyed. The game has been going on for a long time, and many lords have fallen. However, the destruction of the 7-Star Alliance was definitely the most influential event. He was initiated by Zhang Yinbin, and he was very quick to take over a territory. Moreover, this happened recently. Now, everyone's strength has improved. It is not easy to destroy a territory easily, but Zhang Yinbin did it. Destroyed a not-so-small territory. This is a lesson for everyone. At the same time, it also severely slapped the face of the 7-Star Alliance. It can be said that if the 7-Star Alliance does not find a way to save face, then their status in the game will be greatly affected. In the future, we will be at a certain disadvantage when recruiting people, completing tasks, or competing with other alliances. Therefore, the 7-Star Alliance had to find Quangfeng and work together to get rid of Zhang Yinbin. Quangfeng, after receiving the message, he was still worried. So, he then asked, "What's your plan?" "It has to be foolproof before I'll do it. The strong wind has failed many times. If he fails again, he will face great risks." So, Quangfeng must ask clearly. "I bought a scroll from young Master Liang. A scroll that can teleport people to a remote place. However, the power of this scroll depends on the strength of the person using it. The higher the strength, the more remote the place will be. At worst, I can kill Zhuge Shenlong once." Meteor shared the attributes of the scroll with Quangfeng. Quangfeng also thought that this scroll was very perverted. It will randomly send people to a place. A dangerous place. But the danger depends on the strength of the person using it. You, the 7-Star Alliance, can also do this, so why are you looking for me? Quangfeng is Zhang Yinbin's enemy. This is one reason. However, if the 7-Star Alliance kills Zhang Yinbin alone, the impact will be huge. There was no need for him to give Quangfeng a chance for nothing. Meteors are helpless. He sighed, then replied to Quangfeng. To accomplish this, many conditions are required. We need to determine Zhang Yinbin's location and guide him into the design formation. Furthermore, we can't send too many people over. It would be best if we could just send him alone. Because where you are teleported to is based on the strength of both sides. The stronger your side is, and the weaker the other side is, the more dangerous the place you are teleported to. Okay, let's cooperate. The two parties officially finalized the cooperation and began to discuss the details. However, in order to determine Zhang Yinbin's whereabouts, Zhang Yinbin must not lead any troops. These conditions are very demanding and require a good plan. Zhang Yinbin, at this time, was leading the fleet and trying his best to rush home, and he had no idea that there were unruly people trying to harm him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After 2 days of travel, I finally got home. Zhang Yinbin, with hundreds of thousands of captives, arrived at Shenlong Lake. After entering Shenlong Lake, someone came to pick us up soon. Guide the ship in different directions. In Nanningsi, some simple ports were set up. Can quickly divert ships. At the same time, there were people on the shore to support them. After these people come ashore, they will be diverted away. Zhang Yinbin can be said to be very relaxed. After getting ashore, he took the teleportation array directly back to the territory. Leave the rest of the matters to Nanningsi. After Zhang Yinbin returned, he immediately entered a state of preparation for battle. Because he planned to complete the 10 task scrolls in 2 days. Then go to sea to fight. We must conquer another city. The population has increased, and this is the most important thing at the moment. Originally, the population of the territory was about to exceed 400,000. Now with the addition of 160,000 people, it will exceed 700,000 in a few days. If we conquer another territory and come back, the population may be close to 1 million. With a population base of 1 million and an army of 30,000, it will be possible to fight on multiple fronts in the future. To play 5 scrolls a day, you need to plan carefully. Some people were resting outside, while others were on mission. After entering the mission, go straight to the enemy and kill them quickly. Therefore, all of them must be soldiers, and there must be reserve troops. Each time, 2,000 people were replaced, with 10,000 going in and 2,000 waiting outside. After that, we will replace 2,000 people. Some people need to fight continuously, while others can rest. Their army is resilient enough to conduct high-intensity combat. Zhang Yanbin, make adjustments based on the latest troop numbers. Start preparing. Early the next morning. The genius is bright. At 6 o'clock, Zhang Yanbin set out with his army and entered the mission copy. For a whole day, Zhang Yanbin's army maintained high-intensity combat. In the evening, Zhang Yanbin began to analyze the gains and losses. This is good for training, but the casualties in the last 2 battles were too great. A lot of supplies were seized. However, at the end of the day, more than 1,000 elite soldiers were killed or wounded. Zhang Yanbin was also very distressed. However, this also trained thousands of new recruits in the territory. Faced with huge casualties, Zhang Yanbin would not continue such high-intensity combat. Tomorrow, just play 3 games. Zhang Yanbin fell into deep thought in the administrative center. His brows were furrowed. We want to develop quickly, but also want to balance casualties. It seems unlikely. Something has to give. While Zhang Yanbin was thinking about the problem, Bai Shaoxing sent him a message. I'll give you a copy of the information on over 40 spy territories. You can find an opportunity to eliminate them. Don't worry, the information I'll give you this time is complete. Zhang Yanbin won the battle and gained huge benefits. Bai Shaoxing was no longer worried that Zhang Yanbin would quit. Therefore, all the territory information was handed over to him at once. This has many benefits. Zhang Yanbin will look for the most suitable target of attack based on the information. Lord, what is this? After taking a shower, Nan Ningxi walked over and leaned against Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin could smell the natural fragrance on her body. These are dozens of unfriendly territories that can be attacked. I'll write them down and then arrange for someone to investigate. From now on, these will be our targets of attack. Zhang Yanbin wanted to copy down all the information sent by Bai Shaoxing. Then, let his men explore everywhere. Bai Shaoxing couldn't believe it completely. You also need a source of intelligence. Therefore, he also had to form a team dedicated to collecting various intelligence. Well, you organize the information and leave the rest to me. Nan Ningxi took the initiative to take over the task. Zhang Yanbin put his arm around her shoulders and said, "It's great to have a virtuous wife who's a godlike helper at that. This intelligence work needs to be very detailed and is not very difficult to handle, but it is very time-consuming. Zhang Yanbin, we don't have that much time now. I sorted it out until midnight." Zhang Yanbin finally pointed to a territory and said, "This territory is 380 miles inland. Let's attack it." Zhang Yanbin found a territory from the information that was not near the sea and had no port. According to the information, this territory mainly collects one type of resource and is a resource-based territory. Deep in the interior, the defenses are definitely not strong at this time. Nakajima Kawako, your identity means you are destined to perish. Bai Shaoxing's intelligence shows that the other party's real identity is Nakajima Kawako. His cover identity was a teacher in a real university. Of course, this was before the game started. He resigned after the game started. I have something to do today, so I will update 2 chapters first and continue updating later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 98 Special Arms. Zhang Yanbin studied the territory carefully. It takes 1 day and 2 nights to get there by water. Next, the cavalry can arrive in just 3 hours. The key is suddenness. Being inland, you won't encounter and be discovered in advance at sea. By the time the other party finds out, they will probably have already reached the door. Then, according to intelligence, the other party should be mining a special mineral. The main development direction is resource-based. Sell resources to the major guilds. Although he has not joined any guild, he is protected by some guilds. It's easy to fight, but it offends a lot of people. But, if I'm offended, I'm offended. What's there to be afraid of? After studying it, Zhang Yanbin decided to attack the other side. The next day, Zhang Yanbin took the time to trade a warhorse with Ziling. He has been busy outside and has not done any business with Ziling. These horses are all intact. Half are male and half are female, and there are more than 1,000 of them. This allowed Ziling's territory to slowly develop its own cavalry team. As for her red armor, Zhang Yanbin directly asked for the ore and then handed it over to the Divine Workshop for research. Zhang Yinbin started another day of fighting. 3 games were played in half a day. After the fight, Zhang Yinbin contacted Zi Liuli. I have a batch of root repair fluid I'd like to sell to you. Do you want it? Zi Liuli was stunned. It's only been a few days. Zhang Yinbin is not in the territory. He finished 1 scroll a day and drank 3 bottles of foundation repair fluid a day. Now he had 15 bottles. It's just a small thing. Why doesn't Zhang Yinbin keep it? Buy it, 2 million per bottle. 2 million to buy a life is considered expensive in the game. However, if some core members die in battle, they may learn advanced skills or epic skills in the future, and they will feel that this is not expensive. At least, at this moment, if he sold this thing to Quangfeng, he would definitely want it. He was killed by Zhang Yinbin. After dying once, he felt that his progress in practicing martial arts had slowed down. His foundation was damaged, and he hated Zhang Yinbin so much. Okay, I'll sell you 30 bottles. Pay right away. Zhang Yinbin directly traded 30 bottles of repair fluid to Zi Liuli. Zi Liuli was stunned. What is this for? Where did Zhang Yinbin get so many? But Zi Liuli is a smart person. After a second thought, he asked, how many times can you play the scroll in a day? I wolf 3 times a night. Bah, shameless guy, you lied to us. Zi Liuli knew that she was being used by Zhang Yinbin. They acquired so many scrolls. In the end, most of it could only be given to Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin deliberately controlled the number of their flame stones. You can only play 1 game a day. These scrolls will expire. The best way is to trade with Zhang Yinbin. As for Zhang Yinbin, he was not afraid that the scroll would expire. It's not like he can only fight once a day. Zi Liuli and the others have been doing scroll missions recently. Also summarize some experiences. Just bypass it. It's an ordinary demon. Go directly to the demon army. But, after a day, the consumption is huge. Moreover, weapons and equipment will also be damaged. So, they can only play 1 game a day. Okay, I'll trade. 30 bottles, 60 million in hand. Zhang Yinbin, hand over the money to Nan Ningxi in time. The territory has so many new people and is so short of money. Therefore, this money can be regarded as resettlement expenses. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yinbin asked people to start preparing. Let's set off tonight. This time, there are more ships, and the territory has been manufacturing them. Some people question the speed of shipbuilding. It's impossible for the game to be like the real world, where it takes more than a year to build a large ship. Many games have acceleration, and many things can be completed in seconds. According to the setting in this article, it takes several days to build a ship. This time, there were several more large transport ships. These ships are used to transport war horses. As for food supplies, Zhang Yinbin kept them all in the ring. What Zhang Yinbin wanted was a surprise attack. This time, it was also a 1,000-mile raid. The fleet set sail again. After leaving the estuary, head directly north. This time, the target to be attacked is in another direction. Zhang Yinbin has been sending people to survey the coastal terrain. At least, he wanted to find out everything within 1,000 miles of his territory. This time we headed north a little faster. Behind them, there was a huge transport team. They are empty ships and move faster. Some have been replaced with new engines. Some are still sails. Tonnage also varies. The huge transport team behind was only guarded by 2 warships. At the same time, the transport ships were also equipped with bows and crossbows. However, there are no catapults. Catapults take up space. Zhang Yinbin led the team and set off quickly. At night, Zhang Yinbin logged off in the cabin. There was nothing he needed to do while sailing on the sea. Zhang Yinbin logged off and planned to go out for some exercise. This time, I went through the main gate openly. Who was that? After leaving the villa gate, he was about to go to the back mountain. But he found that on the other side of the villa, a dark shadow fell and then quickly disappeared into the night. Unlike Yang Yingfan and Qin Xiaoyan. Could it be the 5th person in the villa? Zhang Yinbin was too lazy to pursue it. He went directly to the back mountain from another direction. In the back mountain, Zhang Yinbin had a good exercise. In the middle of the night, I returned home, practiced for 2 hours, and then went to bed. This time I slept and didn't wake up until around 9 in the morning. After getting up, I was busy for a while and didn't go online to play games until 10 o'clock. In the game, the fleet is always on the move. Now, with the backup of the intermediate level Formation Master, there are enough Formation Masters this time. It can sail continuously without stopping to rest or change people. Just stop and change the Spirit Stones every 5.5 hours. Zhang Yinbin has been buying Spirit Stones. Some will drop when playing the Demon Tribe dungeon, but the amount is very small. 1 copy costs about 10 yuan. Nan Ningxi has also been sending exploration teams to the mountains and islands to search for Spirit Stone mines. Haven't found it yet. While Zhang Yinbin was looking at the sea and feeling the sea breeze, his communicator rang again. Few people would contact him through his communicator. I have a quest scroll here. I'll exchange it with you for a set of advanced techniques and advanced skill books, plus an additional 10 million. The person who sent the message was Gijianshu, with whom he had traded Stardust Sands several times. Oh, what kind of quest scroll is so valuable? Special Forces Blueprints. Special Arms. Zhang Yanbin checked the mission scroll. Are you sure you want to trade? The scroll of this special soldier is worth more than advanced skills and techniques, and even money can't compare to it. I can't do it. No one in the game can do it right now. Only you can do it. Without epic heroes, you can't win at all. If you keep them in your hands, their value will continue to depreciate over time. Zhang Yanbin took a look at the mission scroll, and it did indeed state that he had to defeat an epic guardian. The key is that the number of people is limited to 20. Okay, deal. Chapter 99, Raid. Special Arms. This is the first time this has happened. No matter what, Zhang Yanbin has to buy it first. 2 advanced books were nothing to him. 10 million is no problem for Zhang Yanbin now. He traded right away. Get the scroll and take a closer look. The requirements are indeed quite high, as we can only accommodate 20 people. At the same time, you must go to the designated location to enter the copy. The transaction is completed. Gijianshu immediately sent a message to Quanfeng. The things have been handed over to him. Quanfeng took a look and he was not surprised. Then he sent a message to Meteor. Keep an eye on that place. Only in this way can we grasp Zhuge Shenlong's whereabouts. There was fire in Meteor's eyes. The price this time was too high. A mission scroll for a special type of soldier was given to Zhang Yanbin. Although it was a transaction, the price was obviously much lower. However, it is much more reasonable to do it through an unknown person, through the ghost. What a waste of such a good scroll. Meteor was very dissatisfied. However, Quanfeng said, this mission is extremely difficult. If he were to do it in the near future, he might die in it. Even if he does, we'll have already set up a formation outside when he comes out, and we'll be able to kill him. In the short term, no one can do anything with this scroll. Zhuge Shenlong, if he overestimates his abilities, we can just kill him. Also, we have deployed our troops. If they succeed, we will kill his epic hero. It will be a sure win. After hearing this, Lu Xing felt much better. It will take us several days to walk there, so we must set off now. We'll set this trap. This is because this mission requires entering the mission space under a huge statue, hundreds of meters high. So, they were able to determine the location, and the mission required only 20 people. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin would not bring many soldiers and horses with him. In this way, they deployed their troops on the periphery. Kill Zhang Yanbin. They have 2 arrangements. The first is to deploy a large group of troops on the periphery to intercept and kill Zhang Yanbin. This is when they have fewer people with them. If you bring a lot of people, just wait for them to enter the mission space, and when they come out, use the teleportation formation to deal with Zhang Yanbin directly. No matter what the situation is, they want Zhang Yanbin to die once. Zhang Yanbin didn't know that the mission scroll of this special type of soldiers was actually a conspiracy against him. At sea, Zhang Yanbin led the fleet and continued his journey. It's night again. Zhang Yanbin, after browsing the forum for a while, he went offline. After he went offline, he went out for some activities. This time, pay special attention to the other side of the villa. However, the dark shadow from before was not found. Zhang Yanbin didn't return to his room until midnight. This time, he just slept for a while. In the early hours of the morning, he played the game. Because the fleet is about to arrive at the destination. By the early hours of the morning, they had already walked for 2 nights and 1 day. The fleet arrived at the place. However, it took half a day to get off the boat. Because there are not only people, but also horses. It took more than 2 hours to build some simple piers, and then let the team slowly disembark. People can disembark quickly. The war horses were very slow. At noon, Zhang Yanbin and his team rested on the shore. Rested for 3 hours. Zhang Yanbin calculated the time and said, now, full speed ahead. We'll be there by evening. Also, some people build more piers, as there will be a large group of people coming on board later. A fleet consists not only of combat personnel, but also of a group of auxiliary personnel. The team set off. Zhang Yanbin and Lei Bao were in front of the team. The little white dragon is taller than the horse and runs happily. A cavalry force of 10,000 men advanced rapidly. Nakajima Kawako was also in the territory at this time. There are many good resources around her territory. In addition, there are people secretly supporting him behind the scenes. So, it's developing very well. But the type of development she develops is resource-based. They trained many prospectors and miners. Many rare minerals were found. They have always traded minerals with some guilds. Therefore, she is also very popular. She is beautiful, sociable, and in demand by all major guilds. So, Nakajima Kawai did a very good job. Her goal is to enter the major leagues in the future. Many alliances have tried to win her over, but she has always been distant. Didn't really join any alliance. She understood that only by joining an alliance at critical moments could she be reused. At this time, if you join an alliance, you will gradually become a vassal and will not have much say. So, she was waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity is that she has enough capital to control the logistics of the entire alliance. Therefore, she has been moving towards resource collection. At this time, Nakajima Kawako didn't know that danger was about to strike her. She has a good relationship with the surrounding territories, and she is also good at utilizing various relationships. Nakajima Kawako's territory is called Sichuan. Sichuan and Chuanzi. Don't forget who you are. The Sichuan territory is located at the foot of a large mountain and is open on 3 sides. The sun was about to set, and the teams that had gone out were coming back one after another. There is peace in the territory. Zhang Yinbin rushed all the way. In the game, a warhorse can travel 100 miles in an hour. After running for 3.5 hours, when they were close, Zhang Yinbin ordered to stop. Then, the team rested. Only half an hour. Launch the attack in half an hour. The team is resting. Zhang Yinbin looked at the surrounding environment. This is a good place along the way. It's a pity that this beautiful scenery is about to be ruined by me. Zhang Yinbin said to himself. Wait until the time comes. Zhang Yinbin mounted his horse, and with a command, the team was quickly organized. Divide into 3 teams. Zhang Xingting leads one team, Yuan Hai leads another. Team Thunderstorm and I will head straight for their administrative center in the middle, while the other 2 teams will flank them from the left and right. After Zhang Yinbin finished speaking, the warhorse slowly began to run. Then, the speed increased. There is peace in the Sichuan territory. People coming and going were talking and laughing. In this territory, there is only one player, Nakajima Kawako. Therefore, she has complete control over the entire territory. At this time, she was checking the ore and some other materials that were sent back. She was very satisfied with the result. A smile appeared on her pretty face. She then returned to the administrative center. Inside the administrative center, she would change into a kimono. Every day, and only at night when she returns to the administrative center, she will put it on. Outside, in reality, she didn't dare to reveal anything. At this moment, the ground shook slightly. There was also a low voice. The sound is far away. Many people were talking about it. Nakajima Kawako is an expert in intelligence, but she knows nothing about military affairs. Especially when it comes to ancient military affairs, I understand nothing at all. Chapter 100 Negotiation. The sound is getting louder and louder. At the same time, the vibrations of the ground became more and more obvious. Nakajima Kawako's expression gradually changed. No matter how slow she was, she understood that this was a cavalry unit. Order all troops to gather at the administrative center. The administrative center is surrounded by a large open space. Nakajima Kawako doesn't like other people getting close to her. She ran out and shouted. I didn't even change my clothes. The first time she appeared in public wearing a kimono. However, these were her subjects, and they felt there was something wrong with whatever she wore. Their territory has a population of about 200,000, but not a large army. The army only had more than 6,000 people. Nakajima Kawaichi rarely plays either. She doesn't know how to command a battle. At this point, she just wanted to delay time. Keeping the administrative center is equivalent to keeping the territory. She wants to use her intersection ability to negotiate with the other party. At the same time, we must also buy time to seek help from the major guilds and ask them to mediate. At the same time, she was also worried that this was an NPC team, and at that time, she would have no choice but to fight to the death. The other side. Zhang Yinbin entered their territory as the sun set. Ding system prompt. Player Zhuge Shenlong has entered your territory. Generally, the Lord will not receive any prompts when a team of less than 100 people enters the territory. However, if the team consists of more than 100 people, the system will think that the other party has malicious intentions and will issue a prompt. The higher the level, the larger the territory. Sichuan's level is not low either, but the cavalry was too fast. Nakajima Kawako, after receiving the system prompt and listening to the situation, the opponent's target was very clear. If other people come, there might be room for improvement. But is there any room for improvement for Zhuge Shenlong? Nakajima Kawako has already made arrangements to contact other territories. However, the person who came was Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin offended Quangfeng and the Seven-Star Alliance successively. Does he care about offending other alliances? Zhang Yinbin. They directly broke into the territory. Afterwards, he headed towards the center. However, no one resisted along the way. The 3 teams rushed directly outside the administrative center, and thousands of troops gathered together. Zhang Yinbin took a look and saw that the enemy team was densely packed. Shields are also used for defense on the periphery. But, in his opinion, this defensive formation was too backward. The other party knows nothing about military affairs. The person who came is Zhuge Xinlong. When Zhang Yinbin arrived at the scene, he saw the other side's posture and did not order an attack. Because a direct impact may result in greater losses. By slowly encircling them and rearranging them, we can cause greater casualties to them and minimize our own losses. With such a densely packed team, if I launch a few rounds of rain of arrows, the opponent will definitely be under great pressure. Generally speaking, when defending a territory, one should resist step by step, fight slowly on the streets, and retreat slowly. However, the other side concentrated their forces together, and it was still very dense. I am Zhuge Xinlong. The white horse, mask and iron stick are the image of Zhuge Xinlong. We have no grudges. Before Nakajima Kawako could finish her words, Zhang Yinbin interrupted her. There's no need to say that. In the game, anyone can have grudges or not. Morality and righteousness, that kind of talk doesn't work with me. Nakajima Kawako sighed in her heart. Then, with a pitiful look, he said, I'll give you whatever you want, just don't destroy my territory. I don't want my peaceful territory and my lovely residents to be harmed. As she spoke, Nakajima Kawako shed tears. A man beside her shouted, Lord, don't be afraid of him. Don't ask him for anything. We will fight them. Yes, let's fight. At this time, the enemy's soldiers shared the same hatred for the enemy. Seeing their lord being wronged, they felt as if their hearts were stabbed. Oh, it seems that you are quite popular among your subjects. Shut up, everyone. I don't want our territory to be flooded with blood. Nakajima Kawako walked up slowly. Please, Zhuge Xinlong, come with me to the administrative center. As long as you don't destroy my territory, everything can be negotiated. I can give you anything. My words are spoken with great emphasis. As if giving a hint. Zhang Yinbin was not worried about what tricks the other party had hidden to deal with him. More often than not, the other party will use the beauty trap. Zhang Yinbin sneered and said, Okay, I'll give you a chance. Give me a reason not to destroy your territory. Zhang Yinbin stood with his stick horizontal, looking down at the other party. Nakajima Kawako bowed slightly. Then he said, I can rely on you, become your subordinate territory, and provide you with resources. Zhang Yinbin cares a lot about resources. What he wants is resources. If there are any resources in the territory that I like, I can keep this beautiful territory. Zichuan arranged the area around the administrative center into a beautiful garden. The entire territory is also well arranged. Our territory is rich in tungsten ore, various types of wood, spirit stones, high-quality iron ore, and many medicinal herbs. When Zhang Yinbin heard about the spirit stone, his heart moved. He suddenly didn't want to destroy the territory anymore. If it is destroyed, sending people to mine spirit stones will be inefficient, and without the protection of the territory, danger may occur even thousands of miles away. Really, you can give me anything? Zhang Yinbin stared at the other person. Nakajima Chuanzi puffed out her chest, blushed slightly, bit her lip, and then said firmly, Yes, as long as you promise not to destroy my territory and not to harm my people. Zhang Yinbin smiled, but he was wearing a mask so others couldn't see it. Zhang Yinbin believed that the other party was sincere. Because she is a spy, the spy himself is also a very important target. If he could use this to get close to me and infiltrate my inner circle, what would be wrong with Nakajima Kawako giving the entire territory to Zhang Yinbin? Thinking of this, Zhang Yinbin had other ideas. Okay, we can talk. But I want the entire territory. I am willing to give up my position as lord. Nakajima Kawako lowered her head. But it was a very wise way of bowing. Because she knew that Zhuge Xinlong was probably just a player. At present, the lord can only be an alien. So, she guessed that Zhang Yinbin did not want the position of lord. Sure enough, she guessed right. Zhang Yinbin said, You are still the lord, but I want to guarantee your absolute loyalty. I am absolutely loyal to Mr. Zhuge. Nakajima Kawako was actually secretly happy in her heart. Joining Zhuge Xinlong's territory means becoming the most important and valuable chess piece. It's not enough to just say it. I want to take control of your army and station troops in your territory. No, we disagree. After Zhang Yinbin finished speaking, Nakajima Kawako hadn't said anything yet, but the opposing soldiers couldn't help it. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yinbin laughed heartily, then said, Whether you disagree or not, I will wipe you all out. Thunderstorm, move forward. Thunderstorm stepped forward and displayed his epic power directly. With such pressure, some soldiers took 2 steps back unconsciously. Many people who live near thunderstorms also feel frightened. The higher the level of people, the more afraid they are, Because they know better how terrible thunderstorms are. I had something to do today and didn't even have dinner when I got home. I quickly wrote and updated. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Here are 10,000 more chapters. Chapter 101 Another Big Harvest. Zhang Yanbin. Let the thunderstorm come out to deter. It is also to cooperate with Nakajima Kawai. As expected, Nakajima Kawako is a drama queen. At the same time, he also knows how to assess the situation. She stood up and bowed to everyone. With tears in her eyes, she said, I know, we are all tough guys. But the Sichuan territory is my hard work, and yours as well. If it is destroyed, or a large number of my subjects die in battle, it will undoubtedly lead to my death. My heart bleeds. My humble daughter, I ask for nothing more. If there is even a glimmer of hope today, I will fight with you to the death to protect our territory. However, the one before us is the best among the aliens, and his army is far beyond our reach. If you do this, you will only destroy the territory, destroy everyone, and destroy me. So, I beg you, for the sake of the territory, for the sake of all the people in the territory, and for my sake. As long as Mr. Zhuge promises not to harm our territory in the slightest, I am willing to give everything. Nakajima Kawako, so pitiful. Another plea. Everyone soften their hearts. At the same time, there is the powerful deterrent of thunderstorms. This clearly tells them that they cannot win. And Zhang Yanbin knew the identity of the other spy. But he was sneering in his heart. If you don't know her, you will still be moved by her. At this time, Zhang Yanbin just thought that the other party was very funny. At the same time, I also admire that this spy really has a talent for acting. Gradually, some people began to waver. Zhang Yanbin also seized the opportunity and said, I am not a cruel person. Submit to me, and I will not kill anyone. At the same time, the territory can continue to exist and will develop better in the future. Your lord is still your lord. Zhang Yanbin. This is in cooperation with Nakajima Kawako. Lord Zhuge, please treat my people well. Please, everyone, don't resist. Zhang Yanbin promised loudly, I won't harm a single bit of this place, but these troops must join my territory. They can either stop serving in the army or return home and stay in the territory. And my army will also be stationed here, so that both sides can live in peace. I will not be involved in the system of your territory, nor will I interfere with your lives or your production. But you must sell me 2/3 of what you produce. You can sell it to me for the same price as you sell it to others. I won't deprive you of the fruits of your labor. These are promises, but also threats. If I don't get all of this, I will destroy this place. Destroy everyone, including your lord. Everyone was sad. Zhang Yanbin brought a large army and threatened them. I beg you, please lay down your weapons and save everyone's lives. Nakajima Kawako began to beg, and Zhang Yanbin waved his hand. Kill, kill, kill. Loud shouts. Although no action was taken, the deterrent effect was very strong. Zhang Yanbin and his army are too strong. Gradually, many people were shaken. Faced with such a strong sense of oppression, some laid down their weapons. It looked like the generals were powerless to turn the tide. Zhang Yanbin dismounted. He took Nakajima Kawako's hand and walked into the administrative center. Lei Bao and others immediately separated the enemy's army, disarmed them, and put them under custody. A territory was taken without bloodshed. The fact that Zhang Yanbin was holding Nakajima Kawako's hand was itself a threat to them. The Lord is in my hands, don't mess around. Enter the administrative center. Zhang Yanbin saw the tatami. Oh, Lord Sichuan, why do you like these things? Sichuan's expression changed slightly. The layout here is based on the style of their hometown. In this way, as long as she is in the administrative center, she will not forget her identity. Sichuan smiled and continued. In real life, I'm a teacher. I went to Japan for a study tour, so I'm curious about the culture there. You've learned everything so well that you even wear their clothes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Nakajima Kawako was very decisive and tore her kimono into pieces. After being torn into pieces, her figure was exposed. But she didn't seem to care much. Please, Lord Zhuge, have mercy. Zhang Yanbin looked her up and down. She was pretty and had a good figure. But at this moment, Zhang Yanbin was not concerned about this kind of thing. I want to know the situation of the entire territory. Zhang Yanbin sat on the tatami. Sichuan, quickly go pour some tea for Zhang Yanbin. You'd better buy some clothes. I don't have a strong endurance. I'll be sorry if I can't control myself later. Sichuan found some clothes and put them on halfway, but didn't cover it completely. Zhang Yanbin understood the other party's thoughts. He wanted to take himself down in this way. However, at this time, Zhang Yanbin was only interested in spirit stones. There are actually spirit stones here. This is also the reason why Zhang Yanbin let go of this territory. Okay, I'll talk to Lord Zhuge right away. Zichuan was so close that the wind could even blow on Zhang Yanbin when he was talking. At the same time, I could smell her fragrance. However, Zhang Yanbin was very focused at this time. Our territory mainly produces more than 30 kinds of materials. We have senior prospectors, 32 of them, senior miners, senior carpenters, senior. Zhang Yanbin listened carefully, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. There are actually so many high-level talents in this territory. Prospector, very important. Zhang Yanbin's territory is seriously insufficient. But here it is. Zhang Yanbin was secretly proud. Bring some back and your own prospecting capabilities will immediately become stronger. By then, more mines will be found. There are also advanced miners who need to dig a lot of difficult mines to be trained. Lingshire Mine, Nakajima Kawako still doesn't know how to use it. However, this thing is very difficult to dig. But it is a good place to train senior miners. Zhang Yanbin listened for more than 2 hours. This Sichuan territory is not simple. If we talk about earning ability, I can probably make a lot of money in a day. After all the minerals mined are money. Very good, I will take half of the people with me, and I won't take new people with me later. After all, Sichuan is very valuable and must be developed well. At the same time, I will station 2,000 troops there. If there are suitable military talents in the territory in the future, they will be directly incorporated into my army. My army will protect this territory. At the same time, we can build a road to the seashore. My fleet can take you out to mine more resources. Nakajima Kawako, agree to everything. It's best that Zhang Yanbin wants her. In the future, she also hopes to control Zhang Yanbin and make him serve their intelligence organization. At least, we can get a lot of information through Zhang Yanbin. Or, it can influence Zhang Yanbin's decision. In short, she was gambling with her entire territory. You have to gamble, otherwise you will lose your territory. She has no value either. They might be recruited back by intelligence agencies, or simply become abandoned pawns. In short, following Zhang Yanbin, she will have everything. If her territory is destroyed, she will be nothing. This is the tragedy of a spy. Chapter 102: Controlling People's Hearts. There are a lot of resources in the territory. A lot of it has already been mined. Zhang Yanbin, taking away half of the people this time will definitely have a huge impact on the territory. But, if he wants to control the entire territory, he must do this. Zhang Yanbin planned to take action overnight. So he stood up and helped Zichuan tidy up his clothes. Zichuan thought that Zhang Yanbin was going to attack her, and she was willing to sacrifice herself. But Zhang Yanbin didn't. Although I took advantage of her when I helped her tidy up her clothes, it was different after all. Let's do our business first. I'm going to take what I want and whoever I want at night. I want to take all the troops away in batches. No one can be left behind. Take their families with them. I'll take 2/3 of the supplies in the warehouse. But don't worry, I'll give you some money so you can develop your territory well. Now, follow me out and cooperate with me. Zhang Yanbin, what you said before was naturally both true and false. As long as they lay down their weapons, they will be like meat on the chopping board, and you can do whatever you want of them. Yes, Lord Zhuge, I am happy to serve you. Zichuan followed her out. With her cooperation, everything went smoothly. Groups of people were taken away. At the same time, supplies began to be loaded onto trucks. Zhang Yanbin couldn't reveal his space ring in front of Zichuan. Yuan Hai, you select 2,000 elite soldiers to stay. From now on, someone will communicate with you every day. If you have any problems, we will send someone directly to the beach. Yes, Lord. Yuan Hai, one of the first people to follow Zhang Yanbin. Both strength and ability. Also, from now on you must be extremely respectful to Lord Zichuan, and everyone else must be as well. Well, just respect her as my woman. But there is one thing. You must take charge of all military matters, and you must also control their food supply. From now on, the food here will no longer be developed except for what has already been developed. All food and fodder will be transported from our territory. Zhang Yanbin was worried that Yuan Hai would treat him as the emperor. If they disrespect Zichuan, the people of the entire territory will be disgusted with their army. This would instead cause resistance from the people of the entire territory. This is not a good thing. Yes, Lord, I will pay attention. Well, in addition, you should also pay more attention to the development of the territory and protect it well. We need spirit stones in this territory. Zhang Yanbin had no way to arrange Yuan Hai as the deputy lord. Arranged as a deputy lord, he left the Shunlong territory. By then, Yuan Hai might lose control. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin did not arrange a deputy lord, but control their logistics. The military and food supplies were all under Yuan Hai's control. At the same time, you must also absorb the military talents here. Those with suitable qualifications should be directly absorbed into your team and trained into talents. We must develop the military as quickly as possible. If there is danger, take the main people and flee to the seaside. Don't defend your territory to the death. Zhang Yinbin explained a lot. He wants complete control over the entire territory. The Sichuan territory no longer had any armed forces or weapons. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin also controlled their food. In this way, unless Nakajima Kawako wants to bring outsiders into their territory, this territory will be firmly controlled by them. Zhang Yinbin plans to station a small fleet on the coast in the future. 3 large ships will be enough, plus some reconnaissance ships. With advanced power and catapults, even if the enemy sends a large fleet, we can fight first and then wait for support. Zhang Yinbin confessed a lot. This night was a complete upheaval for the entire Sichuan territory. Starting tomorrow, the entire territory will be under Zhang Yinbin's control. It was not until the early morning that Zhang Yinbin brought Sichuan back to the administrative center. At this time, half of the people had been taken away by Zhang Yinbin's men. 2/3 of the resources in the warehouse were also taken away. Don't worry, I will send someone to bring a batch of supplies to support us tomorrow night. In a couple of days, after an assessment, we'll bring an engineering team to help build your territory. Build roads, guard towers, fortresses, etc. Militarily, I have it under complete control, and I'm completely confident in you. From now on, we'll be a family. Speaking of family, Sichuan was secretly happy. For a spy, what can't be sacrificed for the sake of his goal? What does your own body mean? Her body has never been contributed. One is for character setting, and the other is to obtain important information at critical moments. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin's few words also revealed a lot of information. For example, we can bring supplies and resources tomorrow night. Then, Sichuan can calculate the location of Zhuge Shenlong's territory based on the distance. In fact, this was false information deliberately leaked by Zhang Yinbin. First, knock. Tell her that the territories of the two families are very close to each other, and he can destroy the territory at any time. Second, also, give the other party wrong information, causing her to miscalculate the location. Zhang Yinbin believes that, at present, the 4 continents cannot communicate with each other. Sichuan has her great value. She would even sincerely help Zhang Yinbin develop his territory. When the 4 continents can communicate with each other, it will be the time for her chess piece to be awakened. Even her intelligence organization would keep people asleep and increase the level of protection to protect her. Also, I'll leave you 20 million. Please comfort the people who stay. Yes, thank you, Lord Zhuge. From now on, our 2 territories will be one family. Zhang Yinbin directly put his arm around her shoulders and said, Don't worry, as long as you sincerely submit to me, I can give you whatever you want in the future. I can even give you epic-level skills. Lord Zhuge, don't worry. I will be yours from now on. Zhang Yinbin nodded, then said, I've been wearing a mask, and I'm not very respectful. You can be the first person to see me in the game. Zhang Yinbin took off the mask directly. Sichuan was very surprised. Zhang Yinbin has been hiding himself from the very beginning. But today he actually took off the mask. In fact, Zhang Yinbin was also testing. It was also to make Sichuan feel that he could control himself in the future. Therefore, for a long time in the future, I will sincerely work for my own efficiency. Lord Zhuge, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. There must be many girls who are fascinated by you. Even I will be fascinated by you. Zhang Yinbin was just a little handsome before. But now there is an indescribable temperament, which is really attractive. Maybe this is all thanks to the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. In the future, Zhang Yinbin's appearance cannot be kept secret forever. As for Sichuan, the 4 continents will not expose themselves before they can communicate with each other. Chapter 103 Deliberate Misleading. Zhang Yinbin completely controlled Sichuan's thoughts. It's not that she's such a bad spy. It is based on information asymmetry. She had no idea that she had been exposed long ago. If she knew that her identity had been exposed, she would probably guess that all of Zhang Yinbin's actions were conspiracies and illusions. Zhang Yinbin pinched her chin with one hand and said, Do your job well. In the future, I will make you stronger and let you have more than others. Starting tomorrow, you must continue selling what you need to sell to other guilds. Also, help me gather information about other guilds and territories. After all, I'm alone, and I'm very poor at intelligence. I don't even know some of the things that are public on the forum. Sichuan was secretly happy. It turns out that Zhang Yinbin had another reason for not eating himself. Want to take advantage of her. She felt even happier. If I am useful, I can get closer to Zhang Yinbin in the future. Even in the future, you will be able to get information about Zhang Yinbin. Some false information was mixed in with the real intelligence to mislead Zhang Yinbin. Okay, I'll do it. Zhang Yinbin nodded and let go of Sichuan. Then he said, I'm leaving, but I really don't like the decorations here. Next time I come, I hope it will be more romantic and more Chinese style. Zhang Yinbin is gone. Zichuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, so, he doesn't like tatami, otherwise he would have eaten me. Zichuan kicked the tatami. Then a feeling of disgust came over me. From today on, I am a true Chinese. All my habits and preferences are the same. Zichuan didn't realize that she was also affected mentally. Zhang Yinbin left after dawn, took away 8,000 troops. Yuan Hai left behind 2,000 troops and stationed them in their original military camp. At the same time, he began to patrol the entire territory. Zichuan came out to comfort the people one by one. Of course, many tears were shed. Many people in the territory were moved by her and continued to serve the territory. Zhang Yinbin hopes to see the territory continue to develop. On the return voyage, Zhang Yinbin walked for half a day. Zhang Yinbin ordered the fleet to stop, put the transported materials into the ring. At the same time, a large amount of basic supplies were dropped off on these transport ships. For example, food, stone, and wood. They are all of relatively low grade and used for infrastructure. Zhang Yinbin asked them to go to the simple port at night. When the time comes, transport these to the Zichuan territory. This will give Zichuan an illusion. Let her guess the place is wrong. At this time, Zichuan was indeed misled by Zhang Yinbin in many things. On the way back, Zhang Yinbin studied the information sent by Bai Shaoxing. We have to fight another one. Both of them are on Fuso's side, which will make the people behind Zichuan feel that they have been exposed. Zhang Yinbin wants to fight someone who is not on the Fuso side, planning to attack a cosmic country. The universe country is also easier to hide in. After all, there are some similarities in skin color and culture. In the Huaxiao region, these two places have the most spies. Now, Zhang Yinbin is going to fight again. Some research. Hey, this place isn't very far from where the special forces are trained. Zhang Yinbin studied the general area. This time, the ship can only travel about 500 miles, and the rest will take 5 days on land. Of course, they were all cavalrymen, each riding 2 horses. We can travel day and night, and try to arrive in 3 days. At the same time, let the Falcon follow. Zhang Yinbin wants to return to the territory quickly. Along the way, the battleship directly separated from the transport ship. Only a few guards were left. Zhang Yinbin needs to go back as soon as possible to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Falcon had already sent the message back. Nan Ningxi already knew the news. She will arrange for reception personnel as soon as possible, and at the same time appease these people and win over the hearts of the people as soon as possible. On the way, Zhang Yinbin asked several young generals to select thousands of troops in the Zichuan territory. We can barely select 2,000 troops for use. It just happened to supplement Yuan Hai's team. As for the remaining ones, Zhang Yinbin wanted to temporarily serve as garrison troops and then slowly replace them. This time, attacking others on land will require a larger army. We don't need that many troops to attack, but we need more troops to escort the prisoners back. But it's not a problem. We can send some militiamen, and the able-bodied men in the territory can also do it. With cavalry patrolling back and forth and falcons keeping watch in the sky, nothing serious will happen. Rush all the way back. After returning, Zhang Yinbin heard that 5,000 soldiers were selected from the previous batch of 160,000 people. After some training, there is no problem in using them as militia. This time, Zhang Yinbin planned to dispatch 15,000 troops, 10,000 main forces, 5,000 as an aid. This time, only 100,000 people were brought back. The total population has also increased greatly. More troops can be deployed. Conquer another territory. The army must be expanded to at least 30,000. After returning to the territory, Zhang Yinbin began to make arrangements. This time, there was no battle damage. Therefore, Zhang Yinbin planned to take a group of veterans and new recruits to the scroll mission to train with the demons. At the same time, some books were also printed for the new recruits. He only had 3 scrolls left in his hand. It was arranged on just one day. After that, you have to exchange with Zi Liuli and the others. This time, Zhang Yinbin was very generous. Just ask for 10 scrolls. You can trade them for double the firestones. Zhang Yinbin knew that he was short of time and needed to develop explosively as soon as possible. So, finish the scroll as soon as possible. Start the next war as soon as possible. Zi Liuli had no choice but to make a deal with Zhang Yinbin. This time, Zhang Yinbin made some preparations. Then take the army and start the mission. While completing a mission, he discovered that the red armor he brought with him could actually resist some damage from the demons. This made Zhang Yinbin very happy. These were obtained by trading warhorses with Zi Ling for ores. However, these demons are too weak and their effects are not very significant. Zhang Yinbin thought that he must specially build a batch of them. In case you encounter a more powerful demon in the future, you can use it. Spent 2 days in the territory. Zhang Yinbin communicated with Yuan Hai twice through the Falcon. He did this to tell Zichuan that he could always grasp the movements of Zichuan's territory. In the Zichuan territory, Lord Zichuan is the only alien. So, her territory was taken down and no one knew about it. Of course, no one in the game knows. But in reality, a few hours after Zhang Yinbin left, Zichuan logged off and reported to his superiors. Sure enough, Zichuan's confidentiality level was raised to the highest level. She was also highly valued by their side. If the number one person in the Eastern continent becomes theirs, it will mean so much to them. In the future, people from several continents will definitely compete for resources and invade each other. They all deployed their spies early on. Chapter 104. Attack from the early morning. Zhang Yinbin trained his troops in the territory for 2.5 days. More than a dozen scrolls were used up. Obtained a large amount of supplies. A large number of books were distributed. The new recruits also began to practice. After that, Zhang Yinbin spent another half-day preparing. This time a new batch of ships were launched. Now, more than 20 shipyards are constantly building large ships. Some were built earlier, and some were built later. In addition, with the addition of many senior shipbuilders and carpenters, efficiency has been greatly improved. This time, because the waterway was only 500 miles, Zhang Yinbin and his team did not separate their warships and transport ships. The difference is that this time, Zhang Yinbin brought both the male and female falcons. The 3 young falcons have grown up a little now. Plus, with someone to take care of you, nothing will go wrong. The 2 falcons have learned some reconnaissance techniques after training. In terms of combat power, Zhang Yinbin brought all the high-end combat power this time. Tai Yi, Zhang Xingting, Chen Aci, Li Qiulin, and Chu Feixiong. These 5 people have all learned the epic level. There are more than 80 others who have learned advanced skills. Of course, there was also a small number of people sent out by Nan Ningxi. Nan Ningxi needs reconnaissance, exploration, and high-end military force. Wang Xiaowu, who has learned epic martial arts and boxing techniques, has been leading the team to explore in the mountains. On board, Zhang Yinbin is studying the tasks of special forces. This time, 20 people are needed. Thunderstorm and a few young generals must be brought along. Others who have learned advanced exercises can configure some. 20 people. After careful consideration, Zhang Yinbin called all the young players over. We must first attack the territory, otherwise large-scale operations will easily be discovered. After that, go back to the mission. I don't know how long it will take to go in and complete the task. The 2 places are only more than 200 miles apart. If we are discovered, there will be no way to launch a surprise attack. Therefore, Zhang Yinbin decided to attack the opponent's territory first. The other party's territory is inland and is not very guarded at this time. At least, I won't be on guard against Zhang Yinbin. Because, according to their own arrangement, the journey to the seaside is at least 5 days. Zhang Yinbin wouldn't launch a sneak attack from such a long distance. There are very few players in this territory. It's spy territory after all. There are 4 players, all of them are theirs. Of the 4, 1 will always be in the territory. The remaining 3 were either resting or handling other matters. This territory is developing normally. The geographical location is considered average, mainly because the people they train are in geographical surveying and intelligence gathering. They were developing in this direction and went astray. As a result, the territory developed a little slower. The military direction is also the direction they are more attentive to develop, but the foundation is weak and the development is average. There are 2 entrances to this territory. I will lead one team, and Thunderstorm will lead the other. Let's move outside the territory first. Then, using the cry of a hawk as a signal, they suddenly launched an attack. Their reaction time will not exceed 10 minutes. The territory was not large, and Zhang Yinbin did not intend to give them too much warning time. The army landed when it was already night. Zhang Yinbin only let them rest for 2 hours. Afterwards, we set off on a starry night. At night, the pace slowed down. However, Zhang Yinbin still insisted on continuing on his journey. When it was almost dawn, Zhang Yinbin asked them to rest for 3 hours, practice for 2 hours, and sleep for 1 hour. 3 hours later, it was daybreak. With 2 long beeps in the air, Zhang Yinbin and his team sped up. During the day, the speed is very fast. There is a scout team ahead exploring the way. At the rear, you can speed up without any worries. Another day and night passed. This time, in the middle of the night, Zhang Yinbin let the entire army rest. This break is longer. We have to travel quickly during the next day. The scout team set out overnight, at least half a day ahead of them, and sent someone back to report every half an hour. During the day, Zhang Yinbin and his team had just set out. At this time, Quangfeng received the news. They actually came with a large army. Could it be that Zhuge Shenlong discovered something? The strong wind had no choice but to arrange thousands of people. If Zhang Yanbin and his group had come in small numbers, they would have been surrounded and killed, including epic heroes. At this time, they were on the periphery and still very far away from Zhang Yanbin. However, they have deployed personnel for observation everywhere. Their people hid in the mountains and watched from afar, so Zhang Yanbin and his men couldn't see them at all. Strong winds. Our people must evacuate far away. Our people discovered that there were 2 huge eagles following them. We don't know if the eagles can detect us. Meteor also arranged many people to stake out the area. The player was crouching in the bushes, protected by the grass, and could not be discovered without close reconnaissance. Zhang Yanbin was on the road all the time and would not investigate these things. Damn it! Why is there aerial reconnaissance? The Gale dared not take any chances. They were also unsure whether the 2 eagles were scouts. Therefore, they had no choice but to withdraw their troops. Even if they did not evacuate, they would not be able to defeat Zhang Yanbin's army of more than 10,000. Now, the only option is the next one. A formation was set up at the exit, and when Zhang Yanbin came out, the formation was activated to teleport Zhang Yanbin to a dangerous place. However, Zhang Yanbin didn't know this. He was always on the move. At night, we finally arrived at the designated location. The scheduled location is some distance away from the other party's territory. Zhang Yanbin let the soldiers have a good rest for half a night, and at night, he quietly approached and reached the periphery. Lord, when will we attack? The thunderstorm couldn't wait any longer. Last time, I thought we could have a fight, but that bitch Sichuan was captured by her own lord. This left him no chance to act. Attack in the early morning, before daybreak. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, the 2 armies began to split up. A team of 7,500. There are 5,000 main combat personnel. The other 2,500 were mainly used to control the situation. At 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 falcons were circling in the sky. Hawkeye could now clearly see the situation below. Meet 2 teams and arrive at the designated location. Then, there was a long beep. The male falcon let out a long cry. Action. Rush. The armies led by Zhang Yanbin and Lei Bao launched a charge at the same time. 5 minutes later, when the warhorse accelerated, it entered their territory. The deputy lord inside received the news immediately. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. He ran out of the administrative center like crazy, shouting as he ran. Just shout. However, they had 10 minutes to give them warning. But they had no contingency plan. Without any contingency plan, the territory was suddenly attacked. The soldiers didn't know what to do. They can only run to the administrative center one by one. Be prepared to follow the Lord's arrangements. At this time, the Lord was in the process of changing shifts, and only the deputy Lord was there. This deputy Lord is not as prestigious as Nan Ningxi. It's not easy to write, so I'll give you some free gifts. Thank you everyone. Chapter 105 easily taken. The territory was in chaos. At this time, it was still dark. Some soldiers didn't even have their clothes properly dressed when they arrived. Many people even forgot to bring their weapons. This territory is the Yunnan territory. I don't know if there is any significance to the name. But Zhang Yanbin and his men rushed into the territory. Kill. Zhang Yanbin headed straight for the administrative center. On the way, there were some people who wanted to stop them, but they were all beaten away by the army. We successfully reached the administrative center. At this time, they had only gathered more than 3,000 people. Zhang Yanbin will not negotiate with them this time. This territory has been studied and has no value in existence. Kill. Zhang Yanbin rushed over and swept the iron rod across, knocking the 2 people away. Zhang Shengting, who was standing next to him, started killing people with his sharp knife skills. The soldiers of the Yunnan territory suddenly became chaotic. The defense is disorganized. They originally had more than 8,000 troops, which was not a small number. However, due to the emergency, only more than 3,000 people came, and the rest were scattered everywhere. Some people are sleeping so soundly that they don't know what's going on. After a while, there was a huge roar from the other side. Thunderstorm jumped off his horse, swinging a sledgehammer. Well, it's like Zhong Wuyin using her ultimate move. It started spinning and immediately cleared a large area. At the same time, the rest of the army led their troops into attack. This came so suddenly. Zhuge Shenlong, why are you attacking my territory? Zhuge Shenlong, do you want to become the public enemy of the game? Zhuge Shenlong, Tie, shut him up. What's the point of saying this at this time? Zhang Yanbin gave the order, and Tie drew his bow to full length. Swoosh. An arrow pierced the heart. He died on the spot. No one was bored, and Zhang Yanbin continued his attack. This disorganized army was no match for the larger army. By the time Zhang Yanbin met Lei Bao, Their team had already been defeated. By this time, more than half of them had been killed. Zhang Yanbin and his men began to use force to force them to surrender. Most people squatted down and surrendered, while a few were killed on the spot. Leave 2,000 people behind. The rest of you, quickly take control of the entire territory. Attack anyone on the streets. Let them stay in the house and wait for arrangements. Zhang Yanbin gave the order and began to control the entire territory. In fact, most of the territory had been controlled at this time, because another 5,000 auxiliary troops blocked a part of the army at the door. Residents were also controlled and were not allowed to go out. At the same time, some warehouses were controlled. Zhang Yanbin and his men rushed directly to the military camp. At the entrance of the military camp, the army was blocked by some auxiliary troops and they did not dare to come out. The other party's situation is unclear and there is no leader, so the confrontation has been going on. Zhang Yanbin led a large army up. Your lords and generals were killed. The rest have surrendered. Surrender, and you will be spared. Rows of bows and crossbows were pointed at them, and thunderstorms stood up again, releasing pressure. Zhang Yanbin decisively ordered his men to shoot arrows and kill the group of people. The rest of the people, seeing that the situation was hopeless, had no choice but to surrender. Zhang Yanbin and his men took over the military camp and disarmed them. The Yunnan territory was basically under control in less than an hour. Speed up, carry 1/3 of the supplies to each truck, and empty the rest into boxes or something like that. Light things can be filled up. After all, the road is very long, and who knows if there is anyone peeping at us. In order to avoid exposing the ring, Zhang Yanbin still needs a transportation team. There are many vehicles in the territory. They were all requisitioned. Most of the supplies still need to be placed in the ring. Zhang Yanbin went from one warehouse to another. The main army maintained order, and 5,000 auxiliary troops began to arrest people and take them away. The entire territory has been controlled. Zhang Yanbin handed the matter over to a few young players, and he began to clean up the warehouse. One warehouse after another passed by. He doesn't let go of any kind of materials, high quality or low quality. Put it all inside the ring. Naturally, there is no shortage of warehouse resources in this territory. The entire territory has a population of 200,000. After bringing them back, Zhang Yanbin's entire territory had a population of 1 million. The strength will be greatly increased. If we bring these people back, their loyalty will not be very high. But it's not a big problem. With Nan Ningxi's powerful attributes and skillful management, the loyalty of these people can reach 60 in just a few days. As long as they reach the age of 60, they will not defect, will not resist, and will work for the territory. Then slowly let them integrate into the entire territory. Nan Ningxi, you have this ability. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin could plunder people without any scruples. It's still the fat from robbery. This stockpile of supplies is quite a lot. Various materials, including ores, grain, and timber. A lot. In terms of value, it must be more than 60 million. Zhang Yanbin didn't let any of them go. There are also a lot of weapons and equipment. Lord, here are a group of high-level talents. Zhang Xingting also helped to deal with it. He came to report to Zhang Yanbin as soon as possible. To occupy a territory, the first thing you need is their top talent. Oh, what industry is it in? Surveying, drawing, intelligence. You're truly a professional spy, knowing the importance of these things. However, they are professional spies, so they don't know everything. At least they don't understand ancient military affairs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed my attack to succeed so easily. Zhang Yanbin also needs these talents very much. Nan Ningxi will definitely make good use of them when he brings them back. All the places around Zhang Yanbin and his team need to be mapped, whether it is the coastline or the surrounding mountains. All need to be drawn into a diagram. Then, start setting up defenses. We can arrange it when we get back. Soon, we will begin to arrange the overall defense. At the same time, the territory must have a standing army of 10,000. Another 20,000 troops went out to fight and brought back supplies. This is Zhang Yanbin's short-term plan. Zhang Yanbin destroyed the territory and took away all the supplies. Then they started setting fires. The fire mainly destroyed warehouses and some houses. This was also to conceal the existence of his ring. No one knows how much supplies there are here, and no one knows how much Zhang Yanbin took away or burned. In the evening, Zhang Yanbin and his team set off with a long team. 2,000 soldiers were in front, and 2,000 cavalry were behind. The rest patrolled back and forth in the middle. 5,000 auxiliary troops directly guarded the prisoners, and the large group moved forward slowly. This time it will take twice as long to go back. The Lord of the Yunnan territory already knew about it. On the forum, people attacked Zhang Yanbin. However, the impact is smaller. This is not the first time Zhang Yinbin has done this. But the price of stone has become more expensive. Everyone started building the city wall. Zhang Yinbin didn't know this. His current target was the special forces. He led the team, turned a small corner, and headed in another direction. The journey was not far and would only take them half a day longer. After receiving Zhang Yinbin's team and heading towards the mission location, Guangfeng and Liuxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 106 Terrifying Strength. I'm really worried about Guangfeng and Liuxing. They are just here to attack other people's territory. However, when Zhang Yinbin and the others reached their destination. At this time, Guangfeng and Liuxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is everything arranged? The strong wind is talking to the meteors. There's been a change of plan. I've arranged for an assassin to activate the formation. They have a lot of people. Even though the formation has been set up, it might not be easy to get close to them. But don't worry, my assassin is very fast, and it only takes a moment to activate the formation. Meteor also takes into account multiple possibilities. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yinbin had to collect grass and catch rabbits to complete a task. They took down a territory not far away. It is impossible to surround and kill Zhang Yinbin and his heroes. Now, they just want Zhang Yinbin to die once. Dying once can save their face and build momentum on the forum. Therefore, Zhang Yinbin must die once. Zhang Yinbin and his team arrived at the place at night. However, Zhang Yinbin was in no hurry to act. Let people rest. There are 3,000 soldiers on guard around, and scouts monitoring the area within 30 miles, so it is very safe. Guangfeng and others couldn't get close. At this time, they only had a few assassins, using their skills, hiding nearby. But they couldn't move. The only thing we can do is wait for the opportunity. The strong wind and the meteors are watching from a distance. They didn't dare to get close and let Zhang Yinbin discover them, otherwise the plan might fail. It's dawn. 2 falcons took off into the sky and circled outside, monitoring the surroundings. Guangfeng and Liuxing both felt that these 2 falcons were scouts. Therefore, their team had already moved away and did not dare to get close. They hid in the dense forest and tied branches to their bodies for protection. Well, both of them also wore a green hat. Even so, they were only far away, several miles away, watching this side. It's dawn. Zhang Yinbin saw a very huge statue. A man, holding a halberd, looking forward. Zhang Yinbin looked up. It looks like it is hundreds of meters high. The face of the man holding the halberd could not be seen clearly. Zhang Yinbin led 20 people to an altar in front of the statue. They must worship in front of the altar and then use the mission scroll before they can enter the mission space. Zhang Yinbin and 20 other people arrived in front of the altar, placed their right fists on their chests, and saluted. After the military salute, Zhang Yinbin said, "This mission is extremely dangerous, but special forces are vital to our territory. In this battle, we must go all out, even if our entire army is wiped out." Zhang Yinbin turned around and said to the thousands of soldiers below the altar, "If we don't come out for more than a day, or if we are all killed in battle, you will take your troops back to the territory. I am an alien. Yes, I can be resurrected, but it will damage my foundation. And those who follow me and will never come back to life if they die. For the sake of our territory and our families, as soldiers, we should be ready to die. Death is the way home. Death is the way home. Death is the way home." Thousands of soldiers below shouted together to cheer them on. Zhang Yinbin had already asked the 20 people who were going to fight together, and they were all willing to accompany Zhang Yinbin to fight. So Zhang Yinbin didn't say much. He took out the scroll and activated it. Suddenly, there were 2 rays of light. One of the lights was the light of the scroll, and the other light made Zhang Yinbin feel strange. But at this time, Zhang Yinbin didn't have the chance to think more. Soon, the scroll brought them to an open space. The floors are all slate. In front of him was a man more than 2 meters tall, holding a halberd in his hand. "I slept for 1,000 years, and you woke me up. Wake me up, and you will pay a heavy price, even your life." The man who was more than 2 meters tall began to speak. Then he slowly raised the halberd horizontally. During this time, there was a constant clicking sound. It seemed like the machine had been rusted for too long, and it made a loud noise every time it moved. Zhang Yinbin asked Lei Bao in a low voice, "What's the opponent's level?" Lei Bao shook his head and said, "I can't feel it. It's like a piece of stone. There's no momentum at all, and I can't sense any signs of life." Zhang Yinbin just felt that the other party was difficult to deal with. At this time, they had already deployed into battle formation. The man swung the halberd in his hand twice, his movements very slowly. There was also a clicking sound. "It's been 1,000 years, and it hasn't moved. If you can block 3 of my attacks, you will have passed the test." Zhang Yinbin was secretly delighted. Unlike the previous Xianyuan sword mission, this one requires him to attack 3 times. This time, he blocked 3 of the opponent's moves. Get ready, wake me up with blood. The other party shouted. Thunderstorm's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, be prepared. The power of thunder. Thunderstorm activated his skill as he shouted. At this time, the other party moved. The halberd swept across. The distance is dozens of meters away. A strong wind blew over. Except for Lei Bao, everyone else flew backwards. Even Lei Bao took several steps back. Everyone fell to the ground. All suffered different injuries. What level is this? Fortunately, Zhang Yanbin and the others were not seriously injured. They quickly stood up and ran to Lei Bao. After all, I'm dead. I couldn't kill you all with one move. The man stopped, holding the halberd in one hand. Dead, he's still so strong. If he were alive, wouldn't he be able to sever mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas with one move? The other party took another step forward, and the ground shook. Are you ready to take my second move? Zhang Yanbin gritted his teeth and said, Thunderstorm, I'll protect you. You have to hold on to the end. Now you're the only one who can hold on to the end. The opponent swept them all with one move. Zhang Yanbin knew that the only way to survive was by fighting against the thunderstorm. Lord, let's go first. Zhang Xingting stood in front of him. Several other people also stood in front of Zhang Yanbin. Stop arguing. You epic guys will handle the final round. Everyone else, follow me and take the second attack. This is an order. It's for the final victory and for the territory. They had no choice but to obey Zhang Yanbin's orders. Zhang Xingting, Li Qiolin, Chen Aci, Chu Feixiong, and Tie stood with Lei Bao. They are also ready to activate their skills. Several other people who practiced advanced skills were standing in front of them. Here it comes. The halberd in the opponent's hand moved again. Sweep, across, thousands of troops. The other party spoke very slowly, but each word struck them hard. Kill. Zhang Yanbin roared, gathered all his strength, and gripped the iron rod tightly with both hands, ready to resist this attack. The opponent, a simple sweep. An invisible and powerful force attacked everyone. Zhang Yanbin's iron rod was cut off directly, and then a powerful force hit him. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Fell heavily to the ground. The same was true for several other people who practiced offensive techniques. Zhang Yanbin fell to the ground and did not die, but he felt like his whole body was falling apart and he was seriously injured. Chapter 107 The Final Blow. Everyone, including Lei Bao and others who were protected at the back, were blown away. Several people who practiced advanced skills fell to the ground and lost their breath. They died fighting for territory. A few more were able to get up. Lei Bao and the others were not seriously injured because the people in front of them took some of the damage for them, and they also defended themselves. There is one last trick. Zhang Yanbin was lying there unable to get up, not knowing what was going on. The third move, he was powerless. Crack, crack. Zhang Yanbin only heard a series of clicking sounds. The man raised his halberd high, as if he was going to chop it down vertically. At this time, several people stood up and lined up in front of Lei Bao, ready to block the final blow for him. For the territory. For the Lord. Several people roared. Kill. A man who practiced advanced martial arts rushed forward, jumped up, and attacked with his strongest skills. Then, the second person rushed forward. The third one. They seemed to be burning their last bit of blood to deliver the strongest blow. The first person was directly crushed by the huge force. The second person was also crushed. The third one. The fourth one. On to the fifth one. Thunderstorm roared. I'll carry it. Thunderstorm, bursting out his strongest power, used his domain. The sledgehammer struck forward with lightning. Just now, Thunderstorm was protected, and it was protected by Zhang Yanbin and others. I can't stand it anymore. At this moment, he saw his comrades being torn apart by the huge force. My heart is bleeding. At the same time, his pride would not allow him to hide behind. Kill. Thunderstorm, bombarding upwards. He was directly knocked out. A ripple appeared in the space, and 2 forces were surging. After the thunderstorm, the remaining people all exerted their strength and attacked together with their strongest move. Several people who practiced advanced skills were knocked out, and their lives or deaths were unknown. Several people who practiced epic martial arts fell to the ground, but they were still able to move. At least they were not dead. Zhang Yanbin listened to these voices helplessly. He didn't know how many people died. I just feel that the last move of this halberd warrior cannot be avoided. Even if they dispersed and hid, I'm afraid the mission would fail in the end. The only thing to do is to withstand this devastating move. He died in the end. Otherwise, this move could have created the world. The training method for the halberd warriors is on this halberd of mine. If you can take it, please treat it well. After saying that, The man stood there and didn't move. Like a stone. Zhang Yinbin practiced his skills frantically. Half an hour, an hour and a half. Slowly, he was able to move his fingers. After another half an hour, he was able to speak again. Survive and return to the territory. The territory needs us. Zhang Yinbin shouted twice. Cough, 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 cough. Lord, I can't die. Thunderstorm said weakly. That move just now was too powerful. Even a strong man like Lei Bao was seriously injured. After a while, some people were able to get up. Zhang Xingting, Chen ACI and others, in the last wave, had much weaker attack power. So, the injury is not particularly serious. They healed themselves and then gave medicine to everyone to speed up their recovery. Lord, there are still 8 brothers here. Zhang Xingting came to Zhang Yinbin and said, that means 12 people died. Lei Bao, Zhang Xingting, Chen ACI, Chu Feixiong, Li Qiulin and Tai Yi all survived. Excluding Zhang Yinbin, there are 2 people who practiced advanced martial arts and survived. Everyone else is dead. Everyone, take care of your injuries first, don't rush out. We have 1 day. We can't go out in this state. It's not conducive to healing while we're on the road. Everyone started practicing their skills and started chatting. After a few hours, they were able to move. The injuries have also recovered mostly. Zhang Yinbin recovered relatively well thanks to his divine skills. Several people who practiced epic-level skills also recovered mostly because their injuries were not the most serious. However, the thunderstorm has only recovered halfway. However, we can still go out and continue on our journey. Lord, I'll get the halberd. Thunderstorm walked over and took the euphorbia down. It's too heavy. This must weigh hundreds of pounds. I wonder how this person can swing it with such great attack power. There was a thunderstorm and my injuries hadn't fully healed yet, so it felt very heavy when I held it. Let's go. The people outside must be getting anxious. It's going to be dark soon. Zhang Yinbin, Zhang Shangting, Chu Feixiong, and Tie walked in front, supporting 2 people who were seriously injured. The 2 who practiced advanced skills were weaker and recovered more slowly. Zhang Yinbin and his group came out first. Several people at the back helped Lei Bao carry things. And they walked together. After walking a few steps, the ground suddenly lit up and a person appeared next to him. Suddenly, Zhang Yinbin felt something was wrong. And the thunderstorm was severe. Lord, be careful. He threw down his halberd and rushed forward. Go back. Take them back to the territory. Zhang Yinbin only shouted these 2 sentences. Then, in a flash of light, the 6 of them disappeared. The 6 of them were teleported away. Kill him. Thunderstorm roared, and several people tore the assassin into pieces. In the distance, there was an assassin recording everything. They want to prove that Zhang Yinbin is dead. The thunderstorm roared. Cavalry, search the surrounding area. There are assassins who can hide their whereabouts. The news of success was sent to Guangfeng and Liuxing. The 2 received the news. Meteor said happily. Later, once we're sure Zhuge Shenlong is dead, we can post it on the forum. Haha. This time we have video evidence, and we can even reveal the scroll's attributes. You, the 7-Star Alliance, are going to be in the spotlight. Same old story. This is a masterpiece created by our 7-Star Alliance and the Gale Guild. The 2 were celebrating. There was a thunderstorm, and they searched for over an hour. Not much to discover. But he listened to Zhang Yinbin. The team must be brought back. The team set out overnight. And Zhang Yinbin and a few others were indeed teleported away. Several people suddenly appeared in a hall. There is a large seat on top and several tables and chairs on both sides. At this time, the place was brightly lit. Some of the chairs were tilted. There were 2 dead men lying on the ground. There was a person sitting in the top seat, bleeding. In addition, there were 2 people who used weapons to support themselves on the ground, holding on. Zhang Yinbin and several others appeared. Both sides were stunned. Zhang Yinbin didn't know where this place was either. There was silence for a moment. The man sitting upstairs spoke first. Brave men, kill these 2 men, and you will be the leaders of our stronghold. Whoever kills them both will be the second in command of the cottage. Zhang Yinbin helped the 2 injured people on his side to sit on the seats next to him. Zhang Xingting, Chu Feixiong and Tie had already been on guard. Is this an internal conflict? Excuse me, boss, what kind of stronghold are we in? How many people do we have? Chapter 108 Southern Continent. Zhang Yinbin discovered that all 3 people were injured. What are you afraid of? So let me ask about the situation first. I am the leader of the Shanghai gang. We have 3,000 followers. These few rebelled against us. Kill them. Kill a few of them, and I'll make you the second in command. Zhang Yinbin turned around, and both of them were in bad condition. Don't listen to him. He's our gang leader, but he's incredibly greedy. The brothers work hard for him, but he keeps most of the things for himself. Otherwise, how could we rebel? Although the two men used their weapons to support themselves, they were also seriously injured. Zhang Yinbin seemed to understand something and nodded. Took out the iron rod. It was replaced with Euphorbia. This halberd was obtained from the ultimate boss in the endless battlefield. Now, Zhang Yinbin thinks that this Euphorbia is also very cool. I know what to do. Zhang Yinbin walked straight up and stabbed the boss to death with one move. Are you two willing to submit to me? The bandit leader opened his eyes wide at this time. He didn't expect that Zhang Yinbin would choose to kill him in the end. Zhang Xingting, Chu Feixiong and Tie were now standing on both sides, but they all held weapons in their hands. The two men's expressions changed. They want to kill the boss and take over themselves. At this time, Zhang Yinbin suddenly appeared. This caught them off guard. Zhang Yinbin was actually too lazy to ask more questions. He just wanted to know where this place was and how to get back to his territory. He now knew that he had been set up. Zhang Yinbin walked forward, threw the boss to the ground, and wanted to sit down himself. However, seeing that the boss's seat was covered in blood, he kicked the chair away. The chair broke into pieces. But he found a brocade box hidden inside. Zhang Yinbin was not polite and took out the brocade box. Oh, the lost artifact. Zhang Yinbin didn't expect that this bandit king also had a secret. There are 2 other advanced books and more than a dozen gold coins. After killing the bandit boss, we will immediately get the spoils. Kick the throne. Zhang Yinbin took out the golden chair he had collected from the endless battlefield from his ring, put it on the table, and then sat down. Ah, the golden throne. It really is the golden throne. Subordinate, greet the boss. The 2 men were shocked and then knelt down to worship. Zhang Yinbin didn't want to subdue a bandit. What he wanted most was to ask questions and find out where this place was. But if the 2 of them are willing to worship me, then let them worship me. Stop the bleeding and heal their wounds first. The 2 men were seriously injured and died before they could finish their questions. Zhang Yinbin wanted to contact Zichuan and ask him to tell Yuan Hai something. However, open the communicator. Everyone turned gray. Names in gray cannot be contacted. No one is online. Is this a big thing happening in the game? I'll go to the forum and check it out. Zhang Yinbin opened the forum. The forum is open. But it wasn't the one he was familiar with. The forums are definitely the same. However, I don't even recognize the content inside. Because in previous forums, although there were other languages, most of them were still Chinese characters. However, there are basically very few Chinese characters here, only other characters. Zhang Yinbin can still distinguish Japanese and Korean. There is also English and other strange languages. System, automatic translation. The system has a built-in translator. However, Zhang Yinbin has never used it much. The more you look, the more Zhang Yinbin was shocked. Because he discovered that they were in the southern continent. He was in the eastern continent. So how could he read the forum of the southern continent at this time? Is this lousy going to the southern continent? What's going on with the teleportation array? There was indeed a problem with the teleportation array. First of all, the opponent's assassin is not strong. The 6 of them were teleported here at once, and their strength was much weaker. Therefore, it was impossible to teleport Zhang Yinbin and others to the Jedi. So, I was teleported to this den of thieves. If only Zhang Yinbin was teleported, and the strength difference was not so great, perhaps Zhang Yinbin would indeed be teleported to the Jedi. But, there were 6 of them, and the assassin himself was not very strong. The reason why we are teleported to the southern continent is because 2 teleportation arrays are superimposed. The place where Zhang Yinbin and the others were standing was originally a teleportation array that teleported them to the mission space. They then set up the teleportation array. The 2 teleportation arrays overlapped, and as a result, they were teleported out of the domain. Arrived in the southern continent. Zhang Yinbin cursed. The 2 bandit leaders were startled, and then said, "We are willing to serve you, Your Majesty." Zhang Yinbin came back to his senses. Deal with the issues at hand first. It seems that there is no going back in the short term. Then we have to deal with the things at hand first. Your identities. I used to be the 2nd in command. He was the 5th in command, and the 3rd and 4th in command are both dead. The 2nd in command said. Zhang Yinbin nodded, then said, "Okay, then now, my people will take you too and bring in the big and small leaders to recognize me as the king. From now on, what gang will I be? That's too ugly. As long as I'm here, things must change. From now on, I'll just call it the Sky Blasting Gang. Yes, boss. Our gang will be called the Sky Blasting Gang from now on." The 2nd in command also knew what was good for him. Zhang Yinbin winked and asked Zhang Shengting, Chu Feixiong and Tie to take the 2 of them with them. Zhang Yinbin must first control the village. Zhang Yinbin looked at the golden throne. It's very big and is inlaid with many diamonds. Is there anything strange about this golden throne? How can we make these bandits bow down to us so easily? After about half an hour, dozens of people came in. These are the big and small leaders in the village. When everyone saw Zhang Yanbin on the throne, they felt that he was extremely majestic at this moment. Feel all. This is not my true face. I will show you my true face now. Zhang Yanbin took out the real and fake masks, then put the mask on. Became another person. A handsome and dashing man, but with a scar on his left cheek. The scar on his face did not destroy his handsomeness, but made him look more heroic and masculine. Greetings, Your Majesty. The former second-in-command knelt down and worshipped him first. The rest of the leaders, both big and small, knelt down and worshipped him. My lord, from now on you will be the new leader of our Haisha gang. No, the Zhetian gang. We swear to follow the leader until death. Everyone vowed to follow Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin asked them to stand up. Then he said, several of my men are even stronger. In our Zhetian gang, strength is respected. They will also be the heads of the family in the future. Second master, fifth master, after you recover from your injuries, compete with them. If you can win, you can still stay in your original position. Zhang Xingting, Chu Feixiong, Tie, each of you show us your skills. Everyone, quickly clear out a space. In the open space where we meet in the Jui Hall, all three of them made a move. Suddenly, all the leaders, big and small, were shocked. They are no match. Boss, we are willing to give way. You two are the backbone of our sky-blasting gang. Zhang Yanbin thought that the two of them were sensible, so he didn't plan to kill them. He kept them alive so that the other leaders, big and small, could feel at ease. But if they don't know what's best for them, Zhang Yanbin will get rid of them both. You guys, sort out the gang affairs. Zhang Yanbin said to Zhang Shengting and the other three. In fact, they just want them to integrate the Zhetian gang and control it. Chapter 109, Controlling the Sky-Blasting Gang. Zhang Shengting and the other three knew what Zhang Yanbin was thinking. Bring people to reorganize the entire village. Among the 5 people brought by Zhang Yanbin, 2 were seriously injured. But it is also placed in an important position. Chu Feixiong led a team and took charge of all logistics. Zhang Shengting and Tie both brought a team of fighters with them. The other 2 will temporarily manage the internal affairs of the Zhetian gang and assist Zhang Yanbin. After a night of rectification, Zhang Yanbin did not dare to log off. He really wanted to log off. Let's see if I can go back online and return to the Eastern continent and my own territory. It's not a big deal if someone leaves your own territory. With Nan Ningxi around, there won't be any major problems with development. However, many things related to communication with players and information about players cannot be carried out. Trading with players can also cause big problems. Zhang Yanbin was worried again that he would be offline. Something will happen here in the Zhetian gang, and it cannot be handled in time. So he still has to wait. After daybreak, the troops were disbanded and reorganized. Zhang Yanbin also initially took control of the entire Zhetian gang. The Zhetian gang has 3,000 men under its command, but only a little over 1,000 of them are combatants. It can only be considered slightly higher than the 3rd level copycat, but lower than the 4th level. 5th master, 6th master, are your injuries okay? The original 2nd and 5th in command have now become 5th and 6th in ranking. Zhang Xingting, Tie, and the other 3 became 2, 3, and 4. Zhang Yanbin did not rank the 2 people who practiced advanced martial arts, but regarded them as the 2 leaders. It's okay, it's okay. Okay, now, tell me about our village, what the situation is like outside, and where we are. The 2 men were busy all night, and still had injuries on their bodies. His face looked very bad. However, they had no choice but to endure it when Zhang Yanbin questioned them. However, Zhang Yanbin still had someone pour water for them both. Our place is called Faiyunsu. No one knows how big it is. We have the largest influence around here, but there are also several powerful strongholds nearby. After listening to this, Zhang Yanbin gained a preliminary understanding. This southern continent is different from the eastern continent. The eastern continent is a continent as a whole, with numerous islands distributed across it. The southern continent is composed of 7 large islands. An island is equivalent to a continent in reality. The game has a wide geographical area. Zhang Yanbin also learned some information on the forum. The personnel here mainly include Fuso, the Universe, ASIN, and players from the southeastern region of real China such as ASIN. It can be said that it is very complicated. It is composed of more than 20 countries. Therefore, it was divided into 7 large continents and then connected by seas. There are no boundaries between these sea areas, so you can travel back and forth. And their Zhetian gang is located inland, but not too inland. It's more than 300 miles away from the seaside. There are many gangs of different sizes around the Zhetian gang. Okay, thank you both for your hard work. Go down and rest quickly to heal your injuries. By the time they recover from their injuries, there is actually nothing left. The entire gang must be controlled by Zhang Yinbin. The two people who came to learn advanced skills were called Lu San and Xiao Tai. Zhang Yinbin asked them to manage the internal affairs. These two heads of the family also need their care. Take care of it. The injury won't heal in the short term, but it won't get worse either. As long as they are alive, no one in the Zhaqian gang will be in panic. It wasn't until the next afternoon that Zhang Yinbin quit the game. After logging off the game, Zhang Yinbin immediately logged back on. As a result, he is still in the Zhaqian gang. In other words, for the time being, he can't go back. He immediately logged off again and logged into the forum, but found that he could access both forums. But, in the game, he can only go back to one place. At this time, on the Eastern Continent forum, Zhang Yinbin saw that the Seven Stars Guild and the Gale Guild had already uploaded the video. Because the distance is very far. I can't see Zhang Yinbin's face clearly. Fortunately, my face hasn't been exposed yet. But judging from their clothes and the surrounding troops, there is no doubt that the person who was teleported away was Zhang Yinbin. Since yesterday, Zhang Yinbin's name has been in the dark. All his friends were also unreachable. The ghost kept staring. Confirm Zhang Yinbin's status. Zhang Yinbin smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that in the short term, the name Zhuge Shenlong will no longer exist in the Eastern Continent. But the Shenlong territory will definitely continue to develop. There's Nan Ningxi, there's Thunderstorm, there's a lot of supplies left behind, and there's a powerful army." Zhang Yinbin believed in Nan Ningxi. Even if he was not there, Nan Ningxi would definitely develop the territory well. Zhang Yinbin had no choice but to accept this reality. He has been very tired recently. Always running. On the boat, he can still log off. However, there is no way to log off immediately. Because ships are controlled by others, but war horses have to be controlled by oneself. Zhang Yinbin lay down and rested for a while. At the door, two voices were heard. "Are you sure Zhuge Shenlong is dead?" This was a voice that was unfamiliar to Zhang Yinbin. The voice was arrogant and cold. Then Dong Xiaowan said, "In short, he lost contact. We don't know whether he's dead or not. But dying once is nothing. He has plenty of foundation repair fluid." Then, there was the sound of footsteps. The man walked away. The fifth person in the villa? The first person Zhang Yinbin thought of was the fifth person in the villa. However, there was no need for Zhang Yinbin to delve into it. "At first, I came here to live mainly because I was poor. That's why I rented a place. No one expected that he would become so successful in the game so quickly. It's okay to live here for now, there's no need to move." Now, he didn't want to move even more. He still needed to get news about the Eastern Continent from Dong Xiaowan and others. Now, he has limited information about the Eastern Continent. It can only be done through forums and the limited channels of Dong Xiaowan and others. After resting for a while, I practiced again. Zhang Yinbin took a nap. At this time, people from the entire Eastern Continent were waiting for Zhang Yinbin to appear. However, a day had passed since Zhang Yinbin was teleported away. Even if he is dead, he should be resurrected. However, there has been no news about Zhang Yinbin. During the day, Zhang Yinbin came online. At this time, the entire Zheqian gang was under his control. Then it started to work. First, investigate the surrounding situation. There are many small groups of bandits around. Moreover, Zhang Yinbin and his team's stronghold is located on the mountain, which is not conducive to development. Zhang Yinbin wants to find a good place to run the village in the future. Zhang Shengting. I'm here. Find a good place 50 miles from the sea, suitable for establishing a territory. Yes, Lord. There's no going back. Zhang Yinbin still remembers that he still has a village construction order on him. When I first issued this village construction order, I thought it would only be used when the continents opened up to each other. Who knows? It may come in handy now. He controlled the Zheqian gang and also wanted to establish his own territory here. It's time to give yourself a name. Chapter 110, Soga Hidden Sword. Zhang Yinbin, a new face, naturally needs a new identity. He had to find a new identity for himself and reappear in the southern continent. After thinking about it, he decided to call Soga Zongfeng. Soga, a noble surname. Zongfeng is a high-level spy who can unsheath his sword at any time and destroy the destiny of a country. Hide your edge. If it's not unsheathed, it's hidden. Once it's unsheathed, it will be earth-shattering. After Zhang Yinbin made the decision, since he couldn't go back to the eastern continent for the time being, he would develop well in the southern continent. Zhang Yinbin asked Zhang Xingting to go out and look for a location to build the village, while he asked Tie to send people to scout around. He needs to know the surrounding environment. Since he can use another identity to become a bandit, he will use this identity to do something. In one day, all kinds of news came. Zhang Yinbin summarized the information in the Ji Hall. Tie came to report, "Lord, there are several small bandits around here. Some of them used to pay tribute to our Zhetian gang. Some have defected to other strongholds. Within a radius of 300 miles, there are 7 small forces, each with approximately 1,000 people." Zhang Yinbin snorted coldly and said, "The original leader of the Shanzhai used these people as spies and peripheral members. Now, we all need to recruit them and strengthen our stronghold. It's just a village with so few people. It won't work. It didn't matter before. Now Zhang Yinbin wants to expand the stronghold and use it for his own purposes. Tomorrow, I will bring people and recruit them one by one. Yes, Lord. From now on, you will be called Toyotomi Tie to the outside world. Yes, Lord." At this point, Zhang Yinbin has to change his appearance. Hey, let's start from the beginning. Building villages, developing. In the past, with Nan Ningxi around, many things were easy to handle. It would be better if Zhang Yinbin could lead the troops to fight. Now, she misses Nan Ningxi very much. Not only do I think about it at night, I think about it during the day as well. Zhang Yinbin asked Tie to help deal with the intelligence matters, and he went to check out the forum. The entire Feiyun state is very large. Zhang Yinbin's location is not far from the sea, according to some information collected from the forum. He is in Feiyun province, which is surrounded by 3 provinces, and the situation is quite complicated. It is close to the sea, so there may be many enemies in the future. At this time, it is not so easy to cross the sea between several states, because it's very far. It's like being separated by half the Pacific Ocean. It is difficult to fight across the sea. The ships can come over, but the supply lines are too long and there is no way to continue. So, for the time being, no one has crossed the sea for thousands of miles. The entire southern continent is in chaos. By the evening, Zhang Yinbin had learned a lot of information. There are also several major forces in Feiyun province where he is, and Zhang Yinbin was considered a strong dragon at this time. Whether you can gain a foothold depends on how you develop yourself next. Making good use of the copycats is one thing, but you also have to build your own territory. In the evening, Zhang Xingting came back. Also drew a sketch. "Lord, look, there's a large piece of open land 100 miles away, suitable for us to establish our territory. This is the surrounding terrain. I also made a rough sketch. There aren't many horses in the stronghold, so the people we sent couldn't fully investigate. I even went to the seashore to take a look. I found a bay with deep water that's suitable for building a port." Zhang Yinbin studied it carefully. After studying it for a while, he said, "Just put it here. It's just that we still need to build the city wall. There is a large open space around it." What Zhang Yinbin values is the Gulf. He wants to develop the shipping industry. So, the bay is important. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin also wanted to move the stronghold down. It is about 100 miles away and can support one's own territory. Next, what Zhang Yinbin has to do is to integrate the surrounding large and small cottages. After Zhang Yinbin understood the situation, he personally led the army and incorporated 7 gangs of bandits of varying sizes in the surrounding area. The 3 bandits surrendered immediately. The other 4 gangs of bandits refused to surrender. Zhang Yinbin led his troops to charge twice before the enemy surrendered. Zhang Yinbin personally charged into the battle, demonstrating strong combat effectiveness. In addition, the people brought by Zhang Yinbin are even stronger. For a time, many bandits surrendered. Zhang Xingting assisted Zhang Yinbin and broke up all the teams. Reorganize. Then he organized an army of 5,000, and there were more than 6,000 people left. These more than 6,000 people are not combatants. Zhang Yinbin planned to let them build the city. Zhang Yinbin took 5 days to integrate all the bandits, and then the large group planned to move down the mountain, develop on flat land. The location he chose was at the foot of a mountain, with plenty of open space. There is open space on 3 sides and a mountain on one side. It was only more than 70 miles away from the place where Zhang Yinbin chose to build the city. Now, they have no cavalry. If there were cavalry, a raid would take less than an hour and they would be able to support each other. Zhang Yinbin has been busy. At this time, there was a huge uproar in the eastern continent, because Zhang Yinbin hasn't been online for several days. The name is Gray. There are no more rumors about Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin seemed to have disappeared. At first, no one believed it. However, on the second day and the day after, Zhuge Shenlong was not online. More and more people believe it. Day 4, day 5. Everyone was wondering, what happened to Zhuge Shenlong? Many people speculated that he was trapped in a special space and couldn't get out. According to the properties of the scroll, one will be teleported to a Jedi, and the Jedi may be a closed space. Zhuge Shenlong was trapped and couldn't get out. Zhang Yinbin really can't go back. However, he was not trapped in a special space, but was teleported to the southern continent. At this time, many people in the game began to frantically search for the whereabouts of Zhang Yanbin's territory. Zhang Yanbin is not here, but there are many talented people in their territory. Moreover, there are definitely a lot of resources. If we can conquer Zhang Yanbin's territory, we will definitely make a fortune. Many people were sent to search for Zhang Yanbin and the others. But, in the short term, no one can find it, because they calculated it based on Zhang Yanbin's whereabouts. However, Zhang Yanbin and his men's marching speed, as well as the speed of their ship, were all far off the mark. The cavalry, Zhang Yanbin, can travel day and night and only need a short rest, because even the worst of their soldiers have basic skills. Therefore, the speed at which they travel is completely different. However, sooner or later, he will be found. But Zhang Yanbin is not worried. When he left, he had left behind a lot of resources to defend the territory. There are mountains on 3 sides, and on the hills, there will be defenses like the Great Wall, with arrow towers and catapults. Catapults will be deployed around the port and Shenlong Lake. There are now 2 ships patrolling the waters around the port 24 hours a day, and no one will be allowed to approach easily. It is almost impossible to march on a large scale through the mountains. Even if you come, you will be discovered. They also have falcons to patrol their territory. Chapter 1:11 Seraph Doris. The entire eastern continent was wondering what happened to Zhang Yanbin. However, at this time, Zhang Yanbin was preparing to establish a territory. He led a team to an open space. Then, Zhang Yanbin took out the god-level village building order from the ring. What will happen? Will the system prompt Zhuge Shenlong or Soga Zonfeng? Zhang Yanbin was a little nervous holding the village construction order. Establish. If Zhuge Shenlong is prompted, Zhuge Shenlong will also appear when doing tasks and receiving announcements in the future. Then Zhang Yanbin will just be a good bandit. If it is a hint for Soga, no hidden edge, then Zhang Yanbin will manage the territory well. Ding system prompt. The player has 2 identities. Please choose which identity to use to establish a territory. Zhang Yanbin was overjoyed that he still had a choice. This god-level mask is really powerful. Can completely hide the original information. Soga Zonfeng. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to player Soga Zonfeng for being the first to use the god-level village building order and the first to establish a territory on another continent. You will be rewarded with 2 hero recruitments. Zhang Yanbin was extremely excited. Twice. He has only recruited once so far, and he recruited Nan Ningxi. Now he can recruit twice. Recruit. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to the player for recruiting the legendary assistant, Hattori Mina, as a reward for an epic skill. Legendary. There's no unique one yet. Zhang Yanbin remembered the time when he recruited Nan Ningxi. God level, and the only one. Directly reward the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Now, there is none. Zhang Yanbin felt a little disgusted. At this time, the administrative center has emerged. After a while, a beautiful woman in kimono walked over. Hattori Mina, I meet the Lord. I can only say that Mui Na is beautiful, an oriental beauty. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to Nan Ningxi, but she does not have Nan Ningxi's charm. Very good, Hattori Mina. From now on you will be the deputy lord of our territory. Well, it hasn't been named yet. Zhang Yanbin pondered for a moment, then named it starting point. What starting point? The starting point of his landing on the southern continent. In the future, it will be the starting point for his Shenlong territory to march into the southern continent. Or, from here, the starting point for conquering other continents. Starting territory. It was born. Thank you, Lord. Menai will definitely manage the territory well. Then, Zhang Yanbin took out a large amount of supplies directly from the ring. Tents, stones, wood, and various tools. Mina, we have a task now, which is to build the territory immediately. These 5,000 plus bandits will be under your control. You will have them level the land, build houses, pave the ground, and, in a few days, prepare to construct the city walls. Also, build some warehouses first, and I'll put the food and supplies in them. All the talent we recruited has been invested in the construction, so we don't have to worry about money or supplies. Mina was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a long time. Shouldn't a newly established territory be developed slowly, step by step? Zhang Yanbin, who had just established his territory, wanted to build a city right away. Yes, Lord. Hattori Mina. Zhang Yanbin took a look. Loyalty 80, Intimacy 76. The level of intimacy is quite high, much higher than that of Nan Ningxi back then. Maybe it's because of my own strength. It may also be because Hattori Mina's level is 1 level lower than Nan Ningxi, making her easier to subdue. In any case, with a legendary support, Zhang Yanbin can also let go and do other things. There's another one, I wonder what kind of person he'll recruit. Recruit. Selected recruitment. Then, there was a flash of white light. In front of Zhang Yanbin, a beautiful woman about 2 meters tall appeared. Before Zhang Yanbin could react, the other person gave him a hug directly. My lord, you are so weak. How will you conquer me in the future? Zhang Yanbin's face was buried directly in the other's chest. Then, Zhang Yanbin looked at the system prompts. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to Soga Zongfeng for recruiting the epic hero, Seraph Doris. Finally, Doris let go of Zhang Yanbin. Only then could Zhang Yanbin take a closer look at the other person. A white battle robe. His legs are naturally long, otherwise he wouldn't be 2 meters tall. But her waist is very thin, and her battle robe directly reveals her waist. Of course, there is nothing to say about her breasts, and her Western figure can bury Zhang Yanbin. It really is the face of an angel. Doris is extremely beautiful, with very white yet delicate skin, not the roughness of Westerners. It looks very beautiful up close. The white battle robe is very simple, with white socks on the legs and a white silk scarf above the knees. Both arms are directly exposed, with white silk scarves on the wrists. Doris, welcome. After looking at the other person's figure, Zhang Yanbin swallowed deeply and then greeted her. My lord, you must become stronger quickly. I, Doris, only like strong men. Recruit 2 people, one of whom is legendary level. The other one is epic. Doris, are you very strong in combat? What Zhang Yanbin needs now is force, not models and vases. Hattori Mina can be used as a vase. She is very beautiful. Doris is not only beautiful, but also has a good figure and is tall, so she can be a model. Doris took a step back, then drew her sword from behind. This sword is a 2-handed sword, wider and longer than ordinary swords. Then, Doris swung her sword to the side, and several stones shattered instantly. My lord, how can you look down upon your woman? I'm almost there. I'm about to be promoted to a higher level. I can already cut with sword energy. Dorothy looked sad. Zhang Yanbin was overjoyed. It seems that this Dolized is a little stronger than the thunderstorm. Here, without the thunderstorm, he still had Doris. Zhang Yanbin was so excited that he almost buried his face in her chest again. However, Zhang Yanbin knew that there was something very important at the moment. That's great, Doris. Our territory needs talents like you. I have recruited a group of bandits. Now I need you and me to lead them together and annex more bandits. We didn't dare to attack other large territories before, but now with you, we can attack other bandits. Doris was very happy. Then she said, my man, you don't have to be afraid of anything with me here. I will protect you. This Dolized is quite tough. Is she a woman? No. She is a brother. Okay, I'll have someone prepare it, and we'll leave tomorrow. Zhang Yanbin discovered a pirate group, a level 3 pirate, not very strong. Zhang Yanbin could also take it down, but he didn't want too many casualties. Moreover, he wanted to seize ships from many parties. Therefore, they could only launch a surprise attack in the early morning or at night when the ship was in the port. Today, Zhang Yanbin has to work with Hattori Mina to plan the territory carefully. They want to build a small city first. Later it served as the inner city. When the population increases and the territory grows, we will have to build an outer city. The inner city is relatively small, but the outer city will be very large. Chapter 112 Game Update. Zhang Yanbin and Hattori Mina went to the administrative center. Zhang Yanbin began to plan with paper on a simple table and chair. But, just when he was drawing a prototype. At this time, the system issued an announcement. Ding system announcement. Due to major changes in the game, the system will be updated for 3 days. After the update, players can only use carrier pigeons to send messages to each other. The carrier pigeons given by the system cannot be attacked, but they have a transmission range. In a state of war, the 2 sides cannot communicate, and there will be no system notification if the territory is invaded. Players, please log off in 1 hour. The game will operate normally, but players will not be able to log in. Lords, please make arrangements in advance. The rest of you should also get to a safe place as soon as possible. Inside the dungeon, the characters will remain unchanged, and the dungeon will be temporarily frozen. Players can resume dungeon tasks after logging online. A system announcement left everyone dumbfounded. Zhang Yanbin was also dumbfounded. What is going on? Is it because he built a territory across continents? However, based on the updated content, it seems to be pretty good. From then on, the advantages of player communicators were directly weakened. This is a huge blessing for people like Zhang Yanbin who only have 1 player. At the same time, it is more convenient for sneak attacks. Isn't all this preparation for war? So, all of this is also prepared for Zhang Yanbin. After receiving the news, Zhang Yanbin took action immediately. Call a few important people. Hattori Mina, your mission remains unchanged. I will leave more resources for you to distribute. Doris, Source Holy Court. You should lead the village well and seek opportunities to strengthen yourselves, but don't take risks lightly. I have some epic techniques, several advanced techniques, and skill books here. Find those with good qualifications and distribute them to strengthen our forces. Also, regarding the construction of the cottage. 1 hour seemed very rushed. Zhang Yinbin could only make some rough arrangements in a hurry and then let them make their own arrangements. The time was up and Zhang Yinbin had to log off. This should be related to the territory I established in the southern continent, right? Zhang Yinbin asked again after logging off. He wanted to take a shower, then get ready to go out for a walk. It was exactly noon at this time. When I got to the door of the villa, I did a little exercise. Soon, 3 girls came out. However, there were not many smiles on their faces. Instead, they seemed to be worried. Maybe it was the changes in the game that had a great impact on them. The game has been updated. You seem quite happy. Zhang Yinbin was doing something outside the villa with a faint smile on his face. Dong Xiaowan was very worried because the territory continued to operate for 3 days, but she was offline. She had no idea what would happen to the territory. But Zhang Yinbin was not worried at all. He rarely interfered in the affairs of the territory. All he had to do was bring back the money and supplies from outside. Zhang Yinbin is basically only in charge of military affairs. Hey, I can finally relax. Do you have any plans? Dong Xiaowan, Yang Yingfan, and Chen Xiaoyan ignored him and left, heading in different directions. Zhang Yinbin spread his hands and said, I still want to get some information. The 3 of them went to their own meetings. The game is going to undergo major changes. This time, their guild is going to hold a meeting in reality. In 3 days, according to China's current transportation, even if you are far away, you can basically get there in half a day. The magnetic levitation train has a speed of over 2,000 kilometers per hour, so it takes a while to get there. As for me, I'd better go to the forum and take a look. Zhang Yinbin was not in a hurry, and he moved around first. After that, he returned to his room and started reading the forum. This time, the game update has a huge impact on most people. After the update, you will no longer be able to communicate via the communicator, only by carrier pigeons. Each person is given 2 carrier pigeons by the system, which can be placed in a backpack. However, carrier pigeons have a maximum distance and can also be delayed depending on the game situation. If a war is going on, the carrier pigeon will not land, and it may take 2 or 3 days to receive the message. All of this is in preparation for the upcoming war between several continents. However, this condition was triggered in advance by Zhang Yinbin. The game had to be shut down for the first time to be updated. Zhang Yinbin looked at the forum of Oriental Continent. The information above about Zhuge Shenlong's disappearance is still very popular. At the same time, some people updated the approximate location of their territory on the forum. Search One Piece and update it. Slowly, Zhang Yinbin's territory will be exposed. Zhang Yinbin was not worried. His territory now has a population of 1 million. Maintaining an army of 30,000 is not a problem. At present, who has the ability to organize a large army to attack him? It is true that large-scale marches can be carried out at sea, but if the enemy comes from the sea, we can only deliver food. There are so many mountains on land, and there are places for sneak attacks everywhere. As long as they can be detected in advance, Zhang Yinbin will have plenty of ways to consume them bit by bit on the way, and they will all be finished before they reach the territory. Then, he looked at the forum of the southern continent. It's chaos. The southern continent is in the midst of a chaotic war. However, Fusang's population is not as large as India's, but it seems to have the upper hand in the guild. There must be over 3 billion players in this southern continent, right? The ASEAN countries have large populations, and most of them are here. Plus the universe country, Fuso country, and especially India. According to statistics in 2080, the world's population has reached 12 billion. Such a chaotic area, the overall continent is much larger than the eastern continent. There was too much news, and Zhang Yinbin couldn't keep up. You can only understand it slowly in the future. So he decided to go out for a walk. This time, it's a long-distance trip. Zhang Yinbin can put some things in his ring. Traveling far. How far? Directly to the southwest. Go to the Himalayas. I'm not going to climb the highest peak. I just want to take a walk in the mountains. It took him 1.5 hours to get to the Maglev station, another hour on the train, and then another 2.5 hours to get to the foot of the mountain. Zhang Yinbin walked in the mountains and found a sense of play. There are Hengduan mountains here, one mountain after another. Moreover, many mountains are steep. I didn't expect that many places here have also been occupied by villa areas. The air is much better than where I live. The mountain road is steep, but for Zhang Yinbin now it is as easy as walking on flat ground. Zhang Yinbin walked for a day and a night. Went to many places. Many villas were built on the mountains. There are many big mountains, which are blocked on all sides, and the middle becomes a big lake. Villas have been built on the lake side of the 4 mountains. There are quite a few places like this. Humans are crazy. Zhang Yinbin decided to go back. After returning, collect some information and prepare to play the game. Chapter 113 Violent Doris. While Zhang Yinbin was traveling, all the major guilds were holding emergency meetings in reality. This time, the update changes too much. They all need to discuss a good way to deal with it. At the same time, the game architecture also needs to change. Next, they plan to acquire the territories surrounding the core territory. Build these territories into resource territories, satellite territories, and protect core territories. Then, the core staff will be streamlined again. At the same time, they also began to train some NPCs with higher qualifications. However, NPCs are disposable after all. Once they die in battle, they cannot be resurrected unless under special circumstances. However, the cost to players is now higher. Dying once will damage your foundation, and few players are willing to be cannon fodder. Zhang Yinbin returned to the villa. After returning, he found that Dong Xiaowan and Yang Yingfan had both returned. The two of them sat in the yard and chatted. We had a great time chatting, but I didn't know what to talk about. Seeing Zhang Yinbin come back, the two ignored him. Seeing that he couldn't get any information, Zhang Yinbin returned to his room. There are still more than 10 hours until the game starts. Zhang Yinbin looked at the forum for a while. The main thing is to remember some conditions of the southern continent. The news is very mixed. Zhang Yinbin was unable to organize the information and received limited information. After browsing the forum for a while, Zhang Yinbin closed it and left the game room. Can't play the game now. There are still more than 10 hours. Zhang Yinbin was about to go to the back mountain for training. Dong Xiaowan knocked on the door and came in. After coming in, Dong Xiaowan pushed him directly onto the sofa. I'll give you one last chance. Before Zhang Yinbin could figure out what was going on, Dong Xiaowan had already bullied him. This time, it lasted for 3 hours. I'm moving out tonight. I heard Yang Yingfan is also moving out, and Chen Xiaoyan hasn't come back yet. Only then did Zhang Yinbin understand what the last time meant. My name in the game is Wan Wan. You can contact me in the game. Why did you move away? Zhang Yinbin was silent for a while before he spoke. According to the guild's request, I am now considered one of the core members. I will move in together for easier management. Of course, the salary has increased a bit, but the degree of freedom has decreased a bit. I don't have a choice. Dong Xiaowan felt a little melancholy. She was unwilling to be left behind. But there is no other way now. I have to move there, or be expelled from the guild. Zhang Yinbin didn't say anything. This may be the result of this game update. It is inconvenient to communicate in the game. Some things can be communicated offline. Therefore, it seems reasonable for some core personnel to move in together. Well, it seems that I have to move to another place. You go. I'll go too in the evening. Now Zhang Yinbin no longer needs to share a house with others. He can afford a villa. Dong Xiaowan rolled her eyes at him, then said, pulling it out would be heartless. But she still went straight back to her room with the clothes in her arms. Zhang Yinbin took out a tablet that had not been used for a long time. Then searched for the villa. Well, 120 million. Zhang Yinbin saw a very nice villa, deep in the Kunlun Mountains. There are 4 hills, and the middle has been transformed into a huge lake. There are only 10 villas around the lake. Because Kunlun Mountain is very high, it snows heavily in winter and is very cold. So, a villa with such a nice environment only costs 120 million. If you change to somewhere else, the price may be several times higher. However, is Zhang Yinbin still afraid of winter now? It's okay to swim in the lake in winter. This is it. I'll stay away from the world and focus on playing my game. The game is my world. The villa has 4 floors, 1 underground floor and 3 above ground floors. The 3rd floor is a glass house. The 3rd floor is built with modern glass, so you can see all the scenery outside and the beautiful starry sky at night. Zhang Yinbin conducted the transaction directly online, and the property rights were then registered directly in his name. He cleaned the game compartment and put it into the ring. Under the cover of night, he jumped from the 2nd floor and disappeared. No goodbyes to anyone else. Zhang Yinbin got to the foot of the mountain and went to the market to buy 2 graphene batteries, one of which could last the gaming console for 2 months. Next, I bought a lot of high-quality nutrient solution. Afterwards, take the maglev train. After getting off the maglev train, we took a helicopter and landed on another hill beside the villa. The villa area is a no-fly zone. In this way, Zhang Yinbin had his own separate residence. However, he also had no way to share the information in the game with others. Arrived at the villa and settled down. There is only 1 hour left until the game starts. Zhang Yinbin familiarized himself with the surroundings of the villa and then entered the game. As soon as he entered the game, he saw a huge construction site. The construction site is piled high with materials. At the same time, there were people transporting back and forth. Zhang Yinbin looked around. This is the city wall under construction. At this time, the foundation had been dug several meters deep and the city wall was being built with stones. There are no buildings in the city except the administrative center. Many small wooden houses have been built outside the city. These cabins are used to temporarily house people. There are also many warehouses. Zhang Yinbin looked around. My lord, you are back. Hattori Mina saw Zhang Yinbin and came over to bow and greet him. How many people are here? Zhang Yinbin walked around and looked around, and it seemed that there were a lot more people. He only arranged more than 5,000 people. My lord, we have recruited over 700 people from our own territory. The day before yesterday, Doris sent over another 2,000 people. Right now, there are over 8,000 people working on the construction site. Inside the city, I want to wait until the city wall is built before we start planning. Zhang Yinbin was stunned. The day before yesterday, Doris sent over 2,000 people? What did she do? Where is Doris? Yesterday at noon, she set out with her team. I heard they were going to fight pirates. Zhang Yinbin slapped his forehead helplessly. This Dolis had actually sent troops to fight the pirates while she was away. Oh my god, she's probably more explosive than a thunderstorm. Everyone went out, and Zhang Yinbin didn't know where they went. Well, the city is well built. By the way, please keep an eye on it for me. If you recruit a formation master, let me know immediately. Lord, there are 2 junior formation masters. Primary? It's better than nothing. Okay, bring the person back. What Zhang Yinbin didn't know was, at this time, Doris was on her way with a large army of bandits. Travel quickly. At this time, he was already the thief of the entire village. Well, she is the leader of the whole thing. In the battle the day before yesterday, Doris, with her 2-handed greatsword, was extremely violent. She would rush to where there were many people. With a 2-handed sword, one strike would cause casualties. A murderer. She is strong in force. On the battlefield, it frightens the enemy and also scares your own people. Zhang Yinbin's former subordinates, such as Yuan Shengting and Feng Qintie, had to submit to her and obey her arrangements. Zhang Yinbin was not around, and she was the most powerful, so she took the people from the village out to fight again. Chapter 114 Zhuge Shenlong appears again. The troops have all gone out. The territory is still a construction site, and Zhang Yinbin has nothing to do. So he went to the forum to take a look. He is more concerned about the situation in the eastern continent. After all, in the southern continent, he can keep an eye on it at any time as long as he is online. Zhuge Shenlong, a man of great wealth and no humanity. Zhuge Shenlong, I will never forgive you. 2 posts insulting himself were pinned to the top. Zhang Yinbin looked at the time, and it seemed like it was posted just over 10 minutes ago. I'm not even in the eastern continent anymore. How could I possibly mess with you? Zhang Yinbin was very unhappy. However, when he opened the post and read the content, he felt very happy. Hey, this Nan Ningxi. Well, Thunderstorm did a good job. I'll give you some chicken legs when I get back. I clicked on a post and saw that the territory had been destroyed. From the post, I saw that many places in the territory were in ruins. The administrative center was demolished directly. The warehouse was emptied and all the personnel were taken away. Zhang Yinbin looked at some places and found that the damage was caused by thunderstorms. Taking advantage of the fact that the players were not online, Nan Ningxi actually launched 2 wars. Directly destroy the 2 territories. Zhang Yinbin is very familiar with these 2 territories. It is the territory of 2 spies. None of them belong to Fuso. One is a country in the southeast, and the other is a spy arranged by the west. It's a pity that I wasn't here. I must have made a lot of money. I don't know if there are any high-quality materials or how many high-quality talents there are. After conquering 2 territories, the population will definitely increase a lot. Nan Ningxi divided the main team into 2 parts. An army consists of more than 10,000 people, with 5,000 main troops and about 7,000 auxiliary troops. Just like that, divide into 2 teams and destroy them directly. One is that the place where Zhang Yinbin first attacked the territory was not far away, and ships could reach it directly. The other one requires 2 days of travel by boat and 2 days of walking on the road. When the players came online, the territory was still burning and Zhang Yinbin's men had just withdrawn. When the Lord came online, he immediately discovered that his territory had been destroyed. I want to cry, but I have no tears. What else can I do besides going to the forum and cursing Zhuge Shenlong? However, many people discovered at this time that Zhuge Shenlong had not yet come online. Zhuge Shenlong, you will definitely not be online during the 3 days of game updates. However, in this situation, his territory can still launch an attack. This is unbelievable. The lord of their own territory has gone offline. No war will be started. Of course, Many people have already begun to deploy defenses. Once someone invades, the army in the territory will start to counterattack according to the deployment. However, Zhuge Shenlong's territory, without a lord, is surprisingly autonomous. Could it be that Zhuge Shenlong was usurped by the NPC? Zhuge Shenlong's territory is even more confusing. Some people suspect that Zhang Yanbin is still in the game and can still command the territory. So, several people sent out carrier pigeons at the same time to deliver the message. This was the first time they used it, and they gave it to Zhang Yanbin for the first time. But, they will get nothing. After a few hours, the pigeons will fly back on their own. Zhang Yanbin was imagining how rich the results of this battle would be. The Lord and other players are not here. This attack must have been very sudden. The territory was not prepared at all. This time, Nan Ningxi was very decisive. The effect is also very good. More than 400,000 people were captured, seized a large amount of resources and money. There was no one in command in either territory. It was attacked suddenly and fell quickly. Afterwards, Zhang Yanbin's team robbed them of everything. That's my style. After all, they are an old married couple. Zhang Yanbin looked at many pictures, including the empty warehouses and the violently destroyed administrative center. He has the style of leading an army. This was the result of Nan Ningxi's command. It was just a matter of tearing down the house and taking away the wooden planks. The population increased by more than 400,000. The total population is about to exceed 1.5 million. Nan Ningxi planned to recruit troops immediately according to the configuration of 30,000 troops. The right person will be assigned immediately. In the meantime, make a plan. Part of the army is training in the territory. Some of them immediately went out to look for pirates and strongholds. While training their troops, they also needed books and money. When Zhang Yanbin was around, Nan Ningxi never had to worry about money. However, Zhang Yanbin left her a lot of money. However, after resettling hundreds of thousands of people, there are only a few left. Therefore, Nan Ningxi needs to make money on her own. She couldn't access the trading system. Therefore, there is no way to sell some supplies. Robbery, fighting pirates and bandits became her best options. Of course, the territory pays wages to the workers within the territory, and the territory also sells some things, so that part of the money can flow back into the territory. However, the income from taxes and sales is definitely not enough to cover the expenses. Robbery is the secret to getting rich. Zhang Yanbin looked at other posts again. Zhang Yanbin felt more relieved because Nan Ningxi looked like him. Zhang Yanbin wrote a post to see if he could send it out using the name Zhuge Shenlong. As a result, it is written and can be sent. But he deleted it again. Now is not a good time for me to show up. At critical times, messages can be delivered through forums, but not now. Zhang Yanbin closed the Oriental Continent forum. I also looked at the Southern Continent forum. There's nothing unusual here. Someone went online and started cursing. His own NPC made a mess of the territory when he was not online. Some people also discovered that their own generals actually led troops to fight bandits, resulting in heavy casualties. Zhang Yanbin looked happy. Hey, my hero can also lead troops to fight in battles without permission. When I think about myself, Doris also took the army out. I don't know where it is yet. After a while, Hattori Mina brought 2 junior formation masters. Zhang Yanbin received them in an open space. There is no dedicated workshop here yet. He took out a formation plate. Can this be imitated? The engine is the most important part of a ship. It is also the core competitiveness of Zhang Yanbin's fleet. So, he needs to create a formation plate. I have never seen such an exquisite formation. I won't. Both of them said no. Zhang Yanbin took a look at their qualifications. One is S level and the other is SS level. If you don't know, study it. Carve it for me 10 or 20 times a day. There are plenty of materials until we can manufacture them. Zhang Yanbin was very angry. They must learn it. Yes, yes, yes. I obey the Lord. The 2 men received a large amount of materials and an engine array, and then left tremblingly. Zhang Yanbin shook his head helplessly. Only a junior formation master can imitate this thing, and a senior formation master can imitate it. However, the imitation effect is far different from the master level. Lord, it is my incompetence that prevents me from relieving your worries. Hattori Mina, who was standing by, also became nervous and quickly apologized to Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin was puzzled. Is this the culture of Fusang? It has nothing to do with Hattori Mina. A special thank you to October, who always comes to read the update soon after it is completed, and gives me 3 free gifts every time after reading it. Although the gifts are not valuable, this friendship is very touching. Having such a group of readers is the author's motivation to write. Sitting in front of the computer typing every day is very tiring, and my shoulders sometimes hurt a lot. Chapter 115. Someone wants to attack his own cottage? There are currently no talented people in the territory. The army only has more than 5,000 people. We do have high-end military force. But now it's okay to fight some pirates, bandits, and so on. It is absolutely impossible to attack the player's territory for the time being. Zhang Yinbin wanted to find some tasks to do. However, now he only has a lost artifact scroll obtained from the throne of the Bandit King. Overall, Zhang Yinbin has nothing to do here. He also didn't know when Doris would come back. In the evening, Zhang Yinbin and Hattori Mina were drawing blueprints in the administrative center. They need to plan the city. The inner city can accommodate 100,000 people. There will be no buildings and no people living within a 1-kilometer radius of the administrative center. It will become an independent garden. At the same time, a large conference center will be built. Why build a large convention center in the inner city? Because, in the future, this may be the starting point for making decisions and attacking other places. Otherwise, Zhang Yinbin would not have named it the starting point territory. Zhang Yinbin was busy until midnight before he fell asleep, holding Hattori Mina. But, it feels far from being with Nan Ningxi. Hattori Mina didn't seem to have the ability to calm Zhang Yinbin down anytime soon. Morning. My lord, what else do you need? In the morning, Hattori Mina knelt on the ground and looked at him as he opened his eyes. Are all Fusang women like this? Zhang Yinbin stood up, pulled Hattori Mina up, and said, You don't need to worry about me. Just build our territory well. Yes, my lord. A new day has arrived. However, there was still no news of Doris. Zhang Yinbin left the administrative center, and Hattori Mina quickly followed. Go and get busy. Build the town as soon as possible. Recruit as many people as possible. Yes, my lord. Hattori Mina is very obedient. It fits the culture here very well. But as long as Zhang Yinbin is here, he will be the most important. Hattori Mina, you should focus on building your territory. Zhang Yinbin handed over the construction of the territory to Hattori Mina. He himself went to the location of the stronghold. Gang leader. Gang leader. Zhang Yinbin's identity as the leader of the Jiayin gang was actually recognized by the system. When he arrived at the garrison, the people guarding the garrison saluted him when they saw him. Zhang Yinbin went straight into the simple gathering hall. At this time, the stronghold, simple stone walls, wooden fences, arrow towers and watchtowers were all built. Zhang Yinbin wanted to build this place into a fortress. But there is no manpower now. Zhang Yinbin was really bored. He waited for more than 2 hours and asked other people, but there was no news about Doris. Then he went offline. After logging off, it's afternoon. Zhang Yinbin arrived at the 3rd floor of the villa. Normally, he lives on the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor is a glass house. There are all the furniture inside. You can see the outside, and at the same time, the outside can see you. He sat on the sofa and looked at the lake. The lake is beautiful, and the surroundings are beautiful too. However, the vegetation here is very sparse. He had gardens in front, behind, and on both sides of him, but in the gardens there were only some very short grass and small flowers. There are only a few species of trees around that are suitable for growing on high mountains. The entire lake is very large, about the size of 10 football fields. There are only 10 villas around, and each one is hundreds of meters away from his villa. Sat in the sun for a while. He sat cross-legged again and began to practice. Practicing on top of a mountain over 5,000 meters high, Zhang Yinbin felt much better than before. At night, Zhang Yinbin entered the game again. At this time, he got news about Doris. Report to the help. Our army has won and is on the way back. It turned out that the person who came back on horseback to report the news. Do you know the casualties? The damage is not great. With Lady Doris here, the pirates are like chickens and dogs. The messenger was also afraid of Dorothy. However, the loss should not be too great. How many prisoners were taken? The other party immediately began to stammer. Zhang Yinbin slapped the golden throne and shouted, I am the gang leader. Yes, boss. Lady Doris, you were so happy killing people that you didn't hear us shouting. The enemy had already surrendered, so you killed a few more people. Tell me, how many prisoners are there? We could have captured 1,800 people, but we killed hundreds more and only captured 1,100. Zhang Yinbin had a headache. This Dolis, how crazy must she be when she kills people? What about our losses? It was a surprise attack at night, and with Lady Doris present, we lost over 300 people. The loss is acceptable. However, there are too few prisoners. How long will it take for them to return? About 2 hours. I'll go ahead and report first. There's another person going to the starting point to report. Zhang Yinbin could imagine that this was the battle from last night. Only now did Dolis remember to send someone to report. Actually, it wasn't Doris who remembered. Instead, it was Zhang Xingting who sent someone back to report. No matter what, at least we know that our losses are not great. Zhang Yinbin waited patiently for 2 hours. The team arrived at the base. Ah, the Lord is back. Doris strode over with a great sword on her back. Then he sat down on the golden throne. Zhang Yinbin quickly moved to another position. However, he was still pushed to the edge. It would be just right if I sat on the same chair with Nan Ningxi or Hattori Mina, but it was a bit crowded with Doris. You still remembered to come back. You're lawless when I'm not around? Doris didn't look scared or regretful at all. He put his arm around Zhang Yinbin's shoulders like a brother and said, Lord, I'm not bored. How can I sleep if I don't go out and fight a few battles and kill a few people? Zhang Yinbin was convinced and didn't know what to say. Why did you come directly to the village instead of returning to your own territory? It's so comfortable here. It's so good to be a bandit. I can kill whoever I want. Doris is more like a bandit than they are. She wishes she could treat this place as her home. Zhang Yinbin was also helpless. Just as he was about to give a lecture, Toyotomi Tetsuji came in. Lord, we discovered a team of aliens. They also sent people to scout around us. When Doris heard this, the blood in her body began to flow faster. He suddenly stood up and said, All troops, listen to my orders. Listen, listen, listen. What orders are you listening to? The gang leader is still here. Zhang Yinbin shouted loudly. Doris laughed immediately and said, Lord, I forgot. Zhang Yinbin sat down again. Let Doris stand aside. Toyotomi Tie, lead the archers in an ambush. Yuan Shengting and Yamaguchi Tobio will form one team, and Doris and I will form another. We'll each lead an assault team. Let them attack first. After one round of attacks, we'll attack from 3 directions. Yes. Zhang Yinbin and his team's village looks very simple. There are very few people during the day. It looks like a second-level copycat. However, after investigation by the players, it turned out to be a third-level copycat. After some evaluation, they decided to take down the stronghold. The person who came was none other than a Lord of Asen. Chapter 116 Poor Abaya. Then, Tie went to find out more detailed information. After a while, he came back to report. Lord, they have about 6,000 men, and their strength is comparable to ours. What are you afraid of? Kill them all without a single one left. Let the blood flow like a river, and the corpses become a sea of blood. Stop, I'm the gang leader. Before Zhang Yinbin could say anything, Doli spoke first. It is normal for a player's territory to send out more than 6,000 people to attack a bandit stronghold. No problem, let's split into 3 groups. Doris and I will cut them in half. Iron Wing and Yuan Shengting's 2 groups will attack from both sides. Kill their lords or other aliens as quickly as possible and force them to surrender. Zhang Yinbin is short of manpower, especially troops. Someone just delivered it to your door. In just a few days, his territory recruited less than 1,000 people, and its development was too slow. Abaya, he is the lord and is doing well. His territory is actually very far away from here. In Feiyun province, most of the lords are from Fuso Kingdom. However, Fuso's population is much smaller than theirs after all. So, some of them were born here. Yesterday, he went on a mission and the scouts discovered a territory here. After some investigation, there were very few people. So he decided to wipe out this stronghold. Investigation revealed that the stronghold was built in a very crude manner, and there were not many people there, so it should not be difficult to attack. He was just passing by. But since we have discovered such a copycat, we cannot let it go. If you take down a 3rd-level stronghold, the rewards will be very rich. After scouting during the day, they would scout the perimeter at night and then rush over with their team. Soon, they surrounded the front. Zhang Yinbin has already organized the team inside. I heard some bird language outside. On the watchtower, flags were waved. A group of people outside were rushing over with a lot of noise. Toyotomi Tie saw the flag signal. Ready, 3 rounds of rapid fire. The archers inside are ready. Immediately, more than 1,000 archers began to attack. 3 rounds of arrow rain directly covered it. Outside, there were casualties everywhere. They were not prepared. They thought there weren't many people inside, so they had to force their way in and destroy the territory with violence. Who knew the firepower inside would be so strong? Kill! Zhang Yinbin shouted, and the soldiers opened the door. He rushed out first. But Doris was faster than him, and Zhang Yinbin killed 1 person with his halberd. Doris had already rushed into the crowd, hacking and slashing. She doesn't seem to have any moves. But every time he attacks, he can kill many people. Doris was tall, taller than everyone else. Like a bright light in the night. It seemed that wherever she was, the flag was there, and all he had to do was follow her and kill them. Yuan Shengting and Yamaguchi Feixiong also rushed out. They attacked to the left. Immediately afterwards, Tie's archers rushed out. Tie leads people. Crossbowmen, shoot quickly. They fired all the crossbows in their hands. This is the Zhuge crossbow that Zhang Yinbin placed in the ring, and he gave it to Tie. They shot out all the crossbow arrows, then drew their swords and attacked from the right. Aba Ababa Bababa. Is this a level 3 bandit? Abaya was stunned. He even forgot to conduct. He only ordered his men to charge forward, and originally thought that he could destroy the entire simple village by watching from behind. As a result, the other side first shot arrows from inside and killed hundreds of them. Then a group of people rushed out, especially the woman in the lead. No one could fight her. When her sword slashed, countless people would die. Their team was cut in half by Doris. Zhang Yinbin specifically looks for their players. Once he finds the player, there is no way to escape his pursuit. There is no player who can confront Zhang Yinbin head-on yet. Zhang Yinbin is also extremely lethal. A large halberd, sweeping left and right. He followed Doris and killed his way through. Soon the enemy's formation was completely wiped out. Doris, come with me and kill those people. Zhang Yinbin saw several people guarding a player. He estimated that this might be the Lord. Doris followed Zhang Yinbin's instructions and attacked. 2 people surrounded him from both sides. The other side has a team of dozens of people. Zhang Yinbin's halberd swept across. The sickle-like blade killed several people in a row. Doris is even bloodier. After rushing into the formation, they started killing on both sides. With one sword strike, 6 people were killed, including their armor, and flew out. The man was in the air, and his armor disintegrated, and he was almost split in half. Most of the people were killed and scattered. Zhang Yinbin stabbed the player directly with his halberd. The opponent wanted to defend, but was no match for Zhang Yinbin. There is a huge difference in power between the two. Zhang Yinbin stabbed me to the bone. Zhang Yinbin looked inside his backpack and saw a lot of things popping out. But at this moment, he didn't have time to look. Kill the people around you first. Doris, go and force them to land. Break up the large group. The enemy at this time has been separated. Doris obeyed the order, looked around first, and then rushed to where there were many people. Zhang Yinbin sent someone to quickly notify Yuan Shengting and Toyotomi Tie and others, and began to force the enemy to land. It was not difficult to force the enemy to land because their lord was dead. Moreover, the army was also dispersed. Doris specializes in killing in crowded places. When she arrived at the place, there was a bloody storm. There are mountains of corpses. Zhang Yinbin's subordinates will immediately bring their men to divide and surround the enemy. After a fierce fight, Yuan Shengting and his men began to force the enemy to surrender. Doris, don't kill me. Wait until the enemy is defeated and slowly loses its resistance. Zhang Yinbin quickly grabbed Doris. At this time, only Zhang Yinbin could hold her back. No one else could stop her. Lord, there are still so many people, kill a few more. No, stay still. Doris had no choice but to listen to Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin also joined the forced landing. By the early morning, everything was over. Several subordinates reported the situation. There are only about 3,300 people left after the killing. Zhang Yinbin had no idea that he had killed so many enemies in one go. Abei never knew until his death who he had offended. They are clearly a group of bandits. Why are they so powerful? Zhang Yinbin lost more than 600 people, and the casualties were far less than those of the enemy. The main reason is that Doris is so amazing. No one can stop her charge. Select those who are suitable for military service and incorporate them into our team. Those who are not suitable will be made to work here. We are going to build a fortress here. Zhang Yinbin still has a lot of supplies. There is absolutely no problem in supporting the early development of the stronghold and territory. So, he didn't think about production or anything. As for the captured goods, I will report back tomorrow. It was already early morning, and Zhang Yinbin wanted them to clean up the battlefield and rest quickly. After all, they had just rushed back from outside. These are bandit soldiers, but not everyone is as well qualified as the soldiers in the Shenlong territory. Chapter 117, How about taking over the other party's territory? In the second half of the night, Zhang Yinbin went to bed. There is a special place for the boss in the village. When he went to sleep, it also gave the other bandits a chance to slack off. After all, they had played 3 games in a row with Doris and were really tired. As soon as I logged off, she went to play a game, then logged back online and was still outside, playing a game before coming back. Then, there was another one in the evening. Zhang Yinbin had just fallen asleep. Doris came in. Take off her battle robe. Just lie down. She discovered that there was someone where she used to sleep. As soon as I saw it was Zhang Yinbin, I didn't mind. He pushed Zhang Yinbin aside and lay down on top of him. After a while, they directly surrounded Zhang Yinbin. Doris, this isn't a good thing for you. Comfortable. Are you comfortable? Doris is carefree and doesn't care about these things. Zhang Yinbin is her lord, so she is Zhang Yinbin's person. So what if they sleep together? Doris, without her battle robe, was not so hard, but rather very soft. Whatever. What can Zhang Yinbin do if he can't beat him? Good night. Doris said good night and went straight to bed. Zhang Yanbin was wrapped up in a coil and had to use his internal energy to resist the weight in order to fall asleep. Doris was quite large, and although she was soft when she pressed him down, she also had some weight. Although Zhang Yanbin didn't feel uncomfortable, he had trouble sleeping. He practiced the exercises slowly and gradually fell asleep. Comfortable. The next day, Doris woke up, and when she moved, Zhang Yanbin naturally woke up as well. Lord, what kind of technique are you practicing? When you practice it, it actually affects me, causing me to practice it automatically even when I'm asleep. All the fatigue is gone. Let's sleep a few more nights. Maybe I can break through the epic peak and reach the legendary level. Zhang Yanbin pushed her and said, hurry up and get up, you're pressing me. Very comfortable. The 3 words were not uttered. Doris stood up and took off her battle robe, revealing that she was wearing something very cool underneath. This was a bonus for Zhang Yanbin. However, he has no time to care about any benefits now. Get up quickly. He wants to know the current situation of the village. Went out the door. Soon, Zhang Xingting, Chu Feixiong, Tie, and others came to report. Lord, we captured more than 3,000 people last night, about 2,000 of whom can be added to our army. Zhang Xingting, who changed his name to Yuan Xingting, reported first. Tai Yi then said, with the remaining 1,000 or so, we will eliminate some people from our team. We will streamline the team to 6,500 combat personnel and use the rest for construction. Zhang Yanbin was quite satisfied. Very good. Skill books, how many are there? Tie came to report. There were quite a lot of aliens last night, and quite a few dropped items. Their backpacks contained over 100 books, including 1 advanced book, 3 intermediate books, over 60 elementary books, and the rest were basic books. Zhang Yanbin laughed. Then he said, you are really a fortune-giving boy. You know that these are what I need now. Yamaguchi Feixiong, after everyone finished their reports, he also said, Lord, the other party's territory is 800 miles away from us. Should we? The other side suffered so much loss in combat power. If it is a sneak attack at this time. Okay, get ready. We must fight quickly and decisively. We can't afford to delay. Also, we need to spread spies far and wide to prevent our base from being destroyed before we leave. What Zhang Yanbin is most worried about is the starting point territory. Yes, Lord. Since we are going to fight, we can't stop. If we want to gain a foothold here, we must explode and develop. Zhang Yanbin searched for something inside the ring. He started selling things in the trading system. The trading system has also changed. Transported by system carriage. Depending on the distance, a handling fee will be charged up to 15%. Zhang Yanbin took out more than 30 real weapons. Just put it up for sale. It sold for more than 50 million copper coins in one go. Then, he put the foundation repair liquid on the market, with each bottle priced at 5 million. 10 bottles were put on the market, and all were sold out. He got more than 100 million copper coins in one go. Then, he put a lot of resources up for sale. A total of more than 60 million were sold. I now have about 200 million copper coins in my hand. Zhang Yanbin will have a great use for this money next. He wants to cause chaos in the entire southern continent. He had more than 200 million copper coins in his hand, but he did not give them to Hattori Mina. Over there are enough resources now. Now, the entire village has begun construction. The stronghold should be built into a military fortress. The city is not big and can probably accommodate about 50,000 people. However, the city walls will be built very thick and very high. There are arrow towers on it, which can accommodate catapults and even war horses. This is where the starting point territory is located. Tie, send someone to scout ahead. We'll set off in half a day. 800 miles, marching day and night. It can be reached in 2 days and 2 nights. Zhang Yanbin had no cavalry here, so he could only travel like this. The other side lost more than 6,000 combat forces. According to the normal territory, there are not many people left. With Doris and several of Zhang Yanbin's brave generals, it is enough to break through the territory. But before that, Zhang Yanbin had to do one thing. That is to buy stones. He sold so many things, just to buy stones. At the beginning, Zhang Yanbin acquired stones on the trading system. He is not fast. The stone storm in the eastern continent has not yet spread to the southern continent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yanbin wants to make large-scale acquisitions. Well, 1 unit of stone is 3 copper coins. The system imposes a fixed 1% tax on this commodity. Also, no more than 50,000 copper coins at a time. After all, many players need to buy and sell large quantities of basic items. If the price is too high, there will be no market for them. Buy 50 million first. Acquisitions cannot be made too quickly. Soon it will cause the price of stone to rise. However, there are still many stones on the market. Zhang Yinbin slowly acquired it. Collect a few million and then stop. When the market stabilizes, we will purchase hundreds of thousands more. I acquired a little more after a meeting. In short, there is no pattern. Once there are fewer stones on the market, he will stop. There is still a long time to acquire it slowly. Zhang Yinbin felt that 200 million was not enough. But he didn't feel good about selling too many things at once. There's plenty of time anyway. Let's talk about it tomorrow. When Doris heard that Zhang Yinbin was going to attack someone else's territory, she was so excited. He suddenly hugged Zhang Yinbin and buried his face. Well, everyone knows where he buried it. Doris is bold and unrestrained, a completely Western character. This is in line with her temperament. Zhang Yinbin's men made preparations. Half a day later, 6,500 people set off. Here in the mountain village, planning for a city has also begun. The army set out. There were a few war horses, and Zhang Yinbin rode one of them. But there was nothing suitable for Doris. She could ride it, but it was awkward, so Doris just walked. On the way, the march was slow, so Zhang Yinbin could keep an eye on the trading system. Well, there are still many people selling stones. I buy. Oh, I bought too fast. 40 million went down in one go. One unit costs 4 copper coins now. I'm not going to buy it anymore. How about selling some? Zhang Yinbin also put up 4 copper coins, bringing the total to 50 million copper coins. It sold for millions, and then the price dropped. Hey, it can also make me a little profit. The company has a lot of things to do at the end of the year. If you are helpful and give me more rewards, I will stay at home and write 10,000 chapters continuously for at least 10 days during the Spring Festival holiday next month when you are on holiday. Chapter 118. Are bandits very vengeful? Zhang Yinbin marched attentively for more than an hour. I looked at the trading market again. Some people also hung cheap stones. Well, they removed their own stones. Then, Zhang Yinbin hung some valuable things. He has a lot in his ring. Some basic items, such as food, wood, iron, ore, etc., are also put up for sale. The quantity is small, and they are being sold slowly. Then buy the stones. Zhang Yinbin's goal is to buy him for 1 billion. Still collecting the money. However, if we take over the other party's territory, we should be able to raise a lot of money. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin planned to sell a large batch of weapons. There are a lot of weapons. If it is really high quality, it can be sold for tens of millions. At the same time, the weapons seized were not standardized and were in a very messy state, with all kinds of weapons. Zhang Yinbin also plans to sell them all. Now he is short of money. These are of little use to his territory. He also uniformly replaced the bandits' weapons. It becomes a standard weapon, which is easier to command and can form a combined force during combat. A march of 2 days and 2 nights. Zhang Yinbin has raised 1 billion yuan and has purchased more than 600 million yuan worth of stone. These stones were piled up in his ring. Zhang Yinbin knew that the price of stone would definitely increase in the future, and the increase would be huge. As long as a war breaks out, the price will rise sharply. Empty a lot of things out of the ring. That batch of weapons, all captured from various battlefields, were cleared out. Leave some basic materials and prepare the territory for your own use. At the same time, some high-level minerals, spirit stones, etc. were also retained. The ring suddenly felt much emptier. He only kept the basic materials for 1 month. Originally, based on the Shanzhai and Qijian territories, it would be enough for more than a year. But he sold most of them, sold a lot of things, and bought a lot of stones. After 2 days and 2 nights, Zhang Yinbin and his team also arrived at the enemy's territory. Hide in the mountains and rest. Forced marches are very tiring. The combat effectiveness of this group of bandits is not as strong as that of the dragon territory. So, Zhang Yinbin asked them to have a good rest. After resting for more than 3 hours, Zhang Yinbin began to prepare. He called all the leaders, big and small, to give them a lecture. We are a bandit group with discipline, culture, and ideals. All actions must be carried out under command. Once the enemy surrenders, no further attacks will be allowed. Prioritize killing the aliens in the territory. Also, when there are large armed forces, we must demonstrate the spirit of not fearing death or hardship. Wash them down. Unfortunately, this was a group of bandits, and Zhang Yinbin was worried that they would cause chaos if they entered the territory. Like bandits in an endless battlefield, once they rush out of the stronghold, they fight on their own. So, he should try his best to avoid it. Yes, boss. Listen to the boss. The leader is mighty. A group of people, shouting different slogans. This made Zhang Yinbin very worried. There's no point in worrying. Now is the time to go to war. Divide into groups and prepare for battle. Zhang Yinbin officially gave the order and prepared to go to war. Zhang Yinbin has to be in a group with Doris. Don't let him get too excited about killing, otherwise it will be troublesome if he can't stop. Minamoto no CDI and Yamaguchi Takuma are in one group, while Toyotomi Tetsuji is in his own group. The groups are formed and the action begins. Zhang Yinbin and his army came out of the mountains. At this time, the territory of Abe was filled with a negative atmosphere. Every time a lord dies, it deals a huge blow to the morale and all aspects of the territory. What's more, this time they went out, their entire army was wiped out. The remaining 2,000-odd troops had no desire to fight. None of the generals came back. Abe was also very distressed, as the development of his territory had been severely hindered. This is the territory he developed with great effort. Kill. Abaya was still holding a meeting in the administrative center to discuss how to rerun the territory. At this moment, there were shouts and screams outside the door. Suddenly, he was startled. Zhang Yinbin led the bandits in and rushed in. Crouch down and don't kill. Kill them all, men and women, standing there. Zhang Yinbin rushed in and went straight to the military camp. Then there was a massacre. Doris, sweeping with the long sword. One person rushed directly to the innermost part. Break out of this camp directly and fight your way into another camp. Crazy bitch. Zhang Yinbin cursed and then ordered the troops to follow. Doris is violent. These military camps are wooden barracks. There was no way to stop Doris. Doris had no intention of taking a detour. With just one sword strike, he demolished the house and then attacked from behind. Crouch down and don't kill. Crouch down and don't kill. There was no way out. Doris attacked indiscriminately, so Zhang Yinbin could only shout. Leave 3,000 men behind. Take control of the barracks, disarm them, and keep them under guard. The rest of you, follow me to the administrative center. The troops in the barracks have no time to react. Before they could even go to support the administrative center, they had killed many people. There were more than 900 people, nearly half of whom were killed. The rest surrendered. Leave someone behind to collect the prisoners. Zhang Yinbin quickly rushed to the administrative center. At this time, Abe, with only a small number of people, was guarding outside the administrative center, while sending people to summon the army. However, his army was too anxious to return. Destroy all the aliens. Zhang Yinbin gave the order directly, without waiting for Doris to rush forward. A large number of arrows fell down. There were only dozens of people, and they were all killed without Doris having to take any action. In about 3 days, Abe and others were killed twice. All your skills will be wasted. Before he died, he still didn't understand what was going on. Why are these bandits so vengeful when they are the ones I provoked? They are already in this situation, yet they come to attack my territory. The Lord died again. The overall morale and public sentiment in this territory plummeted. At this time, Zhang Yinbin commanded the army and began to control the entire territory. Development is just average. After so much time, the population is only 200,000. At the beginning, when Zhang Yinbin attacked other territories, he only had hundreds of thousands of people, but how long has it been? There are only 200,000 at this time, which is too weak. Zhang Xingting and others began to command the army to clean up the battlefield, while at the same time controlling the warehouses, the population, etc. They were familiar with these things and didn't need Zhang Yinbin to make any special arrangements. Zhang Yinbin went to the warehouse. Hey, there are quite a lot of stones, probably hundreds of thousands of them. Well, there's plenty of food. There's less wood. Hey, there are still a dozen spirit stones and some high-level ores. Zhang Yinbin searched warehouse by warehouse. The money is much less, only a few 100,000 copper coins. The Lord does not keep all his money on himself. Most of it will be placed in the territory to keep it running. If you carry all the money with you, it may be exploded. At the same time, it will be troublesome if you are not in the territory when the territory needs to withdraw money. As long as the accounts are kept well, it is the same if all the money is kept in the territory. The Lord can mobilize the funds at any time when needed, and can even transfer the funds to his own bank account at any time. The money in the game can be transferred to the real world, but why hasn't the real world recharge function been enabled yet? Could it be to take care of players like Zhang Yinbin who have no money? In any case, the territory was taken. Then, Zhang Yinbin began to search for high-level talents. There are few high-level talents. A few miners, carpenters, and tailors. Just 2 intermediate formation masters. And let them farm. After Zhang Yinbin understood what was going on, he started cursing. This formation master was so powerful that he actually asked them to farm. It would be nice to have an intermediate formation master. Zhang Yinbin can modify at least 2 test ships and use formations as power, allowing them to learn and cultivate talents. Chapter 119 Halberd Warrior. The entire territory was taken down without any suspense. The other side first lost 6,000 elite troops. Morale in the territory is low again. Zhang Yinbin and his men launched a sudden attack, which led to the rapid capture of their entire territory. When Zhang Yanbin was packing up the warehouse, he heard a rumbling sound. This doleys not only shattered the foundation of the territory, the entire administrative center was also demolished. What a violent woman. What can my subordinates say? Fortunately, this administrative center is useless. This territory is of no use to Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin, it took them several hours, until around 4 in the afternoon, to get everything done. Then prepare to go back. This battle had little impact. First, it's not players attacking players. Zhang Yanbin used the identity of a bandit, and the system also prompted that it was the Zhaoyan gang that killed the other party. Next, a Bayzone influence is very small. Therefore, it won't cause much stir in the forum. At this time, the price of stone is still very low. From time to time, people exchange or sell them. Zhang Yanbin replaced everything that could be replaced. Zhang Yanbin also buys whatever he can. He is preparing to shake up the market of the entire southern continent. The price of stone was driven up. On the way back, there were Yuan Shangting, Toyotomi Tie, Yamaguchi Feixiong, and others. Zhang Yanbin doesn't have to worry about it. As for Doris, forget it. She was only interested in fighting, and perhaps in herself as well. Otherwise, don't bother her. I buy, I sell. Zhang Yanbin sold some of the seized items. At the same time, the stones were bought back. Although some people in the market find it strange. But, there are too many players. There are also many territories for sale. So, it didn't attract much attention. Zhang Yanbin has been trading. There are both selling and buying. However, he sold a lot of good things, which attracted a lot of attention. In particular, he sells foundation repair fluid. Some people know about this thing, but I haven't seen it for sale yet. And Zhang Yanbin just sold them in large quantities. At the same time, a large number of weapons are sold. These weapons all have attributes. What's more, there are those who make moves with the word fusion in their names. The price of weapons with these two words on them has increased by who knows how many times. A high-end weapon can be sold for tens of millions. However, Zhang Yanbin sold it without hesitation. It took 4 days to get back. After all, we brought so many prisoners. When he arrived at the territory, Zhang Yanbin had spent almost all his money. Only more than 20 million were left. This money is to be used for the current territory expenses. After returning to the territory, Zhang Yanbin directly classified these people. 3,000 men were selected to join the army and trained as a troop. At this point, he has already placed his qualifications at a level. After all, among the 200,000 prisoners, there were only 2 or 3,000 above S level. Some are professional. Now, the territory needs various professions, and those with professions should be used first. In this way, Zhang Yanbin had an army of about 10,000 in his hands. And Hattori Mina also has tens of thousands more laborers. Construction began on both sides simultaneously. Build a city wall. Construction began with great fanfare. Zhang Yanbin also ordered the reorganization of the army. The army must get rid of its bandit habits. Practice the formations first, so that they will obey orders and act in unison when fighting. In ancient military operations, battle formations were extremely important. If you want to quickly form a battle formation, Q training is a good way. When Zhang Yanbin was training the army in the Shenlong territory. At this time, Lei Bao and others were also training the army. However, this time they were not training an ordinary army, but it was a halberd warrior. Special arms. The attack power is 50% higher than that of ordinary troops. As the level increases, it may become even stronger. There are only 5,000 halberd soldiers. All of them are elites selected from the military. The lowest level is SS, and most of them are SSS. In the territory, the elites are all gathered together. The training method of this halberd warrior was engraved on the halberd that was brought back. According to Zhang Yanbin's request, they recarved a huge statue in their territory. The carving was of the man who gave them the halberd. At the same time, the halberd was still in his hand. This halberd weighs hundreds of pounds, and even in a thunderstorm, it is difficult to swing it. No one uses it anymore. The halberd warrior, the first special soldier in the game, was obtained by Zhang Yanbin. Although, the price he paid for this was that he went to the southern continent and lost control of the dragon territory. However, at this time, the Shenlong territory was still developing rapidly. The difficulty is that there is no money. Nan Ningxi robbed 2 territories and temporarily alleviated the financial crisis. But it can't last long. Therefore, Nan Ningxi ordered the use of the entire territory to train 30,000 troops. Among them, 5,000 were halberd soldiers. At the same time, a large number of new warships and transport ships were launched. The new transport ship, which is also over 2 tons in size, also uses formation power. In this way, transport ships and warships will no longer need to be separated and can act together. At the same time, organize a large number of people and build military facilities. A large number of catapults were built at the estuary, in Shenlong Lake, and other places. Some are hidden, some are public. At the same time, the construction of the Great Wall began on the mountains surrounded on 3 sides. The Great Wall is not one, but several, and wolves are also arranged to patrol regularly. All of this is to prepare for future crises. On Zichuan's side, she is very strange. Zhang Yinbin hasn't been online for more than 10 days. However, Yuan Hai was very calm, still defending the Zichuan territory. Meanwhile, the army had grown to 5,000 men. The exchanges between the two places are also very close, with visits taking place every day. Zichuan, many times, wanted to use the beauty trap to trick Yuan Hai into talking. However, Yuan Hai treated her as Zhang Yinbin's woman and was very respectful to her. While being respectful, he didn't let her touch some core things. In terms of military affairs, Zichuan can't get involved at all. However, she also obtained important information. She was the one who went to the port. In the harbor, she saw ships without sails, and they were moving much faster. As for motivation, she didn't know. This array is underwater. At the same time, there are oars on both sides of the bottom of the boat. But the pulp was of no use. The oars were designed with the consideration that if a magician died in battle, the boat could not just sit there and be attacked. It will only be used in emergencies. She reported all this information to her superiors. The superiors instructed us to do everything we can to enter the core of the Shenlong territory, or even replace it. That day, Zichuan came up with a good idea. She wanted to test whether there were other players in the Shenlong territory. Yuan Hai, Lord Zhuge has been away the whole time, so it's probably going to be difficult to communicate with the strangers about the deal. If there's anything you need to buy or sell, I can do it for you. Yuan Hai thought about it for a moment. Then he said, the Falcon will deliver the information later, and I will report this to the Deputy Lord. Just this one sentence reveals a lot. Yuan Hai was young and a soldier, so he didn't think too much about it. Instead, Zichuan guessed that perhaps there were no other players in the Shenlong territory. Now they are all controlled by a Deputy Lord. As long as she gains the trust of this Deputy Lord, she will be able to slowly get to the core of the Dragon territory. Chapter 120 Ninja. After returning to the base, Zhang Yinbin ordered the army to reorganize for 3 days and let them train well. After all, many of them were converted from bandits. If you don't train well and don't obey orders on the battlefield, you will be in trouble. And Zhang Yinbin wants to go to the starting point territory to take a look. This time, out of the 200,000 people, more than 100,000 were directly assigned there. Tens of thousands of people stayed in the mountain stronghold to build a fortress. It is enough to build a fortress with tens of thousands of people. At the same time, some people were arranged to do logistics. Bandits also need their own logistical support system. For example, farming, crafting equipment, building houses, mining, etc. Just maintain a certain quantity and don't need to supply it all yourself. What do bandits do? Robbery. Occasionally, I have to go out and rob. And Zhang Yinbin returned to the starting point. After returning to the starting territory, Zhang Yinbin immediately went to find 2 intermediate formation masters. Will this thing be reproduced? Zhang Yinbin took out another formation plate. Zhang Yinbin didn't have much hope for the 2 junior formation masters. The 2 intermediate formation masters have higher attainments. They studied it carefully, and then a formation master said, Lord, let us study this thing and replicate it every day. It is possible to be promoted to a high-level formation master. We will be able to imitate it then, but the effect will definitely be much worse. The 2 did not dare to hide it. They were very grateful that Zhang Yinbin did not kill them and let them go back to their profession as formation masters. The 2 of them were proud formation masters, but in their original territory, they could only farm. What a tragedy this is. Now, they can finally go back to their jobs. Very good. Then go and study. There's plenty of materials. At the same time, I will select a group of people with good qualifications to study with you and learn the best. Without the master level, Zhang Yinbin didn't know whether he could train someone to become an intermediate formation master. This thing can only be driven by an intermediate formation master. At the same time, Doris and her companions also fought against pirates and captured some ships. Now just place it in the bay. It is dozens of kilometers away from the territory. Now, Zhang Yinbin's territory has a population of more than 100,000, and he plans to send several thousand people to build ports and docks. At the same time, a number of docks will be built. There are docks of different sizes. The largest one, Zhang Yinbin plans to build a ship that can accommodate 10,000 tons. 10,000 tons, no one knows when it will appear. The reward Zhang Yinbin received from the system was only 5,000 tons. However, A dock must be reserved. Don't wait until you have the blueprints for a large ship, but don't have a dock. Let 2 formation masters go and learn. Only then did Zhang Yinbin go to find Hattori Mina. The two were inside the administrative center. Zhang Yinbin sat on a chair. Hattori Mina poured him a cup of tea and knelt down to hand it to Zhang Yinbin. Then, massage Zhang Yinbin's shoulders. Just report it if you want. There's no need to do this. Zhang Yinbin corrected Hattori Mina's behavior. But she still has to do it. That way I can report. More than 100,000 people have greatly alleviated our labor shortage problem. However, they currently lack a strong sense of belonging, and their loyalty can barely maintain at 60. As a result, they are very passive and their efficiency is very low. There are only a few craftsmen here. We give them enough respect and allow them to use their expertise. These people are easier to deal with. We have too few people of our own. Including the bandits we have subdued, there are less than 10,000 of us, while the outsiders number over 150,000. Hattori Mina helped Zhang Yinbin press his shoulders and then his head. But the reporting did not stop. Zhang Yinbin picked up the teacup and took a sip. Is there any way to quickly improve people's morale and increase their loyalty? Zhang Yinbin also saw it and asked them to work, but they were all very little. The efficiency is very low. Lord, can you give them some resettlement allowance and some food? This will help stabilize people's hearts. At least, their loyalty won't decrease. Then, we'll issue a decree for the territory, treating everyone equally. Whether they live in the inner city or the outer city will depend entirely on their contributions to the territory. So it should go up a bit. For the rest, we can only slowly increase their loyalty and improve their work efficiency. Hattori Mina's massage technique seemed very professional, and Zhang Yinbin did feel a little more relaxed. Okay, go do these. I don't have much money left, only 20 million. I'll give it all to you. Zhang Yinbin gave the money to Hattori Mina and asked her to do the job. Zhang Yinbin looked at Hattori Mina's attributes. Wow, I don't know when this loyalty and intimacy have reached 100. It is difficult to manage tens of thousands of people. But Hattori Mina can also manage it. This support is still very good. Zhang Yinbin then relaxed and thought about what to do. He stayed another day. Here, things are slowly getting on track. More than 100,000 people were assigned to build ports and some to build roads. Zhang Yinbin wants to pave the entire road to the port with stone slabs. First level the road surface, then slowly compact it, and finally lay stone slabs. At least 10 lanes should be paved. Who told him there were too many stones and too many people? In addition, various craftsmen also started working. At the same time, tens of thousands of people were building the city wall. With enough materials and manpower, a small city with walls will probably be built in 10 days or so. At this time, Zhang Yinbin focused on selecting more than 100 SSS-level talents to train them into military talents. He also gave them the only epic martial arts book he had. They were also given books on advanced exercises. They will become the military backbone of the territory. We will expand here slowly in the future. After staying for 2 days, I saw that the workers here became more efficient. Zhang Yinbin didn't dare to stay any longer, worried that Doris might cause trouble again, so he hurried back. My lord, you are back. It's more comfortable to sleep with you on top of me at night. Zhang Yinbin smiled bitterly after hearing this. Should he be happy? Or should he? Doris has no talent for reorganizing the army. She only knows how to fight and attack. Seeing Zhang Yinbin coming back, he followed him, wanting to sleep with Zhang Yinbin and force him to find a place to fight. The two walked into the Ji hall side by side. Suddenly, Doris drew her sword. Chop forward. A figure suddenly appeared in the air. Doris stepped forward quickly and controlled the half-dead man. If I hadn't only used my sword energy to hurt you, you would have been split in half by me. Zhang Yinbin saw a short, rather wretched-looking player lying on the ground. Doris stepped on him. The guards at the door rushed in and took him away. How did you find him, Doris? Boss, he is a ninja, said a guard. My man, I've already noticed his strength. Please spare my life, my king. Chapter 121 Ichiro Watanabe. The other party didn't know that Zhang Yinbin was a player. When he heard his fellow gang members calling him leader, he quickly begged for mercy. Ninja. Zhang Yinbin suddenly became very interested. They're trying to spy on the military intelligence of our skyblasting gang. I'm afraid they're planning to attack our stronghold. Tell me, which territory are you from? Your Majesty, I just strayed in by mistake. Zhang Yinbin nodded, took Doris's sword, and whispered, he doesn't know I'm an alien, so don't call me lord, call me gang leader. Although Doris was violent and murderous, she was also very smart. She squeezed Zhang Yinbin's hand calmly. Zhang Yinbin picked up the sword. It was really heavy. He thought Doris would just swing it casually, but he didn't expect it to be so heavy. Since you came in by mistake, then go to hell. Zhang Yinbin took the sword and stabbed the tip of the sword into the ninja's chest. No, no, no. There was bleeding from the chest. Zhang Yinbin did not draw his sword, nor did he continue to stab. Your Majesty, our lord was simply curious and sent me to take a look. Zhang Yinbin raised his sword and asked, Lord, how many people are there? Our lord has over 30,000 men, but they dare not offend the king. More than 30,000 people. Zhang Yinbin thrust the tip of the sword a little deeper. The other person's face turned pale with pain. More than 30,000 people? Currently, only the lords, in addition to the players, and the big guilds can organize so many people. I don't know how many people's heads I've chopped off, and you still want to threaten me. My Skyja gang was brought up in fear, right? My king, I was wrong. Our lord only asked me to come and investigate the situation here. He didn't say that he would attack your gang. Zhang Yinbin drew his sword, bringing out a lot of blood. The blood was still flowing, but the man was being held by 2 soldiers, and there was no way to stop the bleeding. If you keep bleeding like this, you will die soon. Now, players are afraid of death. Every time you die, your foundation is damaged. I know you aliens are not afraid of death. In fact, I don't want to be enemies with aliens. I can even become friends with them. If your lord dares to come, I will talk to him, and perhaps we can cooperate. Let him go. Zhang Yinbin waved his hand and asked the 2 soldiers to let him go. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. Zhang Yinbin walked towards the golden throne and said, I will wait for your lord here. As long as he arrives, I will not kill him regardless of whether the negotiation is successful or not. Yes, your majesty, it's generous. The other party didn't dare to delay and walked out while stopping the bleeding. Zhang Yinbin really didn't want to kill him. Send a good tracker to follow them secretly and find a way to figure out their territory. Don't alarm the other side. If the other lord dares to come, we still have a chance to cooperate. The 2 soldiers took the order and left. Doris put away her sword and sat down with Zhang Yinbin. Lord, do you want me to hold you? When Doris sat down, Zhang Yinbin felt a little squeezed, and Doris wanted to hug him. Go away. If someone comes later, you will pretend to be my swordsman. What if they don't dare to come? Then go find them, find their territory, and destroy them. Doris smiled immediately. She likes this. Zhang Yinbin just stabbed the other person, and he won't be able to recover in the short term. The opponent can no longer be invisible and can't run fast. At the same time, traces will be left on the road. If the other side really has a large army, they will definitely leave many traces when they take action. Follow the traces, and you can find the way back no matter how far away it is. That ninja didn't realize that Zhang Yinbin was an alien. Therefore, he did not expect that Zhang Yinbin would send someone to follow him. Along the way, many traces were left. He was seriously injured. He was first injured by Doris's sword energy and lost half his life. Then, Zhang Yinbin was stabbed and kept bleeding. It's hard not to leave any traces. After walking more than 20 miles, the other party met their lord in a dense forest. Their lord was a man, also of short stature, with a square beard under his nostrils. Takeshita-kun, what's wrong with you? Lord, the ambush failed. There are experts in the other stronghold, and they have been discovered. Ichiro Watanabe was shocked. His subordinate learned ninja skills at the beginning of the game. I don't know how many times he was asked to go on scouting, but he was never discovered. This time, he was discovered. Lord, the leader of the other gang seems to be quite intelligent, not just an ordinary bandit king. He asked you to negotiate with him alone, and he also made it clear that no matter whether the negotiation is successful or not, he will not harm you. Ichiro Watanabe, just by hearing the surname, you can tell that he is a nobleman. High-level NPC, maybe there are still tasks? Watanabe Ichiro has also seen high-level NPCs, but that was in dungeon missions. He landed from the sea and found that the bandits here were actually building a city. Okay, I'll go meet this bandit king. Ichiro Watanabe thought about it and decided to go. Lord, the bandits are easy to kill. It's better to send others. It's not worth dying once. What are you afraid of? I just bought the foundation repair fluid. He had just bought the root repair fluid from Zhang Yinbin, so he was not afraid of death. One person's death is nothing to worry about. High-level NPC mission. Make him interested. Wherever there are bandits, there will be no cities built. This was the first one he found. This made Ichiro Watanabe feel like he had discovered a new world. If successful, it may be a great opportunity. You stay here. If I don't come back, you will take the team back to the territory. There were quite a few of them, more than 13,000 people. More than 1,000 of them are players. Ichiro Watanabe, born into a noble family, is ambitious. Now, I go to Zhang Yinbin's stronghold alone. From a distance, someone spotted Ichiro Watanabe. The person sent by Zhang Yinbin did not continue to monitor and immediately came back to report to Zhang Yanbin. Also make some arrangements on Zhang Yanbin's side. The army continues to reorganize. However, they are no longer training in formations, but practicing battle formations. Ichiro Watanabe is much faster. After all, he is not injured. When he passed by the bandits, they were full of murderous intent and were training in battle formations. When did bandits become so disciplined? If he hadn't investigated and confirmed that they were bandits, he would have thought it was a team of players, who knew that this would be the team controlled by Zhang Yanbin. Ichiro Watanabe went in alone. No one stopped him and no one led him. Walked all the way to the Juyi Hall. On the way, he saw the training team and the construction site of the castle. Now, I saw a handsome man sitting in the Juyi Hall. The woman carrying a big sword on her back. A swordswoman? A guard? A warrior? In short, it's terrible. The other person looked like a Westerner, with blonde hair and blue eyes, but his face was as delicate as an Oriental one. Ichiro Watanabe entered cautiously, but was not attacked. Suddenly, he felt relieved. A mission is at hand. The rewards for tasks issued by high-level NPCs will definitely be very high. Chapter 122. Thug or Servant. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ichiro Watanabe bowed 90 degrees and saluted politely. Zhang Yanbin knew that their spirit of craftsmanship was polite on the surface, but what kind of ghost was it behind the scenes? You had to see it to know. Zhang Yanbin just nodded slightly, then said, "If you have the courage, we can talk. I just don't know if I have enough strength." Ichiro Watanabe's eyes lit up. This was the mission. "My lord, I wonder what kind of strength is required." Strength comes in two forms. The first is to quickly send my Erlangs to another location. The other is to provide what I need. Watanabe Ichiro didn't understand. This king seems different from others. Humph, you strangers, do you really think we are all fools? This king has great ambitions. I have built a stronghold and trained a large army. My goal is to become the top stronghold. The stronghold is short of people right now. If you can quickly move us to other bandits or to the territories of other lords, I will destroy them. I need people and supplies. If you cooperate with me, I can give you a share depending on your level of participation. Annex other bandits? This bandit king is indeed different from other bandits. My lord, what about the other one? Provide me with a few high-level formation masters and shipbuilders, and I will reward you with sufficient benefits. I can even fight a battle for you. Whoever you want to destroy, I will defeat him." Ichiro Watanabe's heart was burning with passion. There seemed to be fire in his eyes. "Yes, I'm so excited that I'm about to burst into flames." However, he still behaved very reservedly. "Your Majesty, this." Zhang Yanbin waved his hand and said, "If I say I won't kill you, then I won't kill you, but I don't want to waste time talking to someone without strength. Do what you can do. If you can't do it, get out of here." The stronger Zhang Yanbin is, the more the other party believes him. "Your Majesty, I can provide both. I do have a hostile territory, and I am willing to work with Your Majesty to conquer it." "Well, I'll send 10,000 troops, and you'll send 8,000. Then we can split the population and resources in half. My army can crush the enemy's strongest force head-on. However, if it's a formation master, a shipbuilder, or a carpenter, they must belong to me. The others can be yours." Ichiro Watanabe was ecstatic, but he also has concerns. The other party is quite strong. "Doris!" Zhang Yanbin shouted, and Doris suddenly drew her sword. A sword slashed down from the air. The sword energy flew out, and a large crack appeared on the ground, extending for more than 10 meters. And this sword energy passed directly past Watanabe Ichiro. At that moment, Ichiro Watanabe felt the fear of entering hell. That sword seemed to be able to split the space as well. His face turned pale with fright. I broke out in cold sweat on my back. However, Doris put away her sword. To emit sword energy, one actually needs strength of legendary level or above. She sent it out reluctantly, but in fact the loss was huge. But, on the surface, she still stood aside sternly. Doris becomes even more charming when she becomes cold. Watanabe Ichiro was so scared that he didn't know what to say. Zhang Yanbin then said, "According to what you strangers say, my sword's servant should be at the peak of the epic level. You said, can I destroy anyone I want to?" Ichiro Watanabe swallowed hard. Epic peak. What a terrifying existence this is. "Your Majesty, I am ignorant." Watanabe Ichiro bowed 90 degrees again. At this time, Doris winked at Zhang Yanbin playfully. "Then, return to your cool state." Zhang Yanbin looked at Doris helplessly. Watanabe Ichiro straightened up. "Ichiro Watanabe, I am willing to serve the king." Only then did Zhang Yanbin nod. Then he said, "Go find a target to attack. Bandits, pirates, or alien territories are all fine, but there are no such targets nearby. We are all infantry and move slowly." Watanabe Ichiro immediately said, Watanabe is willing to provide the king with a ship. I also know of a third-level pirate ship that is only 2 days away from here. Go and make arrangements quickly. If you don't fight, you'll get 30% of the spoils. If you do fight, you'll get half. This king wants to expand my sky-blasting gang and make it a major force. Yes, my king. Ichiro Watanabe is gone. When leaving, he was very respectful. But my heart was already filled with ecstasy. This means that Ichiro Watanabe has an NPC thug, and a super thug at that. Wait until the people leave. Doris no longer had to pretend to be happy, and picked up Zhang Yanbin and sat him on her lap. Then he said, My man, are we going to have a fight soon? Zhang Yanbin sighed helplessly. When Dolis becomes aloof and cool, she really looks like an angel, even more angelic than an angel. But once she reveals her true form. As for Ichiro Watanabe, he was ecstatic all the way. There is a powerful super fighter. If used well, it can have a huge impact. Watanabe Ichiro hurried back. Everyone saw that he had really returned safely. Lord, Watanabe-kun. Everyone was curious and wanted to know what Ichiro Watanabe had experienced. Well, let's go over there. Ichiro Watanabe took several core members to an open, deserted place. Ordinary members had no right to hear this. Watanabe Ichiro recounted it in a natural and vivid manner. However, he did not mention that he was almost scared to death by Doris. After saying this, everyone was also very shocked. After Watanabe Ichiro finished speaking, a gang member said, Lord Watanabe, this is the first time we've seen such a high-level NPC. I'm afraid he's not simple. Everyone decided to cooperate with Zhang Yanbin. Just provide ships and a small number of people. Let's see what this group of bandits is like. If the cooperation goes well, then Watanabe Ichiro and his territory will be able to make use of this group of bandits. He can hit anyone he wants, just like a gold medal fighter. Little did they know that if they cooperated, Watanabe Ichiro would be Zhang Yanbin's thug, or it would be more accurate to say his servant. Zhang Yanbin has no ships now as the port is still under construction. If you want rapid development, you have to fight. However, he couldn't go to distant places casually, because the starting territory needs his protection. So, he needs to maneuver quickly now. Ichiro Watanabe did not dare to expose his large army, because, from the current perspective, Zhang Yanbin's army can crush his army. So he took the army away first. Next, he went to mobilize the ships. This time, we'll only send 1,000 people. We can afford the losses. If we succeed, we'll expand and develop in the future. Ichiro Watanabe decided to personally lead a fleet of 1,000 men. How can you develop if you don't dare to take risks? Ichiro Watanabe returned to Zhang Yanbin and said that he would send a ship immediately to pick up Zhang Yanbin and others tomorrow night. Okay, I'll wait for your fleet. If you can satisfy me, don't worry, I can give you whatever you aliens want. Today is my last day of work, and tomorrow is a holiday. If you send more than 100 gifts today, regardless of the amount, I will update 10,000 words on February 1st. Tomorrow is the 31st, and I have to take a bus home, so I won't be able to update too much, but I will try my best. From now on, as long as you send more than 100 gifts every day, I will update 10,000 words. Chapter 123 Watanabe's Thoughts. Ichiro Watanabe left happily again. At night, Doris happily pressed Zhang Yanbin to sleep. He couldn't afford to offend Zhang Yanbin, and his strongest fighter could only be used as a cushion. The next day, the army continued its training. At this time, their army had lost many of the habits of bandits. They look like regular troops. This is exactly what Zhang Yanbin wants. His army must obey. We can't be like bandits, losing control and causing chaos. In 3 days, you can only train something like this. In the future, you will have to train regularly. We will only train for half a day today, and then wait for Ichiro Watanabe's fleet. Ichiro Watanabe has actually always been a bit strange. Because, suddenly there is an additional starting point territory. This territory is rising very quickly. Besides, I don't understand what to do now. He also sent people to investigate secretly, but received no useful information. However, this place was only 50 miles away from the Jiayin gang, and he didn't believe that the Jiayin gang didn't know about it. I'm afraid this territory is also related to the Jiayin gang. In the evening, Ichiro Watanabe led his team to dock at the port selected by Zhang Yanbin, preparing to land there. Now, Hattori Mina has built some of the proposed ports, which are barely usable. Zhang Yanbin appeared with a large army. Ichiro Watanabe, very respectful. Zhang Yanbin also instructed several of his men to be the gang leader. As for the others, they originally called him the gang leader. My lord, these ports? Well, I'm protecting this lord, and he will pay tribute regularly. It is true. It turned out that someone had already hooked up with Zhang Yinbin before him. Once she got on the boat, Watanabe Ichiro arranged 2 singing girls to serve her, rub his shoulders and massage his legs. If Zhang Yinbin wanted to go further, I'm afraid these 2 maids would not refuse. But although these 2 girls are not ugly and are quite pretty, they cannot be compared with Hattori Mina. Zhang Yinbin had no interest at all, but he didn't refuse, just to give Watanabe Ichiro a chance to get close to him. Sure enough, Watanabe Ichiro asked, "My king, how did you cooperate with that lord? We can also cooperate." Zhang Yinbin took a sip of tea, rinsed his mouth, and spit it out to the side. Then he said, "I have captured many prisoners, but they are all useless and cannot join my army. These people will be given to him. He will provide me with some basic resources and help me build a fortress. The port must also serve me in the future. Also, you have to help me gather information and so on. By the way, he also wants to help me make weapons from the materials I brought back." Ichiro Watanabe was very envious when he heard this. This territory must be very safe with this group of bandits around. Watanabe Ichiro's guess turned out to be correct. With the protection of this bandit, this territory will surely develop rapidly. Watanabe Ichiro was thinking about how to win over Zhang Yinbin. The fleet set off. Very messy. When Zhang Yinbin saw this fleet, he realized that if it encountered his own fleet, he was afraid that the other side would lose half of its ships before attacking him. They only had a small number of bows and crossbows on their ship. The team is also very unreasonable. Once attacked, it is difficult to launch a counterattack. But all this has nothing to do with Zhang Yinbin. The ship set off. The 2 maids arranged by Watanabe Ichiro were still serving her. Both of them are players who want to get information from Zhang Yinbin. One of them kneels on the ground, serves him tea, and massages his legs, which can be considered as a very considerate waiter. However, Zhang Yinbin cares more about the gains from this trip. After walking all night, Zhang Yinbin was tired and wanted to go into the cabin to rest. Originally, Watanabe Ichiro wanted 2 maids to go in and serve Zhang Yinbin. As a result, he was stopped by Doris. Doris went in and slept on top of Zhang Yinbin. "So this king likes this. I'll find him too someday." Ichiro Watanabe misunderstood. It's not that Zhang Yinbin wants Doris to come in, but Doris has her own ideas. The fleet sailed for another day. In the afternoon, Zhang Yinbin was drinking tea on the deck again. Watanabe Ichiro did not dare to slack off at all and asked 2 maids to serve Zhang Yinbin well. Zhang Yinbin naturally accepted all this calmly. By evening, they had reached another area of the sea. Zhang Yinbin discovered that the sea area here was very complex and there were many islands. If you are not familiar with it, you may get lost in the waterway. At the same time, it would be very troublesome if someone blocked the waterway with a catapult. However, some islands are small and can be attacked from all sides, making them difficult to defend. By evening they were almost there. "My lord, there is a bay just around the corner ahead, but it's not very big. Of course it can't compare to your bay, but the defenses there are not weak either." Zhang Yinbin looked indifferent. He pulled a halberd from the ring. It was taken out in front of Ichiro Watanabe. Standing at the bow, he said, "It all depends on whether your fleet can close quickly. As long as we reach the shore, the enemy army will be nothing but chickens and dogs." A storage ring, it's actually a storage ring. This shocked Ichiro Watanabe greatly. What kind of high-level NPC is this, to be equipped with such a good thing? Ichiro Watanabe looked at Zhang Yinbin's ring with envy, but did not dare to covet it in the slightest. Doris on the side is really too strong. "Don't worry, my king. The 1,000 men I have arranged are all skilled fighters. They will use their skills and medicine to stimulate their potential and row quickly." It turns out that Ichiro Watanabe has a drug that can stimulate people's potential. In a short period of time, the strength increased greatly. Of course, the side effects are also very serious. We'll be sluggish for a day, and there is only 5 minutes. However, 5 minutes is plenty. At this time, the crew was taking down the sails and would mainly rely on manual paddling. The ship sailed again for a while and saw a bay. There are many buildings on it. There is a watchtower. The other party has already discovered it. "Doris, get ready." Toyotomi Tsubasa. Source: Holy Court. Yamaguchi Flying Bear. Each of us should lead our men to attack, and our main goal is to capture the people. Zhang Yinbin called out several people's names. When Watanabe Ichiro heard this, he realized that this surname belonged to the nobles of their fuso. Could it be that this group of bandits is different from the others? Watanabe Ichiro couldn't think too much about it. At this time, he waved the command flag. The crews of each ship began to take medicine. This medicine will greatly increase your strength. All the ships began to accelerate. The ship in front has a ram, so you can ram it directly. At this time, Zhang Yinbin was holding a halberd, ready to fight. Before they got close, The other side shot many bows and crossbows at them. Zhang Yanbin held the halberd and easily deflected the opponent's crossbow arrows. The crossbow arrow was very powerful and broke into many pieces after the collision. After sacrificing a certain number of people, the ship crashed into the harbor. It also overturned some of the enemy's ships. These pirates have already gathered and started to fight back. Zhang Yanbin and his crew's boat finally reached the shore. Doris was the first to jump on. The sweep of the long sword foreshadowed the end of this pirate group. Chapter 124 Watanabe tasted the sweetness. Doris is tall, but she jumps very lightly. He stepped on the enemy's ship and deflected the enemy's crossbow arrows in the air. After landing, the nightmare of these pirates began. The long sword swung all the way forward. The people on the shore and the defensive crossbows were destroyed by Doris. Zhang Yanbin also ordered the others to go ashore. Several generals, each leading their troops, attacked in other directions. The shore defenses were useless. Doris swung her sword and sent both the man and his weapon flying. Ichiro Watanabe was stunned. It's so easy to beat a level 3 pirate. When the army landed, there was no suspense. Divide and surround. Once Doris entered the crowd, there were corpses everywhere. The enemy had absolutely no courage to resist. And Yuan Shengting, Toyotomi Tie, and others will look for important targets to attack. Tie discovered the pirate leader and killed him. Afterwards, they divided and surrounded the enemy and forced them to surrender. Ichiro Watanabe also followed Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin's performance was average. But this is for Doris and others. Zhang Yanbin's halberd also swept away everything in its path. The intention was to disrupt the enemy's offensive and prevent them from gathering. The entire offensive took more than half an hour. The third-level pirates were completely disintegrated. In fact, this group of pirates is not very strong in combat on the shore. They are pirates, and their advantage lies at sea. But now they were blocked at their doorstep and unable to board the ship and fight at sea, so they were defeated so quickly. Gather the prisoners. Take back all the supplies from the village. Meanwhile, Doris was polishing her sword. Then he said dissatisfiedly, "They are really not good at killing." After a while, these people surrendered. Find someone stronger next time. Ichiro Watanabe has been watching all this. He didn't expect that defeating a third-level pirate would be so easy. He also has the strength to conquer his territory. However, the losses are estimated to be considerable. Without losing about 2,000 people, I'm afraid we can't take it down. However, judging from the scene, the estimated loss was about 300 to 500 people. Once Doris got ashore, the other side had almost no chance to unite. Moreover, the defensive crossbows on the shore were quickly destroyed. He also observed a man named Toyotomi Tetsuji. This man is an invincible marksman and specifically targets important people. It is difficult for anyone to escape his attack. Toyotomi Tie stared at the bows and crossbows. When someone approached and wanted to attack with a crossbow, he shot an arrow and killed the person. This team works together very well. Yuan Shengting has strong command capabilities and can quickly control the situation. As for Yamaguchi Takuma, he is good at assaulting. He can lead the army to attack, making it impossible for the enemy to gather and disperse, and then surround them. Zhang Yanbin put away the halberd and walked to Watanabe Ichiro. Watanabe-kun, your men did not participate in the battle. According to the rules, you can only get 30% of the spoils. The supplies and population are the same. But the shipbuilder, formation master, and carpenter are all mine. Of course, there probably aren't any formation masters in a village like this. Watanabe Ichiro immediately bowed and said, "Thank you very much, Your Majesty. I will definitely do my best for you." This time, Ichiro Watanabe made a profit. He lost no 1,000 men, and the loss of ships was not great either. However, it can be divided directly into 30%. The battlefield was cleaned until dawn. They returned after daybreak. There were not many prisoners, only about 2,000. There was only one senior shipbuilder and carpenter, and as Zhang Yanbin expected, there was no formation master. "My lord, I wonder what you want the formation master to do." Watanabe-kun, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. If you can find me 2 high-level formation masters, I can then modify your ship to give it a greater advantage. At this time, Ichiro Watanabe had long wanted to cling to Zhang Yanbin's thigh. With such strong combat power, you can do a lot of things following Zhang Yanbin. He now even thought about annexing other territories. This continent actually doesn't have much territory. There were many bandits in this continent at that time, and the place was not very good and was relatively remote. But if you reach another place, that is, the ship will sail for a few more days. After you get there, there will be a territory every 100 or 200 miles. Ichiro Watanabe's territory is located in that area. At this time, He really wanted to borrow Zhang Yinbin's army to incorporate that territory. Hit it directly. Don't worry, my king. I will find you a high-level formation master immediately. In order to cling to Zhang Yinbin's support, Watanabe Ichiro agreed. He certainly doesn't have any territory, but he can go buy it. See if there is any in other territories. If so, buy it no matter how much it costs. The fleet was slow. If it were Zhang Yinbin's fleet, it would take only 1 day to reach the destination, which would take a day and 1 night. Sometimes the wind is against us and the speed drops suddenly. But for now, it's already pretty good to have such a fleet. The fleet finally returned to the port. Zhang Yinbin distributed supplies and people directly to Watanabe Ichiro at the port. After that, he took his army and went straight back. Don't care about Ichiro Watanabe either. You need to be a little more cool and not be too proactive. Come back and pass through the starting point territory first. When Zhang Yinbin saw this, he saw that the foundation of the city wall had been built. Once the foundation is built, the speed will be faster. Tens of thousands of people are working on it together, and the speed is not slow. Zhang Yinbin asked Doris and the others to return to the village first, while he entered the starting territory. He went straight into the administrative center and sent someone to call Hattori Mina. Wait, here comes Hattori Mina. When she arrived, the first thing she did was to serve Zhang Yinbin. Okay, a cup of tea will do. My lord, you must have been fighting far away. I'll give you a massage. Hattori Mina insisted on serving him, and Zhang Yinbin was helpless. But it's good to be able to talk about things. Let's talk about the important things first. Starting today, we must take precautions against disasters in the territory. Large numbers of people will definitely not dare to come. But it's inevitable that someone will come to investigate. Before, a ninja sneaked into my Ji hall. Yes, lord. I will arrange for people to guard the perimeter and prevent anyone from entering. Zhang Yinbin nodded, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it for a while. Then he said, my identity as a lord cannot be revealed to other players. From now on, if I need to negotiate a deal with an alien, I will need you to come forward. I am only a bandit king. Once the city is built, the inner city must be strictly guarded and no outsiders are allowed to enter. And you have to fence off the 1-kilometer area around this administrative center. Only the 2 of us can enter. Hiding your identity is certainly useful. Zhang Yinbin wants to make use of the players to develop the Shanzhai and Qidian territories. Therefore, his identity cannot be made public for the time being. Others thought he was an NPC and many things were easy to handle. If we knew that he was a player, then our identities would be equal. Then the initiative may not necessarily be in Zhang Yinbin's hands. Ichiro Watanabe returned happily with the spoils. On the way, he kept in touch with his friends. Contact other territories and ask them to help find a high-level formation master. Chapter 125 Watanabe's Ambition. Ichiro Watanabe made a profit this time. Not much loss. Earn more. He wanted Zhang Yinbin to help attack other territories. Ichiro Watanabe is also very strong. If they can cooperate, then he can beat anyone he wants. At the moment, not many people could stop Zhang Yinbin from attacking together with him. Zhang Yinbin is in the administrative center of Qidian territory. He drank tea leisurely, with Hattori Mina serving him all the time. Zhang Yinbin got some more money. He sold some of the things he seized this time. Then I bought some more stones. As long as Watanabe Ichiro is ambitious enough, the southern continent will definitely be plunged into a bloody storm. Mina. Zhang Yinbin suddenly called her. Lord, were you too hard just now? Let me be gentler. Hattori Mina was massaging Zhang Yinbin's shoulders. Zhang Yinbin reached out, held her hand, and pulled her to sit beside him. I don't need you to serve me now. Soon, the territory may have to accept a large number of people again. The Qidian territory is fundamentally unstable. You must find a way to win everyone's hearts and minds as quickly as possible. Hattori Mina was secretly delighted when her hand was held by Zhang Yinbin. He said softly, Lord, I have recently promoted some capable people from among them. With them as role models, public morale is gradually improving, and their work efficiency has also increased significantly. As long as there's a few days between new people coming, I believe we can arrange it. Zhang Yinbin patted Hattori Mina's hand. She is still very capable. After all, he is a legendary support. Very good. We need to send more people to the port. Build more shipyards so we can build ships in large quantities in the future. Yes, Lord. The southern continent is divided into 7 continents and has a large number of islands. Therefore, Zhang Yinbin and his team had to build a large number of ships. The shipbuilding industry in the southern continent is too backward. The largest ship, the Watanabe Ichiro, has a displacement of only more than 1,100 tons. In the Shenlong territory, the largest ships have a tonnage of 5,000 tons. Of course, that is a system reward. We can also build ships of more than 2,000 tons. At present, it is still expanding slowly. After Zhang Yanbin gave his instructions, he asked Hattori Mina to make the arrangements. Hattori Mina, please arrange matters around the administrative center first. She plans to build a large swimming pool at the back, with gardens on both sides and a square in front. It is surrounded by wooden fences on all sides. As long as she gives the order, her subjects will not enter this area. Once you enter this range, you can take it down directly. Now, there are very few military personnel, and in the past few days, there are only more than 100 people. But these are the backbone. She planned to arrange 50 people to patrol the area. Arrange a few more secret sentries and deal with it this way for the time being. Everything will be settled after the city is built. Zhang Yanbin was worried that Doris would do something big again and take the army away, so he hurried back to the mountain stronghold. Fortunately, Doris behaved herself this time. More than 2,000 prisoners were brought back, and some were given to Ichiro Watanabe. There were more than 1,000 people left, but Yuan Shengting only recruited 300 of them, and let the rest build the city on the spot. The castle of the mountain copy is relatively small, and now it has a prototype. Zhang Yanbin asked Lu San and Xiao Tai, two people he brought with him who were learning advanced martial arts, to supervise the work. At the same time, he allocated 500 people to them and asked them to patrol the surroundings and not allow anyone to come in and investigate easily. Zhang Yanbin waited peacefully in the mountain village. At night, Doris always dominates me. She wrapped her legs around Zhang Yanbin's legs, making him unable to move. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin could only silently practice his skills to resist her weight. But slowly, he learned to practice the technique slowly even while sleeping. 2 days later, Ichiro Watanabe came again. Your Majesty. Ichiro Watanabe saluted respectfully, followed by 3 people. Your Majesty, these 3 people are high-level formation masters. I bought them from other aliens at a huge price. Zhang Yanbin nodded. Then he took out a formation plate and called 3 formation masters over. Can you copy this thing? The 3 of them immediately looked serious. Then, the 3 of them saluted respectfully. Your Majesty, this formation is extremely sophisticated, created by a master-level formation master. We can only imitate about 50% of it. A formation master said. Zhang Yanbin took out 2 more formation plates. From now on, you will go to the starting point territory. I will protect that place, and you don't have to follow me and become bandits. After you go there, study this thing carefully and make more. When the 3 heard that they didn't have to be bandits, they were overjoyed. A high-level formation master immediately said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. We will definitely serve the starting point territory well. Well, Lu San, send someone to take him to the starting point territory. Ichiro Watanabe, very strange. What on earth is this array disc? Can make 3 high-level formation masters surrender. Do you know what this is? Watanabe Ichiro was just about to ask, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yanbin asked him first. Please, Your Majesty, teach me. The secondary array disc was originally a modified teleportation array. The teleportation array transports people, but this one transports energy. It is installed at the stern of the ship and transmits energy to propel the ship forward without the need for sails. Ichiro Watanabe opened his mouth wide and almost shouted, Isn't this an engine? However, he was worried that Zhang Yanbin didn't understand what an engine was, so he didn't say it. However, the shock in my heart is beyond words. Formation Master, whether high-level or low-level or intermediate, go get me a batch of them. When the time comes, I'll sell you this formation plate. Ichiro Watanabe was immediately moved. Who can compare with the advantages of installing an engine on a boat? Don't worry, my king. I have some low-level and mid-level formation masters in my territory. I will send them over immediately. Also, I will go to other territories and get a new batch. Zhang Yanbin was very satisfied with his attitude. He nodded in agreement and said, Don't worry, I'll sell you as many formation discs as you have ships. Ichiro Watanabe was even more surprised. His fleet is about to be 1 level ahead of others. Your Majesty, we have also set our sights on a territory with a large population. If Your Majesty needs us, I am willing to assist you in conquering it. This territory actually belongs to Ichiro Watanabe's enemy. Because the distance was more than 100 miles, conflicts occurred several times. Now, if we can destroy it, that would be the best. Well, how many people are there in this territory? If there are too few, I'm not interested. If there are too many, the losses will be too great. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Watanabe Ichiro said in a flattering tone. Your Majesty, this territory has only about 320,000 people. The combat personnel, including the aliens, are less than 15,000. If we join forces and attack from both sides, we will definitely be able to destroy this territory. Maybe it's Chinese New Year soon and everyone is busy, so they don't have time to read novels. I only received a little over 50 gifts yesterday. I don't care about the amount. What matters is that people read it and that readers love it. Anyway, starting tomorrow, I'll update 10,000 times. It's up to you whether you receive gifts or not. I hope I can keep this up for a while, at least 10 days, so that readers will still have books to read after they finish their busy Chinese New Year holidays. Chapter 126. Watanabe was attacked. Zhang Yinbin thought for a moment, then said, "Where is the territory, and how long will it take?" "Your Majesty, the one-way trip takes 5 days, and 10 days round trip is sufficient." 10 days. It's totally worthwhile to earn tens of thousands of people. However, Zhang Yinbin was still worried about the safety of his territory. "So, I will send out 8,000 men, and my 8,000 men will definitely be elite. The rest will stay to defend the stronghold and take care of the territory ahead. When the time comes, you can get more supplies. As for the population, I'll give you 200,000 this time. You can get more next time. Everything is up to the king." Ichiro Watanabe was extremely happy. He doesn't need that many people. A few tens of thousands more people can just be absorbed. The most important thing is to be able to break into the opponent's territory. By then, there will be one less enemy around, and development will be better. What's more, Zhang Yinbin wants population and also wants to quickly expand his army. At that time, the greater Zhang Yinbin's strength, the greater his strength will be. However, Ichiro Watanabe was still wary of the Chidian territory. After all, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. He wanted to acquire the Chidian territory. Spent a lot of money to acquire it. However, after sending people there several times, they were stopped each time and could not even see their lord. All I met were NPCs, so there was no way to talk to them. Zhang Yinbin had no idea what he was thinking at this moment. "All right, get ready quickly. We'll depart tonight. Please prepare enough ships to transport the people here. Don't worry, my king. It's just as well to leave the population with me first. We can transport them here in batches. Not a single one will be lost." Zhang Yinbin agreed. Ichiro Watanabe happily went to prepare. Zhang Yinbin also began to prepare. He now has only a little over 10,000 troops. And there are only a few hundred people in the starting territory. If someone attacks them, they will be in trouble. But he has to develop. The starting territory is gone. He then developed a copycat business. As long as his army is there, everything will be there in the future. Zhang Yinbin first went to Hattori Mina and arranged for Xiao Tai to lead more than 100 people from the Chidian territory to protect Hattori Mina and hide in the mountain stronghold if attacked. If the stronghold is also breached, just hide and wait for Zhang Yinbin to send people to find it. After arranging everything, Zhang Yinbin set off with 8,000 troops. Or take a boat. While on the boat, Zhang Yinbin really wanted to log off. But no, he couldn't reveal the identity of the alien. Ichiro Watanabe always arranged for 2 maids to serve him. This made Zhang Yinbin unable to log off, and he could only follow the ship. After sailing for 4 days, they found that the place where Zhang Yinbin and his friends were was also blocked by a huge mountain range. Looking from the sea, the mountains separate Zhang Yinbin's starting territory from the entire continent. The boat sailed for another day before reaching a relatively flat area. In other words, this mountain is actually only a few hundred miles away. On the 5th day, they began to land. Previously, Watanabe Ichiro had sent their troops back, freeing up these ships. In fact, it is the same if you travel by land and reach the seaside not far from the mountains and then take a boat. This is the case with Ichiro Watanabe's army, where there is a simple port. The reason why Watanabe Ichiro transported Zhang Yinbin and others by boat was that he wanted to get close to them along the way. Traveling by land, it would be impossible to have 2 maids serving Zhang Yinbin like now. After landing, Watanabe Ichiro bowed and nodded and came to Zhang Yinbin's side. "Your Majesty, to keep it secret, my men are only being notified to depart now. I'll take you there now. It's not far, less than 200 miles. In the game, 200 miles is indeed not far. It can be reached in a few hours' walk. It can also achieve the effect of a sneak attack. Well, let's attack during the day to avoid accidental injuries between you and me." Yes, Your Majesty has considered this very carefully. Only a few core members of my team participated. The rest of us don't know the mission of this operation. Watanabe Ichiro was just showing off his abilities and wanted Zhang Yinbin to pay more attention to him. "Okay, let's go now." Zhang Yinbin led his men on the journey and required the marching speed to be slow at first and then fast. But both sides must remain consistent. When you are almost there, speed up so that the other party has no time to react. However, the other side also arranged spies in Watanabe Ichiro's territory. They moved and moved in their direction. When I was halfway there, I received the news. So, Their territory began to prepare to ambush Watanabe Ichiro's men. Zhang Yanbin and his team discovered quite a few scouts in this direction. However, they were all killed by Tie and his vanguard, and the news could not be passed back in time. People on both sides are fighting with wits and courage. Halfway through the march, Zhang Yanbin ordered the march to be accelerated. This is also to save energy. The army in Watanabe Ichiro's territory was attacked before it even approached the other party's territory. The other party set an ambush. First, more than 600 of them were killed or wounded, and then more than 10,000 troops rushed out together and surrounded them. Now, information transmission is inherently slow. When the war started, carrier pigeons were no longer useful. There is also no means of communication between players. The two sides started fighting, but Watanabe Ichiro and the others didn't know about it. But I calculated the distance before. So, the difference between the two sides will not be too far. Wait until Zhang Yanbin and his team arrived outside the other party's territory. At this time, one of Watanabe Ichiro's men came to report. Lord, we were ambushed by the enemy. A fierce battle is underway, with both sides winning and losing. However, our army was ambushed and suffered heavy casualties. Watanabe Ichiro's face turned green with anger. Zhang Yanbin decisively ordered, Yuan Shengting, Yamaguchi Feixiong, you must immediately lead 3,000 troops into the territory and control the entire territory. The rest of you, follow me immediately to rescue Watanabe-kun's army. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Ichiro Watanabe did not expect that the plan was so detailed. No one revealed it before. Only 5 people knew that Zhang Yanbin was invited. The other 4 people will definitely be fine. This time, the other party's ambush was rather hasty, and the information must have been leaked on the way. Fortunately, they did not know the existence of Zhang Yanbin's army. Zhang Yanbin led his men to rush to the rescue. Toyotomi Iron Wing, kill the crossbowman. Doris, follow me and kill. The enemy's territory was first attacked from behind by a hail of arrows, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Then, a powerful army came and attacked. Zhang Yanbin held a halberd in his hand. With one swing, he harvested 3 heads. And the beautiful girl holding the sword is even more terrifying. With a tall figure and a long sword, he swept across the room, killing or injuring more than a dozen people. The rest of the troops are also very powerful. Attacked from both sides, the team was on the verge of collapse. Doris, come with me and defeat them. Zhang Yanbin guided Doris to where there were many people. The troops behind will also follow Zhang Yanbin to attack. Suddenly, the army in the other territory was thrown into chaos. Originally, more than 3,000 people had been lost in the battle with Watanabe Ichiro's army. Then they were ambushed, and the army was quickly broken up and divided into several pieces. Chapter 127, Another Great Harvest. Zhang Yanbin led Doris to charge left and right. The enemy was completely unable to close together. Some people can't even gather together. Under attack from both sides. Ichiro Watanabe, who knew the other side better, led people to kill their aliens. In less than an hour of fighting, Zhang Yanbin forced the landing of 3,000 people, and the rest were killed in the battle. More than 12,000 soldiers were killed, leaving only more than 3,000. Watanabe-kun, you've suffered heavy losses this time. These 3,000 troops are all yours. On Ichiro Watanabe's side, the army also suffered heavy losses. He dispatched 11,000 men this time, which was roughly the same number of troops. But they also lost 6,000 people. More than half was lost. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The enemy's army can be incorporated and used directly. Zhang Yanbin is not so kind, but he needs Watanabe Ichiro right now. His own fleet had not yet been built. It will take about 10 days to build the city. In order to make Ichiro Watanabe work hard, he must be given some benefits. With these 3,000 men, Watanabe Ichiro recruited some more from the territory, and his military strength increased. Zhang Yanbin discovered that when they recruited soldiers, they did not pay much attention to qualifications. However, good martial arts books and skills are given to those with good qualifications. As for Zhang Yanbin, it would be good if he could pick 500 of these 3,000 people. So, just do him a favor and let Ichiro Watanabe work harder. Let's go and take a look at the other party's territory. There must be a lot of treasures. At this time, Ichiro Watanabe also became happy. Because the strength he lost can be replenished quickly. By the time they arrived at the territory, there was only sporadic fighting, and it was already over. Zhang Xingting and his men simply sealed the warehouse and did not move. People were also locked in the house and not allowed to come out. Boss, everything is under control. What should we do next? First, take away the skilled craftsmen we need, and leave the rest to Watanabe-kun. The warehouse is also in your hands. This time, we can split it 40 to 60. You get 60, I get 40. Next time if your people are attacked, we can only blame you for poor planning. By then, there will be no such treatment. Watanabe Ichiro did not expect that Zhang Yanbin would trust him so much. He immediately bowed 90 degrees and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, Watanabe. I will make sure everything is arranged for you." Zhang Yanbin nodded, then said, "We need to take everyone with us and rush back to the beach immediately. We will set off back to the village in the early morning. The stronghold is unguarded, so we can't stay here for long. I'll trouble you to bring the people and things here." Zhang Yanbin spoke to him in a condescending manner. Ichiro Watanabe didn't think there was anything wrong. Zhang Yanbin only took away more than 1,000 craftsmen and their families. Then he led the army back. "Ichiro Watanabe, I can't accompany you in person this time. He wants to clean up the other party's territory. Lord, I checked the warehouse. It's so rich. If you count the money, it's worth at least 200 million. We can give these to the Mountain King. 1/5 is enough. He doesn't know about it anyway." A subordinate came to report to Ichiro Watanabe. Ichiro Watanabe kicked over. "Pattern. Do you understand the pattern? Once the other side finds out, we will suffer a huge loss. We will lose a powerful ally. Without the Sky Exploding Gang, we could have taken over this territory, absorbed so many people, and seized so many resources." Ichiro Watanabe started cursing. He had no intention of taking over Zhang Yanbin's spoils. Also, send some more to Zhang Yanbin. In fact, Zhang Xingting had taken a quick look and had a rough idea. If the number difference was too big, he would definitely notice it. Yes, the Lord has a broad vision, so we should listen to him. Destroy the cornerstone of the territory and bring all the people back. Ichiro Watanabe did not expect that although there were twists and turns this time, the result was still what he wanted. Destroy the opponent and strengthen yourself. Zhang Yanbin is a really good ally. Zhang Yanbin and his friends boarded the boat in the early morning. This time, Zhang Yanbin did not let Watanabe Ichiro's men follow him. He can finally log off. This time, he has been offline for a week. After logging off, he felt a little unwell. It turned out that the nutrient solution had been used up long ago. Zhang Yanbin quickly drank a packet of nutrient solution. After taking another shower, I immediately felt better. Zhang Yanbin decided to take a good rest. Taking a boat, especially a small one, is even more uncomfortable. If it was our own big ship, that would be fine. The return journey takes 4 days by boat. Zhang Yanbin has enough time to relax. He went to the 3rd floor first. The walls and ceiling on the 3rd floor are made of glass. He lay on the sofa, looking at the relatively pure sky, and his body and mind relaxed all of a sudden. Although, in the game, the environment is better. But, all was not well on the boat. Ichiro Watanabe is collecting statistics in the game. After doing the statistics, he realized how valuable it was to conquer a territory. If converted into money, the materials alone would be worth more than 300 million. Because they later discovered a large number of books on martial arts and skills. Some are stored in the territory, and some are exploded from players. There are also some places specifically for high-level ores. The population aspect is also very important. With a larger population, there is more minerals to be mined and more production. However, the territory is not suitable for a large number of people at once. Because it concerns issues such as public sentiment. It is not a problem for Ichiro Watanabe. He left behind tens of thousands of people and can digest them slowly. As for the others, just give them all to Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin lay on the 3rd floor for a long time and only got up at night. It's nice to not have to do anything. He had a better place to go if he got up. He could lie down in the starting territory. Hattori Mina would definitely serve him personally, but that would affect the development of the entire territory, so Zhang Yanbin didn't want to do that. In the evening, Zhang Yanbin wanted to swim in the big lake in front of him. There are many stones by the lake. He put his clothes behind a rock and jumped into the lake. The lake water is very cold, at least much colder than ordinary lake water. But the water quality is very good. Zhang Yanbin tried to practice the exercises without breathing. Like the ice lake in the game. The lake water here is just a little cooler than normal. In the lake, Zhang Yanbin floated in the middle, with his eyes closed, his hands open, and practicing his skills. The 2 dragons began to move. The dragon at the heart only moved slightly and did not move away. You can really practice in the lake. Zhang Yanbin didn't know how long he had been practicing. Maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. Suddenly, 2 feet were hung directly under Zhang Yanbin's armpits. He was shocked. Someone jumped into the water? Not daring to be careless, he immediately hugged the other person and found that he had no clothes either. But Zhang Yanbin didn't care about all this. He grabbed her and swam quickly towards the shore. The other party thought he had encountered a water monster, so he held Zhang Yinbin's head and slapped it with his hands. Get up when you reach the shore. Why is it you? Why are you so upset? Although Zhang Yinbin was attacked, he was not hurt, so he was very calm. But Yang Yingfan was not calm. When she heard Zhang Yinbin's voice, she was suddenly stunned. Rogue. Snap. Just a slap in the face. Just now, Zhang Yinbin's hands seemed to be raised behind his back, and his face could only be rubbed in front of him, so that he could be carried ashore. Chapter 128 Important News. Zhang Yinbin touched his face, and it didn't hurt. Then he said angrily, I thought you fell into the water. You fell into the water, I was swimming there. No, why are you here? Yang Yingfan reacted. At the same time, she folded her arms to cover what needed to be covered. Well, this is the villa I bought. Zhang Yinbin pointed to the villa not far away. He went to look for his clothes and threw a coat to Yang Yingfan. He covered himself with his pants, and the two of them felt less awkward. Neither of them felt cold because they both practiced martial arts. Yang Yingfan blushed. She had never expected to meet Zhang Yinbin like this. Let's go. You can't go back like this. Come to my place. Although Yang Yingfan has Zhang Yinbin's coat, it can be worn as a skirt. However, if someone is attentive, like Zhang Yinbin, they can still see a lot. Yang Yingfan's clothes, like Zhang Yinbin's, were hidden behind the rocks on the opposite bank. At this point, she could actually swim back. But she was curious about how Zhang Yinbin could afford to buy the villa here. If you could afford to buy it in the first place, why would you share a house? Is there some conspiracy? Good. Lead the way. Yang Yingfan asked Zhang Yinbin to walk in front, otherwise a lot of her things would be seen. The door is automatically recognized. After opening the door, Zhang Yinbin found a bedsheet and asked Yang Yingfan to wrap herself. Come sit on the third floor, we are destined to meet. Yang Yingfan nodded and went up to the third floor. She has been observing Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin's body is all very thin muscles. If you don't look closely, you might think it's normal. This explosive power is very strong. Moreover, the temperature here was very low, but he didn't feel cold at all. So, she felt that Zhang Yinbin was not simple. Yang Yingfan's martial arts skills are advanced, so he doesn't feel cold at all when swimming in the lake. I thought you would go with Dong Xiaowan. I go with her. I'm not from their guild. How can I go with her? So what's your relationship with her? Yang Yingfan stared at Zhang Yinbin and said. Zhang Yinbin was a little embarrassed to answer this question. What do you know? Humph, scumbag. Yang Yingfan cursed, then said, Dong Xiaowan was screaming so loudly. How could I not hear her? Zhang Yinbin also felt embarrassed. This happened twice in his room. At that time, Dong Xiaowan was obsessed and had no control over her voice at all. In the beginning, it was a transactional relationship. Later, we helped each other. When Yang Yingfan heard the word deal, he cursed, shameful. What does it mean to help each other? With our mortal bodies, practicing offensive techniques will always cause problems. Once, Dong Xiaowan was practicing too hastily and became possessed. Her whole body was cold. That time, she came to my room and that incident happened. My technique, which is warmer, helped her. The last night she left, she might have been tempted by me, or maybe she had some problems with her cultivation method, so she came to me. Yang Yingfan half believed it. She practiced advanced skills, but encountered some problems. But she discovered it in time. This time, I went to swim in the lake late at night because I felt uncomfortable. The last time I was in the villa, I felt better when I swam. This time, when we got here, there was no swimming pool dedicated to the villa, but there was a large lake. At first, Yang Yingfan was also worried. But after getting into the water, I felt very comfortable. The more she swam, the more comfortable she felt, until Zhang Yinbin carried her up directly. Who is that in your game? Zhuge Shenlong? Or young Master Liang? You obviously have the ability and financial resources. Why do you want to share the house with us? Yang Yingfan asked several questions in a row. Zhang Yinbin was really shocked at first. But then I felt that there was nothing difficult to answer. For the first two questions, I didn't tell anyone the name of my game. The third question is, before the game, I had less than 3,000 Federation coins on my card. I became rich in the game. When I rented the villa, I only had a small amount of money, enough to pay for 3 months' rent. Later, you all left and I could afford a villa again, so I bought it. Now, I ask you, why are you here? Zhang Yinbin also stared at Yang Yingfan, as if he could see through her. Don't look at her thinness, she is also quite short. Dong Xiaowan is 1.7 meters tall, while she is only 1.6 meters tall. But, she is also very attractive. At least Zhang Yinbin has come into contact with her before and after, and she is very attractive. My guild bought 4 villas across the street, 2 for the men, 1 for the women, and 1 for the guild leaders. It seems that many guilds have gathered their core members together. because direct communication is no longer possible online. Therefore, offline, if there is an emergency, it is better to notify in time. It seems that you are not simple in the game either. I'm on a huge island in the game. The island is about the size of a prefecture-level city in real life. The key is that there's no one else's territory up there. It's very safe and a strategic priority for the future, so I'd love to be an important member. By the way, I joined the guild because the president is my uncle. Yang Yingfan did not lie to him about these things, because Yang Yingfan felt it was unnecessary. No matter how powerful Zhang Yanbin is, he can't occupy her territory. Behind her, there is a huge guild supporting her. Okay, I won't ask any more questions. My territory is also by the sea, and I can't go too far right now. It's not easy to practice on the boat at night, so I found an opportunity to log off the game. By the way, I haven't played the game for 2 days. I wonder if anything big has happened in the game. The biggest thing is undoubtedly the approximate location of Zhuge Shenlong. Besides, he hasn't come online yet. I don't know if he's trapped in the Jedi or died in reality. Now, the Gale Guild and the Seven Star Alliance have organized a large army and are really going to attack the Shenlong territory. However, the location has not yet been finalized, but it will probably be confirmed in about a week. This is undoubtedly important news for Zhang Yanbin. Well, I have to check out the game tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm too weak to participate in such a grand event. To attack the dragon territory, we need to organize at least 100,000 people. Yang Yingfan pulled the bed sheet tightly around her body, trying her best to prevent Zhang Yanbin from seeing her important parts. Then he said, 100,000, probably more than that. They are spending money to buy soldiers this time. Spend money, hire nearby territories, and attack together. Zhang Yanbin was still a little worried. After all, the enemy is strong. I don't know if Nan Ningxi and the others are ready. When I set out, they were already preparing. At this time, if you are prepared, you can fight. If Zhang Yanbin were here, he would definitely take the initiative. Taking advantage of the strength of their own ships, they sank the enemy fleet. As for wanting to attack from land, that is simply wishful thinking. Because, if an army of 100,000 were scattered in the mountains, they would lose their advantage. Traps can be set anywhere, ambushes can be set anywhere. Chapter 129, Dragon Territory Exposed. An army of 100,000. People will definitely feel nervous if Zhang Yanbin is not in the territory. If he were in the territory, then nothing would be a problem. But now he follows the outside and doesn't worry about it being fake. Zhang Yanbin feigned calmness and said, this time, Zhuge Shenlong is probably doomed. We small fry can only watch the fun. That may not be the case. Yang Yingfan pulled the bed sheet and said, now, no one knows what's going on inside the Shenlong territory. After all, he's the #1 player in the game, so it's normal for him to have some hidden tricks. Zhang Yanbin nodded naturally and said, they should have some hidden tricks, but if Zhuge Shenlong is not in the territory, many things will be delayed. If your territory stagnates for a long time while other players' territories develop rapidly, it will be really hard to predict the outcome. Yang Yingfan stood up, revealing her straight legs. Then he said, we'll wait and see. I'm going back first. Hey, come often when you have time. Zhang Yanbin did not go to see him off. Sitting on the sofa, watching Yang Yingfan's departing back. Unexpectedly, there was a big guild opposite his villa. Zhang Yanbin felt from the beginning that Yang Yingfan was no ordinary person. Now, she felt even more that beneath Yang Yingfan's weak appearance, there was nothing simple about him. Zhang Yanbin looked up at the sky. Can the Shenlong territory survive this crisis? The next day during the day, Zhang Yanbin did not play the game, but instead scouted the surrounding environment. The surrounding environment is very complex. Above the mountains, the Kunlun Mountains, several thousand meters high, are covered with numerous peaks. Zhang Yanbin spent one day scouting an area of 20 miles around. He scouted the area within a radius of 20 miles. Being familiar with the environment will naturally be beneficial in the future. After getting familiar with the place for a day, Zhang Yanbin went swimming in the lake again at night. But of course he didn't meet Yang Yingfan this time. He stayed in the water for a full 2 hours. He was in the water, but did not float to the surface. He relied on practicing his skills to stay in the water, returned to the villa, and took a nap. The next day, which was the 3rd day after he went offline, he finally came online. After going online, Doris came to protect him. My lord, why did you take so long? Did you go to find someone who had made up his mind? Zhang Yanbin finally managed to break free from her. Then he said, I'll take care of some things, and it should be here in another day. Zhang Yanbin, they planned to travel by water all the way. He started looking at the forum. In the Oriental Forum, it has become an open secret that Zhuge Shenlong's territory is to be destroyed. Some people wanted to get a bargain and followed along. The final scale will probably exceed 100,000 or even 200,000. Then, Zhang Yinbin took a look at the Forum of Southern Continent. Ichiro Watanabe's destruction of a territory did not cause much response. After all, the two families have had a feud for a long time, and there is nothing wrong with them turning against each other now. Zhang Yinbin looked at the stone market again. The market is calm. He began to quietly acquire again. I don't have much money. There aren't a lot of items to sell. Zhang Yinbin used the money from the sales to buy stones. Now, the stones he has in his hands, calculated according to the current value, are worth 1.6 billion. Some of it was bought, and some of it was already in his ring. Zhang Yinbin stockpiled all these stones. Wait for the opportunity. While checking the information, I sold some things and bought some stones. Zhang Yinbin and his team finally returned to the territory. Fortunately, the territory was intact, and no one attacked. Zhang Yinbin ordered the army to go directly to the mountain stronghold. However, he mixed himself in with the crowd of craftsmen and entered the starting territory. Now in the starting territory, the city wall has been built to about 2 meters high and is still under construction. At this time, there was already a city gate, and there were people guarding and patrolling the gate. Zhang Yinbin asked Yuan Shengting to lead the way and successfully entered the territory. After entering the territory, Zhang Yinbin went directly to the administrative center. When Hattori Mina knew that Zhang Yinbin had returned, she hurried over to serve Zhang Yinbin. My lord, you've worked hard. Why don't you lie down and let me give you a massage? Zhang Yinbin pulled Hattori Mina to sit next to him and said, No, I just need to talk about a few things, then I'll be leaving. Yes, Hattori Mina was very enthusiastic, and Zhang Yinbin was also helpless. He said it again and again, but it was useless. Their culture is deeply rooted. The territory is developing well, but a large number of people will be arriving soon. You need to make arrangements. Build more warehouses so I can keep more supplies. Also, we've brought back some craftsmen this time, and we'll make proper arrangements to get production started as soon as possible. At the same time, the land in the inner city has been leveled, and all construction materials have been transported outside the city. Planning and construction will begin inside the city. This time, there are enough people to start working at the same time. Also, when planning the outer city, we should base it on a population of 3 million and not rush to build the city walls. In the future, this place may become Zhang Yinbin's military fortress, and the population station here must be large enough. Because there may be a lot of foreign troops. Zhang Yinbin arranged a lot of things and asked Hattori Mina to carry them out, while he had to hurry to look after the army. I'm still worried about Doris. When did this warmongering guy take the army out? A stronghold can be built faster because it only needs to accommodate 50,000 people. There are tens of thousands of people working on the construction now, and the city wall is already taking shape. Zhang Yinbin wondered whether his gang of bandits was formal or not, and whether they had any legal procedures. During the whole day he stayed at the copycat site. Zhang Yinbin paid attention to the Oriental Forum. The Eastern Forum has made the expedition to Zhuge Shenlong's territory public. They evolved from a dragon-slaying team to a dragon-slaying conference. A special post was created, and a large altar and square were built in the game. Wherever you want to go, you can send troops. Once they determine their location, we'll agree on a time to attack. Zhang Yinbin was refreshing the forum when he suddenly saw a post. This post makes people stare at it, and their expressions become extremely solemn. Originally, Doris wanted to tease him, but she was frightened when she saw Zhang Yinbin's expression. Because the name determines the location of Zhuge Shenlong's territory. Moreover, when Zhang Yinbin clicked on the post, he saw that it was indeed the location of the Shenlong territory. The picture above is the location of the estuary of Shenlong Lake. I don't know the poster, Zhang Yinbin. However, the location of this port and its description are exactly at the mouth of the Shenlong territory. Zhang Yinbin is very familiar with the port. Even more compelling evidence that would convince everyone was that Thunderstorm was standing on the bow of a ship, holding his sledgehammer. However, after a closer look, Zhang Yinbin saw the problem again. The location is correct. However, all ships have sails. There were more than 20 large ships gathered on it, weighing more than 2,000 tons, all of which were sailing ships. And there are no catapults, only bows and crossbows. Since the first ship of more than 2,000 tons was launched, sails have never been used. The only ships with sails were old ones, and some captured ships. Did Nan Ningxi send this on purpose? Did Zichuan provide the pictures and the detailed location? Zhang Yinbin was not in the territory and was not aware of this. If the enemy attacks according to this information, they will definitely die miserably. The premise is that this was arranged by Nan Ningxi. Chapter 130 Attacking the Dragon Territory Alliance. Zhang Yinbin was very worried. But there is no way to worry. At present, I can only do my own thing well. Zhang Yinbin refreshed the post. Soon, the post was discovered, and was discovered by people from the Gale Guild and the Seven-Star Alliance Guild. They were immediately energized. Trampling the dragon's territory. Ha! This is really hard to find, but once you find it, forget about existing in the dragon territory. The ship is really big. It captured all these ships. There must be a lot of wealth in the Shenlong territory. Let's go together and grab it together. Whoever grabs it first gets it. More than half an hour after the post was published, Kuangfeng also posted a message. Today, we've learned the location of the Shenlong territory, and we're overjoyed. This is a sign of heaven's great mercy, an opportunity to destroy the Shenlong territory. Now, at the bronze platform, we wish to swear an oath of blood with all the heroes of the world to jointly defeat the rebellion. In 10 days, we'll gather at XXX. Those with ships will send ships, and those with people will send people. Of the Shenlong territory's gains, our Kuangfeng Guild and the Seven-Star Guild will only take 1/10, and the rest will be shared with all the heroes of the world. The wind was blowing, and I wrote a post. The general idea is to invite everyone who can go. Take down the dragon's territory. They looked at the port and saw many bows and crossbows. At the same time, more than 20 large ships and ramming weapons are not something that can be dealt with easily. As for getting there from land, it would probably be difficult. They had scouted but had been unable to find a way out by land. Therefore, the best way is to go by sea. So they requisitioned a large number of ships. They didn't have enough ships of their own. At the same time, ships must be purchased. For a time, the price of timber in the eastern continent rose a lot again. Not only that, they don't care who you are, anyone who is willing to go can go. They decided on a location, and everyone who could get there within 10 days would rush there. The Gale Guild and the Seven-Star Guild announced that they would jointly organize 100,000 people to participate in the war. As for others, anyone who is willing to come can attack the dragon territory as long as they obey the unified command. At one time, there were many responses. Many people, from other places, began to rush over with their troops. The best territory in the world, who knows how many secrets it hides. Just for that ship of more than 2,000 tons, if we can get one, we can go back and ask senior craftsmen to imitate it. You can build a good ship anyway. So, I don't know how many people are willing to go. I hope. Zhang Yinbin read the post, and hoped that all this was planned by Nan Ningxi. Hopefully, as a spy for Fuso, Zichuan won't let the territory be destroyed like this. If I am a spy, unless Zichuan finds out, I will be exposed. Otherwise, she would definitely find a way to infiltrate the interior, and once the continents were connected to each other, she could provide Fuso with more useful intelligence. Lord, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yinbin closed the forum, and things returned to normal. Doris asked worriedly. How could Doris, who has always been carefree, care about others? Nothing. Something happened in my other territory, in the eastern continent, and we can't get through. Doris didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She hugged Zhang Yinbin and said, My man, don't be sad. Tonight, I'll let you lie on top. I have plenty of flesh, so it's comfortable for you to sleep on. Zhang Yinbin rolled his eyes at her and ignored her. Soon, someone came to report. When Toyotomi Tie was there, he was responsible for the intelligence work of the entire stronghold, including the starting point territory. Lord Watanabe Ichiro has arrived, bringing tens of thousands of men and a lot of supplies. Okay, bring it in. Doris, I'll be your aloof swordsman. When you're aloof, you're really charming. I still like your aloof look. As expected, Doris immediately became aloof. He stood straight beside Zhang Yinbin, with murderous intent in his eyes. Ichiro Watanabe is here. After coming in and seeing Doris, I still felt a little scared. Your Majesty. Watanabe saluted respectfully again. Zhang Yinbin just nodded slightly. Your Majesty, this time, we sent 60,000 people here, along with a large amount of supplies. Well, very good, Watanabe-kun. You are a good friend of our sky-blasting gang. Zhang Yinbin affirmed Watanabe Ichiro, which made him very excited. My lord, the rest will be delivered to you within 3 days. In terms of population, I'll give you 200,000 so you can grow rapidly. In fact, it was Ichiro Watanabe who couldn't arrange so many people at once. So, send more to Zhang Yinbin. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin also had some supplies. Well, Watanabe-kun, in a couple of days, the new type of ship will begin testing at the dock. As long as you succeed and use the formation to drive the ship, I will definitely give you a lot of equipment. Engine. Ichiro Watanabe had wanted it for a long time. Now, Zhang Yinbin told him that the experiment has begun. He was naturally very happy. Zhang Yinbin has actually modified 2 ships, but their tonnage is not large, only 800 tons. Can place a catapult. Its attack power and long-distance navigation capabilities are not very strong. The engine was imitated by a high-level formation master. Efficiency is only half of the master level. The battery life is only 3.5 hours, and the speed is a little slower. But these are not problems. The most important thing is that there is no need for sails. No need for sails. A catapult can be used in their place. The attack capabilities are completely different. With the same tonnage, even if it is much smaller, it can still crush the opponent in terms of combat power. Your Majesty, we have set our sights on 2 more territories. The opposing forces are not very strong and have only developed later, so they are very easy to defeat. My king, when can you send troops? We will conquer the territory. The biggest threat to Watanabe Ichiro has been eliminated. Next, he would look for the weak to attack. Plunder the enemy's population and resources. Well, as long as you arrange enough ships and can maneuver quickly, my city wall can be built to 3 meters in no time. With 2,000 men left, it will be enough for defense. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have already paid for a batch of ships from other territories. They will all arrive in 2 days, and I will also send you a lot of people and supplies. 2 days. Zhang Yinbin nodded in appreciation. Watanabe-kun, you are indeed a good friend of our sky-blasting gang. Just prepare and send out the troops in 2 days. Ichiro Watanabe was overjoyed. I complimented him again and then went to prepare. Go prepare. Zhang Yinbin asked Yuan Shengting and Feng Xintie to select personnel. First replenish 1,000 troops and send the rest to the starting territory. For 1,000 troops, all qualifications must be A or above. These 1,000 people will stay in the stronghold with another 2,000 people to defend it. The starting point territory has also recruited a lot of people recently. The army also has over 1,000 people. At the same time, the city defense was slowly being built up. The supplies were delivered to the starting territory. Zhang Yinbin disguised himself and sneaked over. Then, the supplies in several warehouses were sold. Only the basic quantity, enough for the territory, was left, and the rest was sold. He also sold some high-end items. Sell it first and talk about it later. This time, it sold for more than 20 million. Zhang Yinbin left 5 million for Hattori Mina so that she could settle the population. The rest he used to buy stones. Soon, Zhang Yinbin will plan to make the price of stones in the entire southern continent skyrocket. Although there aren't many people sending gifts, it's probably because everyone was too busy during the Chinese New Year and didn't read the novel. I said I'd update 10,000 chapters, and although I haven't received gifts yet, I've still reached 10,000. I wish everyone a happy new year, and may everything go smoothly. Chapter 131, setting off again. At the starting point of the territory, Zhang Yinbin asked to work day and night. Now, the hearts of some people have been won over by Hattori Mina. These people have improved their work efficiency. As long as you are paid enough, you can work overtime at night. A large number of torches were lit on the city walls, inside and outside the city. The craftsmen and workers were all working hard. Inside the city, sewers were first dug and paved with stone slabs. The sewers are quite deep, and 4 of them are secret, so people can escape through them. They can be used for surprise attacks at critical moments. Another day, Ichiro Watanabe once again sent a large number of people and supplies. This is the last batch, all delivered. A little more than Zhang Yinbin expected. This Ichiro Watanabe also put a lot of effort into winning me over. Zhang Yinbin sent people to receive these separately. He didn't delay much. Call Watanabe Ichiro to the gathering hall. Watanabe-kun, I need to send troops immediately. Are your men ready? Your Majesty. Watanabe Ichiro's hands were shaking with excitement. Everything is ready. We have secretly moved to the area around the attack site. Well, give me the information about the territory you are going to attack. I want to take a look first. Ichiro Watanabe, I'm ready. This time, he wants to attack 2 territories. In the early days of these 2 territories, the lords didn't know how to play and just messed around. As of now, our strength is still very weak. Although it is weak, it has resources and population. The population is over 200,000. Up to now, large territories, such as Watanabe Ichiro's territory, have a population of more than 400,000. If someone hadn't held him back before, it would have been 600,000 already. In the southern continent, the number of many well-developed NPCs has reached over 600,000, and some even over 700,000. Ichiro Watanabe was also dragged down a lot. Now, with Zhang Yinbin as a strong backer, he can rise quickly. Zhang Yinbin studied it for a while, then said, well, these 2 territories are not far from each other. It won't take much manpower to take it down. 2. Take them down within a day, and then send reinforcements from the rear. At the same time, capture the enemy's population. And you must find a new target immediately. My army won't be back anytime soon. Watanabe Ichiro was stunned. He didn't think that much. 2 territories with a population of 500,000, and he got half of them. Also 250,000. He can't digest it. I can give you more people, and you can give me more supplies. Ichiro Watanabe was overjoyed. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll send a pigeon back right away, asking my territory to train more troops and ensure they can keep up with Your Majesty. Zhang Yanbin just nodded slightly. Then he waved his hand and asked Ichiro Watanabe to get ready. Zhang Yanbin went there quietly and sold some of the supplies. After selling it, I started buying stones again. He believed that after several of his fierce attacks on other people's territories, many people would surely realize the role of city walls. In fact, many people know that city walls will be necessary in the future. However, the territories are now in the early stages of development and are constantly expanding. Building the city wall now would require a lot of manpower and material resources, and if the territory expands in the future, it will have to be demolished and rebuilt. Therefore, many people choose not to build city walls for the time being, and wait until the territory develops to a certain extent before building them. Nowadays, there are very few territories with walls. Moreover, territories with city walls did not develop well, because a large number of people are needed to collect stones, and then a large number of people are needed to build the city. In Qidian territory, tens of thousands of people work together. No consideration is given to other developments. It is impossible for others to adopt this abnormal development model. But now Zhang Yanbin wants to teach them how to be human beings. Let them know that without city walls, the entire territory is like a beautiful woman without clothes. On Zhang Yanbin's side, his ability to act has been greatly enhanced. As soon as they return to their territory, these bandits begin training. Make them more disciplined and also enhance their equipment. Ichiro Watanabe, over there, his organizational skills are not too weak either. He is very anxious. Mobilize ships immediately. At the same time, they continued to purchase ships from other territories. At the same time, he also helped Zhang Yanbin find a formation master. No matter what level, he bought it with his own money. Nowadays, many people don't know how to use the formation master. Or, you only know how to use a basic formation, so it is not very expensive to buy it. There are quite a few junior formation masters. The starting point territory also recruited 5 of its own. However, these people must be trained to become intermediate formation masters before they can be used. Only high-level formation masters can make formation plates. However, Zhang Yanbin believes that it can be done soon. In the evening, Zhang Yanbin led his army and set off. This time, the armor was basically unified. And now in the starting territory, there is a combat force of 1,500 led by Shinichi Yamamoto. This Yamamoto Shinichi has SSS-level qualifications, and Zhang Yanbin gave him the epic martial arts. Lu San and Xiao Tai are the old men brought by Zhang Yanbin and are living in the mountain village, leading 2,000 veterans and 1,000 new recruits to defend. At the same time, both places should take care of each other. Now that the city wall has basic defensive strength, Zhang Yanbin can go into battle with confidence. This time, the 2 target locations were 3.5 days apart and in a different direction from the previous locations. This time, Zhang Yanbin and his team marched quickly instead of taking a boat. They marched quickly to the place at the foot of the mountain, built a simple port there, and boarded the ship there. This way, we can save a day and a half of journey. After all, today's ships are too slow. When Zhang Yanbin was on the boat, Watanabe Ichiro brought 4 maids to serve Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin had no choice. Even his bones were hurt by them, but he still looked like he was enjoying it. We must give Ichiro Watanabe an illusion. Zhang Yanbin cannot log off. When I can only pretend to sleep, I go to the Oriental Forum. On the forum over there, many people responded to Quangfeng and his group. If we go by the replies on the post, there are probably more than 10 million troops by now. If this really happens, I'm afraid the Shenlong territory will not be able to withstand it. But Zhang Yanbin knew that most of it was just empty talk. Quangfeng and the 7-Star Alliance have arranged people to receive and contact those who can arrive on time. At the same time, a large number of ships of different sizes were purchased. For a while, there was no wood available for purchase in the trading system. Some people also took the opportunity to sell timber at high prices. A war will definitely break out. However, it has been more than a month since Zhang Yanbin formulated the territory defense plan. I believe that with Nan Ningxi's execution ability, the arrangements would have been completed long ago. There's no point in Zhang Yanbin being anxious now, he can't help. After 2 difficult days on the boat, we finally landed at another place. Next, it would only take half a day's march to reach the destination. My lord, our people have been hiding in the dense forest for some time. The 2 territories are not far apart. After conquering a territory, We can reach it in just 3 hours of rapid march. After getting ashore, Ichiro Watanabe began to introduce himself. Chapter 132, Conquering Two Territories. Watanabe Ichiro's army has already hidden in the mountains and forests. In fact, his army is not inferior to Zhang Yinbin's army in terms of combat power. After all, they formed their army early. But in terms of high-end military power, Zhang Yinbin and his team are firmly superior to them. At the same time, in terms of command, Zhang Yinbin's young players are relatively mature. Okay, let's rest for an hour, and then we'll start marching. Zhang Yinbin asked the soldiers to practice well on the shore. Recover your strength. Then, take action. At first, they didn't walk very fast. After walking for 2 hours, Zhang Yinbin ordered a 15-minute break. Next is a forced march. Watanabe-kun, where are your people? Don't let them get ambushed again. Watanabe's face flushed. Then he said, there was a mole last time, but the mole has been eliminated. This time, few people know the specific operation. That's good. I hope our cooperation will go smoothly this time. This time, Ichiro Watanabe brought 20,000 troops. 10,000 are the main combat troops, and 10,000 are newly recruited and can only be regarded as militia. They will be responsible for guarding the prisoners, looking after the warehouses, etc. Don't worry, my king. We will arrive almost at the same time this time. Zhang Yinbin said. Then you must make sure they are ready. I am about to march quickly and launch a surprise attack on them. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'll send you a letter by carrier pigeon. Zhang Yinbin didn't say anything else. He also wanted to make some arrangements. He did not involve Ichiro Watanabe in his arrangement. I can't let him understand my own command style. Maybe the two sides will still be enemies in the future. After formulating the tactics, Zhang Yinbin and his team began to march quickly when the time came. The forced march began. More than an hour later, Zhang Yinbin suddenly broke into the opponent's territory. Iron Wing, knock out the enemy archers. Tie led his men to two sides and used a rain of arrows to kill the people on the arrow towers on both sides. Zhang Yinbin and his main force did not stop, but led their troops directly to charge forward. The war came too suddenly. Zhang Yinbin and his men suddenly arrived, and the territory was thrown into chaos. It was still noon at this time. Originally, everything in the territory was being produced in an orderly manner. System, why are there bandits attacking the city? What the hell is going on? Oh my god, run. The players are in chaos. The player ran away first. Players' lives are precious. Every time you die, your foundation is damaged. Who wants to always be at the bottom? Once they die, many things will be out of their reach. Therefore, some players ran away first when they saw that the bandits were powerful. Zhang Yinbin and his men rushed in and headed straight for the military camp. Kill. As soon as they arrived at the military camp, the troops here organized themselves and began to resist. Doris took the lead in attacking without any orders. Her attack was extremely sharp. Zhang Yinbin led the army and followed her into charge. Minamoto no CDI, Toyotomi Tetsuo, and Yamaguchi Takuma began to split their troops into two sides. Attack them fiercely. Doris swung her sword left and right, and people were chopped down and sent flying in waves, bringing about a wave of blood and gore. Her white battle robe began to stain with blood. The blood will also be on her face. However, her expression was grim, as if she were a cold-blooded murderer. Everyone is afraid of her. The enemy generals retreated upon seeing Doris in such a bloody state. Zhang Yinbin led his men to charge forward and cut the enemy in half. The entire military camp was cut into 3 parts by Doris. Part of the enemy lost command. Zhang Yinbin and his men killed many people. Only after completely separating them will they be asked to surrender. Crouch down and don't kill. Separate control. The generals did not dare to fight Doris. Wherever there was strong resistance, Doris would attack. Not long after, these troops surrendered. After Zhang Yinbin and his men dealt with the troops in the barracks, Watanabe Ichiro's army arrived at the territory. Zhang Yinbin snorted coldly and said, Watanabe-kun, your army is not very efficient. My king, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. This time, the conquest of the territory is all thanks to the king. Your Majesty, take 80% of the spoils. Zhang Yinbin still looked very dissatisfied. Then he said, Watanabe-kun, you are not deliberately sending my army to their deaths so that you can take advantage of it. I dare not. Your Majesty, I, Watanabe Ichiro, am loyal to you. My lord, this is all my fault. I am willing to compensate you. Zhang Yinbin didn't continue to argue, but said, tell your people to immediately attack the administrative center and control the entrances and exits. Don't let anyone escape. If there are any strangers, kill them immediately. Yes, my king, Leave the rest to me. Ichiro Watanabe was really scared. This time, his army did encounter a lot of problems. Zhang Yinbin deliberately did not participate in the following battle. He asked Yuan Shengting and the others to select some captives with better qualifications. This time, since Watanabe Ichiro made a big mistake, Zhang Yinbin was not polite. He wanted to take away the best soldiers and craftsmen. More of the remaining resources can be allocated to him. Even if Zhang Yinbin took away 80% directly, Watanabe Ichiro would not dare to say anything. However, it depends on the situation in the next territory. If Watanabe Ichiro doesn't work hard in the next territory and makes such a big mistake, it's not a small problem. By then, maybe Zhang Yinbin will find another territory to cooperate with. Perhaps Ichiro Watanabe also knows his situation. We worked much harder in attacking the administrative center than in other places. Then, in less than an hour, the entire territory was under control. Zhang Yinbin directly took away more than 2,000 talents. Some of them are good soldiers who can be added to his army and taken to the mountain stronghold for training before being used. Some of them are craftsmen of various kinds. Now, the Chijian territory is still in great need of craftsmen. Watanabe-kun, there shouldn't be any problem with this distribution. No problem, no problem. The entire territory was conquered by the king. Zhang Yinbin didn't waste any words. This time, he lost hundreds of people, which was acceptable. Okay, no need to say anything more. Now, immediately, attack another territory. Yes, my king. Ichiro Watanabe left behind 10,000 new recruits to maintain order and guard the prisoners. Zhang Yinbin and his men began to attack another territory. 2 hours of rushing. Then rest for 20 minutes. Then continue running for more than an hour. Zhang Yinbin and his men suddenly rushed in. This time, Ichiro Watanabe issued a strict order that we must be aggressive and attack to the best of our ability. Strangeness. Only more than 5,000 troops. I'm afraid some troops are out on a mission. This territory is unusually relaxed. Watanabe Ichiro's army went to attack the defensive facilities. These are the places with the most deaths. Of course, Zhang Yinbin would not let him suffer too much loss, so he also sent Tie to assist. After entering the territory, head straight to the military camp and administrative center. It turned out that the elite troops were not there, and there were only 5,000 defenders. Faced with two armies, the defenders were defeated in a short time. More than 2,000 were killed, and the rest surrendered. Chapter 133, the next territory. There is a reason why this territory has not developed well. Not far from the seaside. The land is saline alkali land. There are a lot of stones around. There are no trees, grasslands, etc. A lot of stone is mined in the territory. The Lord mainly relies on selling stones in exchange for other materials. In this way, development is slow, and at the beginning, she doesn't know how to play. At the beginning, this Lord was very Buddhist. It was not until later that I discovered that this game actually had so many benefits, and that's when I started to take it seriously. But it's too late. It is precisely because the territory is weak that it was targeted by Ichiro Watanabe. Otherwise, there are powerful territories within 2 or 3 days' journey. Watanabe-kun, you performed well this time. I believe you can still cooperate. The resources of this territory are divided equally. In the territory ahead, I've picked up the talent first, and I'll split the resources with you 50 to 50. Watanabe Ichiro was very happy to regain the trust of the leader of the Zhajian gang, bowing repeatedly. At this time, Chiyo Meiko, who was doing a mission dozens of miles away, was stunned, because she received news that her territory had been breached. In other words, she no longer has any territory. Chiyo Meiko didn't know what to do. She was still on board with the team. The territory can't be returned. At the same time, the morale of her soldiers was low. Where are they going now? Zhang Yinbin doesn't care about that. This raid captured 2 territories. Obtain a large amount of resources and population. He wants to take away 300,000 people. There are also many resources of various types. Ichiro Watanabe is ready. A large number of players also rushed over to help with transportation. They are afraid of death and do not fight. However, it is still possible to do other things. Zhang Yinbin and his men conquered 2 territories in succession. Let people transport the population and supplies back first. In particular, the group of talents that Zhang Yinbin wants should be sent back first. For the rest, Ichiro Watanabe will organize people to transport them according to the previous plan. Watanabe-kun, are you ready for your next target? It's ready, my king. We will wait here for 2 days until the follow-up reinforcements arrive. At the same time, transport all the supplies and people here back to free up some transportation capacity. Zhang Yinbin nodded and agreed with Watanabe Ichiro's approach. Ichiro Watanabe, very excited. This time, he still made a lot of money. if he led his own men to attack these two territories. It can also be taken down. However, the army suffered an absolute loss of more than 60%. There are no city walls here, but there are arrow towers, wooden fences, and other defenses. Zhang Yinbin's army was extremely powerful in both long-range and close-range attacks. High-end military force can quickly destroy these defense facilities. Arrow towers do even less damage to them. With Toyotomi Tie around, the people on the arrow tower can't play much of a role. And those wooden fences made of wood, not to mention Doris. Zhang Yinbin was also strong enough to break the wood in one go. So, they acted quickly. The defenses of these territories are actually very poor. Most of them are just for show, to defend against wild beasts or something. They never expected that an enemy would attack their territory. Conquered 2 territories. Zhang Yinbin has a population of several 100,000. The starting territory can also develop rapidly. In a few days, all professions will be able to use it. Mass production can also be started. There is a lot of stone in this territory. A lot of them were collected and piled up directly on the open space in the territory. Zhang Yinbin wants all of these. Stone is a good thing in the future. Transporting stones consumes a lot of manpower and transportation capacity. Zhang Yinbin simply asked people to discard these things there first, and then he sent people to transport them. But Ichiro Watanabe simply refused it. My king, look, here are the detailed information about the next territory. However, this won't be easy to defeat. They have built quite a few defensive facilities, and their army probably numbers over 18,000. The territory is developing very well. The population was over 400,000, and now it may be 500,000. Zhang Yinbin looked at the information carefully. All information is in Japanese. Zhang Yinbin's identity must also be understood. Fortunately, he is a player and can translate automatically. A head-on attack will definitely not work. In a territory like this, they must go out on missions or something. We will ambush their elite troops on the periphery. Once their elite troops are killed in battle, we will raid their territory and seize it. Zhang Yinbin calculated that it would take at least 3,000 casualties to capture the city. It's very uneconomical. So, he decided to change his tactics. Listen to the king. Your Majesty is wise. Zhang Yinbin wants to attack 2 influential territories. Only in this way can we lead the southern continental territory to start building city walls. It was only useful because he bought so many stones. Zhang Yinbin has been following the forum. There are no major twists and turns here at the southern forum. The few territories that were conquered were all selected by Ichiro Watanabe and did not have much influence. Therefore, it will not have much influence and will not attract much attention. On the eastern continent, the forum has been very popular because Zhuge Shenlong's territory was discovered. At the same time, such a large ship made everyone jealous. Those who could make it rushed to the assembly place desperately. It is confirmed that more than 100,000 people will be able to reach it. There are still a few days left, and I don't know how many tens of thousands of people there will be by then. The people from the 2 guilds also worked hard to build ships. At the same time, I also borrow and buy from others. In short, we must mobilize all our forces to conquer Zhuge Shenlong's territory. Can it be leveled? No one knows, but everyone thinks it can be settled. More and more people gathered. Zhang Yinbin could only watch and could do nothing. He waited here for 2 days. In 2 days, Watanabe Ichiro's men had slowly transported the people and important belongings away. And they also have to go to the next territory. This territory will take more than a day's march. Zhang Yinbin and his men marched during the day and at night. In the second half of the night, they stopped at a place only 60 miles away from their territory. Watanabe-kun will ambush here. I believe that a territory as rapidly developing as this one will often go out on missions. Yes, my king, I will follow your instructions. Well, you have to manage your people well and make sure no one leaks the secrets again. Don't worry, my king, I will never do that. Zhang Yinbin ignored him. Zhang Yinbin has been online for too many days. He went into the tent and took Doris with him. In this way, no one else could get close, and Zhang Yinbin also sent people to guard it. A man and a woman. What good could happen if they entered the tent? However, Zhang Yinbin did this in order to make it easier for himself to log off without being noticed. After logging off, Zhang Yinbin took a shower, rested, and replenished his nutrient solution. I rested for 3 hours offline, stretched out a little, and then quickly went online to play the game. In the game, they were still lying in ambush in the dense forest. After waiting for a whole day, the other party did not take any action. Zhang Yinbin sat and practiced for half a day. As for Zhang Yinbin and his team, half of them were on alert, and the other half were practicing. Chapter 134 Ambush. I waited for a whole day, but no one came. At night, Zhang Yinbin secretly logged off again. After logging off, I went swimming in the lake. I swam for more than an hour, went back to rest, and came online in the middle of the night. After going online, he was discovered by Doris, who then pinned him down. Sleep until dawn. Still no sign. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning when the scout came to report. Boss, the other side has about 10,000 people. We'll have to wait and see for the exact number. Finally, it came out. Is it in our direction? Yes. Okay, keep a close eye on it. Someone, call Ichiro Watanabe. Ichiro Watanabe has already received the news and is excitedly looking for Zhang Yinbin. My lord, they really came out. Well, be prepared for battle. It doesn't matter if they pass by our ambush site or not. If they don't pass by, we'll follow them and look for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Or, when they are too far away to rescue the territory, we can attack the territory. In short, as long as the troops come out, it will be fine. This territory is called the Spring and Autumn Territory. It's a territory of a pretty big alliance. The development is good. The army already has 20,000 men. Of course, not all of them are elite. At the same time, they also set up 3 lines of defense. Each line of defense is guarded by hundreds to thousands of people. They estimated that they could hold out until support arrived. They also had no city walls. You are an arrow tower. There are wooden fences that can stop the enemy. Their defenses are better than most territories. There are too many people in the territory. You need to produce, collect food, and build various things. So, they did not build the wall. But they have good defenses, and a troop of soldiers is often stationed in their territory. The people of the Spring and Autumn Territory left without any hesitation. At the same time, no one was sent to investigate. They had not been attacked by anyone. There is no territory nearby that has any grudge against them. So, it was just a normal march. There was no vanguard and no rearguard. Zhang Yinbin's scouts saw it all. Soon, approximate data came. There were 12,000 of them coming out this time. Zhang Yinbin asked everyone to prepare for the attack. Okay, you are the first wave of attack. You must kill their aliens first. It would be best if the Lord is also in there. Yuan Shengting, Yamaguchi Feixiong, you two must cut off their paths. Doris and I will cut them off in the middle. And Watanabe Ichiro's army attacked them on all fronts, attacking every part of their body. Zhang Yinbin quickly divided the tasks. 12,000 people, and they are elite. Zhang Yinbin fought against the elite. He cut the enemy into several pieces in one go and see how they would fight back. My king, everything is at your disposal. My people will definitely do their best this time. Zhang Yinbin nodded and said, after this, our strength will be greatly expanded. I believe that you and I will be able to conquer more territories in the future, capture more people, and seize more resources. I can become the greatest bandit, and you will become the greatest lord. After hearing this, Ichiro Watanabe felt his heart surge with emotion. What a wonderful future. He secretly ordered all the players to record everything. Even if Zhang Yinbin recorded the video himself, he cannot release it. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed immediately. Everything is arranged. The other party was completely unaware. Waited for more than 2 hours. The enemy finally entered the ambush site. Zhang Yinbin, the attack is about to begin. Everyone attack. At Zhang Yinbin's command, the archers led by Tie attacked first. 2,000 people, 3 rapid shots, attacked their alien team. Along the way, scouts have already figured out the location where the aliens are gathering. Suddenly, hundreds of people died. Then, the ambush troops came out. The Source Holy Court rushed towards where they were leading. Yamaguchi Feixiong started attacking from the back of the team. Zhang Yinbin and Doris rushed towards the team in the middle of them. Doris can almost separate the front and rear armies on the main road by herself. Kill them separately, one on each side. Zhang Yinbin rushed to the front of the team, and Doris rushed to the back of the team. Zhang Yinbin uses Euphorbia. Stab straight ahead and take a soldier away directly. Then sweep across. No one can stop it. Zhang Yinbin is extremely powerful. Just sweep away a few people. The soldiers around him followed closely, dispersed the enemy again, and killed their way through the middle. Suddenly, a team lost control. Players, many people died in the battle. Those who have not died in battle have no experience in commanding a large army. A team was ambushed and divided into 3 parts. The most important thing is that we have no advantage at all. Ichiro Watanabe also led an army of more than 10,000 to attack. They divided the teams into several sections. The army of the Spring and Autumn Territory was surrounded by powerful enemies on all sides. How could they defeat them? Zhang Yinbin was not in a hurry to force the other party to surrender, but killed them for a while first. Separate. In the encirclement, we only give them one chance to surrender. Those who do not surrender will be killed. Zhang Yinbin shouted. And send people to pass on the message along the way. The messenger shouted. Not only our own side can hear it, but the enemy soldiers can also hear it. So, some of the surrounded people squatted down and surrendered obediently. Those who don't surrender won't be able to hold out for long even if they are attacked from all sides. An army of more than 10,000, and they are elite. If the match was normal, Zhang Yanbin and his team would probably suffer huge losses. But, under Zhang Yanbin's careful planning, it was a perfect sneak attack. The enemy army was completely out of command and was attacked from all sides. Soon, the battle lasted only for more than 40 minutes. More than 6,000 of the enemy were killed and more than 5,000 were captured. Zhang Yanbin lost about 1,000 people. This time, Watanabe Ichiro also worked hard, resulting in the loss of more than 2,000 people. The opponents are all elite. An elite in a good territory. After all, the quality of Zhang Yanbin's army is still relatively poor. I have been in charge for a short time and don't have a large number of skills and booklets to offer. Therefore, it cannot be compared with the Dragon territory. However, the enemy's army of more than 12,000 was directly destroyed. Lord, the first wave was not destroyed. Died at the hands of Yuan Shengting. But, he never figured it out until his death. I just went out to do a mission. Yuan Shengting collected all the items that exploded from the Lord's backpack. He was surrounded by his soldiers, and no one would say anything. Your Majesty, you are truly wise and powerful. With an army like this, if it weren't for the king, I'm afraid we would lose even if we fought them. After fighting with the opponent, Ichiro Watanabe realized that the opponent was much stronger than himself. The quality of the soldiers is much higher. Under normal circumstances, they would lose even if they had an advantage in military strength. Well, these soldiers, split 4 and 6, I'll take 6, you take 4. These are all good soldiers. Go back and train them. Win their hearts and minds, and your strength will increase greatly. Watanabe Ichiro was excited. He was also very envious of these soldiers, and was very satisfied that he could get 40% of it. Chapter 135 Attacking Territory. Got it. These 12,000 are all elite troops. There are more than 10,000 troops in the territory. But that more than 10,000 was nothing to Zhang Yanbin. If there were city walls for defense, it would be really hard to attack. At this time, without building a city wall, it would be impossible to stop this group of fierce and powerful troops. Watanabe-kun, you leave 1,500 men behind to guard them. Once we capture their territory, we can send them back. Okay, I'll listen to you, my king. Now, Ichiro Watanabe has become an obedient younger brother. Whatever Zhang Yanbin says is what it is. However, it is also because Zhang Yanbin can give him enough benefits. He was given 40% of the more than 6,000 prisoners. More than 2,000. These are elite soldiers, better than his own. If you take these back and let them stay in your territory for a while, and turn them into your own soldiers, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Now, Ichiro Watanabe also understood. We need to expand our military as quickly as possible. We can't just be good enough. You also need an army that can defend the territory. Zhang Yanbin and his team rested for half an hour and then headed straight for the territory. After the game is updated, once a war breaks out, communication can only rely on people. Even sending messages by carrier pigeon won't work. But Zhang Yanbin and his team didn't let anyone escape. Therefore, the territory does not know yet that the army they send out has been completely wiped out. But the Lord died. Throughout the territory, morale plummeted and production efficiency declined. This is inevitable. The Lord's death is not just due to war. He may be killed by lightning, fall to death, choke to death while drinking water, or die in battle while on a mission. In short, the NPCs in the territory will not think that the Lord's death was caused by the enemy attacking them before receiving the intelligence. The efficiency of the entire territory suddenly slowed down. The man who collected stones sighed and sat aside to rest. The carpenter, halfway through his work, felt that there was no future and started drinking tea. The winemaker threw away his tools, picked up the wine jug, and started drinking. In short, the Lord's death had a huge impact. The army's morale is also low, but they are still the army after all, and they still have to perform their duties. Zhang Yanbin and his two armies, with more than 20,000 men, came in a grand and mighty force. The army directly surrounded the territory. At this time, the defenders in the city began to move. However, there was no lord or general in command. Only a young general who stayed temporarily in charge, and it was impossible to fully command all the troops. Iron Wing, cooperate with the shield man to take down the arrow tower. The first line of defense has many arrow towers. Watanabe-kun, we will each take one side. We need to slowly clear out these defenses. Watanabe Ichiro hurriedly followed suit and ordered people to rush forward. Tie and his archers walked slowly forward under the protection of the shield bearers. Put. Tie, Give the order, and the shield men will withdraw immediately. Then the archers began to shoot. After shooting the arrows, the shield bearers immediately covered them up. There were more than a dozen people on the arrow tower, and half of them were killed immediately. Outside the territory, there are more than 10 arrow towers. Doris on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Too slow. She shouted and rushed forward, holding the sword in both hands. Zhang Yinbin was shocked. Follow me. There was no choice. Doris rushed forward. She was her own trump card. A large number of arrows attacked Doris, but Doris was not panicked at all. He swept the long sword across, using the sword energy to deflect all the arrows. Afterwards, her long legs moved very fast, and she rushed to the bottom of the arrow tower. With one swipe of the sword, the entire arrow tower collapsed. An arrow tower was destroyed by Doris. On the other hand, Watanabe Ichiro's men also learned from Tie and his men. However, problems often arise due to lack of coordination. The arrow tower was demolished only after the casualties were twice as great as those of the enemy. But no matter what, only a dozen people can stand on an arrow tower, and the attack power is ultimately limited. So, dismantling it just takes time and is not a big problem at all. The first line of defense, those arrow towers, took more than half an hour to demolish. Half of them were taken apart by Doris. When she rushed forward, Zhang Yinbin had no choice but to follow her and protect her. As a result, all the arrow towers were demolished without any danger. The second line of defense is the wooden city wall. It is not very tall and is made of thick wood. It has lines in the middle and can be attacked from the inside. Shield bearers, protect those with intermediate skills or above. Use your skills to open a few holes. Several high-level shield men cover Doris and I as we move forward. Toyotomi Iron Wing, archers provide cover. A large number of arrows were shot out from inside. Watanabe Ichiro's men also followed Zhang Yinbin's method and went up. Moving forward, the shield bearers withdrew, and some people used their skills to attack the wooden wall. Then it went back. Some people will be injured or die in the process. This is the price that must be paid. Zhang Yinbin also stepped forward. He was protected by several shield bearers and did not suffer any harm. When they reached the wooden wall, several spearmen inside stabbed at them with their spears. Then, there are archers attacking from inside. However, these do not cause any harm to Zhang Yinbin. He easily pushed the spear away. Afterwards, the halberd attacked fiercely from above. Break 3 of their pieces of wood at once. These woods are not ordinary woods. They are very hard. Afterwards, Zhang Yinbin stepped back slightly, and the shield man came to protect him again. Zhang Yinbin did not stop. After the people inside finished their attack, he ordered the shields to be removed. He stepped forward again and delivered another fierce blow. He attacked and opened a hole in the wooden wall. At the same time, there are many teams attacking. At the same time, Toyotomi Tie also led archers to fight back, causing considerable damage to the people inside. After the attack lasted for about half an hour, Zhang Yinbin took a look. There are more than a dozen holes in the wooden wall. Zhang Yinbin ordered a retreat. Start preparing. Toyotomi Tie, Jin Shengting, Yamaguchi Feixiong, Doris, and I will each lead a team and charge through the gap. The remaining openings will be attacked by Watanabe Ichiro's troops. The two sides allocated their troops. Then start the attack. Kill. Wait until the troops are allocated. Zhang Yinbin ordered a charge. With a long spear in hand, he rushed in and was attacked a lot. However, Zhang Yinbin held the halberd tightly in both hands and swept it across, knocking all the attacking weapons aside. The soldiers behind immediately rushed forward. Use a knife to chop down several people. Zhang Yinbin made another thrust. A young general was stabbed to death. Then, the long spear swept across and attacked from the middle. The soldiers followed him and charged, breaking through the middle. Then, kill from both sides. These armies were not strong to begin with. When they encountered an army led by powerful generals like Zhang Yinbin, they were simply unable to resist. Zhang Yinbin's 5 armies directly broke their defenses, killing and injuring a large number of people. Next is the last line of defense. The last line of defense is actually not strong. It's the enemy's shield formation. To form a shield formation, you need highly qualified soldiers. You have to have a powerful general. None of them did. Zhang Yinbin directly used the halberd to violently break the enemy's shield formation. And Doris is even more powerful. With a sweep of the sword, people flew backwards, knocking down many of their own people. The soldiers behind rushed through the gap, and the shield formation was broken. Happy New Year, and more chapters to come. Chapter 136. Conquer the territory and divide the loot. The shield formation was also broken. Zhang Yinbin has powerful generals on his side. Yuan Shengting superimposed the Sea Wave sword technique to the 5th level and slashed directly with one sword, knocking away 6 shields. The spearmen behind rushed in, disrupted their shield formation, and then killed them fiercely. It was a little more difficult for Ichiro Watanabe. However, relying on the advantage in military strength, they also broke through the enemy's defense line. The next battle will not be difficult. Surround them, besiege them, and force them to surrender. Doris and Zhang Yanbin were the first to surrender. As Zhang Yanbin roared, he added some powerful techniques, and there was a sense of pressure. As for Doris, she was completely afraid of being killed by him. After entering the city, whoever captures the prisoners will own them. Zhang Yanbin and his team resolved the battle early and cleaned up the battlefield. More than 2,000 soldiers were captured. As for Ichiro Watanabe, it is not difficult either. The loss is just a little bigger. But they also captured more than 3,000 people. However, they also lost more than 3,000 people. Zhang Yanbin's side lost hundreds of people. Watanabe-kun, the entire territory doesn't have much fighting power left. Quickly control the entire territory and then empty it. Okay. Following the king is the best choice for me, Watanabe Ichiro. Ichiro Watanabe happily went to work. This time, the losses were huge. But the rewards are even greater. Although a lot of troops were lost. But I made money. The entire territory has a population of hundreds of thousands. Plus a lot of supplies. Zhang Yanbin and Watanabe Ichiro's troops separately took control of the warehouses and the main streets. There were not many troops defending the administrative center, so Doris also took people to clear them out. In this way, the entire territory, a well-developed territory, fell into the hands of Zhang Yanbin and his men. I'm rich. Lord, we have sent it. It's sent. After seeing the warehouse, several players of Ichiro Watanabe were so excited. There are too many supplies inside. This is a relatively well-developed territory. The population now exceeds 500,000. There are some discrepancies with the investigation intelligence. The information is a little delayed. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that they have successfully won it. The entire territory had a great harvest. The warehouse has much more resources than others. In terms of value, it is definitely more than 500 million. There are also many advanced materials. At the same time, there were more than 50 million in cash alone, including copper coins and silver coins. These are all used by the territory for development. They are a guild and have to manage the money together, so there are special accountants in the warehouses of the territory. But unexpectedly, they all fell into the hands of Zhang Yanbin and others. But Zhang Yanbin is not very concerned about these supplies. He also needs a lot of high-end supplies. But what he cares most about now is talent. Zhang Yanbin, what we lack most now is talent. Talent is hard to come by. They have a lot of high-level talent. More than 100. Zhang Yanbin directly asked for 60%. He needs everything to go. There are 2 high-level formation masters in this territory, as well as spirit stones. There are not many spirit stones, just over 2,000 units. But this is also a good thing. Zhang Yanbin also took it. More than 6,000 elite soldiers were captured before. He gave more than 2,000 to Watanabe Ichiro and kept 3,500 for himself. In addition, there are more than 2,000 soldiers captured here. Zhang Yanbin directly incorporated them into his own army on the spot. Generally, they need to be brought back to the territory and trained. But Zhang Yanbin discovered that the pressure from his Divine Dragon 9 transformations could intimidate them. There is no war for the time being, so they are directly incorporated into the army, and Zhang Xingting begins to train them. Watanabe-kun, this huge population, if brought back, will bring about another great development. At the same time, there are many resources here. After returning, we should develop them well. The most important thing is that you quickly build the city wall. We are fighting outside, and we must not let our nest be destroyed. Yes, I will obey your majesty. I will send a pigeon back immediately and ask them to prepare to start building the city wall. I've had a lot of arrow towers and wooden walls built. They'll be enough for a while. Meanwhile, the city walls are being built. Ichiro Watanabe was very happy. This time I made a lot of money. Zhang Yanbin conquered another territory. So his starting territory, various professions, and various craftsmen were all complete. Because, after conquering several territories, there are people of all kinds of professions. There are also quite a few advanced ones. Finally, a great victory came. Then comes the division of the spoils. This time, Zhang Yanbin asked for more talents and allocated more resources to Watanabe Ichiro. And Zhang Yanbin sold some resources directly to him. Zhang Yanbin received more than 100 million yuan in cash and some resources. Watanabe-kun. This time when we return, we will develop for a few days and integrate the troops. Next, find a few territories, all of which belong to Ah-san. We strike continuously and fight continuously. When I return, I can lead 15,000 elite soldiers. Together with your army, there is no territory we cannot conquer." Ichiro Watanabe was overwhelmed with emotion. If he brings these people back, his territory will exceed 1 million. Such a large population and such strong productivity. Also, add up the recruited soldiers and horses. Their strength is increasing rapidly. I believe that they will soon become a powerful territory in the southern continent. Don't worry, my king. This time, I can recruit 20,000 soldiers and go into battle with you. Zhang Yanbin is already 15,000. Could he be too little? The combat effectiveness of 20,000 troops is not as good as Zhang Yanbin's 15,000. So, he had to bring more people. After returning, their territory had a population of 1 million. You can also recruit an army of 50,000. 30,000 relatively weak troops defending the territory. In addition, they started building the city wall, so there was no big problem for them to follow Zhang Yanbin out to fight. Zhang Yanbin requested that the two armies be stationed separately. His army, stationed outside the territory, began to train prisoners. He fully incorporated the captives into his army. Zhang Yanbin trained personally. When he shouted the command, there was a sense of pressure. He discovered that by using the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, he could subdue these people more quickly. And Ichiro Watanabe has been busy. He was busy mobilizing personnel from all parties, as well as vehicles, ships, etc. A day later, they began to evacuate one after another. Zhang Yanbin has already spent more than 100 million yuan on buying stones. This time, the impact was much greater. Some people also began to build defenses. First, lumber prices have risen. Zhang Yanbin took the opportunity to sell timber worth more than 50 million yuan. They knew that building a city wall with stone would take a long time and require a lot of manpower, so they started with wood. Zhang Yanbin sold the wood and bought stones. At this time, the price of 1 unit of stone had increased by 1 copper coin to 4 copper coins. Even if Zhang Yanbin doesn't buy it, the price won't fall any further. At this time, the stone was already quite scarce, and fewer people were selling it. However, people still did not realize the importance of the city wall. They all believed that this disaster would not befall them. Because building a city wall requires mobilizing tens of thousands of people, a huge project that cannot be organized in a short period of time. However, some people will arrange more people to collect stones first. Chapter 137 Encounter at Sea. Who is this Watanabe Ichiro? They were able to conquer such a powerful territory. Why didn't I notice Watanabe Ichiro's territory before? In the forum, many people talked about Ichiro Watanabe. This gave him a sense of accomplishment. I feel that it is not impossible to develop into the first territory by following Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin paid attention to the Southern Forum for a while, but lost interest in it. At this time, he started paying attention to the Oriental Forum. In the Eastern continent, the Forum has always been very popular. Those who are going to conquer the Dragon territory have begun to prepare to set off. They claim to have 300,000 men. In fact, it is just over 200,000 people. Start from 2 directions. All are transported by water. Someone posted a video and pictures. The ships were densely packed. There are ships of different sizes. There were many people who wanted to participate but were unable to make it because they lived too far away. Zhang Yanbin wanted to laugh when he saw these ships. I felt a lot more relieved immediately. With these, I'm afraid not a single ship can escape. It's not that Zhang Yanbin is conceited, nor is it that he looks down on others. These ships were all powered by sails and could not defeat his fleet at all. Not to mention the tonnage. Even if the tonnage is the same, it is still a crushing existence. However, Zhang Yanbin didn't know whether they had any other means, so he was still paying close attention. The return journey takes several days. Zhang Yanbin chose to go his separate ways from Watanabe Ichiro and the others. His team consists of more than 30,000 people, more than 15,000 troops, and some craftsmen. Take these important things back first. The rest were entrusted to Ichiro Watanabe, who helped transport them back to the territory. There is naturally no problem with Ichiro Watanabe. After getting on the boat, Zhang Yanbin went offline first. After logging off, he first updated his status. Went swimming in the lake again. After coming back, he was on the 3rd floor, looking at the scenery outside and the blue sky. After a good rest, he started to read the forum. The southern continent is still too chaotic. There aren't any major events happening here. Because, in the southern continent, there are too many players from various regions. Zhang Yanbin planned to launch a series of attacks once his army was reorganized. The entire southern continent was thrown into complete chaos. By then, he will be able to seize more resources. After resting for half a day, Zhang Yanbin returned to the game. This time, it will take 6 days to go back. He could only wait slowly. I went online again, and the route was still very safe, and I didn't encounter anything wrong. Yuan Shengting saw Zhang Yinbin online. Take out a scroll. Lord, this was dropped from that alien lord. It's a quest scroll. Zhang Yinbin took a look. The mission of annihilating the demon minions. A group of bandits have been bribed by the demons and become their minions. If you eliminate them, you will receive a huge reward. So that's how it is. This lord was going to do this mission, and in the end, he was captured by me. We are so short of books right now. We have to find a way to complete the task. Zhang Yinbin put away the scroll. He knew that in the short term, Ichiro Watanabe would not be able to act with him. But he must now go back to the stronghold and territory. Zhang Yinbin calculated his own strength. Soon, the starting territory had a population of 1 million. For the army, it would be enough to recruit 10,000 people. Because, just defend the city. The starting territory does not go to war or fight against external forces. Just defend. The village only needs a population of 50,000. Once the stronghold is built, we will recruit 20,000 defensive troops, 10,000 logistical support personnel, and 20,000 combat personnel. This is how it will develop for now. Now, what is lacking are various techniques and skill books. When you fight for territory, you will find a lot of resources. However, skill books can only be dropped from the player's backpack. At the same time, the territory will also have a small amount of inventory, which can be seized. These quantities cannot keep up with consumption at all. Therefore, Zhang Yinbin must act as soon as possible. The sailboat is slow. If you replace it with a formation engine, you can save half the time. Zhang Yinbin went to the Oriental Continent Forum again to take a look. The Gale Guild and the Seven-Star Alliance have already set off. They took the initiative to expose their location and number on the forum. The two armies attacked the port together and wanted to destroy the army of the Shenlong territory. They still have 3 days to arrive. Zhang Yinbin read the comments on the forum. If Zhuge Shenlong doesn't show up, his territory will be destroyed this time. The Seven-Star Alliance is so powerful that they can even send people into a Jedi and prevent them from getting out. Maybe, Zhuge Shenlong, don't kill him in real life. From now on, we must be careful in reality and not be controlled. If that happens, the entire territory will be controlled. Zhang Yinbin suddenly disappeared. This has caused a lot of speculation. Many people have become more mysterious in reality. It is also better to protect your privacy. For example, Zhang Yinbin's own villa has strong defense. If someone tries to force their way in, his gaming cabin will sound an alarm. At the same time, there are several doors that are very difficult to destroy. Even small missiles can't break through their door. After all, it is the 1980s of the 21st century. The doors are all made of nanomaterials. Ningxi, you won't let me down. The other side has an army of more than 200,000. Mighty and powerful. From 2 directions, they attack towards the dragon's territory. These are all troops, not ordinary personnel. Although the Shenlong territory has a large population, the army cannot be that large. On the way back, Zhang Yinbin could only wait. The enemy is getting closer. Zhang Yinbin looked at the forum updates. Although he couldn't do anything, he kept paying attention. Many players keep posting updates. Another day has passed. There was no fighting between the two sides. Another half day passed, and there was still no fighting. The enemy is only a day and a half away from the territory. At this time, there was still no movement from either side. It is now midnight. In another half night, after dawn, it will be a day away from the territory. It's dawn. In the game, many players are admiring the rising sun. Soon, they will be able to see the mysterious dragon territory. Many people were recording this spectacular scene. Thousands of ships set sail together. There are all kinds of ships. Some are for fighting, and some are for transportation. This time, as long as they can reach the dragon territory, they will destroy it and take away all the valuables. After sailing for several days, everyone was quite excited. Finally getting closer to the target. A player is looking out into the distance. Hey, what's that? In the distance, some black spots came, and there were quite a few of them. Another looked over and said, "It looks like a ship, but it has no sails. It might be a whale or something. We'll see it when we get closer." There are a lot of black spots. It looks like there are dozens of them. They lined up and came towards them. It looks like a ship. It's a boat. Why doesn't it have a sail? As it got closer, it was no longer a black dot, but had the shape of a ship. Impossible. How could there be a boat? Suddenly, a large ship raised its flag. The words Shenlong were written on the flag. Chapter 138, One-Sided Massacre. That's right. The fleet of the Shenlong territory finally appeared. An ancient-looking woman was standing on the bow of the boat. She raised her hand and then put it down heavily. The messenger began waving flags. A long cry immediately came from above the head. That's the sound of a hawk. Suddenly, all the ships began to turn around. They aimed their ships at each other. At this time, the distance between them was not very far. Hundreds of ships suddenly appeared all around. Nan Ningxi was at the bow of the boat, expressionless on her face. She stood there with a cold and arrogant figure, motionless. She ordered softly. Suddenly, the catapults on the ship began to attack. It's a catapult. How come there is a catapult? Why don't their ships have sails? This is a conspiracy. Run, run. The enemy's fleet was only equipped with bows and crossbows, and there were rams on the ships, relying on collisions and attacking with bows and crossbows. The warships of the Shunlong territory have been equipped with catapults. How to fight this? There is no fight at all. A ship with several catapults. At this time, all ships began to attack. A large number of stones were thrown at them. The stone hit the wooden board and directly smashed a big hole. Some small boats hit the side and directly broke the boat apart. The boat broke apart and took on water crazily. After the water entered, it pushed the wooden boards apart. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and then the ship began to capsize. Some ships, trying to escape, collided with other ships in a panic. Their fleets had no unified command and were crowded and collided with each other. A large number of crew members fell into the water. At this time, the second round of attack on the Shunlong territory began. A large amount of stones tilted down again. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of stones hitting the deck made my scalp tingle. Some stones hit the sea, splashing some water. These splashes of water are not beautiful at all. Dense ships, dense personnel. One round of attack resulted in countless casualties. Many people began to float on the sea. The people from the Gale Guild and the Seven Star Alliance were dumbfounded. They came in such a mighty force. What happened now? The wind was so strong that my whole face turned black. This time he mobilized a large number of ships and also bought a lot of ships. He sent out several of his territory's elites. However, at this time, this situation occurred. Get close and attack, bump into it, and you'll make a move. Don't mess around, don't mess around. Run into it, don't run away. The wind yelled, but was it any use? How far can his voice travel across the sea? What's more, there were cries and collisions everywhere. His voice couldn't be heard at all. The third round of attack by the Shunlong Guild has begun. From the sky, a pile of stones flew down. These stones can crush people flat if they hit them. When it hits a ship, some ship's wood is not of very high quality, and the bullet will directly penetrate the deck and attack the bottom of the ship. Some of the attacks hit the deck, but only caused a hole. The bottom of the ship did not leak, so it was not a big problem. But some of the stones hit the side of the ship. There was not only a hole on the side, but also many cracks. Water began to seep in. This means that the ship will sink soon. Some people are desperate. They tried to attack. They attacked with the strongest crossbow, but the crossbow ran out of power before it had traveled a third of its way and fell into the sea. Can't attack the opponent at all. Now, the entire fleet is in chaos. They were so crowded that they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. A few who were on the periphery and wanted to run did not get far before they were knocked over by a fast-moving ship with a ramming horn. In the Shunlong territory, there are several ships that are not equipped with catapults, but with heavy rams. Always on standby. Protect these warships and keep enemy ships away. There were ships outside that, knowing they would die, rushed forward to perish together with them. However, the ramming ships set off. They are driven by formations and are very fast. The opponent's 1,000-ton sailboat was directly smashed into pieces after it crashed into it. A large amount of debris was floating in the sea, with many people floating inside. At this time, these ships actually threw down a lot of wooden planks. They dropped a large number of planks into the sea. These people can hold on to wooden boards and float on the sea. That's all. The ships were smashed and went elsewhere. A large number of wooden planks were placed around the perimeter of the Hurricane Guild's huge fleet. It seemed as if these wooden boards were prepared for them. Catapults, round after round of attacks. Quangfing's face was gloomy at this time. This is a conspiracy. A huge conspiracy. The Shunlong territory's fleet of more than 100 ships surrounded their fleet of thousands of ships. That's right, a ratio of 10 to 1, and they were surrounded like this. However, none of their ships could escape. Crowded, bumpy. Many people fell into the water. It was a one-sided massacre. The storm looked hopeless. He ordered his men to use flag signals to command his fleet and prepare to charge out. The fleet preparing to charge towards the Shunlong territory cannot at least stop and take a beating. One ship after another was destroyed. Many people were directly hit and died beyond all possibility of death. Some of the sturdier ships had several holes in their decks. The bottom of the boat is not broken, so it can still hold on. But soon, more stones came flying. It fell directly into the hole that had been dug before and hit the bottom of the ship. Immediately, Water began to take in from the bottom of the boat. Jump, jump, away from this ship. This ship is going to sink. It will create a whirlpool and suck us all in. Jump quickly and swim to the outside. Next to it, a ship sank rapidly, forming a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool sucked in everyone around it and sank to the bottom of the sea together. Some people don't dare to stay in the core circle. If a ship sank, they would be buried with it. So they jumped into the sea and swam out desperately. What made them feel lucky was that they could find a plank of wood on the sea, which they could hold onto to save their energy and continue swimming out. On the other side of the strong wind, he can only command a dozen ships. The rest of the ships had either sunk or were entangled by other ships and could not move. Or they have dispersed and cannot receive his message. Get out. Quangfing gave the order again and rushed out. The direction he was heading was exactly where Nan Ningxi's flagship was. Quangfing, I have to go and see who set up such a big conspiracy. Nan Ningxi saw Quangfing's intention, but the flagship didn't move. She calmly pointed at the dozen or so ships rushing towards her. Then he said, destroy them. Messenger, give orders immediately using flag signals. Several warships nearby began to aim at them. Put. The catapults began to attack. In their view, the strong wind made their ship as slow as a snail. Before you can hit them, you need to be able to withstand a few rounds of attacks. Even if they came over, they couldn't cause much damage due to their speed. Chapter 139, Capturing Prisoners. The wood used in Quangfing and his crew's fleet is of very high quality. The deck had been attacked several times. When the stone fell, it made a big hole. Failed to sink the bottom of the ship. But if it hits the side of the ship, cracks may appear. Cracks. Very little water started to enter. However, if repairs are not carried out immediately and the voyage continues, more and more water will enter. The rift will get bigger and bigger. In the end, there is only silence. After one round of attack, cracks appeared on both ships, and they began to take in water. Slowly it lost speed and started to tilt. Most of the crew members quickly jumped into the sea and moved away from the sinking ship. The wind is strong and my heart is bleeding. This time, they suffered a great disaster. The warships that I spent countless billions to build or buy will all be sunk in the sea today. At the same time, there is his elite team. While the strong wind was still feeling sad, the mast of a ship next to him was hit by a stone, and with a snap, the mast broke. When the mast broke, the battleship lost power. Although you can still row by hand, you are destined not to be able to go far or fast. One ship after another stopped. Either lose power or be sunk. The wind was strong, but it still insisted on rushing forward. His warship, the flagship, was built of the finest wood by the best craftsmen. Even though he had been hit many times, he continued to move forward. Ship, keep moving forward. He really wanted to know who was doing this. Keep getting closer. When he was less than 100 meters away, he saw only a beautiful figure looking at them expressionlessly. The two ships on both sides rushed out. The speed is very fast. One hit his bow and the other hit his stern. The entire battleship was smashed and disintegrated at sea. The wind blew down into the icy water. At this time, someone actually threw a lot of wood. Also, there are ropes. They can then go up on the ropes. Some people were afraid of death, so they climbed up along the rope. The wind was so strong that he had no face to live, but at this moment, he wanted to know who was in charge of all this. Who planned all this? So, he also climbed up with the help of a rope. Suddenly, when he turned around, he saw that the woman in the colorful dress at the bow was wearing a veil. Only a beautiful figure is left. These people, whether they were NPCs or players, were tied up and thrown on the deck after being rescued, and no one cared about them. Switch to Fireball. Nan Ningxi gave the order calmly again. We just used stones to intimidate and shock them. Now, let's switch to Fireball. Fireballs were thrown in large numbers. These fireballs burned on the deck. Some of them hit the sails and burned them directly. With the sails burned, they lost power. At first, they used stones to make their already chaotic fleet even more chaotic. Now, the goal is not to sink them, but to make them lose motivation. The fireball is on the deck and burning, and it can be quickly thrown into the sea with weapons. However, if the ropes or sails are burned, there will be no time to react and the entire ship will lose power. Several rounds of fireballs went down. The sea was covered with smoke and dust. Concentrate your attacks on the powered ships. After more than a dozen rounds, many ships lost power. However, at this time some ships can still move. Several more rounds of stones were thrown down. Sink some ships. Nan Ningxi saw that there were only a few ships left on the sea that could move. Save people. Temporarily, the attack was stopped and many boats were floating on the ship. Nan Ningxi gave orders, and many transport ships came from behind. They threw down ropes and rescued the people climbing on the wooden boards. raise the flag, and make them surrender. Many ships in the Shunlong fleet raised flags, demanding their surrender. Those who surrendered would dismantle the bows and crossbows on their ships themselves. At the same time, the sail was cut down. Attack. Sink all ships that refuse to surrender. The opportunity has been given. Some did so, and some people didn't. What was not done, the ramming vessel did not hesitate. 2 ships collided with one. It directly hit the bow and stern of the ship. The other party has no way to hide. The other side's ships are also very small. The warship from the Shunlong territory crashed directly into the middle, smashing the entire ship into pieces. Quanfeng was helped and watched all this. He knew that he was finished. This time, if calculated by company, the losses are in the billions or even tens of billions. Not to mention the value of those ships. Let's just say that tens of thousands of people were brought out this time. These are the elite. Ships were smashed one after another. Some ships also took the initiative to cut off their masts, dismantle their bows and crossbows, and surrender. Some transport ships began to salvage people. There were also many soldiers on these warships, holding bows, crossbows, and spears. If there are any resistors, kill them immediately. So many wooden boards were thrown down just to capture prisoners. These are the elite troops sent from various territories. It is a huge fortune. The captives, aliens, and NPCs were separated. These NPCs will be brought back to the territory and become their subjects. Many of them may be incorporated into their army and become one of them, because they are the elite brought from all over the place. Maybe they learned advanced skills, or maybe they learned intermediate skills. A considerable number of them should have learned basic techniques and skills. As long as their qualifications meet the requirements of the Shunlong territory, they can quickly expand their army. And those strangers were separated. Hand over everything in your backpack, and I'll let you go. Chen Asi said coldly to a stranger. He was untied, but several soldiers were around with weapons pointed at him. Hand them all over, and you will be spared. The man had a lot of valuables in his backpack and refused to hand them over. Humph, it seems that your life is worthless. Chen Asi waved his hand, and the 2 soldiers pierced each other with their spears. The player dropped some things, and Chen Asi picked them up. Nothing good either. Another stranger was captured. You saw what happened next. Hand over everything, or this will happen to you. The other party is afraid of death. Every time you die, your foundation is damaged. At this time, Quanfeng knew why the people in the Shunlong territory were so kind. Rescuing them turned out to be for the purpose of blackmailing them. The man was afraid of death and handed over all his belongings. There are also 2 intermediate level techniques and skills. Originally, I was thinking of selling it for money, but in the end, I had no choice but to hand it all over. The NPC cannot take the backpack by force, but it can tell whether it is empty or full. Well, take him to another ship and send him off together when it's over. One by one, some people had valuable items in their backpacks and were reluctant to hand them over. The people from the Dragon territory didn't hesitate and killed him directly. Whatever comes out is what it is. There are quite a few books and a lot of money. There are also some scrolls, rare materials, weapons, and so on. Probably 30% of people choose death. 70% of people are afraid of death, and they cannot afford foundation repair fluid. Chapter 140, Massive Capture. The wind is going crazy at this moment. In a state of war, there is no way to log off and everyone is captured. There is no way to log off at sea. You can log off. However, the character in your game will definitely drown. Some of this was recorded, and some people took screenshots, then posted it on the forum. My God, this is a shocking conspiracy. Both Quanfeng and the 7-Star Alliance were tricked. What kind of ship is that? Why doesn't it have sails? Did someone invent an engine? That's not right. There's no trace of an engine. Burning oil or coal would reveal traces, and burning coal would produce even thicker smoke. It's over. They're all finished. This is the crushing force of the times. All the sailboats we built are useless. In fact, the 2 fleets started fighting at the same time. On the other side, Thunderstorm also brought his fleet and surrounded the fleet of the 7-Star Alliance. Besiege them. The result is similar. Surrounded by a large number of advanced warships, they couldn't even hit the enemy. Even if we could attack with bows and crossbows, we could only hit the side of their ship due to the height. The crossbow arrows penetrated the side, and as long as they did not hit the underwater part, the ship would not sink, not to mention that they could not attack it. But stones are different. If they are smashed, the entire structure will be cracked. It's getting windy. Chen Asi looked at him coldly. Then he said, Your choice, make it quick. I am Quanfeng. Tell me, is all this a conspiracy of Zhuge Shunlong? Chen Asi showed impatience. He simply drew his knife. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over your things, or die. Where is Zhuge Shunlong? Where is he? I want to see him. Who is in charge of the Shunlong territory? Who arranged all this? Tell me. The wind was strong and a little crazy. This time, he lost, and lost completely. The Gale Guild will be severely damaged. Dry tongue. Chen Asi, I didn't care whether the wind was strong or not. He didn't even know Quanfeng, and had no idea what kind of existence Quanfeng held among the players. So he raised his knife and chopped it down. Quanfeng was killed just like that. He died for the third time, even though I used basic repair fluid. However, dying again would still be very detrimental to the Foundation. Hey, if I had known this guy was so fat, I would have tortured him slowly. A lot of things were dropped by the strong wind. There are also 2 advanced skills and scrolls. Meanwhile, millions of dollars were lost. Shin ACI passed them one by one. Those who hand over their belongings will be spared from death. Those who didn't hand it over were chopped down. The same thing happened on other ships. There were also ships that, after being filled with NCP soldiers, began to return. These will become valuable assets of their territory. This team has more than 100,000 people. Just like that, the entire army was wiped out. The surrendered ships were taken over one by one. Several ships surrounded them, and crossbowmen on them were aimed at them. Then wooden boards were placed over there, forcing Fong Shi to come over one by one with his weapons. Anyone who dares to resist will be shot dead. Ship after ship was captured. Those who died directly in the sea and those who were killed later. Of these more than 100,000 people, more than 70,000 died. Among them, more than 60,000 were captured. Prisoners were sent back in boatloads. Nan Ningxi had no intention of killing those players who handed over all their belongings. There's no point in killing them. Set a good example so that next time they are captured they will know what to do. Nan Ningxi and the others were busy until the sun was about to set. The entire battle lasted 5 hours. Next up are mostly salvagers. So many wooden boards were thrown down just to capture prisoners. Capturing prisoners was not very efficient, as they could only be captured one by one. Those players who paid were taken back on 3 transport ships. They saw someone operating from the stern. Some people have seen the Formation Master operate and found that this is driven by the formation. Thus, the news spread in the Shenlong territory that the ships were suspected to be driven by formations. Many people suddenly realized it. It wasn't an engine that appeared in the game, but a formation. Zhang Yinbin was on the forum, watching all the time. Someone keeps sending out clips. In fact, when he saw Nan Ningxi's blurry figure and the appearance of a large number of warships, he knew that the joint fleet was doomed. It's not a fight on the same level at all. They wiped out the enemy with almost no casualties. The forum was extremely lively. I don't know how many people are waiting to see the fall of the Dragon territory. See how mysterious the interior of the Shenlong territory is. However, what awaited them was an unprecedented naval battle. On one side, there were less than 300 warships, and on the other side, there were more than 2,000 ships of all sizes. As a result, they were slaughtered one-sidedly. Players were extremely shocked. Those players at the beach are in tears. Their warships are already an entire era behind. At night, Nan Ningxi led the fleet back. At the same time, the thunderstorm also returned. Someone has been counting the results of the battle. It was not until dawn that he reported it to Nan Ningxi. Deputy Lord, the total amount of money we seized is over 240 million. There are a lot of books of all kinds. There are more than 100 books on advanced techniques alone. There are all kinds of materials, all of which are relatively high grade. There are so many of them, so mixed that it's impossible to count them. The number of prisoners is over 58,430. Nan Ningxi just nodded. Then he silently calculated and said, "The money is still not enough. I hope we can also gain these gains on the other side of the thunderstorm." After Zhang Yinbin left, the territory was short of money. Nan Ningxi sold some things through Zichuan. However, Zichuan can only use it, not rely on it. Now, the entire territory is not yet self-sufficient in terms of money. Nan Ningxi knew that the enemy would come to her sooner or later. So, she planned this battle. At sea, the enemy's sailboats were almost all crushed. Let the soldiers have a good rest. Many territories have lost their elite troops this time. After we get back, we can only rest for half a day. We'll set off immediately and sweep 2 more territories before we can do anything else. The opportunity is here. This time, Nan Ningxi, who was participating, also asked Zichuan to collect intelligence. As long as we determine the location, we can use their superior mobility to quickly eliminate them and then bring all the people back. This time, the more than 50,000 prisoners were all the elite of each player. After returning, these people can be organized into an army. They originally had an army of 30,000, but now they can organize it into an army of 100,000, without affecting the normal operation of the territory. The situation on the thunderstorm side was not much different from that on Nan Ningxi's side. More than 50,000 people were captured. There were a lot of spoils of various kinds. There are so many advanced techniques and skill books because there are enough lords coming this time. These local lords have advanced skills, so they hide them, and they are also very conflicted. If you teach it to an NPC, it will be gone when he dies. Give it to players, and also give it to players you trust. Or selling it at a critical moment is also a good choice. That's why I received so much this time. There are also many intermediate books. This time, the Shenlong territory will have another batch of high-end military forces. 10,000 more chapters are here. As for returning to the eastern continent, the protagonist will soon use a divine artifact to break through the boundary wall. I'll make an exception and give a spoiler. Chapter 141 Zhuge Shenlong posts. Nan Ningxi was not very happy when she returned. She hadn't seen Zhang Yanbin for a long time and was very worried about him. However, Nan Ningxi knew that Zhang Yanbin was still alive. If the Lord died, she, the Deputy Lord, could not have been unaware of it. Even if it doesn't, I can be resurrected again. However, she really didn't know where Zhang Yanbin was trapped. Don't worry, Lord. When you come back, I will give you a more powerful dragon territory that will not be surpassed by other lords. This time, Nan Ningxi wants to expand the population of the territory to more than 2 million. So many elite troops from the territory died at sea or were captured. Once their army attacks, they will definitely not be able to resist. When the time comes, we will sweep across their territory. If you have more territories, the population will increase. The strength has also improved. Now, in the game, many people have started building city walls. I won't feel at ease if it is not built. Be careful when you go out on a mission. The territory has been breached. Zhang Yanbin was on the boat, watching the forum. The news came out bit by bit. When he learned that the 2 fleets were completely wiped out, he was completely relieved. Ningxi, you really have my style. They actually thought of sending some ships with a lot of planks to throw into the sea to save those people. Ha 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 ha. Blackmailing players is a must. If it were Zhang Yanbin, he wouldn't have thought of it. If I had thought of it earlier, I would have captured a group of prisoners the next time I broke into the territory. But this time he learned it. Next time, when we directly attack other territories, if we can capture prisoners, we will extort them clean. When returning home, Zhang Yanbin felt much more relaxed. After a period of sailing, he finally returned to the starting point. The city wall of this starting territory is now 5 meters high. The population is also very large. The number of people sent here in succession will exceed 500,000. Now, the army can also start recruiting. This time, Zhang Yanbin brought back a large number of senior and mid-level craftsmen. Territory, all functions can be fully functional. Zhang Yanbin mixed in the crowd and entered the starting area. Then we arrived at the administrative center, and soon Hattori Mina arrived. Hattori Mina was very happy to see Zhang Yanbin. Come up immediately to serve him. This is their culture, and Zhang Yanbin is used to it. Lord, are you here tonight? Look at me. I've arranged the administrative center to resemble Chinese culture. Zhang Yanbin discovered it when he came in. The entire administrative center is also beautifully built. However, Zhang Yanbin's biggest concern now is to develop these 2 places. Hattori Mina poured him some Taiping Hokue tea and then massaged his shoulders. Zhang Yanbin, now in a comfortable environment and in a relaxed mood, plans to post something. He wanted to use the name Zhuge Shenlong and posted a message on the eastern continent. Hey, I'm trapped in a special space and can't return to my territory. I don't even know what's happening to my own territory. I guess I can't even make ends meet. Zhang Yanbin sighed like this. Suddenly, the Oriental Forum exploded. Zhuge Shenlong is shameless. Destroying an army of over 200,000 with a wave of your hand is like not being able to make ends meet. I heard you extorted hundreds of millions from players. You're barely making ends meet. The most shameless of the year. Curious, where's Zhuge Shenlong trapped? Zhuge Shenlong, I want to go to a special space to accompany you and give birth to a bunch of monkeys for you, so you won't be bored. Brother Zhuge, where are you? Gods and dragons. Is your ship driven by a formation? What kind of formation do you use? Zhuge Shenlong, I hope you will never come back. Among the billions of players, those who are as ruthless as Zhuge Shenlong are always a minority. More of curiosity. Zhuge Shenlong, are there other players in your territory? Who manages your territory? Who planned this conspiracy? Many people asked, but Zhang Yanbin naturally didn't answer. What he said was really hateful and infuriating. The 2 guilds that are most angry are probably Kuangfeng and 7-Star Alliance. Many of their territories were simply destroyed. They gathered such a large army to attack the territory of the Dragon God, but ended up being completely annihilated. While you are still using crossbows to equip warships, others have already used catapults. There is no way to fight safety. After looking at the forum, Zhang Yanbin was so happy. The only regret is that I am not here and cannot complete the mission. The development of the territory's high-end military forces will slow down. But what Zhang Yinbin didn't know was that this time they captured a lot of high-end forces. In a territory, there are always a few NPCs who have learned advanced techniques and skills. These are the core talents of the territory. There are also more than 200 books on advanced exercises. Although it is not as epic as it used to be, it is no problem to build a group of high-end military forces. At least, there are many leading players. Among the prisoners and the 100,000-strong army, at least 60,000 to 80,000 people can be selected to join the army. Considering the NPC combat power, the Dragon Territory has undoubtedly become the strongest military force. Zhang Yinbin looked happy, hugged Hattori Mina in his arms, and happily read the forum. Hattori Mina thought Zhang Yinbin was going to do something and was about to obey, but Zhang Yinbin just stood there laughing foolishly. Lord, what makes you so happy? I also have a territory in the eastern continent. I have won a great victory and captured many prisoners. Mina's loyalty is already 100, and her intimacy is also 100. There's absolutely no problem telling her about this. Lord, you are amazing. Of course Zhang Yinbin is very powerful. He can fight for several hours without getting tired. Seeing that Zhang Yinbin was happy, Mina picked up the teacup, fed him tea, and also took some fruit for Zhang Yinbin to eat. Zhang Yinbin saw that the number of replies to the post had reached millions. The players are so enthusiastic. Zhang Yinbin kissed Mina happily and was about to make a move on her. At this moment, a man about 10 meters outside the door shouted, "Report to the Deputy Lord. There is a strange man leading a team outside and is coming to surrender." The speaker was Shinichi Yamamoto, the only person in the starting point territory who had learned epic martial arts. The person chosen by Zhang Yinbin at the beginning. He didn't know that Zhang Yinbin was back. "Come in." Zhang Yinbin asked Hattori Mina to get up, and he sat there, asking him to come in to report. Yamamoto Shinichi was stunned. If it was Hattori Mina, no one would be allowed to enter this administrative center. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yinbin returned to the territory. "Greetings, Lord. Tell me, what's going on?" Zhang Yinbin was not angry because his good thing was interrupted, but he was surprised. "Is there someone who wants to join you?" "Lord, there's a man outside with several thousand men, saying he wants to surrender to our territory." The other side claimed that their territory was destroyed. It's normal to seek refuge with others after your territory is destroyed. How many aliens are there on the other side? There's only one, and the rest are aboriginal. Zhang Yinbin fell into deep thought. By the way, is the other party a man or a woman? Female. Could it be Troy trying to sneak in? The enemy has thousands of people, and if they are elite, the starting point territory really cannot deal with them for the time being. Let the Holy Court lead 5,000 troops to garrison here. Also, select 2 more elite soldiers. You and I will join the other 2. The 4 of us will act as Mina's guards and test the enemy first. Chapter 142 Chiyo-Meiko. Even if the other party wants to sneak in, Zhang Yinbin still needs to understand the enemy. We need to find out who the other party is. Find out the other party's territory. If they are enemies, kill them. The starting point territory does not have this strength. However, the Jiayin gang was about to expand, so Zhang Yinbin didn't care much about it. Please ask the other party to come alone. If you dare to come in, we can talk. Shinichi Yamamoto went to make arrangements. Zhang Yinbin arranged the venue in a garden pavilion on the left side of the administrative center. Mina, you need to act like a queen later. My lord, if you like this, I will pretend to be the queen. What do you mean I like this? Do you have any misunderstanding? Zhang Yinbin suddenly had several black lines on his forehead. Mina thinks that Zhang Yinbin has been reluctant to take action against her because he likes to conquer the queen? Zhang Yinbin is not that kind of person. Just a beauty is enough. Why differentiate between queens, stewardesses, and nurses? We need to calm the situation and find out the other party's strengths and weaknesses. Mina smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lord. I will do it well." After a while, Shinichi Yamaguchi came with 2 guards. They looked tall and energetic. Zhang Yinbin also put on the armor of a guard, wore a sword at his waist, and mixed in with them. Then they arranged it in the garden. The guards, naturally, stood behind Mina. Muino was wearing Chinese hanfu, and there were some tea and cakes on the table. After a while, Shinichi Yamaguchi brought someone in. "My name is Chiyo-Meiko, what's your name?" Zhang Yinbin saw a tall woman, about 1.73 meters tall. The woman was very beautiful, with a good figure and a heroic look on her face. She must have been on many battlefields. "Hattori Mina, you are an NPC, not a lord?" Hattori Mina spoke, and Chiyo-Meiko could feel it. "You are very smart." Mina just smiled. Then he pushed the cup of hot tea in front of him and said, "I am the deputy lord of the territory and can make the decision. Our lord is often away from home. Chiyoko shook her head and said, I'm afraid you can't negotiate the conditions I want. I can wait for your lord to return. Mina gently picked up her own teacup. I also drank Taiping Hokue, a kind of tea that is produced in abundance in China. He took a sip and put it down again. Then you, tell me your bargaining chips first. Only when you have bargaining chips can we negotiate. I have 6,000 elite soldiers, which is definitely a very good army in the game. I also have special abilities. Chiyo Meiko glanced around, and then glanced at the 3 guards besides Yamaguchi Shinichi. Zhang Yanbin didn't look around. He just glanced at Chiyo Meiko secretly when he came in, and then stood there like the other guards. Chiyo Meiko suspected that the Lord was here, or around. Why surrender to my territory? You have 6,000 elite soldiers, you can develop on your own. Chiyo Meiko suddenly became gloomy, and then said, to be honest, my territory was destroyed by Watanabe Ichiro some time ago. At this moment, Zhang Yanbin's heart moved. Did you hit it yourself? There is indeed a territory, but I forgot what it is called. When the attack took place, there were only a few soldiers inside, and most of the elite troops were outside. Then why did you come to our starting point territory? I've been here before, but I didn't have this territory. Your territory has just been developed, so it must be short of talent. I can be of use to you. Zhang Yanbin believed it. If the other party is really the territory that was destroyed by me, then there is no conspiracy in surrendering here. He lost his territory and his logistical support. Although there are more than 6,000 troops, their number will definitely decrease as the battle goes on. Might as well sell it for a good price. Chiyo Meiko made the right choice. Mina smiled and said, what are your conditions? Perhaps I can agree to them. Chiyoko shook her head and said, if you can't agree, I still say the same thing. You can wait for your lord. I guessed right, you are the lord. Chiyo Meiko suddenly stood up and pointed at Zhang Yanbin. After being discovered, Zhang Yanbin could no longer pretend. He dropped the knife, walked over, and sat down. I picked up the tea that Miney had been drinking and took a sip. Zhang Yanbin waved his hand and asked 2 guards and Yamaguchi Shinichi to go down. You're very smart. How did you find out? Half guess, half cheat. It's such an important matter. If the Lord were here, he would definitely come. And your aura is so different from that of the 2 guards. After being recognized, Zhang Yanbin said calmly, my name is Soga Zongfeng, my real name. The destruction of your territory is also due to me. Chiyo Meiko sighed and said, the victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. It doesn't matter who defeats you. In the game, whoever defeats whom is right. If I had the strength, I would also like to seize your territory and make it my own. Chiyo Meiko is quite open-minded and her idea is not wrong. Then he asked, but the only one who attacked my territory was Watanabe Ichiro. Did you provide the information? Zhang Yanbin shook his head and said, no, I have a cooperative relationship with the Jiaqian gang bandits 50 miles behind my territory. I provide them with supplies. The main force that destroyed your territory was bandits, and the majority of your territory's population was also sent to me. Chiyo Meiko was extremely surprised. She never thought that it would be such a relationship. Bandit, can you cooperate with us players? What's impossible? I cooperated with bandits, and Watanabe Ichiro also cooperated with bandits. I provide logistics and manpower, help the bandits train new recruits, and build strongholds. And Watanabe Ichiro provide intelligence and attack the player's territory together. Chiyo Meiko could never have imagined that the situation would be like this. Now, you can tell me your conditions. Chiyo Meiko looked at Hattori Mina curiously, and then said, you, the deputy lord, are not simple. Legendary support, doing better than the players. Chiyo Mako's eyes lit up, and she looked at Hattori Mina. I said, the deputy lord I arranged. Only she knows what to do according to my instructions. Perhaps, the deputy lord of the Shenlong territory in the eastern continent is also at the legendary level. That's why Zhuge Shenlong was away, so the territory didn't encounter any problems and even won a great victory. Everyone now knows about the battle in the eastern continent. Zhang Yanbin smiled and said, the bandit NPC in the back is probably the same, so he can cooperate well with me and Watanabe Ichiro. Chiyoko nodded and agreed with Zhang Yanbin's statement. Only in this way can it be explained. Mina, go get busy. Watanabe Ichiro, a large number of people will be arriving soon. Also, we need to build a large and outside the city, as well as some multifunctional meeting rooms. Plan the city as soon as possible. Yes, Lord. Mina went out to do something, leaving only the 2 of them to talk about things. Chapter 143 Special Occupations. Wait until Hattori Mina leaves. Chiyo Meiko suddenly asked, you are not from Fuso? What about you, are you? In the game, no matter who speaks, it will be automatically translated into words that the other party can understand. Therefore, There are no people of different cultures in the game who cannot understand each other when they speak. However, careful people can notice speaking habits, movement habits, etc. However, in the Federal era, no one cares which region you are from. At least, I didn't care before. I'm half, I guess. My father is Fuso, and my mother is Goryeo. I'm an illegitimate daughter. No wonder you're so tall. My parents are both Chinese, so I've been exposed to Chinese culture the most. There's no way to hide this. Hattori Mina is wearing Hanfu, and the surrounding design is in Jiangnan style. Chiyo Meiko has actually been testing Zhang Yanbin. However, Zhang Yanbin did not hide anything and was very frank. Why? Chiyoko sighed, then said, my conditions are high. When you get the epic technique in the future, you must give me the second copy. Also, I can help lead the troops on missions or go on missions with you. I must have a share of the mission rewards. Right now, your territory is lacking an army. My 6,000 men can immediately give your territory the strength to undertake large-scale missions and the ability to protect itself. Or, you can replace Watanabe Ichiro and fight with the bandits behind. Chiyo Meiko does have enough chips. Zhang Yanbin also wanted such an army. Can be used directly. Her army should not be bad either, at least much stronger than these recruits. Moreover, Zhang Yanbin also needs a player who understands the southern continent. With Ichiro Watanabe, we can only be partners, and may even be enemies in the future. It can't be one of us. Chiyo Meiko, who lost her territory and became a rootless duckweed, was indeed a good choice. You also said that you would replace me and become the lord if you had the chance. Then your army will have to be reorganized. If you can't control the army in the short term, can you hand it over? Chiyo Meiko also picked up the teacup and started drinking. When discussing a deal, be clear. You can't care about face or anything like that. Of course, I'm prepared for this. Chiyo Meiko had long understood that if anyone wanted the other party to accept, they had to hand over their military power, no matter who it was. Then have you ever thought about how to protect your rights? If I take your person and then don't give you what you want, what can you do? That's why I have to talk to the Lord, not your deputy lord. I'm absolutely at a disadvantage in this regard. No matter who I approach, I'll have to face this problem. It all depends on the Lord's vision. If your vision is big enough and I am useful enough to you, you will give me what I want. Both of them must face these problems directly. It concerns whether the cooperation can be successful. This is a game, not reality, so you can just sign a contract. In the game, if Zhang Yanbin changed his mind, took her people, and then killed her, it can be said that Chiyo Meiko would have no way to stop her. It was impossible for Zhang Yanbin to let him go to the stronghold, and even in future actions, she had to avoid her and not let him know that she was the leader of the stronghold. Okay, what is your role, and how can you be of use to me? I have a beauty, the deputy lord just now. She is very obedient to me. If I want her, she will not resist. Commit yourself to me? Zhang Yanbin would not give a set of epic martial arts books for a woman. First, I have 2 mission scrolls on me, and I must participate in completing them. Secondly, if you are the only alien lord in the territory, I can do some things for you that aliens can do conveniently. Third, I have a special profession. I can be useful to you and your territory. To be honest, there are more than 6,000 elite soldiers who are attracted to Zhang Yanbin. Now, Zhang Yanbin is very short of troops. Although many prisoners were captured this time, overall, the territory would be very dangerous once Zhang Yanbin went out on a mission. With 6,000 elite soldiers, he can go out to fight with confidence. Yes, leave your own troops behind to defend, and take Chiyo Meiko's more than 6,000 troops out. Break up her army. 2,000 of them will be in the starting territory, 2,000 will be in the Zhejian gang, and the other 2,000 will be taken out when they go out. In this way, her army can be completely controlled. The first 2 reasons are not very important chips, but they are still chips. What special profession? Feng Shui Master. I can create fog at sea. Zhang Yanbin was stunned for a moment. Sea fog can hide your fleet. This is a powerful weapon for sneak attacks. Formation Master, can you do this too? It's different. A Formation Master needs to set up a formation, which is not convenient at sea. A Feng Shui Master can mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. My ability is weak, so I can only create some fog now. Fog. It's so important. If used well, you can hide your troops. How big is the range? It's enough to hide a fleet. I've learned advanced techniques that can keep it hidden for over an hour, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. If I were stronger, it could be even bigger. Zhang Yanbin immediately knew that he must get this woman. You don't have to get her heart, but you must get her body. As long as she is willing to serve him, an epic martial arts book is nothing. Deal. As long as you are willing to hand over your military power, you can manage the industries outside the city in my territory. At the same time, I will set up an intelligence team specifically for you. The intelligence team is entirely under your control. You can also participate in the planning outside the city. As for treatment, the aliens' property outside the city can be discussed. Chiyo Mako stretched out her hand to stop Zhang Yinbin from speaking. Money or something, let's not talk about it. I don't need money. I've been a territory for so long, and I have over 10 million on me, which is more than enough for a little girl like me. As for my strength, it's better to rely on myself than on others. I'm an illegitimate daughter and lived a very humble life as a child. Now, I want to be able to control myself. At least, relatively dominant. It is impossible to join Zhang Yinbin's territory and completely dominate it. Okay, I can give you strength and relative power. The territory and the inner city must be under the control of Hattori Mina. As for your special profession, I will definitely take you with me on missions, and I will share what's yours. Chiyoko laughed and said, Lord Soga, you are also an ambitious person. Only by cooperating with such a person can I feel at ease. Don't worry, it won't be long before my territory becomes one of the most important territories in the southern continent, and you will become an important figure in the territory. Now, tea instead of wine, you are welcome to join us. Zhang Yinbin picked up the tea that Hattori Mina had drunk. After the two of them finished discussing the secret deal, they each took a sip of tea. Chapter 144 New Mission. The two of them reached a deal. Zhang Yinbin has to explain all these to Hattori Mina. So, Zhang Yinbin asked someone to call Hattori Mina. Why, Lord Soga, you don't care about the affairs of the territory? I basically don't care. A legendary deputy lord can manage things better than me. I only focus on fighting battles, completing quests, and making money. Chiyoko laughed and said, you two are a perfect match. You can get married and have children in the game, just like in real life. One of you is devoted to the inner world, and the other is devoted to the outer world. You are a match made in heaven. Zhang Yinbin thought of Nan Ningxi. He and she were truly a match made in heaven. When you are not in the territory, you don't have to worry about the development and safety of the territory. After waiting for a while, Hattori Mina came. Mina, from now on Chiyo Mako will be ours. Outside the city, many things can be handed over to him, especially building hotels and large conference centers. They can all be handed over to her. You must mobilize all the manpower and resources she needs. You are still responsible for the inner city and its defense. Zhang Yinbin explained this matter very clearly. Chiyo Mako, make it clear what power she has and what her authority is. Hattori Mina accepted Chiyo Mako with great kindness. Then he said, don't worry, Lord. I will cooperate with Chiyo Mako to build the outer city as well. Good. Chiyo Mako, I have a mission to do tomorrow. You can take 2,000 people with you. The rest of the troops must be dispersed. Okay, let's leave the city now and cooperate with Lord Soga. Zhang Yinbin asked Yuan Shengting to accept 2,000 troops and bring them back to the mountain village for training. Then, let Shinichi Yamaguchi lead 2,000 troops into the inner city and mix them with the original army. Chiyo Mako will not have permission to enter the inner city in the short term, so she will not be able to control her 2,000 people. Only after these 2,000 people have completely integrated into the territory will she have the authority to enter the territory. Zhang Yinbin was away for more than 10 days this time. He built a batch of ships weighing more than 1,000 tons in his territory, all of which were driven by formations. Zhang Yinbin wants to complete a task, while there are still several days left before his appointment with Watanabe Ichiro. That is, the task of pulling out the minions of the demons. Originally, the mission scroll of Lord Chunqiu was obtained by Yuan Shengting. Zhang Yinbin asked someone to prepare. This title is very important. His subordinates have to call him Lord in front of Chiyo Mako. In front of Ichiro Watanabe, you have to call him gang leader. Zhang Yinbin's identity cannot be revealed in the short term. With these 6,000 troops joining, in addition to the captured soldiers and the new soldiers recruited from the territory. Now, Zhang Yinbin has more than 30,000 troops. Select 15,000 to go out on missions. The rest were able to rely on the defense of the city walls to resist the enemy. The security of the territory is no longer a problem. In addition, the territory also has high-end military forces. Shinichi Yamaguchi has learned the epic level and will become stronger after a period of time. In the territory, there were also Lu San and Xiao Tai brought by Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin arranged 30,000 troops. Later, those with good qualifications would be recruited into the army and given good martial arts books. After arranging matters concerning the territory and the army, and at least giving them some training, Zhang Yinbin was ready to go to war. There are already ships docked at the port, including several transport ships and warships. These ships are just enough to transport 15,000 people. Next time I come back, there will be more ships. With their current configuration, They would not be able to bring back prisoners if they attacked a territory. Therefore, a large number of ships must be built. Now, there are tens of thousands of people busy in the Bay Area. Build docks, transform bays, build ports, etc. At the same time, the road from the territory to the bay must be repaired. It's just a dirt road now, but it will be paved with stones in the future. The population of the territory is increasing, and soon, Ichiro Watanabe will be sent here. The next day, Zhang Yanbin and his companions set out to sea by boat. 15,000 elite soldiers headed towards their target. Lord Soga, I didn't expect that besides Zhuge Shenlong, you also have this formation. Once on the boat, Chiyo Meiko didn't understand Zhang Yanbin anymore. Obviously, the territory was newly established not long ago. However, the strength and potential are extremely terrifying. She saw Doris, too. At this time, Doris was in a cold and aloof state, and no one was allowed to approach her. Chiyo Meiko really thinks that this team is very powerful and is not inferior to her army. Even stronger. Many of these armies belong to the Sky Exploding Gang. Only by cooperating with the Sky Exploding Gang can I rise quickly. Watanabe Ichiro is collaborating with the Sky Blasting Gang, and the population and resources are split 50-50. The leader of the Sky Blasting Gang took a portion and gave most of it to my territory, increasing the population of my territory to hundreds of thousands in a short period of time. On the way, Chiyo Meiko showed Zhang Yanbin her skills as a feng shui master. A fog appeared on the sea, completely covering them. From a distance, you would never be able to detect that there is a hidden fleet. Zhang Yanbin suddenly felt that Chiyo Meiko was very important. The fleet is much faster. The sails need to be adjusted according to the wind direction. The speed is much slower. It used to take 4 or 5 days to get there with Ichiro Watanabe, but now it only takes 2 days. Being with Chiyo Meiko, he can log off. I went offline halfway. A certain level of practice must be maintained every day. Zhang Yanbin also practiced while relaxing in real life. Back to the game. When Zhang couldn't hide his whereabouts, he landed in a secret place. Watanabe Ichiro personally brought people and supplies to the mountain stronghold, but this time, he could not see Zhang Yanbin. The village let him in alone and let him wander around freely. He saw that the army was training inside the mountain stronghold, but he couldn't find any information about Zhang Yanbin's whereabouts. This made Watanabe Ichiro secretly anxious. Could it be that he went out with the people from the Chijian territory to fight for the territory? But it is also unlikely, because the population of the starting territory were captured later and there are not many military forces. This made Watanabe Ichiro a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only wait. He agreed with Zhang Yanbin that he still had a few days to go back and integrate his territory. At the same time, send other people to continue transporting people and supplies here. After Zhang Yanbin and his men landed, they began a forced march. It takes a day and a half to reach the destination. After a rapid march, Chiyo Meiko finally understood the style of Zhang Yanbin's army. After the forced march, we rested every 3 hours, and the pace was very fast. We marched quickly to our destination. Lord Soga, this is just a third-level stronghold. Is it necessary for you to mobilize such a large force? Special mission. When there was still more than an hour left to the target, Zhang Yanbin and his team stopped to rest, as they had a tough battle to fight. Zhang Yanbin made a lot of preparations for this battle. He was not afraid of exposing his storage ring and deliberately showed it in front of Watanabe Ichiro. However, you cannot reveal the capacity of your ring. It makes people think that it is similar to the player's backpack. After the army had rested, it set off. Enemy attack. It was discovered 1 mile away from the village. Rush. A sneak attack was impossible, so Zhang Yanbin and his men rushed forward. Chapter 145, A Rich Harvest. The army rushed to the gate of the stronghold. The opponent also rushed up to fight. As soon as they came into contact, Zhang Yanbin felt that the enemy's army was stronger than the third-level village. It has almost reached the strength of a fourth-level stronghold. Neither side had any tactics, they just started fighting. Because they are minions of the demon clan. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin prepared many weapons made of firestone this time. However, after the fight, it was discovered that these people were not demons and had not been contaminated by the demons. But it doesn't matter. Doris, Yuan Shengting, the 3 of us will charge together. Zhang Yanbin wants to take the army and directly disperse the enemy. Therefore, high-end combat power is necessary. Doris's eyes only brightened after hearing this. Hold the sword with both hands and make a few moves back and forth, sweeping horizontally and sweeping horizontally again. It's just that the left and right and the amplitude are different. No one can stop her. Doris rushed inside, while Zhang Yanbin and Yuan Shengting guarded on both sides, separating the enemies on both sides. This creates a large gap. The subsequent troops rushed in from this gap. The enemy's army was dispersed bit by bit. Toyotomi Tie and Yamaguchi Takuma, each leading their troops, attacked from the left and right. Then, the scattered troops were surrounded and killed. Doris is still as sharp as ever. Behind, Chiyo Meiko kept following. She also saw how terrifying Doris was. What level of existence is this? When the long sword is swung, there will be a rain of blood. There were already dots of red rain on Doris's white battle robe. Zhang Yanbin and Zhang Xingting, guarding the left and right, led the army and tried their best to disperse the enemy. The enemy is not weak, and both sides are bound to engage in a bloody battle. Zhang Yanbin directed the operation well. Several young players tried their best. Finally, the enemy was defeated. After the enemy collapses, no matter how powerful they are, they will not be able to hold out for long. Zhang Yanbin and his troops coordinated well and quickly surrounded and killed them. Then, Zhang Yanbin led the army and rushed into the enemy's stronghold. At this time, the village was empty. These bandits actually stood their ground to the end. It's a bit strange. The halberd in Zhang Yanbin's hand was still dripping with blood. Looking around, I felt that something was wrong with this cottage. Clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. Chiyo Meiko has been observing Zhang Yanbin. She did not personally lead the charge today, but she also commanded her 2,000 troops to fight to the death. Lord, there is a discovery. Lord, there are so many boxes. After a while, many soldiers brought up many boxes. There are more than a dozen boxes placed there, in 3 colors. Open. Open the white box, and there are boxes inside. A soldier brought a box to Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin opened it. Inside was a black pill, a demonic enhancement item. Within 1 hour of taking it, combat power increases by 30%. Special attribute, fearlessness and bravery. The side effects are gradually becoming demonized. So that's why we didn't capture any prisoners, because they all took this medicine. Zhang Yanbin handed the box to Chiyo Meiko. Chiyo Meiko looked at the properties and said, Lord Soga, you can use this medicine to train a group of death warriors. You can use it at critical moments. Zhang Yanbin sneered and said, my soldiers are all highly qualified. I would be heartbroken if one of them died, and there is no way I would train them to be death warriors. Chiyoko closed the box and said softly, if you can get these things, others can too. If you don't do it, others will. Zhang Yanbin thought for a moment, then said, I still don't do it. Open the red box. A soldier opened the box. Lord, these are all cultivation techniques and skills books. There are 6 red boxes. Each box contains 100 manuals and 100 skills. That means there are 600 sets, and they are all elementary. It seems that the demons have also invested a lot of money. This is what the demons used to arm these bandits. Then open the box. What remained were 6 black boxes. Lord, a batch of weapons, 100 intermediate level martial arts books, and 100 intermediate level skill books. Also, 500 gold coins. Weapons. Zhang Yanbin took a look. Possesses demonic attributes. The battlefield is still being cleaned up, and there are a lot of things. Each bandit drops hundreds to thousands of copper coins. At the same time, some books, weapons, etc. were dropped. The gains from this battle were much higher than those from an ordinary cottage. The minions of the demon clan. The demons were also generous, using large amounts of supplies and money to arm the bandits and make them work for them. After taking the medicine, these people fought to the death. Have you figured out the casualties yet? Zhang Yanbin is still more concerned about the casualties. Lord, 1,732 people died in the battle. There are so many people who died in the battle, and there will be even more injured. There are indeed many people injured. Zhang Yanbin ordered to rest on the spot. Then he said to Chiyo Meiko, I can only give you the money for these. Of course, I will replenish your 2,000 troops when I return. You can always have a direct force of 2,000. Chiyo Meiko didn't expect that Zhang Yanbin would let her lead 2,000 people all the time. However, with this batch of martial arts books, Zhang Yanbin's territory strength can be further enhanced, so there is really no need to worry about her 2,000 people. What's more, her 2,000 people can only stay in the outer city. She couldn't enter the inner city alone now. A lot of things were seized. There is a high probability of books dropping. Thousands of books were dropped to make up for the deaths of Zhang Yanbin's soldiers. Zhang Yanbin had someone check the entire village inside and out, but didn't find any major problems. The demons use supplies to control these bandits. These bandits haven't fully developed yet. I just don't know where to get these quest scrolls. This group of bandits was not large, only about 4,000 people, and despite their superior manpower, they suffered heavy casualties. But overall I made a profit. The troops led by Zhang Yanbin are relatively weak. They can only improve their strength by experiencing more battles and reading more books. After resting for a few hours, Zhang Yinbin and his team returned. Some wounded soldiers were carried on stretchers. Zhang Yinbin wanted to return to the territory as soon as possible and start working on the next big thing. This time, I made a lot of money. 500 gold coins. The demons are really generous. 500 gold coins equals 5 million. Including the dropped coins, the total value is about 10 million. A large number of weapons were also seized. It's a pity that there are no advanced techniques and skills. Maybe the level of this cottage is not high enough. Zhang Yinbin sold these weapons on the way. I sold it for more than 20 million yuan and used it all to buy stone materials together with the previous money. Currently, stone is still 4 copper coins per unit. On the way back, Zhang Yinbin began to plan and prepare to start speculating on the price of stone. It's about time. I've been writing for 4 days now. I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this, so I'll cheer myself up. Chapter 146, Layout of the Stone Market. By the time Zhang Yinbin returned, Watanabe Ichiro had already sent supplies and people several times. Today, the starting point territory has a population of over 1 million. The army also mobilized more than 10,000 people. On the other side of the mountain stronghold, the city has been completely built, and Zhang Yinbin can now deploy 50,000 people. This time, I brought back a lot of books and was able to train a group of elite soldiers. At the same time, various workshops were opened in Shidian City. They can make standard weapons by themselves, and the materials are pretty good, and the weapons they make are also pretty good. After returning, Zhang Yinbin first sent Chiyo Meiko away, letting her select her own soldiers to fill out the 2,000-strong army, and then let her train with Yuan Shengting. This will make unified command easier in the future. And he quietly slipped into the Jiayin gang. At this time, the Jiayin gang had strong defenses, and all they needed was to dig a moat. However, this project is huge, and Zhang Yinbin does not plan to do it for the time being. Let someone dig a trench several meters wide first. As for the water source, it has to be brought from dozens of miles away, so we won't do it for the time being. My king, you are back. We are all ready. Ichiro Watanabe's strength has greatly increased now. Therefore, actively cooperate with Zhang Yinbin. Well, this time I went out to clean up the mess. There were scums in our village, and they actually cooperated with the demons. Zhang Yinbin said this because he thought that if Watanabe Ichiro had such a task, he could cooperate with him. My king, you have worked hard. Why don't you rest for a few days before we take action again? When will we take action? It depends on how the ship has been modified. Are the formation plates I gave you modified? Are there enough array masters available to operate? Ichiro Watanabe's face was full of smiles. He was so happy. This array plate is really useful. The speed of the ship increased greatly. At the same time, without the need for sails, the carrying capacity can be greatly increased. My lord, I have already bought a group of formation masters from other territories. We have barely made up the number. They have been training for a day now. We can let them train while they are out at sea. As long as the ships are spaced farther apart, nothing will happen. Zhang Yinbin nodded reluctantly. His formation master is very mature in his operations, because they had already been given 2 testing grounds for training. Okay, then you prepare and give me the target territory you are going to attack. This time, we're going to strike with lightning speed and capture several territories at once. Why did Zhang Yinbin choose Asan? Because there are so many of them. If they make a fuss in the forum, the influence will be greater. In addition, Zhang Yinbin planned to secretly add fuel to the fire. Watanabe Ichiro handed the information to Zhang Yinbin. Your Majesty, this time we are going in a different direction. It would have taken 7 days to get there, but with the new boat, it only takes 3 days. Zhang Yinbin started looking through the information. The largest territory has a population of only over 300,000. It is small and not very developed, with a population of about 200,000. Ichiro Watanabe obtained information on 7 territories. The distances are not very far. Zhang Yinbin made a selection. Then he said, this time, we need to be quick and sweep them away. Only attack 5 territories. Besides, this territory has war horses, and I want a batch of them. Yes, we will obey the king. These 5 territories can be swept through in a day and a half. Our warships carry the combatants, and I have hundreds of sailboats to transport supplies and prisoners. Very good. We have 2 armies, 40,000 men. Go and prepare, and we will set out early tomorrow morning. Yes, my king. Ichiro Watanabe happily went to prepare. The strength of his territory is increasing rapidly. One person contributes 20,000 people. Zhang Yinbin's combat power is much higher than Watanabe's. However, Watanabe needs to take on the logistical transportation tasks and provide a large number of ships to transport supplies and prisoners. So, it's still 50-50 between the two. The next day, Zhang Yinbin arranged everything and set off. The ship has a displacement of about 1,000 tons. Without the sail, there is a lot more space, faster speed, and more comfort. Zhang Yinbin took his own boat. At night, I secretly log off. Watanabe Ichiro's ship was not sailed steadily because their formation master was not skilled, so the two fleets were about 5 nautical miles apart. Zhang Yinbin logged off, relaxed for a while, and went swimming in the lake again. After swimming for an hour, I suddenly bumped into someone. In the dark night, Zhang Yinbin hugged the other person and immediately knew who the other person was. It's me. Zhang Yinbin spoke first. Rogue. Who was the hooligan? It's so dark, who can see it? Humph, it's such a big lake, and you just happened to run into me. You must have been staring at the lake from the 3rd floor, knowing that I come here to swim every night. Zhang Yinbin really didn't know that Yang Yingfan came to swim every day. However, this time when I hugged her, she was wearing a swimsuit. The first time, both of them felt that no one could see them at night, so it would be more comfortable and smoother without wearing swimsuits. Who knew that they would meet in such a big lake? Okay, come sit in my villa. Zhang Yinbin has let go of Yang Yingfan. The two of them floated on the water, with only their heads visible. Yang Yingfan didn't say anything and swam towards Zhang Yinbin's villa. Zhang Yinbin smiled faintly and followed. When she got ashore, Yang Yingfan was wearing a swimsuit and had a great figure. She didn't look back because Zhang Yinbin was not wearing a swimsuit. But when he reached the shore, he prepared a towel and wrapped himself in it. After entering the villa, Yang Yingfan found a bedsheet and wrapped himself up. Zhang Yinbin changed his clothes on the 2nd floor before going up to the 3rd floor. From inside the glass house, you can see outside, deep in the mountains, very secluded. I'm curious about who you are. Yang Yingfan asked first, his eyes bright as he looked directly at Zhang Yinbin. Is it important? It doesn't matter. If you are strong and can cooperate with me in the future, I might even join you. If you are just an ordinary nobody, then who you are is not important at all. Zhang Yinbin smiled helplessly. This world is really realistic. My strength is not weak, both personally and in the territory, but I really can't tell you who I am. Yang Yingfan didn't ask any further questions. After waiting for a while, she said, What kind of practice are you doing? It's a relatively high-level technique, a very strong and masculine one. 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Divine level skills. 3 dragons have now appeared. It is indeed extremely strong and yang. At the same time, a kind of pressure will be generated in the game, which will help to subdue the enemy. Even wild beasts would be affected by his pressure. Yang Yingfan was a smart man and didn't ask any more questions. He threw the bedsheet over and left. Her figure seems to be a little better. Is it because of swimming or the martial arts? Looking at Yang Yingfan's back, Zhang Yinbin became thoughtful. Yang Yingfan actually felt threatened. The threat does not come from the game, but from within the guild. Her position is very critical, so many people covet her. Chapter 147, Looting 5 Territories. Yang Yingfan is gone. Zhang Yinbin made some arrangements on the 3rd floor. Next time I come, there will be wine, tea, coffee, and juice to choose from. Zhang Yinbin also hopes that Yang Yingfan will come often so that he can get some information about the game. Zhang Yinbin waited until dawn before returning to the game. In the game, the fleet sets off quickly. The starting territory on a huge construction site outside the city. Chiyo-Meiko was very confused. Zhang Yinbin disappeared. At the same time, the fleet disappeared. What mission was he going on? I didn't bring her with me this time. Zhang Yinbin would secretly log off to swim at night and come back in the early morning. This made Doris quite resentful. Finally, they reached shore 3 days later. When we reached the shore, there was a territory not far away. This is a seaside territory. Zhang Yinbin and his crew docked their boat more than 50 miles away. Then everyone quickly got off the boat. The ship went out to sea and hid again. Afterwards, they hid in the woods and rested for an hour. Zhang Yinbin and Watanabe Ichiro began to discuss the plan. There is also a large fleet of sailing ships on the sea, which is on the way and will take another 3 days to arrive. Zhang Yinbin and Watanabe Ichiro formulated a blitzkrieg plan. My people will definitely be able to keep up. Watanabe-kun, I hope yours won't fall behind. Don't worry, the 20,000 men this time are all elite. It will be no problem to attack these territories. Zhang Yinbin nodded, and after resting, he started marching. At the beginning, the speed was not fast. When you get close to the enemy, march quickly. The other party was completely unprepared. In less than an hour, all the people except those who went out to sea were captured. Zhang Yinbin directly captured a lot of strange people. Blackmailed them one by one. Those who refused to hand over their backpacks were all killed. Some people handed over the contents of their backpacks and were temporarily detained. This king will attack other territories. You will only be released after 1 day. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone if you pay me. But remember this from now on. Put more money in your backpack. Next time you catch someone who is too poor, kill him. Zhang Yanbin is definitely a man of integrity. This is a long-term business. There are hundreds of aliens imprisoned. There are more than 200,000 NPCs. Zhang Yanbin and his men left behind more than 5,000 people and sent them to the place where they landed. They immediately took their troops and continued to blitz several other territories. It took Zhang Yanbin a day and a half to conquer all 5 territories. There are 2 territories, and the main force is not within the territories. The main forces of the 3 territories were no match for them. 5 territories, 1 million people captured. Countless supplies. The money is more than 200 million. Of course, this was also obtained by blackmailing many players. Zhang Yanbin knew that his plan was complete. At this time, he sent a message to Chiyo Mako. Prepare some documents. Also, many territories in the eastern continent have built city walls. Here in the southern continent, many territories have been attacked and breached recently. So, we must build a city wall for our current territory. You can post the status of Chidian City's walls. Zhang Yanbin added Chiyo Mako as his friend and could send her messages by carrier pigeon. 2 identities can be switched freely. Several hours later, Chiyo Mako received the pigeon message. After reading the content, she was also shocked. Could it be that Zhang Yanbin had already started hoarding stones? When Zhang Yanbin sent out the carrier pigeon message, he also bought a batch of stones. At this time, the price of stone was about to break through 5 copper coins per unit. Zhang Yanbin bought most of his stocks when the price was 3 copper coins, bought for 2 billion copper coins. Afterwards, he bought stones worth hundreds of millions of copper coins for 4 copper coins. Just wait for the price to go up. After understanding Zhang Yanbin's intention, Chiyo Mako began to write the copy. She used the tall walls of the starting territory as the background. Then he told his story. When he led his troops on a mission outside, the territory was not well defended and was quickly ambushed and captured. At the same time, several sneak attack strategies were also written. You can arrange spies to wait for the main force of the territory to go out on a mission and then launch a surprise attack. Her post attracted a lot of attention. However, more people are curious about who this starting point lord is. So arrogant. You know, this is a big project. In the long run, it will require tens of thousands of people to be busy for a long time. It takes tens of thousands of people to collect stones and build the city walls. Moreover, in the short term, it may take more than a month or even 2 months to complete. At this time, a large number of people were needed to collect stones and build city walls. Development in other areas has slowed down. The development of the entire territory will be slowed down. Therefore, not many people are building city walls right now. This starting city is really arousing people's curiosity. Many people commented that this lord was stupid and didn't understand development. Some people also began to reflect on whether it was time to build a city wall. Some people also posted photos of several lines of defense built with a lot of wood, which were able to completely block the enemy's attack. This post is not very popular, but it also has a certain influence. I don't know how much Chiyo Mako can help Zhang Yanbin. Wait until this post is published soon. Zhang Yanbin also started to take action. It had been nearly 2 days since they had captured the first territory. Zhang Yanbin captured all the players, more than 2,000 people, and released them all. At this time, there were already some players who had been killed in the forum, and a day had passed. They posted complaints. However, their territory was originally weak and their influence was very limited. Therefore, it did not cause much response. But then, Zhang Yanbin released all the prisoners. After releasing them, they ended the state of war and were able to contact the outside world and post on the forum. Many people recorded it. They uploaded the video. How the territory was breached, and how the NPC caught him and forced him to hand over everything in his backpack. Then they were tied up and put in a state of war, with no way to communicate with the outside world. The territory was quickly conquered, the warehouses were raided, and the people were controlled. Soon after, all the strangers were arrested. Those who resist will be killed directly. Even those who don't resist must hand over everything in their backpacks. Some of them, because there were too few things in their backpacks, were killed directly. Because of the state of war, we couldn't contact the outside world even if we wanted to borrow money. Video clips were posted one after another. How the bandits rushed in and looted the entire territory. At the same time, how to squeeze these players dry. Several territories were destroyed in a day and a half. The impact gradually grew. Many people are wondering, what would happen if there were a city wall at this time? Some time ago, the person who was killed by Ichiro Watanabe also spoke out. This is a lesson learned through blood and tears. Someone else listed what happened in the eastern continent. The Shenlong territory launched a lightning attack on several territories and all the supplies and population in the entire territory were looted. Over there, city walls were built one after another. That time, after the famous naval battle, Ningxi launched a lightning attack and looted all the territories where several elite troops were lost in the naval battle. Chapter 148: Selling Stones. The forum became very lively. Many people are considering and reflecting on whether to build a city wall. While everyone was discussing it, Zhang Yanbin listed stones worth 500 million copper coins on the trading system. However, the price of one unit is 8 copper coins. It's double the current price. Fuck, you must be crazy about money. Who is this Soga Zongfeng? Hey, this Soga Zongfeng seems to have sold a lot of things recently. I remember now. This Soga Zongfeng bought a lot of stones from me. Don't be fooled. This is a conspiracy planned by someone. Many people noticed it. A conspiracy. However, those who were listing the 4 copper coin stone have been removed from the shelves. Or bought. There are many more stones with 7 copper coins hanging on them on the market. Zhang Yanbin raised the price of stone in an instant. 7 copper coins, not many people bought it at the beginning. However, some people bought it one after another. Zhang Yanbin didn't care that others were selling 7 copper coins, which affected his 8 copper coins worth of stone. It's still up for grabs, with no intention of lowering the price. Instead, the price of stone was raised to 9 copper coins per unit. Now, many people are not calm anymore. They dare not sell stones anymore. Once they sell it and buy it back later, the price will be much higher. The destruction of several territories is still vivid in my mind. Ichiro Watanabe also saw the posts on these forums. He found Zhang Yanbin and asked, "Your Majesty, do you know this Soga Zongfeng?" "I know him. That's what you see in front of you." But Zhang Yanbin didn't even turn his head and continued to look at the sea. At this time, they were preparing to board the ship back. "Yes, I know him. He is the lord of the starting point territory. He provides most of my logistics, and he also provides me with some soldiers." It is true. Ichiro Watanabe became deeply worried. This Soga Zongfeng is actually so smart, and he has such a good relationship with the Jiayin gang. His position may be replaced at any time. Ichiro Watanabe decided to have a good meeting with Soga no Zongfeng. He really doesn't want to send supplies and people to the starting territory now. Now, the population of Chidian territory is about to exceed 1 million. If we send it over again, their strength is too strong. However, in order to cooperate with Zhang Yanbin, he had to send people and supplies over. My territory is not bad either. It's even much better than the starting territory. I can get half of it. My territory is already much ahead. Thinking of this, Watanabe Ichiro felt much more balanced. He needs to be more proactive in the next competition. Let Zhang Yanbin cooperate with him more. But at this time, he couldn't digest all these people by himself. Suddenly, there were so many more people in the territory that they couldn't be integrated and the territory couldn't accommodate them. Therefore, his guild has acquired another small territory next to him. These people and resources will be sent over. At that time, the 2 territories will digest these resources together. Ichiro Watanabe has the support of a guild behind him. Although it is not a big guild, his guild is rising thanks to him. Ichiro Watanabe also took this opportunity to concentrate the guild's resources on himself. By then, he will be able to take over and control the entire guild. Become the new guild leader. Thinking of this, Watanabe Ichiro respected Zhang Yanbin even more. Many of Zhang Yanbin's soldiers began to board the ship, and Zhang Yanbin is about to board the ship. "Be careful, my king. My king, I will send the supplies as soon as possible. Tomorrow, our transport fleet will arrive. Leave this to me. I will make the arrangements." Zhang Yanbin was about to get on the boat, and Watanabe Ichiro served him carefully. Zhang Yanbin didn't pay much attention to him, responded lightly, and then got on the boat. After getting on the boat, they headed back. This time, Zhang Yanbin was not in a hurry to log off. Instead, look at the forum. Here on the Southern Forum, many people have shared videos of the Shanlong territory destroying other territories. It was posted on the Southern Forum, and immediately many people became even more worried. If you go out on missions by yourself, the territory will not be safe. If you don't complete tasks, you won't grow stronger. So, many people began to think about building a city wall. The city wall must be built with stones. They began to arrange more people to collect stones. However, this would require the redeployment of other personnel. Not only that, there were many people who built the city wall. Mobilizing tens of thousands of people at once would be too much of a burden for the entire territory. So, people started buying stones one after another. All the stones worth less than 9 copper coins were swept away. At this time, there was only one seller, Zhang Yanbin. As long as you are willing to buy, you will definitely be able to buy enough stones to build your own city wall. But act quickly. Zhang Yanbin has a stone worth 500 million, but in the southern continent, There are more than 2 billion players. I don't know how many territories are watching. I'm afraid this little bit of stone will be gone soon. Purchase? It's a loss. It was only 3 copper coins before, but now it has tripled. Not buying. Dig it slowly by yourself? This would require the mobilization of a lot of manpower and would slow down the development of the territory. As a result, many large guilds began to take action. After calculations, they selected some people from the core territory to start building the city wall, and some people to collect stones. In order to quickly complete the construction of the territory's city wall, buying stones is undoubtedly the most cost-effective way. Very loss. However, it is very uneconomical compared to mobilizing a large number of manpower to collect these basic resources. They can use these manpower to collect higher-level materials. Therefore, some large guilds are not short of money. Everyone will pay to buy some. Zhang Yanbin's 500 million copper coins worth of stone were disappearing rapidly. Many large guilds spend tens of millions of copper coins at a time. They don't need this little money. How much safety and peace of mind do you need? The amount of stone is decreasing rapidly. This makes many people anxious. They also bought it. Buy. Soon, the 500 million copper coins worth of stone will be sold out. Zhang Yanbin put up another stone worth 500 million yuan. Suddenly, everyone felt suffocated. How much stone does Zhang Yanbin have? But no matter how much, they will buy it. If you don't buy it, someone else will. These 500 million pieces of stone will soon be used up. Zhang Yanbin is very conscientious. The price of stones worth 500 million copper coins continued to rise, and it was still 9 copper coins per unit, with no price increase. And hung up the stone of 500 million copper coins. I don't know how many people started cursing. After it was put up, no one bought it for a long time. Many large guilds also hesitated. I saw that few people bought the stones I hung up. Zhang Yanbin posted using the name Sogazonfeng. It doesn't matter if you don't buy it. No one else will sell the stone at this time. My city has been built, and I have stockpiled a lot of it in the early stages. The city wall will have to be built sooner or later. If it is built later, the cost will only increase. Are you willing to send high-level talents and high-level miners to dig the most basic stone materials? These stones are indeed the most basic stones. It is also the best material for building city walls at present. Of course, there are advanced materials, but can they support building city walls with advanced materials? The amount of stone needed to build the city wall is extraordinary. If you don't build it now, will you build it later? Or, waiting to be ambushed? I still have plenty of stone now, and I can sell it for 9 copper coins. Once I've sold most of it, I'll definitely raise the price. Zhang Yanbin finished posting. A group of people immediately responded to him. Shameless. Profligate businessman. Chapter 149, Major Infrastructure Plan. There are too many people who criticize Wu Zhangfeng. Before long, the post had millions of replies. After all, out of more than 2 billion people, only a few million curse him, which is already quite respectful. They curse with their mouths, but their bodies are honest. Zhang Yanbin's stones were quickly sold out. Zhang Yanbin continued to hang up. Others continued to buy. In the end, Zhang Yanbin spent more than 3 hours selling all the stones for 9 copper coins. He didn't raise the price. Once he raises the price to 10 copper coins, others will know that he is almost sold out. Maybe they won't continue the rush to buy because they don't know if what they buy will be enough. If it's not enough, you'd better find a way to collect it yourself. At the same time, Zhang Yanbin also wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. He bought these with the money he earned from selling a lot of high-value materials. Zhang Yanbin spent a total of a little over 2.5 billion yuan. Now it has almost tripled. He had an extra 7.5 billion copper coins on him. 75 billion. Zhang Yanbin never thought that he would earn 75 small goals in such a short period of time. This money can be used in reality. However, there is no longer much need for it in reality. After Zhang Yanbin sold out, he disappeared. Don't hang stones on it. Suddenly, many people started cursing again. Some large guilds were still holding meetings to discuss whether to buy it. After the meetings, they found that Zhang Yanbin was no longer selling. It was nothing. However, there are already strategies for conquering territories on the forum. As long as the main force goes out on a mission and cannot come back in a short time, it can be easily taken down. This makes some people dare not build the city wall. Without stone, the price of wood began to rise. The increase in lumber is relatively small and stabilizes quickly. It is also easy to cut wood and build defenses yourself without having to buy large quantities. This time, Zhang Yanbin was undoubtedly the biggest winner. He made almost 5 billion copper coins. Such a large sum of money can be used to develop the territory. The territory can develop rapidly. At the same time, Zhang Yanbin's territory also arranged for people to mine a large amount of stone. Of course, these stones are not for sale, but for our own use. Because Zhang Yinbin doesn't know how to arrange these people in the short term. You can't just keep it for nothing. Therefore, more than 100,000 people were invested in the territory's infrastructure. The exterior wall is also under planning at this time. The outer city will be built very large, but not in a hurry. With so many people coming, we have to make arrangements for them. If we want to make arrangements, we have to let them work, and infrastructure construction is the best way. To build infrastructure, we must pay them wages and provide them with enough supplies to purchase. For example, they need to buy food and meat to eat. The territory will not distribute these, but will directly sell them at a fair price and give them higher wages so that they can use their money freely. In this way, the people's hearts can be won quickly and there will be no chaos. Everyone has their own job, and with work comes wages. Now, large-scale infrastructure construction is being carried out both inside and outside the city. Zhang Yinbin and his companions took a speedboat and returned in 2.5 days. After returning, Zhang Yinbin saw that the entire territory was filled with busy people coming and going. Zhang Yinbin ordered his troops to avoid the main city and take a detour to the mountain stronghold. Now, copycats are also engaged in infrastructure construction. In addition to the construction of the city walls, various auxiliary facilities are also under construction. At the same time, the Jui Hall was demolished and rebuilt. After Zhang Yinbin settled the army, he also made some arrangements for the martial arts books. First, supply some to the mountain stronghold and bring the rest to the starting city. The starting city must have its own armed forces and strong combat capabilities. Zhang Yinbin returned to Qijian City and appeared as a lord. She met Chiyo Meiko. Out on a mission? Well, this time we worked with the Sky Blasting Gang and Watanabe Ichiro to sweep through 5 territories. Next, at least 500,000 people will be relocated here, and there may be more. Zhang Yinbin said this to Chiyo Meiko in a relaxed manner. It seemed that sweeping 5 territories was nothing big. How much money did you make from the stone? Zhang Yinbin did not answer her, but took her into the inner city and called Hattori Mina to the pavilion. After the 3 of them were seated, tea was served. Zhang Yinbin took a sip of tea before saying, "This time, I made some money selling stone. I have 7.5 billion in hand, and 3.5 billion copper coins I can use. What do you think? Why 3.5 billion? Zhang Yinbin wants to bring 4 billion back to the Shenlong territory. That is his foundation. Of course, if the money here is used up, Zhang Yinbin can only spend it here." Chiyo Meiko was shocked. "You're really brave. You dare to bet such a large sum of money. If anything goes wrong with the Sky Blasting Gang, their NPCs aren't easy to communicate with. If the Jiayin Gang was really an NPC force, Zhang Yinbin certainly wouldn't dare to do this. Now that we've done it and it's done, we should talk about how to use the money. Build infrastructure," Chiyo Meiko said without hesitation. Zhang Yinbin looked at Hattori Mina, who smiled softly and said, "I understand the term infrastructure. Our population is about to exceed 2 million. Most of these people cannot be effectively resettled. It's best to let them build infrastructure. At the same time, work will make them forget that they were once captives. They will build the city with their own hands. This will be their home from now on." Hattori Mina, it's very difficult to arrange so many people. There are hundreds of thousands of people at once, and we can't cause chaos. So, there must be a good way. Zhang Yinbin nodded, then said, "Well, I'll give you 5 billion copper coins to start building the outer city. Build infrastructure, big infrastructure. Then do it." With so many people, Zhang Yinbin didn't know how to arrange them, so he simply built the outer city as well. Zhang Yinbin thought for a moment and then said, "However, the foundation of the outer city must be made of high-grade materials, and the foundation must be deep." Chiyo Meiko saw Zhang Yinbin's ambition. He has great ambitions. So he said, "I suggest that the entire city should be able to accommodate at least 10 million people. The city extends to a place 10 miles from the port. Inside the city, we can plan a large number of streets. The streets are more than 30 meters wide, and some defensive facilities can be built at a certain distance. At least, when necessary, we can set up arrow towers." Zhang Yinbin even suspected that Chiyo Meiko knew something. This is the method of building a large fortress. However, Zhang Yinbin likes it. "Okay, let's plan it this way, but the plan must be kept secret, and there must be many underground passages. Can anyone do this?" Chiyo Meiko said, "I'll make a real-life city plan, and then you can hire some NPCs to transform it. That way, no one else will know about it except you. I'll get some more information for your reference. I don't want to know too much. If I know too much, I'll either become yours or die quickly. Just do it." After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yinbin said, "Jinzi, I want to take you on a big mission while the Jiayin Gang and Watanabe Ichiro are busy for about 10 days and 2 days of preparation. If an epic martial arts book is released, your goal will be one step closer. Chapter 150 Big Snake. Hattori Mina is busy with major infrastructure construction. High-grade materials, barely enough to build a foundation. First, build the foundation of the outer city wall. After that, slowly build the city wall. Chidian City is not worried about the population now, but about the large population and not knowing how to arrange it. In the inner city, various houses began to be built, and the outer city also needed city planning and construction. The more than 2 million people who are arriving in succession can just be used. Fortunately, Zhang Yinbin made a lot of money, enough to spend. At this time, Zhang Yinbin also began to plan the mission. What would be the effect of making a lost artifact in the southern continent? Lost artifacts are not easy to make and may cost you your life. However, the returns are also very high. So, Zhang Yinbin was willing to give it a try. Now, his high-end forces include Doris, Zhang Shengting, Tie, Chu Feixiong, and Yamaguchi Shinichi. Bring a few people who have learned advanced and intermediate, completely able to complete the task. The most important thing is that this Dolis is at the epic peak level, more powerful than a thunderstorm. So, Zhang Yinbin wanted to give it a try. Chio Mako was busy for a day, making some city blueprints of famous cities around the world that were planned 10 years ago, then handed over to Hattori Mina. Based on these, Hattori Mina invited some NPC experts to start drawing the blueprints. Zhang Yinbin didn't ask about these things. He began to select personnel and prepare for the mission. This time, the lost artifact is a team of 300 people. Zhang Yinbin left Lu San and Xiao Tai behind in Chidian City and Jiayan Gang respectively. These two places cannot be without senior generals in command. The two of them were old men that he had brought with him. Although the skills they had learned were advanced, they were experienced. With a large army around, nothing would happen to the two territories. Zhang Yinbin prepared for 2 days, and then prepared to complete the task. Mako, this mission is risky. You and I could both die. Death, what's there to be afraid of? Lack of strength is what's scary. My mother became someone's lover, and I became an illegitimate daughter. When she was abandoned, my mother was incompetent. That's what's miserable. It's worse than death. Zhang Yinbin didn't say anything more. Since she was willing to take the risk, he would take her with him. Zhang Yinbin brought her along because he was attracted by her special profession and special skills. At the critical moment, releasing fog might give them a chance to breathe. Zhang Yinbin selected 300 people and then took out the scroll. Walk. Suddenly, 300 people were teleported to a place covered with weeds. Looking around, it's just a wasteland. There are no big trees around, only bushes. There's something big to the south. Doris was very sensitive to danger and sensed it immediately. Defense. Zhang Yinbin shouted. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, bringing with it a foul smell. Zhang Yinbin and others were so scared that they dared not breathe. This stench is somewhat toxic. It won't cause any harm in the short term, but it will make you feel weak all over in the long term. You can resist it by practicing martial arts. Doris warned. The lowest level of people who come here are those who have learned intermediate level skills, unconsciously practicing martial arts to resist. Suddenly, there was a noise. Roar. Suddenly, a huge snake, several dozen meters long, stood up. The snake's head was spitting out its serpent 10 meters above them. Humph! I've killed dragons before, so why would I be afraid of a snake like you? Doris, we'll have snake soup tonight. Zhang Yinbin already had his hands tightly gripping the halberd. Doris raised her sword in both hands and attacked first. Be careful, this guy is not weaker than me. Not weaker than you. In other words, an epic peak. Then what are you afraid of? Do it. Zhang Yinbin swung his halberd and said loudly. All units, attack according to the plan. Jinzi, take care of yourself. Kill. Zhang Yinbin rushed forward to kill. At this moment, the snake's tail swept towards him. He held the halberd in both hands, blocked it, and flew backwards more than 30 meters. However, Zhang Yinbin did not fall to the ground. After somersaulting in the air, he used a halberd to steady himself. I've been doing this for so long, my strength has grown a lot. And I saw Doris fighting with the big snake. The big snake attacked with its head and tail several times, and Doris chopped it with her sword. The two sides ended in a draw. Zhang Xingting, Chu Feixiong, and others also rushed up to kill. They can only interfere for the time being. The archers kept attacking the snake's eyes, causing it considerable interference. Zhang Yinbin attacked again. This time, with a run-up, the halberd was changed into a straight stab. Kill. The attack hit the target, but failed to break the snake's defense. Snake skin is very hard. Zhang Yinbin was brought back. At the same time, Tie's armor-piercing arrows failed to break through the defense. Doris fought with it for dozens of moves. Her sword was able to cut off some of its scales, but it was only a minor wound. The big snake suddenly swung its tail and knocked Doris away dozens of meters. After all, this big snake is huge and powerful. Roar! Suddenly, some black gas came out of the big snake's mouth, and the black gas diffused in the air. This is poisonous gas, which will gradually make people lose their strength. Everyone, use your skills. Kill. Iron Wing, try to attack his mouth. Zhang Yinbin discovered that this big snake, like a dragon, had amazing defense and could even spit out poisonous gas. Poison gas, it's not a big deal for now, but we must resolve it quickly. Zhang Yinbin rushed forward first. Attack with a halberd swing. The big snake seems to be fine. Chu Feixiong and Zhang Shengting also rushed forward to fight. Both of them attacked with their strongest skills. The rest of the soldiers also went up in groups. They all attack with skills. Although it could not break through the defense, the snake still felt pain. Roaring continuously. With a flick of its big tail, it swept many people away. Then, it will rush towards the crowd and kill among them. At this time, the Seraphim Doris descended from the sky and slashed the snake's head with her sword. This big snake may have suffered considerable damage. He roared twice and retreated temporarily. Doris fell to the ground, her hands numb from the shock, and she couldn't continue attacking. Zhang Yinbin attacked again. Zhang Shengting, prepare your ultimate move and attack where the scales fell. The rest of you cooperate. Zhang Yinbin rushed forward first. In the back, Chiyoko muttered, Zhang Shengting? Yuan Shengting? Did I hear it wrong? In an emergency, Zhang Yinbin forgot the details of the address. Zhang Yinbin had already reached the big snake. Euphorbia, stab again. This time, the stab landed in a place without scales. The euphorbia pierces directly into the body. The big snake swung in pain. He yanked Zhang Yinbin away. This time, it was real combat, with no weapons to resist. I fell heavily to the ground, feeling extremely painful. But Zhang Yinbin is no longer the Zhang Yinbin of the past. Although seriously injured, he was able to stand up. Standing up, he practiced his skills to recover as quickly as possible. Several people charged and attacked. All were repelled. Many soldiers rushed forward and stabbed with spears. Where the thorns hit, where the scales fell off. It caused considerable damage to the big snake. However, the big snake felt pain and had a strong attack power. Many soldiers were directly hit by its tail and fell out, unable to get up again. Sacrifice is inevitable. 5th day of 10,000 updates. Keep up the good work. I'll give you a free gift. Chapter 151, Another Divine Artifact. After Zhang Yinbin recovered a little, he took out a sword and a dagger from the ring. Come again. At this time, Zhang Shengting had already superimposed the Sea Wave sword technique to the 6th level. Kill. Zhang Shengting killed him with one strike of his sword. Cut where there is no scale coverage. Suddenly, a large amount of blood spurted out of the snake. It was in so much pain that it knocked Zhang Shengting away. Fortunately, Chu Feixiong on the side cooperated with him and blocked it for him, and the two of them flew out together. Zhang Yinbin attacked again. On the front, the big snake was entangled by Doris. He stabbed the snake's tail with a sword from the side. The sword pierced deep into the snake's body, and this time, the snake couldn't get rid of the sword. The sword was inserted into the snake's tail, continuously draining its blood. The big snake was in great pain. A big move to bite Doris. In fact, it was a feint by the snake. It ignored the attacks from others and attacked Doris with all its might. It knew that Doris was the only one who could threaten it. Roar. Oh no, everyone retreat. It's about to launch a powerful attack. Chio Mako. Zhang Yinbin roared. Chio reacted immediately. Summon the mist. The thick fog immediately covered an area of space. Everyone retreat. The big snake uses its ultimate move, which is the divine snake swinging its tail. The attack power is very strong. Whether sweeping or whipping, the force is increased several times. If attacked, no one except Doris would be able to withstand it. Zhang Yinbin and others withdrew from the snake's attack range. All I could hear was roaring and whipping sounds from inside. The noise was very loud. At the same time, it also gives them a sense of oppression. However, a strong wind blew and dispersed the fog. At this time, the big snake appeared beside Doris. It turns out that strong people can sense the direction of strong people. Orochi's ultimate move missed. At this time, the big snake quickly rolled over with its tail. They tied Doris up and strangled her to death. Doris. Everyone, attack the snake head. Doris held the sword in one hand and used the other to hold the snake away to prevent it from entangling her to death. But the snake was too powerful. At this time, the big snake must not be allowed to bite Doris, otherwise Doris will be in danger. Zhang Yinbin picked up the halberd on the ground, poked it into Doris's mouth, which was open to bite her, and held on tightly. The others also quickly surrounded the big snake and attacked. However, the big snake gave up attacking others. As long as Doris could be strangled to death, the others would not be a big deal. The big snake bit Zhang Yinbin's halberd and threw him out. At the same time, it spat out the halberd, but blood kept coming out of its mouth. The big snake was about to bite Doris again, but Tie fired a 7-star shot, making it afraid to open its mouth and use its head to neutralize Tie's attack. Doris, are you okay? Zhang Yinbin was thrown out and was really worried. My man, I'm fine. Doris's voice was trembling, and she had little strength left. Zhang Yinbin was very worried. At worst, I'll die, but I won't let anything happen to you. Zhang Yinbin shouted. Everyone, attack the snakehead and cover me. Archers, attack the eyes. Zhang Yinbin ran over. A large number of attacks were launched on the big snake, but it could only cause him minor damage. He ignored the attacks from others and kept pestering Doris. Although Doris is also at the peak of epic level, how can her strength compare to that of such a large beast? Zhang Yinbin jumped up due to the interference from others. Aim at the snake's weak spot. He took out a dagger from the ring. That's right, it's the Xianyuan sword. Go to hell. Zhang Yinbin didn't believe that even the Xianyuan sword couldn't break his defense. Puff. The Xianyuan sword penetrated directly into the giant snake, as if it had no defense. This 7-inch area is where the snake's scales are thickest. However, the Xianyuan sword penetrated directly, as if it had no defense. The big snake roared to the sky. He immediately let go of Doris and tried to run. At this time, the big snake was seriously injured. Plus the big move he used before. Doris, what's wrong with you? Doris held the sword in one hand, barely holding on. If I wait any longer, I might be entangled to death by this giant insect. My man, you are still reliable. The big snake ran away. But Zhang Yinbin must find it out. The Xianyuan sword is still on it. You take a rest, we'll go find the big snake. Give me 5 minutes, and I'll go with you. That big snake was so weak when it left that it couldn't run far. When Zhang Yinbin's Xianyuan sword penetrated its vital point, Doris felt the snake's power rapidly draining away. Knowing that at this point, the big snake was no longer a threat, Doris rested for a while and soon recovered a little. More than 70 people brought by Zhang Yinbin died. At this time, the remaining people are looking for the pass together. There was blood all along the way, so it was easy to find. The traces of the big snake crawling are also very obvious. After searching for half an hour, they found the big snake at the entrance of a big cave. It was already dead. Zhang Yinbin went over, found the Xianyuan sword, and pulled it out. Lord, your sword is not simple, Doris said. Zhang Yinbin did not answer her, but took out a piece of cloth and carefully wiped the blood off the Xianyuan sword. In fact, there was not much blood. After it was pulled out, the blood dripped automatically and did not stay on the Xianyuan sword. However, Zhang Yinbin still wiped it carefully and put it away. Doris, there's nothing big in this cave, is there? It's just a little smelly inside. You need to practice some skills, but otherwise it's safe. Doris would definitely be able to sense it if it could threaten her. However, there was nothing inside. Zhang Yinbin didn't hesitate any longer and continued practicing his skills. He said, a few of you follow me in, and the rest of you stay outside. Tie, you lead the guard. Several people followed Zhang Yinbin in, and Chio Mako also followed in. After entering, there was light inside. There are some glowing stones. The hole is very big. After all, the snake is big. There was a strong, fishy smell inside. Zhang Yinbin and the others could only use their internal energy to resist. They reached the end. There is actually an altar. There were 2 boxes on the altar. A very long box, supported by a bracket. This should be what the big snake is guarding, and it is also the reward this time. It's a magical weapon. Zhang Yinbin picked up the box from the shelf. After opening it, there was a sword inside. It's different from Xianyuan's sword. This sword is complete. The Kusanagi sword, also known as the Murasaka sword, is a sacred artifact sealed. Zhang Yinbin got this information after touching the sword. It turns out that one of the national weapons of Fuso, the Kusanagi sword, has now fallen into my hands. Zhang Yinbin did not reveal the information about the sword. He put the brocade box into his own box. When Chio Mako saw it, she knew that the sword was extraordinary, but she didn't know what kind of sword it was. Even if she knew that it was the Kusanagi sword, the most powerful of the Fuso sacred weapons, what opinion could she have? Because Zhang Yinbin's identity is Soga no Zongfeng, a genuine Japanese, although he likes Chinese culture. Look at the other brocade box. Zhang Yinbin picked up the brocade box and placed it directly on the altar without using a stand. When the brocade box was opened, the first thing that caught my eye was the books. Chio, you are very lucky. This contains an epic technique, but according to the agreement, I can only give it to you if I get the second copy. There are 2 books in it. one of epic martial arts and the other of epic skills. The skill is swordsmanship. Zhang Yinbin learned it immediately. He has the Kusanagi sword in his hand, which can be used in the southern continent. Then came hundreds of gold coins. These gold coins are another huge fortune. Chapter 152 Return to the Eastern Continent. According to the previous agreement, when Zhang Yinbin obtains the second epic martial arts book, he must give it to Chiyo Mako. But this is still the first one. I really regret that I didn't learn the epic technique when I thought you were new to the territory. Judging from your attitude just now, I'm afraid you've already learned it a long time ago, otherwise I wouldn't have mentioned the second book. Zhang Yinbin would not give this martial arts book to Chiyo Mako right now. It's not that I don't trust her, nor is it that I can't bear to let her go. Instead, Qijian City needs loyal high-end forces. Zhang Yinbin knew that once he could return to the Eastern Continent, he would definitely prioritize the things there. After walking out of the door, Zhang Yinbin collected the snake's body. After all, this is an epic beast, and who knows what use it will have in the future. Now, Zhang Yinbin has 3 epic beasts in his hands. However, there is no talent available to decompose these corpses. He didn't dare to deal with the body casually. Anyway, it won't rot if it's kept in the Nuwa Divine Ring. Let's go, it's time to go back. Everyone returned to the starting city. Zhang Yinbin asked people to find a place to bury the soldiers who died in the battle. In war, there will always be casualties. Next, it's time to train the troops. In the short term, Zhang Yinbin has nothing to do. Ichiro Watanabe, it will take several days to transfer the population and supplies here. Zhang Yinbin plans to go out for a walk. Well, let's go for a walk on the sea. He asked Doris, Zhang Xingting, and others to defend the 2 territories. He took 2 high-level formation masters with him and left on a boat. Head northwest, keep sailing. Zhang Yinbin learned from intelligence that there was no land in that direction. Yes, but they are just some smaller islands. And the Eastern Continent is in that direction. Zhang Yinbin wanted to go and take a look. Sailing is boring. Zhang Yinbin went online and offline several times. After walking for about 4.5 days, Zhang Yinbin and his team encountered fog. Suddenly, Zhang Yinbin became happy. Don't slow down, don't worry, just keep sailing. Zhang Yinbin has experience with this fog, having encountered it before. Sure enough, after sailing for more than 2 hours, they hit the boundary wall. The ship hit the boundary wall, and it was like hitting a soft cushion and bounced back a little, so the hull was not damaged. Sail slowly. The boat was moving very slowly and hit the boundary wall, but this time it was just a light touch. Zhang Yinbin was at the bow of the boat, reaching out and touching the boundary wall. Is this boundary wall really unbreakable? Zhang Yinbin suddenly had an idea. He wanted to try and see if he could break through the boundary wall. He took out the Xianyuan sword. A sword stabbed forward. The tip of the sword actually penetrated a little. It can be broken. I can go home. Suddenly, Zhang Yinbin became excited. He tried hard to use the Xianyuan sword to break through the boundary wall and return to the Eastern Continent. However, after cutting a little, the boundary wall slowly moved and repaired itself. Zhang Yinbin remembered the Kusanagi sword and took it out. This Kusanagi sword is much more convenient. After all, the Xianyuan sword only has the tip of the sword, which is very difficult to hold. The Kusanagi sword directly cut a mark. The boundary wall began to move again and slowly repaired itself. Ha ha ha! Zhang Yinbin burst into laughter. I can go back. As long as I'm fast enough, I can go back before the boundary wall is repaired. Zhang Yinbin did not take action immediately. Sat down and started writing. A letter to Hattori Mina, explaining some matters regarding the territory. Let her develop well. I will be away for a while. The other letter was addressed to Zhang Xingting. He is now the second in command of the Zhejiang gang, so let him lead the army well. If Watanabe Ichiro wants to cooperate, he can continue to cooperate, and Zhang Xingting will lead the army to fight. But the home must be managed well. Zhang Yinbin has already distributed the epic martial arts book. There will be one more master in the starting territory. Zhang Yinbin wrote a letter to explain many things. Then the 2 pigeons flew out. Just now, Wanwan and Xiling from the Eastern Continent suddenly saw Zhang Yinbin's name light up. But it quickly went out. The first time, they thought it was an illusion. But when I stared at it, it lit up again. Is this Zhuge Shenlong coming back? Zhuge Shenlong has been gone for too long. Now, is it finally coming back? However, after making them wait for several hours, Zhang Yinbin's name remained gray. On the other side, Zhang Yinbin was waiting. Waiting for the pigeons to fly back will take several hours. The pigeons finally came back. Zhang Yinbin also received replies from 2 people. After I leave, you will drive the ship back and bring 3 ships back with supplies. You must ensure that there is always a ship waiting for me here. Yes, Lord. Zhang Yinbin stood up again and started practicing his skills at the fastest speed. After that, use sword skills. One sword opens the gate of heaven. Using the Kusanagi sword, he slashed out with one blow. This time, a large gap appeared in the boundary wall. Enough for Zhang Yanbin to pass. Zhang Yanbin jumped up. Just jumped over. There was also sea on the other side, and Zhang Yanbin fell directly into the sea. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally back. Without a boat, it's still a long way to the dragon territory. But Zhang Yanbin has a solution. She contacted Zichuan directly and asked him to notify the territory and send a boat to pick him up. Yuan Hai, after learning the news, immediately asked Ding Xuan to take the letter back. Afterwards, the Shunlong territory dispatched hundreds of warships and 2 falcons, coming quickly towards the direction where Zhang Yanbin was. Zhang Yanbin floated on the sea for 2 days. The falcon spotted him first. Afterwards, the falcon flew down, and Zhang Yanbin grabbed the falcon's leg with one hand and flew up. Fly directly to the nearest warship. Falcon, go notify all warships to return. Standing on the deck, Zhang Yanbin was so happy that he didn't know how happy he was. At sea, Zhang Yanbin also received several carrier pigeons, which were from Wan Wan, Xiling, Liuli, by Xiaoxing and others. Of course, the news of Zhang Yanbin's return also spread in the forum. After all, Zhang Yanbin had added some other people at the beginning. The fleet slowly gathered together, and Zhang Yanbin was so happy that he didn't know how happy he was. When the fleet reunited, the flagship also came out. On the flagship, Lei Bao looked excited. Lord, you are not dead yet. You're finally back. Zhang Yanbin boarded the flagship and Lei Bao gave him a hug. Chen Aci and others nearby were also very excited. How is the territory? With the Lord's wife guarding the territory, it's doing well. However, with the Lord away, there are fewer battles. This time, I'm back and I must announce my return. I'll use some people's territories to announce my return. In fact, Zhang Yanbin had already chosen his target after 2 days at sea. It was the information provided to him by Zichuan and by Xiaoxing. Zichuan has been collecting intelligence, and the organization behind her also helps her collect it. This means that there are 2 intelligence organizations serving Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin decided who to attack based on the combined intelligence of the 2. This time, the spy territory of the British Empire was chosen, and it also participated in the attack on the Dragon territory. This time, Zhang Yanbin can be said to be doing it for revenge. Chapter 153 Goodbye Nanningshi. Zhang Yanbin didn't tell anyone where he was going. However, Lei Bao said with some sadness, "Where are Zhang Shengting, Tie, and the others? Hey, although they are a little weak, their potential is still very high. What a shame. What a pity." Seeing the thunderstorm, Zhang Yanbin muttered, patting his shoulder and saying, "They are still alive and can help me manage another pile of things." Ha ha ha. Lei Bao was also very happy to hear that his former warrior was not dead. I knew it wouldn't be easy to die following this scourge of a lord. It's great that they didn't die. I'll have a good drink with them next time. Thunderstorm, seeing Zhang Yanbin coming back alone, was happy but also sad. Although he looked down upon those young players in terms of strength, he knew their ambition and potential. In the future, I am afraid that achievements will not be inferior to mine. Most importantly, they fought side by side many times and died just like that, so Lei Bao was naturally sad. This ship seems to be much faster. Zhang Yanbin discovered that his warship was much faster. Yeah, it's a lot faster. Lei Bao explained. A lot of mid-grade spirit stones have been mined in the Zichuan territory, and the formation master has been improving the formation plate. A medium-grade spirit stone, improved with the formation. Very good. Are those all main battleships? There are more than 100 ships, and Zhang Yanbin found that they seem to be much larger. Using the blueprints for a 2,000-ton displacement ship, we can now build a 3,000-ton displacement warship. It was built using trees from around the glacial lake. It's very sturdy. Zhang Yanbin asked about some matters concerning the territory, but Lei Bao knew nothing about them. He knows some things about the military. Now, the territory army has a main combat force of 100,000. Very powerful. At that time, many elite soldiers from various territories were captured. That's why there are so many pro-war armies. It takes 2 days for the boat to return to the territory. Zhang Yanbin took some time to log off. I went swimming in the lake again, and this time I met Yang Yingfan. The 2 swam in the lake together for a while, and then went to Zhang Yanbin's 3rd floor. A drink. Wine. Zhang Yanbin opened a bottle of wine. Then he said, "Zhuge Shenlong is back. I guess there are a few people in the entire eastern continent who don't know about this." Yang Yingfan took a sip of wine. "What I'm curious about is whether he came back from the dead or left the Jedi on his own," said Yang Yingfan. Zhang Yanbin shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter anymore. Zhuge Shenlong probably no longer relies on his own strength, but the strength of the entire territory. Currently, no one knows how powerful his territory is. I wanted the engines for his boat, but couldn't find a way to get them, so I contacted Dong Xiaowan, hoping to buy some from her. You don't have this idea? When Yang Yingfan said these words, he had been observing Zhang Yinbin, but Zhang Yinbin did not react at all. Zhang Yinbin was shocked. This woman is not simple. A casual remark turned out to be a test of one's own background. Let's wait and see. If Zhuge Shenlong is willing to sell it, he will probably sell it publicly. Someone will come up with this thing sooner or later. He can take advantage of it now and make a high price. My territory is still using sailboats. I'll consider it when the price drops. Yang Yingfan drank the wine in his glass. Then he said, "That's it. I'm leaving. I usually go out for a swim at night." What does this mean? Hint to yourself? Date yourself. Yang Yingfan is gone. Zhang Yinbin hasn't been offline for a long time. After a while of activities, I returned to the game. In the game, he could only see more than 20 of his warships out of hundreds from afar. The warships cannot be too close to each other, and there must be some distance between them. Flagship, running fast, finally arrived at the estuary. Lord, there is a teleportation array over there. Go directly to the Shenlong Lake dock. Then teleport again, and you can go directly to the territory. The yellow one is for you only. It takes you directly to the administrative center square. Ordinary people can't go there. Zhang Yinbin nodded. After getting off the boat, I directly boarded the teleportation array. It wasn't long before we arrived at the administrative center. Finally home. At the entrance of the administrative center, Nan Ningxi looked at him with a faint smile. Zhang Yinbin was extremely excited to see Nan Ningxi again. He ran over and hugged her. "Ningxi, I'm back." "Well, Lord, I helped you protect your territory. It wasn't lost." "I know." The two of them hugged each other quietly for a long time. Zhang Yinbin was extremely calm at this moment. This is the first time I feel so at ease since he left. I held her for more than 10 minutes. Zhang Yinbin kissed Nan Ningxi for some unknown reason. Nan Ningxi did not refuse and responded. "A long time. Lord, there's a big swimming pool out back. Go take a swim. It'll do you good." The administrative center is surrounded by gardens on both sides, a square in front and a swimming pool in the back. Zhang Yinbin gently let go of Nan Ningxi, put his right arm around her waist, and said, "Come on, I also need you to tell me about the territory." Nan Ningxi just nodded shyly. When they got there, Zhang Yinbin took off his clothes and went downstairs. "This water?" "Yes, this is water from the icy lake. It can help you cultivate and improve your mortal body." Nan Ningxi explained to him. When I got into the water, it was extremely cold. Zhang Yinbin automatically began to practice his skills. However, the water transported here is not as cold as that in the ice lake. After practicing the technique, mist started to rise and my whole body felt warm. The exercises run smoothly and quickly. At this time, Nan Ningxi was talking to him about the territory on the shore. "Lord, our entire territory now has a population of over 3.35 million. It's just that the finances have always been insufficient." Nan Ningxi introduced it in detail. All aspects were introduced. He is not sending all the personnel with SSS level qualifications to the army now. Only 1/3 of them are sent to the army. The other 2/3 were sent to the Divine Workshop to learn various craftsmanship techniques. Zhang Yinbin listened to the report. Now, the entire territory can be said to be very powerful. In addition, a large amount of high-grade ores are also mined from the mountains. Now, their weapons and equipment have also been greatly strengthened. "Come down, let's swim together for a while." Nan Ningxi also went into the water, and her figure was fully displayed in front of Zhang Yinbin. This time, there was no shyness and no covering up. Appeared directly in front of Zhang Yinbin. "Ningxi, you're not afraid of the cold at all. How advanced is your cultivation?" "I don't know. I haven't tried it, but it should be almost epic." Zhang Yinbin felt helpless. "Nan Ningxi, the speed is so fast." The two swam in the water and continued to talk about the territory. "This time, I brought back a lot of money, so you don't have to worry about the money. Also, the population must continue to increase. So, in 2 days, I will go out to fight." Chapter 154 2 Epic Books. Zhang Yinbin's return cannot be without any movement. The next time he disappears, will another army come to attack their territory? Zhang Yinbin said, "You don't have to worry about money in the future. You can ask a senior formation master to carve inferior formation plates and sell them to other territories. Of course, sell it to a friendly party first. In the future, others will surely be able to obtain the teleportation array and develop this array disk. The price can be very high at the moment. After all, the net profit for one array must be 2 million. Zhang Yinbin didn't know the cost, so he just said net profit. Also, how many warships do we have now? More than 220 ships, and more than 50 transport ships. Well, the 2,000-ton class ones are now slowly being phased out and converted into fishing boats. The territory is really rich. Don't stay in the swimming pool for too long. Zhang Yinbin's current strength is not very high. 2 hours is the best time. The two returned to the administrative center together. Nan Ningxi made hot tea for him. This is a dragon bird found deep in the mountains. This tea is from an old tree. Drinking it regularly can improve your health. Put it in the ring. This tea is high enough to bring back to your world. Nan Ningxi is god level and knows something about Zhang Yinbin's other world. Zhang Yinbin was extremely moved. Nan Ningxi kept thinking about him. Ningxi, I'm not here, thanks. Zhang Yinbin held Nan Ningxi's hand and said with emotion, Lord, please arrange things first. How long can you stay this time? You knew I was leaving? Nan Ningxi smiled and said, when you broke through the boundary wall, I sensed that you were in the southern continent. However, I found it hard to believe that you could get through. Nan Ningxi thought that Zhang Yinbin was just trying because the boundary wall was too difficult to break. Well, I used the artifact to break a hole. Only I could pass through, and the wall quickly closed again. Don't worry, the two places are not far apart. If we build more relay transmission arrays in the future, I can go back and forth quickly. Good. At night, the two slept in each other's arms. Zhang Yinbin slept soundly. This is the most solid time I've felt in a long time. The next day, Zhang Yinbin inspected the territory, riding the little white dragon on the wide street. Hello, Lord. The Lord is back. Hello, Lord. On the street, many people greeted Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin's inspection tour was also to stabilize the people's hearts in the entire territory. Zhang Yinbin is back. The real Lord is back. It took a whole day to travel around. In the evening, Nan Ningxi gave Zhang Yinbin 2 books, both of which were epic. Lord, these are 2 epic books, one on cultivation techniques and one on skills. You can give them both to Zichuan. Zhang Yinbin looked at the technique, but couldn't make out anything. Skill, but it is charm. This. Why give it to her? Lord, if the opponent uses their ultimate skill on you and fails to charm and control you, you will backfire on them. You are practicing a divine technique, and you have a divine dragon guarding your mind. At the last moment, as long as you don't fall for the charm, the other party will be loyal to you. After reading this book, Zhang Yinbin was shocked. He has always known Zichuan's identity. Nan Ningxi also knew that she had been taking advantage of Zichuan recently. Zhang Yinbin suddenly thought of Chiyo Meiko. She was also very important. However, at the moment, Zichuan should be more important. In the future, Zichuan will be the biggest trump card of the counter-espionage plan. Okay, I'll go there tomorrow. Lord, you'd better go now. We have built several relay teleportation arrays that can take you there directly. Holding the books, Zhang Yinbin sat down. What is Charm's ultimate skill? Will she find out? She's a very smart person. Nan Ningxi smiled faintly and said, she is very smart, but also very proud and ambitious. She is skeptical, but also more adventurous. The ultimate charm is to charm you at her own expense. If it was given to Chiyo Meiko, she would not doubt it because Zhang Yinbin owed her. But if it were Zichuan, she might be skeptical. Don't be afraid, Lord. If she doesn't learn, doesn't use, and just maintains her current state, it will be difficult for us to accept her and use her. Zhang Yinbin nodded. Before he could completely control Zichuan, the worst that Zhang Yinbin could do was to continue to be on guard against her. Anyway, the Zichuan territory is in his hands. But what if she goes to charm Yuan Hai? Yuan Hai, how many troops do you control now? Nan Ningxi shook her head and said, it's useless. After giving her this book, I will split the army into 3 parts and change the generals every once in a while. So, she'll only be useful if she charms you. Good. Zhang Yinbin agreed. Then walk out the door. Lord, I will give you an important gift when you return. Okay, I'm leaving. Zhang Yinbin was teleported away directly. After 6 teleportations, we arrived at the Zichuan territory. At this time, a young general was patrolling the territory, and he happened to know Zhang Yinbin. Lord, the Lord is back. This Lord is not the Lord of Zichuan territory. This young general was originally one of the 2,000 soldiers left behind, but now he has become the young general defending the city. That's right, the Zichuan territory also has city walls. Yuan Hai also received the news quickly. Lord, you are back. Yuan Hai was extremely excited. I'm back. Of course Zichuan also got the news. She also came to greet Zhang Yinbin immediately. Lord Zhuge. Lord Zichuan also put on Hanfu and became more beautiful than before. But etiquette is the way ancient palace maids squatted. Zhang Yinbin quickly bent down, held her hand, and pulled her up. You don't have to do this in the future. I see your contribution. Let's talk about the territory first, and then we can talk about other things. In the courtyard outside the administrative center, Zhang Yanbin, Yuan Hai, and Zichuan sat down. Using this dragon bird will improve our bodies. It is priceless. This thing is not cheaper than the most expensive tea in reality, and is even dozens of times more expensive. In reality, even the most expensive tea does not have this effect. The three of them drank tea together. Afterwards, Zhang Yanbin said, Zichuan, we will talk about your contribution later. Now, I have a decision to make. From now on, the armies of Zichuan territory and Shenlong territory will regularly exchange parts of their forces. The army of Zichuan territory cannot just stay at home all the time. They also have to go out and fight. Yuan Hai, how long has it been since you fought a battle? Yuan Hai was so moved that he almost cried. Lord, I have been training here to defend the city. I have no chance. I, your subordinate, am also willing to serve you, your lord, and make great achievements and expand your territory. Zhang Yanbin patted him on the shoulder and said, the army is forged through fighting on the battlefield. Training alone in the territory will only have limited combat effectiveness. Now, how many troops are here? 15,000 people, all trained according to the Shenlong territory training methods. Fighting together, there will be no problem in command. Chapter 155, Further Control of Zichuan. From now on, the Zichuan territory will have its military strength increased to 20,000, led by 3 generals. One general leads 5,000 troops back to the territory to fight. This rotation will increase the strength of the army. At the same time, as long as 3 generals agree, the Zichuan territory will have the opportunity to fight, and it can also go to war without joining the Shenlong territory. Zhang Yanbin's decision is a good thing for Yuan Hai. But for Zichuan, it was not a good thing. The army was rotated frequently, and 2 more generals were added. Although his strength was enhanced, Zichuan had completely lost the chance to control the Zichuan territory. However, Zichuan also felt that it was normal for Zhang Yanbin to do this. Maybe this will make me feel more at ease, and I will use her more in the future. After explaining the situation to Yuan Hai, he was asked to reorganize the army and divide it into groups. Soon, 2 generals will be sent from the Shenlong territory. Yuan Hai was naturally happy. There is not much merit in defending the city and the territory. There are almost no combat opportunities, and the growth is too slow. After all, he is from the Shenlong territory, not the Zichuan territory. Yuan Hai left. Zichuan stood up and said with a smile, Lord Zhuge, let's go to the administrative center to talk. I'll give it a makeover and see if you like it. Naturally, it's good. Zichuan took him to the administrative center. Inside, it has an ancient flavor. Very Chinese style. At the same time, Zichuan lit the incense. This incense naturally has the effect of adding to the fun. However, this little bit of use is nothing for someone as powerful as Zhang Yanbin. Zichuan, you've been very helpful during the time I've been away. He also made great contributions. Nan Ningxi told me everything. Well, this is a reward for you. 2 epic books. Zhang Yanbin handed her 2 books. Zichuan took the book somewhat numbly. Then came joy. Epic skills and techniques. This can create a master. Zhang Yanbin's territory can have another powerful general. But Zhang Yanbin gave it to her. However, as soon as she took a look, she understood that this was a technique and skill suitable for women to practice. At first, she didn't think anything of it. Zichuan thought that he had gained Zhang Yanbin's recognition and could slowly infiltrate his territory. During this period, she also obtained some information through various calculations and the scattered information she collected. Well, Zichuan, how many people are there in Zichuan territory now? Lord Nan Ningxi has sent some prisoners. We now have 400,000 of them, which is not a small number. Very good. In the future, the Zichuan territory will continue to be strengthened, and you will be given more population. As for food, maintaining a certain level of production will suffice. The main focus is on mining various high-level resources. Basic resources will be provided by the Shenlong territory. Shenlong territory doesn't produce much and mainly relies on robbery. This time, when I come back, I will definitely go out and rob some people. Zichuan felt helpless as well. This is also a means for Zhang Yanbin to control the territory. Almost all the food in the territory is controlled by Yuan Hai. In the future, it will be controlled by others. Zichuan also tried to contact Yuan Hai, but Yuan Hai always treated her as Zhang Yanbin's woman and respected her very much, so no tricks could be used. Yes, we will listen to Lord Zhuge. Zichuan agreed. She thought this was a good idea. I am a spy, and territory is not important. What matters is intelligence. Now, she has been exposed to some secrets of the dragon territory. No outsider knows more about the dragon territory than her. That's why she thinks this is a good thing. Zhang Yanbin talked to her until midnight. Then he stood up and said, "Well, you look really beautiful in Chinese clothes." After praising him, Zhang Yinbin did not stay but left. Zichuan felt a little regretful. Failed to keep Zhang Yinbin. Otherwise, she might know more secrets. Zhang Yinbin went back. Now there is a teleportation array, so it is convenient to travel back and forth. After returning to the territory, Zhang Yinbin still liked to sleep with Nan Ningxi in his arms. There is a very peaceful feeling. The next day, Zhang Yinbin began to arrange the troops. He sent 2 generals to the Zichuan territory, and they would be rotated back to fight later. Next, it's time to prepare for war. This time, Zhang Yinbin wants to send out most of the warships. Out of an army of 100,000, 60,000 were dispatched. More than 100 warships and dozens of transport ships all went out. He gave the army a day to prepare, and he contacted some old friends. "Boss, you are finally back." "Boss, where are you trapped?" These days, Wanwan has been sending him carrier pigeons. But Zhang Yinbin is busy. There has been no reply. To reply now, you must use a carrier pigeon. There are only 2 carrier pigeons, and she also needs to contact other people. "Thank you for your concern. I've been trapped in a special space. Although I can't come back for a long time, I still have some adventures." Very simple reply. It took several hours for the news to get back and forth. Over at Shenlong Lake, Lei Bao and the others were preparing. When I came back last night, Nan Ningxi was already asleep, and everyone is busy in the morning. In the evening, Zhang Yinbin asked, "Ningxi, last night you said you would give me a gift." "Well, Lord, go take a bath first." Zhang Yinbin's blood boiled when he heard this. She thought Nan Ningxi wanted to treat herself as a gift. However, if that were the case, Zhang Yinbin would accept it. Wait for Zhang Yinbin to take a shower and then come out wrapped in a bath towel. I saw Nan Ningxi holding a very thin piece of underwear in her hand. "Lord, let me put it on you." This is the inner armor made by the master tailor from the silk spun by Xiaoya. Normally, it's hard to be hurt by swords. No matter how thin it is, it's still thinner than your underwear. Nan Ningxi blushed. Without saying much, he helped Zhang Yinbin put on the clothes. Xiaoya's silk is very little. After so long, it's only enough for this small piece. This inner armor will make it difficult for epic-level weapons to injure you. Of course, blunt weapons can still cause you internal injuries. Nan Ningxi's hands were a little warm, and when she helped him put on the clothes, there was a faint fragrance left. "Okay, thank you, Ningxi. With this inner armor, I will be able to do anything." It turns out that this is the gift, not yourself as a gift. Although, Zhang Yinbin felt a little regretful. But I'm still very happy. Nan Ningxi is basically his now. At night, Zhang Yinbin slept peacefully. On the southern continent, there is Hattori Mina, a few young generals, and Doris, so he has nothing to worry about. The next day, Zhang Yinbin led the team out early in the morning. He contacted Wanwan on the way. He said he could sell his formation plate and tell her how to use it. Suddenly, Wanwan was so happy that she didn't know what to do. This is the ultimate killer in the game. Battleship engine. Ahead of the sailing era. Immediately, she reported it to Zi Liuli. Zi Liuli naturally attaches great importance to it. I immediately sent a carrier pigeon to Zhang Yinbin to see how to trade. It's the 6th day of 10,000 updates. I didn't expect that I could keep going. I hope I can continue to persevere. Your support will give me motivation. Chapter 156 Forced Surrender. Zhang Yinbin has already asked about the cost. The cost is only more than 300,000 copper coins. Zhang Yinbin wanted 2.5 million copper coins. Net profit, more than 2 million for one formation plate. At the same time, this array can only be used for 5 hours, and the spirit stone needs to be replaced. The efficiency and speed are slightly worse than theirs. Now, their formation plate, using intermediate-level spirit stones, can be used continuously for 10 hours. Zhang Yinbin only sells like this because he has a huge leading advantage. As for the quantity, due to production limitations, we can currently sell 10 array plates a day. Zhang Yinbin first traded with Zi Liuli's guild because the two guilds had a good relationship and there were no conflicts for the time being. In the future, Zhang Yinbin will also trade with other territories. However, there cannot be too many transactions in a territory. They will imitate quickly, but in the short term, they will definitely not achieve the same results as Zhang Yinbin and others. Zhang Yinbin's formation in the southern continent was very poor. This time, the number is controlled so small. 10 a day, because he wants to produce a batch and take it to the southern continent. However, the net profit per day is more than 20 million copper coins. This is more efficient than robbing. Going out to rob often takes several days on the road. On the boat, Zhang Yinbin slowly contacted several people. I also contacted Ma Fading and asked him to transfer money to reserve the subsequent formation plates. Ma Fading, thank you very much. I have received the 100 million. I will start shipping it to you in 10 days. If I can't sell spot goods, can I sell futures? Zhang Yanbin was smart enough to get 1 billion from him first. All this money will be used to prepare for the upcoming large-scale infrastructure projects. Large-scale infrastructure. A long wall will be built on the mountains surrounding the territory, and many traps will be set up. The Sichuan territory will also welcome a large number of new populations, and these will require large-scale infrastructure to absorb these populations. So, Zhang Yanbin needs money. Where does the money come from? Robbery. On the flagship, Zhang Yanbin looked at the fleet on the sea. How majestic it was. In the sky, 2 falcons were circling and conducting reconnaissance. Now, the eaglets in their home no longer need their care. They can fly and hunt on their own, but they cannot sail long distances like them. So this time, Zhang Yanbin brought out both falcons. The fleet was sailing quickly on the sea, and the sea breeze had little effect on Zhang Yanbin. This time, Zhang Yanbin also brought Yuan Hai out and sent Li Qiulin to the Sichuan territory to temporarily take charge of the overall situation. Fleet, much faster than ordinary ships. After 3 days of sailing at sea, we reached our destination. This time, Zhang Yanbin had an army of 80,000, but only a small number stayed in the fleet, and the rest disembarked. Listen up, everyone inside. You are surrounded. If you lay down your weapons and surrender, you will have no way out. Zhang Yanbin did not rush to attack, but asked someone to make a call. Attacking someone and forcing them to surrender on their own have different effects. There is a reason why Zhang Yanbin did this. After a while, a stranger came out and said, Zhuge Shenlong, from now on, our eastern continent will have to deal with the other continents. You are killing each other and destroying the stability of our eastern continent. Snort. Zhang Yanbin snorted disdainfully, walked forward and said, why didn't you think of this when you attacked my Shenlong territory? I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. I'm going to charge in and leave no alien alive. If you surrender, the aliens cannot take away the things in the warehouse, but they can take away the things in the backpacks, and I will give you a way out. I'm going to take control of this territory's population and resources today. When you attack my territory, you must be prepared. The other party wanted to continue communicating, but Zhang Yanbin was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Just waiting there quietly. An army of 80,000 took less than an hour to conquer their territory where there were no elite troops. No one can escape. At this time, Tie had already shot an arrow at their arrow tower. The war had begun, and the players could not log off. Going offline means that the character in the game dies. The people inside were struggling. The dragon territory is coming with great force, and we are definitely no match for them. Zhang Yanbin said that he would not let any of the strangers go, and he would not do it in vain. Time passes by little. Zhang Yanbin waited quietly. If he gave him 10 minutes, it would not exceed 11 minutes. The people inside were having an urgent discussion. But this is a big deal, something that concerns their vital interests. How can it be discussed so quickly? 10 minutes are up. Attacking from all sides. There's no distinction between main attack and feint attack. It's all main attack. Zhang Yanbin gave the order, and the 80,000-strong army began to attack with murderous intent. The first line of defense was quickly broken by them. Next, we need to attack the core area of the territory. At this time, a group of people were still arguing in the administrative center. Okay, stop arguing. If you continue arguing, we won't be able to keep it. Many of us have already died once. If I die again, I'll become a cripple. Many people have died once and are afraid to die again. There is no choice but to compromise. Some people compromised. After stopping Zhang Yanbin's attack, they prepared to surrender. Then, the players withdraw and are not allowed to bring any extra items. Not a single NPC is allowed to leave. They were required to evacuate within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, no one could leave, no matter if they were NPCs or aliens. There was no way. Many players evacuated in a hurry. There are still good things in some warehouses, but there is no time to take them away. I can only leave. In particular, Zhang Yanbin and his team first took control of part of the warehouse and also took control of the treasury. Zhang Yanbin and his team's attack power is too strong. This is when the halberd warriors did not attack. Zhang Yanbin left the halberd warriors in his territory. This powerful weapon must wait until the critical moment to appear, and people must not know all of Zhang Yanbin's cards. This time, 80,000 troops came out, and everyone knew that Zhang Yanbin might have more than 100,000 troops. Part of it has been exposed, so the combat power of the halberd warrior cannot be known to others for the time being. In fact, Zhang Yanbin was not quite clear about their specific combat capabilities. It's boring. It's boring. Thunderstorm complained. There was not much fighting before the other side surrendered. This is exactly the effect Zhang Yanbin wants. He returns with his might and overpowers his territory. The strangers all withdrew. Zhang Yinbin took over the territory. There are more than 300,000 people in the territory. All these people will be relocated. As for the supplies, Zhang Yinbin simply took them all away in his ring. Those transport ships are only used to transport people. The supplies are pretty good. At least, there are plenty of basic supplies. The territory can free up a large population for high-end manufacturing. Zhang Yinbin didn't explain much and posted a photo of his conquered territory on the forum. In the prominent spot of the photo, there is a thunderstorm carrying a hammer, ready to smash the cornerstone of the territory. At the same time, there are several street scenes of the territory and pictures of the aliens withdrawing. He is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. Zhang Yinbin didn't say a single harsh word. Just a few pictures. But soon there were millions of replies. Some people cursed. There are some that are quite strong. Zhang Yinbin was unwilling to reply. Chapter 157. Millions of people. The next few days, Zhang Yinbin used their quick maneuvers. Swept across 3 territories. Of these 3 territories, only one is a spy territory. The other 2 were people who participated in the attack on Zhang Yinbin's territory. This time it was an act of retaliation. It doesn't matter whether it is spy territory or not. All done. 3 territories, with a population of more than 1 million. Fortunately, Zhang Yinbin and his transport fleet were fast enough. Transporting back and forth is not a hassle either. Zhang Yinbin, through practical actions, declared his existence and also declared that he is still the same person as before. For several consecutive days, Zhang Yinbin was fighting outside. Then he prepared to go back, sweeping across the territory and capturing people. It's cool though. However, Zhang Yinbin would rather complete the mission and obtain more martial arts books. When conquering territories, you can also seize many martial arts books, but the number won't be too large. At the same time, you can also capture some soldiers with powerful skills. Zhang Yinbin had been out for more than 10 days and was ready to go back. After conquering 3 territories, he achieved his goal. More than 1 million people, more than 200,000 of them were given to the Sichuan territory, and the Xinlong territory absorbed 800,000. These 800,000 yuan are also a considerable pressure. We can only use large-scale infrastructure to slowly accommodate them. Therefore, in the short term, Zhang Yinbin does not plan to continue the attack. A lot of basic and advanced materials have been snatched away, so the territory doesn't have to worry about basic materials. Zhang Yinbin knew that there were many high-quality materials in the territory. They trained many prospectors to search deep in the mountains. They even found several spirit stone mines. Zhang Yinbin returned with the fleet. This time, out of the 3 territories, only one resisted. But resistance was useless. They thought that they had a city wall that could resist Zhang Yinbin's attack. However, he underestimated Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin knew the information and had already prepared the catapult. After a series of attacks from the catapults, the ladders directly climbed onto the city wall. When Zhang Yinbin's army climbed up the city wall, they became afraid. They wanted to surrender, but Zhang Yinbin killed all the aliens. Zhang Yinbin has given a chance, and since the other party doesn't cherish it, he will not be polite. This time, Zhang Yinbin suffered very little loss of troops. With only a loss of more than 2,000 people, they swept through 3 territories. Then it's time to return home. Zhang Yinbin is going to do a mission. A group of people have been transported to Sichuan territory. Sichuan was busy arranging them to go to various mines to mine. At the same time, a group of people were arranged to start infrastructure construction. However, at night, she was practicing her techniques and also developing her skills. This skill made her mind waver. The ultimate skill is charm. Charming who? He thought about it and realized that Zhang Yinbin would rotate the troops, and the only person he could charm was Zhang Yinbin. Since Zhang Yinbin gave her the books, he knew. At the same time, there may also be precautions. Man, can you resist? Sichuan is practicing. However, I have been struggling with whether to use it or not. She had already practiced advanced skills and was now practicing epic skills. More than 10 days had passed, and her progress was very fast. But she was never sure what Zhang Yinbin wanted to do. Is it a hint of her devotion? Zhang Yinbin has returned. This time, he logged off several times along the way. They all went swimming in the lake and met Yang Yingfan. However, because of his limited time, he did not invite her to his villa. A few days later, Zhang Yinbin was the first to return to the territory through the transit teleportation array. Ningxi, we're bringing back over 800,000 people this time, so I'll have to trouble you to make the arrangements. Next to the swimming pool, Zhang Yinbin enjoyed the water from the icy lake. This water accelerated the operation of his martial arts. Nothing. The Lord has given us enough supplies and money. These people are very suitable for large-scale infrastructure construction. We can also select a group of high-level talents to serve in various industries. Zhang Yinbin sat in the swimming pool, practicing his martial arts. Nan Ningxi sat on the shore with her feet soaked in the water, stirring the water from time to time. Starting tomorrow, I'll go out and find some tasks to do. The territory and high-end military power must continue to grow. In a few days, we will go to the southern continent and bring a few large ships over. Zhang Yinbin explained the next plan. Nan Ningxi said, "You'd better go to Sichuan territory tonight to test her progress in cultivation. At the same time, if you tease her a little, she might be influenced and speed up her cultivation of skills and techniques." Zhang Yinbin looked at Nan Ningxi and said, "You won't be jealous, I'm your man." Nan Ningxi stirred the water in the swimming pool with her feet and said calmly, "You are practicing the 9 dragons' divine art. Dragons are destined to have many women. I knew this would happen the first time I saw you." Zhang Yinbin didn't say much. He got up from the swimming pool and went to the administrative center to drink a cup of hot long cai. "This dragon bird tastes very good. After drinking it, you will feel comfortable all over." Nan Ningxi stayed with Zhang Yinbin for a while, and then went to arrange other things. Zhang Yinbin took the teleportation array and transferred several times before arriving at the Sichuan territory. Now, the Sichuan territory has a population of more than 200,000. However, they have a lot of mines. People were assigned to the mines, and at the same time, some infrastructure was built inside and outside the city. Now, Zhang Yinbin is willing to invest in the Sichuan territory. This time, he also brought 200 million copper coins. Let the Sichuan territory develop. Arriving at Sichuan territory, Sichuan welcomed Zhang Yinbin into the administrative center. There are more pink decorations in the administrative center. There was nothing special about where this girl lived. However, if it is combined with other things, it will make people lost. Sichuan lit the incense as usual. "Go make some dragon bird." Zhang Yinbin took out the tea. Sichuan smiled faintly and then left. The tea came soon. "This time, I brought you 200 million copper coins, as well as a lot of basic resources. If we want to expand our territory further, we can also start planning outer cities. Let's plan first. There's no need to rush the construction of the city walls. In the future, Sichuan territory will probably need to accommodate a large population, and Shenlong territory won't be able to absorb that many people all at once. The Sichuan territory now has a very wide radiation range, and there are also many mining sites in the wild. Most of the various high-grade ores were transported to the Shenlong territory. Of course, the Shenlong territory also has its own team of advanced miners. All of you, follow Lord Zhuge's orders." Sichuan became somewhat charming. There is also a heartwarming feeling in the voice. Zhang Yinbin suddenly reached out and pinched her chin. He looked at her for a moment and then said, "You are very different today." Sichuan lowered her head slightly, then blushed slightly as she said, "I completely rely on Lord Zhuge. Lord Zhuge takes care of me, so Sichuan will naturally repay him as much as possible." Zhang Yinbin was about to say something when a system announcement suddenly interrupted him. This announcement came suddenly and timely. Sichuan thought he was about to succeed, but was interrupted by the system announcement. Chapter 158, The Demons Arrive. Ding's system-wide announcement. The demons have broken through the seal, and some have descended into the human world. Players can receive missions from the gods to annihilate the demons, but the demons are cunning and have extraordinary abilities, so each lord should act according to their capabilities. Suddenly, Zhang Yinbin's face became serious. "Sichuan, I have to go back to work. I'll come see you later. Don't do any missions on your side yet. Wait for me to do a mission, test it out, and then I'll arrange for you. Also, there may be a series of major battles in the future, and the territory's logistics must keep up. In the future, the Shenlong territory will also arrange some tasks to create high-end equipment. At the same time, the overall strength needs to be strengthened, and your own strength must also be strengthened. Perhaps we should fight together." After saying that, Zhang Yinbin left without caring about Sichuan's reaction. "Sichuan, I have a feeling at this moment. I almost got hold of Zhang Yinbin. If it weren't for the system's sudden announcement, the skills and charm she learned might have made Zhang Yinbin fall in love with her. But, in the end, it failed. I need to practice harder. Sooner or later, I will know the core secrets of the Shenlong territory." As Sichuan becomes stronger, his sense of crisis also becomes stronger. He felt the horror of Zhang Yinbin. But as she grew stronger, her ambition and confidence also grew. So, she would take risks. After Zhang Yinbin left, he hurried back to the territory. Zhang Yinbin returned to the territory and began to prepare for the mission. The demons have arrived. God is the system. You can find the system to accept the task. Zhang Yinbin immediately accepted a mission to wipe out the demons. The cunning demons are hiding among humans. Warriors, go and destroy them. A mission has a location. The distance is not far, just a day's journey. Halberd Warrior, it's time to attack. The Halberd Warriors were all SSS level, and the lowest of them were learning intermediate level techniques, while dozens of them were learning advanced techniques. However, there are only 5,000 Halberd soldiers at present. Zhang Yanbin is also looking forward to seeing the combat effectiveness of these 5,000 people. Zhang Yanbin did not dare to be careless in the task of exterminating the demons. This time, he planned to bring an army of 50,000. Try it out first, and if you can do it, do the task on a large scale. This time, Zhang Yanbin and his friends took a half-day boat ride. Next is horseback riding. There are many war horses in the territory now. Zhang Yanbin and his team worked on the scene for half a day and finally arrived at the destination. When we arrived, it was already night. Zhang Yanbin didn't want to fight at night, so he prepared to rest for a night. At night, Zhang Yanbin did not log off. With 50,000 troops here, it would be better for him to be online. At this time, everyone in the game was tentatively starting to complete tasks. The large-scale tasks in the game are their opportunities. In the forum and privately, many people are communicating information. Finally, daybreak came. Lord, we have detected a group of bandits. There seems to be something wrong with this group of bandits. They look glazed over and couldn't even spot us when we approached to investigate. They have been demonized. After listening to the scout's introduction, Zhang Yanbin knew that these bandits had been demonized. However, such a group of bandits also reaped rich rewards because they had defeated the minions of the demons. Now, the real demons have appeared. Zhang Yanbin called several generals and explained to them the key points of killing the demons. These demonized people are fearless and unafraid of death. Therefore, you must use the strongest attack to chop off their heads or arms first. After giving the order, Zhang Yanbin began to act. Halberd Warriors, it's time for you to attack. Halberd Warriors are very precious, and their equipment is extremely valuable. If they died in battle, Zhang Yanbin would bury their equipment together. What's more, there are many books to use on them. But, if they don't fight, they can't grow. The growth of an army must be built with blood and tears. All departments, prepare. Kill. Early in the morning, Zhang Yanbin stood in front of the halberd soldier, and he also changed his hand to a halberd. Everyone, head towards the goal together. Close to the cottage, a group of mountain strongholds, their eyes blackened, rushed out. These people have been controlled by the demons. Kill. Sure enough, the archers attacked. They were hit by many arrows, but they continued to charge forward as if they could not be hurt or die. Kill. The halberd warriors shouted. Use the halberd in your hand to push away the oncoming enemy. Then, some people used halberds to pierce the enemy's bodies and lift them up. However, these bandits are not dead yet and have strong vitality. Zhang Yanbin's eyes were sharp, and he used the sharp blade of his halberd to cut off the arm of a bandit. Despite this, the other party still insisted on rushing over. However, without the arms to hold weapons, its attack power is very weak. Zhang Yanbin kicked them away. Yuan Hai used the knife in his hand to chop the opponent's arms or neck, making them quickly lose their fighting ability. These people rushed forward fearlessly, but they were all blocked by the halberd warriors and could not get close. The halberd warrior has amazing strength. The halberd in his hand is very long and can be pressed directly against the enemy's neck, preventing them from getting close. These bandits couldn't rush forward, so some of them rushed to the side. They had no sense to fight at all. Change, Firestone equipment. How can we kill the demons without using the Firestone? Zhang Yanbin was also well prepared. However, he did not use it immediately. He wanted to see the fighting power of the halberd warriors. Well done, halberd soldiers, you are indeed a special unit. These halberd warriors use their halberds to hit the enemy's heads. Try your best to knock the enemy's head open and break his neck, and even though the enemy is still standing, continue to move forward. However, it has lost its ability to attack. Damn humans. You guys are a bunch of bugs. A demonic sound was heard from inside the village. This demonic sound was very strange, sometimes far away, sometimes near, and had a gloomy feeling. Quickly surround and kill these enemies. There is also a big boss inside. Zhang Yanbin felt that the voice was bewitching, but his martial arts skills were advanced and were not affected. Lei Bao, Yuan Hai, bring some people and follow me. Zhang Yanbin knew that there must not be many demons inside. Ordinary soldiers are not useful, so he decided to take a few of his men in to take a look. The two of them each selected some people who had learned advanced skills and had weapons to fight against the demons. Halfway through the journey, the two sides met. The other party was not one person, but 10 people. It's very painful and exudes a strong demonic energy. Zhang Yanbin held the halberd horizontally and was not in a hurry to attack. Thunderstorm, do you know the other party's level? Demons, I can't feel them, but they are very strong. No matter how strong he is, kill him. There are more than 100 people on Zhang Yanbin's side. He rushed forward first. Euphorbia stabbed straightly. A demon leader came slashing at him with a scimitar in his hand. The forces of both sides collide. Zhang Yanbin felt that the other party's strength was not too strong. Just slightly stronger than me. The enemy isn't very strong. A few of us will hold them back while the rest of you use your flamestone weapons to attack. Zhang Yanbin attacked again. The halberd swung down directly. The opponent raised his knife to block. Behind him, several archers attacked with arrows made of flaming stones. The arrow flew away. However, the expected corrosiveness did not occur. Because the defense cannot be broken. The demons themselves have very strong defenses, and these demons also wear armor. Zhang Yanbin changed from chopping to stabbing. The fierce man stabbed at his opponent and hit him in the abdomen with one blow. However, he failed to break through the defense and could only block the opponent for a while. I'm here. Lei Bao has been fighting with the demon general for a long time, but has not been able to defeat him. At this time, use Big Moose continuously. His ultimate move has lightning attributes. The demonic energy of this electric demon was rising, and he also suffered internal injuries, so his combat effectiveness gradually weakened. Chapter 159 Breaking the Defense. Zhang Yanbin felt that this was not a solution as the demon's defense was too strong. So Zhang Yanbin put away his halberd. He took out the Kusanagi sword. I'll see if I can break your defense. One sword opens the gate of heaven. Zhang Yanbin held the extremely sharp divine weapon in his hand and killed with one sword. The sword flew away. The armor of the demon general was broken. At the same time, he cut a deep scar on his abdomen. Black blood flowed out. However, the demon did not fall. Instead, he roared angrily and rushed towards Zhang Yanbin. It would be great if we could break through the defense. The defense was broken. Immediately, several arrows flew over. With the burning attribute, he killed the demon general. Zhang Yanbin used his ultimate move and then retreated a bit. He was weak and needed to replenish himself. No, he needed to recover. Kill the demon general. Everyone was excited. On the other side of the thunderstorm, the demon general was hammered to death. Others can only hold back the demons. Everyone tried their best to attack the demon's head, but the demon general was not a fool, and his scimitar was also very powerful. Zhang Yanbin cooperated with everyone and killed 10 demon generals. Received generous rewards. There were 7 high-level martial arts books dropped, as well as some other rewards. Outside, the soldiers also wiped out these demonized bandits. Lord, 10 demon generals have been torturing us for almost an hour. Yuan Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Zhang Yanbin, if I don't have my own Kusanagi sword, I can only slowly grind them to death. I'm afraid it will take several hours. However, the gains are also great. Any territory is worth doing. This will create a group of high-end military forces. And Zhang Yanbin has to do it even more. He must continue to lead in high-end military power. Then everyone began to search the entire territory. Lord, we found a large number of boxes. As soon as Zhang Yanbin saw these boxes, he knew they were good stuff. Open them all. Zhang Yanbin had already opened some boxes before, so he didn't feel any anticipation. This time, there are just a few more boxes. When they were in the southern continent, they were just minions, but now that the demons have arrived, they are under direct control. Open the box, and you'll find a lot of supplies. Of course, there are also pills that turn people into puppets or killing machines. Zhang Yanbin just put these away and had no intention of using them. Then there are the martial arts books, materials, and weapons. There are also 3 advanced exercises. At the same time, there is a box of gold coins. This box of gold coins contains only a few hundred pieces. This demon clan is really generous. Now, high-level cultivation techniques books have appeared on a large scale, and I'm afraid that epic-level cultivation techniques books will also increase in number. Zhang Yanbin understood that they had to complete more tasks as soon as possible. This time, the harvest was great. There are hundreds of intermediate-level martial arts books and more than a dozen advanced martial arts books. A bunch of resources. Zhang Yanbin will sell all the weapons and equipment, including some genuine ones. Zhang Yanbin has no use for any of these. Sell it in exchange for territory development funds. The current development model of the territory is that residents work and are paid high wages. The territory also sells some basic items, such as meat, food, furniture, etc. These can recover some funds and form a cycle. At the same time, residents of the territory will also open some shops, such as tailors, furniture stores, decoration stores, etc. Something that improves the lives of residents. The territory will collect some taxes for these. In this way, a larger cycle is formed. But Zhang Yanbin and his team are now working on too many projects. The people have money, but Zhang Yinbin is short of money. The people have money and are well-educated, so this model can quickly integrate foreign populations. Let's go back. On the way back, Zhang Yinbin kept thinking about how to arrange things. There should be a lot of tasks like this. Some weak territories may only be able to kill the bandits on the periphery. They can't kill the demon boss. Even if we kill them, the cost will be very high, and I'm afraid the army will be wiped out. Zhang Yinbin has a magical weapon in his hand that can kill monsters efficiently. But, after all, there is only one Kusanagi sword, and only 1/3 of the Xianyuan sword. The tip of the sword is difficult to hold. Every time Zhang Yinbin uses the Xianyuan sword, his hands are injured. But that was to kill the big boss, so the damage was totally worth it. Thunderstorm, what can you research? Zhang Yinbin took all the armor of these demon generals back and prepared to let the people in the territory study them. Thunderstorm, pat his head. Then he said, when I get back, I'll smash him to pieces with a hammer. Armor-piercing arrows can penetrate, but lose the burning effect. However, weapons made of firestone do not have enough penetrating power. This put Zhang Yinbin in a difficult position. The current task is not that simple. There is no upper limit to this task in the short term. You can take on as many as you can. However, Zhang Yinbin insisted on going back and taking on the task again. Zhang Yinbin would rather not take on a task if he can't do it efficiently. On the way back, Zhang Yinbin also studied it, but he couldn't find anything. In the evening, Zhang Yinbin went offline. I went to the lake specifically to wait for Yang Yingfan. After accompanying Yang Yingfan for a while, Zhang Yinbin finally said, let's go sit in my villa. This time, Zhang Yinbin wore a swimsuit. The same goes for Yang Yingfan. However, the figures of both of them can be seen. There are plenty of empty rooms here. You can go change your clothes. Yang Yingfan nodded and changed into men's clothes. He also looks good in clothes that Zhang Yinbin has never worn. Zhang Yinbin has already brewed the dragon bird. Brought from the game. According to Nan Ningxi's introduction, it was picked from a 1,000-year-old tree and is very beneficial for improving the health of extraordinary people. I am the only one in the world who has this thing, and it is thanks to this that I have achieved what I have today. Yang Yingfan took the teacup and smelled it. It was indeed very fragrant. You're not going to do anything bad to me and take advantage of this opportunity to attack me, are you? Zhang Yinbin just smiled and picked up the teacup to take a sip. It's up to you whether you want to drink or not. You are indeed very beautiful, with a great figure and good looks, but I already have a woman. Men never think too many women. Zhang Yinbin shook his head and said, I can't refute this. I have more than one woman. Yang Yingfan still opened her mouth slightly and took a sip slowly. The taste is very good when you put it in your mouth. It has a strong fragrance. This fragrance is addictive, but I can't tell what it is. I drank it and didn't feel any discomfort. You asked me to come here just to taste tea? Yang Yingfan sipped the wine in small sips, while Zhang Yinbin drank it in big gulps. He took another sip and then said, let me tell you about the demons coming. I completed the mission. Oh, what's the result? This time, Yang Yingfan was really interested. The result was a huge loss, but also a huge gain. More than a dozen high-level martial arts books, a large number of intermediate-level books, and a large amount of weapons and equipment. As for the money, if it were before I started playing games, it would be enough to last me a lifetime. Zhang Yinbin briefly talked about the 10 demon generals. He only told how difficult it was to kill him, but didn't tell him that he had a magical weapon that could break his defense. Chapter 160 Return to the Southern Continent. Yang Yingfan took another sip of tea. She likes this tea very much now. Why are you telling me this? Exchange. The demon general's defense is too difficult to break. I've suffered heavy losses. It will be difficult to organize people to complete the mission in the short term. So, if you have a good way to break through the defense, please let me know. I understand the rules, and we can exchange information. Zhang Yinbin took another sip of tea. Now he drinks it every day. This tea is indeed very good for him. At least, when practicing, it will be smoother and less likely to leave hidden injuries. My guild is definitely on a mission as well. For now, I don't think there's any good information. Following this, if there is a good solution, we can exchange information. Also, your tea is very good. I will come here often. If you are here, please turn on the lights on the 3rd floor. This is a formal agreement. The relationship between the two of them is more trusting. Zhang Yinbin actually doesn't have many of these dragon birds. After all, they are only found on 1,000-year-old tea trees. But he was also willing to share with the beautiful woman, and most importantly, he could get some information in return. In fact, Zhang Yinbin now has many sources of intelligence. But he didn't mind having another source of intelligence. I drank tea alone for a while. Zhang Yinbin is planning to return to the southern continent. I have to go back because there are changes in the game. He didn't know whether Dolis would lead a large army to fight the demons. Her ability, can she break through the defense? Zhang Yinbin thought a lot, and then started playing the game. After returning to the territory, Zhang Yinbin arranged the army. Then he brought these armors to the divine workshop for them to study. Then, Zhang Yinbin found Nan Ningxi. Ningxi, these are 10 books on advanced techniques, as well as some books on skills. Assign everyone to the territory exploration team. We need to find more materials and uncover more secrets of this world. Nan Ningxi stretched out her bare hand and took the book that Zhang Yinbin handed over. Then, holding 20 books in both hands, he said, "Is the mission difficult? Let's go." Zhang Yinbin invited her to take a walk in the garden. Walking to the pavilion, Nan Ningxi put the books on the table and then walked with Zhang Yinbin. "I think this world will be very scary in the future. The demons may just be sealed away somewhere. In the future, many demons will appear, and you and I may be in danger." Nan Ningxi was not surprised. "I knew it when I came into this world, but many things haven't happened yet, so I can't tell you. The East, West, South, and North continents are formations that seal the demons. The demons are currently trapped in the 4 central continents. Once we are strong enough and the seals are broken, we will go to those 4 continents. To survive in that area, you need to be at least at an epic level. Right now, the gods are utilizing the power of you, the Inhumans, to develop your strength. Once your strength increases, you will fight for this continent." Zhang Yinbin didn't say anything. Will the demons appear in reality? Or, can the people in the game be brought into reality? What will happen if you die in the game in real life? We don't know what the future holds. Zhang Yinbin has no intention of exploring now. He walked to the side of the swimming pool and said, "Everyone else, can you also come and swim in the water of the ice lake to speed up your cultivation? Apart from Thunderstorm and you and me, the rest of us can't withstand the icy cold of this water." Thunderstorm, "Well, I had someone build him a small pool so he can take a bath. Well, can this water be put into the ring? I want to take some away." He thought that Doris had already reached the epic peak. According to her, she was just one step away from a breakthrough. Zhang Yinbin wanted to take some away. The Nuwa Divine Ring can definitely take away this water. "Okay, I'll go to the ice lake later. It's very easy to get to the ice lake now. There are several transfer teleportation arrays. Many teleportation arrays have been built in various places in the territory." Zhang Yinbin decided to go to the southern continent first to arrange things there. "Here, let's wait until the research results come out before we talk about it. However, we still have to accept and complete the tasks. Let Thunderstorm lead the way. It means that everyone has to work harder and grind slowly. At the same time, you can also explore to see if there is a better way." Zhang Yinbin first went to the ice lake and put a lot of water into the ring. Then he went to the dock again. Put 20 large ships into the ring. Inside the ring, the space became very large as his strength grew. What's more, Zhang Yinbin left most of the materials in the territory. Then, Zhang Yinbin ordered the warship to take him away. This time, 2 relay teleportation arrays have been built, but Zhang Yinbin still has to take a boat ride for half a day. The boat arrived at the place where he came from. Southern continent, here I come again. Zhang Yinbin has disappeared for a long time. He took out the Kusanagi sword. One sword opens the gate of heaven. He roared and swung his sword. A big crack appeared in the boundary wall. Zhang Yinbin jumped over. Fall into the water. But the boat he arranged was not far away. Now, there are 2 ships on duty. Zhang Yinbin swam over. "Lord, you are back." The people above lowered the rope and pulled Zhang Yinbin up. These ships can be eliminated. Zhang Yinbin released a 3,000-ton battleship from the ring. "With this, we can return to the territory in 2 days." Zhang Yinbin asked someone to leave a boat behind so that he could drive it back later. Now he asked the crew to take him back to the territory as quickly as possible. The ships became bigger and faster. Several crew members were extremely excited. There is such a big ship and such good power. Chio Mako was wondering why Zhang Yinbin had disappeared for almost a month. However, the territory is still developing rapidly. Now, Chidian City has a population of more than 2 million. Infrastructure construction is underway vigorously. But Zhang Yinbin ignored it and went offline directly. "It's been almost a month since I went offline." In fact, he didn't know that Zhang Yinbin had gone to the eastern continent. She couldn't think of anything to connect the dots. Zhang Yinbin suddenly returned to the territory and brought back a large warship. After knowing this, Chio Mako went to the port. Took a look. Suddenly, she had an illusion. This battleship looks very similar to Zhuge Shenlong's battleship. How did he get it? In fact, the appearance and paint of this batch of newly built warships have been changed. Zhang Yinbin just didn't want people to associate him with Zhuge Shenlong. "Lord Soga, you have a really big heart. You've been away for so long, and you just leave me like this." The two met outside the starting city. Zhang Yinbin looked at the construction site. Then he asked, "The foundation has been built. It's so fast." Zhang Yinbin looked at the construction site and felt a little emotional. Some people have money and can do things quickly. Chiyoko rolled her eyes at him and said, "If you didn't come back, I would have thought you were dead." Zhang Yinbin smiled and said, "It's no exaggeration to say that in reality, there are not many people who can kill me." In reality, Zhang Yinbin was also wearing the silk dress that Nan Ningxi gave her. The epic, almost legendary silk spun by the Ice Moon silkworm can now be brought into reality. Oh, I really envy you. You don't care about the territory, but it's still expanding. The population is probably around 2.5 million now, because Watanabe Ichiro seems to have collaborated with the bandits again. Zhang Yinbin was a little worried. He was not worried about Hattori Mina, but about the Jiayan gang. It's been 7 days since I updated 10,000 times. Today I officially start working. I'll try my best to continue updating 10,000 times. Everyone, give me some free gifts. Chapter 161, The Expanding Cottage. Tonight, go to the inner city and have a meeting. I've been away for too long. I need to go visit the leader of the Sky Blasting Gang. He is the leader of the Jiayan gang. What he was worried about was what was happening to the Jiayan gang now. Hurry up and go to the Jiayan gang. All the way smooth. Brothers, eat big chunks of meat and drink big bowls of wine. I'll take you to fight tomorrow. The new Juyi Hall is very large and luxurious. At the door, Zhang Yinbin heard Doris's voice. "You thief. Wait and see how I'm going to deal with you tonight." Zhang Yinbin was helpless. Doris was a woman, but she was also heroic and warlike. "Go in and take a look." He saw Toyotomi Tetsuji's helpless expression and Yamaguchi Takuma drinking with a big bowl of wine. Ahem. There were dozens of people present, all of them high-end combat power. Doris sat on his golden throne. "Lord, you are back." Tiei cried out in emotion. "Well, I went back to the Shenlong territory. Everything is fine there." Upon hearing this news, Tiei said, "So the Lord has returned. That's great. My man, you are back. Come, let's have a drink." Zhang Yinbin ignored Doris. Instead, he asked Yamaguchi Feixiong, "Chu Feixiong, are these Chijian City and the mountain stronghold well defended?" Chu Feixiong stood up quickly. He seemed to have drunk a lot. "Don't worry, Lord. Zhang Xingting and Yamamoto Shinichi are on duty today. We must not let our guard down at all." Everyone also hurried to greet Zhang Yinbin. "Toyotomi Tiei, Yamaguchi Feixiong, and Doris will stay. The rest of you can disperse. Your Majesty, I have something important to discuss." Doris pulled Zhang Yinbin over, sat in his arms, and drank a bowl of wine before she let him go. Doris is bold and unruly, and even Zhang Yinbin can't control her. "Wait until the people leave." Zhang Yinbin then asked, "How many times have you fought recently?" Doris was too lazy to answer and gestured to Toyotomi Tiei and Yamaguchi Takuma to answer. Tiei said, "Lord, we swept 2 territories and divided hundreds of thousands of people. Also, the demons took control of the bandits. We fought 2 battles and captured a lot of loot. Our own casualties were not very heavy, but we fought for 4 hours to kill a few demon generals. For hours, it seems it's all Doris's credit." Doris looked very proud, as if all this was her credit. The 2 missions against the demons allowed them to obtain a large number of martial arts books, which could greatly increase their strength. "Lord, the reason we're attacking the territory is because Chijian City is running out of basic resources. If we don't go out and rob, our development will slow down. Starting City has been under construction and is in great need of basic resources." Zhang Yinbin nodded, as long as he didn't suffer any loss. "What's the current situation of the village?" Zhang Yinbin asked Doris to make room for him, and he also sat on the golden throne. "Lord, we now have 50,000 troops, including 40,000 elite soldiers, 10,000 new recruits, and 10,000 auxiliary personnel." After saying this, Yamaguchi Feixiong looked at Zhang Yinbin with some concern. "Why is there an extra 10,000? Zhang Yinbin's plan only requires 50,000 people. Now, there are 10,000 more." Doris said proudly, "While I was here, 2 groups of bandits came to seek refuge. I took them in and dispersed them. Is it reliable?" "They are reliable. They are all broken up teams. Some of them are quite strong." Toyotomi Tetsuji also said, "Break up. What happened?" Fengshen Tiei returned and said, "Some people were unwilling to submit to the demons, and there was an internal conflict, so some of them came out. This makes sense. They dispersed these people into 2 places and into different teams. Nothing serious will happen. Therefore, the number of counterfeits began to expand. 40,000 elite troops are enough to fight on 2 fronts. The strength is growing quite fast." Zhang Yinbin wanted to first find out more about Chidian City, and if possible, send part of his troops there. However, for now, the priority is to complete the task. The Demon Clan's mission can be improved quickly. Others are improving, so he can't slow down. Doris, what are you going to do tomorrow? Doris laughed, not afraid of Zhang Yinbin at all. One hand was placed on his shoulder, as if they were brothers. There's a group of bandits who have fled to the other side of the mountain, planning to take over and rule the mountain. I'm going to help you deal with them. My man, aren't you very happy to have me pamper you? Doris kissed Zhang Yinbin in front of Toyotomi Tie and Yamaguchi Takuma. Zhang Yinbin rolled his eyes. When to fight, listen to me. Come with me to Chidian City tonight. There's something important going on. Doris is the hero of Chidian City. Logically, she should be under the control of Hattori Mina and stay in the starting city. However, she would rather be a thief's wife and the leader of the bandits in the mountain stronghold. Lord, we can get things done here. The beds in the village are very big now. Even if the two of us make a big noise, it won't collapse. Doris has a Western appearance, blonde hair and blue eyes, and also a Western personality. Zhang Yinbin had no idea what to do. Listen to my instructions, or I won't let you fight next time. Zhang Yinbin listened carefully to the process of their fight against the bandits. Doris killed all 10 demon leaders with violence. It seems that Doris's greatsword cannot directly break through their defense. However, Doris is more efficient than Thunderstorm. If it's a thunderstorm, it might take 6 hours. In other territories, a few people can defeat the demon generals, but I'm afraid most people can't do it. Don't worry, I'll let you fight. We'll be fighting on 2 fronts. We'll have to clear the territory and fight the demons as well. The demons can only be fought by Doris. I'll make arrangements for the mountain stronghold after I understand Chidian City. You too, go and sort out the information and find out the current situation of our high-level combat, mid-level combat, and reserve troops. Report to me tomorrow. I won't stay here for long. I have to go back to the Shenlong territory. The Shenlong territory is his foundation. This time he came mainly to arrange the tasks here. Also, 20 warships were brought to Chidian City. 15 of them are warships and 5 are large transport ships. Come on, follow me to Chidian City. I'll have something good for you tonight. Why? The leader wants to sleep with me. My man, you are not strong enough. Zhang Yinbin was really helpless. It must be something Doris did to herself. When he returned to the starting city, Hattori Mina and Chio Meiko were already waiting for him there. Everyone was waiting in the pavilion in the garden. Mina, first arrange for someone to drain all the water from the swimming pool at the back. Yes, Lord. Hattori Mina doesn't ask why, but just executes. Zhang Yinbin looked at Chio Meiko. Then he said, I'm afraid your epic skills and abilities will be available soon. This time, the demon general went to explore with the Sky Exploding Gang. They found many books on advanced techniques. Perhaps, the stronger ones might even have epic-level books. It's okay, I can wait slowly. Now, Chio Meiko also sees the situation clearly. Zhang Yinbin needs her, and she also needs Zhang Yinbin's protection. An epic-level martial art will appear sooner or later, because Zhang Yinbin is powerful enough. Chapter 162 Doris's Promotion. After a while, Hattori Mina came back. Mina, tell me about the current situation of the territory. Zhang Yinbin started to make tea, and the one he made was long K tea. Doris took a sip and said, this tea is at least epic. It has the effect of improving the body. Chio Meiko quickly took a sip. She saw how powerful Doris was. She had a role to play, so hers must be even more so. I took a sip and it was really delicious. Lord Soga, I really doubt that you have been offline for some time. Soga no Zongfeng's name has always been hidden, either dead or offline. Chio Meiko reads it several times every day. That's why she said that. But this time, Zhang Yinbin came back with a big ship and this kind of tea. Zhang Yinbin did not explain, but began to listen to Hattori Mina's report. Lord, Chidian City is about to break the 3 million mark in population, and its military strength is already 20,000, and its combat power is increasing rapidly. We can also create advanced equipment, and we found some high-quality minerals, wood, and some herbs. Financially, we can barely maintain it for now. After all, the cost of major infrastructure projects is too high. Zhang Yinbin thought for a moment, then said, let's continue with the major infrastructure projects, and construction within the city can be slowed down. The outer city wall should be built now. 300,000 people should be assigned to build it. As for resources, Doris, go conquer 2 territories. Chio Meiko, help provide some intelligence support. Of course, I will also contact the Sky Blasting Gang and ask them to ask Watanabe Ichiro for some information. It took 300,000 people to build the city, and about 100,000 more people to collect stones. Of course, Zhang Yinbin will go and grab some back. Doris immediately cheered up. If you can fight anyone. No problem, my man. Chio Mako, the construction of the outer city walls will mainly depend on you, while Hattori Mina will be responsible for the construction of the underground network. Outer city wall, nothing much. But the underground network is a secret thing. Therefore, Chio Mako cannot be allowed to do it. Okay, no problem. Chio Mako agreed readily. She held the cup and savored the tea. After drinking it, she felt much more relaxed all over. It seems that this tea really has the effects that Doris said. Zhang Yinbin wants to build large-scale infrastructure and continue rapid expansion. No way. Now, their territory needs to develop quickly because Zhang Yinbin doesn't know what they will face when the demons come. When he is not around, you must also have enough ability to protect yourself. Then, Zhang Yinbin said, I will stay here for a few days to fight the demons and get some advanced books. All of these will be used to develop Chidian City. Starting Point City requires 30,000 elite troops. They don't need to go into battle, they just need to defend the city. Everyone nodded. Zhang Yinbin has the divine weapon Kusanagi, sword in his hand, which can break the defense of the demons. Many people are trying to figure out how to break the demons' defense, and it will be broken sooner or later. Then, Zhang Yinbin asked everyone to get busy, and he took Doris to the swimming pool in the back. The swimming pool has been drained. Zhang Yinbin began to pour water into it. Lord, your ring is truly magical. After the swimming pool was filled with water, Zhang Yinbin said, Doris, go down and try it. Doris immediately smiled wickedly and said, You still say you're not targeting me. But Doris was not pretentious. Start taking off your armor. Then, in front of Zhang Yinbin, he took off the rest of his clothes. Zhang Yinbin felt helpless. Doris jumped down. I immediately felt a chill. This water. Doris began to feel uncomfortable. Then, start practicing the exercises. The technique started to work. After about 15 minutes, her complexion returned to normal. My man, won't you come and accompany me? This water is really magical. My strength has not increased for a long time. After practicing for a while, my technique actually showed signs of a breakthrough. Zhang Yinbin shook his head and couldn't go on. Doris has such a great figure, so charming. If he goes down, he won't be able to control himself. He was very clear about the virtues of the several dragons in his body. Now, I can barely control it, but I may not be able to do that later. Doris closed her eyes, felt the water temperature, and then concentrated on practicing her skills. At this moment, Doris really looked like an angel, a goddess. Zhang Yinbin was guarding right next to him. He sat on the shore and also practiced his skills. He closed his eyes and didn't look at Dorothy, fearing that he would not be able to bear it, and jumped down. At this moment, changes occurred in the sky. There are angels appearing faintly. Zhang Yinbin only felt that a dragon seemed to appear on his arm. His skills seemed to be accelerating. Soon, a divine dragon was faintly seen flying in the sky. But it's too vague, so I guess few people noticed it. Zhang Yinbin was concentrating on practicing his skills and was about to make a breakthrough, so he was not distracted at all. A while later, from the sky, there were sounds of dragon roars, and next to him was an extremely holy angel. However, in the holy sky, he was carrying a long sword on his shoulder. In the water, Doris changed dramatically. More holy. At the same time, the surrounding water turned into water vapor. Suddenly, she jumped up. He grabbed Zhang Yinbin and said, Lord, I need you. I'm about to break through. Zhang Yinbin's martial arts had been interrupted, and the little dragon on his arm was only a small prototype before disappearing again. Doris, what's wrong with you? At this time, the angels and dragons in the sky disappeared. The voice in my head tells me that you can help me break through. My man, I need you. Doris has now reached the critical point of breakthrough. I drank the dragon bird tea and soaked in this water. Originally, she was already at the epic peak. I need you. This time, without waiting for Zhang Yinbin to ask anything, Doris took the lead. Doris couldn't control herself, and Zhang Yinbin was right beside her. Doris's powerful strength made Zhang Yinbin unable to resist. In the sky, the holy angel appeared again. At the same time, 4 dragons appeared. Zhang Yinbin also felt the heat in Doris's body. It seems like it is about to explode. 1 hour, 2 hours. Finally, they both exploded at the same time. Doris let out a long roar, and he was promoted to a legendary level existence, with strength even more powerful than the epic level. Thank you, my man. Zhang Yinbin felt a little exhausted. Doris is very powerful after all. But at this time, there was a magical dragon on Zhang Yinbin's right arm, and the magical dragon had grown up. Doris, you are so strong. Zhang Yinbin lay there like a dead fish. Doris put on her battle robe again. At this moment, it looks even more sacred and holy. Being aloof and cold makes people intimidated. Now, I can chop those demons away with just one sword. However, what Zhang Yinbin waited for was not good news. A system announcement made it unclear what changes would happen to his foundation. Chapter 163, I became a system task. In the game, Zhang Yinbin gave Doris the first time, but unexpectedly, both of them were able to break through. Zhang Yinbin knew that with an extra dragon on his body, his strength would be stronger. However, the next system announcement made him confused. Ding's Southern Continent announcement. Unstable factors. The Skybreaking Gang has been promoted to a quasi-level 5 stronghold, potentially threatening the security of the entire continent in the future. Please all the aliens join forces to eliminate this unstable factor. Ding system prompt. Attention, player Soga Zonfeng. You can choose to disband the Skyblasting Gang and the mission will be automatically cancelled. Or, if they hold on to the Sky Exploding Gang for 5 days, they will officially gain the recognition of the gods and become the sole force on this continent. Doris got a promotion. At the same time, there were 50,000 troops in the mountain stronghold. There are also strong city walls. Therefore, the system issued such a task. Zhang Yinbin was also dumbfounded. He didn't know how to choose. Lose your identity as a bandit? The identity of this bandit is very important because there are bandits who come to join the army on their own initiative. Sometimes it is also convenient when attacking players. You can also pretend to be an NPC. In the future, we can cooperate with other continents without being condemned. However, you have to defend against player attacks for 5 days. It's only 5 days. With Doris here, I can kill him in half the time. At this time, Zhang Yinbin saw the countdown. Choose defense. Ding system prompt. Player Soga Zonfeng. You will have 1 day to prepare. Then, Zhang Yinbin saw the countdown again. At the same time, many players can also see the countdown hanging high when entering the task interface. If you choose to attack the Zhaoyan Gang, the player will be teleported over by the system. If you do not choose, it will be deemed as giving up. There are so many people in the game. Zhang Yinbin didn't know how many people would come. At this time, he was also worried about Qijian City. Will Qijian City be occupied by someone taking advantage of the opportunity? Zhang Yinbin struggled to stand up his tired body, then clean up and return to the administrative center. I made myself a cup of long tea to restore my strength. Afterwards, he sent someone to call Hattori Mina. Hattori Mina is here. Congratulations, Lord. Not only has your strength increased, but you've also gained a beautiful woman. You know, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. I went to the Lord and saw it all. Hattori Mina, happy and envious. She wanted to serve Zhang Yinbin, but Zhang Yinbin did not agree. Now that he has Doris, he probably won't refuse. Zhang Yinbin nodded. Then he said worriedly, but it also brought me a huge trouble. There will be a big battle with the Skyblasting Gang. Zhang Yinbin explained the system task again. Then he said, many alien teams will come to Qijian City. No matter what happens in the outer city, the inner city cannot be lost. Therefore, all the troops in Qijian City will not go to battle. Hattori Mina also became serious. After some thought, she said, Lord, the defense of the inner city is no problem. We have enough manpower, so the construction of the inner city has never stopped. On top of the city walls, there are hundreds of catapults alone and a large number of crossbows. Okay, I'll call Chiyo Mako over to deal with the matter outside the city. Chiyo Mako was also called into the administrative center. This is her first time here. Lord Soga is so carefree. This is indeed a great place to hide your beloved. The layout here is indeed suitable for 2 people to live together. But Zhang Yinbin didn't waste any time talking to her. Do you know the mission of the Skyblasting Gang? Why, Lord Soga, you want to join in too? Zhang Yinbin was not joking with her and motioned her to sit down. Then, Zhang Yinbin started to make tea. Zhang Yinbin needs to drink some long tea to replenish his body. We are only 50 miles away from the Skyblasting Gang, and the mission will take 5 days. It is inevitable that it will be affected, and some activities outside the city will be temporarily suspended. Also, your army is always ready. If anyone wants to attack Qijian City, we need your assistance in defense. I won't be doing any quests in Qiqing, but the inner city will be strictly guarded. Doris and I will go help the Zhaoyan Gang defend the city. By the way, outside the city, if there are friendly players coming, we can provide them with services, including various logistical services and conference room services. Now, the restaurant and large conference center have been built. The large conference center has hundreds of meeting rooms of various sizes. The restaurant is operated according to the management of a real hotel. At the same time, selling equipment, repairing equipment, etc. can all serve players. Of course, this is under the premise that players do not attack them. Okay, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. It would be best to let Chiyo Mako handle this kind of thing. Hattori Mina and Yamamoto Shinichi must defend the inner city and not give others any chance. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the outer city will be noted down in Zhang Yinbin's notebook and will be retaliated against in the future. Zhang Yinbin only has 24 hours. He then went to find Dorothy. Doris, your strength is now solid. Is our stronghold about to face a crisis? Doris radiantly drew her sword and said, I want to kill people now. Anyone who dares to touch my village will be killed. The expansion of power made Doris more eager to fight. Doris became the first woman in Zhang Yinbin's game. It's hard to describe my feelings for her. Let's go back to the village. A stronghold must be decorated. The two went back together. At this time, Zhang Yinbin observed carefully and found that there seemed to be nothing unusual about the way Duo Lizzie walked. What are you looking at? Doris blushed for the first time. I'm a legendary warrior now. I've recovered from that minor injury long ago. Speaking of minor injuries, Zhang Yinbin seemed to be shocked. Does this mean he's not very good? The two returned to the village. Zhang Yinbin sat in the Jui Hall and began to arrange defenses. Zhang Yinbin took out a lot of catapults from the ring. These were originally intended to be equipped on warships. Because the wood on the edge of the ice lake is very useful and the catapults made from it are not easily damaged, so he prepared a lot of them. Of course, there are also crossbows and arrows. All these supplies were used. 50,000 troops were mobilized. Outside the city, there was a moat, but no water. The moat has only been dug into the river channel, but the water has not been diverted yet. But this is not a big deal. At night, Zhang Yinbin will go get some water. He didn't know about this mission, otherwise he would have gotten more water from the icy lake. Anyone who fell in would have been frozen to death. However, there was still some water left in the ring, and Zhang Yinbin also planned to get it into the moat. Although it was mixed with normal water and would not freeze people to death, if someone fell in, they would probably be killed. Trying to swim over here is courting death. Zhang Yinbin was busy making arrangements. But Ichiro Watanabe was in a dilemma. Is he helping, doing the task, or neither? This time, he felt that the Jiayin gang could not survive. Because this is a large-scale task that the system mobilizes all players to complete. The rewards are generous and may attract many people. Chapter 164. The Ungrateful Wolf Watanabe Ichiro. Ichiro Watanabe is really conflicted at this moment. He hopes that the Sky Blasting Gang will continue to exist. However, he didn't have the courage to fight against all the players. What would happen if he led all the troops to help the Jiayin gang? Can it change the situation of the battle? If possible, he would bring all his troops to help the Jiayin gang. Because the Jiayin gang expanded his strength and made him play an important role in the guild. Moreover, the guild's resources gradually tilted towards him. He has a tendency to hold the greatest power in the guild. All of this was given by Zhang Yinbin. But now the system is going to destroy him. Watanabe-kun, we can't fight the system. Yes, the system is the largest. Then let's go attack the Sky Blasting Gang. We know the Sky Blasting Gang's situation best. If I go, I can become the commander-in-chief. I want to establish my prestige among the players. Watanabe Ichiro's ambition was completely exposed at this time. He continued, we also need to gain the support of the guild and have them mobilize more resources so that I can be qualified to lead this battle. Who knows the Jiayin gang best? All players know that it is Ichiro Watanabe. Because Ichiro Watanabe often cooperated with them and entered the city several times. He was the only player, or the one who never showed up, Soga Zonfeng, who had ever entered there. Therefore, Ichiro Watanabe naturally became the most suitable commander. All of this seems to be fine. Yes, Watanabe-kun, we will definitely be able to win. The system also indicates that there will be huge rewards this time. This is a quasi-level 5 stronghold. Normally, any one person's territory, or a few people's territory, can't be attacked at all. Only if the system unites everyone can we defeat it. Ichiro Watanabe was also moved by these words. If you don't choose to do the task now, you will choose it when. After Watanabe Ichiro made his choice, some territories were also selected, but later some people found that they could not select tasks even if they wanted to, as the system seemed to have set a limit on the number of people. If there is no upper limit, what is Zhang Yinbin defending? Pass on my order to mobilize 30,000 elite troops and send them out in full force. Also, have the people from other territories of the guild mobilize some of their troops to come to our territory, join the guild, and garrison our territory. On the surface, Ichiro Watanabe took out the elite troops of his territory. It would be natural to mobilize troops from other places to defend. In this way, most of the guild's military forces were under his control. Plus, the resources mobilized. The power of the guild was gradually controlled by Ichiro Watanabe. Ichiro Watanabe is very scheming, but he can succeed. Many people in the southern continent are considering whether to undertake this mission. As a result, many people must want to try their luck. However, this is also the time when the demons come, and many people choose to do the demons' tasks. However, there must be a lot of troops besieging the Jiayin gang. If he holds on, Zhang Yanbin will also receive huge rewards from the system. Don't even mention failure. He only asked that Doris take a few key generals with her to fight her way out and survive. Both sides are preparing. Zhang Yanbin placed a lot of catapults and crossbows on the top of the city wall. Those who came must be a mob. But the mob may be very large. The countdown continues. Zhang Yanbin and his team have also been preparing. The supplies he brought with him also included some he moved from Qidian City. Strengthen their defenses as much as possible. Time passes by little. Zhang Yanbin and his team are also making preparations bit by bit. Finally, at noon the next day. There is still an hour left. A post suddenly appeared on the forum. I'm Ichiro Watanabe. Everyone knows that I know the Sky Blasting Gang best. Now, I am also leading 30,000 main forces to attack the Sky Blasting Gang. Some people may wonder why I am doing this. Because I don't dare to fight the system, let alone the vast number of players. System, if you want to destroy the Explosion Heaven Gang, then I will stand on the side of the system. Since I know the Sky Exploding Gang best, their high-end military power and their combat methods are best understood by me. So, I won't hesitate to act as the temporary leader and command everyone to fight. In an hour, I will go into battle. I hope that all players will join me in fighting against the Sky Exploding Gang and destroying them. Zhang Yanbin is fully prepared. So, I took some time off and wanted to see how the players would react. As a result, I saw Watanabe Ichiro's ridiculous post. Watanabe Ichiro, you are courting death. Know me? Then I'll let you know better. Zhang Yanbin is ready to reply. I, Soga Zonfeng, the Lord of the Starting Point Territory, now support Watanabe-kun to become our leader. My Starting Point Territory and the outer city will be fully at the service of all players. No one is allowed to enter the inner city. Anyone entering will be considered an enemy. In the outer city, there is a large conference room with a soundproofing formation carved by a formation master. Everyone can hold a meeting there to discuss how to attack the Sky Blasting Gang. Also, a reminder. A few days ago, 2 gangs of bandits who had fought among themselves defected to the Sky Blasting Gang, greatly increasing their strength and adding some defenses. The day before yesterday, I went inside, but I haven't been in for the past 2 days, so I don't know about the new changes inside. Zhang Yanbin also wrote a reply under the name of Soga no Zonfeng. His reply was also liked and ranked first among the replies. Watanabe Ichiro was very happy when he saw that Soga no Kofeng supported him. In this way, he has an absolute advantage. Suddenly, Ichiro Watanabe was full of confidence. Time passes by little. Finally, the time has come. Many people were teleported here. However, they were not teleported directly outside the stronghold, but were distributed within a radius of dozens of miles around the stronghold. Let them gather themselves. At this time, they can communicate by sending messages via carrier pigeons or by sending scouts. More and more people are being teleported here. But many people understand that it is just a copycat game and they have billions of players. Many people go there but don't get any profit. It would be better to do some tasks around your own territory and not waste time. However, some people want to see what a quasi-level 5 copycat looks like. More and more people gathered. There are over 1 million players and NPC teams. No matter how many there are, it can't accommodate them all. The Jiayin Gang has only 50,000 people. There are millions of them, but only tens of thousands can attack at the same time. Many people came and discovered this problem. They wanted to fight, but it was not their turn at all. So, they are considering whether to just watch the game. In the evening, the city was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people. They surrounded from a distance. At this point, no one knew how to fight. Nor did they dare to attack first. Let's go and fight first. This level 5 stronghold is not to be trifled with. All of my soldiers are dead, so what reward is there? Even if you get a little reward, it can't make up for the loss. At this point, the best thing to do is to wait and see. My man, when do they fight? Doris was on the top of the city wall, shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Yanbin. She really wanted to see what it would be like if she were promoted to the legendary level. As a result, these people did not attack. Chapter 165 System Conspiracy. Zhang Yanbin also looked outside the city helplessly. Because there are so many people, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. This is probably the biggest pressure the system has put on us, no more. They both felt that whoever attacked first would suffer. It seems that there will be no fight tonight. Why don't we go back to the room? Hundreds of thousands of people surrounded their city. Zhang Yanbin was indeed not worried. These people come from too many territories. There are a lot of people, but only a few dozen of them came just to watch the fun and get a bargain. Therefore, few people are willing to take the lead for others. My man, are you thinking about it again? Can you do it? Doris gave Zhang Yinbin a critical hit. Why is Zhang Yinbin not doing well? Didn't it make her walk abnormally? Go back, there's no fighting. Zhang Yinbin shook his head helplessly, put his hands behind his back, and walked down the city wall. Doris also felt that the other party would not fight. They left disappointed. But, on the city wall, the soldiers still loyally performed their duties and guarded the wall. At this time, Ichiro Watanabe also realized the seriousness of the problem. A million-strong army seems powerful, but they do not belong to the same force. At the same time, this is a city, not a battle in the open air. Whoever rushes forward first will be in trouble first. Watanabe-kun, the sky-blasting gang's stronghold, is so fortified. Whoever attacks first will definitely suffer, and may even be completely wiped out. No one wants to go to war. Ichiro Watanabe also felt that the problem was serious at this time. I've posted a notice. Anyone with more than 10,000 troops, and those in charge, are to go to Chidian City for a meeting. Without a meeting and negotiation, this war probably wouldn't have started. Let Zhang Yinbin directly survive the 5-day crisis. Midnight. Chidian City welcomed a large number of guests. However, when they wanted to use the conference room, they found that they had to pay a high fee. Both large and small meetings must be held. Each venue costs more than tens of thousands of copper coins per hour. A large conference room costs hundreds of thousands of yuan per hour. Ichiro Watanabe gathered dozens of people and held a meeting that lasted 5 hours. However, no consensus was reached on how to distribute the benefits or who would attack first. The meeting can't continue. Everyone went back to hold a small meeting. It's a small meeting. Those who have money can stay in the conference room. Those who had no money or were unwilling to pay would just find a place in the wild to sit down and hold a meeting. However, the sudden appearance of a ninja made them afraid to talk about important things in the wild. So they went back to renting a conference room. When daybreak came, the fighting had not yet begun. They couldn't reach a consensus. In the morning, Zhang Yinbin looked like he had lost all hope in life. My man, you are still not strong enough. Doris complained about Zhang Yinbin again. Doris, it's obviously you who are too powerful. You are legendary level, and I am almost at the level of a high-level general at most. Last night, Zhang Yinbin was defeated again. This Dolis was taller and stronger than him. In a battle last night, Zhang Yinbin persisted for 3 hours, using the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, and finally managed to hold on. Let's go fight. Doris pulled Zhang Yinbin out the door. Doris's white battle robe made her look very holy. But who knows what last night was like? How could it be holy? It's simply. The two men reached the top of the city. Doris said, otherwise, we fight our way out. Zhang Yinbin refused. He was able to stay in the city, and within 5 days his stronghold was recognized by the system. At the same time, he, the leader of the mountain stronghold, and Doris, the thief, also gained recognition from the system. I guess it's unlikely that a fight will break out today, but the system will definitely not let us get away with it safely. If the players do not attack each other because they are afraid to do so, why would the system create this task? The system is well controlled. Probably 1 million people came. What Zhang Yinbin has to do is to withstand the attack of 1 million people. There is hope, but also danger. Time continues to pass by little. Chidian City, large conference rooms, and hotels have revenues approaching 10 million. As a result, the fighting hasn't started yet. It is difficult to distribute benefits equally. But at this time, Ichiro Watanabe's prestige was not enough. He has little to offer. He wanted to use 200 million copper coins to buy these soldiers first, and then divide the benefits equally after the victory. As a result, 200 million is a lot. But after dividing it all, there wasn't much left. So, these players also refused. Some players, who still want to take advantage of the situation, are even more unwilling to cooperate with Ichiro Watanabe. In this way, the player keeps dragging it on. It took 2 days. When there was only the 3rd day left, suddenly, another system announcement came. Ding Southern Continent announcement. Unstable factor mission, countdown 3 days. After the countdown ends, the party that does not participate in the battle will be automatically eliminated by the system. Both sides attack, or if the kill is effective, they will receive system points, which can be freely exchanged for a large number of precious items. The 3-day countdown begins. Everyone was dumbfounded. The attacking party that does not participate in the battle will be directly wiped out. Many people who wanted to take advantage were dumbfounded. This time, I have no choice but to try my best. At least, earn some points before you die. Zhang Yinbin also received a system message. If he doesn't participate in the battle, he won't be wiped out, but will get everyone's points. Insidious system, prepare for a battle. Zhang Yinbin gave the order, and everyone began to prepare. Soldiers, you have been idle for 2 days. Chiyo Meiko, on her side, watched the crowd leave with a smile. In 2 days, she earned more than 20 million copper coins for the territory. Just provide basic services. Chiyo Meiko looked towards the inner city again. For the past 2 days, the inner city has been closed and no one is entering or leaving. She didn't know what was hidden inside. However, she believed that even if these players united, it would be difficult to break into the inner city. At this point, all she could do was watch the show. Not long ago, players held a meeting in the conference room for more than 2 hours. This time, Watanabe Ichiro took out 500 million and distributed it to everyone. And then he got the command of an army of more than 500,000. This time, the system has forced them to fight, and they must win. If you lose, you die. This time, it is a life and death duel. For Zhang Yinbin, it was also a test of life and death. Ding system prompt. Player Soga Zongfeng, are you willing to let the system broadcast live? I agree to livestream the city attack and defense. Each viewer will be charged 1 copper coin, regardless of success or failure, which will be directly deposited into your account. Agree. Anyone who disagrees is a fool. Zhang Yinbin agreed generously. He disagreed, saying that the system could not broadcast live, but players would broadcast from their perspective. Although I can't see what's happening on the top of the city wall, I can still make some guesses. Now, just broadcast it live and let them watch it openly. Even if you fail, you can still make a lot of money. Ding system prompt. This battle is the first true city attack and defense battle in the game. The attacking and defending sides cannot watch the live broadcast. The rest will be broadcasted simultaneously on the other 4 continents. Huh. Zhang Yinbin breathed a sigh of relief. At least, no one participating in the battle could know his arrangements. Before the end of this battle, they will not be able to receive any carrier pigeon messages, so the attacking players will not be able to know the layout of their city. Another day of 10,000 updates. I hope you will continue to support me, and I will continue to update 10,000 more. Chapter 166 Live Broadcast. Ding's server-wide announcement. The Southern Continent's Uncontrollable Factors City Attack and Defense Battle will be live-streamed across all servers. Players can pay 1 copper coin to watch the full live-stream. As soon as the system announcement came out, many people just found out that there was a quasi-level 5 stronghold in the Southern Continent, and it was gradually becoming uncontrollable? Why has counterfeiting become uncontrollable? Is it even impossible to control the system? Indeed, because the system cannot arbitrarily interfere with the player's behavior. The system cannot restrict Zhang Yinbin from expanding his copycat business. So it's uncontrollable. The other system-controlled counterfeits are naturally controllable. However, the copycat controlled by players becomes uncontrollable. Many players were stunned, regardless of whether he is a lord or not. For 1 copper coin, you can watch a live broadcast of the system. Moreover, it was a battle of attack and defense of a city. In the future, perhaps they will also want to participate, and their own cities may be attacked. Therefore, it is very necessary to watch one. What's more, being able to make system and server-wide announcements and watch live broadcasts must be a big deal. So, whenever I have free time, I will choose to watch it. If you don't have time, you can watch the recording later. Suddenly, there were more than 1 billion people in the live broadcast room. As a participant in the war, Zhang Yinbin cannot watch it. I don't know the situation in the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, you can overlook the entire battlefield from a high altitude from a god's perspective. What the hell, what's going on? So many catapults and densely packed crossbows. Has this bandit evolved to this level? I thought it was a player's city, but it turned out to be a copycat. This stronghold is incredible. Even a million-strong army might not be able to take it down. From the Southern Continent, commanded by Ichiro Watanabe. All we know from Ichiro Watanabe and the others is that there will be a live broadcast. Their consent is not required. The system directly determines their life and death. Does a live broadcast still require their consent? Chiyo Meiko poured a cup of tea in her hotel room in Chidian City and watched the live broadcast. Soga Zongfeng, who are you? Soga Zongfeng and Doris stood on the top of the city wall, overlooking everything. Soldiers were on high alert all around. It seems that Soga no Zongfeng is the commander. Zhang Yinbin had not considered this issue before, and that Chiyo Meiko would discover his true identity. No one else, including Ichiro Watanabe, would find out. Because Ichiro Watanabe always believed that Zhang Yinbin was the NPC, the leader of the village. So, even if he saw the recording and saw Zhang Yinbin commanding the battle, isn't all this natural? Therefore, only Chiyo Meiko will discover his identity. As for whether Chiyo Meiko will reveal her identity, it no longer matters. Announce it? Is she convincing on her own? then all her interests would be gone. On the contrary, it can be used as a bargaining chip to secretly trade with others. But how effective is this transaction? How much damage can it cause to Zhang Yanbin? Unless he knew that Soga no Zongfeng was Zhuge Shenlong. With this news, I guess countless people in the southern continent would choose to kill him. The number of people is increasing. No one wants to miss such a good show. The system looks down from high above. I saw all of Zhang Yanbin's arrangements, as well as the players surrounding the city. At first glance, there were hundreds of thousands of people. Only a few 100,000 people. The remaining people did not listen to Ichiro Watanabe's orders and were not in a hurry to besiege the city. Ichiro Watanabe began to mobilize people and prepare for an attack from all sides. He studied ancient books, with 3 sides surrounded and 1 side missing. Prepare for a 3-pronged attack and a feint attack on 1 side. This is based on information asymmetry. He thought that everyone inside was an NPC and didn't know that Zhang Yanbin was a player. Ridiculous. Zhang Yanbin sneered, then said, "Don't attack with the catapults yet. Let the crossbows show them their power. Wait until their men gather here, and then let them experience the power of this catapult." Ichiro Watanabe was very cautious and sent a group of shield men to slowly approach. There are people on all sides. On the city wall, Zhang Yanbin kept his troops motionless. He waited quietly. When they reached the moat, everyone was in trouble. The moat is more than 10 meters wide and several meters deep. Ichiro Watanabe knows all these data. Swim over there. Ichiro Watanabe asked them to swim over, which was only a dozen meters. Suddenly, about 5,000 to 20,000 people jumped into the water and tried to swim across. After swimming over, it's only a dozen meters away from the city gate, and then you can attack. However, not long after, an accident occurred. These people couldn't swim more than 3 meters. What's going on? Is the water poisonous? Why aren't you moving? This system's tasks are really hard to accomplish. Watanabe Ichiro was far away and had not noticed the problem yet, but players who were watching the live broadcast from a high altitude had already seen something unusual. After a while, Watanabe Ichiro also realized something was wrong. A few people go over and take a look. There were only a dozen or so people coming over, and they were scattered. Zhang Yanbin did not order an attack. When they reached the shore, they saw that everyone was motionless. Obviously, they are all dead. 20,000 people died before the fighting even began. When people went back to report, Watanabe Ichiro's face turned black. 20,000 people died in vain. Watanabe-kun, this is what you said. You understand the sky blasting gang. 20,000 people have already died before it even started. They were all elites. What could Ichiro Watanabe say? There was indeed no water before. No one knows that the water is poisonous. In fact, there is no poison in the water. If you are strong enough, you can improve your cultivation by going in. As a result, these people were not strong enough and died after swimming a few meters. Watanabe-kun, what do you think we should do next? Some lords questioned him, asking why so many elite soldiers died without getting any benefits. Not even the city was captured. Didn't earn any points. His face was extremely dark. Fill him up. Send a few thousand men to disperse and fill up the moat. Ichiro Watanabe sent someone over. They dug the earth with their weapons. Want to fill it up? Zhang Yanbin sneered on the top of the city wall. Let them fill it out slowly, and by the time they finish, the time will be almost up. Seeing that the efficiency is too low, I am afraid it will take 2 days to dig. You need tools, preferably sandbags, to dig the soil in the back and bring it to the front. A lord player said. But everyone came to fight. The backpack is also limited, and it is used to carry other things. Who would bring a shovel and some sacks? Go to Chidian City, that's where it is. Some people thought of Chidian City. There must be a lot of tools over there. So someone sent someone there quickly. Someone informed Chiyo Mako. Chiyo Mako was watching the live broadcast and reluctantly came out to meet the lord. Buy sacks and shovels, yes. A shovel is 500 copper coins. A sack is 100 copper coins. How much do you want? Pay the money and I'll arrange it for you right away. You are a profiteer, taking advantage of the situation. This is 10 times the usual amount. Chiyo Mako wasn't angry either. She was silent for a moment, then said, I'm going to continue watching the live broadcast. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. What's wrong with 10 times? Buy it if you like. She turned around suddenly, and the visitor thought Chiyo Mako was going to change her mind. You can also choose to rob us. This will give us an excuse to attack you at a critical moment in our territory. Is this a threat? Definitely. Chapter 167. Why not rob? The moat, which is more than 10 meters wide and several meters deep, needs to be filled. It takes a lot of shovels and sandbags. The other party was so angry that he couldn't speak. Chiyoko waited for a while and then said, By the way, you will need ladders to attack the city. Building a ladder requires wood and tools, so having a craftsman is the best. Why don't you go back and tell Watanabe Ichiro to give him 300 million copper coins, and I'll help him solve it. It will only take half a day. You don't have much time left. Next time you come to see me, just give me 5 minutes. I'm going to watch the live broadcast. After saying that, this time Chiyo Mako really left. The attackers were inexperienced and had not prepared these things. 300 million copper coins. Why don't you go and rob it? But Chiyo Mako just wanted to snatch it. This was what Zhang Yinbin had instructed before. What if I rob you? The territory can also produce catapults. It will be more expensive then. The visitor had no choice but to ride back on horseback. This trip back and forth wasted another 3 hours. Many people who watched the live broadcast left cursing. They have other things to do, but next time you come in, you have to pay a copper coin. All this money will become Zhang Yinbin's money. It's only been 3 days, and more than 3 billion people have watched it. Some people couldn't wait, so they ended the live broadcast and came back to watch it after a while. It's only 1 copper coin at a time. They also have things to do in the game. So, a lot of people come in and out. This is a lot of money. Just now, when Ichiro Watanabe sent out his troops, a lot of people suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. But they were all found dead. As a result, we had to borrow sandbags and fill the moat. Many people were too busy to take time off, and hundreds of millions of people ran away at once. These people will come back to check after the war and will have to pay another copper coin. A copper coin is really nothing to everyone. The live broadcast lasted 3 hours, and hundreds of millions of people watched it. When Ichiro Watanabe heard the news, he was furious. Send 300,000 men to Razi Chidian City. Watanabe, Ichiro roared. The person sent said, the other side also said that we can rob them, but then they will have an excuse to attack our army. The defense of the inner city of Chidian City is no worse than that of a mountain stronghold. Ichiro Watanabe's face was terribly gloomy. This is threatening him. This is intimidating him. 300 million copper coins. Just get some shovels, sacks, and ladders. Why are they always slaughtering fat sheep? But what about slaughtering the fat sheep? Now, time is limited. You either go grab it or not. Go and rob the starting city. The outer city does not have much defense capability. Even if the army goes there, they can take it for free. But you have to gamble that there are not many troops in the inner city and their strength is not strong. Otherwise, when you are fighting with the copycats, they will attack you from behind and you will suffer heavy losses. Watanabe-kun, it's only 300 million. Watanabe-kun, are you going to leave us all here to die in vain? Watanabe-kun, 300 million is not a lot of money for you guys. Many lords had previously temporarily handed over military power to Ichiro Watanabe. It's impossible to ask them to pay again. Everyone was making sarcastic remarks. Ichiro Watanabe has staked his entire fortune. The troops came out. At the same time, 300 million copper coins were given to these lords. Now he has to pay another 300 million copper coins. What if it doesn't come out? Just go and grab it. Seize the starting city. Chidian City is now very wealthy. However, many talents and important materials were moved to the inner city. They may not be able to attack the inner city. When the time comes, they won't be able to take away the supplies and people outside Chidian City. They will be directly wiped out by the system. Another dilemma was placed before Ichiro Watanabe. Watanabe Ichiro could only discuss this with a few guild leaders. Take out another 300 million copper coins. There was no choice but to pay 300 million copper coins to Chiyo Mako. But this Chiyo Mako was not at all weak. A large supply of shovels, sacks, wood, and tools was immediately provided. These things were quickly transported out of the city by horse-drawn carriages. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, hundreds of millions more people were watching. Some people, knowing that Ichiro Watanabe was going to take action again, came to watch. A few 100 million more visitors means a few 100 million more copper coins, all of which is Zhang Yinbin's money. Unfortunately, he doesn't know it yet. Ichiro Watanabe was very annoyed. Before the battle even started, 600 million copper coins had been spent. At this time, he gave the order to start filling the sacks, and then prepare to fill the moat. The soldiers began to dig. Then the transportation begins. This time, they won't be able to do it with peace of mind. The people who were transported here began to be attacked by arrows from the top of the city wall. At the beginning, in order to speed up the process, Ichiro Watanabe sent a large number of people over. As a result, a dense rain of arrows came from the top of the city. More than 1,000 of them were attacked and killed. The rest of the people hurried back. Watanabe Ichiro, his face was dark again. Arranged shield men to protect the team. Next, filling the moat went much more smoothly. 2 rounds of arrow rain were fired from the top of the city wall, but they had little effect, so they stopped. In the live broadcast room, you can post barges. There are crossbows and catapults on the city walls. Why not? You're stupid. This is to conserve firepower and wait for the enemy to charge. It's hard to say how many of these hundreds of thousands of people will be left. A 5th-level stronghold, that's too perverted. Next time there's a mission like this, I'll never go even if I'm beaten to death. He would be beaten to death if he went. People are not optimistic about Ichiro Watanabe. It took them nearly a day to buy tools and fill the trench. At this time, they were still urgently building ladders. A lot of ladders were built. However, these are armies and soldiers, and their efficiency is not high. Helplessly, Watanabe Ichiro finally spent another 5 million and invited craftsmen from the Chidian city territory to come and make it. Chiyo Mako accepted the money, but she was very honest. The ladder was built quickly and efficiently. At night, the trench was filled in. At the same time, a large number of ladders were built. During the live broadcast, players can see the situation of both sides. Both sides of the war are black. There were some torches on the city walls, but not many. Watanabe Ichiro did not dare to attack. He ordered a full-scale attack to begin as soon as daybreak came. Suddenly, the person who spent a copper coin to watch the battle left again cursing. During this day, more than 5 billion people came and went. Zhang Yanbin earned more than 5 billion copper coins without doing anything. But he didn't know it at this time. In the evening, Zhang Yanbin and Doris both went down from the city wall. The soldiers have been replaced twice. Boring. Lord, there's nothing to fight. Lord, let's go back to the room. Zhang Yanbin was startled and said hurriedly, "It's still early, still early. Let's go back with me." Zhang Yanbin was no match for Doris in terms of strength, so she dragged him into the room and tortured him inhumanely. They didn't let him go until Zhang Yanbin was completely exhausted. Chapter 168, The Siege Begins. One night, many people also entered the live broadcast room. But he went in and came out again. There is nothing to watch at this time, so I can only exit. Some lords began to study the defense of the city. They are also making catapults and crossbows. Of course, first there must be a city wall. Moreover, the city walls must be taller. The next morning, it was dawn. However, there are already more than 1 billion people watching live broadcasts. These people are all looking forward to the arrival of a major war. Countdown, only 2 days left. It can be said that Ichiro Watanabe has no choice. The next morning, Zhang Yanbin practiced his skills for half the night, and finally recovered completely and returned to the top of the city. "My man, you are still not strong enough. Doris, we will sleep in separate rooms tonight." Zhang Yanbin is humiliated. The opponent is at the legendary level. How can I be his opponent? "You dare," Doris threatened. Zhang Yanbin looked like a man with no authority. He shook his head helplessly, then said, "Today, Ichiro Watanabe has to suffer a little more." He was no match for Doris. It was bad enough that he was ravaged by her, but he was also no match for the hundreds of thousands or even millions of small fry below him. Ichiro Watanabe began to deploy his troops. He knew there were a large number of archers on the city walls, so he arranged many shield men. These men protected the archers and prepared to fight back. In addition, there were also people guarding the ladders, ready to storm the city. At this time, there were more than 2 billion people in the live broadcast room. Everyone is looking forward to this big battle. A battle to attack and defend a city. Well, this Watanabe Ichiro's arrangement is quite methodical. Watanabe Ichiro, this arrangement is reasonable. With an absolute advantage in numbers, we can break through the fortress. Although the arrangement is good, the losses will probably be considerable. These ballistae and catapults will cause them considerable casualties. With such a dense attack, the Sky Exploding Gang won't last more than half a day. In the live broadcast room, most people are optimistic about Ichiro Watanabe. However, they saw the defenses on the city walls. However, they also knew that crossbows and catapults had a limited durability. Once their durability is used up, they will break down. These catapults and crossbows cannot withstand such high-intensity attacks for long. Therefore, many players are not optimistic about Zhang Yanbin. Alas, it's a pity that we can't place bets. When the market opens offline, bet on Watanabe Ichiro and you're guaranteed to win. It's hard to say. The system doesn't tell us how many people are in this fortress. If Watanabe Ichiro loses, he might as well just commit seppuku. Most people are optimistic about Ichiro Watanabe. Zhang Yanbin and Doris stood side by side, looking down. Who is the goddess on the top of the city? So beautiful, like an angel. So holy, if I could just kiss you. I love this woman. Among the bandits, there is such a beauty. Doris is a typical Western beauty. The most beautiful one, the white battle robe, makes her look extremely holy. Only Zhang Yanbin knew what her true nature would reveal later. Of course, if she is given the opportunity to fight on the battlefield, she will reveal another side of her nature. The army began to attack the city, using phalanxes. The phalanxes were all protected by shields. Zhang Yanbin said to the messenger beside him, "Wait until they cross the moat. Send out the crossbows, 1/3 of the firepower, and then the archers will follow up to provide a covering attack." "Yes, Lord." Several messengers, "Go and deliver the message immediately." Soon, the enemy came within attack range. Suddenly, some of the crossbows began to fire. The bed crossbow rushed forward with powerful killing power. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful crossbow arrows directly shattered the enemy's shields, knocked several people away, and knocked down a large group of people behind them. The shield bearers in the front row knocked down the people behind them, and the entire formation was immediately thrown into chaos. This also exposed too many flaws in their formation. At the same time as the crossbows attacked, the archers also attacked at the same time. The crossbows destroyed their formation and left them with too many loopholes. At this time, a rain of arrows arrived, killing a large number of them. The originally dense and effective formation was now shattered into pieces by the attack. Damn it! Why are their crossbows so powerful? Watanabe Ichiro saw this, and some people were frightened and ran back. The first wave of attack ended in failure right at the fortress under the powerful crossbow attack, and they retreated, leaving behind thousands of corpses. How so? This bed crossbow is stronger than mine. I've tested mine many times. Strong. The material used to make this crossbow must be extraordinary. I just got here, what happened? This bandit is too strong. The death of thousands of people did not affect Ichiro Watanabe's determination. He just adjusted it, arranged the formation less densely, and staggered. In this way, the attack power of the bed crossbow is relatively limited. They only have so many attack points. Avoid the crossbows and rush forward. Archers, once you arrive at the location, don't worry about casualties, just attack directly. Time is running out, they must fight. So, Ichiro Watanabe gave another death order. Other players must also cooperate. Because if you don't cooperate, you will be wiped out by the system in vain, which is really not worth it. So, they cooperated with Ichiro Watanabe. Advance in echelons and staggered steps. At the same time, the position of the bed crossbow had been exposed, so they tried to avoid it head-on. Oh, we can't do that. They still have 2/3 of their crossbows left to fire. Watanabe Ichiro, adjust quickly, there will be more casualties this time. People watching the live broadcast were very anxious, especially since they actually placed bets in reality. Those who bet on Ichiro Watanabe won the most. Now, seeing Watanabe Ichiro's arrangements, I am very anxious. Ichiro Watanabe ordered the army to set off again. Crossbows, attack with all your strength. Archers, follow. This time, we're going to make them leave behind tens of thousands of people. Ichiro Watanabe thought he had already tested Zhang Yanbin's strengths in the first round. So, try to avoid it, and in the second round, launch a fierce attack. Using his archers to return the people on the city walls is worth it, even if it means exchanging a few people for one. So, this time they're going to fight to the death. If you don't fight hard, you will be wiped out by the system. Rush. At the command, all teams were ready. Start the charge. Put. When they entered the attack range, the guards at each city gate also ordered the crossbows to attack at the same time. A large number of crossbows launched a desperate attack. At the same time, the archers on the city walls also cooperated with the dense rain of arrows, forming arrow formations. The crossbows destroyed their shield formation and their formation. A crossbow arrow shattered the shield and passed through 3 people, then knocked down several more. The enemy archers just entered the attack position, removed their shields, and launched an attack. However, they can only launch 1 round of attacks. Immediately, they were covered by the arrow array on the top of the city wall, and most of them died. Chapter 169, Person Substitution. This time, Ichiro Watanabe sent more than 100,000 people to perform a personnel replacement drama. He wanted to exchange these people's lives for the lives of the defenders on the city wall, who told them to be so numerous. His strategy was successful. The city walls were also attacked by arrows, with casualties. Well, hundreds of people. There are many injured. There are few casualties, and no one is taking care of the wounded for the time being. Because at this time, the archers and crossbowmen were attacking desperately. Kill as many people as possible. As for the consumption of arrows, they didn't care at all. The manufacturing capabilities of Zhang Yanbin base are very strong. He has no shortage of these supplies. Originally, he brought them from the Shenlong territory so that they could use them for a few months, so that they would not be short of high-end items when he was away. As a result, they may all be used up in the next few days. The rain of arrows seemed to be free and continued to attack. Retreat, retreat quickly. As soon as the opponent attacked, Watanabe Ichiro knew that he was finished. No one knew that there were so many crossbows on the city wall. So many crossbows. Why didn't you attack in the first round? In the first round, 1/3 was used. Withdrawn. However, in this round of attack, more than 80,000 of them died. It took just over half an hour. At this time, Zhang Yanbin commanded a new group of troops. For an archer, drawing the bow and arrow quickly hurts his arms, so he must rest. Otherwise, his arm muscles will be strained, and he will be unable to draw the bow and arrow. The reserve troops were just outside the city, and within a few minutes, they had replaced their troops one after another. Only at this time did someone take care of these wounded soldiers. The wounded and the dead soldiers all left the city wall. This time, Ichiro Watanabe miscalculated again. Insidious, very insidious. When did the sky-exploding gang get a crossbow? They didn't have one before. He had come here many times, and when the city wall was built, space was indeed reserved for crossbows. However, they did not have the conditions to manufacture advanced bed crossbows at that time, so Zhang Yanbin never had anyone install it. At that time, Chidian City had just started to develop. Although Chidian City had many high-level carpenters, it did not have many high-level materials. Since there was a shortage of high-end stuff everywhere, Zhang Yanbin was not in a hurry to install a bed crossbow. And since he could return to the dragon territory, he brought them all here at once. He also brought a large number of catapults, which were originally intended to be installed on new warships, but were also moved to the top of the city walls. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 3 billion, and 3 billion people are online at the same time. The number of viewers has exceeded 12 billion. It can be said that Zhang Yanbin has already earned more than 10 billion yuan. Ichiro Watanabe is a little panicked now. This time, he messed up. I didn't expect that the Zhaiyan gang would be so powerful. He called several lords. He couldn't directly command these men. Now, the only option is to exchange life for life. We don't need shields. We can charge the city directly with a relatively scattered team. Their archers and dense arrow formations will have limited killing power against us. And our archers, if they spread out and attack in a dispersed manner, can still hurt them. At the same time, charge the city, regardless of life. Ichiro Watanabe put forward his ideas again. After just one round of attacks, many lords only have a few points. Because the killing power on the walled city is really limited. Okay, let's do it this way. Time is running out. If we fail, we will all be wiped out by the system. Dispersed attacks will weaken the damage, but continuous attacks will limit the damage done by the enemy's crossbows. Someone supports Ichiro Watanabe. This was also the person secretly bribed by Ichiro Watanabe. If no one supports him, I'm afraid all his efforts will fail. The rest of the players don't have many good options. They were all fooled by the system. Now, the system wants them to do this. What can they do? You can only fight hard. The enemy began to attack in a dispersed manner with tens of thousands of people. Once the personnel are dispersed, the lethality of Zhang Yanbin and his team's crossbows will be very limited. When attacking often, hit the empty space. However, archers can still inflict considerable damage on them. However, the arrow array wasted a lot of arrows and not many people were killed or injured. Catapults ready. Several catapults attack their ladders. Archers attack their ladders. Ladders are their only means of climbing the city wall at the moment. If we destroy their catapults, they will have no other options. Suddenly, a large number of stones were thrown from the top of the city. Catapult. It's a catapult. Damn, why is there a catapult? Ichiro Watanabe was already panicking. At this time, Zhang Yanbin and his men's catapults were not hidden either. Attack their ladders directly. The ladder is fragile. Although the catapults were not accurate enough, when several catapults attacked one ladder, as long as they hit one, their ladder would be destroyed. After several rounds of attacks, many ladders were destroyed. The archers on the city walls also attacked the troops that were charging the city. At this time, their archers no longer caused much interference and caused considerable trouble to the defenders on the city walls. From time to time, arrows were shot at Zhang Yanbin and Doris. Doris gently pushed them aside with her hands. The latter consumed a lot of energy at once. Their power to attack the city will be weakened. The catapults continued to attack. Catapults attack their archers. Zhang Yanbin gave the order again. Archers are still relatively dense. Only a denser array of arrows can have greater lethality. The catapults were thrown at them, and the archers had no time to attack and could only disperse. This allowed the archers on the city walls to attack their assault teams. Stone, smash it. Part of the ladder had already reached the city wall, and the soldiers began to climb the wall. So Zhang Yanbin ordered to throw stones at them. At the same time, there is also rolling logs. A large amount of supplies fell down. A fierce battle to defend the city began. The catapults continued to attack. After dispersing their archers, they began to attack their ladders. All of a sudden, their ladders were greatly consumed. Ladder, ladder. Quick, prepare the ladder. More ladder teams joined in. Then start the attack. On top of the city wall, the catapults never stopped. Stones attacked one after another. The ladder they had built with great difficulty was destroyed on the way to the charge. Wave after wave, they rushed up in a scattered manner. However, it was difficult for them to reach the top of the city wall. Most of the casualties on the city walls came from the archers below. Their archers had the advantage of being numerous. When one group died, another group came. Keep attacking like this. The fight lasted until night. Zhang Yinbin lost more than 8,000 people. The other side lost more than 400,000 people. At night, Watanabe Ichiro did not dare to attack. Not to mention at night, he had no experience in attacking a city during the day, and this was something he learned on the spur of the moment. So, at night, he didn't dare to attack. Who knows what Zhang Yinbin has prepared for them? Chapter 171 Billion Copper Coins. Night. Watanabe Ichiro calculated. The only troops he could use were over 200,000. But he didn't know how many people in the city were killed or injured. Therefore, it is currently impossible to estimate the combat effectiveness of both sides. Helplessly, he went to find some other lords, hoping they would cooperate. Many people don't buy Watanabe Ichiro's account. In particular, these people come from many regions. For example, Indians don't have a good impression of Ichiro Watanabe. There are also people in other areas who do not want to be led by Ichiro Watanabe. With more than 200,000 people, we can definitely not defeat them. Ichiro Watanabe is very clear about this. He can only call these people over. If I fail to attack tomorrow, you will also be wiped out by the system. By then, not only will you die, you won't even have any points. How about we cooperate and attack together? I can make some concessions on the distribution of benefits. Ichiro Watanabe no longer has any money. It cost the guild too much money. The rest of the people still disagreed with Ichiro Watanabe's leadership. At this time, a powerful lord of Asen stood up and said, "How about this? You and I attack 2 walls each. When the time comes, the battle will be won and the spoils will depend on each person's ability. We will not accept your leadership. Besides, your leadership skills are too mediocre." What Lord Indian said seems to be a good idea. Watanabe Ichiro thought about it, and then said, "Okay, let's cooperate like this. You guys integrate it, and I'll integrate it as well. Gather everyone. Tomorrow is the last day. After dawn, launch a general offensive and fight to the death. There is no escape for players. They also want to cooperate, but they just don't want to be led by Ichiro Watanabe. Now that his leadership is no longer needed, let's fight to the death." The two sides have just completed negotiations. A lord warned, "Most of our ladders are destroyed. If we don't have ladders tomorrow, are we going to chop down the city walls with our swords?" "Build, keep building," Watanabe Ichiro said as a matter of course. "We've run out of the wood we bought, and all the craftsmen from Chidian City left in the evening." Ichiro Watanabe felt a headache. This ladder is very simple to make. It's a ladder, but it's made a little longer. Buy, keep buying. It's come to this point. If you don't want to die, you must fight hard. After Watanabe Ichiro finished speaking, everyone fell silent. This costs money. Money, money, money. Chidian City, the price it asks is not an ordinary price. Before, I gave 300 million. Give them 100 million copper coins and have them produce 3,000 ladders for us overnight. Watanabe Ichiro said. This is the most money he can use. Someone rushed to inform them. With a fast horse, it only takes more than an hour to reach the starting city. Chiyo Mako seemed to know that someone was coming, so she set out tea in the hotel and waited. 100 million copper coins, 3,000 ladders, no problem, but I can't deliver it to you until 8:30 tomorrow morning. No, we're going to attack at 6 tomorrow morning. Chiyoko said helplessly. The craftsmen were exhausted all day yesterday. I have asked them all to rest. It is not easy to call them all here now. Besides, all the craftsmen have entered the inner city. Enter the inner city. In other words, you can't rob people even if you want to. The visitor was very angry and shouted, "How can we deliver the 3,000 ladders on time? Just add 50 million copper coins. Money makes the world go round." Chiyo Mako said as a matter of course. 50 million copper coins. The person who comes here has no authority to make the decision. I can only go there quickly. I'll go myself this time. Pulling back and forth is not a solution. You guys should come with me, so we can make a decision together. I'm looking at Chidian City and I'm thinking of taking the opportunity to rob it and raise the price. There is no way. Ichiro Watanabe can only go there in person. Otherwise, if someone had to pass the message and make 2 trips back and forth, everything would have been delayed. Several lords, including the people integrated by Asen, headed towards Chidian City together. Chiyo Mako was still waiting for them quietly. Drinking tea, how pleasant it is. Everyone, there are too many people here, and I can't entertain them. Everyone, please sit wherever you like. There are enough seats, but not enough teacups. So, Chiyo Mako drank the tea by herself and had no intention of entertaining the other party. 150 million, I'll give you. Can you deliver 3,000 ladders to the city before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning? Yes, of course. Tell me earlier, give me the money, and I'll arrange it right away. There are 3,000 now, you can take them away directly. It turned out that the ladder had been built long ago. The money just isn't there yet. Normally, this amount of ladder could be purchased for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But now, it would cost 150 million. Who told them to be unprepared? Ichiro Watanabe was shaking with anger. After a while, he said again, "Okay, I will give you the money right away, but send your people over now." "Okay, the shipping fee will be waived. No extra charge for you." Snort. Watanabe Ichiro snorted coldly, stood up, and was about to leave. "Lord Watanabe, don't leave in a hurry. We can still discuss other business. What else can we talk about? I don't have much money to talk to you about. This time, you, Chidian City, have made a good deal," Watanabe Ichiro said through gritted teeth. Chiyo Mako picked up the teacup and took a sip slowly. There is no rush to speak. Watanabe Ichiro stood there, not daring to leave. After Chiyoko put down her teacup, she said, "You guys." Chiyoko looked around at them and said, "You guys, gather another billion, and at 12 noon tomorrow, 200 catapults can be delivered to your position. What do you think?" However, the specifications of the catapult are that it is made of medium-grade wood. It should be able to fire dozens of stones weighing 30 kilograms without any problem. Stones, free. The stones are also given away for free. Buy 200 catapults for $1 billion. Are they crazy? If you build a catapult in your own territory, it will cost you at most 1,000 copper coins. This has increased several times, and even Ichiro Watanabe doesn't understand it. Don't want. Ichiro Watanabe walked away in anger. He wanted a catapult. If they had catapults, they might have captured the city by now. Why didn't I buy a catapult instead of a ladder before? Now, there is only 1 day left, and they are asking for 10 billion. What do you have in mind? Either all will be wiped out, or the 10 billion will be paid. Watanabe Ichiro, it's just a bargaining skill. He pretended to leave in anger, and then the person who came followed him out. However, Chiyo Mako did not chase after him, but continued to drink her tea calmly. This Soga Zongfeng has taken them all into account. He dares to ask for a 10 billion copper coins. Zhang Yinbin sent someone to inform her of the 10 billion copper coins the day before yesterday. Although, carrier pigeons don't work. However, both cities have secret passages. Zhang Yinbin sent someone to explain this to Chiyo Mako at night. Even if the city fell, he could still make a lot of money. What's more, Zhang Yinbin knew the time when their catapults would arrive, so how could he let them succeed? Chapter 171, The Last Day. Chiyo Mako, it has now been confirmed that Soga no Zongfeng is the leader of the stronghold. So, everything makes sense. As for why he became the king of the mountain, it might be because of completing missions. Therefore, the system will test him. If successful, the copycat will continue to exist. If it fails, the copycat will disappear. But, Chiyo Mako had a strong feeling in her heart. Zhang Yinbin will succeed. It will definitely succeed. Watanabe Ichiro and others came out and walked for a while. No one chased after me. Then, Watanabe Ichiro stopped. Should we have a catapult? How much is this mission worth? Ichiro Watanabe suddenly asked 2 questions. Everyone fell silent. Undoubtedly, this is a large-scale mission. The system will definitely give a lot of rewards. As long as they can break through, the gains will be greater than the losses. But if they fail, they will face unbearable failure. Maybe, it will never recover from this. The leader of the Indians was called Emo Tsong. Emo Tsong thought for a moment and said, 1 billion. This is robbery, and the other party doesn't care about our attitude at all. Everyone was very angry. They knew the other party was going to rob them, but there was nothing they could do. One lord said, "We can only take a gamble. If I win, I'll get a huge reward from the system, and I can also destroy the starting point territory and avenge my vengeance. Although we can't attack their inner city, we can burn down their outer city and kill everyone in it." Emo Tsong said, "Okay, then we can each pool our money and buy the catapult. Tomorrow, use catapults to blast open the city." They also tried to destroy the city gates. But the city gate was strong and could not be burned by fire, so they used logs to ram it. However, they received special care and suffered many casualties. The city gate remained impenetrable. Moreover, according to Ichiro Watanabe, There are 3 city gates in total. They couldn't break through one of them, let alone the other 2. So, they basically gave up attacking the city gate. Everyone felt extremely aggrieved. I can only surrender. They pulled together 1 billion, and then went to find Chiyo-Meiko. Chiyo-Meiko was still sitting there drinking tea. 1 billion, as you said, we need this batch of catapults tomorrow. No problem. It will be transported to a place 10 miles away from the battlefield at 12 noon tomorrow. You can arrange for someone to wait there and deliver it to you on time. Good. Ichiro Watanabe agreed. Then he said, if you can't deliver on time, as soon as 12 o'clock arrives, even if it means failing the mission, I will send people to massacre your territory first. After all, it's death anyway. Chiyo-Meiko wasn't worried about the threat at all. He smiled and said, don't worry, we in Chidian territory always value integrity. Hey. In this way, Chidian City earned nearly 1.5 billion copper coins from them. This is a huge sum of money. With this huge sum of money, Chidian territory can, so to speak, start large-scale infrastructure construction again. I believe the outer city will be built soon. Once the outer city was established, this starting city, coupled with its huge population, gradually dispersed into various industries. This starting city rose in this way. A group of people paid the money with frustration. Now, the ladder has set off. However, the catapult can only be made tomorrow. What if Zhang Yinbin doesn't sell the ladder to them? Since they are going to die anyway, they will definitely go to seize Chidian City. So it's better to cheat them. Make their money. The catapults were only handed over to them at the very last moment. This is also the reason why they dare not attack Chidian City. Otherwise, if they capture people, look for ladders, and steal tools, what can Chidian City do to them? Of course, they would not do this unless it was absolutely necessary, because Chidian City could also launch a surprise attack on them. But the last day is the last resort. It's the last day now, and we're all going to be wiped out by the system. Do we still have time to care about these things? Now, Zhang Yinbin gives them enough reasons. Let them have the confidence to capture the stronghold, so that they will not care about Qiqing anymore. Everyone went back feeling frustrated. Chiyo-Meiko stretched herself and showed off her good figure. Then, he went back to his room to sleep, and instructed that she should be woken up at 6 o'clock the next morning. Why? I have to watch the live broadcast. Look how these players are destroyed. At night, these players were still holding meetings to discuss how to attack. Inside the mountain stronghold, in a room at the back of the GE Hall. Lord, let's fight our way out at night. I'm sure we can kill them all without leaving a single one alive. Zhang Yinbin rolled his eyes at him. Then he said, you look very energetic. As for me, you suck me dry and now I can't even leave the house. Don't bother me. I need to practice my skills to heal my wounds. Zhang Yinbin was once again frustrated and was dealt with by Doris. Doris acted as if nothing had happened. And I will be in big trouble. Now, what else can I do besides practicing Qigong to heal my injuries? It's useless, it's only been 3 hours. Doris cursed. There is no battle to fight, so what else can he do if he doesn't play with Zhang Yinbin? Zhang Yinbin stopped talking to her and focused on healing his injuries. When daybreak comes, it will be the final decisive battle. It is also the last day. Win or lose, it all depends on this day. Zhang Yinbin's elite troops have never been involved in the battle, because they are not needed when defending the city. Ordinary soldiers are enough to operate crossbows, catapults, and throw stones and logs down to the city. However, the next battle will be brutal. Everyone has to join the war. Zhang Yinbin continued to practice internal energy to heal his injuries until dawn. The 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon had allowed him to fully recover, and he had even made some progress in strength. It's dawn. More than 4 billion people flocked to the live broadcast room to watch. The total number of viewers has exceeded 20 billion. 1 copper coin per person at a time. There were still so many people outside the city. Zhang Yinbin ordered the previous defending team to withdraw and be replaced by his elite team. Next, it's a life and death battle, with no mission skills involved. This time, the copycat is finished. The 2 groups have finally cooperated. Hundreds of thousands of players are going to crush them. No matter how powerful the people inside are, their number is limited. I bet 800,000 and Ichiro Watanabe won. Unfortunately, betting can only be done offline. Players watch the live broadcast and discuss the upcoming battle. Watanabe Ichiro's side doesn't have much time left. Ready attack. At 6 in the morning, they began to attack with ladders. Catapults, aim at their ladders, and attack. Zhang Yinbin also gave corresponding orders. In the morning, the 2 sides fought an offensive and defensive battle, which was very brutal. There were many casualties on both sides. On the top of the city wall, Zhang Yinbin and his wounded soldiers were constantly carried down. The party attacking the city always suffers losses. What's more, Zhang Yanbin and his team's combat power is much higher than these players. It is now time for both sides to compete in endurance. In one morning, Zhang Yanbin lost thousands of people. On the players' side, more than 200,000 people were lost. Finally, Watanabe Ichiro received the catapult. Zhang Yanbin calculated the time, then said to Doris, "Doris, it's your turn to fight." Chapter 172, Abandoning the City Wall. Doris listened to Zhang Yanbin's words and went happily. However, Zhang Yanbin was still worried, so he also sent Zhang Xingting to go with her. This bitch, when she goes crazy, no one can control her. The fierce fighting between the two sides continues. They used this ladder to try to rush up. Zhang Yanbin and his men's catapults kept attacking their ladders. On the way, they suffered heavy losses of their ladders. Zhang Yanbin watched all this calmly. At the same time, Ichiro Watanabe was also looking forward to it. He looked forward to the arrival of the catapult. As long as the catapults can attack, they can rush to the top of the city. Watanabe-kun, the catapult has arrived, and our people have already received it. Okay, organize the troops immediately and prepare to storm the city. The general offensive is about to begin. Everyone was excited, including those watching the live broadcast. At this time, the number of people watching the live broadcast has remained around 4 billion. The offensive continued, with heavy casualties on both sides. At this moment, the players suddenly increased the intensity of the attack. Zhang Yanbin understood very well. Because the final time is coming. This is also the most dangerous time for both sides. Zhang Yanbin also had to actively defend on the city wall. We can't let the enemy break through the city walls. Once they break through the city walls, they will be in great danger. Calculating the time, Zhang Yanbin said, "Everyone, retreat." Soon, 200 catapults arrived and began to attack. A large number of stones fell on the top of the city wall. It can be seen that a large amount of stone debris exploded when it hit the wall. Wood fragments can still be seen on Chengtu Mountain. Looking from below, these should be the crossbows and catapults on the city walls that have been destroyed. Oh, victory is in sight. Victory is in sight. There is hope. The players below were happy, they saw hope. But the players watching the live broadcast didn't understand. Oh, fight back with the catapult. Why retreat? We can still hold the city walls a little longer. Are you just going to give up like that? Ha ha ha. Luckily, I bet on Watanabe Ichiro to win. I didn't expect there to be a reversal at the last moment. Marvelous. The players didn't know why Zhang Yanbin and his team retreated. The catapults under the city were smashing down madly. It seemed as if they were going to smash the city walls to pieces. There are a lot of rocks underneath. Because Zhang Yanbin and the others also threw a lot of stones. Smash it. Smash it like crazy for me. Now, we can finally smash them. Concentrate your firepower and smash them piece by piece. Ichiro Watanabe shouted a little crazily. At this moment, he felt that if he didn't smash a few more stones, it would be a shame to spend the 10 billion. The walls on all 4 sides bear a large amount of stone. And the audience looked at Ichiro Watanabe like a fool. Because there was no one on the city wall. Zhang Yanbin had already ordered a complete retreat. They really just smashed a lonely place. However, loneliness also needs to be overcome. Crazy smashing for an hour. Finally, their catapult was scrapped. Most of them are no longer usable, so we stopped. At this time, Zhang Yanbin also retreated to the Ji Hall. The Ji Hall is located in the very center of the city. Ichiro Watanabe saw no reaction from the top of the city wall. Then he gave the order, send 20,000 men each to attack the city walls. Their catapults and crossbows have all been destroyed by us. Finally, they began to charge. Some NPCs from the territories charged forward under the orders of their lords. When I reached the top of the city wall, I saw a pile of stones and wood. Most of the catapults and crossbows were indeed destroyed by them. But there was no one there. Watanabe-kun, there's no one up there. Someone rushed down and opened the city gate. All 4 city gates were opened. But at this time, they didn't dare to go in. However, time is limited and they only have a few hours. People from all sides are rushing in. They must be defending the Ji Hall to the death. General attack on the Ji Hall. Zhang Yanbin did deploy a lot of people outside the Ji Hall. At this time, he was sitting in the Ji Hall. Outside, the army rushed in. Rush. The army rushed in madly from all directions. Then enter the wide street. At this point, nothing is different. More and more people are entering the team. Finally, the bandits set up defenses 1 kilometer away from the Ji Hall. Be prepared and hold on there. After hearing this, Ichiro Watanabe felt relieved. Everyone, attack together. They only have so many people, and we have more. If we replace them with a few people, we will definitely kill them by stacking them up. Ichiro Watanabe felt relieved. Although there are many copycats, there are more of them. The pile must be used to kill the opponent. He discussed it with Mo Tsong, and each sent their troops to charge in. Suddenly, the two sides started fighting in the streets. The two sides fought a desperate battle. Looking from a high altitude, people watching the live broadcast won't understand. Hey, is this copycat king stupid? Continue to defend the city. We can still hold on. In a street fight, although their combat power is high, the players have more people on their side. NPC is NPC. NPC intelligence is not good. The copycat is going to be destroyed, and I'm so lucky I voted for them. Upstairs, I feel sorry for you for half a second. Everyone didn't understand why Zhang Yanbin wanted to withdraw all the troops, although the city walls suffered a blow. However, we can still continue to fight. At least, it's better than street fighting. As a result, Zhang Yanbin actually gave up. Many people don't understand it. Some people also speculated that they wanted to concentrate their forces to defend the Juyi Hall and wait for the time to come. In short, at this time, all players must press forward. Exchange life for life, fight for life. Ichiro Watanabe and others also saw hope. Very good. We will push all our forces forward and replace them with a few. Now that they have no city walls, it doesn't matter how powerful their soldiers are. Press them all up. Both sides pressed forward. Mo also saw the dawn of victory from that side. The most unsuccessful thing for the bandits is to withdraw the people on the city wall, otherwise they can hold out until the time is up. However, now, the battle situation is clearly in favor of the players. The teams on both sides rushed forward. During the street fighting, the Mountain Stronghold's army was very powerful and fought to the death. When one group died in battle, another group took their place. During the live broadcast, everyone saw the bandits' disadvantages. The players suffered more casualties, but they were outnumbered. Ichiro Watanabe was very happy as he kept receiving information from the front. A few hours were enough for them to kill all the bandits. A group of players gather together and adjust their attack strategies at any time. Suddenly, there was a vibration underground. Doris jumped up from the ground and rushed towards the players. Soon after, more people emerged from underground. Since the founding of the city, Zhang Yanbin has built underground passages in both cities. Ichiro Watanabe, no matter how many times he went in, he couldn't possibly know about the existence of these. When he saw Doris, Watanabe Ichiro's face changed. He knew how terrifying Doris was. Chapter 173, Ambush. Doris is a horrible monster. Strong combat power. At this time, she led a special force to kill these lords. Once the lord dies, the morale of the team they lead will plummet or even collapse directly. Zhang Yanbin asked them to enter the city in order to gather people together. Quick, stop her. Can't let her come here. She's the devil. Devil? Doris is obviously an angel. However, it was too late. Doris had already rushed over. At the same time, Zhang Xingting and others also led a group of soldiers up. At this time, Ichiro Watanabe still had some troops with him. Send all your troops to stop them. Obviously, once Doris was encountered, everything was too late. Doris is promoted to legendary level. Already able to release sword energy. He swung his sword, and dozens of people in front were killed instantly. This cleared a path. Doris continued to charge forward without slowing down. Zhang Xingting and others also arrived and charged forward together. There were tens of thousands of people on the other side, but Doris was at the front and no one could get close to her. Waving the sword in his hand left and right. Rush all the way forward. Zhang Xingting and others also charged forward. Go, go, go. Tens of thousands of people could not stop their team of 5,000 people. Doris is a sharp sword that has been sharpened. He could kill dozens of people in one step, and no one could stop him. The audience was dumbfounded. This long-legged goddess is so fierce. Ah, I love this young lady. It seems like I can conquer a long-legged lady like this. Mrs. Majestic. Doris killed too quickly. Before long, the entire enemy army was penetrated. Doris, leave this to me. You go kill those aliens. Zhang Shengting shouted, then turned around and blocked the enemy troops. Doris is very fast. At first, Watanabe Ichiro thought that this surprise force was going to attack from behind, but he didn't expect that they were going to kill them, the lords. Disperse quickly. Watanabe Ichiro was shocked, but it was too late. Doris leaped up and slashed a sword in the air. The sword energy was everywhere, and a lot of dust was raised from the ground. Several players were hit and died instantly on the spot, without even a chance to resist. Doris landed on the ground and immediately dragged her sword, quickly stepped forward and swung it again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ichiro Watanabe ran into the city. Others wanted to disperse. Doris blocked one side and killed a few more people, then hunt down the others. She killed almost all of the dozens of aliens, with only a few escaping. At this moment, the team that was fighting against Zhang Shengting suddenly fell into chaos. Because their lord had died in battle. Zhang Shengting saw Doris succeed. He immediately took out the flare in his arms. With a loud bang, an arrow shot up into the sky. Outside the Ji Hall, a soldier ran in to report. "Boss, I received the signal." Zhang Yinbin stood up, holding a halberd. He said loudly, "Send the signal, order Toyotomi Tie, and send out all the ambush troops. My men, follow me and kill them all." A large number of lords died in the battle. Their army had lost its backbone and fighting spirit at this time. Many teams even began to collapse. Zhang Yinbin had just finished speaking. The bell tower and drum tower on the left and right sides of the Ji Hall rang at the same time. A large number of crossbowmen suddenly appeared on both sides of the street and on the upper floors of buildings. Archers quickly shoot arrows in their hands. These people gathered in the streets and had nowhere to hide. It's impossible to go back or forward, people are so crowded. Kill. Following a cry of killing, Zhang Yinbin led an elite team and charged towards the front of the street. The audience was dumbfounded. How did it turn around? I'm not mistaken, this isn't a reversal now. I think the player team can still win. Many people have lost confidence. Doris appeared, then the archers led by Toyotomi Tie appeared in ambush, and then Zhang Yinbin led the elite team to attack. All this is changing very quickly. Letting them into the city means allowing them to gather together and making it easier to kill them. If they were outside the city, Zhang Yinbin would not be able to lock them in and beat them, and would not be able to take advantage of his own strengths. And now, Zhang Yinbin and his team have fully demonstrated their advantages. Many lords of the territories died, killed by Doris's team. The team that lost its lord suddenly became chaotic, disrupting the overall rhythm. Zhang Yinbin swept the halberd in his hand across, using tremendous force to directly create a gap in the player team. As soon as the gap opened, the elite troops behind him rushed forward like wolves and tigers. After a brutal killing spree, the enemy gradually began to collapse. This kind of collapse is contagious. In the absence of a lord to lead the army, and when the lord has died in battle, many players' armies collapsed directly. On both sides of the street, Toyotomi's iron wings were constantly attacking. The soldiers he led also kept attacking. They all have 2 sets of bows and crossbows. This Juga crossbow has been fired. Immediately changed to another one. And behind them, there are 10,000 non-combatants, that is, auxiliary personnel of the mountain stronghold, who may have been engaged in various industries before. Now, everyone is loading arrows. The arrows are loaded and handed over to the archer to continue shooting. They cleared out field after field of enemies. The enemy is standing not far away, and there is no place to hide, so let them kill you. As long as you stand, you can't escape their shooting. Some people fell down with serious injuries, and some squatted with their heads in their hands. These archers will be let go. But I can't stand up. Anyone who tried to stand up might be immediately attacked by multiple archers. Street after street was cleared. The player continued the live broadcast and looked down from the sky, and found that most of the player's team had been killed. Street after street was cleared. It's terrible, so terrible. It's too late to save the situation. How many people are there in this village? The audience doesn't know. And the lords didn't know either. They thought that with a 1,000,000-strong army, it should be no problem to flatten a mountain stronghold. Who knew it would turn out like this? Zhang Yinbin led his men to charge and kill. After charging and fighting for a while, he started shouting, "Put down your weapons, put your hands on your head, and squat down." For some stragglers, they had no choice but to surrender. Zhang Yinbin continued to rush forward. The audience all saw Zhang Yinbin's style. A fierce general. Of course, there are many more powerful generals. For example, Yamaguchi Taxiong also led his elite troops and attacked in another direction. Zhang Yinbin rushed all the way. Many enemies have been defeated by the archers and have surrendered. Zhang Yinbin successfully killed Watanabe Ichiro. Ichiro Watanabe was still leading an army of over 10,000 at his headquarters, struggling to hold on. They were not far behind the entrance gate. This is not a street, but a small square, so it has not been defeated by archers. Watanabe-kun, you used to be so servile to me and even sent many women from your territory to serve me. Who knew you would lead so many people to wipe me out? Zhang Yinbin's words were very vicious. What do you mean, many women were sent to serve him? It reminds the audience of that sort of thing. Chapter 174 Image Collapse. The choice was made by Ichiro Watanabe himself. Who can be blamed? No one can be blamed. My king, you are very resourceful. If you don't know, you might think you are an alien, knowing so much about us aliens. Today, if I lose, I lose. I will definitely come back another day. Make harsh remarks. Who doesn't? where he made harsh remarks during the live broadcast. Suddenly, there was a wave of ridicule. Then, Watanabe Ichiro stepped forward and said, "My lord, I am here today to fight you in a fair fight, a one-on-one duel. I will only be convinced if you defeat me." At this time, more and more troops gathered towards Zhang Yinbin as battles in other places were resolved one after another. Zhang Yinbin disdains to take action. He has never killed a stranger. If you kill a stranger, there will be a system prompt. By then, my identity will be exposed. It is important for people to know themselves. If you could have helped me, you wouldn't be in this situation today. You're not even worthy enough to fight me. I don't know how many of my men are capable of killing you. Zhang Yinbin was talking nonsense to him just to wait for more support to arrive and reduce his own losses. Watanabe Ichiro was talking nonsense to him because he wanted to have a one-on-one duel. If he could kill Zhang Yinbin, would the system determine that he won? Even if it can't be considered a victory, at least I can earn some more points. Zhang Yinbin retreated directly into the team and waved his hand. Yamaguchi Takuma and Toyotomi Tetsuji have already arrived. The two of them led the team to attack together. And Zhang Yinbin really just watched coldly. He didn't want to take action. We have already made a lot of moves before and have shown a lot to the players. There is no need to show more now. So, Zhang Yinbin did not take action. Here, the army rushed over. From behind, Doris also rushed over. Doris, no one can stop her alone. He left Zhang Xingting and others behind and rushed in alone. This killing scared the audience. Before, one man could defeat dozens of people with one sword, and he could move freely in the battle formation and no one could stop him. Now, he killed more than 10,000 people of Watanabe Ichiro with just one sword, and then came to Zhang Yinbin. "My clothes are dirty. You have to wash them for me." Come to Zhang Yinbin just to talk about this? Zhang Yinbin still had his hands behind his back, looking at the battlefield in front of him with dignity. "Also, my hands are sore from chopping today. You have to massage them tonight." Zhang Yinbin twitched the corner of his mouth. "Sister, this is being broadcast live. Can you please give me some face? You have to make it up to me tonight. You can't be like last night, unable to get up in less than 3 hours." Zhang Yinbin was completely overwhelmed. "Sister, please forgive me." Inside the live broadcast room, everyone was dumbfounded. "Fuck, this is a shocking secret. My angel sister has been taken over. Boss of the Sky Blasting Gang, I want to duel with you. Angel sister is mine. Those long legs are my favorite. If the system gives me another mission, I will definitely go out and get Angel sister back." This gang leader lasted 3 months, but I only lasted 3 minutes. Upstairs, 3 minutes. Does that count as time to undress? Get out of here. During the live broadcast, various large-scale rollover scenes were shown. This fairy sister turned out to be a thief. Last night it was 3 hours. Zhang Yinbin pulled Doris back and said, "Go back now. You're covered in blood, including your face. How ugly. This dirty blood cannot defile you. You are the most holy and beautiful." Doris was taken away by Zhang Yinbin's hand. He was worried that Doris would say something shocking again. Anyway, there is no suspense in this battle. About half an hour after Zhang Yinbin left, the entire player team was wiped out. In the live broadcast room, people have not yet left. Still discussing. This is a classic offensive and defensive battle. People in the city can come out through the tunnels to launch a surprise attack. Players should not gather together. The killing of a lord will be a fatal blow to the army in his territory. Also, places for ambushes should be arranged in the city. All the houses in Zhang Yinbin City are 2-story, and the floors are higher than normal. This could be a place for an ambush. Zhang Yinbin's several tactics can be said to have taught players a lesson. Some people hate it very much. Alas, I built the city too early. It's all Soga Zongfeng's fault. My territory is going to be renovated again. I don't even have a sewer. We need to learn about ancient Chinese warfare. This battle has a very demonstrative effect. Zhang Yinbin had just returned to the Ji Hall. The system will prompt that the task is completed. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to player Soga Zongfeng for officially becoming the leader of the Jiayin Gang. The Jiayin Gang has officially become a bandit recognized by the system. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to player Soga Zongfeng for earning 27.6 billion in the first phase of live streaming. After that, you can continue to charge fees for 3 months if someone watches the video. After 3 months, it will be free to the public. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to player Soga Zongfeng for obtaining 6,357,632 points. Points can be used to select items in the redemption pool. 3 system prompts. Zhang Yinbin sat stupidly on the golden throne. Come with me to take a shower first. You're covered in blood too. Before Zhang Yinbin could react, he was pulled away by Doris. Behind the Ji Hall, there is a large backyard where they live. It was 3 hours later when I finished washing. Zhang Yinbin walked to the throne with unsteady legs and prepared to listen to the report. The battlefield cleaning was ongoing. After Zhang Yinbin came out of the shower and sat on the golden throne for more than an hour to heal his injuries, Zhang Xingting and others came back to report. Lord, we have lost more than 31,000 brothers in battle. More than 50,000 troops. After the battle, only more than 10,000 troops were left. Zhang Yinbin had anticipated all of this. Where are the prisoners? More than 187,000 have been sent to Qidian City for the time being. From these, at least 50,000 troops can be selected. The player's army is of varying quality. Some even have B-level qualifications. Zhang Yinbin would definitely not want this. Well, restore our strength as quickly as possible. Tomorrow, transfer 6,000 elite troops from Qidian City to strengthen our army. Over at Qidian City, receive the prisoners and select a group of reinforcements. Captured prisoners are still prisoners. It can be used, but it takes a while to transition. With the help of Zhang Yinbin's territory and the support of Hattori Mina, he can quickly capture these captives and use them for his own purposes. However, the properties of copycat products do not have this characteristic. At night, the live broadcast room was closed. Zhang Yinbin also listened to various reports. A lot of supplies were obtained from the battlefield, and the specific amount was very mixed and messy, and they were all sent to the starting city. Whatever we need here, we will ask them for it when the time comes. And now, the important thing is to arrange defense. At this time, the Jiayin gang was at its weakest. Of the 50,000 strong army, only more than 10,000 remained, and more than half of them were still auxiliary personnel. There were fewer auxiliary personnel participating in the battle, so fewer people died. There are only a few thousand elite soldiers left. At this time, we cannot let anyone take advantage of the situation. Chapter 175 Points Exchange. This time, the offensive and defensive battle will definitely cause a huge reaction in the game. Research new tactics, battle methods, defenses, etc. This battle has great reference significance. And these have nothing to do with Zhang Yinbin for the time being. What Zhang Yinbin needs to do is to reorganize the village. At night, no one knew that Zhang Yinbin immediately mobilized 6,000 elite troops. Directly mobilized from the starting city. Anyway, it's just a matter of changing from left hand to right hand. Next, we began to arrange defenses on the city walls. There are many defensive arrangements to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Then, Zhang Yinbin looked at the reward. Over 6 million points. Let's see what we can redeem. Zhang Yinbin opened the reward pool specially set up for him by the system. Epic level skills, only 500,000 points. How much can 6 million be exchanged for? An epic martial arts book is a master. So cheap. Hey, advanced skills, only 150,000. After Zhang Yinbin saw it, he realized how valuable these points were. Yes, 3 million points, and blueprints for a 4,500-ton ship. Zhang Yinbin took notice of this at first sight. Very expensive, almost half of the points. But it's worth it. The Shenlong territory, which was built by itself, can only produce about 3,000 tons, and it needs good wood. Ordinary wood can only produce a little more than 2,000 tons. The only 5,000-ton battleship was a system reward. Holy Spirit Fruit, 2 million points, completely repairs damaged roots, no side effects. One person can use it up to 3 times to be effective. No wonder the foundation repair fluid is rubbish. It turns out there's such a thing as the Holy Spirit Fruit. Zhang Yinbin understands a truth. Only when the territory is strong can he become strong. Therefore, although he liked the Holy Spirit Fruit, he still needed it. But it would be better to exchange it for 4 epic martial arts books. Of course, he was not in a hurry to change the epic martial arts book. Just planning to change one. To Chiyo-Meiko. This time, Chiyo-Meiko also played a big role. At least, nearly 1.5 billion copper coins were obtained through her cooperation. It's a complete scam. The 10 billion spent on catapults was to allow them to enter the city without worry, and it was all a conspiracy. In order to destroy their own conspiracy, Watanabe Ichiro and others had to pay a price of 1 billion copper coins. Zhang Yinbin first changed to a book of epic martial arts suitable for women to learn, and then changed to a ship blueprint. Then he started looking at other things. Even the artifact is there, but the points cost tens of millions. Will I still be able to earn points in the future? The battleship drawings are undoubtedly the most important, so Zhang Yinbin doesn't need to think too much about it. Then I started looking at other things. There are also many weapons and equipment, but Zhang Yinbin doesn't need them. He has the artifact Kusanagi sword. Although it is still sealed, it is extremely sharp. Zhang Yinbin doesn't know much about running a territory. So he asked, "System, can I keep these points for redemption later?" Of course you can. Points can be accumulated later. Killing demons will unlock points soon. Coming soon? In other words, others can also exchange these things. Zhang Yinbin suddenly felt that he had to speed up his development. He would first arrange things here, and then rush back to the Shenlong territory. Battleship blueprints are used here. Shenlong territory, we will build more advanced warships later. There are larger warships here, but Zhang Yinbin doesn't have enough points. Yamaguchi Takuma went to bury his brothers who died in the battle. Zhang Xingting went to reorganize the new army. Toyotomi Tie, go and rearrange the city defenses. Zhang Yinbin plans to go to Qijian City. Otherwise, if Doris caught him, he would be seriously injured. He made some simple arrangements and then went to the starting city. He first went to the hotel room to find Chiyo Mako. My king, you are so majestic. You have annihilated millions of soldiers. What kind of heroic army? They are just a bunch of brainless guys. Zhang Yinbin was very disdainful of Watanabe Ichiro and others. From the first day, Ichiro Watanabe was his servant and his tool. In the end, Ichiro Watanabe actually wanted to retaliate. 3 things, 2 of them here. This is a book of exercises for you. Chiyo Mako happily accepted the epic martial arts technique. This was exactly what she wanted. I didn't expect you to be so strong and fulfill your promise so quickly. And the second thing? You're not asking me to commit myself to you, are you? This place is similar to a real-life hotel, so it's suitable. Zhang Yinbin couldn't help but practice his own skills. Having just escaped from Doris, he didn't want to get seriously injured again. Okay, wash up and wait for me some other day. I'll come and eat you. Zhang Yinbin made a joke and then started talking about the second thing. Please disclose in the forum the details of Watanabe Ichiro's collaboration with me. Specifically, Zhang Yinbin disclosed the details of his cooperation with Ichiro Watanabe. Are you going fishing? Let other players come to you for cooperation? Chiyo Mako was very smart and immediately understood Zhang Yinbin's plan. Zhang Yinbin said helplessly, my army has lost more than 30,000 men in battle. I need to replenish them. They all go out to rob. I need someone to serve me. Watanabe Ichiro has arranged a few beautiful girls to serve me. It's pretty good. Chiyo Mako rolled her eyes at him. Dolis was a stunningly beautiful woman, and the 2 of them were already having an affair. What's more, Hattori Mina is also a beauty that can be enjoyed at any time. All Zhang Yinbin wanted was servants. Aren't you afraid that I've already learned the epic technique and will sell out your secrets? I don't mind. If you can get something more valuable from someone else than from me, I won't stop you. Zhang Yinbin dared to trust Chiyo Mako based on his judgment of human nature. Chiyo Mako is not a fool. If she follows Zhang Yinbin, she will get more benefits in the future. Zhang Yinbin now has 2 identities. Of course, she doesn't know that she has 3 identities. These 2 identities alone are enough to make Zhang Yinbin stand out from the crowd. Besides, that Doris is really too fierce. Let's go. The third thing is to go to the administrative center and talk to Hattori Mina. You really don't want to stay here for one night? Chiyo Mako patted the bed in the hotel and said. Zhang Yinbin ignored her and walked towards the door. Chiyoko put on a coat and followed him out. Entering the inner city, the city was still on high alert. Zhang Yinbin and his team went all the way to the administrative center. Lord. Hattori Mina began to serve Zhang Yinbin and make tea for him. Zhang Yinbin didn't need any of that. He simply brewed a cup of dragon bird tea to replenish his body, then said, I've made a small profit of over 20 billion copper coins from the battles and live broadcasts over the past few days. Chiyo Mako didn't find it strange at all. Because she watched the live broadcast, at the peak, more than 4 billion people were watching. So, with over 20 billion viewers, there are still many people who haven't watched it. The next step is reconstruction. The stronghold was destroyed and needs to be rebuilt. Qijian City needs more manpower. Hattori Mina nodded. Chapter 176, Expanding. The stronghold needs to be expanded. Build a strong fortress with a population of 100,000. The current city wall will not be demolished yet. Once the new city wall is built, it must be demolished. Also, there is the construction of Qijian City. For Qijian City, I will reserve 10 billion yuan. The city walls must be made of high-quality materials. In the future, this place may experience a series of wars. In the foreseeable future, when Zhang Yinbin comes from the eastern continent, Qijian City may become an important strategic base. Chiyo is mainly responsible for these things. Mina, just cooperate. In the outer city, the foundation has begun to be built. However, Zhang Yinbin had never thought of building the city wall so quickly before. This time, we have money and people, so let's build. Now, Qijian City is guarded by 2 masters who have learned epic martial arts. When Shinichi Yamamoto and Zhang Yinbin were fighting the giant snake at the beginning, in addition to the grass cone sword, they also had an epic martial arts and skills. Zhang Yinbin gave it to Muranabe Shiro. His skills are mainly ninja and swordsmanship. He is a sinister guy who plays a key role in assassinating the Lord when necessary. There are 2 epic levels, and with the addition of troops there will be a lot more in the future. Therefore, Qijian City is considered safe. As long as the outer city is built, there will be no problem. Zhang Yinbin took out another drawing. Mina, build this battleship as soon as possible. As for the power, reserve it first. I will solve it for you. The port must also be well defended, with at least 10,000 troops stationed there permanently, and a general stationed there to guard it. You need to work with the village to do all of this. After all, Dolis is a hero of Qijian City. You are the deputy lord. You can manage her and arrange for her to rob and fight the demons. She has now been promoted to the legendary level, so fighting the demons will not be too difficult. Zhang Yinbin felt that if Doris swung her sword, she would definitely be able to seriously injure the demons. Then, Zhang Yinbin gave many instructions. Drinking the dragon bird, his body, which had been hollowed out by Doris, felt much fuller. At night, he didn't dare go back to the village. Live in the administrative center. But nothing was done to Hattori Mina. Hattori Mina, what will he do to her? She has never learned any martial arts, and she will probably feel uncomfortable for several days and won't be able to work. The territory still needs her. Over the next 2 days, Qijian City selected 60,000 soldiers from the captives, while the rest were dispersed to mine and build cities. In this way, Zhang Yinbin expanded the staff of Qijian City to 80,000 people. As for the Jiayin gang, there hasn't been much movement yet. They are mainly recovering from injuries and arranging defenses. For the time being, there are only more than 20,000 combat-ready soldiers in the mountain stronghold. Zhang Yinbin planned to wait a few days and then asked Qijian City to assist in defending the mountain stronghold. At that time, Doris could go to war in the name of the mountain stronghold, and Zhang Yinbin was in a hurry to return to the Shenlong territory. However, before leaving, he placed 30 ships in the harbor. The appearance of so many large warships in the port confused Chiyo Mako. Did Zhang Yinbin get this thing by earning points from the mission? After arranging these, Zhang Yinbin boarded a boat and headed back to the Shenlong territory. On the way, Zhang Yinbin logged off the boat. It was still daytime when I went offline. Zhang Yinbin went to the 3rd floor and did some exercise. Hey, we were doing that in the game, but why does my back hurt in real life? Well, drink a cup of dragon bird to replenish yourself. Zhang Yinbin was drinking Longke. Then think about what comes next. The demons will definitely become the main plot of the game, and perhaps the arrival of the demons is just the beginning. How to break the defense? With better weapons? The demons have too strong vitality. At night, the lights are on here. Yang Yingfan is here. When they reached the door, Zhang Yinbin knew what was going on and went upstairs to open the door for her. Today, she was wearing a JK outfit and came here directly instead of going swimming. Come and have a cup of tea. Your tea is good. Zhang Yinbin poured the tea. The two drank tea for a while. Yang Yingfan said, your tea is really good. It's fascinating. I searched the entire internet, and it's true that you're the only one that has it. Yang Yingfan didn't know that these teas were brought out of the game by Zhang Yinbin. So, she couldn't find it no matter how hard she searched. Zhang Yinbin asked, how many demons have you defeated? Do you have any methods to deal with them? Yang Yingfan shook his head slightly and said, I have an idea, but it's not ideal. We used a lot of corrosive fluid, which did speed up the process, but it still took us 5 hours to kill a demon general. It used to be 6 hours, and now it's 5 hours, which is indeed an improvement. Corrosive liquid is an idea. That's a very good idea. At least it can speed things up. Yang Yingfan held the teacup in both hands, took a sip of tea, then shook his head and said, no, the loss is still too great. Killing 10 demon generals will cost us too many casualties. It's not very cost-effective. If we are not careful, the loss will be huge. Yang Yingfan and his guild have been trying. However, after realizing that they could not quickly defeat the demon generals, they retreated decisively. If he wanted to kill 10 generals, he would probably have to lose a lot of high-level combat power, which is not cost-effective. So, they didn't do it. They just let their subordinates conduct experiments in their own territories, and once the experiments are successful, they will promote them. Zhang Yinbin thought silently in his heart that the major guilds are not able to fight the demons now. They can only fight against the demon soldiers, they can't deal with the generals. Therefore, Zhang Yinbin still has a huge advantage at present. He has to lead the army, fight more battles, and be far ahead in high-end forces. After that, plunder a few more territories to increase the population. Well, there are many pharmacists in my territory, and there are also abundant herbs. I will ask someone to prepare it when I get back. Once it is successful, I can share it with you. Share? Just a polite remark, unless Zhang Yinbin's identity as Zhuge Shenlong is exposed. Once exposed, he will really sell it. That's right. How can it be shared for free? So what if she is a beautiful woman? Do you need her? The two talked about the battle in the southern continent again. That is, the battle between Zhang Yanbin and Watanabe Ichiro. The current NPCs are still terrifyingly strong. Thinking of this battle, Yang Yingfan was also quite emotional. Zhang Yanbin said, "That's wrong. Players have a natural advantage. They didn't defeat the NPC because they didn't take it seriously. If they were fully prepared, used the right tactics, and treated the NPCs as highly intelligent life forms, or just like us humans, they wouldn't have suffered such a defeat." Yang Yingfan took another sip of tea, shrugged, and said, "Maybe." The two didn't talk anymore. Yang Yingfan drank a cup of tea and left. Zhang Yanbin continued to rest and practiced offline for a while. Because, at this time in the game, he was still sailing. Zhang Yanbin only started playing the game when his training time was almost up. After logging into the game and walking out of the cabin, I was almost at the boundary wall. Zhang Yanbin then split the boundary wall and returned to the eastern continent. Chapter 177 Lord, are you not clean anymore? As soon as he arrived at the sea of the eastern continent, there was a ship waiting for him not far away on the sea. Zhang Yanbin shouted, swam over, and threw a rope down from above. After getting on the boat, Zhang Yanbin took out clean clothes from the ring in the cabin. In less than an hour, several of his friends discovered that Zhuge Shenlong, who had disappeared for a while, appeared again. Since Zhang Yanbin disappeared last time, he has disappeared for several days again this time. Zhang Yanbin didn't expect this either. He originally just wanted to go to the southern continent to deliver some things and send 30 warships and some formation plates over. Who knew that such a big task would happen? Fortunately, the results were good. This time, Zhang Yanbin brought back 15 billion copper coins. More than 12 billion, plus 1.5 billion swindled from Watanabe, Ichiro and others, were all left in Chidian City. Chidian City will be responsible for the construction of Chidian City's outer city and Shanzhai's outer city. The Jiayan gang had no plans to keep both city walls. Once the new ones were built, the old ones would be demolished. After staying on the boat for a few hours, it would take Zhang Yanbin another day and a half to return to the territory. Originally, he was planning to log off, but Bai Shaoxing sent him information. Zhuge Shenlong, your enemy has appeared. The formation that teleported you to the Jedi last time was sold by young Master Li Yang. Now that young Master Li Yang can defeat demon generals, his strength will probably increase rapidly. Zhang Yanbin became curious. The demons are not easy to kill. The other party was actually able to kill. Do you know what method to use? In terms of personal strength, he seems to be very strong and has good weapons. It took several hours for the two of them to exchange messages, so Zhang Yanbin did not log off. I also chatted with Ziling for a while. Ziling has now developed a cavalry team. At the same time, her personal martial arts skills also grew significantly. Zhang Yanbin traded 3 tails of dragon birds to him for just a few copper coins, a friendly price. Zhang Yanbin was not worried about the threat from Master Li Yang. There are many hidden talents in this game, and there are probably many powerful people. He had to go back quickly and take his team to kill more waves of demons. Bai Shaoxing gave him some more lists. A spy. However, Zhang Yanbin did not agree to fight. Now, many of them have built city walls. It can be taken down in a short period of time. However, a lot of things about Zhang Yanbin will be exposed. For example, he used his ring to bring hundreds of catapults to smash down other people's city walls. You also need to bring a lot of ladders and so on. Players will wonder how Zhang Yanbin did it. However, when a large population is needed, Zhang Yanbin will quickly attack several territories. Most importantly, don't offend him. While Zhang Yanbin was chatting with all parties, he finally rushed back to the territory. After returning to the territory, Zhang Yanbin met Nan Ningxi. Nan Ningxi looked him up and down. Is there any difference? To use the words of you strangers, you are no longer clean. Damn, Zhang Yanbin was done that by Doris. Even Nan Ningxi could see it. You can see that? Of course, the changes in your temperament and strength. You are practicing a divine technique, the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. This is also your destiny, but I cannot do the same thing with you now. Unless I break through to the legendary level. Zhang Yanbin was a little greedy. At this moment, Nan Ningxi looked even more ethereal, and no one could refuse her. Let's go to the swimming pool. I'll give you some benefits. You've made some breakthroughs in strength, but bubbles are still good. Nan Ningxi really gives benefits. She had learned all the words of the stranger. The two of them were in the swimming pool and spoke frankly to each other. Nan Ningxi leaned against him and told him about the territory. Thunderstorm led people to kill several demons and gained a lot of benefits. We at the Divine Workshop have been researching ways to crack the demonic defenses. We do have a corrosive liquid that can corrode their armor. The effect is not very good. Let the other young generals fight, and Thunderstorm will not take action. It will take 3 hours to eliminate this demon general, but there will be occasional damage. However, we have continuously defeated more than 20 strongholds controlled by the demons and obtained a lot of advanced skill books and money. The high-end military force in the territory is developing rapidly. Zhang Yanbin thought for a moment, then said, "From now on, we'll split our forces into 2 groups and plunder more people and resources. I feel that after the boundary wall opens, the 4 continents will probably engage in a decisive battle and a huge war. The gods will also select powerful people through war." Zhang Yanbin was in the swimming pool, soaking in the water from the ice lake, practicing his skills and strengthening his foundation bit by bit. The water from the glacial lake is very useful. Zhang Yanbin wanted to put more money in the ring. Some advanced things can be brought into reality. But in reality, Zhang Yanbin has not found anything advanced that can be brought into the game. Those alloy weapons made with high-end technology were no match for the real weapons brought over from the game. How many people can the territory accommodate now? Zhang Yanbin held Nan Ningxi with one hand. He couldn't eat her, so he could only take advantage of her. The territory's population has now exceeded 4 million. 5 million would be ideal. Now, you should go to Sichuan territory. Sichuan territory is developing very well. It's time to strengthen the strength there. The premise is that you can control Sichuan. She should have mastered the skill of seduction. The population of Sichuan territory is only about 500,000 people now. However, many high-grade minerals can be mined. Most of these were delivered to the Shenlong territory. 1/5 of them are sold externally. Selling it to others is also for the purpose of obtaining intelligence while preventing others from discovering any abnormalities. Now, no one knows that the Sichuan territory is controlled by Zhang Yanbin. Okay, I'll go over there in a couple of days and lead them to fight some demons. As long as Zhang Yanbin can control the Sichuan territory, he will develop it. Now, there are still some limitations to development. If Sichuan could become one of his own, then Zhang Yanbin would develop well and even allocate a lot of resources to him. Well, Lord, with your current strength, Sichuan can't do anything to you. Zhang Yanbin nodded. The more territory we have, the more people we can accommodate. At the same time, there are indeed many high-level mines around the Sichuan territory, especially their spirit stone mines, which can train many high-level miners. Zhang Yanbin and his people also discovered many high-level mines in their territory, which can be used to make better things. However, this requires more advanced miners to mine. Therefore, the Shenlong territory also sent many people to mine spirit stone mines, so that the miners' levels can be quickly improved. This time, Zhang Yanbin soaked in the ice lake water for 3 hours and ate Nan Ningxi's tofu for 3 hours. Then I returned to the administrative center to learn about the current situation, and ordered the army to prepare for battle. This time, he has to fight on 2 fronts. However, just as he was thinking about how to fight, an announcement from the system disrupted his plans again. Chapter 178 System Update again. Zhang Yanbin wants to fight on 2 or even 3 fronts. He led Sichuan territory to fight some demons. And thunderstorms, go robbing. Another team of people from the dragon territory will go to fight the demons. However, at this time the system issued an announcement. Ding system announcement to all servers. The demons have arrived, threatening the safety of our human race. Everyone is responsible. Currently, the system is undergoing maintenance for 3 days. After 3 days, a ranking will be conducted based on points earned by killing demons. Points earned by killing demons can be freely exchanged for items in the prize pool, and the overall strength of the territories will be ranked. The maintenance period will begin in 2 hours. All in-game activities will continue as normal, but players will be forced offline after 2 hours. The system is under maintenance again, but Zhang Yanbin thinks this is a good thing. Ningxi, within 3 days, launch an all-out attack and capture the 3 territories. These 3 territories. Zhang Yanbin took out some paper and marked out these territories. These territories could be reached within 3 days by their new ships, traveling day and night. The Lord is not here, and when they come online, they will find that everything is gone. The 2 territories had been hostile to Zhang Yanbin before. One is by Xiaosheng, who gives him the spy territory. Good. The demon mission, I will do it when I come back. Zhang Yanbin briefly explained everything to Nan Ningxi, and he quickly teleported to the Sichuan territory. When I saw Sichuan again, I found that she was very charming. Match the clothes and follow the movements. Charming, but not vulgar. Sichuan, this is 5 tails of tea. It will be offline soon. In reality, if you practice, this thing can strengthen your physique to a certain extent. The territory has been arranged. When I go online again, I will lead the territory's army to fight the demons. A portion of the troops will be assigned to your territory, and I will also earn you some points. My personal score is too high, which is not a good thing. Zhang Yanbin wants to hide some of his power. Therefore, some of the points will be spent on Zichuan. But the prerequisite is that she has to be one of us. Yes, Lord Zhuge. The two didn't talk much. Because time was limited, Zhang Yanbin explained most of the things to Nan Ningxi. Because the system update will take 3 days, it gives Zhang Yanbin a great opportunity. The Shenlong territory has very strong mobilization capabilities. In a short period of time, an army of 100,000 can be assembled. There were also catapults on the ship, which could blow up any city they had built, regardless of whether they had built one or not. If there were no high-level talents in the territory, Zhang Yanbin's army would be invincible. No matter what, Zhang Yanbin wants these 3 territories with a population of more than 1.5 million. By then, the Shenlong territory will accept 1 million people, and the Zichuan territory will also accept 500,000 people. After the explanation is completed, there are only a few minutes left. Zhang Yanbin pinched Zichuan's chin and said, "This technique is really nourishing. You are becoming more and more beautiful, which makes people's heart flutter." Zichuan just smiled slightly, but it could make people's hearts flutter. Zhang Yanbin let her go and said, "Okay, log off here and come back online in 3 days." The territory has been updated. Zhang Yanbin went offline. There is no need to worry about his territory. What we should worry about is that the territory without high-level NPCs will be very good if it can maintain the status quo or develop slightly after going online. Zhang Yanbin logged off with peace of mind. Zichuan was puzzled. This tea can also be brought into reality. When she went offline, she actually brought out the tea. This tea is surprisingly of such a high grade. Zhuge Shenlong, do you trust me so much and train me? Or is there some conspiracy? Zichuan is a high-level spy, but in fact he was just an idle chess piece before. Being a teacher at a university and collecting some academic information is not taken seriously. Because of this game, she was taken seriously. From a neglected pawn to becoming the most core intelligence officer. Her ambition also grew. What she wants most is to win over Zhang Yanbin. But now she is also afraid. Worried that Zhang Yanbin has some conspiracy. There's definitely nothing wrong with this tea. What's the problem? Zichuan made a cup of tea and it tasted quite comfortable. At the same time, this tea did help her improve her skills. I will practice well in these 3 days and keep Zhuge Shenlong here. Zichuan gritted his teeth and made the final decision. Her ambition has been growing. An unknown person suddenly became the most important chess piece. Her only role is to obtain Zhang Yanbin's core information. However, now she has no access to any core intelligence. Zichuan is practicing hard, and Zhang Yanbin rarely has a chance to relax. He reached the 3rd floor, and it was daytime. He found that there were many more people around. So he closed the glass on the 3rd floor so that outsiders could not see what was happening on the 3rd floor. Zhang Yanbin didn't want to know them or have any contact with them. Of course, Yang Yingfan was an exception. The fewer people who know about his existence, the better. Zhang Yanbin doesn't plan to go out during the day. As for the others, they finally got a chance to get out and relax, so they all went out for outdoor activities. This time, there will be big changes in the game. Each guild came out for some fresh air, which lasted for about 2 hours, and then they went back to hold an emergency meeting. This is why each guild needs to gather people together. In the game, real-time communication is no longer possible as before. No one knew that Zhang Yanbin's 80,000-strong army and more than 200 large warships and transport ships had already set off. And the speed was increased to the fastest. In the evening, Zhang Yanbin went out swimming and met Yang Yingfan in the lake. "Shouldn't you be in a meeting right now? We've been driving for a few hours, let's go for a swim." The two swam together for a while, and Zhang Yanbin invited Yang Yingfan to his villa. This time, the game has changed significantly again. Yang Yingfan frowned, as if something had happened. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Yingfan held the teacup in both hands, but shook his head without telling Zhang Yanbin. In fact, at this meeting, the guild requested that some management personnel be sent to Yang Yingfan's territory to help her manage it. He said he was helping her manage the business, but in fact he was secretly trying to seize power. The development of Yang Yingfan's territory is neither too good nor too bad. It is of medium level. But location is very important. Therefore, the guild has always coveted her property. Yang Yingfan has been cooperating with the guild for nearly 2 years, but she is very disgusted with sending personnel in and has not agreed yet. If she hadn't come here, she would have clearly refused. However, now that people live in villas, it is not so easy to escape. Yang Yingfan sat here for more than an hour before going back. She didn't say anything, so Zhang Yanbin naturally couldn't help. Even if he could help, Zhang Yinbin was unwilling to reveal his identity easily. Besides, if I help her, I must get enough benefits. He has no shortage of women, and they must be of great help to him in the game. Chapter 179 Complete Control of Sichuan. The system is updated again. This time, many people took defense, because they were worried that if the dragon territory suddenly attacked, they would lose everything. However, some people's concerns were correct, because the dragon territory set out. At the same time, what Zhang Yinbin didn't know was that Duo Lizi had also set off. She also wanted to attack. With 30 large ships, she could go at an extremely fast speed and go farther. In reality, Zhang Yinbin exercises indoors during the day because he doesn't want people to see him. Integrate all your strength into it, and try to control your strength as much as possible. In the evening, I went to the wild to practice halberd and sword techniques. Better control of your own power. Then we went to the swimming pool to swim. For the past 2 days, Yang Yingfan would come over to sit for a while and drink some tea. On the third day, the game didn't start until 8 o'clock in the morning on the fourth day. In the evening, Yang Yingfan came again. Zhang Yinbin once again treated her to good tea. You haven't been in a good mood these past 2 days. Yang Yingfan smiled bitterly and said, It's not because of lack of strength. I compromised and allowed the guild members to become deputy lords. And 4 more managers. And all I got was some financial support. Tell me, what's the use of money now? Zhang Yinbin did not answer. The tea he drinks now is more useful than money. Money, unless it reaches a certain amount, can reach the level of qualitative change. For example, Zhang Yinbin's more than 20 billion yuan can enable the territory to achieve a leap in development. If it is just for one person, for example, giving her 10 million, she can live a rich life. Well, it really doesn't make much sense. It's not as good as an item in the game that can improve your own strength. Zhang Yinbin is unwilling to reveal his identity. He said nothing. The two drank tea for a while and then went their separate ways. Next, just wait until dawn to go online. It's dawn. Zhang Yinbin has adjusted his status and then went online. Ding system prompt. Your territory, Shenlong territory, ranks first in the Eastern continent with a score of 862,314 points. The scores are determined by the system based on more than 10 factors, including current strength, development potential, talent pool, resource reserves, geographical environment, etc. Ding system prompt. Your territory's starting point is ranked 1,250th in the Southern continent, with a score of... As soon as Zhang Yinbin came online, he received many system messages. The ranking depends on individual territories. Zhang Yinbin's score was far ahead. Second place, less than 500,000 points. Many large guilds may control more than a dozen or even more territories at the same time. However, this ranking only looks at the ranking of a single territory. Players also discovered many problems by watching Zhang Yinbin's live broadcast. It's a matter of commanding multiple territories. Lords cannot gather together, which makes it easier to command. However, once the lords are wiped out, their armies will also be defeated. Zhang Yinbin won in this way. Hey, the video recording generated over 1 billion copper coins in 3 days. For 3 days, some people watched the live broadcast repeatedly, especially the last day of battle. The video was made public and the meeting also focused on analyzing this video. Therefore, members are required to watch it on the first day and then summarize it on the second day. Some people have watched it over and over again countless times. That's why Zhang Yinbin received such a considerable income. Zhang Yinbin was somewhat surprised that there were more than 1,000 people in the Qidian territory. I guess Doris, Hattori Mina, and those warships played a big role. Zhang Yinbin exchanged for a 4,500-ton ship, which can be built immediately. At the same time, the territory has a large population. High-end combat capabilities are also slowly developing. Online, Zhang Yin version is in Sichuan territory. Sichuan is also online. It looks even more demonic. Well, she is the kind of demon like Daji, charming but not vulgar. Congratulations, Lord Zhuge, for being number 1 on the list. Sichuan stretched out his hand and slid a finger across Zhang Yinbin's chest. Zhang Yinbin saw that she seemed to be using her skills. Zhang Yinbin was slightly distracted for a moment. Then, she said in a rather stiff tone, First, of course. Sichuan felt that Zhang Yinbin was bewitched by him. She also practiced an epic martial art, and with her beauty, the layout of the room in the administrative center, her own clothes, and so on. Everything seems to be ready. Just waiting for Zhang Yinbin to enter the hub. Now, Zhang Yinbin seems to be confused by himself. Yes, Lord Zhuge is the best. What's so great about me? I don't know. Lord Zhuge, give it a try and you'll know how great you are. Sichuan laughed, weakly, but the sound would keep echoing in people's minds. But the echoing sound was swallowed by the dragon in Zhang Yanbin's mind, and only had a momentary impact on Zhang Yanbin. Then I'll try. Zhang Yanbin stretched out his claws to Zichuan, and Zichuan actually cooperated. The two of them were naturally willing to do this, and each had their own ulterior motives. Zhang Yanbin was deceived several times, but was swallowed by the dragon every time. When the two of them reached a negative distance, Zhang Yanbin suddenly lost his mind. It's as if the mind is bewitched. And Zichuan also used her ultimate skill. At this moment, she felt that she was about to succeed. At the cost of himself, control Zhuge Shenlong. Just for a moment, when Zichuan was overjoyed, a divine dragon suddenly came to devour her. It's terrifying. The pressure from the dragon caused her mind to collapse in an instant. Then, he began to tremble in front of the dragon. After a while, she actually succumbed to the pressure of the dragon. Zhang Yanbin also regained consciousness. At this moment, he felt his connection with Zichuan. Zichuan has already submitted to him, just like an NPC, and no one can change his loyalty to him. What happened next, of course, was unstoppable. 3 hours later, Zhang Yanbin was as energetic as Doris was at the beginning. Zichuan, like himself at the beginning, needed to use internal energy to heal his wounds. Lord Zhuge, you have no mercy at all, Zichuan said tiredly. Zhang Yanbin covered her up and said, from now on, you will be mine, and the territory will develop rapidly. Of these 20,000 troops, I will transfer 10,000, and you will recruit 10,000 or 20,000 troops to form the army of your territory. I will also help you defeat some demon generals and train the high-end military forces of the Zichuan territory. Zichuan reached out and held Zhang Yanbin's hand. All follow Lord Zhuge's orders. Yeah, Zhang Yanbin responded. Then he said, what is your identity in real life? Nakajima Kawako is a spy, affiliated with the Yamaguchi-gumi. Are you safe in reality? Zichuan shook his head and said, they sent 4 people to monitor me. They wanted me to find out all the information about Lord Zhuge, infiltrate Lord Zhuge, and even control him. Zichuan, now considering himself as Zhang Yanbin's man, told everything. Well, I'll give you some skill books so you can practice well. At the same time, tell me your real-life address. I can save you when the time comes. Nakajima Kawako told everything she knew without hiding anything. She had suffered backlash and wanted to control Zhang Yanbin, but failed. Now, she is completely Zhang Yanbin's person. Okay, you have a good rest, and leave the rest to me. Zhang Yanbin succeeded. Zichuan became a territory that he could fully control. After ranking among the tens of millions, Zichuan territory would rise quickly in the future. Chapter 180 Players Protest. The Zichuan territory was controlled by Zhang Yanbin. Next, his army can withdraw 10,000 first. The other 10,000 would be directly incorporated into their territory, while Zhang Yanbin would lead the army of Zichuan territory to fight some bandits controlled by the demons and increase their strength. But now, he has to go back to the Shenlong territory to see the situation there. Return to the dragon territory. He met Nan Ningxi. Congratulations, Lord. Take Zichuan into your room. You can see that? I can see your dragons. There were 9 dragons, but now there are only 4. 2 of them are different colors. Shouldn't there be 3? Zhang Yanbin thought of Dong Xiaowan. Is it because it wasn't Dong Xiaowan's first time, so it doesn't count? Or was it that Zhang Yanbin's martial arts skills were weak at that time? Or was it that Dong Xiaowan's strength was weak? In short, Zhang Yanbin stopped thinking about it. If 2 of them change, there will only be 2. Zhang Yanbin then asked, what is the current situation of the army? Nan Ningxi shook her head and said, unknown, but we should be able to send back news via the Falcon at night. We've been on the march for 3 days. If we win, the Falcon won't be back until tonight to report the victory. Zhang Yanbin nodded. Next, he could only wait. He rode on the little white dragon and took another circle around the territory. However, at noon, he received several messages via carrier pigeons. Brother Zhuge, you are really awesome. Words from Bai Xiaosheng. Zhuge Shenlong. What level are the NPCs in your territory? Ziling sent. Boss, you are awesome. You have conquered for more territories. This was sent by Wan Wan. There are also messages from other people. Zhang Yanbin knew that they must have gotten the news through the forum. We agreed to conquer 3 territories, but what the hell is going on with this thunderstorm? How did it become 4? Zhang Yanbin quickly checked the forum. Sure enough, there were 4 territories with ruins. They were all taken down by the Shenlong territory. The city wall was completely destroyed. At the same time, the buildings in the city were severely damaged. Naturally, the entire territory was destroyed, all supplies were looted, and the population was taken away. Zhang Yanbin took a look and found that there were indeed 4 territories. One was not in Zhang Yanbin's plan, but it was not far away. I don't know which force it belongs to. Anyway, it was knocked down by the thunderstorm. This thunderstorm deserves a beating. Zhang Yanbin just said casually. Just take it down if you want to. There are 4 territories, and I don't know how many people and craftsmen there are. This time, we will distribute more to the Sichuan territory. The Sichuan territory has been sending good things to the Shenlong territory, and its ranking has dropped out of the top 10 million. The troops will not be back for another 3 days. Zhang Yanbin had nothing to do. Just take care of Sichuan more. Sichuan is practicing an epic level technique. She only needed to practice healing for a few hours to recover. On the forum, Zhang Yanbin was cursed. There are also a large number of players who have filed complaints on the forum. This is not fair at all. Their territory is offline and no one cares about it. Even if Zhang Yanbin's territory is offline, he can still attack other people's territories. After others log off, when I come back online, their territories are gone. Why? They also wanted to complain to the official customer service, but this game has no customer service at all. So, they posted on the forum and posted like crazy. Finally, after a day of commotion, the official response came out. According to the system inspection, all player data is normal. The Shenlong territory and other territories are operating normally according to the system rules. Players, please arrange all matters concerning your territory while the system is being updated and maintained. What does it mean? You deserve this bad luck. The game data is all normal. If other people's NPCs are awesome and yours aren't, they should just die by banging their heads against the wall. It's useless to blame the system. Sichuan, who was in her arms, was also watching the forum. She smiled and said, Lord Zhuge, our army has really pissed off these people. You've offended too many people this time. Sichuan moved a little, and his hair made Zhang Yanbin feel itchy. Sichuan smiled, and her body began to move. Zhang Yanbin kept his mind focused and could not be buried in the gentleness. But 3 hours later, Sichuan needed to practice Qigong to heal his injuries again. Falcon, we have sent intelligence twice, and this time the results are great. A population of more than 1.3 million, a large amount of supplies and money. The fleet was still half a day away from arriving, but Zhang Yanbin had already struggled out of his comfort zone and returned to the Shenlong territory. Nan Ningxi has arrived at the port and is preparing to arrange population matters. Ningxi, I'll leave this place to you. I'll take part of the army and leave. Don't worry, we've done this many times. The fleet arrived at the port, boatloads of people. The army led by Lei Bao got off the boat first. Zhang Yanbin rushed over and kicked him. For you to be disobedient. Did I ask you to attack other territories? I told you to fight 3, but you insisted on fighting 4. Zhang Yanbin went up and kicked him a few times. Although the kick was quite hard, Thunderstorm was not hurt at all. Zhang Yanbin did this to show off to others. If he kicks his most trusted and beloved general like this, who would dare to disobey his orders in the future? After kicking for a while, Thunderstorm just smiled foolishly. Lord, I couldn't help it. It was mainly because we were too close. Hee. Lord, it's a matter of convenience. There's no time to waste. I'm back as planned. We also brought an extra territory's population and resources. Zhang Yanbin was just giving him a warning. His beloved general did not suffer any major losses. You take a team and go fight the demon leader for me. Here is a formula that can reduce the defense of their armor. Zhang Yanbin gave him a lot of medicines prepared in the territory. Go and fight. Don't come back until you've defeated 10 strongholds. The loss is huge. I will not allow you to leave the territory for a month. Yes, Lord, don't worry. Old Lei, know what's going on. I know what's going on. When I heard that he was asked to fight the demons, what else was there to say? Just agree to it quickly and then do it. At the same time, Zhang Yanbin also led a team and boarded another warship. He was going to Sichuan territory and take Sichuan territory to accept the Demon Clan mission. A day later, the warship arrived at Sichuan territory. Zhang Yanbin met up with Sichuan and the 5,000-strong team sent by Sichuan. Sichuan accepted the task. The group arrived at their destination. His army, acting efficiently, immediately began the attack. Those miscellaneous soldiers were naturally no problem. Although they were brave and fearless, their defense was not strong, and they were no match for Zhang Yanbin's army. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yanbin brought a group of young players. They were all practicing advanced skills. There were more than 200 of them, and he couldn't even remember their names. Use corrosive fluid and see the effect. Zhang Yanbin naturally didn't have to do it himself, so he let his subordinates do it. Damn humans. The 10 demon generals were angry. The corrosive liquid, bubbling green on their armor, could slowly reduce their defenses. 5 demon generals were corroded by the corrosive liquid, and a group of young generals held them back and attacked them. As for the other 5, Zhang Yanbin plans to take care of them himself. Of course, he is not fighting alone. There are other young players to hold him back. Zhang Yinbin took out the Kusanagi sword. Go ahead. A cold sword flashes. The highest skill of Zhang Yinbin's swordsmanship is to open the sky gate with one sword. At this time, he did not use his strongest attack. After hanging out with Doris for a while and gaining a dragon, his power indeed grew a lot stronger. Now, he is second only to the epic level and should be among the ranks of high-level generals. With one sword, he cut through the armor of the demon general, and he didn't need to worry about what happened next. The other young players will naturally go up and deal with it. And Zhang Yinbin also saw Zichuan, who was holding a knife and was able to fight against the demon general. Zichuan, you're not good at actual combat. Chapter 181 Points Ranking. Zichuan learned 2 skills. One, of course, is Bewitchment, which has been used on oneself and backfired. I also learned advanced knife skills. But there was not much actual combat. At this time, letting her practice combat will help her protect herself in reality. Zhang Yinbin used a divine weapon to cut through the defenses of these demons with one sword. The other young generals can quickly resolve the battle. In more than 40 minutes, these 5 demon generals were killed, and a lot of gains were gained. As for the other 5 people using corrosive liquid, Zhang Yinbin was watching from the side. Lord Zhuge, you are really efficient in killing demons. Zhang Yinbin looked at the team and said, let's all see the effect of this corrosive liquid. After all, I'm just one person. It took 2 hours and 40 minutes for everyone to kill the 5 demon generals. Zhang Yinbin took a look at the standings. He has no ranking in the Eastern continent, because the army just came back and hasn't started brushing yet. The Zichuan territory has just started to be refreshed. The efficiency is much higher than others. Zichuan, take more. From now on, we will fight on 2 fronts. I will lead one team, and the others will lead another. The Shenlong territory can be divided into multiple teams. Next, Zhang Yinbin began to divide the groups. There were a lot of martial arts books sent in, and they were distributed directly. At the end of the day, Zhang Yinbin and Zichuan attacked 6 mountain strongholds. The ranking has risen to within 1 million. The other group was only half as efficient as Zhang Yinbin's. One day, they attacked 9 mountain strongholds, dozens of advanced exercises, and a bunch of intermediate exercises. From now on, advanced exercises will be popularized within a certain range. There was no outbreak in the Shenlong territory today. Just returned, most of the troops went to rest. Lei Bao led his men to attack several mountain strongholds. These demon strongholds refreshed by the system will not be too far away from the territory, but they will not appear inside the territory. What surprised Zhang Yinbin was that he ranked first in the ranking of the southern continent. He can see the ranking of the southern continent. This Dolis is so powerful. I've only been back for a few days. It's no surprise that it tops the list. Because Doris didn't stop even during the 3 days of game maintenance. She was belligerent by nature. The attack never stopped. The points have been skyrocketing, although these demon generals have strong defense. However, Doris, who has been promoted to the legendary level, can seriously injure the demons with just a few sword strikes. Doris is very efficient and crazy. He went out for 6 days and never came back. Zhang Xingting and Chu Feixiong kept persuading her to go back and rest first, and to bring back the spoils for distribution. Only then was Dolis willing to stop and go back on the new warship. On the way, Zhang Shengting secretly said to Chu Feixiong, "This crazy woman, only the Lord can deal with it. Even the Lord can't do it. He always suffers from kidney failure and needs several hours of healing. Hey, we haven't rested for a few days. We are fine, but some of the soldiers below can't bear it. She is just too energetic. The Lord needs to consume some of her energy, otherwise we will have a hard time." The 2 of them only dared to talk secretly in the corner, not daring to let Doris hear them. Otherwise Doris would definitely beat them up. Zhang Yinbin is paying attention to the rankings on both sides. After they defeated many weak territories. In fact, the loss is huge. I can't hit it anymore after a few times. Some powerful territories could barely achieve a balance between income and expenditure by relying on human wave tactics. In order to gain points, they lost many generals with advanced skills in battle. Zhang Yinbin and his men suffered very few losses in the battle. There won't be much loss of high-end military force. While Zhang Yinbin was busy, he received several messages sent by carrier pigeons. "Boss, do you have any strategy?" Wanwan came by the carrier pigeon. "Lord Zhuge, I've noticed that your ranking has gone up. Do you have any good ideas?" Ziling sent a message. "Are you all paying attention to Zhang Yinbin?" Indeed, Zhang Yinbin's ranking is several million, but by searching his name, you can see the changes in his points. I guess they searched yesterday and in the past few days, or maybe every day. Zhang Yinbin doesn't want to sell this medicine. The cost of medicine is very low. But this is about high-end military force. Zhang Yanbin gave some to Ziling and then said to her, "This potion is being tested in many territories. Your territory can also try it more. These are for you to use." Zhang Yanbin traded some potions to Ziling. Ziliuli said she wanted to buy it, but Zhang Yanbin refused. Engines. Now, Zhang Yanbin is selling very well. You can earn tens of millions of copper coins a day. With the money from live streaming, he is not short of money. Therefore, there is no plan to sell this medicine on a large scale. A bottle of potion may be a high-level general. After all, a demon general can reveal a high-level martial arts technique. After taking down the stronghold, there are still many treasure chests. Zhang Yanbin was originally at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and others could mobilize more than a dozen territories to fight him together. Zhang Yanbin only had one territory, but now there are 2 territories, including the Eastern Continent and Sichuan. After all, the number of troops mobilized is limited. Therefore, we should still have an absolute leading position in high-end military power. Therefore, as long as other players have not developed a more effective corrosive liquid, Zhang Yanbin will not sell it on a large scale. In the next few days, Zhang Yanbin and his team's rankings rose rapidly. From the top millions, in just a few days, it jumped directly to the top 10,000. Many territories relied on the fact that Zhang Yanbin did not do many tasks in the first 3 days, so their ranking was improved so quickly. Ding's server-wide announcement. The demons are coming. 1 month left. The top 1,000 territories will receive generous rewards. Ding's server-wide announcement. The demons have breached the seal in large numbers. In 1 month, they will attempt to breach the boundary wall and actively attack all territories. All players, please take note. After giving the players a few days to adapt, the system immediately started to act up again. This is going to be a big deal. How many more territories will be destroyed? Actively attack territory? Zhang Yanbin, who had already accumulated a very high score, temporarily ordered a retreat. All personnel were withdrawn to the territory and reorganized. The return voyage takes 2 days, and Zhang Yanbin and his team have been out for several days. On the way back, Zhang Yanbin and Zichuan had a passionate moment on the boat. Then Zhang Yanbin pulled up his pants and went offline. After days of fighting, Zhang Yanbin and his men killed many demon generals and brought back more than 300 books on advanced martial arts. As for the top-end power losses, they are minimal. Zhang Yanbin was tired of playing the game, so he wanted to relax in real life. Not long after he arrived at the leisure area on the 3rd floor, Yang Yingfan also arrived. She looked a little tired. "Why? You're practicing at least a high-level technique, so why are you tired?" Yang Yingfan said helplessly, "I'm tired." Zhang Yanbin made a cup of long tea for her. Yang Yingfan held the teacup with both hands and drank it in small sips. Chapter 182 Yang Yingfan's Request. Have you been following Zhuge Shenlong? After taking a few sips of tea, Yang Yingfan suddenly said. Zhang Yanbin didn't know what she wanted to ask, but nodded and said, "Of course I pay attention. He's the most popular one. Most people in the Eastern Continent will pay attention to him." This answer is definitely standard, and there is nothing wrong with it. His points have been increasing rapidly recently, and many people are counting his points. I'm afraid that only by killing all the demon generals can we get such high points and increase them so quickly. Just killing those soldiers alone only gives us 1 point. And each demon general is worth 5,000 points. This Zhuge Shenlong must have mastered a method to kill demons with high efficiency. Zhang Yanbin was ashamed, and everyone could see it. But there is nothing we can do. There are many talented people in Zhang Yanbin's territory. Each workshop recruits highly qualified personnel. Those with low qualifications can only work in mining, construction workers, and other professions. There are a lot of talents with SSS-level qualifications in the Divine Workshop. So, after Zhang Yanbin brought back the demon armor, they have been conducting experiments. Using manpower and a large amount of chemicals, they finally produced a more corrosive one. That's probably right. In my territory, it normally takes several hours to wear down a demon general. However, judging by the rankings, many people should be able to obtain a large number of high-level skill books, and their strength will soon increase. Yang Yingfan looked at Zhang Yanbin strangely for a while. Zhang Yanbin felt that something was wrong with him. What's wrong? You do not know? When Yang Yingfan asked this question, Zhang Yanbin didn't know how to answer. All I could say was, I don't know. Those who ranked high didn't actually get many high-level martial arts books. Many of them only killed small demon soldiers, but not demon generals. It's all built up by relying on the advantage of numbers. Many territories gathered all the aliens in the guild and continuously spawned demon soldiers. These soldiers can basically be defeated without any casualties, but if we fight against the demon generals, many people will die. Zhang Yinbin really doesn't know all this. It turns out they rely on the tactic of human wave. Moreover, those who can kill the demon generals will not actually receive very high returns, because the number of people they die in battle is probably about the same as the reward they receive. Sometimes I make money, sometimes I lose money. How could Zhang Yinbin know what Yang Yingfan said? These days, I have taken Zichuan out to fight the demons, so there is less intelligence from him. So, Zhang Yinbin didn't know. But, as you know, as you earn more points, you can redeem more things. I'm afraid that after everyone has been using points for a while, they will be able to redeem some things very well. Zhang Yinbin was ashamed. He should have obtained more intelligence. Now, he knew too little about intelligence. Although Zichuan is from the intelligence agency, he has now become one of us. However, she was listed as a core confidential member, and the other party would not easily activate her. So Zichuan only provided important information and did not provide much ordinary information. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yinbin said, I just want to exchange the ship blueprints. I have the ability to kill the demon generals. To be honest, if I work for a month, I can exchange it for the blueprints for a ship with a displacement of 4,500 tons. Zhang Yinbin knew nothing and had considerable strength, so Yang Yingfan had been testing him. I'm afraid I've guessed a lot of things. At least, we know that Zhang Yinbin is very capable. How strong are you? Yang Yingfan suddenly asked him this question again. In terms of personal strength, I feel that I am no worse than anyone else. I have had some great adventures. I don't know the strength of the territory. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the game. Let's go swimming together. It was getting dark at this time. Yang Yingfan actually invited me to go swimming. Zhang Yinbin did not refuse. Why don't you bring a swimsuit? I let you see it. I gave you benefits, and you still despise it? Yang Yingfan, who didn't bring a swimsuit, put her clothes down behind a rock and went into the water. Yang Yingfan has a good figure and good skin. But Zhang Yinbin felt that she was a little abnormal recently. It was getting dark and the two swam for 2 hours before reaching shore. After getting ashore, Yang Yingfan suddenly said, One day, I might need your help. Will you help me? For the beauty's sake, I won't. For our friend's sake, maybe I will. Help, see what kind of help you can provide. Is this a beauty trap used by Yang Yingfan? Okay, I understand. Looking at Yang Yingfan's departing back, Zhang Yinbin knew that she was in big trouble, but he didn't know what the trouble was. How could Zhang Yinbin agree to her request when he didn't even know what the trouble was? Zhang Yinbin was not in a hurry to return to the game. At this time, in the game, you are also sailing on the ship. They have to go back to the territory and readjust their strategy. Zhang Yinbin also notified all the troops in the Shenlong territory to come back and reorganize. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin also has to go to the southern continent to bring the formula of the medicine over. After spending another day in reality, Zhang Yinbin took a good rest and then returned to the game. Lord Zhuge. As soon as I came online, Zichuan had already returned and immediately threw himself into my arms. Well, you had a good rest. Yeah, I slept offline and practiced secretly. I feel like my strength has increased a lot. Zichuan in his arms nodded. The ship is almost at the port. There is a teleportation array at the port. Zhang Yinbin felt that it was necessary to deploy a large number of teleportation arrays. Along the way, for thousands of miles, a large number of teleportation arrays were set up in secret places. From now on, wherever your troops can reach, you should set up teleportation arrays in hidden places. The army can sail slowly, but I can't. Must go back quickly. We even need to get a few teleportation ships. The teleportation array can now teleport 500 miles. On the boat, even if there was a way to teleport 300 miles, Zhang Yinbin could teleport himself to the shore first, then find the nearest teleportation array and return quickly. After returning, he made arrangements. This simply means spending more money and requiring a large amount of mid-grade spirit stones. Finally back to the territory. Zhang Yinbin called Yuan Hai and Li Qiulin. You two, assist Zichuan territory in the battle first. Divide into at least 3 groups, and leave all the advanced skills books in Zichuan. You two go and train a group of experts as soon as possible. If conditions permit, Zichuan's army must also be expanded to at least 30,000 men. I'll leave these to you to arrange. Zhang Yinbin made some simple arrangements, and then returned to the Shenlong territory. In the Shenlong territory, the army dispersed and has not yet returned. However, now they have thousands of people learning advanced skills books. In the territory, the high-end power is astonishing. Zhang Yinbin, this time I have to rack up points like crazy. Chapter 183, Skyblasting Gang's membership increases rapidly. Zhang Yinbin learned about the details of the Shenlong territory. A population of more than 4 million. 100,000 regular troops. There are also more than 5,000 exploring troops. These exploratory armies also have high-end forces. In addition, the territory always has 10,000 new recruits, who are immediately added to fill vacancies in the regular army. Zhang Yinbin made some groupings. A team of 5,000 people can single-handedly defeat the cottage. So, he left 30,000 people to defend the territory. The other 70,000 people were divided into 14 groups. Zhang Yinbin plans to give a batch of epic skills to those generals with good qualifications and who have practiced advanced skills. Directly promote them to main generals. 5,000 men must be equipped with 2 generals with epic skills. Ningxi, I'm going to the southern continent. You have 2 things to do next. Within our territory, we are constructing a large number of teleportation arrays extending in multiple directions. Also, the attack on the demon stronghold depends entirely on your overall control. I'm a little worried about the southern continent, so I'll go there for a while. Don't worry, Lord. I'm here. Once the assignment is made, Zhang Yinbin doesn't care when. I just took the teleportation array and it took about 2 hours to reach the boundary wall. Then, they split the boundary wall and arrived at the southern continent. When you reach the southern continent, you have to take a boat and cannot be teleported directly. Zhang Yinbin disappeared from the eastern continent again. This attracted a lot of attention. However, now is the time to kill the demons, and everyone is actively preparing. Zhang Yinbin finally arrived at the starting city. At this time, the starting city has a large population, and some outer cities have been built. Lord Soga, you're always away for a long time. This isn't what a player should do. Normally, if a player is offline and it is not for system maintenance, it will only take a few hours to 1 or 2 days. He won't disappear for a long time like Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin didn't explain anything either. Zhang Yinbin learned about the situation from Chio. Starting city, the points are now very high. Zhang Yinbin exchanged for 10 epic martial arts books in one go. Now, what we have to compete for is high-end strength. He no longer lacked advanced skills. Doris brought back more than 200 books from each trip. However, after exchanging 10 books, Zhang Yinbin's points had basically reached the bottom. However, he believed that he could score a lot of points in a month. The 10 demon generals alone have 50,000 points, plus those soldiers. In a day, Zhang Yinbin can earn hundreds of thousands of points. Zhang Yinbin went to see Hattori Mino again. Lord, tell me the basics. Zhang Yinbin learned more about it. This time, Doris only led people to sweep one territory and brought back hundreds of thousands of people. Recently, the population increase has not been very large. However, the army already had 50,000 elite soldiers, plus 20,000 new recruits. Many of these were selected from player captives. This army is enough. Qidian City rarely goes to war, and the army often lets Doris go out to fight with the soldiers from the mountain stronghold. In this way, it can be considered as a rotation training. Qidian City is now considered to be very powerful. I have several small formations here. It's already been recorded. Please arrange for a few array masters to install it outside the administrative center and at the village. I can directly teleport back and forth. Zhang Yinbin brought several teleportation arrays this time. Although this thing has been burned, it still needs to be installed by a formation master. Fortunately, they have many high-level formation masters. Now, Zhang Yinbin wants them to learn the teleportation array as well. Even if we can't make something as advanced as the one in the Dragon Territory, we still have to make one. A low-level one can be transmitted dozens of miles away. Zhang Yinbin briefly learned about the situation in Qidian City and rushed to the Jiayin gang. My king, you are back? As soon as Zhang Yinbin arrived, the young guards came to greet him warmly. Zhang Yinbin nodded, patted his shoulder, and went in. This is the outer city, and the outer city gate has been built. Other places were also built 2 meters high. As soon as he entered the city, Zhang Yinbin felt something was wrong. When we arrived at the Ji Hall, we felt something was even more wrong. At this time, Doris had not gone out yet. She just came back not long ago. Doris, what's going on? Jiayin gang, why are there so many people? Now, how many people are there? Zhang Yinbin asked several questions in succession. Who knows? I wouldn't care about this matter. You should ask Yuan Shengting. Zhang Yinbin brought 3 confidants. Minamoto no CDI, Toyotomi Tetsuo, and Yamaguchi Takuma were called over. There are more people in the Sky Blasting gang. Zhang Yinbin glanced at the 3 of them and looked at them. Yuan Shengting felt that Zhang Yinbin was not in the right mood and immediately said, Lord, our village has been officially recognized by the gods. Recently, many bandits from the surrounding areas have come to seek refuge. Now there are 130,000 of them. These people still have bandit tendencies. If they were to arrive in Qidian City, they would probably be unruly and cause trouble. Therefore, they will be kept in Qidian City for training for the time being. After hearing this, Zhang Yinbin's expression improved. He doesn't want the Jiayin gang to have too many troops. He hopes that the Jiayin gang will secretly train people from Qidian City, while Qidian City will keep a low profile as much as possible. However, this ranking is probably not going to be low-key anymore. In that case, after a simple training, we will take them out to attack the demons. Those who can stay will be trained well, and those who should be eliminated will be eliminated. The so-called elimination means death in battle. The Jiayin gang has more than 100,000 people, most of whom are warriors. With so many people, what are they doing at home instead of going out to fight? It turns out that being recognized by the system has such benefits. There are actually bandits who come to surrender on their own. These are all populations. However, they have a strong bandit nature. These people will cause trouble again when they arrive at Qidian City, then consume it. After training them and removing their bandit nature, they will join the elite of Qidian City. If you can't, die fighting. Zhang Yinbin was very cruel at this moment. Zhang Yinbin made arrangements, carried out extensive military training, and fought major battles. Those who stayed at home began to conduct extensive military training. The rest go out and earn points. Zhang Yinbin wants to get a good reward. Although he didn't know what the ranking reward would be, Zhang Yinbin felt it was very important. My man, you are finally back. After Zhang Yinbin finished arranging things, he was dragged by Doris to the back hall of the Ji Hall. Several of his men quickly slipped away. Zhang Yinbin knew that he was going to be seriously injured again. This time, he stopped for 4 hours. Zhang Yinbin drank Dragon Bird and practiced martial arts to heal his injuries. The next day, Zhang Yinbin and Doris set off in high spirits. The goal is to gain points. He divided the team into many parts. I also received a lot of tasks. These tasks are all obtained through the starting city. At the same time, in Qidian City, the construction of the city wall was accelerated. If there are not enough high-level materials, then build a city wall with all ordinary materials first. Build the entire outer city wall. When you have enough high-end materials, find a time to remove the ordinary materials and replace them with high-end materials. At this time, although the military force in Qidian City was strong, Zhang Yinbin did not want them to be suddenly attacked by the demons, resulting in heavy casualties among the people. Chapter 184 Mutation. Zhang Yinbin attacked from multiple fronts. His sword can directly break through the enemy's defense. He separated from Dorothy. Doris's sword can directly smash the demon general to pieces. By dividing our forces into multiple groups, we will continue to be far ahead in points. If you brush 7 or 8 counterfeits a day, your points will skyrocket to hundreds of thousands. Zhang Yinbin's points were directly exchanged for epic martial arts books. He wants to equip Qidian City with more than a dozen masters of epic martial arts. Only then will his high-end power be consolidated. Zhang Yinbin brushed the paper for 8 consecutive days. I'm really tired of brushing. In 8 days, his points increased rapidly. At most, the points increased by 1 million in a day. Zhang Yinbin exchanged 10 epic martial arts books and handed over more than 300 advanced martial arts books and skill books to the starting point territory. Then there are a lot of resources. Several battleships of the 4,500-ton class have been built. There is also a force of 10,000 elite soldiers defending the port. Zhang Yinbin was really tired after killing monsters for so many days in a row. The sudden rise of this starting city is truly eye-catching. Firmly hold the first position, no one can shake it. In the southern continent, a lot of things have happened recently. For example, Ichiro Watanabe left the guild and set up his own faction, and he used up almost all of the guild's resources. As a result, the guild could no longer operate, and his territory, although it suffered heavy losses, was still relatively strong in the entire southern continent because it had been continuously strengthened. Zhang Yinbin started from Qidian City and accumulated a lot of points. Sufficient resources were also provided. Then he was going back. Take off with the Dragon Territory. The Shenlong Territory is his foundation. Moreover, the Shenlong Territory has not fought any foreign war for a long time. This time, he had a lot more high-end forces. A large population is needed to enrich his territory. Soga hides his sword and disappears again. He returned to the Shenlong Territory. At this time, the Dragon Territory also reached the first place. The Sichuan Territory is relatively low-key. It has maintained its ranking since it reached over 10,000. However, the Sichuan Territory is also slowly expanding its military strength. After Zhang Yinbin returned to the territory, he went to Sichuan Territory first. I went to find Sichuan first, not because I missed her, but because I had something serious to do. Sichuan came back 2 days ago. Although she also goes out to fight now, her main focus is still on managing the territory. Lord Zhuge, you are back. I missed you so much. Sichuan is still very charming and keeps pestering me as soon as she comes. It makes it impossible for me to do my job properly. Tell me first about the current situation and the standings. Have there been any changes? Well, several territories have suddenly sped up. I'm afraid they've found a better way. When it came to business, Sichuan became serious. It was mentioned that the points in several territories suddenly increased dramatically. After all, there are so many talented people in the game. The points gained in one day are about the same as ours. This can produce a lot of high-end military power. Zhang Yinbin was unwilling to sell his corrosive fluid. I just don't want other people's points to increase as quickly as they do. 10 days had passed since then, and Zhang Yinbin and his men had gained more than a dozen high-end warriors with epic skills. A large number of advanced martial arts skills. At this time, they may have also developed a better corrosive liquid, or perhaps there are other methods. Okay, now Sichuan, I will give you a large amount of corrosive liquid, and you can use it to exchange for supplies with others. We only want high-quality resources, not money. We are not short of money now. Zhang Yinbin really has no shortage of money at this time. Liquidity, tens of billions. He wants high-end materials, all kinds of materials. Others have already found a way to earn points. There is no need to keep Zhang Yinbin. Now, there is no shortage of high-end military forces in the territory. The early group who practice epic and advanced skills may break through at any time. Some people with good qualifications practice advanced skills. If they reach the peak of high-level generals, they can break through at any time if they are given an epic skill. And several people who practiced epic techniques were on the verge of a breakthrough. Lord Zhuge, please stay with me for a while and don't leave in a hurry. After Zhang Yinbin finished discussing the matter, he was about to return to the Xinlong territory to handle other matters. As a result, he was stopped by Sichuan. The final result was that Zhang Yinbin stayed in the administrative center for another 3.5 hours. After that, Sichuan will take a nap. Zhang Yinbin did not suffer any internal injuries, but was in high spirits. Sichuan was not Doris and could not hurt him. Zhang Yinbin returned to the Xinlong territory. In the Xinlong territory, several armies went out. Zhang Yinbin wanted to recall them. Recall is a further reorganization, combining high-end military forces with new forces to enhance the combat effectiveness of the territory. They have been out for many days and should come back to rest and send out a new batch of troops. Hawks and falcons, as well as pigeons, went out to deliver the message. The territory also trained a group of homing pigeons. These homing pigeons were not systematic homing pigeons, but were trained by the hunters themselves. Letters may be lost, so it is usually necessary to send more letters at a time. At the same time, scouts will be sent out to pass on the message through the teleportation array. Within a day, the troops received orders to go back and rest. Zhang Yinbin has a large army and can firmly hold the first place in points. Bringing back so many books on martial arts and skills, the territory has cultivated a new group of combat forces. All of these require actual practice. Lord, the Falcon sent back news that one of our armies suffered heavy losses. Nan Ningxi got the news and came to the swimming pool to find Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin hadn't soaked in the icy lake water for a long time, so when he returned from the army, he came to soak in the icy lake water. What's going on? How much is the loss? Zhang Yinbin was very concerned. Nan Ningxi was on the shore, handing the information to Zhang Yinbin and saying, "It should be that those ordinary bandits have become stronger after a long period of demonization. Our army continued to attack according to the previous pattern, but was counterattacked by the enemy and killed indiscriminately. Our army, 5,000 men, will retreat at the cost of half their casualties. Half of them were killed or wounded." Zhang Yinbin felt distressed when he heard this. Whether they are far away or not, I will personally lead the halberd warriors and a group of high-end forces to meet them and destroy them. It's only a day and a half's journey away. Our warships are now smaller, more structurally strengthened, and equipped with twin engines. At the same time, 2 formations can be run, which speeds up a lot. Previously, there was a formation in front and one in the back, and only one could be run at a time. Otherwise, the ship's structure will be unstable and prone to disintegration. Now, with the advancement of technology, it is possible to install dual engines. Okay, I'll immediately organize the great halberd soldiers to go. Also, have Lei Bao and the others, as well as some high-level forces left behind in the territory, come with me. This is a mutation. Ordinary bandits have been demonized, and their strength may have increased. Zhang Yinbin must go and fight once to see the combat power of these mutated demon soldiers. Chapter 185 Demon Priest. Not only Zhang Yinbin's territory was encountered. Some other territories also suddenly encountered mutated strongholds, and some were completely wiped out. Some of them ran fast and retained some combat power. This mutation incident caused many people in the game to be affected. Zhang Yinbin, with the halberd soldiers, and Lei Bao and others gathered from other directions. This time, Zhang Yanbin summoned 30,000 troops there. He wanted to know what the demons would look like after they mutated. The ship was speeding across the sea. In a day and a half, it can travel 2,000 nautical miles. Zhang Yanbin was on the boat and did not log off. Instead, he paid attention to the forum and the information sent by various parties. After the mutation, the bandits' combat power has been greatly enhanced. They were fearless and killed indiscriminately. It's really a headache. Zhang Yanbin ran all the way, but his territory points hardly increased in the whole day. Some people on the leaderboard also saw little increase. Finally, we arrived at the place. Lei Bao and others have arrived. Lord, you are here. If you ask me, there's no need for you to personally take action. Just give me an order, and I'll go and beat them all up. Zhang Yanbin was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Has the army rested yet? Don't worry, Lord. Always be prepared. They arrived 3 hours early and are ready to launch an attack. Thunderstorm, eager for a fight. Let's go and take a look outside first. Zhang Yanbin can't rush to attack. You must first understand the situation clearly and not act rashly. Zhang Yanbin came to the place where the battle had taken place before. At this time, the bandits had been called back. Outside the stronghold, you can see a lot of traces of battle. Very messy. After looking at the situation on the battlefield, Zhang Yanbin knew that the battle must have been fierce. How many enemies are there? Zhang Yanbin called the generals of the team that had fought with them and said, My lord, I am ashamed and I accept the punishment. Punishment is necessary. That's a matter for when we get back. Now explain the situation to me clearly. Yes, Lord. The other party was originally kneeling on one knee, but now he stood up. Lord, it was no different at the beginning. Just a few minutes after it was opened, one of the demon warriors inside suddenly roared, and a large amount of black energy emerged from his body. The black gas is spreading rapidly. Once it spread to all the bandit troops, their eyes turned red and their fighting power soared. They rushed around recklessly without caring about their lives. Our army was scattered by them. The main thing is that they are not afraid of being stabbed. Even if they are stabbed countless times, they will continue to attack and are very difficult to kill. The flamestone weapons have limited effect on burning them. Zhang Yanbin listened quietly without speaking in a hurry. Thunderstorm, take some experts and halberd warriors with you to fight these ordinary bandits. I will bring 200 high-end combat forces to meet these demon generals. When Lei Bao heard this, he became very anxious. He raised the hammer to his shoulder and said, No, Lord, it's boring to fight minions. I'll follow you. Get lost. If the army is defeated again this time, you will never lead troops in a battle again. Zhang Yanbin cursed at him and was about to kick him. Lei Bao didn't dare say anything more. He said aggrievedly, It's not me who caused the trouble. Zhang Yanbin glared at him, and the thunderstorm completely quieted down. Hurry up and make arrangements. Divide the rest of the army into several parts and be ready to respond at any time in case of any accidents. To deal with thousands of bandits, Zhang Yanbin used 30,000 people, including soldiers with halberds. These 5,000 halberd warriors will not go into battle easily. Soon, Zhang Yanbin made arrangements and attacked the mountain stronghold. Zhang Yanbin led a group of young generals and rushed straight to the rear, killing their way into the bandits' lair. Lei Bao, along with a group of generals and halberd warriors, intercepted the bandits. At first, these bandits were not much different. Lei Bao and others intercepted the enemies smoothly and killed a certain number of them. Zhang Yanbin led his men and attacked to the rear. The 10 demon generals look a little different. The only difference is that one is not wearing armor. Zhang Yanbin went up and opened the sky gate with one sword, using his strongest killing move to chop a demon general away. Damn human, go to hell. Suddenly, the man in the black robe opened his hands, and demonic energy began to emerge from his hands. Afterwards, demonic energy emerged from his entire body and quickly spread. Hold the others. Zhang Yanbin, holding the Kusanagi sword, charged towards the demon warrior in a robe. The others wanted to go to the rescue, but one of them was entangled by more than a dozen generals under Zhang Yanbin and could not rush over at all. Zhang Yanbin rushed forward and successfully stabbed the sword in his hand. He then took out a long sword made of flame stone and stabbed it in. As a result, the robed demon warrior seemed to have no ability to use force. He did not resist and continued to emit his demonic energy. But life slowly passes away. Damn humans, kill them. They killed our demon priest. Several demon generals went crazy, and the demon priest no longer emitted black air. Fall down slowly. Zhang Yanbin figured out the reason. Put away the other sword. Holding the Kusanagi sword in both hands, he killed the demon generals one by one. As long as they can break through their defenses, those young generals will soon kill the demon generals. After dealing with a few demon generals, Zhang Yanbin quickly ran outside. Come here. Zhang Yanbin called the generals who had previously fought against these demon generals. How is it now compared to before? They seem to be going berserk, but also seem not to be going berserk. It was as if they were halfway through going berserk and suddenly stopped. Zhang Yanbin nodded. I don't find it strange. The reason for going berserk is because of the presence of the demon priests. The problem lies with the hooded demon priest. If we can kill him quickly, the problem won't be a big deal. The general said aggrievedly. We thought about it last time, but he hid behind us and we couldn't rush over. Zhang Yanbin assigned these 5,000 people an ordinary team with not many young players and not that strong attacking capabilities. Zhang Yanbin looked at the soldiers again, and they were indeed going crazy. But he couldn't break through the halberd warrior. They were blocked by the halberd warriors, and then the surrounding generals slowly surrounded and killed them. It's not that easy to kill these people. To deal with these soldiers, a large amount of high-end force is needed, otherwise human lives will be sacrificed. These soldiers must have been demonized for a long time, and then the priest used demonic energy to stimulate their demonic nature. This is just Zhang Yanbin's guess. However, he felt that as long as he could quickly kill the demon priests, these soldiers would be easy to deal with. However, this requires a stronger team. This system is really a scam. I don't know how many high-end military forces of the territories have been screwed by this. Zhang Yanbin and his men encountered a group and many elite soldiers were killed in the battle. If others hadn't discovered it in time, they might have been wiped out. Go clean up the battlefield. Chapter 186, Obtaining the Artifact. During this day, the points hardly increased. The Sichuan territory also stopped attacking. Zhang Yanbin stood there with a bad look on his face, because he was preparing to use a large number of points to exchange for better things. Battleships must be upgraded. The blueprints for the southern continent are already available. However, used drawings cannot be brought in. The Shenlong territory also needs to exchange blueprints worth 4,500 tons. Relying on their superb technology, they can produce a batch of warships of about 6,000 tons. There are many better things. All require points. Zhang Yanbin gained tens of thousands of points, making him very conspicuous among the top-ranked people. After defeating the demons, Zhang Yanbin ordered the withdrawal of the territory. The strategy must be readjusted. There must be enough high-end military force to directly kill the demon priests. Otherwise, it is unknown to what extent these soldiers will be strengthened. At the same time, there must be sufficient high-end military force to control these soldiers. Zhang Yanbin took the army back. Hey, what's that dock doing? When Zhang Yanbin arrived at the port, he found that one dock was different from the others. This dock requires a large number of workers, and the materials to be transported are also different. Master Tai is working on something else. He made a bet with Master Mu that he would use the iron lump to build a boat. Zhang Yanbin did not impose too many restrictions on Shen Gongfang from the beginning. As long as they complete the tasks of the territory, let them do whatever they want. An ironclad? There's something to it. Ironclad ships are actually not difficult. I just don't know if their craftsmanship can do it. Zhang Yanbin let them do it. If it can be done, it would be a good thing. After returning to the territory, Zhang Yanbin reorganized the army for a day. During the reorganization, new recruits and old soldiers were mixed. They were trained in the same system, so there wouldn't be any major problems with command. The new recruits are of very good quality, and many of them have learned good martial arts books. On this day, other people's points did not change much, and they were probably all studying new tactics. Zhang Yanbin's method was very simple, which was to organize a team with strong combat power. 20,000 people form a team, divided into 3 groups, and each goes to brush. There are many generals in the army of 20,000 people. There are several people who have studied epic martial arts books, and there are hundreds of people who have learned advanced martial arts. With enough high-end power to kill the priest quickly, there won't be any problem. Zhang Yanbin himself had no plans to earn any points. Lord, these are the things we brought back from cleaning up the battlefield. I'd like you to take a look at them. Cleaning up the battlefield, even for the epic martial arts books, Zhang Yanbin was too lazy to take care of it and left it to Nan Ningxi to arrange. He doesn't care about money or anything like that. Advanced skills can be digested by oneself in the army. Refugee Order. Zhang Yanbin took the Refugee Order. The Refugee Order uses mysterious power to gather refugees from all over the place. This can be beneficial or detrimental to the territory. Please use it with caution. This Refugee Order can recruit 5,000 refugees. 5,000 people may not make much difference as a group, but if there are more of them, the effect will be very great. How many pieces? 7. The general handed 7 refugee orders to Zhang Yanbin. Okay, let's get busy. Zhang Yanbin took the teleportation array to the administrative center and found Nan Ningxi. Can this thing be used? Zhang Yanbin handed the refugee order to Nan Ningxi. These refugees from all directions will gather outside the territory in a short period of time. Recruiting them in large numbers will affect the morale of the people in our territory. If we don't recruit, the prestige of our territory will be affected, and this will directly affect whether the entire territory can operate efficiently. If there are pros and cons. But Lord, don't worry. This population will have a negligible impact on our territory. Zhang Yanbin knew that this thing was a good thing because it could increase the population without affecting the territory. Although there are pros and cons, Zhang Yanbin thinks it can be used. Well, there will probably be quite a few in the future. The population of the territory will indeed increase. Currently, they are all less than 5 million. Given the current powerful attributes of the Shenlong territory, accepting these refugees will not be greatly affected at all. What's more, this small number of people, once distributed to different places, will not have much impact. The refugee order can be used in batches. Anyway, if I leave it to Nan Ningxi, he will definitely arrange it. Zhang Yanbin's next step is to issue more refugee orders. Next, Zhang Yanbin did not plan to go out and fight the demons. He has arranged 3 teams, 60,000 people to go out. And he planned to lead a small group of elite troops. Go make the lost artifact. If only I could gather all the Xianyuan swords. How could it be so difficult to fight against the demons? There are many lost artifact scrolls. Many people have tried it, but few have been able to pass it. The lost artifact scroll is in the 3rd level village. You can find it if you look carefully. Zhang Yanbin's subordinates have collected a lot of scrolls, and now they are waiting for him to do it. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin planned to bring Lei Bao, 10 people who had learned epic martial arts books, and more than 200 people with advanced martial arts and skills to complete the mission. If there were another magical weapon, even Thunderstorm or Doris could travel between the 2 continents. If the fight cannot be won, both sides can send in people. Zhang Yanbin decided to complete the task continuously. On his first day, he led people on a mission and obtained a fragment of a divine weapon. It was a fragment of an axe. 17 men were killed in the battle. The next day, he took people to work on the lost artifact. This time, the sealed Hui divine bow was obtained. On the 3rd day, there was another sword fragment. On the 4th day, the fragments of the axe were obtained, and the 2 axes were put together. On the 5th day, Zhang Yanbin took people to do it again. Finally, no one died this time because what was obtained were fragments of the Xianyuan sword. Hilt. Zhang Yanbin got the hilt of the Xianyuan sword. He is the only one who needs to take action. On the 6th day, I got a spear, a pseudo-artifact. On the 7th day, Zhang Yanbin obtained the Xianyuan sword again. The entire Xianyuan sword is complete. However, there is still a scroll in his hand. But he didn't do it. Because too many people died. When the number is low, more than a dozen people die at a time, and when the number is high, more than 30 people die. Zhang Yanbin also suffered heavy losses in his high-end forces. In this way, Zhang Yanbin has 3 magical weapons in his hands. Xianyuan sword, Hui Bao, and Kusanagi sword. There were many losses in high-end military forces, and Zhang Yanbin was very distressed, so he decided to suspend the task of making the artifact. In the Shenlong territory, in the back garden, Zhang Yanbin holds the complete Xianyuan sword in his hand. The Chinese artifact is much more advanced than the Fuso artifact. The ancient atmosphere has a natural sense of oppression. Zhang Yanbin likes the design of Xianyuan sword very much. Although, the Xianyuan sword is also sealed. But when Zhang Yanbin used it to perform the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, he clearly felt that its power was even greater. There's even a feeling of being connected to the Xianyuan sword by blood. Zhang Yanbin held the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and he felt that his fighting power had soared. Even though he had just entered the epic level, he could still fight alone. Chapter 187 Demon Invasion. Zhang Yanbin has 3 magical weapons in his hands. He planned to give Hui's magical bow to Toyotomi Tie, so that the southern continent would also have a magical weapon. However, Zhang Yanbin had no intention of giving either the Xianyuan sword or the Kusanagi sword to Doris. Doris is suitable for the greatsword. These 2 swords were too delicate for her. So, I still use them myself. It is not very convenient to use the Xianyuan sword in the southern continent, because the cultural style is too obvious. Zhang Yanbin performed a set of sword techniques and felt very good. After several days of continuous fighting, nearly 200 of our own high-end forces were killed. Now he stopped. In terms of points, it continues to grow. The mutated demons have higher points. The demon general priest has 10,000 points. However, The playing efficiency is lower and the points growth is not as fast as before. In Sichuan territory, you can only clear one stronghold a day, but the rewards are still pretty good. After looking at the points, Zhang Yinbin first exchanged the blueprints of a ship with a displacement of 4,500 tons for the Shenlong territory. Let the territory build larger warships as soon as possible. At the same time, equipped with more powerful formations, faster speed, and stronger attack capabilities. It may not be long before we have to fight against the mainland, so we must become stronger. Zhang Yinbin exchanged some epic martial arts books. I have lost a lot of my high-end combat power recently and need to replenish it. Zhang Yinbin still has a lot of money left, and his territory has been developing rapidly. Zhang Yinbin looked at Soga no Zongfeng's ranking. Soga Zongfeng's points have been growing steadily. It is estimated that the mutated demon soldiers will not have much impact on Doris. However, Zhang Yinbin also has to take care of his own thief, so there is nothing serious here for the time being. The territories are developing steadily, and many refugee orders have been issued. A small portion will be used in the Sichuan territory. Most of it was arranged by Nan Ningxi. Sure enough, the presence of these refugees in the territory had little impact. The territory's powerful attributes and prosperous scene absorbed these people. However, Nan Ningxi also had steps to follow and did not use all of them at once. Instead, use a few of them a day to calmly arrange the population. Zhang Yinbin went offline and rested for half a day. Then he planned to go to the southern continent. I really can't be too confident about Doris. Back in the game, sitting on the teleportation array, Zhang Yinbin easily reached the boundary wall. Then he took out the Xianyuan sword. Xianyuan sword is indeed the divine weapon of China. He activated his technique, slashed forward, and twisted in the air. A large hole appeared in the boundary wall. Zhang Yinbin sighed, and then jumped over. After finding our own boat and sailing for about an hour, we arrived at a secret teleportation array. After teleporting several times, I arrived at the starting city first. Starting city, the outer city wall has been built. Then began to build the city. Street planning, house construction, and underground passage construction within the city. All of these are being planned. Zhang Yinbin didn't stay long as he was more worried about the Jiayin gang. Directly teleported from the administrative center to the Jiayin gang. As soon as I got there, I heard several loud noises. Why is there a fight in the city? The loud noise was caused by fighting. There is a fight. Or rather, fighting. Zhang Yinbin was very anxious. What on earth had happened? What happened to Doris? How did she get attacked into the city? Zhang Yinbin quickly ran towards the direction of the battle. However, Doris was besieged by 3 demons. One side of the original city wall has been demolished, and many of the buildings on the streets have also been damaged. At the same time, some of their own people were lying on the ground. In addition, some people were injured and lying in the corner. I couldn't figure out what was going on for a moment. Toyotomi Tie saw Zhang Yinbin coming back. He had been using a bow and arrow to support Doris, but it was not very effective. That was why he was not injured. Lord, powerful demons suddenly attacked the city, and many of us were killed or wounded. Ordinary warriors are simply unable to participate in such a battle. It turned out to be a master of the demon clan who launched a sudden attack. Zhang Yinbin took out Hoi's magic bow. This is for you. Use this to attack. Zhang Yinbin didn't have time to explain anything. He gave Hoi's divine bow to Toyotomi Tie, and he took out the Xianyuan sword. Look at the sword. Zhang Yinbin shouted, not to show off, but to attract the attention of the demon generals and relieve the pressure on Doris. The 3 demon generals have forced Doris to be exhausted. Zhang Yinbin held the Xianyuan sword and slashed at a demon general. The general didn't care about Zhang Yinbin's attack at first, because Doris was the only threat in the entire Jiayin gang. As long as they capture Doris, they can control the entire Exploding Sky gang. At least, that's what these demon generals thought. However, when Zhang Yinbin's magic sword approached, the opponent realized the huge threat. Suddenly, he turned around and took out the knife to defend himself. However, I underestimated the enemy before. He was chopped away by Zhang Yinbin. A large gash appeared on his body, and black blood continued to flow out. Doris felt a little better after Zhang Yinbin stopped one of them. The situation can be stabilized temporarily. Tie, come with me and kill this guy first. Zhang Yinbin knew very well that the demon general was extremely powerful. Even if Zhang Yinbin got the upper hand, he would still be no match. So he needs Tie's help. Damn human, how dare you hurt me? The demon general was so angry that he rushed towards Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin practiced his skills frantically, holding the Xianyuan sword in both hands. The sword falls, and the clouds open. Zhang Yinbin growled, reminding Tie to attack at the right time. Zhang Yinbin used a skill and went away with a sense of pressure. This pressure could actually affect the demon general. The demon general raised his sword with both hands, and the two men clashed head-on. Bang! Zhang Yinbin was knocked flying, but it was also expected. He launched the attack first and was not seriously injured. When Zhang Yinbin flew out, a phantom stabbed the demon general in the abdomen. An arrow made of flame stone was inserted into the abdomen, making a crackling sound. Tie, with Hui's magic bow, was assisted by God. He successfully hit the opponent and injured the demon general. The other party didn't have a chance to react. The demon general grabbed the arrow, pulled it out, and a lot of black blood came out. How could Zhang Yinbin give him a chance to ease up? Attack again. At this time, Tie fired 3 arrows in succession to interfere with the demon generals. Zhang Yinbin attacked again. The sword cuts through the mountains. His martial arts skills have improved greatly, and he can continuously unleash stronger skills. With the blessing of the Xianyuan sword, a powerful force formed around Zhang Yinbin. The sword swung down from above. The demon general seemed to be frozen in place, not daring to move. He used all his strength to prepare to take on Zhang Yinbin's ultimate move. Zhang Yinbin shouted loudly to remind Tie to get ready. 7-star continuous shooting. Sure enough, Tie seized the opportunity, and both of them launched their ultimate moves, ready to kill the demon general. Chapter 188 Tragic Situation. Zhang Yinbin attacked with all his strength. His Xianyuan sword, combined with the bonus of his martial arts skills, fell from the sky. 7-star continuous shooting. Tie, with the magic bow in his hand, this attack is also extraordinary. The demon general was horrified, and demonic energy surged throughout his body. He caught Zhang Yinbin's sword, but he couldn't concentrate on moving and avoiding Tie's attack. As Zhang Yinbin flew backwards, the 7 arrows in the chest of the demon general slowly consumed his vitality. The evil energy is dissipating rapidly. Just now, Zhang Yinbin used his most powerful sword. The demon general did not dare to be careless and tried his best to deal with Zhang Yinbin. Zhang Yinbin was chopped and flew away, but he was unable to avoid Tie's attack and was killed by Tie. At this moment, he had the Iron Wing Divine Bow in his hand and had just made a full-strength attack. At this time, there was a breakthrough. Directly broke through to the epic level. He was filled with strength again and took out the arrow again. Aimed at a demon general fighting with Doris. An arrow was shot out, and the demon general who was trying to deal with Doris with all his strength was shot through the neck. The demon general, whose neck was shot through, was still fighting. However, the demonic energy was dissipating, which meant that his power was slowly draining away. The situation suddenly reversed. Zhang Yinbin and his team gained the advantage. Doris took the opportunity to fight back. Tie shot out a few more arrows to interfere. Doris chopped up the injured demon general. There was only one person left. Zhang Yinbin also joined the battle. The 3 of them worked together and killed the demon general in about a quarter of an hour. My man, you arrived just in time. Tonight, I'll treat you well and let you be on top. Zhang Yinbin suddenly felt his legs go weak. Now, I have something else to do. After saying this, Doris ran out of the city and disappeared in a few leaps. Everyone only realized at this moment that between Zhang Yinbin and Doris, he was the passive party. What are you looking at? Hurry and treat the wounded. Zhang Xingting, Chu Feixiong and others were all seriously injured. Zhang Yinbin didn't know where Doris had gone. However, she shouldn't be in danger. Doris was running too fast, and Zhang Yinbin couldn't catch up even if he wanted to help her. Everyone rushed to treat the wounded. Zhang Yinbin looked around and found that the surrounding area was severely damaged. A street was destroyed, and at the same time, a city wall was demolished. Now, the inner city walls can be completely demolished as they are no longer of any use. Zhang Yinbin didn't feel bad about the reconstruction, as he had enough money and manpower. That's right, a lot of people died this time. Looking around, there may be 300 people dead, and most of them are high-end forces. Why would this demon attack me? Zhang Yinbin returned to the Jui Hall and waited. Toyotomi Tetsuji is the first to report. Thanks to the Lord's bow and arrow, I have broken through to the epic level. Unexpectedly, the first person to break through was Toyotomi Tie. By chance, he got Hui's magic bow. Toyotomi Tie knelt on one knee, holding Hui's magic bow in his hand, and thanked Zhang Yinbin very sincerely. Get up, it's just a coincidence. However, this divine bow was obtained by our Shenlong territory at a great cost. You must use it well. In order to complete the artifact mission, many people died in the dragon territory and high-end military forces. Tell me what's going on. Toyotomi Tie then stood up. He carefully put the divine bow on his back and said, Lord, some demons came to our village to try to win us over and make us their minions. Mrs. Doris, of course she won't agree. She'll just chop him up. The person who came brought a large amount of money and other supplies, including a red pill. After taking it, it can train the soldiers into magic soldiers. Doris killed their people and took their supplies. This time, they sent several demon generals who somehow sneaked into the city to attack Madame Doris. I see. Zhang Yinbin's Jiayin gang has become a formal group of bandits. He received the same treatment as other bandits, which meant he was favored by the demons. It is only natural that the demons want to develop the Jiayin gang into their own people. That's actually the case. What are the losses? Think about it. Since the Jiayin gang has been recognized by the system, they are genuine bandits. It is normal for the demons to come and win them over. We lost over 340 people, half of whom were soldiers who had learned advanced techniques and could have made great progress. This time, 9 demon generals came. They are very powerful. We fought hard, and the 3 strongest ones besieged Madame Doris. Almost. If the Lord had not arrived in time, even if we all fought, it would have been useless. Fortunately, Zhang Yinbin arrived in time. He also didn't expect that the demons were targeting them. Lord, last time the demon general came, he brought 5,000 gold coins, 2 epic-level techniques, and 2 epic-level skill books. There are also 100 books on advanced techniques and advanced skills, 10,000 books on intermediate techniques and intermediate skills. And then there was a lot of red pills. They are trying to turn this place into one of the demon bases. By the way, this time, the 3 demon generals who besieged Doris all had epic-level martial arts books on them. Zhang Yinbin was also shocked after hearing the report. It seems that soon, there will be a level 5 village that will become the minions of the demons. This will be a terrifying existence, not something that ordinary people can deal with. Since the Jiayin gang is worthy of your attention, what about other copycats? This demon tribe will definitely bribe people everywhere, and I'm afraid there are already many level 5 bandits who have become their minions. This red pill is probably even scarier than those from other third-level copycats. About an hour later, Doris came back. Are you hurt? I didn't expect that the demon priest was actually a good master. He almost got away with it. Doris didn't care about her injuries. There was blood on several spots on her body, and her white battle robe was badly damaged. Zhang Yinbin felt distressed. Is this his beloved general? His beloved wife? His lover? Here, this is what the priest had. Doris handed Zhang Yinbin a few things. Epic skills and book of techniques, as well as a piece of equipment. A piece of, women's underwear. There are 2 words fusion on it. I can't use this thing. It's too small. It's of a good quality. My sword can't easily cut it. The demon priest was a woman, killed by Doris. Killing her also caused Doris to suffer considerable injuries. Yeah, Doris, love you. Well, the demons won't be coming back in the short term. Doris nodded, waved her hand, and walked towards the backyard. She was really badly injured. Zhang Yinbin, there are still many things to deal with. At least, he has to take care of the current situation of the Jiayin gang. At present, among the generals of the Jiayin gang, only Toyotomi Tie is safe. The others, both old and new, are either dead or seriously injured. Zhang Yinbin rearranged the defense. Even though Doris said the enemy would not come again, he did not dare to be careless. Chapter 189 Identity Exposed. At night, Zhang Yinbin was in charge of the Juyi Hall. At least he has the Xianyuan sword in his hand. The combat power is also not weak. In the evening, he went to see Dorothy, who was sleeping soundly. The injury must be serious. Trauma, no big problem. She has internal injuries. Maybe she needs a few days to recover, even though she is a legendary angel. The next day, Zhang Yinbin began to arrange the reconstruction of the Jiayin gang. In addition, some generals were assigned to manage it. The inner city was completely demolished. At this time, the Jiayin gang had grown to more than 130,000 people. This was the result of Doris often taking people out to fight, and many people died. Zhang Yinbin made some rearrangements. At noon, after completing the arrangements, he went to see Doris again. Doris was still sleeping, but judging from her breath, her injuries had improved a lot. Only then did Zhang Yinbin feel relieved. Then, he teleported to the starting city. In the starting city, the population can only grow naturally, which means attracting refugees to take refuge. So, the population has not been growing rapidly recently. The population is just over 3 million. However, all businesses are prosperous. The outer city is also under construction. In the port, there are several 4,500-ton warships and transport ships. The army has grown to 80,000 people, and because of some books distributed by Doris, its combat power is also high-end. At the same time, Doris will also take some people out to fight and practice actual combat. The high-end combat power of Qidian City is actually not weak at all. Hattori Mina, The situation ahead may be very serious. Population is one of the basics. The Sky Exploding Gang has a lot of refugee orders. You have to find a way to digest them. Zhang Yinbin was not sure whether this starting city had the capabilities of the Dragon Territory. There is not much harm in recruiting those refugees. After all, this starting city has not yet developed much. Yes, Lord, don't worry, I will take care of it. Going out and plundering people is the fastest way. But there are more important things to do right now. We also have to guard against the demons, so we can't go out in full force for the time being. Qidian City is also well organized. It is now on the right track. Moreover, a large number of people have already been absorbed. They have been gradually arranged into various industries to develop their territories. After meeting Hattori Mina, I learned that Qidian City is currently developing stably and there are no major problems. Only then did he feel relieved. Then he went to the outer city to find Chio Mako. He wanted to know some current intelligence. Chio Mako usually works in the hotel. This place is more suitable for the environment of aliens. Entered the hotel room. Chio Mako looked at him with a very strange look. Why, do I have a problem? Chio Mako, in the room, was dressed rather casually. I don't know what was inside, but on the outside was just a nightgown, which was very long and thick. Only her little feet were exposed. Chiyoko nodded, stood up, and walked to within 1 meter of Zhang Yinbin. Still staring at Zhang Yinbin. The two looked at each other for half a minute. Chio Mako looked Zhang Yinbin up and down. Then he said, should I call you Soga Zongfeng or Zhuge Shenlong? Listen to it. Zhang Yinbin's face changed, and he instantly took out the Xianyuan sword. He placed the Xianyuan sword on Chiyoko's neck and cut off the tiny bloody marks. How do you know? Zhang Yinbin was so frightened that he took action without even thinking. Who would have thought that Chio Mako was so calm? Then he said, originally, it was just a guess, but I'm 80% sure. Now, I am 100% sure. Zhuge Shenlong's presence or absence is public knowledge in the Eastern continent. When you disappear, Zhuge Shenlong will appear soon. When you appear, Zhuge Shenlong will definitely disappear. Qidian City's rise was too rapid and too bizarre, so I sorted out the history of Qidian City's rise and discovered that the time of its rise coincided with the time when Zhuge Shenlong was trapped in a special space. No one expected that Zhuge Shenlong was either trapped in a special space or teleported to the southern continent. During this period, I compared the identities of the two people, and I am already 80% sure. Chio Mako expressed her guess. She is a smart woman. She now calmly put her hands in her pockets. You are very smart, but if you are so smart, why do you say it out loud? Chio Mako smiled bitterly. Then he said, I doubt you because your territory is obviously developing so well. And why do you often disappear for more than 10 days? If it were someone else, they would probably want to stay in the game forever and develop well. You and Zhuge Shenlong are both so weird. You're offline beyond the normal player's time. But don't worry, maybe the whole world knows that Zhuge Shenlong often disappears, but I am the only one who is a good friend of yours, Soga Zongfeng. And I am the only one who knows that you often disappear too. Really, the only one who knew about Soga no Zongfeng was Chio Mako. Ichiro Watanabe, I have worked with him for so long, but I didn't know he was Soga no Zongfeng. Many people know Soga no Zongfeng's name, but have never seen him, nor has he ever made a public appearance. You Chinese have a saying, curiosity kills the cat. I discovered this shocking secret, and I couldn't wait to verify it. When you came back, I immediately logged off to check. Sure enough, Zhuge Shenlong had disappeared. Zhuge Shenlong's offline appearance will also become a matter of concern to others. Zhang Yinbin's long sword suddenly turned. The tip of the sword pierced Chiyoko's clothes on her shoulder, but did not hurt her. Then, with a slash of the sword, the clothes on the shoulders were torn and the shoulder straps inside were broken. Take it off, Zhang Yinbin said calmly. Chio Mako let out a long sigh. What do you want to do? Either become mine or die. Zhang Yinbin's eyes were cold, and he was very calm at this moment. All three of his identities were known to Chio Mako. There is no need to worry about the identity of the leader of the Xianyuan gang being known. Even if Chio Mako announced it, Zhang Yinbin wouldn't care. But Zhuge Shenlong's identity is too important, even if others don't believe it. However, if Chio Mako were to be made public, Soga no Zongfeng would be so mysterious and popular. There will definitely be a lot of people staring at him. His identity will be discovered sooner or later. Chio Mako took 2 deep breaths. Then, he did exactly what Zhang Yinbin said. Zhang Yinbin put away the Xianyuan sword. He walked over, grabbed her white neck with one hand, and then pushed Chiyoko backwards. This time, Zhang Yinbin showed no mercy at all. Some even wanted to torture her. Chio Mako endured all of this. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly 4 dragons roared in Chio Mako's mind. Roaring, trying to make her surrender. Chapter 190 Preparations for War. 2 full hours. Chiyo Mako, who also practices epic martial arts, is no match for Zhang Yinbin. The rumors that you have kidney deficiency turn out to be false, Chiyo Mako said weakly. Zhang Yinbin put on pants and refused to admit it. I can't completely trust you right now. However, your status remains unchanged. You will still receive the same benefits as before, regardless of your previous job or salary. If you want me to trust you, then you should come to China and be with me in real life. Only then can I trust you. Although, just now, Chiyo Mako didn't resist at all. Let Zhang Yinbin do whatever he wants. But Zhang Yinbin has already made a mistake once. How can he make the same mistake again? At the beginning, Qidian City was weak and needed Chiyo Mako's 6,000 elite troops. At the same time, he also needs Chiyoko to help him do many things. However, Zhang Yinbin did not expect that this would allow this smart woman to see through his identity. Don't worry, I'm a nobody in real life and in the game. No one will pay attention to me. Even if I leave Fusang and go to China, no one will pay attention to me. Chiyo Mako was a little tired, but still managed to speak. Zhang Yinbin sat on the sofa, thought for a moment, and said calmly, "You have the unrestrainedness of the Koreans, but not the cautiousness of the Japanese women. I can't make this fatal mistake again. If you come to China, I will make good arrangements for you and continue to trust you. At the same time, I can give you stronger strength." Chiyoko let out a breath, then said, "I believe that with these 3 identities, any one of you would be a man capable of shaking the world. My mother is a mistress, and now I am your mistress too. But I don't want my daughter to be an illegitimate child and not be seen in public." Zhang Yinbin made her a cup of Lonke tea to nourish her. "Don't worry, in reality, I don't have a woman. I used to have one, but we weren't husband and wife or lovers, and we don't have any contact now. I have the ability now. Even if I really have a child, it will be open and above board. But I think that I can also have children in the game. If I really need a child to maintain the trust between us, then it will be in the game. Game reality. Zhang Yinbin believes more in everything in the game. You're right. Then I can't be called a mistress. It's more appropriate to call me a concubine. At least I have a public and legitimate status." Status? Maybe. Zhang Yinbin placed a cup of Lonke on the bedside and then went out. Walking out of the room, Zhang Yinbin was helpless. He had no choice but to take Chiyo Mako. In the game, Zhang Yinbin could easily kill her. However, this only hurt her foundation once. Only by making her your own can these crises be resolved. Zhang Yinbin went to find Hattori Mino again, then made some arrangements. He wanted to prevent any consequences that might arise if Chiyo Mako leaked the news. Therefore, Hattori Mina needs to strengthen her control over the military. At the same time, actively prepare for war. All the military facilities in the outer city are also under his control. At the same time, there are some secrets that Chiyo Mako cannot know. Before Chiyo Mako came to China and gained his full trust, Zhang Yinbin could not fully trust her. In fact, Chiyo Mako had no intention of leaking the news. However, before revealing Zhang Yinbin's identity, she did not consider the consequences. But this secret is too big. It was so big that she couldn't bear it. Tell the secret. However, once you say it, you can't take it back. The result turned out to be like this. At first, Chiyo Mako never thought about it. Thinking about it later, this is the only possible outcome. Zhang Yinbin had a good night's rest with abdominal pain. At night, I held Hattori Mina in my arms and did nothing but think about things. I didn't fall asleep until midnight. I was too careless in many things. At the beginning, he had not considered that his identity would be discovered when he traveled back and forth between the eastern and southern continents. In the eastern continent, no one has even seen Zhuge Shenlong. He always wore a mask. When he got here, he used the disguise technique, so it would have been easy for him to decipher Chiyo Mako's words. However, he didn't have time to think about it, and just took out the Xianyuan sword. Otherwise, he just needs to return to the eastern continent and take off Zhuge Shenlong's mask. The two people's faces are completely different. At that time, even if Chiyo Mako told these things to others, no one would believe her. However, when his biggest secret is discovered, the instant reaction was to draw the sword. There is no time for him to think calmly and deal with it slowly. It's your own fault. When he woke up in the morning, Zhang Yinbin said helplessly, "Lord, I think Miss Chiyo can become ours. As long as the Lord visits her more often. Women are like this. If you care about her more, she will follow you. I heard there are 70 ways to deal with women. One is, the rest are." Zhang Yinbin suddenly felt that it made sense. So, I went to see Chiyo Mako again in the morning. After all, Chiyo Mako had learned epic martial arts and drank dragon bird to replenish her body. She did not reject Zhang Yinbin either. However, this time, Chiyo Mako has to use her internal energy to heal her injuries again. This time, Zhang Yinbin no longer had many obstacles in his heart, nor did he feel any guilt. So, the experience is very good. It's an experience to savor carefully. At noon, Zhang Yinbin was teleported to the Jiayin Gang again. He looked at Doris and found that she was still sleeping, but her breathing was steady. Nothing serious happened. This time I came here to focus on these 3 women. Doris was injured. Zhang Yinbin still has to continue waiting in the Jiayin Gang. However, this time the demons sent so many generous gifts that the Jiayin Gang and Qijian City developed well. Zhang Yinbin went to the port to inspect the warship again. 4,500 tons can already be equipped with 3 engines. Driven by 3 high-level formation masters, the speed is very fast. Faster than the warships in the Shenlong territory. There are several catapults above. Naturally, a lot of ammunition can be placed inside the cabin. These ammunitions are not just stones. There are also earthenware jars filled with corrosive liquid. There are also fireballs and other things. There haven't been any major activities in Qijian City or Jiayin Gang in the past 3 days. The points earned from the demons killed by Zhang Yinbin and Doris are also counted. The score is very high. Zhang Yinbin's points are still at the top of the list. The demons, I'm afraid they'll invade the territory next. Zhang Yinbin had a strong premonition. Moreover, the 30 days were almost over. When the time comes, it may be the time when the demons appear and a large number of territories are destroyed. So, Zhang Yinbin must be prepared. Crisis. What he wants is an opportunity. Only those with ability can seize opportunities. Chapter 191 Demons attack the city. Warships are very fast and can transport more things. In the future, more places will be accessible. Here, Zhang Yinbin also collected a lot of information and drew some nautical charts. Next, he will try to accept Chiyo Mako's existence. Let Chiyo Mako become your own person. So, of course, we need to take more care. Living there for a few days in a row, of course, there is not only something to do, but also work. Zhang Yinbin began to teach her what information to collect and some strategic thinking for her future. It only tells and reveals some strategic directions. Only Chiyo Mako knows what information to collect. This is also where the 2 of them need to get along. Both of them need some time to get used to each other and cooperate with each other so that the posture can be wrong and the work can go smoothly. Only then can there be a basis for mutual trust. Zhang Yinbin stayed with Chiyo Mako for a few days. A lot of contact with players, etc., are handed over to him. It is impossible for Zhang Yinbin to stop cooperating with players. So, leave everything here to Chiyo Mako. And Soga no Zongfeng continues to maintain his mysterious existence. Chiyo Mako cannot exercise military power. She only has 2,000 direct troops to protect her safety. And now she has to collect a lot of information. Some intelligence about other territories, information about the territories that Zhang Yinbin was planning to plunder. Any territory within a 10-day journey for Zhang Yinbin and his team must be marked out. She also needs to lead a team to draw a map to show all the places Zhang Yinbin and his team can reach in 10 days. The journey now takes 10 days, which is not as long as the 5 or 6 days it took before when I followed Ichiro Watanabe by sailing. It used to take 5 or 6 days, but now it takes less than a day to get there. His battleship has a displacement of 4,500 tons and can be equipped with 3 engines, making it very fast. Of course, this also requires the wood to be strong enough, so he can only use the best wood to make it. After finishing all this, Zhang Yinbin went to see Doris again. Honey, you're awake. Zhang Yinbin was very happy to see Doris wake up. His strongest fighting force is alive again. My man, this time it's thanks to you that you arrived in time. Zhang Yinbin stepped forward and examined Doris's entire body, and found that she was truly fine. But something soon happened to him. Duo, your injury has just healed. Don't stop. As agreed, I'm on top. 3 hours later, Zhang Yinbin came out with unsteady steps. Just then, several of his men came to report. At the same time, Doris came out with a blushing face. The Lord indeed has kidney deficiency. The Lord's small body. Our Lord is so powerful on the battlefield, but I didn't expect him to have kidney deficiency. Several men were whispering. What are you doing? You're showing off now that your injury has healed. Zhang Yinbin shouted, then realized he was out of breath, but his men quickly became serious. Zhang Xingting, Chu Feixiong, Tai Yi, and several other subordinates have arrived. I feel like this demon is about to attack. So, I have to go back to the eastern continent. Here, if the demons don't attack us, but instead attack other alien territories, you can go and help them gather the refugees. I am a soft-hearted person and I hate to see people being displaced. So go pick them all up. If there are any demon players who are scattered, help them clean out the demons. Don't divide your forces, don't fight on multiple fronts. Zhang Shengting, Chu Feixiong, and Tai Yi will discuss everything and act after consultation. Having said that, he glanced at Doris. I'm afraid that Doris will take the troops out without permission, and then we won't be able to control them. Doris sat on the throne. She was not interested in managing the territory and the stronghold. There were only two things that interested her, fighting and Zhang Yanbin. After finishing the instructions, Zhang Yanbin went to Qidian City again. There he regained his dignity as a man, then set off back to the eastern continent. On the way, he went offline and secretly bought another villa. I bought another villa in preparation for Chio Mako's arrival. The address Zhang Yanbin gave to Chio Mako was the address of the building where he used to live in the city. Then you are familiar with it, and if someone wants to ambush you, you can escape easily. If Chio Mako came alone, Zhang Yanbin would personally take her to the villa so that she would not be tracked and located, and the location of his new villa would not be exposed. When Zhang Yanbin returned to the eastern continent, Chio Mako was also preparing to come to China. In the federal era, it is convenient to go anywhere. Zhang Yanbin returned to the eastern continent smoothly. At this time, their warships of more than 5,000 tons were also built. In the Xinlong territory, there are excellent craftsmen and the materials are also top-notch. On the way back, Zhang Yanbin took the teleportation array. Next to this boundary wall, a warship was specially parked with a teleportation array on it. On the warship weighing more than 5,000 tons, a large space is reserved for installing the teleportation array. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Chu Feng's territory has been captured by the demons and destroyed. Other players please take this as a warning. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Yanbin returned to the Xinlong territory, the territory was captured by the demons. He took the teleportation array several times and soon arrived at the administrative center. At this time, Nan Ningxi was drinking tea inside. Ningxi, what kind of tea is this? It smells so good. Nan Ningxi looked at Zhang Yanbin and said, Lord, you are so lucky. I only have 4 dragons on me, no more. Yeah, but there are slight changes in the colors of your 4 dragons. What a powerful woman, she sees through everything. This is a new tea found deep in the mountains, Dragon Flame Tea. It's just right for you to replenish your body. Zhang Yanbin really wanted to roar, I don't need any supplements, I don't have kidney deficiency. However, Longyan tea is indeed fragrant. It's almost the same as Long K. Well, it's the same type as Long K, but one is mild and the other is hot. Long K is actually more suitable for women to drink, and you are suitable for Longyan tea. Zhang Yanbin drank the Longyan tea in big gulps. The demons have begun their attack. While defending our territory, we must also take the initiative to attack. Now, can the territory accommodate more people? Zhang Yanbin spoke several sentences at once. Nan Ningxi was not in a hurry and poured another cup of tea. Then he said, currently, the territory has a population of 5.96 million and is very stable. Under the wise leadership of the Lord, the people are in favor and there will be no problems with public support. Supplies are also sufficient, and there is even a surplus in the treasury. Are you a wise leader? Have you ever led one yourself? Maybe. Since the Xinlong territory can accommodate more people, then he would go out and help others. I am the most enthusiastic. Okay, then prepare 50,000 troops, plus a large transport fleet. This time, I will lead the army myself. Which general should lead the territory? Lord, give me your Kusanagi sword. I'm an epic hero now, so killing a few people is no problem. Zhang Yanbin was surprised that Nan Ningxi had actually reached the epic level. Still at its peak. No woman of my own is simple. Thanks to Manager Zhu of Prince Huai's mansion for the 2 character summon gifts. 10,000 updates in total. Chapter 192, Going Out to Fight the Demons. Zhang Yanbin is not very good at using the Kusanagi sword. Give it to Nan Ningxi. Can protect the security of the territory. And he has the Xianyuan sword, which is more useful. Okay, gather the fleet. I'm going to Sichuan territory to arrange defenses there. Sichuan territory will not participate in the battle. After drinking the Dragon Flame tea, Zhang Yanbin felt better again. Arrived at Sichuan territory. Well, the construction is also very good. The population is over 2 million. A lot of resources are mined. Lord Zhuge, you're finally back. It's been a while since you last visited me. This Sichuan is even more evil, but it is also purer. The combination of these 2 temperaments made Zhang Yanbin a little lost. This may be the power of the martial arts she learned. This time, of course, we will have an in-depth discussion on the construction of the territory. Although the Sichuan territory will not participate in the war, if the demons attack, they will be eliminated. If the enemy is strong, you can always ask for help from the Xinlong territory. Yes, Lord Zhuge. As Sichuan spoke, his fingers were still drawing circles on Zhang Yanbin's body. I'm the one who drank the dragon flame tea. Don't mess with me anymore. I'm leaving. Lord Zhuge, how about staying for another 3 hours? Zhang Yinbin was so scared that he ran away. Although, in Zichuan's case, he holds the initiative, Zichuan is not Doris and is no match for him. However, Zhang Yinbin felt that getting things done was more important. If I stay for another 3 hours, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. His own fleet and army have already assembled. The blueprints of a 4,500-ton battleship can be used to build a 5,500-ton battleship in the Shenlong territory. At this time, there were already more than a dozen ships. Because all the shipyards are working on more than a dozen ships at the same time. Several of them are transport ships. Lord, where are we going to fight this time? As soon as Lei Bao got on the boat, he was full of fighting spirit and wanted to go into battle. Zhang Yinbin looked at the sea in confusion. I don't know. Let's go out to sea first and go far away. The thunderstorm suddenly collapsed. Zhang Yinbin has no goals at all. Fleet, move forward quickly. At the same time, Zhang Yinbin sent out a carrier pigeon. He sent it to Bai Shaosheng, who had a lot of information. At the same time, he brought out all 5 falcons. The 3 little eagles have grown up. After eating the Zhuling fruit, they became more powerful than their parents. 5 falcons will fly on both sides of the fleet, observing the situation on the ground. If there is a war, they will issue an alarm. The fleet set out for a day and traveled more than 1,000 miles. In the past, it took 2 or 3 days to get there, but now it can be reached in 1 day. This is still being dragged down by other small boats. Some of the 3,000-ton class ones are slower because they are missing a formation. The fleet traveled more than 1,000 miles. The Falcon suddenly sounded the alarm. Give the order. The fleet will slowly stop, the scout ship will dock, and we will send people to investigate. The Falcon could only tell them that there was a battle, but it was impossible to tell whether it was with the demons. Furthermore, Falcon will now only report battles with a certain number of players. The reconnaissance team went ashore. Zhang Yinbin and the others are waiting. This is a territory, he knows it. We already have a preliminary map of the area of 3,000 miles. Now that the warships are bigger and faster, we can make more maps. Who knows how big the game map is? The reconnaissance team only sent back preliminary news 3 hours after they set out. Lord, it has been confirmed that the demons are attacking your territory, but more detailed information will take another half an hour to be transmitted back. There were many scout teams, and when they saw something from afar, they would send one back to report the news. Others continued to investigate, and when they found more detailed information, they came back to report. Report, Lord, it is confirmed that the demons are attacking the city. They have over 8,000 demon soldiers, and the other lord will have difficulty resisting them. The demon soldiers are easy to deal with, but the demon generals are not something that ordinary territories can resist. 30,000 troops disembarked. At Zhang Yinbin's command, the flag bearer next to him waved the flag and began to deliver the message. At sea, not so fast. It took more than 2 hours for the 30,000 troops to disembark. Then, Zhang Yinbin led the army to the destination. They marched all the way. Wait until they reach the battlefield. The city has been captured. The demons are slaughtering crazily. The players have fled. If they don't escape, they will be powerless to change the situation. These demon soldiers are desperate and difficult to kill, so the city walls can hold them back for a while. Zhang Yinbin arrived at the scene but did not immediately join the battle. But first, understand the situation. It was discovered that the Lord and others had run away. At this time, those demon soldiers were scattered everywhere. 5,000 men in a group quickly resolved the battle. Lei Bao and the others, come with me to find the demon generals. After figuring out the situation, Zhang Yinbin acted very quickly. The army charged forward directly. Those demon soldiers are fearless and unafraid of death. However, without the demon general leading them, they are just scattered guerrillas. After they entered the city and killed for a while, they dispersed. These people are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of Zhang Yinbin's army. Zhang Yinbin led a group of high-end military forces to the administrative center. There are 3 demon generals occupying the administrative center. They can directly occupy the entire territory and make it their base. Well, damn humans, why are you back again? Zhang Yinbin would never waste time talking to them. There will be 3 demon generals and a dozen elite demon soldiers. Dry. These demon generals are not the kind of generals who fought Doris, so why should they be afraid of him? Zhang Yinbin, holding the Xianyuan sword, found a general and killed him. Thunderstorm also targeted a demon general and killed him with his hammer. The rest of the people divided the work among themselves and intercepted the demon generals and the demon elites. Zhang Yinbin practiced his martial arts, holding the Xianyuan sword, and started slashing forward. Sword skills can also be used to cut people. Because the demon generals had too strong a defense, his exquisite swordsmanship had to be turned into a method of chopping people. Continuously slash and use sword moves to gain power bonuses. Zhang Yinbin fought alone with the opponent for 27 minutes and killed the demon general. As for Thunderstorm, he was quite cunning and killed a demon general in just over 10 minutes. Then he took credit for the work of several other young generals and beat the other demon general to death. After the 3 demon generals were killed, the battle gradually came to an end. The entire city came under their control. Lord, several strangers are looking for you. Zhang Yinbin had no choice but to put on the mask. Bring it here. Thank you, Lord Zhuge, for helping us destroy the demons. This is 1 million, no respect. The other party said with a smile. Zhang Yinbin knew what it meant at a glance. They want their territory back. If you don't want to die, get out of here. You ran away and left your people behind, and now you have the nerve to come and ask for your territory back. Zhuge Shenlong, who do you think you are? It's just one person, a general. Kill them all. Zhang Yinbin spoke coldly. It has nothing to do with us. It's all our leader's fault. We'll leave first. Several players saw that the situation was not good. Just ran away. The Lord had already been killed by Zhang Yinbin's soldiers, and a lot of things were revealed. Well, if we negotiate nicely and give me half of the population and resources, plus a few goodies in your backpacks, I can still keep the territory. Now, go and destroy the foundation of the territory. 1 million? Even a beggar can't be treated like this. It's simply an insult. Chapter 193 System Rewards. Zhang Yinbin controlled the entire territory. Then let the soldiers clean up. The people were gathered together again. This time they cooperated very well, because the demons came and destroyed their homes. At the same time, their lord abandoned them and ran away. Now, Zhang Yinbin is their savior. If we take these people back, they will quickly come home to me. Zhang Yinbin looked at several people and found that their loyalty was 70. After returning, they would not affect the overall stability of the territory. That is, the population is not very large this time. Only 180,000 people. It turned out that this territory had developed quite well, with a population of over 500,000. However, it was severely damaged by the demons. Some people ran away and became refugees again, and Zhang Yinbin didn't have time to find them. Take these people back to the territory first. Zhang Yinbin directly used a carrier pigeon to notify Zichuan, and then asked Zichuan to notify the Shenlong territory. She can now take the teleportation array to the dragon territory, because Zichuan has been conquered by Zhang Yinbin and has become one of his own. In this way, the falcon brought by Zhang Yinbin would not have to fly back. Ding's server-wide announcement. The first phase of the Demonic Advent quest is complete, and quest rewards are now being distributed. Ding system notification. You have won first place in the Eastern Continent standings. Rewards. 3 Holy Spirit Fruits, a legendary cultivation book, a legendary skill book, 5,000 gold coins, and a set of genuine armor. Ding system notification. Congratulations on taking first place on the Southern Continent leaderboard. Rewards. 3 Holy Spirit Fruits, 1 legendary cultivation book, 1 legendary skill book, 5,000 gold coins, and a genuine weapon. The difference in rewards between the 2 continents is not that big. 2 sets of legendary martial arts books and skills come at once. Zhang Yinbin was naturally delighted. Now we can have 2 more masters. 3 Holy Spirit Fruits at once. 2 continents, that's 6. In other words, Zhang Yinbin has 6 more lives. However, he felt that even a Holy Spirit Fruit would be difficult to repair because he was practicing a god-level technique. Therefore, you still have to cherish your life. Zhang Yinbin looked at the weapons and armor. The armor is soft armor and is of a very high level. Weapon. This is a katana, which Zhang Yinbin doesn't like very much. However, the system rewards the first place general with an extraordinary item. Zhang Yinbin definitely won't need it, but his Xianyuan sword can be brought into reality. This Xianyuan sword is more powerful than any of them. As for the legendary books, I will make arrangements for them when I get back. I have to be extremely cautious. The rewards have been distributed. Then, there was another system announcement. Ding system announcement. Players ranked in the top 1,000 on all continents will receive rewards, but they will also have to assume corresponding obligations. The demons are becoming increasingly powerful. Players ranked 1,000 on each continent. Please take note. In 15 days, you will be sent to encircle and suppress the 6th level stronghold controlled by the demons. Special system tip. All players and NPCs may die in battle. Players can earn points on the battlefield. Points can be exchanged for Holy Spirit Fruit to repair their foundation. Points can also be used to revive fallen soldiers. Resurrected soldiers will not have their foundation damaged. Each player can send out an army of 10,000. All players' territories will not be attacked by any forces during the mission and within 5 days after the mission is completed. Any force, including players and demons. That is system protection. Sure enough, this system always hides traps. Crisis, what are you afraid of? I have 6 Holy Spirit fruits in my hand. 1 Holy Spirit fruit is not enough. I still have 5. Encircle and suppress the 6th level stronghold. Let's go with all 4,000 territories. What a huge event this must be. How powerful is this level 6 copycat? 15 days. Zhang Yinbin called Lei Bao over. I'll give you a manual of cultivation techniques. Will you be able to break through to the legendary level within 15 days? Thunderstorm, holding the books, was stunned. Lord, by soaking in the icy lake water, I have long since reached the peak of the epic level. But, 15 days. He is not sure either. Zhang Yinbin kicked hard. Study hard. If you don't make a breakthrough in 15 days, I'll throw you into the cesspool. Thunderstorm laughed, but tears welled up in his eyes. This is Zhang Yinbin's care for him. Legendary. He never thought that he could reach that level. But following Zhang Yinbin, this possibility became possible. This is a legendary book. If it is given to someone with exceptional qualifications, it may be able to create another master. At least epic level masters will have no problem. But Zhang Yinbin wanted to give Thunderstorm. There is a chance of a thunderstorm breaking through. Once a breakthrough is made, high-end military force will be even stronger. Next, it is Lei Bao's contribution that is very great, and Zhang Yinbin must also be rewarded and punished appropriately. Skills, no thunderstorm is suitable. I didn't give it to him. Soldiers are cleaning up the battlefield. In addition to population, there are also a large amount of resources. Some basic resources are even stored in warehouses. Zhang Yinbin can only collect these from one warehouse at a time. There are a lot of resources, and these demons also dropped some books. Zhang Yinbin asked the transport fleet to take back some high-end materials and books. Let Nan Ningxi arrange these things quickly. In 15 days, Zhang Yinbin will go on another expedition. Pack up quickly, go to the boat to rest, and continue your journey. I conquered a territory and made a lot of money. A population of 180,000 is also a huge fortune. Some of the small boats returned. They transported people and some supplies back first. Zhang Yinbin and his team continued on their journey. Soon, someone from the forum attacked Zhuge Shenlong and destroyed his territory. They were the subordinates of the Lord who was killed by Zhang Yinbin. Lord, you cannot post it yourself. You have to wait a day before you can go online and post it on the forum. However, his men struck first. Zhang Yinbin simply chose to ignore it and let love be what it is. He doesn't care. Zhang Yinbin led the fleet and continued on their journey day and night. Now, the ones operating the warships are no longer intermediate formation masters, but advanced formation masters. It takes advanced skills to operate 3 formations at the same time. The fleet sailed quickly again. There were 2 falcons taking turns patrolling in the sky, and 3 resting on the boat. The fleet continued its journey. Very fast. There are 3 formations for the big ship and 2 formations for the small ship. Then they walked several hundred miles. The falcon sent out another message. Another territory was attacked. Zhang Yinbin went to the forum and found that there were quite a few territories that were attacked. Doc, change a group of people, go ashore, and kill the demons. Zhang Yinbin probably repeated the same scene from last time. However, this time the Lord was more ambitious and led his army to death in battle. If you die in battle, you die in battle. Zhang Yinbin destroyed the demons and took away all their belongings. However, the territory was not destroyed. Wait for the Lord to come back. You will find that there is not a single civilian and no supplies at all. However, the construction of the territory is still going on. Do you want to look at himself? This time, the population was larger because the lords fought desperately. So more than 300,000 people survived. Zhang Yinbin also took all the people away. The fleet set off again. At night, they stopped ashore to rest. It's not that you can't move on. Instead, we have to wait for the transport fleet behind to come back. The 2 territories have left their fleets with few transport ships. This is most of the supplies, which Zhang Yinbin carried in his ring. However, it takes a lot of ships to carry people. After all, there are more than 500,000 people. This time, they only waited half a night before continuing their journey. Fighting and cleaning up the battlefield take time. So, after resting for half a night, the transport team behind can catch up. Chapter 194 Yao Yao. The fleet moves, stops and starts. It was discovered that many territories were attacked by demons. And Zhang Yinbin and others were taking advantage of the situation from behind. In this way, in 7 days, a total of 11 territories were conquered. They also walked a long way during these 7 days. You can walk 1,000 miles in a day. On the 8th day, Zhang Yanbin and his friends looked around. There is no land. They have moved away from the mainland. Let's keep going for another day. If there's no land, we'll head back at full speed. I should also prepare for the mission. Because this time we only need to bring 10,000 people to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the 6th level stronghold. Therefore, Zhang Yanbin is not in a hurry. He leads the team, and they are ready to go into battle at any time. The halberd warriors also came out and fought a few rounds. The fleet continued to move forward. Full speed ahead. This time, they walked for a whole day. When Zhang Yanbin and his crew were about to return, a piece of land was discovered. Dock, rest, and talk tomorrow morning. At this time, it was already evening. This continent is far away from the eastern continent. Zhang Yanbin. They had almost walked half a circle along one side of the continent. This land made Zhang Yanbin feel rather strange. He didn't know what was strange about it. In the evening, Zhang Yanbin has to log off. Because Chiyo Mako has arrived. Chiyo Mako has been living in Zhang Yanbin's former building for 2 days. Zhang Yanbin went offline at night. Then we went to where he used to live. There, Zhang Yanbin did not show up in a hurry. Carefully scouted the surrounding area. Then, he felt carefully and did not feel any threat. Only then did he enter the room and meet Chiyo Mako. Chiyo Mako. Zhang Yanbin used real and fake masks, and the image that appeared was still Soga no Zongfeng. We finally meet. Do you still want me to show my loyalty to you? Chiyo Mako said. Of course I need you. I have to get you in the game, and in reality too. Only then can I feel at ease. Chiyoko nodded. This wasn't the first time for the two of them. In the game, it works well together. In reality, they work together very well. 2.5 hours later, Zhang Yanbin said, doing this is no different from playing games. There is a difference. I want to feel the pain again. Chiyo Mako said innocently. Make you a cup of dragon bird, and take you to a place tomorrow morning. Zhang Yanbin bought another villa elsewhere. This villa is also located in the Kunlun Mountains. It is very secluded, with only one villa on the top of the mountain and no other villas. The price also reached 1 billion. At the foot of the mountain, there is a villa property. At the foot of the mountain, many things were arranged to prevent others from breaking in. Well, I am completely yours now. You can do whatever you want. The two of them slept for a while. They are all experts, so they recover quickly. Chiyo Mako woke up and practiced her skills for half an hour. After drinking Longke, I have no problem walking anymore. Zhang Yanbin has already prepared everything for the game cabin. Afterwards, they flew directly there. However, it landed and stopped when it was still 100 miles away. After that, just walk past them. Zhang Yanbin is very careful. He changed all of Chiyoko's clothes and even took off all the jewelry in her hair. Unless she puts a tracker inside her body. But Zhang Yanbin has reached a certain level. Holding her hand, he practiced his skills and let his chi flow around her body, but he didn't find any trackers hidden there. Chiyo Mako accepted all this calmly. The two of them never fully trusted each other. There is nothing wrong with Zhang Yanbin doing this. The two of them arrived at the villa at noon. I'll leave you half a pound of dragon bird, so you can have a good rest. I have to rush back and won't be able to come for a while. There are surveillance cameras all around. I'm not staying here for the time being. Also, my face is fake. The real Zhuge Shenlong doesn't look like this. Don't be surprised if you learn what Zhuge Shenlong really looks like in the future. Zhang Yanbin explained some things. There are enough supplies here to survive. Well, I understand. I'm waiting for you to trust me and give me the title of concubine. Chiyo Mako, in her heart, has completely surrendered to Zhang Yanbin. Perhaps due to the influence of the Divine Dragon 9 transformations technique, the dragon kept roaring in her mind, and the pressure made her unconsciously surrender. There is another reason. Zhang Yanbin is the strongest person at present, and there is no loss by following him. Zhang Yanbin is gone. The two places are quite far apart. Zhang Yanbin ran at his fastest speed for several hours before he finally got back to the villa. When we arrived at the villa, it was already night time. When it went online, the army was still there. But they did after some exploration. Lord, there is only one territory here that has not been attacked by the demons. But this territory is also quite strange. Strangeness? Why is it strange? He shook his head and said, I haven't been there. We had a falcon fly around the middle of the island, so we can get a rough idea of how big it is. This island is very big. It is larger than some real countries. It is as big as half a province in China. But there is only one territory. Moreover, they discovered a lot of high-end materials on the periphery. As for wood, it is only slightly worse than the one near the ice lake. These are all treasures. It's an island full of treasures. It's a pity that the distance is too far, otherwise we should be able to shoot it down. According to the investigation, many places around it have not been developed. There is only one direction for development, towards the sea. Most of the island is not well developed. Zhang Yinbin and his team also needed to go around half a circle before they could get there. Tomorrow morning, have Falcon take me there to meet the Lord first. Zhang Yinbin decided to go meet the Lord alone, as a friendly visit. The troops remained where they were and did not go to the ports in their territories, because Zhang Yinbin had originally planned to return home. Zhang Yinbin also practiced in the game. When it was almost dawn, Zhang Yinbin grabbed the falcon's feet and flew towards its territory. After flying for more than 3 hours, Zhang Yinbin landed at the gate of their territory. Inform your lord that Zhuge Shenlong is visiting. Zhang Yinbin did not land in the city, which gave the other party a lot of face. Zhang Yinbin landed at the city gate. The appearance of an outsider on the island made these people feel very strange. Seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, he went to report it. Half an hour later, a woman came out. Someone Zhang Yinbin is very familiar with. The person who came out turned out to be Yang Yingfan. Zhang Yinbin looked strange. But because I was wearing a mask, the other party couldn't see it. My name is Yao Yao. Is this really Lord Zhuge? Zhuge Shenlong has never appeared in the game. Yao Yao, right? I'll add you. Zhang Yinbin added her using the name Zhuge Shenlong. Suddenly, there was no doubt about his identity. Lord Zhuge, please come in. My place is very desolate. Lord Zhuge actually found this place. We fought all the way here and found this place. This matter was very popular on the forum. Zhang Yinbin destroyed more than a dozen territories, and the news had spread on the forum a long time ago. Chapter 195 Lost Land. Lord Zhuge, you are indeed the chosen one. Ordinary people cannot enter. Zhang Yinbin was puzzled. Why can't I get in? What do you mean? People from our guild would get lost no matter how many waves we sent. Until now, I can't get out and no one can get in. Therefore, the territory has developed slowly and now has a population of only over 400,000. Lord Zhuge, if you want to fight, I, a humble woman, cannot resist. Yao Yao, also known as Yang Yingfan, took Zhang Yinbin to the administrative center. Beat. If it were someone else, Zhang Yinbin might really take action. But, compared to Yang Yingfan, we are half friends. However, Zhang Yinbin was surprised that it was not their guild that wanted to seize power. Because several waves of people came and couldn't find this place. Lord Yao Yao is joking. Maybe I got lost and ended up here. The two walked side by side. Yang Yingfan's image is too different from reality. In reality, she is delicate and pure. In the game, he is dressed in black and looks like a demon. She has a charming aura, but she looks pure. It is somewhat similar to Zichuan's practice of the charm technique. However, Zhang Yinbin was certain that Yang Yingfan did not practice the technique of charm. To be honest, I'd get lost if I went out on my own. Even a compass doesn't work here. That's why I said, Lord Zhuge, you have always been the chosen one. The real name of this place is the Lost Continent. Lost Continent. Along the way, I saw that many of the materials were high quality. The wood from the coastal areas is high quality material. Lord Yao Yao, if you sell it, you can develop your territory. Yao Yao didn't say anything else and took him to the administrative center. The interior layout is also dark. She is a beauty, shouldn't she be pink? At least, it's white or red or something. The overall color is black, which is a bit strange. The tea here is not bad, but it may not be as good as Lord Zhuge's tea. Yao Yao brewed a kind of tea, but Zhang Yinbin didn't know what it was called. But it's definitely better than a lot of teas. Very good tea. Thank you for the treat. Lord Zhuge, are you planning to capture this place? Lord Zhuge, we have been attacking cities and capturing strongholds all the way here. Yao Yao was unusually calm. It seems that he doesn't care whether his territory will be taken away. In fact, Yao Yao's territory is destined to be replaced. Her guild, that is, her uncle. Hundreds of miles away, I have been searching for her. But I lost my way a few times. The guild she belongs to has been injecting strength into that territory and focusing on its development. Continue to merge the population of other territories. The entire territory has a population of several million and an army of more than 200,000. Once they find this place, they will come over, occupy it, and develop it. Because there are indeed treasures here, trees, minerals, all good things. Yao Yao originally thought that the guild president was her uncle. At the beginning of the game, various interests did not emerge. So, Yao Yao also told her uncle about the situation here. However, one time, she overheard her uncle having a meeting with several guild leaders. If Yao Yao disagrees to give up her position as lord, they will kill her and forcibly seize her territory. It was that day that she came to see Zhang Yinbin and behaved very strangely. Therefore, Yao Yao was very disappointed with her uncle and her guild. Now, if Zhuge Shenlong wants to attack her territory, then let him attack. Anyway, it won't be hers sooner or later. She has accepted it calmly. Even in reality, she was threatened by her uncle. Perhaps, in reality, she would be placed under house arrest or even killed by her uncle. The interests in the game are already driving people crazy. The interests in the game can make people do crazy things. Yao Yao's uncle was an ambitious man. Zhang Yinbin didn't know any of this. He just felt it was strange. We can cooperate. We don't have to fight to the death. I really need the resources on your island. We're open to trade. If you need anything, just ask. Zhang Yinbin felt that the transaction was more in his interest. The two places are too far apart. Zhang Yinbin had no way to establish a territory here. It seems that Yao Yao is not very interested in trading. Everything in my territory was taken away by the guild. If you want, you can send your own troops to get it. The guild is sucking blood. Her uncle has changed since moving to the villa. Buy her high-quality materials at a cheap price. Therefore, Yao Yao is not too concerned about developing the territory now. The island is big enough. It is enough for all their guilds to move in and develop here. So, her uncle wanted to occupy this place. Seize everything that originally belonged to Yao Yao. Now, Yao Yao is controlled by others in reality, so she is so negative. Yang Yingfan can move freely in the villa area. But she heard that her uncle had arranged a lot of people at the foot of the mountain to guard against her and prevent her from leaving the villa. Now, her uncle wants to send a deputy lord to take control of her territory and sideline her. But it always fails. Otherwise, Yao Yao might have been sidelined and marginalized long ago. Even if you resist, you will be in danger. This place is strange. Aren't there any demons attacking? Zhang Yinbin didn't expect that others couldn't get in. Yao Yao shook her head and said, "No. On the other side, less than half a day away, an invisible wall blocked it. There are often various fogs here, and it's hard to get lost here, so it's difficult for outsiders to come here." Boundary wall. Zhang Yinbin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he had the idea of occupying this place. This may be the place where it connects to the northern continent. However, Zhang Yinbin quickly calmed down. This is crucial. But it was too far away from him. Even if the fleet marches at full speed, it will take 8 days. If something really happens, it will be difficult for him to take care of it. Do you know what that invisible wall is? Yao Yao shook her head, then asked in surprise, "You know?" Zhang Yinbin nodded and said, "That is the boundary wall. The area beyond it is the northern continent. In the future, your place will become the front line of the battle. And your city is too weak. A population of more than 400,000. Yao Yao didn't develop the army much either. However, the city wall was built. But if people from the northern continent come here in large numbers at that time, this city wall will be breached in less than an hour." Yao Yao laughed. She smiles beautifully in the game. Either way or the other, I can't defend this place. That's fine too. Let's destroy it in the future. It's a pity for my friends. Friend? Zhang Yinbin asked. Well, I've become friends with many of the NPCs in the game. Tell me if that's funny or not. Not funny. Zhang Yinbin also had a relationship with an NPC. Chapter 196 Encounter. Zhang Yinbin took a sip of tea lightly. Then he said to her, I had sex with my heroine and became a family. Games are more important, and relationships are more reliable. Reality is a parasitic place. If I could completely place my real self into the game, I would be willing to do that. Yao Yao shook her head and said, Nothing matters anymore. Everything will be destroyed. Either we will be destroyed by our own people or by the enemy. With so few men, we can't hold on. In the past, when they shared the villa, Yang Yingfan was positive and optimistic. She was very happy at that time. But now she has changed. The guild changed her, and her uncle also changed her. She couldn't keep everything she had. What a sad thing this is. Zhang Yinbin didn't know that much. But he wanted to do something. Are we stationing troops here? Investing here? Can Yang Yingfan cooperate with me? Zhang Yinbin thought a lot. In the future, if the boundary wall is opened, the 4 continents will be able to travel between each other. The place is big enough and has abundant resources, so it will definitely become the focus. But Zhang Yinbin didn't know how to start. This time, it's just a friendly visit. Perhaps my battleship is strong enough and won't get lost. I'm leaving soon too. I'm number 1 in points, and I have an important mission waiting for me. From now on, whether in reality or in the game, if you need help, just tell me. Of course, Yao Yao. I also have my eyes on this place, but I won't take it by force. Taking your resources and your population won't make much sense. Only if this territory continues to exist and you cooperate with me on an equal footing will it be meaningful to me. Maybe. Yao Yao stood up, as if to see the guest off. The two have finished talking. Zhang Yinbin did not tell the story. And in reality, she was under strict control. What can Zhang Yinbin do? In the game, no matter how much cooperation there is, it is useless. The two came out calmly without saying much. Arriving at the city gate, Zhang Yinbin patted the falcon, grabbed its feet, and flew away. Yao Yao didn't even look at him, just turned around and left. She is now feeling world-weary and doesn't care about anything. Zhang Yinbin flew back to the warship. Lord, when do we start? As soon as it landed, the thunderstorm couldn't wait. He is ready to go into battle carrying his big hammer. Fight, fight, fight. All I do is fight all day long. Order the fleet to return. The thunderstorm is very disappointed and will stop fighting. The fleet began to slowly return. Zhang Yinbin also began to prepare for the battle. He asked the halberd warriors to join him, and also selected 500 generals, plus other elite troops. These people are preparing to encircle and suppress the level 6 demons. They made good preparations for the return voyage. Walk for half a day. Lord, a fleet has been spotted ahead. There is an observer, reported. Send a flag signal and ask them to clear the channel. At this time, there was some fog around, and only a part of Zhang Yinbin and his fleet appeared. And not all of the other party showed up. The flag bearer went to signal with the flag. Lord, they asked us to report our names and undergo inspection. Send the flag signal again and ask them to clear the channel. I want to record it. The flag bearer goes to fight again. The other party still requested to stop the ship and accept inspection. The video was recorded, and Zhang Yinbin said, I have always been the only one bullying others, and now you want to bully me too. Orders, the fleet is to sink them all, and not leave them any sampans. Dare to ask Zhang Yinbin to stop the ship for inspection. Looking for death. At Zhang Yinbin's command, the messenger began to use flag signals to convey orders to each ship. Zhang Yinbin and his team's warships began to turn. Aim your ship at them so that more catapults can hit them. As the two sides started fighting, the fog slowly dissipated. At this time, both sides discovered all their warships. Zhang Yinbin and his men had more than 200 ships, while the other side had more than 300. But many of the other side's ships are sailboats, and only a few are driven by formations. It is estimated that the formation driver was sold by Zhang Yinbin and resold. Attack. The president of the Sunny Day Guild, also Yao Yao's uncle. He brought a huge fleet this time, so even though he found that the enemy had a great record. However, after all, there are only about 10 ships that can be seen. So he insisted on stopping the ship for inspection. He was worried that this fleet had been to Yao Yao's island. You may take away a lot of things, and may even cooperate in the future. That's why he asked the other party to stop the ship for inspection. When the fog clears, large numbers of warships from both sides could be seen. However, the gap in strength is still there. Quick, signal with the flag. We'll get out of the way. But it was too late. Zhang Yinbin's warships turned quickly, and his soldiers operated the catapults quickly. At this time, a large number of stones were already flying in the air. Before, more than a dozen warships that could be seen, including the warship of the president of the Sunny Sky Guild, were all silent. More than 200 warships, against a dozen or so, one round of attack directly sank them. Then the other warships saw the rest of the warships. Of course I won't let it go. A large number of catapults began to attack. Stones, like a rain of stones. Zhang Yinbin was at the bow, watching all this coldly. Flagship did not participate in the attack. The enemy's fleet was very mixed, with some ships topping 1,000 tons, and the largest probably over 2,000 tons. Most of them are sailboats. These ships couldn't escape even if they wanted to, and they had no catapults to fight back. A one-sided massacre. Although many warships raised the white flag. However, Zhang Yinbin's crew members have never fought a war since they came out. Fighting is the job of their army, and it is difficult for these naval crew members to fight. Catapults, fireballs, build as many as you want. Beat, just beat. Sink them all. The enemy's warships wanted to run away, but they couldn't because they were too slow. One ship after another sank into the sea. After attacking for more than 3 hours, the ramming ships here also launched an attack. The large tonnage, heavy ram, and double wooden hull sank all the warships that wanted to escape but had not yet sunk. After more than 4 hours, there were no more ships on the sea. Go ahead and save as many people as you can. Zhang Yinbin's fleet only went to rescue people at this time. However, unlike when Nan Ningxi fought against Kuangfeng and the Seven Stars Guild before, he did not prepare a large number of wooden boards for them to survive. After more than 2 hours of searching, more than 10,000 prisoners were captured. Zhang Yinbin left all these matters to his subordinates and was too lazy to pay attention to them. The Sunny Day Guild is bleeding. Originally, they were very confident that they could reach Yao Yao's island. So, this time they mobilized all the strength of the territory. More than 300 warships went together. Use absolute power to take over everything that Yao Yao has. As a result, halfway through, they saw Zhang Yinbin's fleet. They were worried that Yao Yao would run away with them with the supplies. So, they were asked to stop the ship for inspection. After all, we brought so many warships, including several large ships equipped with catapults. When the time comes, we can go together, surround them, and seize their big ships, which will also be a profit. As a result, there are still so many warships behind the fog. There is often fog in the sea area near the boundary wall. Zhang Yinbin experienced this often, so he was not worried and would not let his fleet get lost easily. However, sailboats often change wind direction, and if navigation tools are not used, they will quickly lose their way. This is also the reason why the Sunny Day Guild has been unable to find Yao Yao. I've been busy with work recently and didn't plan to update 10,000 times, but I've received a lot of gifts in the past 2 days, so it would be unreasonable not to update 10,000 times. I can only stay up late to write. Thank you all for the gifts. Chapter 197. Destroy another territory. Just hit him. It's still a big guild. Zhang Yinbin didn't know the other person's identity. There is no need to know. Ask him to stop the boat for inspection. If this isn't a provocation, then what is? Zhang Yinbin attacked the other party without any psychological burden. At this point, he didn't know who he was attacking. The fleet continued to move forward. After a while, a young general came to report. Lord, we extort a lot of things from the players. At the same time, their guild is right by the sea. This time, they're sending out 1/3 of their elite troops. Should we join them? Thunderstorm on the side heard this and pushed the young general away. What else do you want? If they dare to provoke us, we will destroy them all. Just now, the Navy had a great time fighting. However, the Thunderstorm could only watch helplessly. Hit us. Let us stop the ship for inspection. I have always been the only one who acts tyrannically. We drove the fleet to their doorstep and emptied out all their belongings. No territory that is too strong is allowed to appear around here. Zhang Yinbin thought of Yao Yao. He didn't know that this was Yao Yao's guild. Zhang Yinbin thought that they could cooperate in the future and fight foreign enemies together here. Therefore, you should take care of Yao Yao's safety when appropriate. The fleet is busy. Zhang Yinbin started posting. Let me stop the ship for inspection. My name is useless. Let everyone hear the cannon. The sound of cannons was, of course, fake, referring to the cannonballs being fired and hitting the enemy's ship. Zhang Yinbin used flags to signal the other side to give way. The other side used flag signals to ask Zhang Yinbin's fleet to stop for inspection. Then Zhang Yinbin ordered an attack. Fuck, they dare to inspect Zhuge Shenlong's fleet. Haha, the other party has met a tough opponent. I dare say, we can wipe them out in 3 minutes. Hey, the fleet is so huge. I just made a mistake and was deceived by the fog. Fuck, Zhuge Shenlong's fleet has grown bigger again. I'm so envious. Along the way, Zhuge Shenlong has only attacked territories that were attacked by the demons. He has not taken the initiative to attack other territories. Now he will be bullied to the extreme. Ha 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 ha, the other party is stubborn. Post the video. This time no one thought Zhang Yinbin was arrogant. Instead, they take it for granted. Zhang Yinbin is so powerful. It is very polite for someone to ask the other person to give way. As a result, not only did the other party not give way, but they also asked Zhang Yinbin to stop the boat for inspection. Anyone would be angry about this. What's more, he is the recognized #1 player in the game, Zhuge Shenlong. This time, everyone was lamenting the other side's bad luck and the strength of Zhang Yinbin's fleet. However, some people also say that large ships are no longer exclusive to Zhuge Shenlong. For this mission, many people were eager to gain points. It is also enough to exchange for blueprints of large ships. Therefore, from now on, Zhuge Shenlong can no longer continue to act so rampantly. At this time, someone in the comments said that this belonged to the Sunny Day Guild. But who cares who? It's so cool to watch. Zhang Yinbin showed them a super exciting naval battle. A one-sided massacre. Still from the first perspective. However, Zhang Yinbin cannot be seen in the video. All the enemy ships were destroyed, not a single one could escape. Then, the video disappeared. Many people realized the importance of warships. Because, in the future, all continents will be open. If you want to fight foreign wars, you must have warships. The value of many coastal territories has been increasing. While they were watching the show on the forum, they didn't know that Zhang Yinbin's team had already begun attacking their port. Zhang Yinbin didn't even get off the boat. He was waiting on the flagship. He is also thinking about future strategies. The coastline of the entire eastern continent on one side is about 8,000 miles long. Zhang Yinbin has never been to the other side, so it may be even farther before the twists and turns. The entire continent is equivalent to a continent in reality, or even 2 or 3 continents. Such a huge continent. There must be many secrets involved. But Zhang Yinbin knows very little. Therefore, we still need to communicate more with players. Zhang Yinbin wants to build his own network of relationships. At the same time, There must be certain alliances. An alliance is a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate relationship. After Zhang Yinbin's fleet flattened the enemy's port, they began to land. Then prepare to attack the territory more than 10 miles away. Zhang Yinbin was too lazy to care about these things. 1/3 of the elite troops were killed. If this thing fails to be shot down, there will still be too many casualties. When Zhang Yinbin comes back, he will definitely give Thunderstorm a good beating. He waited slowly in the battleship. There are only 5 days left until the mission. Zhang Yinbin is also considering it, and there are many possibilities. Where will this battle be fought? Moreover, people will die. The dead can be resurrected by earning points. At the same time, even if I die, I still have the Holy Spirit fruit. The Holy Spirit fruit can help you restore your foundation. Wait. Zhang Yinbin waited for more than 5 hours. It's getting dark. I have to send someone to urge him. Lord, please go quickly. There are so many good things here. The boat definitely can't hold it. You have to do it. Thunderstorm, his face was full of light, as if he had just returned from a brothel. Very comfortable. This time, I had a good fight and warmed up my body. Zhang Yinbin was confused, but still got off the boat. Tell me, what's going on? A large territory with a population of over 1 million. There are so many high-end materials. We send it this time. The money alone could be hundreds of millions. When Zhang Yinbin fought, he didn't consider what the opponent was. Unexpectedly, it would be such a huge territory. When Zhang Yinbin arrived at the territory, he saw warehouse after warehouse filled with high-end items. Hey, this wood isn't from Yao Yao's side. Some of this tree has not been cut yet. However, Zhang Yinbin couldn't be sure because the place was not far away and there might be such trees around. These woods are not as good as those grown on the lakeside for shipbuilding, but it can be used to build fishing boats and houses. If you build a house or furniture, it's high-end materials, even luxurious. Receive. Zhang Yinbin was happily packing things. Now, he still doesn't know what force this is. He knew the name of the territory. It was called Donghui Territory. However, he didn't care about the major guilds, so how could he know that this was the core territory of the Sunny Sky Guild? All the good stuff is put here. A while ago, many of them died, because they exchanged soldiers' lives for points. The purpose is to exchange for blueprints of large ships. As a result, the territory's combat power was insufficient. In addition, 2/3 of them were destroyed at sea. However, they built a strong wall. However, it was eventually destroyed. Zhang Yinbin packed up his things. It took me a few hours to collect so many things, and they were all good stuff. The wall was built and then torn down and taken away. It's such a waste to give such good materials to these useless people. Zhang Yinbin recorded all of this. Of course, I didn't record it when I collected the materials. The recording was about demolishing the city wall. Zhang Yinbin posted the video on the forum and then went offline. What a monster. He even tore down the city wall. This is Song Guang. As expected of Zhuge Shenlong, he doesn't let go of anything. It has been confirmed. It is the Sunny Day Guild. Surprisingly, such a big incident happened, and a large guild was destroyed just like that. Zhang Yinbin didn't know this because it would take at least a day to demolish the city wall, so he logged off. Chapter 198, Saving Yang Yingfan. Offline, it's already evening. The lights on the 3rd floor of Zhang Yinbin's room were on. Soon, Yao Yao, also known as Yang Yingfan, came over. How strong are you? After Yang Yingfan arrived, he asked him directly. Zhang Yinbin saw that she was in a bad mood. What happened? Aren't you a core member of the guild? Yao Yao was silent for a while, then said, forget it. If you are too weak, it might hurt you. I might die soon. Zhang Yinbin was very anxious. He sat next to Yao Yao, grabbed her hand, and said, tell me clearly, what's going on? My uncle's guild suffered a powerful blow. You should know that it was destroyed by Zhuge Shenlong, and the core territory was also directly destroyed. Zhang Yinbin was surprised. It was his own fault. Soon, my uncle will come and force me to hand over the territory. My uncle has probably gone crazy now. He pushed all the guilds into that territory. Most of the resources are in that Donghui territory. Now, the guild's territory has been destroyed, and the guild has lost over 80% of its wealth. Without my territory, the Sunny Sky Guild is probably worse than an ordinary one. My uncle didn't know it before, but now he's a madman. What an injustice. Zhang Yinbin never thought that he would cause such a big trouble for Yao Yao. Does your uncle know you're here? It doesn't matter whether he knows or not. He'll send people to search. I can't get down the mountain anymore. If you want to leave, the only way may be death. If he occupies my territory, there's still a chance of a comeback. Otherwise, the entire guild will be ruined. The high-level resources in my territory are probably needed by all forces. If you can help me leave here, I can give you a lot of resources in the game. If not, I will leave now, otherwise I will implicate you. Zhang Yinbin held her hand and she pulled it down. Then she took out a set of clothes and the underwear that Doris gave her from the ring. Change into new clothes in front of me, and I will protect you and let you go. Zhang Yinbin took something out of the ring, which shocked Yang Yingfan. There's nothing on your body I haven't seen. At this time, there were many more people outside, and they seemed to be searching. My uncle's men are here. There are a lot of them, more than 100 people. Do you have the ability to protect me and help me leave? Change your clothes, and I'll take you away. Zhang Yinbin repeated. The situation was urgent, and Yang Yingfan couldn't care about anything else. Anyway, Zhang Yinbin had seen everything before, so why not let him see it again? I need to check your hair. Zhang Yinbin held her hand and practiced his skills, which flowed through her body to see if there were any eavesdropping devices or trackers implanted there. I checked my hair, and it was fine. Okay, today I will take you out to fight. Holding Yang Yingfan's hand, he went downstairs. Yingfan, why are you here? Come back with me. The man, who was in his 40s, almost 50, spoke kindly. This is your friend. Come over to my place and have a chat. The people came and began to half-surround Zhang Yinbin and others. What do you want? You want to seize my territory, and I will give it to you. But why do you want to imprison me and even kill me? I am your niece. Yang Yingfan hid behind Zhang Yinbin. Oh, so you know everything. A territory cannot be replaced just like that. Only if our deputy lord stabilizes the territory and you die, or are unable to access the game forever, can we control your territory. Now, my territory has been destroyed by Zhuge Shenlong, and I must take your territory immediately. Niece? Humph, that's nothing. You're pretty, and you can be my woman. Yang Yingfan was completely furious. Brute. Nothing I say today will help. Catch them both. Zhang Yinbin couldn't stand it anymore. There is actually such an uncle. He had long wanted to take everything from his own niece. Zhang Yinbin looked around. Then he said, It's nothing, just a chicken and a dog. Kill. The other party is coming to kill. Zhang Yinbin took out the Xianyuan sword and swung it forward. Suddenly, 5 people were chopped away by him. In reality, this was Zhang Yinbin's first murder. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. Walk. He pulled Yang Yingfan and rushed in one direction. The enemy surrounded and attacked. Zhang Yinbin swung his swords left and right, carrying sword energy, and chopped the man away. Run out smoothly. Shoot quickly. Yang Yingfan's uncle went crazy when he saw that he couldn't catch up with the 2 people. If he lets Yang Yingfan run away, he will be nothing. Most of the guild's assets in the game were destroyed by Zhang Yinbin. Behind him, many people opened fire. Shoot without hesitation. However, nothing happened to Zhang Yinbin and Yang Yingfan when they were hit. The 2 of them ran quickly and escaped in a short while. The underwear that Zhang Yinbin made Yang Yingfan wear was so strong that even epic swords could not cut it. Guns in real life are even more useless. As for himself, he had clothes made of ice cicada silk, so bullets could not hurt him. The 2 men were shot several times. In the darkness, it was most appropriate for the other party to hit them in the back. In the end, they were not hurt. After firing a few shots, Zhang Yinbin and his men disappeared. Zhang Yinbin wandered around aimlessly, circling around the hills. Afterwards, we stopped at a cave. Are you hurt? Yang Yingfan shook his head and said, No, your underwear doesn't seem to be simple. And you are even more complicated. I now doubt your identity. If you have any doubts, don't say it out loud. If you do, I will be like your uncle and take you over and make you my woman. Rest here for a while. I'll erase our traces and take you to a safe place. Zhang Yinbin left Yang Yingfan in the small cave, and he went to erase all traces of their passing. This way, no one can trace us back. When we returned to the cave, it was already late at night. Then, Zhang Yinbin took Yang Yingfan for a walk in the mountains. They are going to the villa where Chio Meiko lives. The original villa is no longer habitable. Now, there's only place to go. There is only one villa. Kuangben, are you okay? What kind of martial arts did you learn? Advanced technique. The 2 of them then ran wildly in the mountains. It was almost dawn when we entered the villa area. Go to the pavilion over there and rest for a while. I'll go and erase the traces. Although, the possibility of the other party tracking us down is very weak. Even if you come here, there is no one around here. Zhang Yinbin's Xianyuan sword is not a vegetarian. Hot weapons. The gun is useless now. Zhang Yinbin came back 2 hours later. The traces have been erased. He only erased a nearby section. Erase the first part, and then erase the second part. It will be difficult for them to track them down, because after a few days, the middle part will be erased by nature itself or destroyed by some animals. Chapter 199, Transaction with Yang Yingfan. It's just dawn. Zhang Yinbin took Yang Yingfan into the villa. Chio Meiko had already seen them. Food, Hot tea and other things were prepared for them in the lobby on the first floor. Zhang Yinbin, you really know how to keep a beautiful woman in a golden house. Well, she's my woman. Zhang Yinbin did not deny it. He had no choice but to bring it here because he had no place to bring it. It's safe here. There are surveillance cameras within a few miles. Some surveillance is simply not detectable by humans. What are you going to do next? Aren't you curious about my identity in the game? Yang Yingfan asked him. You are smart, but too smart can be dangerous. Chiyoko is just too smart. She figured out my identity. Chiyo Mako smiled and said, it's not bad now. Working hard together and becoming your woman is not a loss. You go up first. I'll have a good talk with her. I'll live here from now on. Zhang Yinbin said to Chiyo Mako. Chiyoko performed a formality and went upstairs. Will you, like my uncle, put me under house arrest and even make me your woman? Zhang Yinbin shook his head and said, if you want, you can leave now. I don't lack women. Yang Yingfan is very beautiful. But there is no need to use this method. What Zhang Yinbin cares about is the lost place, which may become a battlefield in the future. Now that you're out, manage your territory well and don't continue to be negative. The land of the lost is so important. Once there is a war, at least, Yang Yingfan himself should be able to hold on for a few days and wait for support from others. Even if you support yourself at full speed, it will take about 8 days. What's the point if it can't hold out that long? Are you Zhuge Shenlong? Yang Yingfan suddenly asked. Just now, Zhang Yinbin appeared in the image of Zhuge Shenlong. At first, Chiyo Mako was indeed very shocked. However, Zhang Yinbin was able to fly to the southern continent, become the leader of a mountain stronghold, and then establish the starting city. There must be another way. So, when she saw Zhang Yinbin's true face, she was shocked, but did not show any expression. Why do you ask? Answer me, yes or no. Zhang Yinbin nodded. It was already this time, and there was no need to hide it. Yes, I am Zhuge Shenlong. I saved you because, firstly, I was the one who put you in such a desperate situation, and secondly, your city must not only not fall into the hands of others, but must also be well developed. In the future, that might be the place where wars with other continents will take place, so I hope you can develop well. Yang Yingfan shook his head and said, no, it's not you who put me in such a desperate situation. You simply brought this moment to an early stage. You didn't attack my uncle's fleet. Once his fleet reaches the Lost Lands, I won't be able to defeat it and will have no choice but to give up the territory. Then, she revealed her true, beastly nature and even attacked her own niece. No one could stop her. What Yang Yingfan said is also true. Zhang Yinbin nodded in agreement. He took out the dragon bird and brewed a cup of dragon bird tea. Did you also get this ring from the game? Yeah, that's right. I want to make a deal with you. Yang Yingfan took a sip of tea and suddenly said something. Zhang Yinbin nodded naturally and said, your island has so many good things. Whatever you want, whether it's martial arts books or people, you can trade them. No, I'll trade with you. Zhang Yinbin looked at Yang Yingfan in surprise. Why, you don't like me? I'm no worse than the woman upstairs. Zhang Yinbin shook his head and said, actually, you don't have to be like this. Your position is very important. I will do my best to help you. Yes, you will try your best, that's all. But I want more. As he spoke, Yang Yingfan had already taken off his coat. No need to shower, just stay on the couch. Yang Yingfan, who should have been a pretty girl, is now very heroic. I figured it out. Only in this way can our relationship become closer and stronger, and my territory and my friends won't die. Zhang Yinbin was forced again. On the sofa, the two fought for more than 2 hours before Zhang Yinbin took the initiative to let go of Yang Yingfan. You are very strong. Zhang Yinbin is very strong except in front of Doris. Wouldn't the guy upstairs have any objections to my relationship with you? Of course I have no objection. I am no match for him alone. You coming here can share the firepower. Chiyo Mako walked down at this time. Yang Yingfan was still a little embarrassed and found a piece of clothing to cover herself up. My relationship with Lord Zhuge is somewhat complicated. I became his woman so that we can continue our cooperation. My name is Chiyo Mako, and I'm not from China. In the game, I know his secret. In order to gain his trust, I can only come and give it to him in real life. Chiyo Mako stared at Zhang Yinbin. This was the true face of Zhuge Shenlong. A little bit handsome, Soga no Zongfeng is more handsome, but the charm is the same. Chiyo Mako made some vegetables and fruits, and of course, soaked some dragon bird. The two women drank long K tea, while Zhang Yinbin made Longyan tea for himself. He needs to make up for it too. The game cabin is backed up, and you can enter the game at any time later. I looted a lot of things. I'll give you the people I took from the Sunny Sky Guild and some of my books. You have plenty of materials. I want to take them away. I can also leave 2 generals behind to assist you in rearranging your defenses and training your troops, making it easier for you to command them in the future. But don't worry, I won't take over the military and all power in your territory. In the future, we will fight side by side. Yang Yingfan pulled her clothes tighter. Being here made her feel much more at ease. At least, there weren't so many people watching her. She understands the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure. What kind of skills are you practicing now? Yang Yingfan hugged his feet with both hands and said dejectedly, it's a high-level technique awarded by the guild. Zhang Yinbin had a legendary skill in his hands, but he hesitated. However, he has plenty of epic skills. Pick out a book for her, a legendary one, and Zhang Yinbin is reluctant to give it to her for the time being. Don't worry, everything will be there. I'll go back to the game now and sail the fleet to your port. The port needs to be expanded. They need to build a road to our side and build a large port. I'll leave you 2 ships too. Zhang Yinbin left after saying this. 2 girls, chatting there for a while. Zhang Yinbin heard it faintly. He's very strong. I can't handle it alone, especially when he lives with me. He has to practice Qigong to heal his injuries every day. Zhang Yinbin returned to the game. Entering the game, they were still tearing down the city walls. However, Zhang Yinbin will join the army in the future. Set sail for the port of the Lost Lands. Ha ha ha, Lord. I told you we have to take it down. Zhang Yinbin kicked him. Fight, fight, fight. All you do all day is fight. From now on, we will take care of that territory. We will transport all the people this time and leave some supplies behind. Thunderstorm was stunned. This change is quite fast.